Chapter 1, Raising the Betrothal Gift 3 times, Playing Tricks on People. Mom, do you think this will force him to give up?
Lin Xiaoxue asked his mother with some concern. Tomorrow is her wedding day with Li Fan, but she has decided not to get married. Zhang Min suggested raising the bride price so as to force Li Fan to retreat. But after spending 5 years with Li Fan, she knew him too well and felt that this method might not work. Just now, she went to get married in her wedding dress, and then met Long Zixuan, the son of the vice president of the southwest branch of Longxing International. Long Zixuan fell in love with her at first sight and insisted on marrying her. Lin Xiaoxue hesitated for 3 seconds and then nodded. Then the two of them spent their own time in the hotel. In addition, the two decided to have a flash marriage and become a family tomorrow. When she got home at 11 o'clock, Lin Xiaoxue woke up Zhao Min, who was sleeping, and told her about this. Upon learning that her daughter was going to marry into a wealthy family, Zhang Min was extremely excited and immediately suggested increasing the bride price. Seeing Lin Xiaoxue was a little worried, Zhang Min smiled coldly. Compared with Long Zixuan, Li Fan is nothing? The 200,000 betrothal gift is all borrowed. Ask him to take out an extra 300,000 tomorrow and say that he is marrying your brother Xiaoming. If he can't come up with it, the marriage will not take place.
Ha, when did I ever ask you to pay for my marriage? Sister, don't you know how your brother-in-law has treated you over the years?
Whether to marry for money or for feelings, it's up to you to decide. Lin Xiaoming said this after opening the door, then slammed the door shut.
Zhang Min went berserk. You bastard, are you capable? What's wrong with your sister having a better life?
You didn't ask me to pay for your marriage, but look at how much trouble you've gotten into and how much money you've spent. We paid to help you settle all those times.
Wouldn't it be good for you if your sister married better?
There was no response from the room. Zhang Min no longer paid attention to Lin Xiaoming and continued to discuss the issue of increasing the betrothal gift.
What if he borrows it? If adding it once doesn't work, add it again.
On the second day, Li Fan overcame all obstacles, cleared the way with big red envelopes, and finally pried open Lin Xiaoxue's door. Although there was a small accident and the red envelopes were all snatched away by Lin Xiaoxue's girlfriends, fortunately, the bridesmaid Emoya, who was guarding the door, did not make things difficult for herself. The moment he opened the door, Li Fan was a little surprised, because the wedding dress Lin Xiaoxue was wearing was not the one they had customized before.
Xiaoxue doesn't like it? Did she secretly order another one? Li Fan guessed this way. But this one is really nice looking. Xiaoxue, I'm here to marry you.
Li Fan extended his hand gently, but his mother-in-law Zhang Min blocked him with her hand and uttered cold words at the same time. Li Fan, I discussed this with Xiaoxue last night. You have to add another 300,000 yuan to the betrothal gift.
Auntie, didn't we agree on a 200,000 yuan betrothal gift? I gave you every penny. Why do you want an additional 300,000 yuan now? Li Fan's throat was a little dry. In order to have a smooth wedding, he chose to bleed heavily and use big red envelopes to pave the way. However, he did not expect that the last obstacle would be his mother-in-law.
Zhang Min grinned. Xiaoming has been dating his girlfriend for 2 years, it's time for them to get married, and she wants a 300,000 yuan betrothal gift.
Li Fan couldn't believe his ears. Auntie, you mean I have to pay for Xiaoming's betrothal gift?
You and Xiaoxue are married, we are a family, Xiaoming is your brother, you should help with this kind of thing, right? Li Fan was silent. He had been with Lin Xiaoxue for 5 years and had naturally met Zhang Min quite a few times, but from his observation, Zhang Min should not be that kind of person. But now, he could only say that he had made a mistake. Seeing that Li Fan was unmoved, Zhang Min snorted coldly, 300,000, hurry up, if you don't have it, go get it.
Auntie, my family situation, you. Don't tell me useless things. If you give me 300,000 yuan, the marriage will continue. If you can't give it, then don't get married.
Seeing Zhang Min's refusing to give in, Li Fan turned his attention to Lin Xiaoxue.
Lin Xiaoxue was stared at by Li Fan.
She lowered her head slightly, then immediately raised it again and looked at Li Fan with determination. Seeing this situation, Li Fan's heart sank immediately, but when he thought of the 5 years of living together, he immediately calmed down and his voice became a little softer.
Xiaoxue, you have always known my situation.
You also know how much I have paid for this marriage. You also know how this extra 300,000 will affect our future life.
Have you thought it through? I know, but I only have this one brother. Li Fan took a deep breath.
The car, mortgage, and betrothal gifts had already left him with a debt of more than 400,000 yuan. It would take him several years just to repay the debt, and now he had to pay off another 300,000 yuan in debt. What else would there be in the days ahead except a pile of chicken feathers? He couldn't imagine that in order to pay off his debts as soon as possible, he might have to squeeze into buses and subways. Everyone talks about Voldemort, but when it really happens to you, you know what it feels like. Lin Xiaoshua's firm tone also let Li Fan know that she was ready to suffer for Lin Xiaoming. Since she is not afraid, what should I, a grown man, be afraid of? After 5 years of being in love, if you are stumped by such a small difficulty, is it still love? In the end, Li Fan chose to compromise and turned around to go outside with his brothers to discuss borrowing money. Once again, Lin Xiaoshua and her daughter were the only ones left in the room. "Mom, he went to collect money," Lin Xiaoshua said in a low voice with some worry on her face. "Let him get the money together. He owes more than 400,000 yuan. No one would lend him money." Zhang Min sneered. "Not necessarily. Never mind. At worst, I can just add one more time." Although the two spoke quietly, Emoya, the bridesmaid guarding the door, heard what she said and couldn't help but frowned. She had a feeling that today's wedding might not go smoothly. Outside the house. "Li Fan, have you really thought it through?" "Yes, 300,000 is not a small amount." Li Fan shook his head helplessly. "There is nothing I can do. My mother-in-law has to make plans for her son. Xiao Xue is so determined. How can a grown man like me be afraid of hardship? At worst, I can just save money in the future." "Okay, you are a real man. I still have 15,000 yuan here. I will transfer it to you right away. I have more than 40,000 here. I have more than 30,000. Soon, the group of men raised nearly 200,000 yuan, and Li Fan sighed that his friendships were not in vain. At this time, another transfer message was received, and Li Fan looked at Yang Hua beside him in surprise. Yang Hua smiled and patted Li Fan on the shoulder. "My wife calculated the situation after knowing the situation. After deducting all necessary expenses, there is only 22,300. These simple words touched Li Fan deeply. As soon as the news spread, Li Fan's relatives and friends also came to help. Finally, 300,000 was collected. When Li Fan entered the room, the dull atmosphere became lively again. "Auntie, I have collected 300,000 yuan and will transfer it to you right away." Zhang Min was surprised and thought, "Is there really someone who would lend money to this poor guy? Just now I thought he couldn't borrow it, but I didn't expect it to be enough so soon. This face feels hot and painful." Zhang Min looked at Li Fan with a smile on her face. "Xiao Fan, wait a minute, go get some more." After these words were spoken, everyone was stunned, and Li Fan's face became extremely ugly. "Auntie, what do you mean?" Zhang Min's expression remained unchanged. "It means that you should add another 300,000 yuan to the betrothal gift." Li Fan's face immediately changed when he heard this. This was too much of a change of heart. Looking at Lin Xiaoshua, whom he deeply loved, Li Fan turned his gaze to Zhang Min. "Auntie, Xiaoming needs 300,000 yuan for his wedding. As his brother-in-law, I paid for it." "What do you mean by adding another 300,000 yuan?" Zhang Min sighed and said, "Xiaoming's girlfriend just made a new request. Her girlfriend's brother is also getting married, and the other party also needs 300,000 as a betrothal gift." When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned, and the muscles on Li Fan's face trembled violently. At this moment, even if he tried to suppress the anger in his heart, he couldn't completely extinguish it. "Auntie, you mean that I should not only give the wedding gift money to my brother-in-law, but also give the wedding gift money to my brother-in-law's brother-in-law? Do you think I am an ATM?" Zhang Min deliberately showed a helpless smile. "Xiao Fan, there is nothing we can do about this. The other party has added requirements." Li Fan took a deep breath and continued, "Aunt, I gave 200,000 yuan as a betrothal gift before, plus the 300,000 yuan now, it's already 500,000 yuan. Even if Xiaoming gives his brother-in-law money for the wedding, there will be 200,000 yuan left. You still asked me to collect 300,000 yuan. What do you mean?" Seeing Li Fan questioning, Zhang Min began to count on her fingers. "Xiao Fan, Xiaoming is getting married, so he has to buy a car, right? The 200,000 yuan you gave him before was for buying a car. They just got married, so their expenses must be high. They have to keep the 300,000 yuan, otherwise their life will be insecure. The girl has set a condition that she must help her brother pay for the betrothal gift, otherwise she won't get married." Hearing this, everyone showed strange expressions, as if they were treating Li Fan as a sucker. Zhang Min wanted to keep the 500,000 yuan for her son's wedding, and then let Li Fan give 300,000 yuan to Lin Xiaoming's brother-in-law for his wedding.
If someone is not a shrewd person, then this is a deliberate attempt to prevent the wedding from going on.
Li Fan has been with Lin Xiaoxue for 5 years, and he just doesn't believe the latter.
But seeing that Lin Xiaoxue remained silent, he felt a little nervous. Looking at Lin Xiaoxue, Li Fan's voice trembled a little. "Xiaoxue, what do you mean? I only have this one younger brother."
Lin Xiaoxue still used this excuse to evade the question, and her words even sounded a little cold. Li Fan's heart trembled violently. He had a bad feeling, but he was unwilling to believe that the relationship had changed after 5 years.
But if not, why did Lin Xiaoxue make things so difficult for him?
Lin Xiaoxue and Zhang Min saw Li Fan shaking all over and knew that he could not hold on any longer, and a smug look appeared on their faces. Zhang Min snorted in her heart, "Let's see if you dare to join us this time."
"Okay. I'll join in,"
Li Fan said as he lowered his head and started sending messages. Zhang Min was stunned, with the corners of her mouth trembling slightly.
600,000 has already been added, and this poor guy still wants to make up for it?
Obviously, she underestimated Li Fan's love for Lin Xiaoxue.
Crazy. It's really crazy. Everyone present exclaimed in surprise and felt indignant for Li Fan. But this is someone else's family affair, and the most they can do is sigh like this. It is impossible for anyone to increase the betrothal gift twice in a row.
The only reason Li Fan did this was that he loved Lin Xiaoxue too much. On the other hand, Lin Xiaoxue was sitting on the bed with a cold look on her face.
This makes people wonder, does she really love Li Fan? If you love her, why make things difficult for the person who loves her so deeply?
Just as everyone's thoughts were in a mess, Li Fan raised his head with difficulty, his eyes bloodshot.
"Auntie, 600,000 is enough."
Li Fan's voice sounded bitter.
Zhang Min couldn't help but take a few deep breaths and squinted his eyes. She never thought that Li Fan would dare to join in and collect the full amount. It is impossible for her to marry her daughter off. She will never marry Li Fan in this lifetime.
"Since you insist so much, I will be kind enough to let you go one more time to see if you still dare to go." So he snorted coldly and spoke again.
"Another 200,000. Chapter 2, 2 million from the sky."
Finally, when these words came out, everyone could no longer sit still. Even if they were outsiders, they could no longer bear to watch.
This is simply treating Li Fan like a monkey. If you don't want to get married, then don't get married. Is it fun to play tricks on others again and again? That's right, it's nothing, even monkeys can't be played like this. Whether to marry or not is up to you. Shameless. Li Fan's friends were furious, but the mother and daughter looked calm and unperturbed. Zhang Min even sneered, "Why are you yelling?
It's only natural to ask for a gift when getting married.
If you want to marry, go ahead and marry me. Do you think it's your turn to interfere in our family affairs?"
This made everyone even more angry, but Zhang Min was right, this was their family affair and had nothing to do with outsiders. The hall also fell silent because of Zhang Min's words.
"Xiaoxue, what happened?" "Yes, if you have any difficulties, tell us and we will help you find a solution." Lin Xiaoxue's girlfriends all asked her the reason.
Having known her for many years, they thought they knew her very well. They guessed that something might have happened. Only the bridesmaid Emoya did not speak, because at the door, she heard the discussion between the mother and daughter. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel sorry for Li Fan. And she couldn't figure out what had happened that made Lin Xiaoxue suddenly change her mind. They once loved each other so much, yet it has come to this point today. Looking at Li Fan, his collapsed appearance made her feel a little distressed.
By now, the wedding was a joke.
When the Lin family increased the betrothal gift for the second time, everyone could see the problem.
How could this be considered marrying off their daughter? Emoya sighed, perhaps Li Fan was powerless this time. But it is indeed touching that he actually raised money for Lin Xiaoxue twice.
Looking at Li Fan, his cracked mouth and miserable smile, her heart ached.
"Why?" Li Fan asked tremblingly.
At this moment, his world collapsed and the last glimmer of hope was shattered. Looking at the woman he once loved deeply, he didn't want it to end in vain.
However, Lin Xiaoxue looked at him expressionlessly.
If she still had a trace of reluctance at the beginning, now she has completely made up her mind to force Li Fan to retreat.
No reason. If you are willing to give the betrothal gift, then give it. If you are not willing to give it, forget it.
At worst, the marriage will not take place. Hearing these cruel words, Li Fan's eyes turned red. Lin Xiaoxue was so strange in his eyes. He refused to accept and he wanted to know the answer. So he roared, "Give me a real reason. The gift is the reason." Li Fan staggered and was held up by someone so that he did not fall down. Just yesterday, the two were as sweet as honey, talking about married life and planning for the future. But today, her words were so cold and so heartbreaking. Lin Xiaoxue saw despair in Li Fan's eyes. At this moment she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Fan would not continue. She could live together with Long Zixuan and lead a happy and wealthy life with him. Ordinary people are so ridiculous. They say they are madly in love, but in the end they are still blocked from entering because of a small gift. Poor people. Not worthy of love, not worthy of entrusting your life to. Thinking of the wealthy life after marriage, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Li Fan didn't see this scene, but it was seen by everyone. That's too much. If you don't want to get married, why wait until today? That's right, you are such a piece of shit. If you don't want to marry me, then don't marry me. Why do you have to torture me to death? What are you thinking? What the hell? We've known each other for so many years, and you're just blinding me. Once again, Zhang Min started quarreling with the crowd. Even though everyone worked together, they were unable to suppress Zhang Min and she was soon silenced by him. Among them are some of Lin Xiaoxue's close friends. Xiaoxue, is it because Lin Xiaoming got into trouble again that he needs so much money? Suddenly someone asked, and everyone at the scene turned their eyes to Lin Xiaoming, because Lin Xiaoming had gotten into a lot of trouble before, and Li Fan had helped solve it several times. So, this time, they naturally thought that it was Lin Xiaoming's problem. Lin Xiaoming just felt pain in his balls and the corners of his mouth twitched continuously, but he didn't dare to tell everyone the truth. Lin Xiaoxue is his sister. No matter how wrong she is still his sister. Similarly, he felt sorry for Li Fan. He shook his head and looked at Li Fan, only to find that Li Fan was also looking at him, and hope appeared again in his previously desperate eyes. Xiaoming, you. Hey, brother-in-law, you should ask my sister. Li Fan turned his gaze to Lin Xiaoxue, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Xiaoxue, is it Xiaoming's problem? Tell me, if it is, I will find a way even if I lose everything I have. Li Fan really hoped that Lin Xiaoxue would say yes, because that would at least mean that there was still nothing wrong with their relationship. This is also the answer he wants to hear most. However, Lin Xiaoxue couldn't help but frown when she saw that his hopeless heart was rekindled. Li Fan, are you an invincible cockroach? There is no hope, but we still have to do this. But these are nothing compared to the lives of the rich. No, I still say that we need to add a gift. If you don't want to, then we'll forget it. Then how much do you want? Don't increase it again and again, give me a limit. Li Fan roared. He was almost going crazy. He had never experienced such a dark day. He is unwilling to accept that two people in love cannot be together without even knowing the reason. Do you have 2 million? If you do, we can get married and continue. Lin Xiaoxue gave a limit, which she thought Li Fan could not reach. Even if she sold everything, he could not do it. Poor people are really ridiculous. A mere 2 million can push them into the abyss. She had seen Li Fan's utter despair. Ding. Sign in successfully at Lin Xue's living room. Ding. Congratulations on signing in 1,000 times. The system is officially activated. The initial reward is 2 million, which will be transferred to your account within 10 minutes. It's time to transfer the money. Choose a payment method you like, WeChat, transfer, cash or Alipay. Ding. The selection has timed out. The system will select randomly. The payment method has been selected, Alipay. Ding. The system is about to transfer the money into your account, please check it carefully. Chapter 3 The Truth, Lost to the Rich Second Generation. If other people heard this sound, they would definitely be extremely excited. But Li Fan frowned. He acquired the system by accident 5 years ago, after a brain surgery. At that time, he had read quite a few novels and knew that the system was a symbol of invincibility. He was excited about this for a long time and felt that he would be invincible. When the system asked him to sign in, he signed in. When the system asked him to complete a task, he completed it. But gradually he found that the dog system was unreliable. It only asked him to sign in and complete tasks, but did not give him anything.
Not even a dime.
So he took the initiative to ask the system when he would be rewarded, but the damn system just said, wait. This really made him furious. Then he no longer cared about the dog system, and the dog system no longer cared about Li Fan. If Li Fan didn't sign, he would sign it himself. Occasionally, he would give out tasks, even if Li Fan didn't want to do them. The most annoying thing is that the system would mess up at every critical moment, especially when I was being affectionate with Lin Xiaoxue, when it would mess up most frequently. Even today, when I was carried into the wedding car by my friends, the BGM music immediately rang in my mind.
The cool night is filled with longing for you.
On such a happy day, the dog system gave him a cold shoulder.
How could he tolerate this?
He immediately made an excuse to go to the toilet, first threatened, then begged and pleaded, and finally the system stopped. As long as the system doesn't mess up, it's his greatest comfort. Over the years, he has become familiar with the nature of the dog system and no longer has any hope for it.
Certainly.
He was also wondering if there was something wrong with his surgery and that he had some sequelae, such as hallucinations or the emergence of a second personality. Whether it was fantasy or a second personality, communicating with it never gained the upper hand. Now, Lin Xiaoxue had just put forward a request for 2 million, and this dog system popped up. The 2 million was fake, but the real purpose was to embarrass him. Just as Li Fan was daydreaming, his cell phone vibrated, and then a voice announcement of the money arriving came from the Bluetooth headset.
2 million yuan has been deposited into Alipay.
The ups and downs of the young lady's voice are so familiar and so beautiful.
The dog system would not be so kind. It must be hallucination. 2 million, do you have it? If you do, we'll get married. Lin Xiaoxue's cold voice brought Li Fan back to reality. The cold eyes and indifferent attitude had already made Li Fan despair. Li Fan didn't reply, turned, and went into the bathroom. He wanted to be quiet.
Yan Hua followed him, and only felt relieved when he entered the bathroom, because there was a kitchen next to the bathroom and there was a knife inside.
Xiaoxue, what happened? Make your attitude clear. If there are problems at home, speak up and we will find ways to help. Don't be so unreasonable. 2 million is not a small amount. No problem, I just want 2 million. Lin Xiaoming, what on earth have you done? Your sister's happiness is about to be ruined by you. Hurry up and tell the truth. In the toilet.
Li Fan opened Alipay for some unknown reason. Even though he didn't trust the dog system, he still couldn't help but check it out. So, he was slapped in the face. The balance of 2 million is so eye-catching and dazzling. Withdraw 10,000. Soon I received a message that 10,000 yuan had been deposited into my bank account. Withdraw 1.99 million. In less than a minute, the bank sent another text message confirming the payment had arrived. Now, Li Fan finally confirmed the authenticity, and his voice trembled when he spoke.
It's true. Li Fan, are you okay?
Yan Hua's voice came from outside, with worry in his tone.
It's okay, I'll be out soon.
After Li Fan said that, he immediately opened the source of the 2 million. After all, I have been in contact with the dog system for so many years and I know its nature, so the possibility of being cheated is very high.
Transfer source, Longshan Group. Transfer note, Mr. Li's labor fee.
Li Fan narrowed his eyes.
What kind of labor fee could be worth 2 million? Moreover, he had never had any intersection with Longshan Group, let alone any labor fees.
The system was really cheating him.
Perhaps it wouldn't be long before someone would call him and say that the transfer was made to the wrong account.
He even suspected that this Mr. Li was also a trap set by the system.
If not, it is illegal income. If you use the 2 million rashly, you will probably end up in jail.
But now, Lin Xiaoxue asked for 2 million. Looking back on the 5 years of living together, Lin Xiaoxue had never behaved like this. He didn't want to think about the worst, but the facts were right in front of him.
Finally, Li Fan gritted his teeth. He wanted the real answer.
Even if it meant the 2 million yuan of unknown origin was misappropriated, he had to get to the bottom of it. He values the 5-year relationship very much and he doesn't want to leave it unclear. If something really happened to Lin Xiaoxue's family, he would give the 2 million. Even if he was tricked by the system and sent to jail afterwards, he would accept it, because he liked Lin Xiaoxue so much. What he feared most was that after he paid out the 2 million, the Lin family would make new demands. By now, there was almost no chance that the wedding would go ahead, but he just wanted an answer. So he immediately transferred 2 million to WeChat and put it together with the more than 600,000 he had just borrowed. Coming out of the bathroom, he looked very tired.
Li Fan, take it easy. Yang Hua consoled.
Li Fan shook his head, walked through the crowd who were questioning Lin Xiaoming, and returned to Lin Xiaoxue. Lin Xiaoxue also looked at him, but her eyes made Li Fan feel so unfamiliar. Li Fan, if you can't give me 2 million, then leave immediately. We have been together for 5 years, so let's part ways amicably.
From now on, we will still. 2 million for you.
Before Lin Xiaoxue could finish her words, Li Fan interrupted her and handed the phone to her.
Lin Xiaoxue looked at Li Fan's phone in astonishment.
The WeChat balance showed more than 2.6 million, which made her a little unbelievable.
You. Lin Xiaoxue couldn't say anything except the word you.
The people around immediately gathered around, and when they saw the balance number displayed, they were also shocked and speechless. The sky-high bride price of 2 million yuan is so excessive that there is no other adjective to describe it to ordinary people.
But Li Fan actually went to borrow it again. Li Fan, you didn't make any shady deals with anyone, did you? What nonsense are you talking about? What kind of deal can be completed by going to the toilet? Everyone was talking about it.
They didn't know who Li Fan had found, but the relationship was definitely not ordinary. After all, 2 million was not a small amount of money.
In addition, Li Fan had to hide in the toilet to borrow money. This is probably the person he is most reluctant to mention.
They couldn't discuss this here, just understand it in their hearts. The fact that Li Fan could do so much for Lin Xiaoxue only shows that he loves her so much. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been unable to bear the first increase in the bride price, so how could he have waited until later to ask for 2 million? Li Fan looked at Lin Xiaoxue. He hoped that this was not the last straw that broke the camel's back.
I'll give you 2 million, will you still get married?
If Lin Xiaoxue shook her head, Li Fan would be extremely disappointed.
But if she nodded, Li Fan would only be more disappointed.
But Li Fan knew very well in his heart that neither of these two situations could happen. But he just wanted a clear answer.
Lin Xiaoxue did not reply.
Zhang Min seemed to be about to speak, but was stopped by Lin Xiaoming.
The people around couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Xiaoxue, I've got over 2 million. Don't keep it to yourself. Give me a definite answer. Are you going to get married or not? What's the point of you wasting time? Do you really think we're playing house with you? Hurry up and stop wasting time. That's right. You keep increasing the betrothal gifts again and again. No one can bear it. But Li Fan didn't hesitate. He lent you as much as you wanted because he loves you deeply in his heart. Whether you want to get married or not, give me a definite answer.
Facing everyone, Lin Xiaoxue remained silent, and this silence completely broke the camel's back in Li Fan's heart.
However, he still didn't get the answer he wanted.
At this moment, Lin Xiaoxue's cell phone rang.
Lin Xiaoxue glanced at Li Fan's phone again, and determination appeared in her eyes again. Don't you want to know what happened? Now I will tell you the answer.
As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxue picked up the phone and turned on the speakerphone. A man's voice came from the phone.
Xiaoxue, have you finished your business? My wedding car team will leave in an hour. It hasn't been resolved yet.
I just asked for 2 million, but I don't know where he borrowed it from.
Ha, that's interesting.
Since he is so sincere, let him borrow another 3 million. No need, I'm on speakerphone, he can hear it.
That's even better. There's no need to explain anything. Li Fan, right? After hearing my voice, you should understand everything.
There's no point in wasting time. As soon as the phone call was picked up, no explanation was needed, and now the matter was made completely clear. No wonder the Lin family would increase the betrothal gift again and again to make things difficult for Li Fan. Their purpose was to make Li Fan unable to bear it and give up voluntarily. Of course, most people couldn't stand it anymore and would have rushed out. But the Lin family did not expect that Li Fan would satisfy all their demands until the Lin family could no longer save themselves. You son of a bitch, who the hell are you? Are you proud of stealing my buddy's wife? Come here if you dare, I'll beat you so hard that you won't even recognize your mother. Yang Hua yelled into the phone, but the man on the other end just laughed. Oh, there's someone who's trying to stand up. I'm Long Zixuan. You don't know me, but you all know Longsheng Group, right? The vice president of the Southwest branch is my father. You want to beat me up, right? I'll leave in an hour.
Let's see if you dare to do it.
When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Longsheng Group, also known as Longsheng International, is a global multinational company.
Among the world's top 500 companies, Longsheng ranks 8th. Although Longsheng Group does not belong to Long Zishuan's family, the vice president of the Southwest branch is not comparable to ordinary people. Long Zishuan is a real rich second generation.
As soon as the call was connected, everyone already had some guesses in their minds, but when they heard the other party reveal his identity in person, they couldn't help but be shocked. Compared with Li Fan, this status is like heaven and earth. Hearing the exclamation from this side, the man on the phone seemed to enjoy it and his voice even rose a few degrees.
Li Fan, I know you owe hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt because of this marriage, buying a house and a car. Let's get rid of it quickly. I will give you 1 million. No need.
Li Fan replied coldly, when did you start?
I'm afraid you might be upset, but I have nothing to hide. Xiao Shuai and I just met last night.
It's funny, I never believed in love at first sight, but it happened to me.
Are you showing off? Li Fan gritted his teeth. Ha, I don't mean that, but you can think like that. Li Fan, you should be content. You've been with Xiao Shue for 5 years.
If I had known her earlier, you wouldn't have had any chance.
I can only say that fate is too strange. It happened on the night before your wedding, but I won't say sorry. Last night.
This was more than exciting, it made Li Fan's heart fall into an ice cave that had been frozen for thousands of years.
5 years of relationship is not as good as a stranger you just met, just because that person is richer than you.
Lin Xiaoxue looked at Li Fan, whose face was as pale as death, without any pity in her eyes, and changed her previous attitude.
Li Fan, the matter has been laid bare. Let's part ways amicably.
My wedding will go on today, but you won't have a bride.
Ding. System task released. Propose on the spot, but there are rewards. Propose to your bestie, ordinary reward. Propose to your bridesmaid, big guy is here to help. Choose one, young man. Chapter 4, Bridesmaids, I want to pursue my own happiness. If it were any other day, Li Fan would definitely say, damn system. But now, his mentality collapsed and he staggered back.
If his friend hadn't steadied him, he would have fallen to the ground. On the other hand, after Lin Xiaoxue said this heartless statement, she started talking about marriage with Long Zishuan, her tone full of ambiguity.
The wedding day.
The bride was flirting on the phone with a man she had only known for one night, and the two were about to get married.
What an ironic scene.
The last hope was shattered and all illusions disappeared. After Lin Xiaoxue finished talking to Long Zishuan, she looked up and saw Li Fan's face was ashen, with endless sadness in his eyes. And she has made up her mind and will not hesitate anymore.
Li Fan, I have nothing more to say now. It's up to you to decide what to do next. Where to go?
Li Fan sneered at himself.
Should he stay and continue to laugh at himself? Ha ha ha.
Li Fan laughed loudly, laughing at himself for having been blind for 5 years. I even thought something happened in her family and kept seeking help from relatives and friends. Looking at Li Fan's crazy look, Lin Xiaoxue didn't show any emotion at all, and her words became a little colder.
Li Fan, I wanted you to give up, but since you keep pressing me, I can only let you see the truth. Although it's a bit cruel, I have no choice.
Li Fan's heart was bleeding. This was the person he loved so much.
5 years of relationship was worthless in her eyes.
All the efforts and hard work were rewarded with such a result. Lin Xiaoxue pierced Li Fan's heart with the sharpest knife.
Lin Xiaoxue. You are so cruel.
He gritted his teeth and finally uttered only these few words.
I admit that I was wrong, but I just wanted you to give up and break up peacefully. I just didn't expect that you would collect money again and again.
We have been in love for 5 years, and I do like you, but...
Like me? Pa, don't insult the word like, you don't deserve it. Hearing the word unworthy, Lin Xiaoxue felt a little angry. Even though she was in the wrong, she still had to fight back. Everyone has the right to pursue a good life. You like to live an ordinary life, but I don't. You have no right to blame me. I have no right to blame you?
Li Fan sneered, since you have changed your mind and have decided to marry someone else, but you didn't say it, and asked your mother to increase the betrothal gift to embarrass me.
Is this the way to behave?
Lin Xiaoxue, knowing you is the biggest failure of my life.
Li Fan, don't criticize me from a moral high ground. It's because we've been together for 5 years that I know you too well. Even if I tell you clearly, will you give up? No, so I can only break up with you like this. This is an age of material desires. I am not the first person to make this choice, nor will I be the last. Today I choose someone else only because you are poor.
Li Fan's eyes were bloodshot, but he didn't want to argue anymore.
No matter how much he was criticized, it would be useless.
Although his conditions were average and not too poor, he was still really poor compared to Long Zishuan. The Lin Xiaoxue in front of me was so blurry and unreal. Seeing that Li Fan stopped talking, Lin Xiaoxue didn't say anything more and began to make the final decision. I will return the 200,000 yuan, the car, and the house to you intact. From now on, we are done with each other and owe nothing to each other. Lin Xiaoxue is about to marry into a wealthy family, so naturally she won't care about these things. These things are just a drizzle to her. But these are what Li Fan has worked hard for over the years, and they are also a testimony to his sincerity towards Lin Xiaoxue. Return it intact, and from now on, no one owes anyone anything. How ironic is this? What is returned is money and items, but the real meaning of these things is not this. No need. Since you like money, then go with the money. Even if I, Li Fan, am in debt, I don't want the things you return. I am disgusted by the things you have touched. You. Lin Xiaoxue was extremely angry, but then she sneered. Okay, I wanted to break up with you peacefully, but you insisted on doing this. Then don't bother me in the future. Don't blame me for not reminding you that you will be single for the rest of your life if you have no money, no house, and no car. It's not too late to regret it now. Today is a good day. Everything you wish for will come true. The BGM that suddenly sounded in his mind scared Li Fan at first, and then he cursed in his heart. This damn system. Before getting married, he played Liang Liang, and when he was sad, he played Nima's Good Days. If the system had a physical body and was in front of me, I would beat it up. Then the BGM stopped and the system sound started. Ding! Young man, don't forget the system task. I'm going to propose to you on the spot. I won't lie to you this time. There will be a reward if you complete it. Oh. And cute voice. My bad mood was disrupted by this damn system, and suddenly it didn't feel so bad anymore. System, go ahead, young man. Today is a good day to find true love. The dog system began to urge, but Li Fan's mouth trembled. Propose to someone else on the spot? If someone agreed, it would be a relief, especially since Lin Xiaoxue said that he would not have a bride today and would give up everything to remain single for the rest of his life. But what's the use of this? He has lost everything. Is he going to act like a clown here? System, young man, not everyone is as materialistic as Lin Xiaoxue. It would be a shame if you don't try. Maybe this is true, but Li Fan is still unwilling to do it. Even if someone really agrees, it would be irresponsible to her. Not to mention that he has nothing now and is still in debt. The traces of his 5 years with Lin Xiaoxue alone are enough for him to erase for a while. And this trace is the greatest injustice. System, take a chance and the bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. You can cultivate feelings slowly, young man. Li Fan took a deep look at Lin Xiaoxue, and without stopping, he turned around and left, ignoring the guidance of the dog system. From now on, the two will be strangers. System, what a coward, idiot. System, coward. Poor fellow. Seeing that Li Fan ignored it, the system started to go berserk. The soul-stimulating noise music began to rage. When Li Fan went out, he stumbled again and almost fell. This scene was seen by everyone, and everyone felt heartbroken. Those who were dissatisfied with Lin Xiaoxue turned around and followed Li Fan away. Of course, some people chose to stay and continue to attend Lin Xiaoxue's wedding. Lin Xiaoxue married into a wealthy family, so there must be many wealthy people at the wedding, so naturally some people would go there with fantasies. Moya, you want to leave too? Moya is Lin Xiaoxue's best friend and also today's bridesmaid. Moya nodded. Xiaoxue, I promise to be your bridesmaid when you and Li Fan get married. Since the groom has changed, I can't be the bridesmaid anymore. After knowing each other for so many years, I suddenly found that I don't recognize you. Today is the last time I call you like this, Xiaoxue, I wish you happiness. Lin Xiaoxue bit her lip tightly. Moya was different from her other best friends. She was the one closest to her. You think it's my fault too? I just want a better life. Everyone has their own choices. I can't judge. It's just that you don't seem to know me right now.
Moya, I'm sad that you're like this. Emoya shook her head gently, unwilling to say more on this. Xiaoxue, Li Fan is so infatuated with you, is it worth it to give him up for money? I don't regret it. Lin Xiaoxue answered with certainty. Emoya took a deep breath. He just risked everything for you.
This scene didn't impress you, but it impressed me.
From now on, I will pursue him. If he is willing, I can marry him immediately.
Lin Xiaoxue was stunned, the corners of her mouth trembling slightly. Perhaps she was still a little reluctant in her heart.
Emoya was very sensitive to this and spoke again.
Xiaoxue, this is still in the budding stage for me, and I won't feel any burden if I give up.
Marry for money or for feelings, are you really not going to reconsider? Lin Xiaoxue shook her head. It's too late, and I don't regret it.
Then take care of yourself, and I wish you happiness again. After saying that, Emoya quickly ran out the door, but Li Fan and others had already gone downstairs.
Chapter 5, Heaven has eyes and will not let down the infatuated. Xiao Fan, what's the situation over there? Li Fan's father called as soon as he arrived at the gate of the community. Dad.
I'm sorry, this marriage can't happen. Li Fan felt bitter in his heart and replied weakly.
Hey, don't be too sad. Take your friends back to the hotel and invite everyone to get together today. Li Fan's father sighed helplessly. Dad, have someone remove all the wedding decorations. Li Fan, wait.
Li Fan turned around and saw Emoya running towards him in a hurry. The jogging made it difficult for her to breathe and speak clearly.
Don't retreat yet.
Emoya was breathing heavily, bending over, supporting her legs with her hands to ease the discomfort caused by the sprinting.
Does Lin Xiaoxue regret it? Even if she regrets it, so what?
It would be even more regrettable to marry a woman like this.
Yes, Li Fan, don't look back.
A woman like this is disgusting to look at.
Li Fan doesn't need to care about her.
Everyone thought that Lin Xiaoxue regretted her decision and tried to persuade Li Fan, fearing that he would change his mind. After all, he loved Lin Xiaoxue so much. But they didn't know that after what happened just now, Li Fan had completely given up.
And he was even more certain that Lin Xiaoxue would not look back.
But Emoya's words also made him curious. Emoya relaxed for a while, but was still gasping for air.
She took several deep breaths and then looked up. Li Fan, let's get married. Wow. Everyone present was stunned. Emoya actually proposed to me in public.
She asked Li Fan not to remove the decorations because she wanted to be the bride herself.
Everyone was shocked.
Li Fan gave up the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift, the car, and the house.
Now he has nothing. And in this situation, there are still people pursuing him. How can people not be shocked?
After being shocked, everyone came back to their senses and quickly urged Li Fan to agree.
The person who could pursue Li Fan under such circumstances would definitely not be someone like Lin Xiaoxue, even though she and Lin Xiaoxue were once very good friends. Li Fan, promise her. Promise her.
Brother, quickly agree to her. Li Fan was silent, looking at Emoya, and saw expectation in her eyes. Eyes are the windows to a person, and these eyes are so sincere. The two sides just looked at each other. After everyone made a fuss for a while, they all quieted down and watched the scene quietly.
Time passed little by little, until Emoya's breathing had become steady, and Li Fan did not speak.
He knew his current situation, and he had never thought about starting the next one right after ending one relationship. After all, I have been with Lin Xiaoxue for 5 years, and the deep marks are still there, which cannot be erased in a short time. But he knew that he shouldn't remain silent. After a long time, he finally spoke, but he was asking the reason.
Why? Because you make my heart beat. Emoya answered calmly. When did it happen? Today.
After these words were spoken, everyone suddenly understood.
What Li Fan did today was truly touching.
He was willing to do anything for his girlfriend, no matter how much he had to bear. Now Li Fan has nothing and is burdened with hundreds of thousands of debts. Under such circumstances, Emoya still dares to pursue him.
A girl like this is definitely reassuring.
They suddenly felt happy for Li Fan. They had lost a hypocritical person and welcomed a true and sincere relationship.
Was this a sign of Goddess will not let down the infatuated lover? Everyone started to make a fuss, but Li Fan didn't want to delay Emoya.
I have nothing now and I am still hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt.
It's okay, we'll pay it back together. Emoya said seriously. But I never liked you. Emoya smiled gently, that was in the past, and I didn't like you before. If you agree, we can get married first and then cultivate our relationship. Li Fan took a deep breath, not knowing how to respond. Seeing Li Fan's silence, the people around him wiped the sweat off his face, while Li Fan's friend turned on the nozzle mode. Li Fan, you are a coward. Emoya, as a girl, doesn't care about these things. Why are you still hesitating? That's right, such a good girl can't be missed. If you give up, we can take action. Hurry up, don't waste time. Are you a man? But Li Fan remained silent, and Emoya just looked at him quietly. Seeing Li Fan like this, Emoya suddenly winked at him mischievously and then spoke. Li Fan, I know the traces of your 5 years are still there. Even if you have decided to forget the past, you can't erase it in a short time. But I just want to say that it's too slow to wipe it alone, so how about letting me accompany you? This way you will forget it faster. And I want to tell you my determination. Even if you reject me today, I will continue to pursue you, unless you have already married someone else. Li Fan, I want to be with you, no matter the wind and rain, no matter rich or poor, accompany you for life, grow old together, will you marry me? Wow. Wow. What a passionate confession. It would be great if a man could say this to me. The last sentence also made Li Fan stunned. Because these words are already considered an oath. Emoya has already said this much. If Li Fan refuses again, he would be a real jerk. Let's go and get married. After saying that, Li Fan took Emoya's hand and walked towards the wedding car. Seeing this, everyone started to make a fuss. And this is also the best ending for Li Fan, as he got a sincere person. Xiao Fan, what are the characters in this girl's name? Before the call was hung up, Li Fan's father naturally knew the situation here. Since the bride has changed, the on-site layout must also be modified accordingly. Li Fan's Bluetooth headset was out of battery. Although the sound from the receiver was low, it still reached Emoya's ears. So she leaned closer to the phone and replied softly, Uncle, it's the Mo of ink and the Ya of elegance. Okay, Xiao Fan, don't delay on the way and bring Xiaoya here as soon as possible. After saying that, Li Fan's father hung up the phone. Li Fan turned his head and looked at Emoya beside him. Emoya just smiled at him, and that smile was very charming. Hey! Look at this newlywed couple. They are sitting so far away. Come on, everyone, help them. The car door opened and two people squeezed in immediately, making the back seat very crowded. Emoya was about to say something when she was stopped. Don't talk, sit on Li Fan. Emoya blushed, but did not refuse, and sat directly on Li Fan. Li Fan put his arms around her and hugged her. Li Fan looked up and saw that Emoya's head was almost touching the roof of the car. He began to urge people to get out of the car, get out, get out. Emoya's head is about to touch the roof. Then you can't sit so far away. Nonsense, get down quickly. Everyone was driven out of the car, and the back seat became spacious again. Emoya smiled and pulled over, then lay down again, resting her head on Li Fan's legs. Li Fan stretched out his hand to cover half of her body, fearing that she would accidentally fall on the road. Yang Hua, let's go to the bridal shop first. Don't worry, I know that Moya is wearing a bridesmaid dress. Emoya heard this and quickly shook her head. No need, I don't care if I wear a wedding dress or not, I will still be the most beautiful bride when I walk into the marriage hall. Li Fan was stunned and stroked her hair. How can there be a bride who doesn't wear a wedding dress? Yes, Emoya, the bride cannot not wear a wedding dress. Besides, what Li Fan is wearing was custom made before, so this dress is not suitable. Well, okay then. Emoya said helplessly. Seeing her like this, Li Fan guessed that she might want to save money. She has already started to save money before getting married. She is really a good wife who manages the household well. Ding! System task released. Kiss the bride. If you do, you will get a reward. If you don't, you will be a grandson. Damn it, this damn system, it just stayed quiet for a while and it popped up again. There is nothing wrong with kissing the bride, but the key is what does it mean to add if he is not kissed, he is your grandson? The mood that just changed from sadness to joy was suddenly destroyed by this damn system. Seeing Li Fan's suddenly angry face, Emoya couldn't help but reach out and stroke it gently. Don't think about what happened before. Li Fan calmed down and smiled again. At the same time, he gently held Emoya's hand, put it on his face, and shook his head gently. I didn't think about it. I have to say Emoya is very perceptive. Ding! System task timed out. Li Fan, grandson, son, Damn, this damn system.
There's even an echo effect, which makes one sentence equivalent to cursing several times.
It's really not a good thing. Chapter 6 Phoenix Coronet and Bridal Gown, Sky High Price Wedding Dress. Ding.
The system task has been reissued.
Kiss the bride. If you complete it, you will get a reward. If you fail to complete it, you will get a soul noise song as a reward. Ding. Please cooperate to complete the task. Ding. Please cooperate to complete the task. Ding. Please cooperate to complete the task. The system is really endless.
The soul noise hasn't started yet, but the ding 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 urging has already made Li Fan a little unbearable.
This is the rhythm of forcing him to complete the task. He really wanted to say, "System, there is something wrong with you. You are so keen on kissing the bride."
But he couldn't ask now, because if he did, he would be regarded as a madman talking to himself. In order to quiet the system, Li Fan looked down at Emoya and kissed her directly. Li Fan suddenly bent down and kissed her, which scared Emoya, but she soon closed her eyes with a red face.
That shy look is very cute.
And this kiss was also very sweet.
Ding.
System task completed, reward, learn a little bit about the bride.
Ding.
Friendly reminder, please listen carefully to the following poem, Groom, and comprehend it carefully, Salalala.
Ding.
The sky is vast and the wilderness is boundless, and the bride is married in red makeup for 10 miles.
What the hell? Is this also considered a reward? Moreover, what does the phrase "understand it carefully" mean? This damn system is really causing trouble. The more Li Fan thought about it, the angrier he became. He took several deep breaths before he calmed down.
The dog system stopped causing trouble, and Li Fan was finally able to have a good conversation with Emoya.
Moya, what kind of wedding dress do you like?
Chinese red, especially the phoenix crown and bridal robe of ancient times.
Chinese red?
Li Fan was stunned. Nowadays, people learn from the West when getting married and wear all white wedding dresses, even in China.
Therefore, festive wedding dresses like Chinese red are not easy to sell. Seeing Li Fan frowning, Emoya shook him gently.
Li Fan, a red dress with a red veil is fine, don't think too much about it. Li Fan was stunned.
Emoya was really a fan of ancient Chinese wedding dresses.
She didn't have any wedding dresses, but she actually thought of using this method to make do.
Yang Hua, please keep an eye out for me. I'm afraid it's hard to find. Haha, I'm lucky. I've already seen it.
Having said that, Yang Hua stopped the car on the side.
Li Fan didn't expect to find it so quickly. Could it be that God knew he was getting married today and was blessing him?
Li Fan, this place is very close to the hotel, about 10 minutes away, you can take your time to choose. Li Fan thanked him and got out of the car holding Emoya's hand.
This is a newly opened store and even the opening decorations have not been removed yet.
Li Fan raised his eyebrows because he saw someone familiar, but not a friend.
Oh my god. I actually ran into this guy here. Who is it? Yang Hua asked curiously.
That guy called Convenient.
Fang Bian likes Lin Xiaoxue very much, but Lin Xiaoxue doesn't think highly of him.
So he asked his mother Fong Fong to take action.
Fong Fong is a very annoying old woman who likes to tell tragic stories and play up misery, but she treats other people's misery as a joke.
Because of Lin Xiaoxue's matter, Fong Fong caused trouble for Li Fan many times and often whispered in Zhang Min's ear. But no matter what the mother and son did, it was useless. In the end, Fang Bian had to choose someone else. I heard that she was a rich woman, but she was not very good looking.
Although it was far away, Li Fan still got a general idea of it and couldn't help but sigh.
Sure enough, it doesn't look very good. Although Fang Bian has a new love, Li Fan, and he still don't like him. But there is a red wedding dress here, so Li Fan can't help but go in. At worst, he can just ignore this guy. After taking 2 steps, he found that Emoya didn't follow him. Li Fan turned around and saw her standing there in a daze, so he followed her gaze and showed a look of surprise. Li Fan didn't expect his luck to be so good. Not only was it the red color that Emoya liked, but it was also her favorite phoenix coronet and bridal gown. In the whole world, only China has this kind of wedding dress, and it is becoming less and less common. It's a miracle to see it in such a newly opened store. Although the distance is far, it looks very beautiful from here, and it is perfect with the phoenix crown. So beautiful. Emoya's eyes were full of stars. This was the first time Li Fan saw her look obsessed.
It seems like there's only one set. I don't know if it will fit. Hee, it doesn't matter if it doesn't fit, as long as it's like this.
Emoya's eyes were full of stars. She trotted into the bridal shop and went straight to the glass cabinet, staring at the wedding dress infatuatedly.
Li Fan didn't want to have any interaction with Fanbian, so he took a detour. But he didn't want to offend Fanbian, but Fanbian was unwilling to let him go. Hey! Isn't this Li Fan? Ha, I just heard about your story from my mom. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You just got dumped and someone chased you right away. Fanbian looked at Emoya sarcastically, then at his girlfriend, with a hint of jealousy in his eyes. What I didn't expect was that you actually agreed. Li Fan didn't want to waste time talking to him and just went around him. But he went left when it was convenient, and he went right when it was convenient. Get out of the way, a good dog doesn't block the road. This isn't your business. I'm just standing here. What can you do to me? Fanbian was very proud, and his girlfriend also came over and asked in a coquettish voice. Honey, what's wrong? This is the Li Fan I often tell you about, the one who has a grudge against me. Is this Li Fan, who got married today but was dumped by the bride and then pursued by the bridesmaid? That's him.
The two of them were talking back and forth, which made Li Fan feel very annoyed, especially the woman, who had a strong smell of perfume mixed with a hint of body odor. Li Fan tried to avoid it again, but Fanbian followed and blocked his way again.
Want to fight? Li Fan's eyes turned a little cold.
Fanbian shook his head, but the corners of his mouth turned up. Wife, let's buy all the wedding dresses in the store.
Okay, I've bought them all. Did you hear me, Madam Boss? I've bought all the wedding dresses in the store. Hurry and pick them up for me. Okay.
The proprietress laughed and started packing immediately. I don't know if she had practiced this before, but she packed very quickly. In less than 10 minutes, all the wedding dresses in the store had been packed.
Hello, the total is 183,000 yuan, WeChat cash transfer or Alipay? Swipe the card. The convenient girlfriend took out the card generously and looked at Li Fan proudly. Li Fan just treated him as a fool.
Seeing that Li Fan had a strange expression on his face, Fanbian and his girlfriend turned around immediately and found that Emoya was still there, and the phoenix crown and bridal gown were still in the glass cabinet.
Madam, what's going on? I want all the wedding dresses, why don't you pack that one for me?
I'm sorry, you asked for all the wedding dresses, but that set is not a wedding dress.
Don't brides always wear wedding dresses?
This scene almost made Li Fan burst out laughing. Wedding dresses are different from wedding gowns, and in ancient times there were several types of wedding dresses.
Convenient, this is the phoenix coronet and bridal gown. Don't shout if you don't recognize it.
Li Fan said with a smile.
None of your business, Madam Boss, I want that set. Sir, are you sure you want that set? It's not cheap. Nonsense, of course. Do you think I can't afford it? Hurry up and pack that phone. Phone. Phone, what's it called for me? Fanbian was very annoyed and felt that he was being looked down upon.
Seeing this, Li Fan was ready to speak.
He didn't want the things that Emoya liked to be taken away.
At this time, Emoya had finished looking at the phoenix crown and bridal robe, and returned to Li Fan, pulling him up and walking out. Li Fan, give it to them.
Hey, don't leave in such a hurry, wait. The proprietress ran out from behind the counter and stood in front of Li Fan and Emoya. Madam Boss, we don't want to buy it anymore. Sorry.
Emoya continued to pull Li Fan away, but was pulled back by Li Fan.
What's wrong? Emoya, didn't you like that phoenix coronet and bridal gown very much? Why do you suddenly not want it anymore?
No, let's go somewhere else.
Emoya shook her head and wanted to pull Li Fan away again.
At this time, Fanbian on the side was unwilling. They just said they wanted it, but the proprietress ignored him, which made him very angry.
And Fanbian's girlfriend came over and looked very angry. Madam Boss, what's wrong with you?
My husband said he wanted that set, but you didn't care.
These two people didn't want it, but you insisted on stopping them from leaving. Do you treat us like air? That's right, hurry up and bring me that red wedding dress. We are not short of money. Please wait a moment, both of you. The proprietress said politely to Li Fan, then turned to look at Fanbian and his girlfriend. Since you two want it, then pay first. 30 million. Damn it, why don't you just go and rob it? Fangbian was immediately furious, feeling like he was being fooled. If you don't want to sell it, then don't sell it. How can you blackmail people like this? You are a black shop. Husband, let's go. Fangbian's girlfriend immediately wanted to pull Fangbian away, but Fangbian couldn't swallow this. Fuck it, I'm going to file a complaint with the Industry and Commerce Bureau. If you two want to fight, then go ahead. I don't want to explain. This is the introduction, take a look for yourself. The proprietress handed a book to Fangbian. Fangbian and his girlfriend opened it immediately, and then they both gasped at the same time. After closing it, return the items to the proprietress. Husband, let's go, this is a shady shop. It's a shady shop. Fangbian also nodded and walked out with his girlfriend. When passing by Li Fan, he turned back and sneered. Madam, do you think they will buy it? Let me tell you, they can't afford it either. After saying that, the two of them quickly left the bridal shop. What Fangbian said was very right. If this phoenix coronet and bridal robe was really worth so much money, then he really couldn't afford it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Emoya. I just felt that she had a very sharp eyesight. After just looking at it for a while, she immediately determined that it was a high-end luxury item, and then she pulled me away. Li Fan, let's go. If we're any later, we'll miss the wedding. Having said that, Emoya once again pulled Li Fan out, and this time Li Fan did not stop. But the proprietress stepped in front of him first. Wait a minute, you two, don't leave in such a hurry. Emoya shook her head, sorry, we can't afford it. But. Stop talking, Madam Boss. We really can't afford it. But the proprietress stood in front of them again, don't be in a hurry to leave, listen to me. Madam Boss, does that phoenix coronet and bridal gown really cost 30 million? Li Fan was puzzled by the lady boss's behavior, so he asked. Yes, sir. Sorry to bother you. But the proprietress stood in the way again. Li Fan was a little speechless. This proprietress was really working hard. Couldn't she see his poor temperament? If you don't have money, what can you buy? Since the boss lady didn't see it, he could only reveal the actual situation himself. I'm sorry, Madam Boss, we can't afford the wedding dress you have here. Not to mention 30 million, even if you erase 2 zeros, I still can't afford it. Please don't stop us, we don't have the money. No, you two, I'm not asking you to buy it. I'm inviting you to participate in a free lottery. If you're lucky, the first prize will be the Phoenix Corona and Bridal Veil. If you're the special prize, in addition to the Phoenix Corona and Bridal Veil, there will also be something worth more than 100 million. A lottery? And it's free? Li Fan felt it was unreal. Madam Boss, why don't you let the two people in front of you smoke? Sir, do you think someone who can't even name the Phoenix coronet and the bridal gown is qualified to participate in the lottery? This lady looked at it carefully as soon as she came in, and she couldn't suppress her love for it. Only those who truly like the Phoenix coronet and the bridal gown are qualified to participate in the lottery. Chapter 7 Lucky Draw, prizes worth over 100 million. Lottery? Still free? Li Fan glanced at the small shop and it didn't look like a hidden high-end place at all. Not to mention the sky-high priced wedding dress worth 30 million, he even dared to boast about things worth more than 100 million. Scam. This was Li Fan's first instinct, otherwise there was no way to explain so many unreasonable things. If this small bridal shop really had more than 100 million worth of stuff, it couldn't possibly look like this. Scam. Li Fan confirmed again. I wanted to take Emoya away and ignore the proprietress, but Emoya asked with stars in her eyes, really? Li Fan covered his face. He really wanted to touch the cute girl's head and say softly, child, I like your innocent look so much. Obviously Emoya is not stupid, but she really likes this phoenix crown and bridal robe so much that she was attracted to it. Ah, the boss lady is so generous. Li Fan didn't believe this nonsense at all and pulled Emoya out again, but the proprietress blocked their way again. Sir, you misunderstood. Phoenix coronet and bridal gown are not from our shop. You see, our shop doesn't look like a high-end bridal shop. How could we possibly have such a high-priced wedding dress? This is placed here by Hawaii Bridal International for activities. After hearing this, Li Fan became interested, but he still had no intention of drawing. After all, such a thing was too unbelievable.
The lady boss continued to explain, just yesterday, Hui Bridal International suddenly put the same phoenix crown and bridal veil in all the bridal shops in Chongqing.
The purpose is to invite newlyweds who like Chinese style to participate in the lucky draw.
If any shop draws the special prize, it will usher in a considerable investment.
I'll go.
Li Fan was speechless, thinking that his vision was too narrow. But then again, Hui Bridal International's actions must be hype, but the amount is really too large, easily tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. But since it is hype, the lottery must be rigged. No matter how rich Hui Bridal International is, it is impossible for them to squander like this.
Please help me draw a prize. There are surveillance cameras in the store. It is definitely not a scam. Hui Bridal International will also verify the situation. It cannot be fake.
If you are still worried, you can ask your friends to help record the video. The proprietress tried to persuade him earnestly, but Li Fan remained unmoved.
However, Emoya had already been eager to make a move. Hey, sir, my shop is so small, isn't it courting death to sell things so expensively?
To be honest, most of the wedding dresses here are hundreds or thousands, and the most expensive is no more than 20,000, and they are the treasures of the store.
Sir, this is true. It's free and you won't lose anything.
If you win, it will be a windfall, and your small shop will also prosper.
Please. Li Fan, why don't we give it a try?
Emoya also persuaded Li Fan, her eyes occasionally looking at the phoenix coronet and bridal gown. Finally, Li Fan nodded, and the proprietress immediately smiled happily and took the two of them to a glass cabinet. It's full of ping-pong balls and has a round opening on top.
Seeing this, Li Fan wanted to complain, at least the hype should be done properly. It was so sloppy, how could it attract the public's attention? Li Fan could even be sure that it would either say thank you for participating or thank you for your patronage. Maybe they would also add, what a pity, I was just a little bit away from winning the prize. No matter what lines he dubbed, Li Fan no longer held out any hope. Just think of it as playing a game with Emoya. Li Fan, let's choose together. Good.
Li Fan nodded, and the two of them reached in together.
This? Change it. What about this? Another one. Li Fan smiled. This girl chose very seriously.
Li Fan, this one seems a bit heavier, but I want the one below, and that one seems to be quite heavy as well.
Don't change it, just this one.
Li Fan smiled and touched her head.
Okay then. Emoya nodded and took out the ping-pong ball.
The proprietress had already excitedly taken out a pair of scissors.
Li Fan complained in his mind, I haven't even opened it yet, but it feels like I've won the lottery. He shook his head and handed the ping-pong ball to the proprietress, who opened it carefully, as if afraid of breaking it. Inside was a small gold card with a chip and words on the top. Emoya also stretched her neck over, and when she saw the words clearly, she excitedly pulled Li Fan's hand and jumped several times. We won, Li Fan. We won the special prize. Emoya jumped up and down several times, then hugged Li Fan tightly again. Luckily you stopped me, I almost missed it. Upon hearing that he had won a prize, and it was the special prize, Li Fan was dumbfounded and just stood there in a daze. Isn't this a gimmick? Congratulations, both of you. I will contact Hui immediately.
The boss lady also hurried to the counter to make a phone call, and soon, the boss lady's voice was heard again.
You two, please come and answer the phone.
When Emoya heard this, she immediately pulled Li Fan over, and the proprietress had already pressed the speakerphone button. Sir, madam, please check again whether the little gold card in your hand is the special prize. Li Fan glanced at it and nodded, confirmed, it's the special prize.
Okay, now register your personal information, name.
The two people's information was quickly registered, but the questioning continued.
Li Fan was puzzled.
In this information-rich age, why do people still have to use landline phones to communicate?
Video and the internet are much faster. When will the wedding be held? Today. Congratulations, both of you.
Since it's today, please wait for a moment in the bridal shop. We will deliver the prizes within half an hour. Also, please keep the small gold card and be careful not to damage the chip on it.
When the prizes are delivered, they will need to be verified.
The prize list can be checked in the bridal shop where the draw is held. After everything was over, Li Fan still felt like he was dreaming. The proprietress had already handed the list of special prizes to the two of them with a smile on her face. The reason why the boss lady was so happy was naturally because she was going to get a considerable investment. Thank you so much. From now on, any customers you two introduce to our shop will be free of charge.
Hey, boss lady, aren't you afraid that I will take the opportunity to bring in outsiders and make money from it? Li Fan joked. Mr. Li, you are joking. I won the special prize and will have a considerable investment immediately. This amount of money is nothing, and it is also the luck brought by the two of you. Besides, Mr. Li, have you forgotten what I just said? After receiving these prizes, you will immediately become a billionaire. Do you still care about the little money from the small shop? Billionaire? Li Fan couldn't believe his ears. Just today, he was forced by Lin Xiaoxue to look for people to collect hundreds of thousands of dollars for the betrothal gift. The proprietress chuckled and nodded. Yes, you two can compare the items on the list and calculate them. The lady boss handed over another document. This is printed from Huai Bridal International. It has pictures and prices. Of course, you can also go to the official website to verify it. So the two of them sat on the sofa and looked through the list of prizes. The first page was the introduction of the Phoenix coronet and bridal gown. The Phoenix coronet and bridal casket were designed by top designers, carved by top sculptors, and made by top craftsmen. The whole set includes Phoenix crown, Phoenix hairpin, gold hairpin, shawl pendant, and fishing ring. The Phoenix pattern is embroidered with gold thread, and the Phoenix's eyes are inlaid with pearls, a total of 20 pearls, plus the ones on the Phoenix crown. There are 520 pearls in total. In addition, there are top-grade mutton fat jade and imperial jadeite as embellishments. The Phoenix crown is a 9-dragon 9 Phoenix crown, and the Phoenix hairpin is a 9-tail Phoenix hairpin, made to the specifications of an ancient queen. Seeing these, Li Fan couldn't help but gasp. It was indeed a sky-high price. The configuration was truly luxurious. The second page shows the groom's suit, which looks simple yet luxurious. However, the groom's crown looks like the emperor's crown. Li Fan looked up the price and found that the groom's outfit was worth 20 million. As an ordinary citizen, he couldn't even imagine such a price. Page 3, a pair of star diamond rings, worth 50 million. Page 4, a pair of yin-yang fish pendants, but the price cannot be found in the product information. But the items on the first 3 pages are worth 100 million, and this yin-yang fish pendant is definitely not an ordinary item. Li Fan didn't even dare to imagine that something like this would happen to him one day. After just over 10 minutes of waiting, the prize was delivered to the bridal shop. 3 very beautiful women and 6 bodyguards seemed very alert. After all, they were escorting things worth hundreds of millions. Mr. Li Fan, Ms. Moya, congratulations to both of you. My name is Lin Jia, and I'm in charge of delivering the prizes. The 2 people next to me are professional makeup artists, and they will be needed to help you put on the Phoenix crown and bridal veil. Here are all the prizes for our event. As he spoke, Lin Jia asked the bodyguard to open 2 large boxes and 2 exquisite small boxes. The big box naturally contains the wedding gowns of the bride and groom, and the small box contains the star diamond ring and the yin-yang fish pendant. Wow! So beautiful! As soon as the box was opened, Moya immediately grabbed the bridal veil, her face full of joy. Li Fan took a quick glance and found that these things were indeed extraordinary. He then took out the small gold card and handed it to Lin Jia. After all, he had already said on the phone that verification was needed. With a ding sound, Lin Jia smiled and said, "Mr. Li Fan, the verification has been passed. Thank you for your cooperation. I should be thanking you. Mr. Li Fan, you are joking. We would like to attend your wedding and record the entire process. We will also use this wedding as a promotion for Hawaii. I wonder if you would allow it." Sure enough, there is no free lunch in the world. Hawaii has invested hundreds of millions of dollars in this product, so it will definitely need some returns. But Lin Jia's words surprised Li Fan a little. She actually asked for Li Fan's consent. Li Fan touched Moya, who was holding the shawl with a happy face, and said, "Moya, what do you think?" "Sure." Moya nodded and hugged the bridal veil tightly, as if she was afraid that she would lose it if she turned around. "Thank you both. Our company has prepared another surprise for you too, but you can only see it after nightfall." "Is it fireworks?" Moya immediately looked up and asked. Lin Jia smiled slightly. "The bride is really smart, right, and these are not ordinary fireworks, you two will definitely like them." "Yeah, I love it so much, thank you." Lin Jia smiled and continued, "Since you two are getting married today, let the makeup artist help you dress up right away." Li Fan nodded, and 6 bodyguards immediately set up 2 temporary dressing rooms in the small bridal shop.
In just over 10 minutes, the two of them had completely changed. Li Fan even talked to himself that his poor temperament had disappeared. Seeing Emoya again, Li Fan was almost stunned.
Wow, Li Fan, you look really good in this. Emoya winked at him. You are so beautiful too. Li Fan couldn't help swallowing.
Seeing this, Emoya immediately chuckled, then pulled Li Fan's arm and said, "Let's go, Li Fan."
Li Fan nodded and left the bridal shop with Emoya.
The makeup artist and bodyguards also followed closely. The makeup artist didn't care, but having 6 bodyguards following him made Li Fan feel quite cool. Seeing this, Lin Jia turned around and handed the bridal shop owner a contract.
Madam Boss, this is the signed investment agreement.
The proprietress quickly took it, her face full of joy. Then, Lin Jia took out his cell phone and made a call.
Boss, mission accomplished. Chapter 8, Ex-Fiancé, Meeting on a Narrow Road.
Yang Hua was stunned when he saw Li Fan and Emoya wearing ancient wedding dresses, and there were 2 beauties and 6 guys wearing sunglasses following behind them, who looked like bodyguards.
The phoenix coronet and bridal robe looked very extraordinary, and even an ordinary one would not be cheap. Greetings to the Emperor and the Empress.
Gumen, who had been sitting in the passenger seat, stepped forward and joked, but before he got there, he was stopped by 6 bodyguards. This scene made Gumen and Yang Hua a little confused.
Are these bodyguards really Li Fan's?
No, they are my friends.
Li Fan said quickly. The 6 bodyguards immediately retreated upon hearing this.
Yang Hua and Gumen were about to step forward to take a closer look at Li Fan and Emoya's wedding clothes, but the 2 makeup artists quickly reminded them, "Be careful, the groom is wearing something worth tens of millions." When they heard this, they were stunned.
Li Fan, what happened? Yang Hua asked. Gumen also looked curious. I just drew a prize and won it.
Li Fan explained, and immediately the 2 exclaimed, "Fuck, this is possible." The 2 of them immediately asked about the situation, and Li Fan did not hide anything and recounted what had happened, including the origins of the people around him. When Gumen heard this, he rushed into the bridal shop because he was also getting married soon. Seeing this, Yang Hua shook his head and chuckled, "It's a pity that I'm already married.
With so much money, I want to get married again.
Although I don't have the special prize, I won the first prize, so I don't have to struggle anymore in the future. I hope the event won't be over before he gets married, but we can get married as soon as possible."
Li Fan said. I'm afraid it won't work.
At this time, Lin Jia walked up to him and said with a smile, "Mr. Li, you don't know that once the special prize is announced, the event will be over."
Oh my god, you just started yesterday. Li Fan exclaimed.
He never expected the event to end so quickly.
Once the special prize is announced, the publicity effect will be overwhelming enough that the first prize will no longer be necessary. After hearing this, several people thought it made sense. When there is huge news, then small news is naturally worthless. Take buying lottery tickets for example.
If someone wins 200,000 yuan and there is no higher prize in the local area, then this news is naturally big news. However, once someone wins 5 million, let alone 200,000, even 500,000 or 800,000 will not attract much attention.
Sure enough, Gumen walked out dejectedly, cursing all the way. Damn it, I'm so pissed off.
The lady boss said that once the grand prize is revealed, the event will end. She also said that if I like it, I can spend 30 million to buy it.
If I had 30 million, would I buy such a luxury item? Ha ha ha.
Yan Hua laughed, turned around and looked at Li Fan, feeling genuinely happy for him.
From then on, Li Fan would no longer worry about money.
As several people were happily chatting, luxury cars drove towards them, 3 rows in a row, driving very slowly, almost like an old lady strolling, as if showing off. Each luxury car was decorated with festive flowers, and it was obvious at first glance that it was a wedding convoy.
Fuck. Which rich guy is getting married? What a luxurious car fleet. Gumen exclaimed. Didn't you notice that all the cars on both sides have been cleared away?
I'm afraid some drastic measures were used. Yang Huan narrowed his eyes, but his words immediately aroused Gumen's objection.
Why bother using any big tricks?
At this speed, the car in front would have already run away, and the cars behind would have to take a detour if they encountered such a convoy of luxury cars.
Yeah, that's right. The luxury cars parked in front of us are the pioneers. There is basically no one blocking the road.
Li Fan, let's go quickly, otherwise when the convoy comes up, it will be difficult for us to get in.
At this speed, a 10-minute journey will take an hour.
Yan Hua was about to pull Li Fan away, but found that Li Fan did not move, his eyes fixed on the approaching convoy.
What's wrong, Li Fan?
Hurry up and don't let these slow-moving luxury cars get ahead of you. But Li Fan remained unmoved. Because just now he accidentally saw a familiar figure through the gap between the 3 cars in front of him, Lin Xiaoxue. Behind the 3 luxury cars leading the way was a convertible luxury car with 2 people in it.
Lin Xiaoxue was sitting in the passenger seat, still wearing her wedding dress. Ding! System task released.
Stop the wedding car and question Lin Xiaoxue. If you complete it, you will be rewarded with a luxurious wedding car fleet, and a luxurious sea view villa worth 200 million.
If you fail to complete it, you will be awarded the title of coward. Damn it, the dog system is acting up again.
But the reward is really tempting, a luxurious sea view villa worth 200 million, this is a great opportunity.
However, Li Fan still regarded the dog system as a side effect of his surgery, or a second personality.
He did this just to let him come forward and vent. Even if this dog system is real, Li Fan can't do this.
Although he also wanted to question Lin Xiaoxue, what was the point of questioning? It would only make him feel bored.
Now that he has married Emoya, Li Fan feels at ease.
Ding!
The system has detected that you are unmoved and will be deemed to have automatically given up.
Li Fan, coward.
Fan, coward, coward, little ghost, ghost.
Damn, this damn system is cursing me again. Let's go.
Li Fan ignored the system's scolding and walked away holding Emoya's hand. Yang Hua hurried to open the car door, fearing that he would be caught up by the fleet of luxury cars behind him. But at this moment, Lin Jia suddenly called them.
Mr. Li, Ms. Mo, please take my car. I am honored to be your driver.
Lin Jia smiled slightly, then pressed the key in her hand, and a Rolls-Royce began to shine not far away.
Fuck.
Rolls-Royce, Miss Lin, I clearly saw you getting out of this business car.
Yang Hua pointed at an extended business car not far away.
Lin Jia smiled slightly, yes, but our own car is also parked here.
Chirp, chirp, chirp. After hearing several consecutive noises, Yang Hua and Gumen opened their mouths wide.
9 Rolls-Royces, all of them belong to these people.
Just now, Li Fan and Emoya went in to choose wedding dresses, and he and Gumen were discussing why there were so many Rolls-Royces parked here.
They wondered if it was a gathering of wealthy people. But I didn't expect that these Rolls-Royces all belonged to these people.
Are these really employees of Hawaii International? There is no need to talk about Lin Jia and the 2 makeup artists.
It is entirely possible for a beautiful girl to marry a rich man, but even 6 bodyguards can drive a Rolls-Royce.
They feel that this world is too unreal. Miss Lin, does your company need anyone? Even cleaning the toilets is fine. Gumen asked excitedly.
I'll tell you later whether we are hiring or not. Lin Jia smiled, then opened the car door and made a gesture of invitation to Li Fan and Emoya.
Li Fan did not refuse and took Emoya's hand and got into Lin Jia's car.
This was Li Fan's first time riding in a luxury car, but he did not feel happy at all because his mood was ruined by Lin Xiaoxue in the car behind him. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxue was sitting in a luxury car, her face full of happiness, and she looked at Long Zixuan beside her from time to time.
There were only 2 people in the car.
Long Zixuan said that he wanted to drive himself because this would show his love for her, which made Lin Xiaoxue even more delighted. Since Long Zixuan treats me so well, it goes without saying that I will have a happy married life.
Xiaoxue, the car in front of us has already run away. Why don't we drive to the front? I want everyone to see the most beautiful bride beside me. Yeah.
Lin Xiaoxue nodded with a smile.
Drip, drip, drip. Da-day, da-day-day. Drip, drip. Zixuan, is this your secret code? Lin Xiaoxue asked curiously. Long Zixuan smiled and nodded. Yes, it is also in order to change the formation of the wedding car team.
As the signal was given, all the cars began to change formation, and Long Zixuan's convertible luxury car slowly drove to the front. All the cars behind gradually took shape with Long Zixuan's car model, eventually forming a triangle in the front and a rectangle in the back.
Seeing this, Lin Xiaoxue was immediately overjoyed, kissed Long Zixuan, and praised, Zixuan, you are so amazing, I am so happy.
And at this moment, next to the bridal shop, Yang Hua stuck her head out and said, Hey, Miss Lin, please drive your car quickly.
The convoy over there will be here soon. You go first, I will follow you in the car, otherwise it will be embarrassing. Ha, no need. Your name is Yang Hua, right?
Your car will be in the middle later, and we will form a convoy. Lin Shui said with a smile. What shape? X shape, you be the center of the X, don't drive too fast, follow our speed. How should I place it? I always feel that there will be one more car coming out, and I feel a lot of pressure to be the center point for an ordinary Volkswagen. Lin Jia laughed, of course there's one more. Mine goes in the front, and the ones behind you are the ones in shape. Then drive quickly, the wedding car team behind is about to come up. Yang Hua continued to urge. Walk. With Lin Jia's order, 9 Rolls-Royces started, and at the same time, Yang Hua's car also started. Xiao Xue, do you like it? Yeah, I like it. Look, many people on the street are looking at us. Lin Xiaoxue smiled happily. Ha, there are no vehicles ahead. We are the leaders of the entire convoy, so naturally we are the center of attention. As soon as Long Zixuan finished speaking, 10 cars rushed out in front of him, 9 of which were Rolls-Royces and 1 was an ordinary Volkswagen. The attention of the pedestrians on both sides was immediately attracted by the luxury car in front, which made Lin Xiaoxue frown immediately. It's okay. Wait until they drive away. You will still be the bride that everyone is paying attention to. As soon as Long Zixuan said this, he saw the 10 cars in front slow down and then slowly disperse. At the windows of the last 2 Rolls-Royces, a line of calligraphy slowly unfolded as the rope was stretched. Congratulations to Mr. Li Fan and Ms. Moya on their marriage. Each character is a painting, and when combined together they form a long painting, which is very beautiful. Rear. Long Zixuan was stunned. He didn't expect that the car in front was also a wedding car. 10 Rolls-Royces, obviously not an ordinary person. Seeing the words on the painting, Long Zixuan grinned. Xiaoxue, I didn't expect the groom's name to be the same as that loser you mentioned. And looking at Lin Xiaoxue again. His face turned green. Chapter 9. Before playing a trick on someone, let us play a game first. Some people may not know how to arrange 10 cars in an X shape in the previous chapter. I will show you how to arrange them here. Car, car. Car, car. Car. Car, car. Car, car. This is the pose. Lin Jia's car is at the front. I want to talk about the triangle and the long strip at the back. Mr. Li Fan, Ms. Moya. Seeing these 2 names, Lin Xiaoxue didn't believe it was a coincidence. There weren't so many coincidences in the world. Damn it, the car in front of us has also slowed down, and the car behind us is just a foil. Long Zixuan was angry. Then he honked the horn frantically, but after dozens of times, the team in front of him didn't react at all, no one paid any attention to him, which made him very angry. Damn it, if I had known this, I would have just paid for the entire road. Long Zixuan was angry. Zixuan, forget it. Our goal is to get married, and the other party is also a newlywed. There's no need to be angry with them. Lin Xiaoxue quickly grabbed Long Zixuan. Xiaoxue, you are so kind and gentle. Lin Xiaoxue smiled slightly when she heard this, but she felt mixed emotions in her heart. Because the calligraphy and painting in front made her very uncomfortable. If she looked at him for one more moment, her heart would feel as if it were stabbed by a needle. Li Fan, Moya. It was definitely them, and she recognized the ordinary Volkswagen in the middle, it belonged to Yang Hua. But she didn't know why there were 9 Rolls-Royces escorting her. At this moment, she couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts. Could Li Fan be an invisible top billionaire? I just pretended to be poor before, just because I wanted to find true love. The more Lin Xiaoxue thought about it, the more likely it seemed, because this was the only guess closest to the truth, and there were many such stories on the internet. At this moment, she suddenly felt a little regretful. Although Longqing International is very powerful, it does not belong to the Long family, and Long Zixuan's father is only the vice president of the Southwest branch. And look at Li Fan in front. With 9 Rolls-Royces as their companions, this was more luxurious than the entire convoy behind them. Ahead. Because Long Zixuan's car drove to the front, Yang Hua saw Lin Xiaoxue when he was on the road, and he finally understood why Li Fan had been staring at the back just now. Damn it, it turned out to be that bitch Lin Xiaoxue. No wonder Li Fan looked so ugly just now. How did he see Lin Xiaoxue behind him? Gumen cursed. Don't worry about how Li Fan saw it. She must be so angry now. Did you see the calligraphy and painting behind? It will definitely make her vomit blood. Now their wedding convoy is just a background board.
Ha ha ha. That's right. Anyone who sees this will probably think it's Li Fan and Emoya's wedding car team, right? Hey, is there anything else to say? But calligraphy and painting are really nice.
Yang Hua nodded and smiled, and Lin Jia and the others must have done it on purpose by moving so slowly.
It's a good idea. Hey, Yang Hua, do you think Lin Xiaoxue will mistakenly think that Li Fan is an invisible top billionaire? It's interesting to think about it. When she saw the 9 Rolls-Royces in front of us, she must be regretting it so much, right? Gumen continued to laugh.
Yang Hua's mouth corners also rose. You know what, Li Fan is indeed a rich man now, but I don't know if he is willing to sell those things. As long as he is willing to sell them, he won't have to worry about his life in the future. The two continued to discuss with each other.
And at the front, when Emoya came out, she also saw Lin Xiaoxue and couldn't help but hold Li Fan's hand tightly. Li Fan, don't think too much. I didn't think much of it. You're still lying to me? Do you want me to show you your complexion in the mirror?
Emoya's face was puffed up, and then she offered a kiss, trying to divert Li Fan's attention.
Mr. Li, Ms. Mo, do you know the newlyweds in the back? Lin Jia asked.
When Emoya heard the question, she remembered that they were in someone else's car and couldn't help but separate with a red face.
I know him.
Li Fan replied with narrowed eyes.
You guys don't seem very friendly. Hee, today was supposed to be the day I got married to her, but now we are getting married separately. How can that be okay? Li Fan smiled self-deprecatingly. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked and mentioned your sad story.
Lin Jia apologized, but Li Fan shook his head. There's nothing to be sad about, because it's not worth it. Li Fan snorted coldly, and then continued, since you are curious, I will tell you what happened. Then, Li Fan began to narrate and quickly told the whole story.
After hearing this, Lin Jia's eyes widened immediately.
I never thought there would be such a woman in the world who would go to such lengths for money. Everyone was shocked to hear the news that the young master of the Long family got married this morning. I never thought that the two of them only met last night.
It's ridiculous.
Lin Jia shook his head, his face full of contempt, and then suddenly turned the subject to Emoya.
Ms. Mo, I admire you very much and want to be friends with you. Okay. Emoya nodded quickly, looking very happy. Hee, Li Fan, Emoya is my friend now. If you dare to bully her in the future, hee.
Lin Jia deliberately acted threateningly.
Li Fan smiled and said, I'm not stupid. I love such a good wife so much.
That's great, Li Fan.
I can't stand people like Lin Xiaoxue. Do you want me to help you take revenge on her?
Li Fan shook his head.
Forget it. There's no need for that. He likes to be a rich wife, so let her be. From now on, we are just strangers. If you say no, then no?
Lin Jia snorted coldly, Emoya is my friend now, I just want to help her vent her anger. As she spoke, Lin Jia took out her phone and asked someone to check the location of Long Zixuan's wedding.
She soon got the answer.
What Li Fan didn't expect was that the place where Long Zixuan and Lin Xiaoxue held their wedding was right across from him. Li Fan's hotel is a small and unknown hotel, while opposite is a luxurious hotel. Li Fan didn't know how Lin Jia was going to help him vent his anger.
Lin Jia asked his friend to call people to drive all the cars that could be driven there and occupy all the parking spaces, even those in nearby garages.
This action surprised Li Fan, but then a playful smile appeared on his face. Lin Jia, since they are holding a wedding, the hotel must have already arranged a place for you.
They won't let you stop even if you go over there. Hey, who said I'm going to park at the spot he reserved?
I just need to make a circle around the hotel's reserved spot so that the car can't get in. I know the situation of the Regal Hotel. In addition to the underground garage, there is a special parking area in the square. I will park in a circle around the hotel and see how they can get in.
The hotel 1T ignore it. Just take care of it. At worst, call the police to tow the car away. If it's towed away, you can tow it away. You can also give me a ticket. I don't need money.
Li Fan was speechless.
Lin Jia would actually do this for Emoya.
However, he was really looking forward to it in his heart. By that time, Lin Xiaoxue's luxurious wedding car team would not be able to stop, and the scene would definitely be exciting.
Woo!
Lin Jia lowered the roof, and the car immediately became a convertible, just like the one Lin Xiaoxue was riding in. Then, Lin Jia chuckled twice.
Well, I decided to play a game with Long Zishuan behind me first. Chapter 10, From Fighting with Arms to Fighting with Words. Woo woo woo. Four drones took off and soon hovered in front of Long Zishuan's car, flying back and forth continuously, making people dizzy. Li Fan was speechless. Is this the way Lin Jia talked about playing a prank on someone? Lin Jia, you two just watch, this is just an appetizer. Lin Jia interrupted Li Fan directly and then made another call. From now on, you will be responsible for remotely controlling the drone. I understand, Sister Lin. Woo woo woo. The drone was hovering, and Long Zishuan was furious. Damn it, how dare you provoke me like this? Zishuan, don't be angry, we will arrive at the hotel soon. Lin Xiaoxue quickly persuaded him. Don't worry about it. Long Zishuan immediately made a phone call, bring me some drones for filming, and smash the ones next to me to pieces. Woo woo woo. More than 10 drones immediately flew over from behind and started to run rampant. Bang 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 bang. The drones collided and both crashed to the ground. All of Lin Jia's drones were destroyed, but Long Zishuan only had a few drones left. Send it to the front and circle around their car. Long Zishuan gave the order and the drone began to execute immediately. Humph, you dare to provoke me with just a few drones? I'll make you faint. However, in front, Lin Jia looked up and saw a drone flying and circling her car, and an evil smile immediately appeared on her face. The show has officially begun. Woo woo woo. Several drones took off from the car and flew directly towards Long Zishuan's drone. Li Fan was speechless. What was the point of bumping into each other like this? It was nothing more than a competition of who had more drones. It was just a competition among rich people. How boring. But Li Fan was immediately dumbfounded. One of the drones suddenly sprayed out a large net, and Long Zishuan's drone was caught in the net at once. As the net shrank, the wings collided with each other and soon became a pile of scrap metal. The drone that was spraying the net dragged the big net backwards and stopped above Long Zishuan's car. The big net fell down and landed on his car with a clanging sound. Damn it! Long Zishuan was furious, but the drone had not stopped its outrageous operation. A tube extended from the bottom of the drone and started spraying at Long Zishuan and Lin Xiaoxue. White mist rose and the air was filled with smoke. Cough cough cough. Long Zishuan and Lin Xiaoxue coughed continuously and kept fanning themselves with their hands. When the white mist passed, the two of them were covered with white powder. Damn it, send me all the drones that are filming. Long Zishuan didn't know that at this moment, there were 2 drones broadcasting live at the top. This scene was also being played on the electronic screen in Lin Jia's car, which made Li Fan dumbfounded. Oh my god, Lin Jia, your drone is equipped with equipment. You rich people really know how to have fun. Ha, this is just the beginning. Woo woo woo. Dozens of drones flew over the screen, and Lin Jia immediately showed an excited look on his face. The show has begun. Then he shouted into the phone, operate well and don't let me down. Don't worry, Sister Lin, we will definitely annihilate them all. The battle between the two sides officially began. However, Li Fan was not optimistic about Lin Jia's drones. After all, there were only a few of them, while the other side had at least 50 or 60. Even if there is equipment, how much equipment can a drone have? But he didn't know that on the other end of the phone were several drone control experts. Woo woo woo. Long Zishuan's drone was flying all over the sky, rampaging in mid-air, trying to die together with Lin Jia's drone. However, every time it rushed over, Lin Jia's drone could dodge easily, and it could even be said to be quite perfect. This was also the case even if several drones were attacking one at the same time. There were even several times when Long Zishuan's drones collided with each other. Seeing this situation, Long Zishuan immediately gave orders to adjust the formation and try to avoid collisions between his drones. But there was still a lot of damage. After a few simple rounds of fighting, none of Lin Jia's drones were lost, while more than 10 of Long Zishuan's drones had crashed. This scene made Long Zishuan furious. It is obvious that our side has 10 times more people than the other side. Damn it, Matrix, rush forward, don't leave any gaps. Long Zishuan roared, adjusted the formation again, and rushed forward. This time the gap was very small, and Lin Jia's drone could no longer avoid it. But he forgot how his first batch of drones were destroyed. Hey, so silly. Lin Jia just laughed out loud when her drone sprayed out several nets. Such a dense crowd of drones being caught in a large net would be absolutely fatal. Bang 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 bang.
The drones collided with each other in the large net, and soon several bags fell off.
A large-scale net counterattack directly destroyed dozens of his drones.
The gain or loss was small, but the loss was face.
The remaining drones immediately turned around. There is no need to fight any further. The muscles on Long Zixuan's face trembled constantly, and he yelled into the phone, "Don't retreat, fight back." "Master, wait a minute.
Our drone is equipped with a camera, which will affect our speed.
Wait until we get it and then we can fight them again."
What the hell, you can't defeat them even if you do.
Do you have any equipment on your drone? Just ram their car to retaliate.
But
if you keep talking nonsense, I'll fire you. Long Zixuan roared and kicked the car like crazy. This scene made Lin Xiaoxue terrified.
although the car is going very slowly now, if the accelerator is stepped on, the car will suddenly speed up, which may cause a car accident. But she didn't dare to make a sound, she didn't even dare to breathe. She was afraid that she would anger Long Zixuan, and then the wedding would not take place, and her dream of becoming a rich wife would be in vain. Especially now that Long Zixuan is angry, he looks very scary.
Bang 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 bang. With a few noises, all of Long Zixuan's drones crashed into the Rolls-Royce in front and turned into scrap metal.
The Rolls-Royce that was hit also immediately became damaged and dented.
Long Zixuan snorted coldly, "Humph, I'll let you fight me."
In front, Lin Jia snorted coldly, "How dare you retaliate against me like this, Long Zixuan, just wait and see, I will scold you to death."
"Lin Jia, your car."
Li Fan shouted somewhat embarrassedly.
"Don't worry about it. I'm the one who's causing trouble for him. It has nothing to do with you." "Humph, Long Zixuan has completely pissed me off.
I'll make him die of anger." Li Fan was speechless. 9 Rolls-Royces, 8 of which were hit by drones.
The repair costs would be terrifying.
But Lin Jia in front of him didn't care at all. Obviously this has nothing to do with Huai Bridal International, but with Lin Jia. After all, on TV, many rich kids have nothing to do. If they don't start their own company, they will find a job they like for fun.
Obviously, Lin Jia is one of them.
And those bodyguards might be Lin Jia's personal bodyguards.
A simple contact made Li Fan certain that Lin Jia's identity was not simple.
Lin Jia suggested to use dirty words to curse Long Zixuan, but Li Fan didn't know how to do it.
Should he shout it loudly through a loudspeaker?
Just as Li Fan was puzzled, the drone above extended a metal stick, and then suddenly spread out into the shape of petals. Seeing this scene, Li Fan roughly understood what Lin Jia was going to do.
Oh my god, a fan screen? It's so big. Lin Jia, is your drone omnipotent? It can be equipped with everything.
Sometimes we need it for activities, and it is very convenient to install it on a drone, so we can promote it in mid-air at any time.
Lin Jia smiled, then instructed into the phone, "Don't forget the newlyweds' blessings."
"Don't worry, I won't forget it.
4 drones dedicated to blessing you." "Sister Lin, what are the names of the newlyweds in the back?"
"Long Zixuan, Lin Xiaoxue." Oh, by the way, Lin Xiaoxue was originally Li Fan's bride. In order to marry into a wealthy family, she chose to betray him. Moreover, the two of them just met last night and are getting married today.
How ridiculous.
Don't worry, I will definitely scold them to death. There was no sound on the other end of the line. Then, 4 drones surrounded Lin Jia's car from front to back and left to right, moving at a constant speed. At the same time, content also appeared on the fan screen.
The first 2 photos are of Li Fan and Emoya taken in a bridal shop. Li Fan is on the left and Emoya is on the right.
The fan screens on the 2 drones at the back display constantly changing blessings. Congratulations to Mr. Li Fan and Ms. Emoya on their marriage. Congratulations to the 2 newlyweds on their happy marriage and the birth of a son soon. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Love each other for a lifetime, grow old together.
At the back, Long Zixuan looked at the sky in front of him in astonishment.
Although he had just fought with the newcomer in front of him using a drone, he still admired the other party for using this method, which was really special.
Why the hell didn't I think of this?
Hey, Xiaoxue, I'm sorry.
Zixuan, it's okay, I don't care about these.
Lin Xiaoxue replied with a smile. Although she was smiling, she felt unhappy in her heart. Although she had been certain before that the groom was Li Fan and Emoya, whom she knew, she still felt her heart pounding when she saw the 2 people on the fan screen.
The wedding dresses of the 2 of them looked very extraordinary.
The phoenix coronet and bridal robe were so luxurious, and the groom's crown on Li Fan's head was also very grand. This made her confirm once again that she had misjudged Li Fan and that Li Fan was definitely a hidden rich man. It was no use regretting, she could only hold on to Long Zixuan tightly. Otherwise, she would really have nothing. Ahead. Emoya's face was full of stars and a big smile, and it was obvious that she liked this way very much.
Lin Jia, thank you. Don't thank me, this is what the company requires. After Lin Jia finished speaking, she asked on the phone, Yuan Lin, what are you doing? You said you would scold them, but you haven't done anything in such a long time? Wait a minute, Sister Lin, I'm writing a limerick. Why write doggerel? Just start cursing. If you don't, we'll go to the hotel. That's so low level. Stop talking nonsense.
Even though we are driving very slowly, we have already seen the hotel.
Oh, start right away. Woo woo woo.
2 drones with fan screens flew backwards, staying not far in front of Long Zixuan's car.
This scene made Long Zixuan very confused and he didn't know what the other party was going to do.
Then lines of words slowly appeared.
What can a humble concubine rely on? Female porn films are new. It is rare for people to live to be 70. The birds in the forest imitate human singing. The little deer plays with flowers in its mouth. There are many broken branches after the snow. TSK. I thought it was something else, but after all this time, you only come up with a crappy doggerel. Long Zixuan said with disdain.
But Lin Xiaoxue was so angry that she was shaking all over, and a lot of white powder on her body fell off.
Long Zixuan didn't see it, but she did. This is an acrostic poem. You can understand its meaning by just connecting the first letter of each sentence. Bitch Lin Xiaoxue. This poem insults her by name.
Just after the acrostic poem scolding Lin Xiaoxue came out, text also appeared on another screen.
I, a humble man, will find a way to make a living. A man should leave his reputation for eternity. The world on the sea cannot hear each other. Dragon flags are flying down Jinmen.
Zimei sympathizes with the plum blossoms beside the battle dust.
Behind Xian, Yali was buried in Xingqiu. This is another acrostic poem.
The previous one was scolding her, but this one is scolding Long Zixuan. Similarly, you can understand the meaning by connecting the first letters of each sentence.
Long Zixuan is a cheap man.
Long Zixuan read the 2 poems carefully, then his face was full of contempt. What a crappy poem, it's so messed up, it doesn't make any sense, it's low standard, it's uncultured.
Lin Xiaoxue was speechless. She really wanted to say, Zixuan, can't you see that you are scolding both of us? However, she dared not say anything. She was afraid that Long Zixuan would know that Li Fan in front was her ex-boyfriend.
However, she didn't say anything, but many people in the wedding car team behind her noticed it. Someone called and told him about the acrostic poem.
Long Zixuan immediately became extremely angry and his body kept heaving.
At this time, Lin Jia and his friend's car had already stopped outside the hotel.
Rear. The more Long Zixuan thought about it, the angrier and more furious he became.
Then, he suddenly accelerated and the car rushed forward rapidly.
Chapter 11, Head-on Confrontation, Fierce Conflict. Fuck.
The first person to react was Yang Hua, but even then he could do nothing because Long Zixuan's car had already overtaken him.
But his slow reaction doesn't mean that everyone is slow.
Within half a second of Long Zixuan's car accelerating, 6 Rolls-Royces accelerated and turned at the same time. Long Zixuan suddenly went crazy and increased his speed to the maximum, which also scared Li Fan. But he didn't have time to think about it, he hugged Emoya in his arms and blocked her head with his body.
Bang. Bang.
There were 2 consecutive noises, and Li Fan shook twice, hitting his head on the back of the seat, but the huge impact he had imagined did not happen. Without having time to care about the pain in his head, Li Fan quickly looked up, pulled Emoya up, and then carefully checked whether she was injured.
Seeing Li Fan's eagerness, Emoya was deeply moved.
She immediately threw herself into Li Fan's arms and hugged him tightly.
It's okay, it's over. Moya, tell me quickly, did you get hurt?
Li Fan thought Emoya was frightened, so he patted her on the back to comfort her while asking questions.
I'm not hurt, Li Fan, are you hurt? Li Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief.
His head was hit, but it was okay.
I'm fine too.
Then he looked up and asked Lin Jia, how are you? Lin Jia replied, it's okay, then kicked open the car door and got out angrily. Seeing this, Li Fan hurriedly pulled Emoya out of the car. Looking back, he realized why the impact just now was so weak.
Long Zishuan's car hit the bodyguard's car, and the bodyguard's car hit Lin Jia's car due to inertia.
The bodyguard's car suddenly turned and stopped in front, blocking the huge impact and thus preventing their car from being hit. The bodyguard who was hit had blood all over his face, with drops of blood dripping down his face. He looked scary, but he remained unmoved.
I have to say, this is a ruthless person. At this moment, he lifted Long Zishuan's neck with one hand and hung him in the air.
I saw Long Zishuan coughing non-stop, kicking his feet in the air. Lin Xiaoxue next to her was already trembling with fear, curled up tightly against the car door.
Boy, do you want to die?
The bodyguard ignored the blood on his face. His eyes were as sharp as lightning and he was intimidating without even getting angry.
Long Zishuan was frightened by what he saw. Ahem, let me go, ahem, my father is Long Longqing International, ahem, the Southwest Vice President.
Long Zishuan was suspended in mid-air, his neck was pinched, he had difficulty breathing and even spoke incoherently. At this moment, he only hoped that his identity could scare the other party, because he was really scared. But he was wrong, the bodyguard ignored him and still held his neck tightly.
And Lin Xiaoxue.
His face was livid, and he looked scared and worried. Long Zishuan was her only support. Seeing that he was getting more and more uncomfortable and about to die at any time, she finally went crazy. She grabbed the bodyguard frantically and kept shouting, "Let him go, let him go." But no matter how hard he tried, the bodyguard with blood all over his face remained motionless.
And the back. Countless people rushed up.
"Let go of my young master." The voices were mixed, with people yelling and rushing at the same time. Seeing this, the other 5 bodyguards stood in a row and faced the hundreds of people rushing towards them with a fearless look on their faces.
Then, the two sides started fighting.
Long Zishuan's side has the majority of people, with hundreds of them.
But there are only a few people on Lin Jia's side. But Long Zishuan's people are all small fry, while Lin Jia's people are professional bodyguards. As soon as the fight started, the outcome was clear.
I saw people being thrown into the bushes nearby, and screams were heard one after another.
"Ah, my hand. Ah, my feet."
In less than a minute, more than a dozen people from Long Zishuan's side were thrown out, while Lin Jia's bodyguards were not injured at all.
Li Fan was so frightened by this scene.
He didn't expect that things would get to this point, with both sides actually fighting.
"I'll go get some help."
The first to react were Yang Hua and Gumen, who immediately ran towards the hotel. But he was immediately stopped by Lin Jia. "No, these small fish can't cause any trouble." Several people were stunned. Even if they were just small fry, the other side had so many people and there were more people rushing up from behind.
Even if these bodyguards were powerful, they wouldn't be able to hold out for long, right? Stop.
With a roar, the people on Long Zishuan's side stopped, then made way in the crowd, and a middle-aged man slowly walked out. Although he was wearing luxurious clothes, the fat on his face showed that he was not a good person, at least he could not have been a good person in the past. After the middle-aged man came out, he glanced at the situation and his face looked very unhappy. There were dozens of people lying on the ground, and Long Zishuan was hanging in the air with his neck pinched. "Girl, please let my nephew go first." The middle-aged man looked at Lin Jia. Lin Jia glanced at the middle-aged man and waved her jade hand, "Let him go." The bodyguard immediately let go, and Long Zishuan fell back into his seat with a thud. Without even having time to catch his breath, he pulled Lin Xiaoxue up and quickly ran back to the middle-aged man.
"Uncle, cough cough, you have to avenge me, cough cough cough."
Long Zishuan looked extremely disheveled, his entire body was covered in gray, his hair was a mess, and he looked like a beggar.
"Shut up."
The middle-aged man scolded, glared at Long Zishuan, and then looked at Lin Jia.
"Everyone, both sides are at fault. Why don't we each take a step back? Unpleasant things shouldn't happen on such a happy occasion."
The middle-aged man suggested, and then looked at Lin Jia, waiting for her answer. Lin Jia glanced at the injured bodyguard and told him to treat his wound first, then turned to look at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was right, things like this shouldn't happen on such a happy day. But this matter was caused by Long Zishuan, so Lin Jia nodded. "We can both take a step back, but Long Zishuan must apologize."
When Long Zishuan heard this, he immediately jumped up. "Why should I apologize? It was obviously you who started it first." Snap. "Shut up."
The middle-aged man slapped Long Zishuan in the face, immediately telling him to shut up, but the anger on his face did not diminish at all, and his eyes stared fiercely at Lin Jia, Li Fan, and Imoya.
Seeing his unrepentant look, Lin Jia couldn't help but sneer. Why? Just because I can make you apologize.
After saying this, the middle-aged man narrowed his eyes again. He had already seen that Lin Jia was of extraordinary status, otherwise he would not have spoken so domineeringly. Long Zixuan wanted to say something else, but was pushed away by the middle-aged man. Apologize quickly. After saying that, he glared at Lin Xiaoxue again. And you? Lin Xiaoxue didn't understand why, but she didn't dare to ask, so she walked forward and stood with Long Zixuan.
Sorry.
Lin Xiaoxue's weak voice sounded, and after she said this, her face instantly turned red. In her opinion, this was an apology to Li Fan, even though she knew it was Long Zixuan's fault.
Lin Xiaoxue apologized, but Long Zixuan still looked dissatisfied.
But Lin Xiaoxue had already started, and he said I'm sorry unwillingly.
Didn't you eat? So quiet. Lin Jia spoke with disdain, which made Long Zixuan even more angry. He wanted to rush up and slap Lin Jia twice. But he also did not forget that the bodyguard had just pinched his neck. The uncle behind him remained unmoved and watched everything quietly. This made Long Zixuan certain that his uncle was so calm probably because the other party had an extraordinary status. So he gritted his teeth and roared loudly. Sorry. When had Long Zixuan ever suffered such a loss? But now I feel so depressed.
After apologizing, he took Lin Xiaoxue's hand and left, but was immediately stopped by Lin Jia. I heard your apology, but I didn't hear her apology. Lin Jia pointed at Lin Xiaoxue, and Long Zixuan immediately got angry. I hate you, it's none of her business.
Then you have to apologize too.
Long Zixuan was about to rush forward, but was held back by Lin Xiaoxue, who then raised her voice and spoke loudly.
Sorry.
She had never experienced such humiliation before.
Humph, this apology is not for me. You are the root cause.
Lin Jia spoke, and Lin Xiaoxue's face flushed. Of course she knew what Lin Jia was referring to. This apology was to Li Fan.
If it weren't for her relationship with Li Fan, these things wouldn't have happened today. Walk. Long Zixuan was even more upset when he saw Lin Xiaoxue being bullied. He didn't care about what was happening here and dragged Lin Xiaoxue to the big restaurant opposite.
Xiaoting, you stay and park the car, and the others follow me. Lin Jia gave the order, turned around and took Li Fan and others away, but was stopped by the middle-aged man.
Girl, what's your name? What do you do at home?
Lin Jia raised the corner of her mouth and looked at the middle-aged man. You are a wise man.
You can tell at a glance that the woman is the cause of the incident. The middle-aged man shook his head.
Since you can use acrostics to insult people by name, it means you know the identities of Zixuan and Lin Xiaoxue.
I think the groom in front of you is Li Fan, who was abandoned by her, right? Yes, it's me. Li Fan nodded in acknowledgement.
The middle-aged man looked at Li Fan, then at Imoya, and finally turned his gaze to Lin Jia. Lin Jia chuckled. Lin Jia, I do everything at home.
After saying this, he turned around and left in a cool manner. After Li Fan and his companions left, the middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and gave instructions to the people around him. Check this woman's background for me. Chapter 12: The Hidden Rich Woman.
Li Fan and Imoya wanted to apologize to Lin Jia, but they were interrupted by Lin Jia as soon as they opened their mouths.
I want to stand up for you myself. It has nothing to do with you. Li Fan and Imoya didn't say anything more, and the group went to the hotel. The decoration at the door did not change, only the bride's name became Imoya. There was a large group of people standing at the door. Obviously, everyone had seen the fight that had just taken place on the street. But before they could get there, the matter was over, so they waited outside the hotel. The phone rang. Lin Jia looked at the number and said to Li Fan and the others, you go first. I'll take a call. After Li Fan and others left, she answered the phone. Hello, boss. Lin Jia, you've gone too far. What do you care about me? Can I control you? Don't mess around again.
Lin Jia raised the corner of her mouth. Then you can call me baby or dear.
Beep, beep.
After the call was hung up, Lin Jia looked at her phone, angrily put it back into her bag, and then quickly went to Li Fan. When everyone arrived, they found Li Fan explaining everything that had just happened.
After all, the action has already begun.
When everyone learned that the wedding car team behind belonged to Lin Xiaoxue, they immediately understood everything. The bride betrayed her husband and married someone else, and the groom married someone else.
When they met on the road, sparks were bound to fly.
Fortunately, the incident has passed, and everyone no longer dwells on it, and then everyone turns their eyes to Amoya.
Is this the bride?
This wedding dress is so beautiful, just like an ancient lady.
Can you talk? What do you mean by beautiful wedding dress? It's obviously the person who is beautiful. That's right, can clothes be prettier than people? Li Fan's relatives and friends are all ordinary people, so naturally they don't speak in a classy way. Li Fan's father looked at Amoya, nodded with satisfaction, and then asked, "Child, where are your parents?"
This sentence contains a lot of meaning.
Amoya decided to marry Li Fan on the spur of the moment. Li Fan's parents were worried that the other party's parents didn't know about it yet.
If they found out later, they would inevitably come and make a fuss. Amoya was smart and understood it immediately, and quickly started to explain. "Uncle, my parents are both abroad, but they are very open-minded.
As long as I like it, they won't object."
Li Fan's father stopped worrying about it, and everyone went into the hotel and started the wedding.
At the same time,
the big hotel opposite was packed with cars, almost blocking the road. I went to the underground garage, but couldn't find a spot. The hotel square and the road sections on the edge had long been surrounded by cars, making it impossible to enter. Even the space they had reserved in the square was surrounded by people.
Long Zishuan's people are negotiating with the hotel.
Regardless of whether the road is blocked or not, the reserved space must be vacated for them, otherwise they will sue the hotel. The hotel called everyone one by one, but no one agreed to move the car, and they all said they were busy and couldn't come.
Long Zishuan and Lin Xiaoxue changed their clothes and came out.
When they saw the scene, they were immediately furious. I'd been frustrated all the way, and now I'm still frustrated when I get to the hotel. Then they just asked people to lift the car and make a path. As for the cars outside the square, the police will be called directly. However, the reserved spaces in the square are limited, so many people can only look for parking spaces elsewhere, but most of the nearby parking spaces are occupied. By the time they finished parking the car, it was already getting dark.
And on Li Fan's side, the wedding is coming to an end. "Dad, have some tea." "Mom, have some tea." Amoya served tea and changed her tone.
The two elders were delighted and stuffed a big red envelope into her hands.
Everything is done, all that's left is to have a feast and celebrate.
There were many strangers at the wedding. Lin Jia said they were employees of Huai Bridal. Of course, there were also many friends she called over who came over to occupy the parking spaces opposite.
Since they were here, they naturally attended the wedding banquet.
The moment they saw the car being lifted on the other side, someone on their side called the police.
Anyway, Long Zishuan's wedding was much more noisy than this one.
Of course, there were special people there to handle this matter, and the wedding process was not delayed.
After the wedding ceremony, Long Zishuan took Lin Xiaoxue's hand and went outside.
"Xiaoxue, there is another fireworks display, I'm sure you will like it."
"Thank you, Zishuan." Lin Xiaoxue's face was full of smiles. She finally became Long Zishuan's wife.
At this moment, her life will be completely changed.
Long Zishuan gave the order and the fireworks started immediately.
The fireworks rose and exploded, then formed a word of blessing in mid-air.
"Congratulations to Mr. Long Zishuan and Miss Lin Xiaoxue for a happy marriage." "Congratulations to Mr. Long Zishuan and Miss Lin Xiaoxue for a happy marriage."
The fireworks are gorgeous and dazzling, so dazzling.
At this moment, Lin Xiaoxue felt happier than ever before.
Across the street, Lin Jia heard the sound of fireworks and immediately smiled. "Hey, the show has begun again." As he said that, he pulled Li Fan and Amoya to the window.
"Congratulations to Mr. Long Zishuan and Miss Lin Xiaoxue for a happy marriage."
The words formed by gorgeous fireworks are so eye-catching.
"Lin Jia, what are you going to do? If you want to cause trouble, then forget it."
Li Fan shook his head. He and Lin Xiaoxue had already severed their relationship and didn't want to have anything to do with each other anymore. It was best for them to live their own lives.
"You said no, then what? How can I let him off easily if he dares to hit me with his car in the daytime?"
Just as Lin Jia finished speaking, the word "good" suddenly disappeared from the fireworks on the opposite side, and then another word "no" suddenly appeared there. But it is obvious that that word is different from the word made up of fireworks. I wish Mr. Long Zishuan and Miss Lin Xiaoxue 100 years of separation. Every time the fireworks flash, the word "no" also flashes.
In the square, Long Zishuan was furious.
100 years of happy marriage turned into 100 years of inharmonious marriage, which was obviously a curse on him and Lin Xiaoxue.
Who the hell did this? Long Zishuan roared.
A man immediately stepped forward to explain, Master, a few people just came up to make trouble, kicked over the fireworks, and ran away.
We didn't see clearly that the firework that was kicked over was the firework with the word good on it. Long Zishuan suddenly became furious and stared at the dark night sky.
I wish Mr. Long Zishuan and Miss Lin Xiaoxue 100 years of separation. I wish Mr. Long Zishuan and Miss Lin Xiaoxue 100 years of separation. The blessing turned into a curse, and the shining word no immediately made him think of the fan screen. Lin Jia used this during the day, and only this can explain why the word good turned into no.
Has the other party's identity been verified? Not yet, I just know it's related to Huai Bridal International. Bah! A wedding dressmaker dares to go against me. I will kill them later.
Long Zishuan said viciously, then pulled Lin Xiaoxue into the hotel and ordered all the remaining fireworks to be kicked over.
Lin Jia, forget it.
Li Fan tried to persuade her again, but Lin Jia ignored him.
Seeing that Li Fan couldn't be persuaded, Imoya also started to persuade him.
Lin Jia, Li Fan, and I just want to live a simple life and don't want to have so many conflicts.
If you still consider me a friend, then stop everything and don't be so hard on each other.
Lin Jia was silent, but finally nodded, okay, their fireworks are over, it's our turn.
No, no, no.
Li Fan shook his head quickly, Lin Jia, theirs just ended and we started.
This will definitely be seen as a provocation by them.
I think we should just forget it and not set off the fireworks.
I agree too. Let's not set off the fireworks. Imoya took Li Fan's hand and shared the same idea with him.
Seeing that Lin Jia was still silent, Imoya took her hand and said, Lin Jia, please help me.
Finally, Lin Jia nodded, okay then. Sister Lin, aren't the fireworks arranged by the company?
The whole city has to set off fireworks to bless the newlyweds, and they also have to promote Huai Bridal International through this fireworks blessing.
How can we promote it if we don't set off fireworks? Suddenly someone asked.
Lin Jia glared at him immediately and said, you don't have to come to work tomorrow.
Why? I'm obviously considering the company. No matter how reasonable the reason is, I will give you every penny of compensation.
Lin Jia said coldly.
I don't accept it. The man spoke and pointed at Li Fan and Imoya.
The things worn by the newlyweds are worth more than 100 million yuan, and the fireworks also cost more than 100 million yuan. The combination of the two can help our company achieve the best publicity.
I am considering the company. Why do you fire me? I will complain to the boss about you.
When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked and they all looked at Li Fan and Imoya. They had discussed before that Li Fan and Imoya's wedding dresses looked very extraordinary, but they didn't expect them to be so expensive. The people present were all ordinary people, and they couldn't even think of buying something at such a high price. And that person said that the money spent on fireworks was more than 100 million. But thinking about what he just said, that the whole city had to be released, they understood.
How many fireworks are there in a city?
It is absolutely no exaggeration to say that it cost more than 100 million. Li Fan only said that he won the prize, but he didn't expect that he won such a big prize, which was simply a wonder in the world. Take him out and don't let him make trouble here. Lin Jia spoke lightly, and several bodyguards immediately stepped forward, carrying the man outside. The man still shouted that he was not satisfied and wanted to complain about Lin Jia. Li Fan suddenly felt a little sorry for Lin Jia. Maybe she doesn't care about money, but if she refuses Huai's arrangement, it will definitely cause Huai a lot of losses, and she will have to bear all the consequences.
The money spent is 300 million, so how much is the loss? Li Fan couldn't imagine it.
Even though Lin Jia and Imoya became good friends, she shouldn't have to bear such a loss.
Lin Jia,
Stop talking nonsense, come on, Moya, let's go to the bathroom.
Lin Jia interrupted Li Fan and pulled Imoya to the bathroom.
Lin Jia really needed to go to the bathroom, so she pulled Imoya along with her, but she didn't want the two of them to discuss the matter anymore. After Lin Jia finished using the restroom, Imoya handed her a card.
Moya, what are you doing?
Imoya patted Lin Jia's hand and said, Lin Jia, I saw everything you did for me today, and I am very grateful, but I can't let you bear all of this. This is the pocket money my father gave me over the years, and I have never touched it.
It is about 1.3 billion. Please ask Huai to come up with another promotional plan, and I will pay for it. Moya, do you think I'm short of money? No.
Imoya shook her head and smiled, more like a playful young lady from a certain family. That bodyguard is also your personal bodyguard.
Then you give me the money? I'm not giving you money. I'm asking you to give it to Hawaii. Even if you're just working for fun, that person is right. Hawaii has done all this, so they must get something in return. The 1.3 billion is enough to make up for their losses and let them come up with a new promotional plan. Lin Jia thought about it, then nodded, and hooked Emoya's little face with her finger. I didn't expect you to be a little rich woman. Stop it.
Emoya knocked Lin Jia's hand away, and then solemnly instructed, don't tell Li Fan about this. I just want to live an ordinary life with him.
Got it, that kid is really lucky.
You have to cooperate with me later and don't let Huawei's employees guess randomly.
Got it, little rich girl, give me a kiss. Oh, that's disgusting.
With that, the two of them left the bathroom together.
Chapter 13 Give up everything and return to the ordinary. In the hall. The noise was so deafening because of this extremely expensive wedding dress.
Li Fan was also dry-mouthed from the questions asked by everyone. His groom's crown has long been studied by everyone as if it were a treasure.
Fuck. Is this an imperial jadeite? Here, it's actually mutton fat jade. Here, all diamonds and pearls.
A group of people kept examining all of this, and the more they examined, the more frightened they became. Seeing Emoya and Lin Jia coming back, someone immediately snatched the phoenix crown from her head, followed by another burst of exclamations.
Lots of pearls.
There are also a lot of imperial jade and mutton fat jade, as well as diamonds and gold.
This carving is absolutely first-rate.
Ah, this is the nine-tailed phoenix hairpin. Seeing everything in the hall, Emoya said nothing and returned to Li Fan. Seeing his distressed face, she couldn't help but pull his hand. Li Fan looked up at Lin Jia and was about to speak when Emoya spoke first.
Li Fan, the wedding is over. Let's return the things to Hawaii so they can use them to promote the next couple.
Li Fan was stunned when he heard this, but then he understood what he meant. Since there are no arrangements for the future, just return the prizes from the lottery to Hawaii.
They can then restart the event and promote the next couple.
Emoya returned something worth more than 100 million yuan without blinking an eye, which shows that she never takes material things too seriously. Lin Xiaoxua, on the contrary, values material things the most.
How can she compare with Emoya?
Li Fan was glad that he had picked up a treasure. These things originally fell from the sky. If Emoya decided not to take them, he would also decide not to take them. No matter how valuable they were, he didn't want them. And today everyone in the hall knows the value of their wedding dresses, so I'm afraid his family will not be at peace. Just give up everything in exchange for peace for your family.
Okay, let's go back. Wow.
The hall was immediately in an uproar. Li Fan was actually going to return such a valuable item.
Li Fan, are you stupid? Just breaking off a few of these things would be enough for you to live on for a lifetime, and you don't want them?
Brotherly, please try to persuade him.
Right. Why should we give it back? We won this in a lottery. Isn't it just a fireworks show? What's the big deal if I offend the people on the other side?
Yes, and Lin Xiaoxua was not a good person to begin with. She was the one who broke off the engagement first. The first to oppose were Li Fan's many relatives.
If Li Fan becomes successful, they will also benefit from it.
Not to mention more than 100 million, they have never even seen something worth 5 million. After Li Fan's relatives finished persuading him, Li Fan's friends also began to persuade him.
Li Fan, you have to think it through.
This is worth more than 100 million yuan.
If you return it, you will have nothing. Not only that, you are also burdened with a debt of more than 400,000 yuan. Yeah, do you want Emoya to live with you and pay off your debts? Li Fan looked at the people in the hall and became more certain of his idea of going back. He turned to look at Emoya, then smiled slightly. Come on, Emoya, let's go change clothes. Emoya nodded and followed Li Fan out.
Brotherly, hurry up and stop Li Fan.
That's more than 100 million. It would take several generations to spend all of it. Quickly persuade him.
Li Fan's mother was somewhat moved, but her hand was held tightly by Li Fan's father.
He strongly supports Li Fan's approach. When they got outside, the two went straight into the clothing store.
They quickly chose a couple's suit and went into the fitting room to change. During the change, Li Fan was very careful, fearing that he might damage the things on it.
Without these, he was back to having nothing. If he was asked to pay compensation, he couldn't afford it.
Soon, the two of them came out. They looked at each other and smiled at each other while wearing clothes of the same color.
I still think this is comfortable to wear.
Me too. The two men packed their clothes and handed them to the two bodyguards behind them.
Lin Jia asked them to follow.
Although the world is safe and secure, something worth 100 million has already been leaked, so accidents are inevitable. The two bodyguards took the wedding dress, said nothing, and followed the two silently. Returning to the hall, Li Fan discovered that the previous argument had turned into a quarrel.
Li Fan frowned and hurried forward to ask.
It would have been fine if he hadn't asked. After asking this question, he immediately jumped up in anger. His relatives are forcing him to pay back the money. Of course, Li Fan knew that they wanted to use this method to prevent him from returning the wedding dress. Lin Jia wanted to help, but she didn't even think highly of this little bit of money.
But those people didn't want Lin Jia's money, so they asked Li Fan's parents to pay it back.
They were originally forcing Li Fan to keep those things, and in their opinion, Lin Jia was eager to return them.
How can Li Fan's father afford to pay back the money now? Everything was used to help Li Fan get married. Okay, everyone. You are all my relatives. I don't want to say anything more. I also know your good intentions. I will return the money to you immediately. As he spoke, Li Fan transferred the money back one by one. There are now more than 2.6 million in WeChat, of course including the 2 million of money of unknown origin.
Deal with the relatives first, and then find a way to fill the gap. Now he doesn't want to go to jail for money of unknown origin because he is already married to Emoya. Many relatives then remembered that Li Fan's friends had said that Li Fan had found a mysterious friend and borrowed 2 million yuan from him, so it would be no problem for him to pay them back.
Hey! This stupid boy. The relatives sighed and stopped collecting the returned money.
Some of them took their friends away directly, while others walked up to Li Fan and hit him hard on the head.
You bastard, you're making me so mad.
Someone started it, and then the relatives came forward one by one, cursing and knocking.
Li Fan just felt a headache, but he didn't say anything.
Because he knew that these relatives were not really forcing him to pay back the money, they just wanted him to keep the expensive wedding dress. You little bastard, keep the money first.
You borrowed so much and now you have to pay it back. Aren't you going to live like this?
Just like that, the relatives left angrily one by one, and the hall soon became much quieter. In the end, only Li Fan's family, the employees of Huai Bridal International, and Lin Jia's friends were left.
Well, everyone, thank you for coming to our wedding.
After saying that, Li Fan looked at Lin Jia again. Lin Jia, I'm really sorry.
Don't worry about anything.
I'll tell you in secret that the boss of Huai is the person I like.
Otherwise, do you think I have nothing to do after eating? I will be his employee.
But this will also cause considerable losses to Huai.
What loss is there?
At most, we can just replace them with a new couple for promotion.
But it's a pity that the fireworks didn't go off. I still want to see them.
Lin Jia's face was suddenly filled with regret, and Emoya felt the same.
Apparently both of them enjoyed it. But think about it, the fireworks all over the city are a blessing, it is indeed romantic. But none of these are as important as the peace of the family.
But Li Fan didn't know that because of what Lin Jia did today, Long Zixuan had completely hated them. Lin Jia also began to say goodbye. Li Fan nodded and watched them leave.
Ding! System task released. Let Emoya ride on my neck and go home. The reward is the yin yang fish pendant. Ding! Friendly reminder, this is one of Miss Moya's favorite forms of romance.
Has the system changed? In the past, when I assigned him tasks, I was afraid that he would not complete them, so I either threatened him or looked down on him and mocked him.
This time they actually tried to fool people in this way. Moreover, there is something wrong with this dog system.
He was quite unfriendly to Lin Xiaoxue in the past, but towards Emoya, it was obviously a deliberate attempt to please her.
Moya, home is very close, how about I carry you back?
As he said that, Li Fan squatted down. Li Fan still ignored the dog system, but he felt that being sent back by Emoya was still pretty good.
Okay. Emoya said and ran happily behind Li Fan. But one leg was directly placed on Li Fan's neck.
Li Fan was stunned.
Emoya really liked riding on his neck?
He clearly said he was going to carry her back, but she just treated it as riding a horse.
Hey, stop it, you two.
Be careful not to let Xiaoya fall down. Li Fan's mother hurriedly stopped them.
It's okay, Mom, we'll be careful.
As he said that, Li Fan stood up, raised his hands and held Imoya tightly. Li Fan's father was worried that Imoya would fall, so he was always behind Li Fan, so that even if Imoya fell, he could catch her immediately.
Li Fan's mother also looked alert.
Along the way, only Imoya was cheerful, like a child. Li Fan didn't let her go until they reached the door of his house.
Ding! System task completed. After the system prompt, there was no response.
Li Fan secretly complained in his heart.
The dog system was indeed just my imagination, not reliable at all.
The promised reward turned out to be nothing. But he doesn't care about these anymore. With his marriage started, he will usher in a new life.
Moya, this is our home. It's very small, and there's nothing festive about it.
Because all the wedding decorations are in the new house, but he has already given up the house, car, and betrothal gift.
Oh, it's better to keep it smaller. This way it will be warmer and more like home.
Imoya didn't care at all and looked around the house carefully because she was now a member of this family.
Elsewhere, a middle-aged man was listening to his subordinates' reports.
Brother Long, we still haven't found out the background of that woman.
We only know that she is related to Hawaii Bridal International.
The middle-aged man hummed and said, then continue to investigate.
Have you figured out why that woman and Li Fan and the others are together? We've figured it out.
Hawaii Bridal International held a lottery and the two won the prize, which is how they got together. Everything along the way was caused by that woman named Lin Jia, including the fireworks incident that followed.
It has nothing to do with Li Fan and the others? It has nothing to do with it. They don't even want to cause trouble.
Hawaii originally prepared a citywide fireworks display, but because Lin Jia ruined the young master's fireworks display, the two asked not to set off the fireworks to avoid further aggravation of the conflict. For this reason, they even returned the wedding suits worth more than 100 million yuan.
Hawaii is also preparing to find another couple to promote the event. Since this young couple is so sensible, let's just forget about it. But continue to check Lin Jia's background for me. In another place, Long Zixuan also received a report, but it was different from his uncle's. He ignored all of Li Fan's tolerance, even if the incident was caused by Lin Jia, but if it wasn't for Li Fan's wedding, he wouldn't have suffered so much. So he attributed all the mistakes to Li Fan. Damn it, it's actually Li Fan that Xiaoxue abandoned. You're just an ordinary citizen, and you dare to go against me. If I can't kill you, I can easily bankrupt you. Chapter 14 Fired.
Inside the room, Lin Xiaoxue was already ready, waiting for the fun with Long Zixuan, but when Long Zixuan came in, he pushed her against the head of the bed.
Why didn't you tell me that was the Li Fan you mentioned? Lin Xiaoxue was shocked. She didn't expect Long Zixuan to find out so quickly. Zixuan, please listen to my explanation.
Lin Xiaoxue ignored the pain and spoke quickly. I always thought Li Fan was just a poor boy, but today I saw 9 Rolls Royces escorting him, and I got scared.
What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that he is richer than me? More powerful than me? Long Zixuan snorted coldly. No, Zixuan, I'm afraid of his revenge, and even more afraid that he would hurt you, so I didn't dare to say anything and let your conflict escalate. Lin Xiaoxue explained. Ha ha ha, ridiculous, do you think he can hurt me? Long Zixuan laughed. Zixuan, you have to believe me.
I have been with him for 5 years, but he has never revealed his identity as a wealthy man.
I am really afraid of such a patient person. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxue began to cry, looking very weak.
Long Zixuan quickly let her go, and then held her tightly in his arms, comforting her. Don't be afraid, Li Fan is not a rich man at all, he is just a poor boy.
What? Lin Xiaoxue couldn't believe her ears.
With 9 Rolls Royces escorting him, how could he not be a hidden rich man? At this time, Long Zixuan began to explain. After telling everyone what they had investigated, Lin Xiaoxue finally breathed a sigh of relief.
As long as Li Fan is not a rich man, she will not be afraid.
And she began to despise Li Fan again in her heart. This poor fellow actually wants to give back what he has obtained.
What a fool. Isn't this better? I can use any tricks to force him into a corner. Long Zixuan said with a wicked smile.
Lin Xiaoxue narrowed her eyes, then raised the corners of her mouth.
Long Zixuan pinched her cheek and said, Don't worry, we will pay back today's unhappiness.
Come on, today is our big day, and we haven't entered the bridal chamber yet.
Lin Xiaoxue blushed, Long Zixuan grinned, and then took the initiative.
But just as he started, today's events suddenly popped up in his mind again, and his good mood disappeared in an instant.
From childhood to adulthood, Long Zishuan has never suffered such a loss.
But today, because of Li Fan, he almost had his neck broken. Lin Xiaoxue also noticed that something was wrong with him and was afraid that he would suddenly go berserk again, so she quickly comforted him in a sweet voice. Her voice was so charming that it immediately brought Long Zishuan back to his senses.
Well, that's the trick of those girls in the club. After a storm, Long Zishuan lay on the bed to rest.
Lin Xiaoxue took a towel to help Long Zishuan clean and wipe himself.
Long Zishuan lay on the bed and enjoyed himself comfortably. Zishuan, you are amazing. You are worthy of being my man. Isn't that nonsense? When I go to war, not a blade of grass will grow. This is just the beginning. Tomorrow morning you will be on your knees singing Conquer. Having said that, Long Zishuan turned over and returned to the battlefield.
At this moment, Li Fan and Emoya were enjoying the scenery on the rooftop. The newlyweds held hands, snuggled together, and counted the stars in the sky.
Li Fan didn't want to count, but he couldn't resist Emoya's request.
On the first day of their wedding, instead of being intimate in the room, they were counting stars on the rooftop.
It's hard to believe if you tell others about it. And it took more than 2 hours to count. Moya, what kind of life do you like?
Li Fan asked, hoping to use the topic to make the girl give up counting stars.
Life with you. Emoya giggled and started counting stars again. Li Fan was stunned and didn't know how to respond for a moment.
However, considering that they are getting married today, some things should not be discussed on the wedding night.
502, 503, 504. Moya, how long are you going to count to? Emoya looked up at the sky, still tapping her fingers.
I want to finish counting the stars in that area. Li Fan was speechless.
I looked at the area.
Although it was very small, it would be impossible to count it all.
Even if I counted until tomorrow morning, it would be impossible. The most likely possibility is that she doesn't want to go back.
Emoya knew her situation and it was impossible that she disliked the small size of her house, otherwise she would not have offered to return the things worth more than 100 million yuan.
Then there is only one possibility. She is afraid.
On the wedding night, she was still afraid when facing the groom.
I'm afraid this girl has never experienced that before.
The more Li Fan thought about it, the more certain he became. This made Li Fan feel like he had found a treasure.
Kind, gentle, and self-disciplined.
Thinking of this, he reached out and held her in his arms, then spoke softly.
Moya, there are countless stars. If you want to count them, I can spend my whole life with you. Li Fan. After hearing this, Emoya's eyes were full of emotion.
She called Li Fan softly, then blushed and took the initiative to kiss him.
This kiss was very long. After they separated, Emoya remained silent. She just looked at Li Fan quietly and did not mention going home.
Seeing her like this, Li Fan held her face and spoke gently. Moya, it's almost 12 o'clock, and the rooftop is getting colder and colder.
It's easy to catch a cold here. I know what you are worried about. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you until you are ready. You know. Emoya's face was very red. I'm sorry. You and I are husband and wife now. Don't say sorry. We are going to be together for a long time. We don't care about this day. Let's go home. Having said that, Li Fan took Emoya's hand and went home.
My parents had already fallen asleep, and they both opened and closed the door very quietly. After returning to the room, Li Fan took out a quilt from the cabinet and prepared to sleep on the floor. Seeing this, Emoya stopped Li Fan and whispered in her ear.
Li Fan, don't sleep on the floor. But you're not ready yet. You can sleep on it even if you're not ready. We just don't have to do that.
Li Fan nodded and put the quilt back. In the bed, the two of them hugged each other face to face, and Li Fan could clearly hear Emoya's pounding heartbeat. Even though she said not to do anything, her heart was still beating so fast.
Good night.
Li Fan kissed her on the forehead and then closed his eyes. If not, who knows how long this girl will start to have wild thoughts.
Even though he closed his eyes first, it took Emoya more than an hour to fall asleep.
Listening to her light and long breathing, Li Fan opened his eyes, smiled and kissed her on the forehead again before he began to fall asleep.
Morning.
Li Fan opened his eyes, only to find that Emoya had already gotten up.
When I came outside, I heard Emoya and his mother talking in the kitchen. Mom, how about you try this? Delicious. I didn't expect Xiaoya to be so good at cooking. Not many girls nowadays can cook. They either order takeout or make snacks. Xiaofan really found a treasure.
It's okay to eat takeout and snacks occasionally, but it's more comfortable to eat what you make yourself.
Yes, who knows what the food outside is made of? It's disgusting to eat.
Listening to their conversation, Li Fan stood at the kitchen door, watching them busy in the kitchen with a smile.
Li Fan was a little surprised that Imoya could cook.
Think about the past, when he was with Lin Xiaoxue, he was the one who cooked every meal. When he was not around, Lin Xiaoxue would order takeout because she didn't know how to cook at all.
At this moment, the phone rang. Li Fan went back to the room and picked up the phone.
He found that it was his boss calling, which made him very confused.
Because I am on honeymoon leave, I wouldn't look for him even if the company has something to do.
In order not to disturb the two people, Li Fan went outside to answer the call.
Hey, Li Fan, you're fired. Go back to the company and pack your things. Also, hand over the project you're working on.
Hearing this, Li Fan was stunned.
I have always worked diligently in the company.
Just a few days ago, my boss said he would give me a promotion and a raise, but I didn't expect that he would be fired in the blink of an eye.
And it was on the second day of the wedding.
This change was a bit unexpected for Li Fan.
Li Fan, did you hear that? If you heard it, make a sound. I heard you. If you want to throw something away, just throw it away. I asked you to come back and take over the project. Hand over, you ungrateful piece of shit. Your company was just starting out and you couldn't keep people with low salaries. I'm the only one doing the work of 8 people. How much have I contributed to the company over the years? Don't you have any idea? You fired me for no reason. Get out of here. You don't want your salary? How dare you argue with me? If you dare not pay me wages, I'll see you at the Labor Bureau. There will also be compensation. If you give me even a penny less, you'll be sued. Okay, you're crazy enough. I want to see how long you can be crazy. Let's wait and see.
The boss said something vicious and then hung up the phone. Li Fan narrowed his eyes and began to think about the reason.
Chapter 15. The system turns out to be real. Chapter 15.
Although my boss is very snobbish, he would not do this for no reason.
After thinking it over, Li Fan thought of the only possibility. Long Zixuan.
Because I offended him yesterday, even though it was Lin Jia who started it, he would definitely blame me. Moreover, Lin Xiaoxue knew my situation very well and wanted to make it easy for me to lose my job. After all, there is a huge difference in their identities and status. Long Zixuan is rich and has status, while his boss is a greedy person. If Long Zixuan arranges a project cooperation or gets some investment, it would be very easy for his boss to fire him.
Bite. Bite. Bite.
Just as Li Fan was frowning and thinking, the dog system suddenly appeared again. And it kept making the dinging sound without any warning, which gave Li Fan a headache.
Dog system, what are you doing? Ding. This system is reminding you of my existence. Boo-hoo, seeing you look so unhappy. I am so happy. Oh woo-hoo, ah ha ha. Fuck, get out of here. I lost my job. What does it have to do with you? Ding. Although I am very happy to see you get humiliated, I cannot say that. Since this system exists in your body, it is one with you. We will prosper together and suffer together. Tell me, do you want this system to help you get revenge and bring down that Long Zixuan? Bah! You are nothing but bragging. You signed in for so long and issued so many tasks, but have you ever given me anything? Nothing at all. System, shitty system. I don't believe in your shitty system. You are just an after effect of the brain surgery I had 5 years ago, or a second personality. Ding. Friendly reminder, this system is not your fantasy, nor is it your second personality. Because you were too lazy before, the system was forced to sign in. Now it has finally signed in 1,000 times and can be officially activated. Do you think it's easy for me? The cool light sky turns into a river of longing for you, and turns into. As the dog system was talking, it started playing the BGM. But Li Fan would never believe it. Stop using those useless things. It's activated, right? Come on, if you have the ability, do something real. Ding. This system has already given you something tangible. Why don't you verify the 2 million? Caught. Li Fan said with disdain, stop bragging to me, the 2 million is just someone's mistaken transfer. I will call and ask about it later and return the money as soon as possible. Ding. Then you can try it. It's given by this system. It can't be wrong. Get lost, you dog system, don't come bothering me so early in the morning. Having said that, Li Fan turned around and went back to the house. Breakfast has been served on the table, including peanut soy milk, steamed buns, dumplings, and white porridge. The three of them had already started moving, and Li Fan quickly took a seat, picked up the steamed bun and started eating it. This tastes really good, Moya, what did you add to it? Eggs and milk. Moya replied with a smile. Li Fan suddenly realized that he had seen it online before but had never tried it. He did not expect that it would become as soft as cake after adding it. You run outside so early in the morning and don't even spend more time with Xiaoya. Li Fan's mother rolled her eyes at Li Fan. Xiao Fan, you and Xiaoya had a hasty wedding, so you should choose a place for your honeymoon to enhance your relationship. Li Fan's father suggested. Li Fan nodded. He had thought about this as well, but the place still had to be chosen by Moya, and she had to choose the one she liked. Just as I was about to ask, Moya spoke first. Dad, we discussed it last night. If we don't go on a honeymoon, there's no place better than home. How can that be? Xiaoya, don't think about saving money. You can always earn it again if you lose it. Dad, it's not about saving money. I just think there's nothing interesting in those places. It's better to go for a walk in the park. Li Fan's father rolled his eyes at Li Fan, then shook his head and sighed, son, you have to work harder. Li Fan was stunned after hearing this. It was saying that he was useless. Newly married daughters-in-law are reluctant to go out on their honeymoon in order to save money. Li Fan could only shake his head and decided to go out and discuss it with Moya later. Money cannot be saved in this way. What should be spent must be spent. After dinner, the newlyweds went out holding hands, with Moya's face full of happiness. Li Fan, where are we going? Buy clothes. The wedding was so sudden and you didn't bring anything. You have to prepare clothes for daily washing and changing. Moya nodded. She didn't want Li Fan to know her identity as a rich girl for the time being, so it was not convenient for her to go home. Soon, the two arrived at the clothing store. Since Moya had chosen the underwear first, it was difficult for Li Fan to enter the store, so he waited at the door. While waiting, he transferred 2 million back to Alipay, then called customer service and asked them to contact them. 2 million is not a small amount. I don't know how severe the punishment will be for the person who transferred the wrong money. Girls are slower in choosing things, and before Moya came out of the lingerie store, she received a call from Longxing International. Hello, Mr. Li, after hearing your feedback, we immediately checked and found that no wrong money was transferred. Li Fan was stunned. Did he make the right call? Sister, this is 2 million, can't you be more serious when verifying it? Beautiful lady, have you really checked everything? My name is Li Fan, my ID card is XXX. Also, I have never done anything for your company, so you should check it again. Mr. Li, all the information you provided is correct, including the ID number. Li Fan. Then may I ask timidly, what have I done to deserve 2 million yuan for my services? A great advertising idea. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, thinking that the matter was too unbelievable. He had done nothing, but he had 2 million more inexplicably. Suddenly, he thought of the system. This dog system can't be real, right? Thinking back to what I said in the morning, the system has signed in 1,000 times and is officially activated. If this is true, then this world is too fantastical. Ding! Oh, I finally found it. I suddenly want to give out a super difficult task to make up for my hurt little heart caused by your contempt. Yeah, I've decided. Let us do it. Ding! System mission released. Shit while standing and pee while squatting. 2 world-class bodyguards as reward. Ding! System task released. Take off all your clothes and run around the street to get a starry sky diamond ring. Ding! System mission released. Find a crack in the door ahead, stick your head in, and squeeze hard. You will be rewarded with a luxury car. Bite. The system issued more than 10 tasks in succession, as if venting Li Fan's violence against it over the years. And each of these tasks is so nonsensical.
The system is doing this simply to disgust him.
Ding. Friendly reminder, there is no time limit for the above tasks. You can complete them at any time and you will get rewards after completing them. Li Fan frowned and thought, still feeling it was unreliable. But what about the 2 million in labor fees?
In order to verify his guess, Li Fan covered his mouth and muttered softly, fearing that people around him would hear him and think he was a lunatic.
You bastard system, I still don't believe you. Last night you said there was a reward, but where is the yin-yang fish pendant? Ding.
Friendly reminder, the yin-yang fish pendant is on the way and someone will deliver it to you later.
It's worth up to 80 million.
As soon as the system finished speaking, Li Fan's phone rang, and it turned out to be Lin Jia. Li Fan didn't know if it was because of what happened yesterday, so he picked up the phone directly.
Li Fan, where are you? I'm at the mall with Moya shopping for clothes. What's going on? Send me a location and I'll deliver the stuff to you. What? Yin-yang fish pendant. Ah? Li Fan was a little confused. He had clearly returned it, so why did he send it back? Does the system really have this capability? Don't be surprised.
You guys returned something worth over 100 million yuan.
The boss thought you were great, so he asked me to return it as a blessing for your wedding. Lin Jia, can I ask how much the yin-yang fish is worth? 80 million.
Li Fan was silent. If this was a coincidence, it was too much of a coincidence.
What's wrong? You don't want to buy it after knowing the price? Let me tell you, our boss has said that you have to buy it even if you don't want to. Okay, I'll send you the location.
Li Fan no longer refused and sent the location directly.
After hanging up the phone, Li Fan covered his mouth and whispered to the system, "Dog system, are you real or fake?" Ding. Oh. Of course it's true, you just never believed it. I don't believe you. For so many years, you just signed in and issued tasks, but never gave any rewards. Ding. There's nothing I can do about that. My settings require me to sign in 1,000 times before it can be officially activated. Okay, I'll trust you for now, and we'll have a good chat later. Finally, Li Fan stopped worrying about system problems. He has been living with the system for 5 years and has developed feelings for it even after all the arguments. If the system is real, then he will naturally be happy. The reason why he stopped chatting with the system was because Moya had already bought the underwear and looked at Li Fan with a half smile as soon as she came out. I noticed you were covering your mouth. What were you mumbling mysteriously? Ahem, nothing. Li Fan was embarrassed. He couldn't say that he was talking to the system, right? If he said that, I'm afraid Moya would think he was a lunatic.
Li Fan, although we have no past and our marriage was very hasty, I hope we can be honest with each other. During our first phone call just now, I saw that you were able to communicate openly, but afterwards you kept covering your mouth and muttering quietly.
Moya shook her head, walked up to him and spoke again.
Li Fan, since we are husband and wife, we should shoulder all the difficulties together. I still have more than 200,000 yuan. I will pay back some of it first. As for the rest, we can work hard and pay it back in 1 or 2 years. If the creditor calls again, I hope you won't hide it from me. As he spoke, Moya started transferring money. Li Fan just stood there in a daze. It turned out that Moya thought it was his creditor calling, so he covered his mouth in secrecy.
Hey, Moya, how should I explain it to you?
Li Fan shook his head. I don't want to lie, but the system's things are too mysterious.
Ding. System task released.
Dispel Miss Moya's doubts and say that you were just practicing saying the 3 words I love you.
If the task is completed, you will be rewarded with a Rolls Royce. If the task fails, you will be rewarded with the title of coward. Damn. This dog system is here again.
Although he and Moya were already married, the short time they spent together made him feel that Moya was a very good person who would accompany him for the rest of his life.
However, it is too fast for him to say I love you right now.
Li Fan would never say such insincere words. Slowly developing feelings, Li Fan also decided to try his best to forget the past and love Moya well. Only when he truly falls in love with her can he say those 3 words without any burden, I love you. When the system saw that he didn't respond for a long time, it started its trick again.
Echo curse system. Ding. The system detected that you are unwilling to speak. Mission failed. Li Fan, you coward. Fan, you coward, eh? Chapter 16, Ex-mother-in-law got beaten for making trouble. Let's go buy clothes. Emoya spoke and took the first step.
Li Fan simply stopped explaining and hurried forward to take the bag. He decided to put the system matter aside for now and deal with it later. Soon, the two came to another shop. This shop did not sell underwear, so Li Fan accompanied Emoya in openly and also got some reference by the way. But soon, Li Fan frowned. Because Emoya chooses clothes only because they are cheap. This made him very uncomfortable. Emoya seldom spends time with him, and their real heart-to-heart talk only started yesterday. But Emoya could do this for him, and he was very touched. She was his wife, so how could he let her suffer any grievances? Li Fan took a deep breath and hugged Emoya tightly in his arms. Li Fan, what are you doing? There are so many people here. Emoya blushed and reached out to push Li Fan, but she couldn't move him. Moya, I am really lucky to have a wife like you who is so gentle, kind and considerate. I swear, I will erase the past as soon as possible. Well, I'll wait for you. Hearing this, Emoya felt sweet in her heart and nodded slightly. Moya, let's go this way. As he spoke, Li Fan pulled her to the other side. The clothes here were of good quality and workmanship, but of course the prices were also high. Although Emoya is beautiful and looks good in any bad clothes, Li Fan doesn't want her to suffer any injustice. No. Emoya shook her head quickly. I believe you will give me a better life, but we shouldn't be so extravagant now, at least before the debt is cleared, we can't be so extravagant. Li Fan simply didn't say anything more and directly opened Alipay to show her the 2 million transfer information of Longxing International. I know you're worried about debt, but I want to tell you, don't worry at all. Li Fan, what's going on? Looking at the transfer information of 2 million, Emoya immediately showed a look of surprise, and the note also made her curious. Mr. Li's labor fee. Li Fan patted her back and spoke softly, Emoya, I'm very glad that God let you come to me. Promise me that you will never let yourself down at any time. Regardless of whether you have money or not, I will not allow you to do this, not to mention that we are not that short of money. Emoya nodded and looked at the 2 million transfer information again. What a coincidence that you came at this time. I thought you borrowed another 2 million for her. Hearing this, Li Fan raised his eyebrows and asked with a chuckle, do you regret it? No regrets. Emoya shook her head slightly. She was already touched when Li Fan went out of his way to find people to collect the betrothal gifts twice. Moya, go choose some clothes. I'll give you some advice. Yeah. Emoya no longer refused and turned to the other side. Moya, after we buy the clothes, let's go buy the wedding rings. I want to say this too. We are already husband and wife, and we can't be without wedding rings. Newlyweds without this will inevitably be laughed at by others. Another function of the wedding ring is to announce the situation to others and also to serve as a deterrent. Soon, Emoya selected 5 sets of clothes, and as soon as Li Fan paid the bill, Emoya stuffed the things into his hands. Li Fan, wait for me, I'm going to the bathroom. Li Fan smiled and nodded, then picked up the bag and sat in the store waiting for Emoya. Sir, you two have a really good relationship, the clerk said. She saw everything that happened between the two of them just now and knew that they were very much in love. Li Fan smiled slightly as a response. At this moment, Li Fan was suddenly startled. He didn't know when a hand suddenly appeared from behind him and patted him on the back. When he turned around, he saw it was Lin Jia, and the bodyguards were still following behind him. Here, for you. Lin Jia handed the box over directly. Your boss is really generous. He gave us something worth 80 million just like that. Nonsense, you're willing to give away 300 million, so will our boss care about a mere 80 million? Li Fan was speechless. 80 million, in her mouth, is simply not worth mentioning. We also have to add the adjective insignificant. The eldest lady is the eldest lady. Lin Jia looked around and didn't see Emoya, so she immediately asked, where's Emoya? Li Fan pointed to one side. Lin Jia turned around and found that it was the toilet, so she immediately went there, in the direction of the toilet, with 6 bodyguards following closely behind her. Until they reached the toilet door, the 6 people stood there like wooden sticks. A rich girl is different. There are people standing guard even when she goes to the toilet. Li Fan sighed, he dared not even think about such a life. Hey, isn't this Li Fan? He is over 400,000 yuan in debt, and instead of going to work to earn money, he is just hanging around in the mall. He is so idle. Fortunately, my daughter didn't marry a guy like you who doesn't want to make progress. Hearing the voice, Li Fan turned around and found that it was Zhang Min, and there were a few ants about her age around her. Today, Zhang Min is wearing gorgeous clothes and heavy makeup, and looks a few years younger. Apparently, Lin Xiaoxue gave her family a lot of money when she married Long Zixuan. The two families have already fallen out, and he doesn't want to bother with a snobbish person like Zhang Min. So he just turned his head and treated Zhang Min as heir.
Ha, what a loser, where has your former arrogance gone?
Seeing that Li Fan ignored her, she took a few people and turned to face him.
Li Fan, you are a piece of shit, why don't you dare to speak? Where is your former magnanimity?
Now you just avoid others, how shameful.
Zhang Min, are you done yet? I don't want to fight with you, just leave now.
Oh, you're so tough.
I just can't stand you, and I won't leave. If you dare, hit me. Come on, hit me.
Zhang Min puffed out her chest and pressed harder and harder, not taking Li Fan seriously at all. Li Fan was furious and really wanted to slap her twice, but his reason told him that he couldn't do that. Seeing this, Zhang Min became even more rampant.
Come on, hit me if you dare. Bang. Suddenly, he kicked Zhang Min into the corner. Where did this old woman come from? She's so annoying.
Lin Jia didn't know when she returned here. When she saw the aggressive Zhang Min, she immediately asked the bodyguard to kick her. This action made Li Fan stunned. The same thing happened to Amoya, who had just returned. She didn't expect that Lin Jia would actually take direct action. But the bodyguard had a thick layer of foam pads on his feet and obviously didn't intend to really hurt her. The direction in which the bodyguard kicked was also the soft packaging bag area, which was very soft and could not hurt anyone. Even so, this scene still scared everyone. Zhang Min was startled at first, and then screamed loudly.
Someone, LM is beating people up, someone, the bad guys are killing people. Li Fan, you bastard, you can't marry my daughter, so you hire someone to beat me up. Someone is killing people. Lin Jiao was stunned, and turned to ask Li Fan, she is Lin Xiaoxue's mother?
Li Fan nodded, and Lin Jia immediately looked down on him. What kind of mother teaches what kind of daughter, cheating on her on the first night of marriage? What a bitch, and this old woman is not a good person either.
Someone is beating someone is killing someone, LM is beating someone, HSH is beating someone.
Zhang Min was crying, hammering the packaging bag and shouting, and the situation here immediately attracted a lot of people to watch. Although they were a little scared when they saw the 6 bodyguards, many people still stood up. After all, they were bullying an elderly lady.
It's so immoral. You bully people like this. Do you still have the law in your eyes? Call the police immediately. Wow. 110? Someone is committing a crime. All kinds of condemnations came up at once.
Lin Jia had never seen such a scene before and could not help but take a few steps back. The bodyguards immediately stood in front of them.
It's so annoying, Li Fan, let's go.
Li Fan shook his head.
Can he leave in this situation?
When Zhang Min heard that she was leaving and so many people were feeling sorry for her, she immediately started crying. Stop, don't even think about running away, even if you run to the ends of the earth.
Li Fan, you hired someone to hurt me. Without 1,000,000 or 800,000, you can't leave today. Someone, LM is beating people up, the bad guys are killing people.
Zhang Min was clamoring for compensation while crying and calling for help. This scene directly angered Lin Jia.
Old woman, you want compensation, right? Okay, I'll give it to you. I happen to have some business today, so I brought some money with me.
Zhao Yuan, throw the money to her and break her legs. With a swish, several suitcases were opened and a pile of banknotes fell to the ground, forming a small hill, at least tens of millions.
This scene shocked everyone. Most people had never seen so much money in their lives. The bodyguard named Zhao Yuan was about to step forward and seemed to be really ready to take action. At the critical moment, Li Fan stood in front of him. Although Zhang Min is annoying, if the bodyguard really takes action, her legs will definitely not be saved, even though the two families have fallen out. Li Fan felt that he was not a saint, but he would never bully others by taking advantage of his power. Some people may say that he is a saint, but he is just that kind of person. He likes an ordinary life and doesn't like to make enemies with others.
Lin Jia, forget it, don't bother with such a person.
Li Fan persuaded. The people around were even more angry.
Some were filming videos, some were yelling, and some were about to rush forward, but were stopped by several bodyguards.
It's so infuriating. Just because you have money, you think you're great. Just because you have money, you can do whatever you want? Damn, this is such a piece of shit. I'm going to expose you. You're done.
Faced with the crowd's angry curses, Lin Jia's face turned pale and blue with anger. At this time, 110 also arrived at the scene. After a brief inquiry, he took Lin Jia and others, Zhang Min and others, as well as Li Fan and Emoya back, and the people around who were willing to stand out also followed. In addition, someone started a live broadcast, which quickly attracted a lot of people and there were constant condemnations.
Before leaving, Emoya went to talk to the clothing clerk.
This incident caused quite a stir on the internet, with many people condemning Lin Jia and others. The testimony of the onlookers, as well as that of Zhang Min's friends and others, were all very unfavorable to Lin Jia.
But soon, the clerk brought the copied video here.
As soon as the video was released, everyone immediately understood the reason. Even they could not bear to watch Zhang Min's aggressive behavior, and the condemnation immediately subsided a lot. Although Zhang Min is hated, she is in a disadvantaged group, so there are still many people standing on her side, and accusations against Lin Jia are also one after another. Li Fan was naturally involved in it, after all, he was one of the causes of the incident. After the matter was clarified, under the coordination of Party J, the two parties reached a compensation agreement and gave Zhang Min 1 million yuan in compensation.
The matter was finally over.
After coming out, Lin Jia was still indignant and pointed at Zhang Min and cursed.
Old woman, you've made me very angry.
Just wait, this matter won't just go away like this. After saying that, Lin Jia greeted Li Fan and Emoya, then left angrily. After the Rolls-Royce started, it deliberately scared Zhang Min.
Seeing the situation, Li Fan and Emoya couldn't help but shake their heads.
Lin Jia has never suffered such humiliation before, and he will definitely not let it go. A luxury car suddenly stopped by the roadside.
Lin Xiaoxue got out of the car and immediately yelled at Li Fan.
Li Fan, you bitch, you actually dared to find someone to beat up my mother.
This matter is not over yet. Chapter 17, The Troublemaking Ex-Mother-in-Law. My daughter, you are finally here. Where is Zishuan? Why didn't he bring anyone with you? You have to make the decision for me. I was almost beaten to death by Li Fan.
Ouch, my chest and legs are still hurting. When Zhang Min saw Lin Xiaoxue coming, she immediately started complaining and added fuel to the fire. This made Lin Xiaoxue more and more angry. She turned around and threw the bag in her hand towards Li Fan.
Li Fan, are you still a man? Why are you taking your anger out on my mom because of our affairs?
What grudge does my mom have against you? I didn't hit your mom, and it was your mom who started it first. Someone started a live broadcast before, go watch it yourself, I'm too lazy to explain it to you. Li Fan turned around and didn't want to say too much to Lin Xiaoxue. He felt annoyed when he saw her. But he wanted to leave, but Lin Xiaoxue would never let him do that. She immediately stood in front of him and spoke harshly to him.
Stop. You hit my mom and you want to run away? Don't even think about it. You have to give me an explanation today. Confess? Are you deaf? Go check it online yourself. Li Fan continued walking as he spoke. Not wanting to pay any attention to Lin Xiaoxue, he simply walked around her.
Upon seeing this, Zhang Min immediately started to exaggerate.
My daughter, you didn't know what happened just now.
There were 7 or 8 of them, punching and kicking me.
The ones wearing black clothes and sunglasses were just like HSH.
I was scared to death.
Ouch, my waist, my head.
Zhang Min exaggerated the situation and spoke nonsense, which once again aroused Lin Xiaoxue's anger.
Li Fan, I never thought you were this kind of person. You treated my mother like this, so don't blame me for being rude to you. Losing your job is just the beginning. I will make sure you can't survive in the entire Yucheng. Just wait.
As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxue started calling Long Zishuan. Li Fan narrowed his eyes.
Sure enough, it was them who caused me to lose my job. When Li Fan heard Lin Xiaoxue asking Long Zishuan to call more people, he immediately frowned. He was not afraid no matter how many people he faced, but Emoya was by his side and he didn't want her to get hurt. Even if he left now, with Lin Xiaoxue's personality, she would bring people directly to his house, which would be even more troublesome. Li Fan, let's go. Emoya hurriedly pulled Li Fan back. After all, they had just come out of the PC. Once they got inside, nothing would happen today. Emoya, you go first.
Li Fan gently pushed Emoya's hand away, because he knew that today's events could not be resolved like this.
Don't try to be brave. Once they come, we won't be able to leave.
Emoya urged, her face full of anxiety and worry.
Be obedient and go first. Let's go together. If you don't go, then I won't go either. Emoya seemed a little angry. He felt that Li Fan was just showing off. None of you can leave. You beat my mom and you still want to leave? You wish. Li Fan, if I don't break your legs today, I won't be called Lin Xiaoxue. After Lin Xiaoxue finished the call, she yelled at Li Fan again and stopped the two of them from leaving. Zhang Min also ran over to help. If she called back, she would be the biggest winner today. Not only would she get revenge on Li Fan, but she would also get 1 million in compensation. Emoya tried to pull with the two men, but they were held so tightly that she couldn't pull them apart by herself. Li Fan, please help me. Emoya was very anxious. Li Fan didn't care about anything else. He decided to let Emoya leave first and then wait for Long Zixuan and the others here. He never causes trouble, but he is not afraid of trouble either. So, he took action and directly pulled Lin Xiaoxue and Zhang Min to the ground, and then he took Emoya to PC. Stop, don't run. Come on, help me stop them. I'll give you 10,000 each. Lin Xiaoxue shouted, and when the aunties with Zhang Min heard that 10,000 yuan was so much, they immediately rushed up and surrounded Li Fan and Emoya, preventing them from leaving. Get out of here! Li Fan roared. He doesn't like to argue with people, especially a bunch of old women like this. But these old women didn't care and held the two men tightly, which made Li Fan very upset. He really wanted to slap both of them in the face, but he held back. It can be seen that Emoya is still struggling with them, trying to squeeze out, and he feels distressed again. Lin Xiaoxue was extremely proud when she saw this. Li Fan, you cheap man, you want to fight me, but I can't kill you. Zixuan will bring people here later, and you won't even know how you died. Hearing this, Emoya became even more anxious and tried even harder to squeeze out. Li Fan looked at Lin Xiaoxue, his eyes gradually turning cold. Lin Xiaoxue, I don't want to fight with you, just get out of the way, or don't blame me for being rude. Oh, I'm so scared, Li Fan. I've been with you for 5 years, don't I know what you are like? Don't even think about threatening me. I'm going to beat you to a pulp today. Li Fan stared at Lin Xiaoxue. He no longer recognized this woman. Why are you staring at me? I'll dig your eyes out later. Lin Xiaoxue was extremely proud. Emoya also knew that she couldn't squeeze through this group of aunties, so she took out her phone and prepared to ask Lin Jia for help. After all, she had just left, and she had a few skilled bodyguards around her, so they should be able to handle it even if Long Zixuan's men arrived. She still remembers clearly the scene of them dealing with a large group of people yesterday. You little bitch, you still want to make a phone call? Upon seeing this, Zhang Min immediately slapped the phone, causing it to fall to the ground. She stomped on it several times, and the screen was smashed into pieces. The moment the phone was knocked down, Emoya's screams rang out at the same time. Ah! Li Fan lowered his head and saw Emoya covering her right hand with a painful expression. Just now, when Zhang Min knocked the phone down, her nail scratched her right hand, leaving a long bloody mark with blood oozing out. Seeing this situation, Li Fan finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, and slapped these troublesome aunties several times in a row, blasting them away. Then he picked up Zhang Min and hit her more than 10 times in a row. Even so, he couldn't eliminate the anger in his heart. If it weren't for this troublesome woman, none of this would have happened. Zhang Min is the root of everything. As soon as Zhang Min was released, she ran away, crying and shouting, "Someone come, someone is killing someone, Alem is beating someone up, ouch, it hurts so much." Li Fan was too lazy to care about her. He had just seen Zhang Min's tricks in the mall. She cheated in the mall before, but this time, she was really beaten. After dealing with Zhang Min, he turned around and stared fiercely at the group of old women, and spoke coldly. "If you old ladies dare to come over here again, I'll show you how I'll deal with you." Li Fan's gritting teeth frightened them so much that they retreated again and again, not daring to come closer. After doing all this, Li Fan quickly ran to Emoya, tore off his sleeve, and helped Emoya bandage the wound. If he didn't do that, those old women would probably hurt Emoya a second time. After bandaging the wound, he immediately helped Emoya to the stone bench, and the expression on his face instantly turned into tenderness. "Moya, if you don't want to go to the PC office, then just sit here for a while. I'll accompany you to the hospital later." Just as Emoya was about to speak, she heard Lin Xiaoxue's angry curse. Li Fan, you bastard, you beat my mother so badly, I'm not done with you, you're dead, just wait for me.
Jiang Min had been slapped in the face more than a dozen times and had become a complete pig head.
She was crying while hugging Lin Xiaoxue. Lin Xiaoxue, I only give Long Zixuan 5 minutes to get here. After 5 minutes, tell him to wait for me at the hospital entrance.
Okay.
Li Fan, if you have guts, just wait for me.
Lin Xiaoxue gritted her teeth, took out her phone and called Long Zixuan immediately.
Li Fan, give me the phone quickly. I'll ask Lin Jia to come over and help.
Emoya's face was full of worry and she stretched out her hand, but Li Fan shook his head and stroked her head. Emoya, it's not good to trouble others all the time.
Today I will let you see another side of me. No matter whether you can call or not, it's not possible. There must be a lot of people there. Give me the phone quickly. Emoya's face was full of worry.
At this moment, there were continuous breaking sounds, and they were sudden breaking sounds.
Goo. Goo. Goo.
More than 10 cars stopped and more than 40 people got off, led by Long Zixuan.
Li Fan, you're done.
As Lin Xiaoxue spoke, she crawled to Long Zixuan and told him sobbingly what had just happened.
When Long Zixuan heard this, he was immediately furious. MD, how dare you hit my wife and mother-in-law? I'll kill him for me.
At one command, more than 40 people rushed towards Li Fan. Li Fan turned around and walked towards the oncoming crowd, his eyes as cold as ice.
Chapter 18, The Price, All Caught.
When Li Fan revealed the other side, Emoya knew that Li Fan was probably also a good fighter. But her face was still full of worry. After all, Li Fan was facing more than 40 people. But it was too late to say anything now. Li Fan had already rushed forward. The area was soon filled with onlookers, and someone seeing this immediately called 110. Li Fan didn't know how many years it had been since he had a fight, because he never took the initiative to cause trouble. Usually, if there was a problem, he would make a big deal out of a small matter. So few people know that he is also a good fighter. He had faced more than 100 school bullies and never backed down. Maybe it seems exaggerated to others, but it is not. Nowadays, few people like to exercise, and most of them are weak and can't withstand a few exercises. If you are facing a ruthless person, you may even be scared to death. Therefore, as long as you are ruthless enough and have a strong will, once you have the momentum, even if there are more people, they will not be your match. Li Fan knew this very well, and since he was in good physical condition, he was not afraid at all. Moreover, there are too many people on the other side, making it difficult to take any action. But he is different. On Long Zixuan's side, Li Fan spotted a man holding a steel rod. Without any hesitation, he rushed forward, kicked the man away with a flying kick, and snatched his weapon at the same time. With the weapon, he became more adept and kept waving it at the crowd, causing screams to be heard one after another. Emoya was watching anxiously from a distance. Turning to look at the person next to him, he quickly said, "Handsome, can I use your phone?" The man didn't want to cause trouble when he saw the situation, but when he saw that Emoya was such a beautiful woman, he gritted his teeth and handed the phone to her. Emoya also called Lin Jia immediately and quickly told her what happened here. "Moya, don't worry, I'll be back soon." Only after hanging up the phone did Emoya breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she hasn't forgotten the contact information since I added her yesterday. Before the ambulance arrived, Lin Jia had already fallen back, and 6 bodyguards directly joined the battle. Li Fan had already knocked down more than a dozen people, and now with the bodyguards joining in, the battle was over quickly. The 3 culprits, Jiang Min, Lin Xiaoxue and Long Zixuan, were pinned to the ground by the bodyguards and could not move. "Old woman, you are very troublesome. I just left and you are against my friend again. Don't you want to live?" Lin Jia has the temper of a real young lady. She had a conflict with Jiang Min just now and was very unhappy with her. Now she thinks this old woman is very annoying. Jiang Min had never seen such a scene before and was already terrified. Before in the mall, Lin Jia still held back, but here, he had been slapped more than 30 times in a row. At this moment, she was already feeling dizzy and her head was spinning. "And you, Long Zixuan, don't think that you are great just because your father is the vice president of Longqing International. Let me tell you, in my eyes, your father is not even worthy of carrying my shoes. If you dare to cause trouble for my friends again, be careful that I will cripple you. And you, Lin Xiaoxue, I have never seen a woman as despicable as you. You cheated on me on the first day of marriage. You dare to do anything for money. Women like you should get lost in the future. It makes me sick just by looking at you. Lin Jia scolded them one by one.
These people were pressed to the ground and dared not even breathe. Completely different from the arrogance just now. Long Zishuan's eyes were blazing with fire as he kept guessing about Lin Jia's true identity.
He was sure that Lin Jia was no simple person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such outrageous words. Perhaps, he really shouldn't have offended this woman. After scolding a few people, Lin Jia turned to look at Li Fan, with a playful smile in his eyes. I didn't expect that, Li Fan, you are already so good at fighting now. I thought it would take you a long time to be able to take such a beating.
What's the meaning?
Li Fan was puzzled. He didn't understand what a long time later meant. And these words sounded strange, as if she knew her own future very well. Of course, it's Long Zishuan who has been causing you trouble, so your ability to withstand beatings will become stronger and stronger.
Lin Jia explained with a wink. I just want to live a simple life.
Lin Jia raised the corner of her mouth, but looking at the situation, your wish is not easy.
If you speak up, I will bring down the Long family in a minute. Never mind.
Li Fan shook his head.
After what happened today, he was afraid that Long Zishuan would not bother him again, right?
At this time, 110 had arrived at the scene. It was a familiar personnel who frowned immediately when he saw Lin Jia and others.
Why are you guys here again? You're not satisfied with the 1 million you paid and you're making trouble again? Comrade JC, please don't wrongly accuse me.
I was willing to pay 1 million, but this old woman was not easy to deal with. After she came out, she instigated her daughter and asked her son-in-law to bring people to beat up my friend. I was almost home when I got a call from my friend and immediately turned back. Luckily, my friend was quite skilled, otherwise there were more than 40 of them and he would have been beaten to a pulp.
Okay, take them all back. Everyone followed back to PC. Many of the onlookers also went back to testify and take statements.
There were too many people, which made our comrades very troubled. It was already evening when they finished taking the statements.
This incident also spread quickly on the internet, and someone recorded a video that day. All netizens demanded severe punishment, and various criticisms were made one after another.
In particular, they hated Lin Jia's arrogant style of behavior and demanded to find out Lin Jia's identity and background to see why she was so rampant.
But soon someone made a long video,
including the situation when Li Fan was at Lin Xiaoshua's house yesterday. Because the newlyweds had a photographer responsible for recording the videos, some of the videos were naturally saved.
Everyone was in an uproar for a moment. Fuck. This is so ridiculous that even TV dramas don't dare to film it this way. I didn't expect it to actually happen in real life. That Li Fan is so miserable.
On the first night of the wedding, the bride cheated on her husband and wanted to marry a rich second-generation man.
This kind of woman is really cheap to the core. The betrothal gift has been increased from 200,000 to 2 million, so many times, who can bear it?
This Li Fan is too infatuated, but in return he got shit. I'm afraid Lin Xiaoshua never imagined that one day she would be scolded by netizens and belittled to be worthless. The video continued and the discussion never stopped.
Well, this beauty named Imoya is really good.
She was able to seize the opportunity to pursue Li Fan. Li Fan can be said to have finally gotten his reward after all the hard work. Yes, she took the initiative to help him even though he was heavily in debt.
A girl like this is worth protecting for a lifetime.
Then came the lottery for the two of them. This was a surveillance video edited from inside the bridal shop, which once again caused netizens to exclaim. The wedding dress was extremely expensive, and the total value of the wedding suit was as high as over 100 million. Then there was the drone show halfway through the journey, which was so exciting that everyone who watched it exclaimed. Such a collision is comparable to a science fiction movie. Fireworks at the wedding, Li Fan and his wife gave up expensive items just to exchange for peace. At this point, everyone could see clearly what kind of people Li Fan and Imoya were, and those who had spoken harshly to Lin Jia before also changed their attitude towards her. Then there is the video of today's mall. When seeing Zhang Min's aggressive posture, everyone wanted to kick her a few times.
Finally, there was a fight that escalated in the street.
Wherever there is excitement, there are videos, and that is why the truth can be restored bit by bit. Even the situation when Lin Xiaoshua threatened Li Fan was recorded clearly. The Lin family is so despicable.
Their skin is thicker than the city wall. That old woman is so abominable. I really want to go up and slap her twice. I think Lin Jia and the others didn't hit her enough. But they got together to fight. I'm afraid the silver bracelet won't go away.
it could be 3 to 5 years, and this is only the second day of their wedding.
Things turned out just as netizens expected. Li Fan put on the silver bracelet.
Not only him, but also Lin Jia's bodyguards and Long Zixuan's younger brothers received this reward. Of course, there are also Zhang Min, Lin Xiuxue, and those ants who are hated by everyone. However, the condition of these people should be very light and they can be released in half a month at most. But Li Fan is different, because he participated in a real escalated fight and can only wait for the sentencing result.
Long Zixuan, Lin Jia, and Emoya were all fine. They didn't fight during the whole process.
Lin Xiaoxue naturally disagreed and felt that Emoya should also be arrested. But after reviewing the video, it was discovered that Emoya was just struggling throughout the entire process, trying to break free. Instead, it was Lin Xiaoxue and the group of ants who were more aggressive. From the surveillance video, the pulling and harassment looked like real beatings, which is why they were also arrested.
Emoya didn't say anything, just looked at Li Fan quietly. She didn't blame him because there was nothing to blame.
Her arm was injured by Zhang Min, and Li Fan became completely furious.
Li Fan, don't worry, you will be out soon.
Lin Jia comforted.
Do you think this place is owned by your family? Can you just leave whenever you want? A comrade criticized Lin Jia. I didn't say that. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because your family is rich. You don't have the final say here. After all, you have made a great contribution to this matter. If you haven't seen the long video, you can watch it now.
Lin Jia didn't want to refute because she also watched the video and found that her role was quite significant.
Okay, Li Fan, let's leave first. You don't need to tell the lawyer the details.
The video is very clear, but you have to listen to the lawyer.
Li Fan nodded, and then was brought in under the gaze of the two women. This was the first time he had been in a prison cell since he was a child. Chapter 19, Prison Cell, First Night.
After coming out, Lin Jia's new bodyguard was already waiting at the door. Seeing that Long Zixuan's uncle and father were there, Lin Jia narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly.
Long Yuming, take good care of your son. If he dares to provoke me again, your Long family will never have a good life. Long Yuming is Long Zixuan's biological father, and Long Yufeng is his uncle.
Being threatened like this for the first time, Long Yuming narrowed his eyes, stared at Lin Jia, and then looked at the bodyguard behind her.
Are you Lin Jingtian's daughter?
That's right, so tell your son to behave himself and stop causing trouble for my friend.
This will be the last time. Long Yuming nodded, said nothing more, and pulled Long Zixuan towards the car. In the car, he didn't say anything, but the scene just now made Long Zixuan know that Lin Jia's identity was definitely not simple.
The first person to speak was Long Yufeng, because he had done an investigation, but the results of the investigation left him confused. Third brother, yesterday I investigated Hoi Bridal International and found out that this company is a subsidiary of Longxing International.
Who is this Lin Jia? Hearing Long Yufeng's question, Long Zixuan stretched his neck curiously. He also wanted to know. After all, he had suffered 2 serious losses at the hands of Lin Jia.
Longxing International is what it is today thanks to the 10 founding fathers, each of whom controls 4% of the shares, and Lin Jingtian is one of them. Even my boss only holds 0.05% of the shares. 4% may sound like a small amount, but this is the 8th among the world's top 500 companies. Such a small share is enough to make one a wealthy man. Even Long Yuming's immediate superior only holds 0.05%. Needless to say, Long Yuming himself, if one calculates rank based on the shares held, his Long family can only be considered at the bottom of the class. Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't help but gasp.
They didn't expect that Lin Jia's background was so powerful.
Zixuan, take it easy in the future and don't cause trouble for me all the time.
I'll give you 50 million as startup capital. You can open a company and run it well. Hearing this, Long Zixuan was immediately delighted. Thank you, Dad.
By the way, Dad, the top 10 elders only control 40% of the shares.
What about the other 60%? Is it in the hands of the largest shareholder? Who is that person?
I don't know who the largest shareholder is. I only know his surname is Li, and he owns 51% of the shares.
He has absolute say in Longxing International.
In addition, I heard that he also owns another unlisted multinational company, which controls a lot of wealth and is also one of the world's top 500 companies. Hearing this, the two of them gasped again.
Moya, I'm sorry.
Lin Jia rarely apologized.
Emoya shook her head. No need to say sorry.
Now I'm just worried about how to explain to my parents when I get back.
Li Fan and I just got married yesterday, and he went in today.
Don't worry, Li Fan's condition isn't too serious. He'll be out soon if he can plead self-defense.
I know, but I really can't explain to my parents. Mo Yudai frowned slightly. Why don't you just not go back?
Call them and tell them you're going on your honeymoon for the time being.
Moya immediately rolled her eyes at Lin Jia. In this age of advanced information, how could such a thing be kept secret? Moreover, this matter has caused a lot of uproar on the internet.
Lin Jia didn't know how to start, so she took out Moya's card and gave it back to her.
Our boss is also a man of loyalty. He said the company didn't suffer any loss and he doesn't need the money.
Moya was stunned, nodded, and took back the card. Lin Jia, I'll trouble you with the lawyer's matter.
Don't worry, leave it to me. I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow. After they parted, Moya turned around and went home.
No matter how complicated her feelings were, she had to face it. But when she returned home, there was no one there.
There was a note on the table. It was left by Li Fan's father, saying that he had something to do in his hometown and had to go back. Moya immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
There was no need to explain Li Fan's matter for the time being. But she immediately frowned again, thinking about the purpose of the two elders returning to their hometown. After taking a look at this small house, she immediately understood the reason.
Because they gave up the new house, the two elders are preparing to make room for the couple.
Moya shook her head, picked up the phone and called Li Fan's father.
Dad, are you home yet? I just arrived a short time ago. Xiaoya, I saw the video. How long will Xiaofan be sentenced to? Moya was helpless. Sure enough, she was discovered. Dad, don't worry. Li Fan was acting in self-defense and will be out soon. That's good. Your mother is going to cook. She doesn't know about this yet. Don't tell her for now. Yeah, I know, Dad.
When Li Fan comes out, you guys should come back.
It will be more fun when the family is together.
There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and finally Li Fan's father agreed to this matter.
Okay, call me when Xiaofan comes out. I will try not to let your mother know these days.
After hanging up the phone, Moya also started to watch videos on the internet. He skipped the previous ones and focused on today's scenes.
She didn't miss any of the last scenes. After watching all the videos, she breathed a sigh of relief again.
Except for the last group video, the other videos are very beneficial to Li Fan. In the cell, Li Fan had just finished talking with his lawyer, who told him not to worry as the chances of being acquitted were very high.
Back in the room, he fell asleep and didn't want to think about it anymore. It's funny.
Lin Xiaoxue and he, the former lovers, were both locked up in a cell.
Moreover, it was the second day since their wedding for both of them. This kind of thing is probably unique in the world. Bite. Bite. Bite.
The system's ding-ding-ding reminder once again made Li Fan unable to sleep, so he could only sit up and lean against the wall. Fortunately, he was the only one here, but the room was not soundproofed and he didn't dare to speak loudly.
Dog system, what do you want to do? If you have something to say, just say it, don't keep nagging. Ding. This system is reminding you of my existence. What? Can you get me out now?
Friendly reminder, this system can do it, but it won't help you this time. Li Fan, remember, impulse is the devil. No matter what time, you must think carefully before acting. If you don't take the initiative to rush forward when facing those 40 people today, and wait for them to take action first, then things will be easier to handle.
Any action will have a corresponding price. It feels bad to come in on the second day of your wedding, right? This is the price. Are you teaching me how to behave? Li Fan asked this question and he found it a little ridiculous. Ding. This system is teaching you how to grow quickly. When facing someone stronger than you, you have no choice but to be stronger than him. It is the most foolish thing to do to use only your fists like you do. Of course Li Fan knew it, but what was the point of saying it now? System, if everything is okay, I will go to sleep. Something happened.
Li Fan curled his lips.
What could happen in this cell?
But before he could open his mouth, the system voice sounded again.
Sign in, this place is very memorable. Li Fan. After a long silence, he finally couldn't help but explode.
Damn system, you really have not changed your bad habits, stop disgusting me.
Chapter 20, Acquitted and Released from Prison. It's a rare opportunity to be alone, and I wanted to have a good chat with the system, but now I don't have the mood to do so. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, he would be driven crazy by this system. Other people's systems are all awesome and can help the host handle everything. But my own system is completely different. It either causes trouble or makes me angry. It has been like this for 5 years. Gathering his thoughts, Li Fan sighed deeply. I have never been to such a place since I was a child, and my parents must be very worried. And Emoya, it was only the second day of their wedding, and they were separated in this way. What a pity, I haven't bought the ring yet. This was the only thing Li Fan felt was a pity. No wedding is complete without wedding rings. Ding. System mission released. Sign up for the detention center and you will be rewarded with a pair of sun, moon, and star diamond rings. Li Fan. Ding. System task released. Ding. System task released. Ding. System task released. System, are you done yet? I won't sign in here. After the wedding rings are out, we can buy them ourselves. Ding. You actually don't listen to the system in such a meaningful place. Li Fan, don't even think about sleeping tonight. This system will make you remember this night well and unforgettable for the rest of your life. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Can I wear the ring I got by signing in here on my wife's hand? That's right. This system did it on purpose. It's to make you remember better. Li Fan was speechless, the corners of his mouth trembled a few times. It's up to you. Li Fan also argued with the system. If it was somewhere else, it would be fine for him to just sign in, but this was a detention center. Although it was not a prison, it was not much different to him. If you wear the ring you get here on your hand, it will probably feel similar to a pair of silver bracelets. So, no matter what, he was determined not to carry out the system's tasks. Really? This night was unforgettable. He didn't sleep until dawn. It's not that he doesn't want to sleep, but the dog system won't let him sleep. In order to teach him a lesson, I played Tears Behind Bars for him over and over again. Whenever he was about to fall asleep, the system would create soul noise to wake him up completely, and then continue playing Tears Behind Bars. In this way, Li Fan was tortured by the system for a whole night, and even now the BGM is still echoing in his mind. Iron door, iron window, iron chain, I hold onto the iron window and look outside. Turn over your past and start a new life. The echo in my mind kept repeating itself and never faded away. Even though he had been acquitted, he failed to react in time. Emoya had already noticed that he was not in good condition, so as soon as he announced that he was fine, she immediately helped him out. Li Fan, why do you look so haggard? What happened in there? Moya, I'm so sleepy. I don't know which bastard put a pair of headphones in my head last night, and they kept playing the same song on loop. I had nightmares one after another, and I was always in a state of half sleep and half wakefulness. My head is still buzzing, and I can hear that song all the time. What song is so powerful? Tears Behind Bars. When Emoya heard this, she burst out laughing. Moya, I'm sorry, I'm so sleepy and want to take a nap first. I really can't hold on any longer. Emoya had no choice but to help him to the nearest small hotel. As soon as Li Fan entered the room, he fell asleep. Emoya called him several times but failed to wake him up. Seeing him like this, I felt a little distressed, but also wanted to laugh. After Li Fan fell asleep, she immediately called Li Fan's father. Dad, is Mom here? No, what's the result? He's been acquitted and is out now. He's sleeping. Dad, please come back early. Okay, I'll be back tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Emoya breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Li Fan lying on the bed, helped him take off his shoes and socks, and then lay in his arms. Li Fan, who was sleeping, seemed to feel a different kind of tenderness, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Seeing him like this, Emoya pinched his nose. Tears Behind Bars, Poochie. Emoya couldn't help laughing out loud again. On the other side, Lin Xiaoxue begged Long Zixuan desperately. Zixuan, please, help my mother find a lawyer again. How can she bear to go to jail at such an old age? Lin Xiaoxue's tears kept falling, and she looked so pitiful that Long Zixuan felt heartbroken. But thinking of his father Long Yuming's instructions, he suppressed his anger. Xiaoxue, don't blame me. Lin Jia's identity is not simple. Even my father dare not offend him easily.
He can only let the lawyer not try his best.
Don't worry, my mother-in-law will not suffer much injustice in there. We will ask people to help take care of her.
Zishuan, she is my mother. Lin Xiaoxue wiped her tears and cried even harder.
Long Zishuan felt a little distressed.
He really wanted to help and asked the lawyer to re-argue.
But when he thought of Lin Jia's identity, he immediately gave up the idea. Xiaoxue, there's nothing I can do. Let's wait until this period is over.
You can stay here for half a month.
I will come to see you every day. After saying that, Long Zishuan turned around and left.
If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would not be able to help but agree to Lin Xiaoxue's request. Because of Lin Jia, the lawyer sided with Li Fan. In addition, the video and surveillance were very favorable to him, and eventually, Li Fan was acquitted. Lin Xiaoxue was detained for 15 days, the group of ants were sentenced to 3 months, and Zhang Min was sentenced to half a year. The surveillance footage of the fight against Emoya was in a very special location. There were also Long Zishuan's men and several of Lin Jia's bodyguards, all of whom were sentenced to 1.5 years. When the results came out, there was a chorus of applause online. Especially Zhang Min's sentence. I'm afraid even she herself didn't expect that she would have to go to jail at her old age. The Long family showed weakness to Lin Jia in this way, so Lin Jia naturally wouldn't say anything.
After Long Zishuan left, the tears on Lin Xiaoxue's face immediately disappeared.
At the same time, her face immediately darkened.
A waste, he has nothing but money.
Long Zishuan's attitude made her very dissatisfied and she felt that he was weak and incompetent.
But now she has to rely on Long Zishuan. Long Zishuan didn't want to find a new lawyer, she decided to find one herself.
From childhood to adulthood, she had never suffered such a loss. Not only was she detained for half a month, but her mother also had to spend half a year in prison. This made her very angry.
Li Fan, you bastard, you cheap man, just wait for me, I won't let you go, just wait for me. Chapter 21 Trouble comes again. Night falls. Li Fan finally woke up.
Emoya was still lying in his arms, looking at him with a smile. I just came out from inside, so I should feel a little sad. But because of Li Fan's weird performance, everything was diluted, and there was no unhappiness at all. After a good sleep, Li Fan felt refreshed. He looked at Emoya in his arms, kissed her on the face, and then stretched. He slept very comfortably. Emoya sat up, took bread and milk from the table, and spoke softly.
Eat something first, and I'll make it for you when we get back.
Li Fan looked outside and found that it had gotten dark, and he couldn't help but stroke her hair.
Moya, you wouldn't have eaten these things all day, right?
No, bring in the ordered meal, but you never wake me up, so I just asked the waiter to bring this in.
Li Fan didn't ask any more questions. He took it and started to eat it voraciously. He was indeed hungry.
Is your head still buzzing?
No. Puff. Emoya couldn't help laughing out loud again.
Even after Li Fan fell asleep, she couldn't help but feel upset when she thought about what happened to Li Fan last night. Li Fan held something in his mouth and vaguely told her not to laugh, but Emoya laughed even harder.
Li Fan simply stopped caring about these things.
After eating, they held hands and checked out of the room. When he reached the door, Li Fan squatted down.
Emoya was stunned for a moment, then happily rode on his neck. Li Fan, let me ask you something. Do you and Xiaoxue often do this? Jealous?
No, I'm just curious, seeing how skilled you are.
She and I have never done this. As for you, do you remember the wedding day?
I said I would carry you home, but you ended up riding on my neck. You were as happy as a little kid right from the start.
How could you hide this shy little secret?
When Emoya heard this, she blushed immediately and her eyes flickered, as if she was lost in memories.
For a long time.
She took a deep breath and said, riding a big horse was the happiest time for me, but it was very short.
Moya, if you like, I'll let you ride every day in the future. The time before was short, now I'll make it longer.
Hearing this, Emoya's heart seemed to be filled with a ray of spring sunshine, with a hint of the sweetness of honey. With just a simple conversation and action, the two of them had already forgotten about the fact that they were in prison. Soon, the two arrived home, but when they stood at the door, Li Fan refused to open it. Li Fan, my parents just went back to their hometown and will be back tomorrow.
Phew. I was so scared. I was still thinking about how to explain it to them.
Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door immediately.
Emoya didn't tell him that his father already knew about it, so as to avoid him from thinking too much. I'll go cook. Emoya kissed Li Fan for the first time ever, then trotted into the kitchen. Li Fan immediately followed in and helped Emoya. After all, his cooking skills have been honed over the years, so how could he let his wife alone work hard? The two smiled without saying anything, and their relationship warmed up a little. While eating, they finally acted like a newlywed couple, picking up food for each other and feeding each other. If there were outsiders around, they would definitely not be able to stand the dog food being sprinkled. As for Emoya, her face was red all the time. After all, the current situation was a bit disgusting. But she still tried to adapt to it all. After all, she said that she would help Li Fan erase Lin Xiaoxiu's traces as soon as possible. The closer two people are to each other, the easier it is for them to forget what happened in the past. By the way, Li Fan, Lin Xiaoming called a few times, but you were sleeping so soundly that I didn't disturb you. Li Fan was stunned and had some guesses in his mind, but he said nothing. At this moment, the sound of someone knocking on the door was heard. Li Fan turned around and saw the door shaking continuously, as if it would fall down at any time. Li Fan, get out here. Get out. You bastard, you put my mother in jail, wait and see how I deal with you. Li Fan, get out here. The voices were all unfamiliar, they should be the children of those aunties. He didn't want to cause trouble, but these people wouldn't let him leave. Seeing the door shaking, Li Fan felt that he couldn't hold it off for long, so he decisively took out a rolling pin. Moya, go to the bedroom. Be careful. Emoya said this, then picked up the phone and went into the bedroom, locking the bedroom door while talking on the phone. Li Fan stared at the door with a rolling pin in his hand. Get out, you bastards. I know you're in there. You bastard, come out here if you have the guts, or I'll kill you. Smash it. Smash it hard. Bang, bang, bang. Li Fan narrowed his eyes and his gaze turned cold. Because he saw a gap in the door. The men outside were carrying knives. This situation is very dangerous and he must take control of everything. Bang. With a loud bang, the door frame and the door fell to the ground, splashing a cloud of wall dust. More than a dozen people rushed into the house coughing. At this moment, Li Fan finally moved. As they rushed in, he had already taken aim at the two men with knives. Bang, bang, bang. The rolling pin was swung continuously, and one of them was knocked unconscious after a few hits. Then he immediately aimed at the other man with a knife. He acted quickly and took care of the two men in a few moves. Then, the rolling pin was waved repeatedly. Every swing hits their weak spot. Bang, 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 bang. Aha! Screams rang out one after another, and soon, all the people were knocked to the ground and unable to get up. The battle was over in just 10 minutes. But Li Fan still didn't put down the rolling pin. No one could tell whether someone would suddenly jump up from the ground. 110 arrived at the scene quickly. Li Fan, why are you here again? You're everywhere. Li Fan smiled helplessly, comrade, I didn't cause any trouble. My wife and I were having dinner when these people smashed my door with knives. Look, the door frame is gone, and there are many cut marks on the door. Everyone looked and saw that it was just as Li Fan said. The two people who fainted still had the knives in their hands. Take them all back, including the two knives, for fingerprint verification. In this way, Li Fan arrived at JCJ again. Comrade JC was also very efficient. After on-site comparison and fingerprint verification, he quickly confirmed that what Li Fan said was true. They also visited neighbors, some of whom saw some of the situations but were too scared to go out. Breaking into a house with a knife and committing murder is even more serious than the previous group fights, and these people will definitely not escape heavy sentences. With their home destroyed, the two could only spend the night in a hotel. Emoya first called Li Fan's father and asked them not to come back for the time being. At least let's wait until things calm down. It would not be a good thing if some relatives from the mental asylum run away from these people. Li Fan called Lin Xiaoming, as he was not among the group of people. Brother-in-law. Xiaoming, I'm no longer your brother-in-law, just get straight to the point. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and then Lin Xiaoming spoke. Li Fan, I want to ask you to let my sister and my mother go. This is not something I can control. I don't have the ability to do it. Then can you help give Lin Jia a message? I want to find a new lawyer and ask her not to interfere. Lin Jia wouldn't be so bored.
Just go find me and I'll pass on the message. Lin Xiaoming said thank you and said nothing more. After all, his sister and Li Fan no longer had any contact, and now they were just two strangers. After Li Fan hung up the phone, he called Lin Jia. Li Fan, can't you be a little more ruthless? I can't be cruel for now. It's up to you. I hope that old woman won't show off when she comes out. Chapter 22. Determined to change, the system is a cute girl. After hanging up the phone, Li Fan looked at Imoya with deep apology in his eyes. It has only been a few days since the two got married, but all kinds of things have happened. Especially today. He didn't even dare to think about what would happen if Imoya was alone at home. Li Fan, don't think too much. Go to bed early. We need to find someone to repair the door tomorrow. You go to sleep first. I'm going outside to smoke a cigarette. Li Fan kissed her on the forehead and turned to walk out. Li Fan doesn't actually smoke, he just made up an excuse. He didn't stop until he reached the empty stairwell. This time, he wanted to have a good talk with the system. System, what functions do you have? Ding. You can go anywhere, anywhere. Do you want this system to help you show off and fly? Don't be silly. I'm asking you formally. I hope my family can live in peace and quiet without fear of any threats. If you can't even sign in at the detention center, what qualifications do you have to talk about protecting your family? Do you rely on your fists? As soon as these words came out, Li Fan fell silent. Ultimately, it's just a psychological issue. You won't lose anything by signing in at the detention center, and you can also get a pair of valuable rings. Just because of the special place, I always feel like it is a pair of silver bracelets when I wear it on my hand. That's why he refused directly. Over the years, I have been trying to correct your thinking, but you are too stubborn. You can't let go of your heart and your face. Let us not talk about the distant past, just take the wedding day. I asked you to propose to me on the spot, but you thought it was just a clown act. You and Imoya have been married for a short time and have only been together for a few days, but you already know very well what kind of girl she is. Isn't a girl like this worth protecting for the rest of your life? Think about it carefully. If Imoya hadn't taken the initiative to chase you and propose to you that day, you would have missed out on a lifetime. The system mentioned these and Li Fan did not deny them. He suddenly felt very lucky to have such a good girl by his side for the rest of his life. Seeing that Li Fan remained silent for a long time, the system voice sounded again. As if afraid that he wasn't paying attention, the front started to make ding reminders again. Ding. A person's strength is not money or power, but the heart. If you want to truly change, you must break through in your thinking and abandon some worldly concepts. You can stick to your principles, but you must be able to overcome that hurdle. Do you remember the ever-valid tasks issued by this system? If you dare to do it, it proves that you can become powerful. If you forget, the system can repeat it again. Ding. Mission 1, poop while standing and pee while squatting. The reward is 2 world-class bodyguards. Ding. Task 2, take off all your clothes and run around the street. The reward is a starred diamond ring. Ding. Task 3, find a crack in the door, stick your head in, and squeeze it hard. The reward is a luxury car. Ding. Mission 4. Stop, stop, stop. Stop it now. Li Fan felt his scalp tingling when he heard these tasks. Can't you bear to hear that? For the first mission, no one will know about it, but you feel disgusted and can't get over it. The second task is that in this information-rich age, such things will spread quickly throughout the world, and you will inevitably be criticized by thousands of people and lose all face. You will not be able to get over the hurdle of face. The third task is simple and direct, and the reward is also very high, but you are afraid of being treated as a fool, or even think that I am deliberately making trouble for you, so you will ignore it. I don't want to mention the following tasks anymore. This system will not be so idle as to let you do meaningless things. You are only qualified to take on some harmless tasks like planting flowers and raising grass. Li Fan, if you really want me to help you, then change yourself first. This system will give you another small test. Go back to the room and say I love you to Imoya. The time limit is 1 night. If you can complete this task, we can talk about other things. The 3 words I love you may be easy for other people, and some people can even say them without thinking. But for him, it was extremely difficult. Because these 3 words are a sacred oath to him, and they must be spoken with sincerity. But now, the two have just gotten married and are in the adjustment period. Although Amoya is a very nice person, he has not truly fallen in love with her. In addition, Lin Xiaoshue's shadow still remains in his heart. So these 3 words were very difficult for him. Ding. Friendly reminder, you only have one night. Although the world is peaceful, not everyone is a saint. Only when you have enough money and status, so that others can only look up to you, will they not dare to disturb your life easily. Only then can you have true peace. That's all I have to say. Good night. After returning to the room, Li Fan tried to speak, but no words came out. Seeing that he seemed to be hesitant to speak, Amoya knew that he had something on his mind, so she lay in her arms and asked softly. Li Fan, has something happened again? Li Fan shook his head, and Amoya continued, I remember she said that you don't smoke. After you came in, I didn't smell any smoke. No matter what happened, I hope you don't keep it in your heart, because we are already husband and wife. Moya, I'm sorry for letting you go through such a horrible thing just a few days after our marriage. Li Fan, since we are husband and wife, we are one. I hope you will never say the word sorry again. As long as we work together, we can overcome any problem. Hearing this, Li Fan was deeply moved. He hugged her tightly in his arms, smelling the fragrance of her hair and feeling the warmth of her body. He decided to change and opened his mouth again, but when the words came to his lips, no sound came out. It was indeed difficult for him to say it out loud if he didn't really mean it. Seeing him like this again, Amoya asked again, Li Fan, what do you want to tell me? Ah. Li Fan sighed and shook his head, I wanted to try to say the 3 words I love you, but after trying for a long time, I still couldn't do it. Amoya reached out and gently stroked his face, we haven't gotten used to each other yet, don't worry, I believe you won't keep me waiting too long, go to sleep, and find someone to fix the door tomorrow morning. After saying that, Amoya leaned into his arms and closed her eyes. Gradually, her breathing began to slow down. Li Fan watched her fall asleep quietly, but couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Finally, at around 3 in the morning, he made a sound. I love you. The voice was very soft, as if afraid to wake the person in the dream. Ding. Congratulations on taking the first step. Although I said this while your wife was asleep, you have barely completed the task. Since you are determined to change, this system will issue tasks regardless of whether you are willing or not. If you cannot complete it, this system will find a way to help you complete it. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Xiao Mo, and I'm a cute girl. Chapter 23 Wife, Am I a Good Wife? Li Fan was dumbfounded. Especially when I hear the words cute girl. After more than 5 years of being together, the system has always had that rough and low male voice. But now, the system tells him that she is a cute girl. This is no different than a muscular guy telling you he's a girl. Just when Li Fan was dumbfounded, a series of prompt sounds from the system sounded, and the voice changed from male to female. Ding. Visualization function is starting. Ding. Visualization is activated. A panel immediately appeared in Li Fan's mind. Seeing this, Li Fan felt that the system was functioning normally. Novels, movies and TV shows usually have this kind of visual system panel, but he hasn't had one in 5 years, which is why he has always doubted the system's authenticity. Ding. The system malfunction is starting. Ding. The system mall has been activated. You can exchange the items you need here. The items will not appear out of thin air. They will be delivered to you as real items. Ding. The system has released a daily task. There is no limit on the number of times you can complete a daily task. You can complete it multiple times. After completing it once, you will receive corresponding wife points. The better the relationship between husband and wife, the higher the reward points. The points can be exchanged for items in the mall. Ding. In addition to daily tasks, the system will issue tasks according to the situation, and the host can also actively request tasks. Li Fan stretched out his hand, and an extra finger immediately appeared in his mind, feeling almost like a mouse. Ding. The wife's help system has been fully activated. Brother Li Fan, please familiarize yourself with the system first. Ding. Successfully checked into the inn, got +1 wife point. This sound. The more Li Fan listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Although it has a bit of a lowly voice, it is so similar to Amoya's voice. Moreover, this kind of sound always makes him feel tingling and numb, and his nerves are somewhat stimulated. Li Fan no longer knew how to express his feelings. Xiao Mo.
You should continue to use the male voice.
This voice makes me itchy, and I'm afraid I won't be able to resist committing a crime.
Li Fan spoke in a low voice, for fear of waking up Emoya, who was still sleeping, and even more afraid that she would hear him talking to herself.
Hee, brother Li Fan, this won't do. Don't worry, I don't have a physical body. Even if you want to do something naughty with me, it's impossible. And from today on, you have to exercise your willpower and resist all temptations. Li Fan was speechless. Before, when it was a man's voice, he had always been mocking and despising him. Now that it had changed to a female voice, why did he feel like he was being seduced? Li Fan simply ignored these and clicked on the daily tasks to check. Daily tasks: the current husband-wife affection value is 66%, the current husband-wife love value is 21%. The higher the husband-wife affection value and husband-wife love value, the higher the wife points you will get. Sign in, and you will be rewarded 1 wife point each time. Automatically. Kiss your wife and get 10 wife points. Hug your wife and get 10 wife points. Surprise your wife and get 20 wife points as a reward. The bigger the surprise, the higher the reward. Say sweet words to your wife and you will be rewarded with 10 wife points. Cooking for my wife. Seeing these tasks, Li Fan always feels weird. She is truly a good wife, but she is just a good wife to her wife. Apart from a check-in, it's all about how to treat your wife. And the reward is much higher than signing in. And why are these reward points called wife points? Could this be a system created by some wife-doting maniac? The more Li Fan thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Otherwise, except for one sign-in, every other one would be related to his wife. After reading the daily routine, Li Fan opened the system mall again. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you do. There were so many things in it, from daily necessities to airplanes and tanks, that he almost couldn't help but yelled, "Fuck." There is even money exchange, whether it is RMB, British pound, US dollar, or euro. The most exaggerated thing is that wife points can also be exchanged for people. Seeing this, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, wondering if he had thought of something wrong. So he quickly clicked in to check, and only after seeing it did he breathe a sigh of relief. People can indeed be exchanged, but they correspond to existing personnel in reality and are in an employment relationship. The profession and expertise have been clearly introduced. From a nanny to a cleaner to an elite hacker. Each time you hire someone, you need to pay a corresponding commission, which can be paid with wife points, and the system will convert it into cash and transfer it to the other party's account. After seeing the exchange of people, Li Fan couldn't help but click on the exchange of planes and tanks. This time, he couldn't help but scream out, "Fuck." Emoya made a slight sound and pouted her little mouth cutely. She touched with her hand and seemed to feel Li Fan's body, and her brows relaxed again. Li Fan quickly shut up. Afraid of waking her up. Ding! Brother Li Fan, a reminder, don't make Sister Emoya angry in the future, otherwise I will deduct my wife's points. This is the good wife helper system. The most important thing is that my wife is happy. Li Fan was a little doubtful, was this system his or Emoya's? Otherwise, why should these daily tasks revolve around her? Just don't think too much about it, as long as the system can help you realize your ideas. After stroking Emoya's hair, Li Fan kissed her on the forehead and then closed his eyes. Ding! Kiss my wife, wife points plus 10, brother Li Fan, good night, wah. This reward point comes so easily. The second day. After breakfast, the two immediately looked for a store selling doors online. In order to prevent similar situations from happening again in the future, Li Fan simply chose to add a layer of steel door inside. Although it doesn't look very beautiful, the safety of the family is the most important. Then the two of them went to a jewelry store and finally put on the wedding ring they had been longing for. Although it wasn't very expensive, the wedding was finally over. On the other hand, Lin Xiaoming has found a suitable lawyer. Without the pressure from Lin Jia, the lawyer worked hard and was released on the same day. With the help of the lawyer, Zhang Min's sentence was also reduced by half. Along the way, Lin Xiaoxue kept nagging, asking Li Fan to do this and that. Lin Xiaoming tried to persuade her, but it was of no use. Lin Xiaoxue was determined to take revenge on Li Fan. Lin Xiaoming could only sigh helplessly. Long Zixuan is unreliable, he is just a coward. Lin Xiaoxue muttered, and as soon as she came out, she saw Long Zixuan standing in front of the car holding flowers, so a smile immediately appeared on her face. She trotted up to Long Zixuan and took his arm. "My dear, you are very well informed. Xiao Ming called me early in the morning.
Let's go home.
As she said that, Lin Xiaoxue kissed Long Zixuan on the face. This change of expression made Lin Xiaoming frown. He was a little suspicious whether it was her sister. Her expression changed so quickly. Elsewhere, a middle-aged man wearing a mask slowly exhaled a smoke ring.
Finally decided to change. Chapter 24 Winter Swimming suddenly became famous.
After dinner, Li Fan found an excuse and went out. Because the system issued a task, the task was not difficult, it only required him to swim in the Yangtze River for 10 minutes, but the reward of wife points was very high. Ever since the Good Wife Helper system was turned on, I have been doing daily tasks.
These daily duties are the husband's responsibility.
Not only can they cultivate the relationship between husband and wife, but they can also gain points from his wife. It really kills 3 birds with 1 stone. In a short period of time, he had already earned nearly 1,000 wife points, but he had never used them once. In the system mall, he saw a pair of beautiful crystal pendants, and the system prompted that they could be carved into the image of them as a couple, so Li Fan had always wanted to get them to give to Emoya. Although she is beautiful, it requires 3,000 wife points, and now one task can satisfy this need, so he is naturally happy.
Xiao Mo, let me confirm again, is it true that swimming in the Yangtze River for 10 minutes will earn you 5,000 wife points?
Yes. Why is the reward so high for such a simple task?
Oh my, shame, shame, shame. Xiao Mo wants to see brother Li Fan's awesome body. Oh my, so embarrassing. Li Fan.
The shy voice of the system made Li Fan shudder. He shook his head and began to take off his clothes. He was afraid that his wedding ring and yin yang pendant would fall into the river, so he put them in a zippered pocket. Although it is not yet deep winter, going out for a swim in this kind of weather is asking for trouble. But for the sake of the 5,000 points for his wife, he decided to give it a try. After taking precautions, Li Fan plunged into the Yangtze River with a splash. The cold river water made him shiver uncontrollably. After taking several deep breaths, he finally adapted to the temperature.
Fuck, someone jumped into the river? What's wrong with you? Didn't you see the clothes on the shore? It's obviously winter swimming.
Hey, let's start a live broadcast and let everyone see this winter swimming hero.
Li Fan didn't dare to go any deeper.
Even if he was here, once the time was up, he would have completed the mission. In order to alleviate the discomfort caused by the cold, he could only splash around in the water.
Ding! Mission completed, wife points plus 5,000. Brother Li Fan has a great body, I like it so much, boo-hoo, shame shame shame.
Xiao Mo, don't be naughty, hiss, it's so cold. Li Fan hurried ashore. Suddenly, a dog jumped out, grabbed Li Fan's clothes and ran away quickly.
Li Fan was stunned and almost didn't react.
But he immediately screamed, fuck.
My wedding ring and yin yang jade pendant are still in there.
Li Fan didn't have time to think and immediately chased after him.
Stop, damn dog.
Woof woof woof. The dog stood in the distance, dropped its clothes, and barked at Li Fan. Just when Li Fan was about to catch up, the dog grabbed the clothes and ran away.
Fuck, is this dog a spirit? I feel like it's laughing at me. Stop, you damn dog.
Woof woof woof. The dog stopped in the distance and barked at Li Fan again. Li Fan chased the dog even harder, but just when he was about to catch up, the dog ran away with his clothes in its mouth. Now Li Fan was sure that the dog was really laughing at him. There was no way he would give up chasing the dog. A complete pair of yin-yang pendants is worth 80 million, and his is worth 40 million. What is more important is the wedding ring inside, which cannot be lost, so he is so anxious.
He was desperately trying to catch up and didn't pay any attention to his current appearance. A man and a dog chased each other from the river to the street. Give me back my clothes, you bastard.
Woof woof woof. The dog stopped and barked at him again. Li Fan chased after the dog, which then picked up his clothes and ran away.
Li Fan felt like he was going crazy.
He didn't understand where a dog got the intelligence to dare to play tricks on him like this. This bizarre scene was watched by countless people.
At this time, Li Fan's father was watching videos and accidentally clicked on a live broadcast.
I was stunned when I saw it.
Xiaoya, come here quickly. Emoya immediately walked out of the house upon hearing this. What's wrong, Dad? Come here quickly and see if this is Li Fan. That night, a long video went viral online and traffic exploded. On the second day, it reached a new height.
Various titles are presented one by one, but they all say the same thing.
Shocked.
Wild dog turns into a spirit and plays tricks on a man swimming in winter. A strange story in the world, a winter swimmer ran 10 blocks without clothes to chase a bitch.
In winter, you can swim on the water and chase dogs and cats on the road.
Tears, for the wedding ring, the man chased for 10 blocks.
Moral degradation, walking naked on the street despite the biting winter wind. 110 was dispatched and a man running in a L position was arrested. Shock. The thief turned out to be a dog.
Li Fan, the person involved, was lying in bed, covering his head tightly.
Emoya tried to persuade him but couldn't help laughing. Oh, don't be sad anymore. Come and give your sister a hug.
Upon hearing this, Li Fan buried his head deeper. He became famous this time, and even the police were dispatched because his behavior was immoral. But because of his special reasons, no action was taken. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to escape the 15-day detention. Of course, if the police had not been dispatched, the clothes would not have been retrieved.
It's just that this one is so ugly.
In this age of advanced internet information, even the slightest movement can spread far and wide, let alone him running around chasing a dog across 10 blocks. If there was a crack in the ground, he would have crawled into it long ago.
Emoya shook Li Fan,
but he kept his head buried in the pillow. She simply stopped trying to persuade Li Fan, and just lay down with him, holding him tightly in her arms.
Li Fan, please come pick me up after get off work. My new boss has some impure thoughts about me.
Hearing this, Li Fan turned around abruptly.
Is that the guy called Li Yulong? Emoya nodded.
On her first day at work after marriage, she told Li Fan that she had a new boss. From now on, I will pick you up and drop you off at get off work, and also provide lunch for you.
Emoya smiled softly when she heard this. Why are you looking at me so closely? Well, my wife is already being dreamed of by someone else, how can I still be calm? Have you found a job yet? No.
Li Fan shook his head. I have sent out dozens of resumes these days. It should be easy for someone like me with several years of work experience to find a job, but no one has responded to me.
Not even a rejection. It's really strange. Just take your time to look for it, and you will find the right one.
As the topic shifted, Li Fan also put aside his desire to read the news. In the coffee shop, a malnourished man with glasses was reporting to Lin Xiaoxue. After listening to this, Lin Xiaoxue nodded with satisfaction and took a sip of the coffee.
Continue with Li Fan. If you find that he has sent out a resume, hack into it and delete it. And as for Emoya, it's time to do something about her job. Don't worry, I'm good at this kind of thing.
I'll destroy all the data on her computer tonight.
Chapter 25, Repairing the Computer and Encountering Poachers.
The next day, Li Fan started to send Moya to work. He also wanted to take a look at what the guy named Li Yulong looked like. But he couldn't get in because the company didn't allow outsiders. Li Fan simply stayed in the car. Since he didn't have a job now, he just searched for relevant positions online and sent out his resume if he found a suitable one.
Ding! Successfully signed in to Golden Mile Tower, my wife points +1. Brother Li Fan, why don't you think about starting your own company?
I have thought about this, but once I start a company, all kinds of trivial things will come up, and I'm afraid that I will have less time to spend with Emoya. Although we haven't been together for a long time, I feel that I like her more and more.
You have my help. There are many powerful people in the system mall.
Why not exchange them for a group of high-level elites? As long as they are here, your company will prosper. Li Fan lowered his head and thought, this idea is not bad, but these characters need a lot of wife points. He doesn't want his wife to waste the money she orders, so if he needs something urgently in the future, he can exchange it immediately.
Let's wait a while. My wife orders too few now. I'll find a job first. When my wife orders more, I'll consider these things.
As he was talking, he found several good companies, so he immediately filled out his resume and sent it out. Just as he submitted his resume, a computer notification sounded in a private house. The man with glasses sneered, and immediately started typing lines of code on the computer, and soon withdrew his fingers. With me here, you won't be able to submit even one resume.
At the same time, inside the Golden Domain building, Emoya frowned. No matter how many times she tried, the system wouldn't boot up. What's wrong, Moya?
A handsome man stood behind her and asked. It was her immediate boss, Li Yulong.
Emoya frowned, the computer won't start.
It's okay, I'll help you take a look. As he spoke, a pair of hands came up.
Emoya quickly dodged and Li Yulong missed, with his hands only resting on the computer keyboard.
The corner of his mouth curled up, but his movements did not change at all, and he just pushed Emoya to the side. At the same time, he prolonged his exhalation and inhalation time through his nostrils, as if he was sniffing that charming aroma. Seeing him like this, Emoya frowned slightly. After Li Yulong restarted several times, he also frowned.
I'm afraid there's something wrong with the system. Your data isn't in Drive C, is it?
If it is, then it's going to be more troublesome. No, I store all my data in Drive D, and there is only a shortcut on the desktop.
Emoya shook her head. Then it's not a big problem. I'll ask someone to check it out. Li Yulong said and turned to leave. Seeing Li Yulong leave, Emoya felt relieved.
Not long after, Li Yulong called someone in the company who was more knowledgeable about computers to come over.
Emoya quickly moved aside, fearing that Li Yulong would push her to the side again and do that disgusting thing. This system is finished. The entire hard drive has been formatted.
All the data in it cannot be recovered.
Hearing this, Emoya frowned immediately.
There was a lot of important information in it, including that of 2 big clients.
Emoya, do you have a backup of the information inside on your personal computer?
Especially the information of Mr. Zhang and Mr. Li, Li Yulong asked.
No, all the information is in this computer. That's it.
These 2 customer service representatives are very important to our company.
Li Yulong frowned.
Turning around and seeing Emoya also frowning, he quickly comforted her, "Don't worry for now.
There is someone in the company who is good at recovering data. I'll ask him to come over and take a look."
Li Yulong turned and left, but after walking a few steps, he suddenly turned back and asked, "By the way, Emoya, I want to treat you to dinner tonight."
"Sorry, I'm busy." Emoya refused directly.
Li Yulong narrowed his eyes immediately, but he smiled again in the blink of an eye.
"In that case, let's do it next time. I'll find someone to fix the computer first." After saying that, Li Yulong turned and left.
Seeing Li Yulong's leaving back, Emoya breathed a sigh of relief. If Li Yulong continued to pester her like this, she would probably have to leave the company.
Suddenly, she thought of Li Fan.
She had heard from Xiaoxua before that he was quite knowledgeable about computers, so she quickly took out her phone and called Li Fan. Li Fan was in the car looking through recruitment information from various companies. When he saw Emoya calling, he picked up the call immediately.
"You miss me so soon?" Li Fan asked with a smile. "Don't be silly, can you recover the computer data? My entire hard drive has been formatted, and there is very important information in it. If it is lost, the company may lose 2 orders worth hundreds of millions."
When Li Fan heard this, he immediately became serious.
If things were not handled well, Emoya might lose her job.
He did know a bit about computers, but his skills were not top-notch, not even average. But for his wife, he had to go.
"Don't worry, leave it to me. Then I'll come down to pick you up." After hanging up the phone, Li Fan asked the system, "Xiaomo, how many wife points do I need to redeem a senior computer technician?" 50,000.
Hiss.
Li Fan took a deep breath.
Although he could pay with cash, this first exchange required his wife to order. Now he doesn't even have 10,000 yuan.
If he can't handle it himself, Emoya might really lose her job. "Don't worry, brother Li Fan. Emergency situations should be handled urgently. Xiao Mo can overdraw your wife's points to exchange for them.
After all, Sister Emoya's happiness is the most important thing." Hearing the system say this, Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiao Mo, there are too many people up there, and I can't communicate with you.
If I can't handle it later, you can help me exchange for a technician." "Okay, brother Li Fan."
At this time, Emoya had already trotted over, and Li Fan got out of the car immediately.
Emoya took Li Fan's hand and walked inside. After a brief explanation, Li Fan registered before entering the Golden Domain building.
When I arrived at the office, there was already someone working on the computer, but that person had a frown on his face and looked like he couldn't figure it out either.
Li Yulong saw Emoya suddenly bring a man over, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "Emoya, is this the man you asked to repair the computer?" "Yes." Emoya nodded immediately. Li Yulong finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Finally, the man shook his head. "No, it's completely gone.
I can't get it back." Hearing this, Li Yulong's face changed. Those 2 customers were very important to the company.
He looked at Emoya, then he looked at Li Fan. "You come and try your best." Li Fan nodded casually, immediately sat down in front of the computer desk, plugged in his USB drive, and started typing on the keyboard. Soon Li Fan used his own technology to restore the data.
Emoya told him the location where the data was stored, and Li Fan locked it for restoration.
If he wanted to restore the entire disk, it would take a lot of time. Soon, Li Fan found the two important files, but due to severe formatting damage, they were full of garbled characters when opened, and some were missing.
Li Fan's computer skills only go so far. No?
There was a hint of worry in Emoya's eyes. Although the two important files you mentioned have been found, they were severely lost and it is a bit difficult to restore them. Li Fan didn't dare to say no, but with his skills, this is the best he could do.
Ding! Brother Li Fan, there is a hidden virus in it. I'm afraid your USB drive has also been infected.
But I don't think it's necessary to exchange for a senior technician.
I will teach you.
Lines of code immediately appeared in Li Fan's mind, and the system's voice sounded again. Brother Li Fan, use this to get rid of the virus first, and the rest of the restoration and repair will be easy. Li Fan did not hesitate and immediately entered and executed the code given by the system. Soon the two files changed. They were still garbled, and the files were even more missing. But Li Fan knew that the virus was being dealt with. Finally, the viruses were killed. Not only these two files, but all the viruses in the entire computer were completely eliminated.
A new code appeared in his mind.
Li Fan was familiar with it and started executing it immediately. The repair was in progress.
Li Fan turned around and smiled at Emoya. Besides these two files, is there anything else that needs to be restored? Yes, it's in the LF directory of Drive D. Since it's not difficult for you, just restore everything in there. Emoya also spoke with a smile. LF? Isn't this the abbreviation of my name?
Li Fan immediately became energized and started repairing the problem immediately.
Seeing his confident look, Emoya couldn't help but smile knowingly. The entire directory will be repaired soon.
Li Fan was glad that he only formatted it twice, otherwise his skills would be completely beyond his reach. After restoring the files and backing them up to a USB drive, he began to reinstall the system.
By noon, the computer had returned to normal.
Emoya sat back in her seat and started opening them one by one, quickly browsed through them, and then hugged Li Fan excitedly.
I found them all. Emoya was as happy as a little child. Li Yulong's mouth trembled when he saw this. He wished he was the one being hugged. Emoya, everything has been restored. It's worth celebrating. I'll treat you to lunch at noon.
Li Yulong said with a smile.
No. Emoya shook her head and pointed at Li Fan. I'll eat with him. Li Yulong's mouth twitched, but he still had a forced smile on his face. Yes, the master has worked hard to repair the computer.
We should treat him to a good meal to express our gratitude.
How about this, the three of us go together?
Li Fan narrowed his eyes and felt that this person should be the Li Yulong that Emoya mentioned.
Forget it, my husband will be angry. Emoya took Li Fan's hand. Li Yulong's mouth twitched again, and he felt a little embarrassed. Aren't you afraid that your husband will be angry if you hold the hand of a repairman like this?
No, he is my husband. As she spoke, Emoya lifted up Li Fan's hand, and the rings on their hands were obviously a pair.
Li Fan also spoke at this time. Don't worry, my wife eats a lot, and I'm afraid she'll go broke.
After saying that, Li Fan took Emoya away.
The muscles on Li Yulong's face kept shaking.
He knew that Emoya was married, but he didn't expect to meet the real boyfriend.
This made him feel a little embarrassed.
Naturally, some people in the office saw this scene, and they all tried to hold back their laughter.
Chapter 26 Computer Virus, Counterattack.
I went outside, found a clean little restaurant, picked a few dishes, and handed them to the waiter.
Li Fan smiled and said, that guy looks pretty good, a standard handsome guy. Are you jealous? Emoya winked at him mischievously.
Li Fan smiled, turned around and shouted to the waiter, ask the chef to add half a pound of vinegar. The waiter knew that the two were joking, so he smiled and pointed to the small bottle of vinegar on Li Fan's table.
If you want to eat more, just pour it in. If it's not enough, I'll add more.
Don't worry, there are still several bottles in there.
It will definitely be enough for half a pound.
When the waiter said this, Emoya immediately smiled coquettishly, took out a small spoon, poured out a little bit, and then handed it to Li Fan. Li Fan quickly covered his mouth. My tooth hurts.
That's great. You don't have to have your teeth pulled out if they get sour. Emoya smiled and handed the spoon closer.
Li Fan gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, as long as my wife is happy, I will do my best." Having said that, Li Fan swallowed it in one gulp.
Fortunately, it was only a little bit. Emoya asked heartlessly, "Is it sour?" "Acid." Moya chuckled again. "Eh? Aren't you the one who had your clothes stolen by a bitch while swimming in winter last night, and then chased her across 10 blocks?
I heard it was for a wedding ring." The waiter's words are filled with information, including almost all the words that make for a popular headline. When Li Fan heard this, he immediately felt unwell. He quickly covered his forehead and rubbed it hard.
If he meets someone in the future and he says this to him, will he still be alive?
Seeing this, Emoya quickly patted Li Fan on the shoulder and waved her other hand at the waiter, signaling him to stop talking.
The waiter nodded immediately, but then asked curiously, "Is that the ring you are wearing, the one that was stolen by the dog?" "Little brother, stop talking."
"Oh, okay." The waiter nodded, and then he spoke again. "I heard that the dog was trained to steal other people's things."
Li Fan. Emoya. You didn't wear any clothes last night, but you didn't catch a cold. You're in really good health. Li Fan. Emoya. What is it like to swim in a river in winter? Little brother, if you say this again, we won't eat. If you don't pay the bill, the boss will ask you to pay.
After Emoya said this, the waiter completely shut up. Li Fan finished the meal in great depression, and then walked outside for a while, and then Li Fan felt a little better. After Moya went to work, Li Fan started looking for a job online again. After submitting several resumes, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a box. That's right, this is the Starry Sky Diamond Ring. Last night, in order to chase the dog, he accidentally completed a long-term task issued by the system. The Starry Sky Diamond Ring was also delivered to him by the delivery staff. Since the diamond ring was very valuable, Li Fan was afraid that Emoya might get suspicious, so he didn't give it to her for the time being. After all, he is still unemployed now.
He decided to send it away only when conditions were better in the future. Xiao Emo, let me ask you something. Did you arrange what happened last night on purpose? Otherwise, that dog wouldn't be so smart. Oh, why would brother Li Fan doubt me? Xiao Emo is sad, Xiao Emo is so sad, woo. I definitely doubt you. Such a simple task actually has 5,000 wife points.
This is not an easy task. It's so cold that even standing in the wind for a while is unbearable, let alone swimming in the river.
I'm training your perseverance. Brother Li Fan, have you ever thought about why you didn't get any response to your resume? It's impossible for Sister Emoya to make enemies in the company.
The computer hard drive was formatted twice, which was obviously done intentionally. The system changed the topic, but this topic did make Li Fan think. While he was restoring the files, he was also thinking about this question, and wanted to ask Emoya about it in the evening. But since the system said so, Li Fan also felt that Emoya should not have any enemies in the company. Considering that he received no response after submitting his resume, Li Fan guessed a possibility, a computer virus. So he decisively restarted the computer, entered the DOS system, and then entered line of code. This was the code the system had given him before. Although he had only entered it once, he had already memorized it.
After execution, a lot of viruses were indeed killed.
After deciphering the virus, it was found that the writing style was exactly the same as that on Moya's computer.
Someone is indeed playing tricks. But my skills can only go so far. If you want to track me, you need an expert to solve it.
Li Fan narrowed his eyes, and at this time the system's voice sounded again.
Brother Li Fan, have you forgotten me? Let me teach you.
Li Fan's eyes lit up immediately. The system was helping him for free, so he had to seize this opportunity. The code appeared in his mind, and Li Fan immediately entered it line by line.
He quickly locked the other party's computer. Found it. Do you want to destroy the other party's computer system? Yeah. Li Fan nodded.
Another code immediately comes to mind. Li Fan did not input it immediately, but took a closer look.
Oh my god, Xiao Mo, you are really good. Now the other party can only change the computer. Hee, I'm not that great either. Li Fan didn't hesitate and started entering the code immediately.
In theory, software should not damage hardware, but if used in the right way, software can cause damage to hardware.
For example, a hard drive.
Partitioning and high-level formatting do not cause any damage to the hard drive, but low-level formatting has a greater impact on the life of the hard drive.
Xiaomo's code includes the function of low-level formatting the hard disk tracks.
As long as the tracks are continuously low-level formatted, the tracks will be damaged in a very short time. There are also corresponding methods to damage graphics cards, memory, CPU, and even monitors, such as overclocking and increasing voltage. If you add 10 kilograms to something that can bear 1 kilogram, it will definitely be crushed. These codes are written into the motherboard BIOS, and the corresponding hardware will be damaged every time it is started.
Once these codes are implanted, the other party's computer will be scrapped if it doesn't die. On the other side, the hacker hired by Lin Xiaoxue was standing in front of the window smoking.
Suddenly, the computer beeped and the sound made him panic, and he quickly ran over to check. In an instant he realized that his computer had been hacked, so he quickly unplugged the power cord.
Hey! You actually took advantage of me when I wasn't paying attention. Looks like you ran into an expert. Unplugging the network cable, the man with glasses restarted his computer.
Then the computer screen kept flickering, and then the monitor suddenly started to smoke, and with a bang, it broke down. He quickly switched to another screen, but this time there was only an image consisting of rows of letters on the computer.
No matter how he pressed the buttons, it was useless.
Even the BIOS was wiped out. Staring at the letters made up of images on the screen, his breathing became heavier and he looked very angry. Because those 2 letters were enough for him.
1 S and 1 B.
After Li Fan finished dealing with his work, he began to check his computer, and then with the help of the system, he hacked into an email box. After searching carefully, I found that there was no resume I had submitted.
Sure enough, someone is against me.
Li Fan narrowed his eyes and instantly thought of someone, Lin Xiaoxue.
Chapter 27 Emoya, you are so naughty. Brother Li Fan, have you guessed who it is?
Li Fan shook his head.
Without evidence, it's impossible to be sure.
Maybe it was her, or maybe it wasn't her. After all, the relatives of those who were imprisoned because of Emoya and me might also retaliate in this way.
Ruining someone's future is going to leave no way for myself and Emoya to survive.
It is hard to guard against such people.
Even if we deal with them this time, there won't be a next time. In addition, there is the matter of Li Yulong. Even though her wife was being targeted, she still had to continue working for that man. This made Li Fan very unhappy.
Thinking of this, Li Fan narrowed his eyes again. After a long time, he made a decision. Xiao Mo, I have decided to start my own company.
Xiao Mo fully agrees.
It is impossible for me to work.
Xiao Mo never wants brother Li Fan to work in this life. You idiot.
Li Fan rolled his eyes.
He. I was dreaming of becoming a boss's wife. My wish is about to come true, I'm so happy. Xiao Mo laughed.
Li Fan shook his head and ignored Xiao Mo's mischief. Although I have decided to start a company, I still need to seriously consider what kind of company to start. In addition, the capital for starting the company was only 1.18 million. After paying off their debts a few days ago, they bought 2 cars, one for each of us.
Emoya suggested using the 1.18 million to buy a bigger house.
It wasn't because she disliked the small house, but because Li Fan's parents always wanted to return to their hometown to make room for the couple. Although they were temporarily persuaded, the 2 elders still decided to return to their hometown after Emoya had a child. When parents get old, they must have their children around them. The only way is to move to a bigger house so that the 2 elders won't have to think about these problems anymore. As for the money issue, he could use his wife's points to exchange them, but Li Fan was unwilling to do so as he felt it was a waste. In his opinion, anything that can be solved with money is not a big deal. But it is not easy for my wife to save money.
What if you need something urgently in the future, where can you get it?
He did have 2 valuable items on him, one was a starry sky diamond ring, and the other was a yin yang jade pendant. And he had no intention of exchanging these 2 things for money.
Brother Li Fan, are you worried about the startup capital?
Li Fan nodded. He was indeed worried about the money.
If he didn't choose the right direction, the 1 million plus would be gone in a short time. You can ask Lin Jia for investment. This girl has a lot of money. Just a little bit of it will be enough for you to squander for several years.
Girl?
Li Fan was a little puzzled.
Xiao Mo called Emoya sister, but called Lin Jia girl.
This is a good sponsor. But there must be good projects. If they develop later, that would be the best.
But if they don't, even if Lin Jia doesn't care about the money, he will feel bad. Forget it, let's find something with a low threshold and low investment first. If the threshold is low, the competition will be fierce, and they are not good projects.
But the investment is small, so at least you can verify whether you are suitable for this job, right? Hey, brotherly fan, no matter what you do, it will be fine. Have you forgotten that I can help you?
There are elites from all walks of life in the system mall, so you can be a hands-off boss.
Let's test the water first. Li Fan said this firmly, and then started searching on the internet.
Finally, I found something with a very low threshold and the investment would not be too large.
Brotherly fan, Xiao Mo can't bear to watch this anymore.
Your standards are so low that you actually chose this. My dream of becoming a boss lady is shattered just like that. At the same time, the hacker with glasses had already reported to Lin Xiaoxue.
The other party noticed it and found someone more powerful to fight back. So what if they found out? Don't you know how to try another method?
You have to touch her computer, the one where she handed the information over.
It's okay to tamper with it, as long as you can achieve your goal. Understood.
The hacker with glasses hung up the phone and started operating another computer.
5:30 p.m. Moya had just got off work when Li Yulong caught up with her in the elevator again. Moya, I've read the information you submitted. It's very detailed and well done. Thank you. Moya smiled slightly and kept a distance from him.
Li Yulong was not angry when he saw this, and moved a little closer to Moya.
It's still early, why don't we go to the coffee shop and talk?
These two customer service representatives are very important to the company, and we can't be careless at all.
Moya frowned.
Li Yulong's words made people think that it was because of work, and it was difficult for most people to refuse such a reason. After thinking for a while, Moya smiled and said, "Please point out any deficiencies. I will go back to the company and work overtime to revise them immediately."
The corner of Li Yulong's mouth twitched slightly. He never expected that Moya would come up with this idea. Nothing wrong with that. You're doing great. I just wanted to have some coffee with you and chat. Sorry, I don't like coffee very much. Moya smiled slightly and stepped back a little again to keep some distance.
Li Yulong narrowed his eyes, unwilling to give up.
Moya, let me take you there.
When I went upstairs this morning, I seemed to see that your car was not in the parking garage. No need, my husband is waiting for me downstairs, and he will pick me up and drop me off at get off work from now on. Li Yulong was embarrassed for a moment and smiled awkwardly. He really has a lot of time.
Doesn't he have to go to work? Moya smiled and didn't answer.
Finally, the elevator stopped on the first floor and Moya left directly.
Li Yulong narrowed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking.
There were other colleagues in the elevator, but they were just watching quietly. It was not until Li Yulong went to drive his own car that the two girls started discussing in a low voice.
This Li Yulong is so shameless. Moya has rejected him again and again, but he still keeps pestering her. That's right.
Besides, she's already married.
How shameless.
He takes advantage of his position as a small leader to do whatever he wants.
Who can he suppress with just a small official? Even I look down on him for his position.
Although the words were spoken in a low voice, they still reached Li Yulong's ears, and a cold light immediately appeared in his eyes. Taking out his phone, he made a call. "Sister Zhao, I agree."
Then go to the hotel and wait for me. I will promote you to manager tomorrow.
Li Yulong narrowed his eyes and said, "You bitches, just wait for me."
Moya opened the door and got into the car, immediately giving Li Fan a big hug. Thank you for your hard work today.
How dare you say it's hard to work for your wife?
Did Li Yulong bother you this afternoon? Moya shook her head, it's still the same. Li Fan frowned immediately. When we drove home, my parents had already prepared dinner.
After dinner, the family chatted for a while and then went back to their rooms to rest. Li Fan and Moya snuggled up to each other. Except for the beginning, the two had gradually gotten used to it and everything was moving in a good direction. After a pause, Li Fan started talking about his desire to start a business.
Have you decided on the direction of your business? Li Fan nodded.
Now is the era of traffic, so I want to start from this aspect.
I will open an online video studio and do some self-media. Shocked.
The old farmer stepped on a huge hole and found a 1,000-year-old tomb underneath.
Is this the one?
Li Fan was stunned, and then he wished he could find a place to hide.
There is no threshold to enter the self-media industry, and even anyone can do it. It is precisely because of this special reason that many low-quality self-media have emerged. In order to gain traffic, people resort to fraud and crazy hype, and the titles are all kinds of different. After Emoya said this, he instantly felt ashamed and his face turned red. When Emoya saw him like this, she immediately became interested. He came up to Li Fan all of a sudden with a mischievous look on his face. Shocking secret, a strange flying vehicle crashed in the mountains. It turned out to be a spaceship. This is what aliens look like. I can't believe that after 8 years of marriage, my wife doesn't want to have sex with me. It turns out that she is a man. The more Emoya talked, the more excited she became, and the happier she became. Li Fan had been covering his face, but finally let go and hugged Emoya in his arms. Fairy, I'll take you in. A moment of life and death, Li Fan, look how I seal your mouth, fully loaded, woo woo woo. Li Fan hugged Emoya tightly and used his mouth as a seal to stop Emoya from speaking. Emoya could only make a woo sound, even when she was smiling. Li Fan knew that Emoya was laughing at him, so he just continued to kiss her. After a long time, Emoya's woo sound finally disappeared, and Li Fan let go of her mouth. I thought Emoya had had enough fun, but just as I let go, Emoya's voice rang out again. A strange news in the world, a dragon was fished out of an old well. Is it a myth reappearing, or an unknown terrifying creature? Arabian Nights, the white ghost under the old locust tree, is it the work of wronged souls, or is it a scientific phenomenon that humans cannot understand? Chapter 28, Bad Boy, Emoya's brother. Li Fan's parents' room. Old man, your son and daughter-in-law are having a great time. Young people are full of energy, let them have fun. How about we make some noise sometime? I really miss our youth. In Li Fan's room, Emoya was not yet satisfied and her face was full of excitement. What a stunning spectacle! A mirage actually revealed the heavenly palace. Is it a repetition of history, or a mysterious unknown area? Breaking news, a small idea actually made the blogger's daily income exceed 1 million. Li Fan covered his face, shook his head and shouted, it's over, my wife is crazy. If she continued to make such a fuss, Li Fan was really afraid that she would get too excited. So, using the same method of sealing her mouth, Emoya made the woo sound again. This time, Li Fan decided not to let go even if she stopped. This kiss seemed to last forever. The atmosphere has changed and the movements are more intimate. Feeling that the defense line was being broken down, Emoya gently pushed him, Li Fan. I know. Li Fan responded softly. He did not forget what he had said, and would not cross that line of defense until she was ready. Looking at Emoya, who had calmed down, Li Fan teased with a smile. Is there a more shocking title? Yes, I have. Emoya chuckled and kissed Li Fan twice. Shock. Li Fan's little wife is actually a hidden super rich woman. This time, her voice was no longer so excited, and had returned to calm. Hey, it seems my wife is not well yet. I need to hug her more and kiss her more. Li Fan reached out and gently touched her forehead, then held her tightly in his arms and kissed her several times. He. Although the two of them made a fuss for most of the night, at least the matter was settled. The matter of the self-media studio has been settled. Low threshold and low investment. Emoya did not object. She also knew that Li Fan's current predicament required a transition. She just hopes that Li Fan will not be that kind of unscrupulous self-media. Li Fan nodded affirmatively at this point. He really didn't want to be that kind of unscrupulous self-media, otherwise he wouldn't have blushed when Emoya wrote those weird headlines just now. Li Fan, I can also help you with your wife. Emoya was serious for a moment, then immediately winked at Li Fan mischievously. Of course, what she said was true, and she could indeed help Li Fan. Not to mention opening a small studio, even setting up a large film and television company and hiring a bunch of stars would not be a problem. From childhood to adulthood, her parents have loved her very much. She has never lacked pocket money and received a lot of it during the Chinese New Year and other festivals. It's just that she has developed a good habit and never spends money indiscriminately. Before I knew it, I had saved more than 1 billion. After I started working, I never used that money again. More than 200,000 is her income and savings. In her opinion, it is more meaningful than the more than 1 billion. Yeah, I know, you're a little rich woman. Li Fan touched her nose and smiled slightly. Of course, your wife is super rich. How about I help you? Not only can your wife invest, she can also help you get sponsorship.
Emoya didn't want to hide the truth from Li Fan, but she was afraid of scaring him. She had been thinking about finding an opportunity to tell him. Now, Li Fan wants to start a business but lacks funds. These words can be regarded as a preventive measure for him. Seeing her like this, Li Fan couldn't help but pinch her face. My little rich lady, you should keep the 200,000 yuan for now. If your husband fails in his business, he will come back to you to live off him.
Yeah, I'll give you enough free food, I won't mind your wife.
Li Fan looked at her with a smile and thought she was so cute when she was naughty. The two have gradually let go since they got married, and although they haven't broken through the last line of defense, their relationship is getting better and better.
The next day, noon. Emoya frowned and walked to Li Fan. What's wrong? Li Fan asked.
Seeing her like this, he was afraid that something had happened in the company again.
Li Yulong was promoted to manager and invited all company employees to dinner tonight.
Li Fan was stunned.
Li Yulong had been in the company for less than a month and had not even been hired as a regular employee.
To be promoted so quickly, if he was not a relative of a senior executive, then he must have used special channels. After all, his face looks really good. Seeing Emoya's bitter face, Li Fan stroked her hair and said, "Don't worry, I'll wait for you outside tonight. If it was someone else, I wouldn't mind, but he has always had improper thoughts about me, and I feel uncomfortable, but since everyone else has agreed, I can't refuse."
Don't worry about him, just ignore him and let's go eat. Emoya nodded, took Li Fan's arm and asked, "How are you doing here?"
Everything is ready. I will submit some documents this afternoon, then sign a contract with the landlord.
After a simple renovation, the work will start in a few days. Where are the employees? We recruited 4, which is enough.
In the afternoon, Li Fan ran to several places in succession and finally got everything done. It's just that he has too young a boss and has to do everything himself. When I rushed back to Moya Company, she had just gotten off work. The dinner place was not far away, and they arrived there quickly.
Emoya deliberately kissed Li Fan in front of Li Yulong, and then said gently, "Hubby, wait for me." Li Fan smiled and nodded.
This was the first time Emoya called her husband.
In fact, neither of them is used to this name.
However, in order to speed up the relationship, people usually call themselves your wife or your husband. It is more normal to introduce yourself in front of outsiders. Emoya followed everyone in, and Li Fan returned to the car to wait, while also looking through things published by other self-media. Although there are good and bad self-media, there are still many good ones, and they are not the kind of clickbait headlines that are designed to attract attention.
Bite.
A picture suddenly popped up in the system, and before Li Fan could come to his senses, the voice of Xiao Mo from the system rang out. "Brother Li Fan, if you really want to develop in the self-media industry, I suggest you bring this person over. He is very capable in this area." Li Fan immediately checked the information in the system and also looked through many videos he made. The quality was really good. If the team is handed over to him to manage, the overall strength will be raised to a higher level.
How many wife points does this person need?
1,000 points is enough, but he wants a higher salary, at least 50,000 a month.
He happens to be unemployed right now. If you are sure you want him, I can help you get him right away.
Li Fan frowned, but his current team really needed a talented person.
Okay, let's change it. Li Fan nodded.
He was not afraid as long as the problem could be solved with money.
Ding.
The exchange was successful.
The system is processing it for you. About 3 minutes later, Xiao Mo's voice sounded again. Ding. System processing completed.
New employee Chen Jiang, position chief planner, monthly salary 53,000, will report to the studio tomorrow. Li Fan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. It was really convenient to have a system. He didn't even have to contact them himself, and they could help negotiate the salary.
Before, Li Fan didn't understand why people in real life needed wife points to redeem.
It turns out that he is helping to deal with the whole person directly.
These 1,000 wife points are for services.
In the hotel, Li Yulong was already drunk, but he was still being toasted by everyone. Before, he was just the head of a small department, but now he has become a manager.
Under the influence of alcohol, Li Yulong came to Emoya and said, Emoya, I am happy today, let's have a drink." "I don't drink." Must drink." Li Yulong's face turned red and his neck became thick.
He could not speak clearly, and his head tilted from side to side depending on the intensity of his speech.
Emoya simply stood up and prepared to leave.
She didn't want to bother with such a drunkard, who also had improper thoughts about her.
You can't leave, come drink with me, let's get drunk, let's go get a room. Although Li Yulong was already drunk, these words undoubtedly exposed his true nature.
Everyone at the scene was also stunned.
No one expected Li Yulong to say this. Wait, let's get a room later. Emoya was so angry that she was shaking all over. She picked up the tea on the table and poured it directly on him. Li Yulong shuddered violently, but he drank too much, and even after being splashed with tea, he was still not sober, and he grabbed Emoya. Bitch, I like you so much, and you still dare to spray on me, I'll fire you. Emoya tried to break free from his hand, but he held it tightly. Let go, let me go. No. Don't let go, tonight I want you.
Everyone at the scene looked at this scene stupidly, and for a moment they even forgot to pull the people away.
Emoya couldn't break free and slapped him. Li Yulong was slapped and immediately became angry.
Under the influence of alcohol, he had completely lost his mind.
Bitch.
As he said that, he raised his hand and slapped. At the critical moment, a strong hand stopped everything, and Li Yulong was pinched and screamed.
Emoya turned her head and immediately showed a look of surprise.
He was a man dressed like a bad boy, followed by more than a dozen men in suits. They all had cold eyes, and you could tell at a glance that they were not to be trifled with. Without saying a word, the young man kicked Li Yulong to the ground, then punched and kicked him. Li Yulong screamed in pain and begged for mercy, but the young man ignored him. The continuous pain finally sobered him up and he begged for mercy.
Please spare my life, Stop hitting me, please stop hitting me.
But the young man ignored him and continued to punch and kick him. Some people wanted to step forward to help, but when they saw the dozen or so people with cold eyes, they immediately backed off.
Finally, Li Yulong couldn't bear it anymore and fainted.
The young man then stopped and turned to walk towards Emoya. Everyone held their breath, wondering if the bad young man had taken a fancy to Emoya. If so, Emoya would probably be in great danger today.
After all, these people seem to be really hard to mess with. It's over, Moya is finished.
I'm afraid I'll be at the hands of this kid today.
Some young people like this kind of older sister, not to mention that Emoya is so beautiful. Are we just going to sit there and watch?
Just as everyone was guessing, the young man spoke and called out softly, "Sister."
Everyone was petrified. Chapter 29 Li Yulong's tragic experience, Li Fan beats his brother-in-law.
This bad young man is Emoya's only younger brother, Emo Xiaodong. These dozen or so men in suits were her father's long-term bodyguards, known as the 18 Tianlong Guards.
There are 18 people in the 18 guards of Tianlong.
Although they have their own names, they have always been numbered from 1 to 18. On weekdays, there are at most 1 or 2 followers, unless there are special circumstances. This is also the reason why Emoya was surprised just now, and she was also wondering if something big had happened at home. Otherwise, it would be impossible for 15 people to be dispatched at once. Except for the 16th, 17th, and 18th, all of them are here.
Why are you all out?
Emoya ignored Emo Xiaodong and turned to ask the boss.
The boss, number 1, immediately shook his head when he heard Emoya's question. Don't worry, miss, nothing serious has happened. We are just protecting the young master. I think he brought you out to show off again.
Emoya said, and immediately rolled her eyes at Emo Xiaodong. Emo Xiaodong smiled awkwardly and scratched his head.
Come out with me. Emoya said, turned around and walked out.
Emo Xiaodong shrugged, then turned around and gave orders. Leave a few people here to wake that guy up and continue the fight.
Yes. Master.
The 18 Tianlong guards roared together, and everyone was startled, and it felt like the whole house was shaking.
Xiaodong, forget it.
Emoya's voice came from outside, but Mo Xiaodong immediately shook his head.
How can I let it go, sister?
He just wanted to hit you.
I'll cripple him. Are you still going to listen to me? Emoya's voice became stern, and Emo Xiaodong nodded quickly.
Listen.
Call the crematorium.
Emo Xiaodong curled his lips and said.
Yes. Master. Everyone. This bad young man is too cruel. Directly to the crematorium?
Emo Xiaodong turned around and saw Emoya glaring at him, so he quickly changed his words.
Slip of the tongue. Call him. 120, yes, 120. My sister and I have something to talk about.
You guys just wait here. When 120 arrives, carry him to the car. Be careful not to hurt him again.
Don't let even a hair of his head get hurt. Yes, Master.
The 18 Tianlong guards spoke in loud voices and answered in unison, showing an extraordinary momentum.
Emoya shook her head and ignored it. Emo Xiaodong chased after him happily.
After the two siblings left, the 18 Tianlong guards immediately surrounded Li Yulong. This guy actually set his sights on our young lady.
He must be tired of living. As he said this, Lao Ba kicked Li Yulong hard, but Li Yulong was too drunk to wake up.
Stop kicking, the master said not to hurt him.
Lao Wu hurriedly stopped him.
That's what the young master ordered, but the young lady didn't.
It's okay, just keep going.
The fourth brother blinked with a smile on his face.
Everyone was speechless.
But no one dared to step forward to stop it.
Hey, Lao Si, you have a smart mind. I give you a thumbs up.
Then there was a burst of banging.
Ah, it hurts. The continuous beatings finally woke Li Yulong up in pain, and he sat up with a howl.
Seeing a group of people surrounding him, he was trembling with fear.
Brothers, what are you doing? I haven't offended you. Li Yulong seemed to have forgotten what happened just now.
Bah, you didn't offend us, but you offended our young lady, and you even dared to threaten to take her to a hotel.
Lao Lu slapped him in the face.
Li Yulong's head was buzzing, and he was so frightened by these words that he collapsed to the ground. He didn't expect that Emoya had such a powerful background, so he caught out and admitted his mistake quickly. He didn't care whether all the company staff were present.
After all, saving lives is important.
My dear brothers, I was drunk and said nonsense. Now that I am sober, I will apologize to Emoya immediately.
Snap. Lao Lu slapped him again. Did you just call our young lady by her name casually?
I'm sorry, brother.
I was wrong. Li Yulong begged for mercy again. The ambulance is almost here, so forget it. Just let him learn a lesson.
The young master said that he must not lose a single hair.
Lao Wu quickly advised. If he has no hair, then we can't have less hair, right?
The fourth brother came up with another idea. As soon as these words were spoken, the corners of the mouths of the 18 Tianlong guards all curled up.
He. He. Immediately following.
No one knows who took the razor and started shaving Li Yulong's head.
Soon, Li Yulong became a bald head, even without eyebrows. During the whole process, Li Yulong didn't dare to move because there was a knife on his head. Well, that's good. I won't lose any hair this time. The young master's instructions have been completed perfectly. A Taoist in troubled times, a Buddha in prosperous times, Amitba. Everyone. These dozen people must have done it on purpose.
Although they were sure, they did not dare to speak.
In addition, Li Yulong deserved it.
Li Yulong wanted to die, as he never imagined that one day he would become bald, and after shaving his head, someone even smeared something on his head. When he caught a glimpse of the words hair removal liquid, his whole face became extremely ugly. The men continued to watch the show while the girls turned around. This guy still had quite a bit of hair on his body. The fourth man said this and immediately started to take off his clothes.
The female employees quickly turned around and didn't want to look at the scene in front of them.
Li Yulong begged for mercy again and again. Brothers, please forgive me.
I won't dare to do it again. Please let me go.
Li Yulong never imagined that his desires and impulses would bring him such a disaster.
Please, brothers. But 18th guard didn't care about that and even took off his underwear.
The razor and the depilatory liquid were a perfect match.
The skin is quite smooth. The pretty boy has good skin.
He must have taken good care of it on a daily basis. The third brother commented and nodded from time to time.
This punishment doesn't seem to be enough. Can it teach him a lesson? As soon as Lao Chi opened his mouth, Li Yulong immediately collapsed.
Brother, uncle, ancestors, I am really wrong, please stop bullying me, I am too embarrassed to see anyone. Li Yulong kept begging for mercy in a crying voice, but the 18 Tianlong guards ignored him.
He has suffered enough today. Look at his fair skin. It would be a bit of a waste if he doesn't wear a skirt. Maybe he can turn into a beautiful woman. The fourth brother came up with a new idea.
Old 15, go find some clothes for the female employees at the hotel, and get some makeup stuff.
Not long after, Li Yulong put on the clothes of a female hotel employee with a crying voice.
A black miniskirt, a white top, her face was covered with rouge and powder, and she had lipstick, earrings, a necklace, and bracelets, everything. Plus, he had no hair on his head, which made him look really funny.
Woo woo. Li Yulong cried out loud for the first time. Even when he was beaten, he never cried.
But now he was crying, and crying very sadly.
Hey, you're quite a woman. Lao Ba chuckled, and even Lao Wu couldn't help but hook Li Yulong's chin. Oh my, you are so pitiful.
The fourth brother turned his head, looked at these employees, and the corners of his mouth curled up again.
Come here, I'll give you 10,000 each. The ambulance suddenly appeared at the door. Li Fan didn't think much about it and just guessed that someone had drunk too much.
After all, this kind of thing happens from time to time, and he has experienced it several times himself.
Therefore, he never actively persuades others to drink.
If they can drink, they will drink.
If they can't drink, he will never persuade others to drink.
But when a bald girl was carried out, he immediately narrowed his eyes, as if he had seen her somewhere. The bald girl cried very sadly, with tears and snot all over her face, and her makeup was smudged by her tears. Not only were there slap marks and bruises on his face, but there were also visible injuries on his hands and feet. The more Li Fan looked, the more familiar it seemed to him, and then he suddenly let out a strange cry.
Fuck! Li Yulong. Li Yulong was fine when he came, but he looked like this when he came out. This shows that something went wrong inside.
Thinking of this, Li Fan rushed in immediately.
He was very worried about Emoya.
He hated himself for not waiting inside.
What would he do if something happened to Emoya? Li Fan searched room by room.
Although he didn't know Emoya's colleagues, he remembered one or two faces and soon found the group of people having dinner together.
But he didn't find Emoya in the crowd, which made him even more anxious. And here too, something is wrong.
There was a pile of money on the dining table, and there were more than a dozen people who looked like bodyguards.
What happened here? Where's my wife? Kid, what are you doing?
The fifth brother glared at him, but was held back by the fourth brother. Li Fan then remembered that his colleague Emoya didn't know him either, so how could he know who the wife he was talking about was? So he quickly added his question.
Moya, where is she? She's already out. Don't worry, she's fine.
The fourth brother pointed outside.
Hearing this, Li Fan disappeared instantly.
The fifth one looked at the fourth one.
Old four, you are really good. You have such a good eye. Is this the lucky guy?
Nonsense, the young lady's video has caused a stir on the internet, but you didn't watch it carefully.
Finally, Li Fan found Emoya, who was in a corner with a young man.
Emoya grabbed the young man's ear, and the young man held Emoya's hand tightly.
You son of a bitch. How dare you flirt with my wife?
Li Fan thought Emoya was being bullied, and instantly became furious, rushing forward and kicking her.
Go to hell, you bastard! Li Fan roared.
Emoya was shocked when she saw this and quickly pushed Mo Xiaodong away, but Li Fan's kick was too fast and he still kicked Mo Xiaodong's arm. Mo Xiaodong spun several times like a top and then fell to the ground.
Mo Xiaodong exclaimed fuck,
and was about to curse when she heard her sister shouting.
Hubby, don't do it, he's my brother.
Li Fan's hand suddenly stopped in mid-air, and he actually hit his brother-in-law.
This is embarrassing. Chapter 30 Brother-in-law's Test.
Since they got married, Li Fan has never met Emoya's family. I didn't expect that I would beat up my brother-in-law the first time we met.
If Emoya hadn't shouted quickly, his fist would have landed on Mo Xiaodong.
Now, he can only stand there awkwardly, scratching his head, like a complete idiot.
Emoya hurried forward, helped Mo Xiaodong up, and asked anxiously. Xiaodong, are you hurt?
Emoya rubbed his arm, her eyes full of worry.
Hiss.
Sister, be gentle, it hurts. Mo Xiaodong bared his teeth, and Emoya quickly reduced his strength.
Mo Xiaodong looked up and glanced at Li Fan.
Seeing his silly look, he immediately looked down on him. He didn't understand why his sister fell in love with such a fool.
But there's nothing he can do since his sister likes it. Sister, this is my brother-in-law, right? Mo Xiaodong asked. Yes, his name is Li Fan. Emoya nodded, then turned to introduce Li Dong. This is my younger brother, Mo Xiaodong.
The other side of the hotel.
Lao Ba and Lao Lu found a good position, just in time to see what was happening in the corner.
The two of them were like a crowd of spectators, one peeling boiled peanuts and the other eating oranges.
Then, the eldest, the second, the third, all came out, stood with the sixth and the eighth,
and watched the situation in the corner from afar. "Why are you all out here? Be careful, the lady will punish you later." Lao Lu glanced at everyone, turned around and continued to look at the three people in the corner. "The lady only has a few ways to punish you. Don't be afraid. It's better to see how anxious and angry the lady gets," Lao Wu said unkindly. Then a group of people just stood there, eating all kinds of snacks and chatting. They were just the typical crowd of spectators. People passing by avoided them intentionally or unintentionally because they looked difficult to deal with. "Hey, look! The young lady is anxious and is winking at the young master." The seventh brother seemed a little excited and even rubbed his hands. Bang! The second brother veiled the seventh brother. "Seventh brother, you idiot, do you know how to speak? The young lady is giving the young master a hint." The second brother looked at the seventh brother with disdain. "Just watch the show, the young master has started performing." Lao Lu peeled another orange. "Oh my god, the young master actually lay on the ground. He was really devoted in his acting," Lao Ba exclaimed. "Keep your voice down and don't disturb me from watching the show." The boss knocked a few people on the head, and the scene suddenly became much quieter. In the corner, Mo Xiaodong hugged Li Fan's thighs tightly, crying loudly with tears and snot. "Brother-in-law, save me, I don't want to go to jail." Li Fan pulled Mo Xiaodong up and said, "A man shouldn't cry easily. Even if there are huge difficulties, he won't be overwhelmed. Tell me what happened." "As long as I can do it." Li Fan patted Mo Xiaodong's shoulder. "I was racing with someone and hit him. He asked me to pay 1 million yuan. Over there at the 18 Tianlong guards." Everyone ate and watched the show, and even though the boss was pressuring them, they would still discuss it from time to time. "Hey, you see the young master is crying so sadly. Is this the first time he's acted so devotedly?" Lao Jiao stuffed a candy in his mouth and bit it with a crunch. The young lady's expression is surprisingly relaxed. Something is wrong. Could it be that the story made up by the young master is not difficult for that boy? Lao Lu asked doubtfully. "The distance is too far. Who knows what the young master said? We'll know when he comes back," Lao Chi said as he took a piece of watermelon. "It seems that the young master miscalculated. That guy is rich." Old 13 interrupted. "The young lady has left with that man. Why is the young master still standing there like an idiot?" The second brother asked in confusion. "The young master is back. Don't ask. Wait for him to tell you himself," the fourth brother reminded. Soon, Mo Xiaodong arrived in front of the 18 guards of Tianlong. "Master!" The neat and loud voices rang out, and the people around were frightened and quickly dodged away. After returning to the private room, Mo Xiaodong remained silent for a long time, which finally made the 18 guards of Tianlong unable to hold back, so the fourth one started to ask. "Master, what happened? Why do you look like that?" Mo Xiaodong looked up, glanced at everyone, then narrowed his eyes and asked. "Let's go." Mo Xiaodong said only this, then turned and left. The 18 Tianlong guards hurriedly followed. They didn't understand why Mo Xiaodong suddenly stopped talking. Even if the test failed, he shouldn't have said nothing, and this is not Mo Xiaodong's style. Halfway through the journey, the fourth brother finally couldn't help but ask. "Master, tell me the story you made up." "I said I hit someone while speeding, and the other party asked me to pay 1 million yuan in compensation. If I can't pay, I will go to jail," Mo Xiaodong said. "I saw that boy gave you a card, and the lady also gave you one." The fourth brother knew that the story was not over yet, so he simply guided Mo Xiaodong. "Don't call me kid, his name is Li Fan, and he's my brother-in-law." Mo Xiaodong rolled his eyes at the fourth brother. Oh my god. The fourth brother was stunned. Mo Xiaodong came out this time just to test Li Fan. "I didn't expect that he would recognize me so quickly." Mo Xiaodong swung the two cards and looked at Lao Si and Lao Lu, who was sitting in the passenger seat and looking back. "You guys are curious, right?" "Yes, young master, even if Li Fan gave you money, it can't prove that he is sincere to the young lady." "Why did you suddenly change your mind?" asked Lao Lu. Mo Xiaodong shook his head and then said three things. The first thing is that there are more than 200,000 yuan in Moya's card. Moya is his sister, so he naturally knows how much money she has. But the more than 200,000 yuan has a different meaning because it is the money she earned through hard work. In addition, she basically never used the money given by her parents.
The second thing is that Li Fan was starting a business.
He rented a storefront and found a decorator. The remaining 700,000 yuan was all given to him. He had to find another way to pay his employees' salaries at the end of the month. The third thing is the most important. The two got married in a flash, and it was his sister who pursued Li Fan. Now the two are in the running-in period, and their relationship is being cultivated from scratch.
Oh my gosh.
Miss is so bold that she actually gives herself up like that without even any emotional foundation. The fourth brother exclaimed.
Yes, I thought so too, and I became even more anxious. How long can this union last?
So I immediately changed my words and said that more than one person was hit, 4 of them were disabled and 1 was turned into a vegetable. The first 4 asked for 1 million in compensation each, and as for the vegetative patient, in addition to 800,000 in compensation, I must also bear all the subsequent treatment. If the person doesn't wake up, the medical expenses will be a bottomless pit. I thought this would scare him, but I didn't expect him to give me this Yin-Yang fish jade pendant worth 40 million.
Chapter 31 Studio Preparation, Meeting with Staff.
Originally, Li Fan wanted Mo Xiaodong to go home with him, but Moya refused. Li Fan knew that she was angry, and he could only wait until she calmed down.
Moya was indeed a little angry, but that was because of what Mo Xiaodong had done.
She also knew that her family would definitely be worried if she got married suddenly, so she asked Mo Xiaodong to come out and test the waters. Fortunately, Mo Xiaodong did not tell her about his family situation, which made her feel relieved.
Li Fan is driving.
Moya looked at him from time to time and found that there was not much change in his expression, and there was not even a hint of blame. If it were someone else, if they suddenly took out so much money, they would have lost their mind long ago and might even get divorced.
But Li Fan didn't. He even took out the Yin-Yang fish jade pendant worth 40 million without blinking an eye. Moya, have I become more handsome?
Li Fan suddenly asked with a smile.
Moya didn't react for a moment.
You look at me from time to time, and I thought I became handsome again.
Li Fan joked. Honey, don't you want to say something?
Yes. Li Fan smiled faintly and continued driving, and the voice sounded again. You called me husband 3 times today, Moya, and I want to change my words and call you wife.
Is that all you mean? Moya's face turned slightly red.
She had indeed called him several times today.
Then what else do you want me to say? About money?
Although people cannot live without money, money is also the last thing in the world worth worrying about or getting angry about. Li Fan narrowed his eyes and thought of Lin Xiaoxue.
Lin Xiaoxue left him because of money.
It was also from that day that he began to care less about money than before. What's more, this money fell from the sky and did not belong to him in the first place. According to his original life, he should have been living in debt.
There is nothing wrong with returning to the original starting point now.
Besides, he has the system to help him, and he believes that these problems are not big problems.
At worst, I can use my wife's points to exchange for some money first. How about it? Can you let me change my words?
Before, both of them called themselves I am your wife and I am your husband. Now Li Fan took the initiative to bring this up, and he also wanted to go a step further.
Moya was silent for a while and then nodded, yeah.
Wife. Li Fan immediately shouted with a smile.
Husband. Moya blushed and her voice became much softer. Honey, don't be embarrassed. You'll get used to it slowly.
As they were talking, the car had already arrived at the door of the house.
Li Fan stopped the car and took Moya out of the car. Hubby, we still have to deal with the money issue. How about I sell this Yin-Yang fish jade pendant? Will you sell it so that I can live off you?
Of course I am willing to be your wife's gigolo, but I see you like this jade pendant very much, so you should keep it for now. Don't worry about the money, I'll take care of it.
Well, okay then, just tell me when you can't bear it anymore. Moya could only do this for now.
Wave. Li Fan suddenly kissed her on the mouth, making her face blush.
Don't say anything when you get home. I'm afraid my parents will worry. Yes, I understand. The second day.
When Moya arrived at the company, she heard that Li Yulong had resigned, and no one dared to tell her about what happened to Li Yulong afterwards. Because they took the money, the 18 guards of Tianlong also severely warned them not to tell anyone. After Li Fan sent her to work, he ran to 2 more places before finally arriving at the store. Several people were already waiting for him at the door. Li Fan noticed Qin Jiang, and there seemed to be a look of loss on his face. This made him very confused.
Could it be that his salary was not enough? If you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it for now.
After Li Fan came down, he immediately started to introduce himself.
Everyone, I'm your boss. My name is Li Fan. Have you guys met each other here just now?
Everyone nodded, and Li Fan did not introduce anymore.
Then I won't waste my words. Today I will briefly talk about the situation.
The studio is still under renovation, and we are working from home for the time being. Our team has just been established and has no reputation.
Everything starts from scratch.
Your current salaries are the most basic, and will increase depending on the situation later.
This is Chen Jiang, the chief planner. If I don't have any instructions in the future, you will all listen to him. In addition, your salaries are transparent.
Currently, the four of you are all making 8,000, and Chen Jiang is making 53,000. I hope you can also get this amount in the future, or even more. Li Fan pointed at Chen Jiang, and the other four immediately cast envious glances at him. Their salary is all 8,000, but Chen Jiang's is several times more than theirs.
I asked you to come here today so that we can get to know each other. Let's add each other on WeChat first, and then I'll create a work group. We can talk about work matters in it in the future.
As he spoke, Li Fan took out his mobile phone and added everyone one by one, and then set up a work group.
There are only a few of them. That's the end of today's business. I will arrange the tasks now.
Qin Jiang, you are responsible for investigating the current traffic trends and determining 3 creative themes within half a month. You will be responsible for arranging tasks for Zhao Lan, Jiang Feng, Ling Tianlin, and Zhang Xiaoxiao. If any of you four have any better ideas, you can also send them directly to the work group. Today is the first time we meet, let's find a place to get together so we can get to know each other better.
I'll transfer the money for the dinner to Qin Jiang. Having said that, Li Fan immediately started transferring money. Boss, you're not going?
Yes, boss. This is our first meeting and you are the leader, so you should go anyway.
I have something else to do, so I won't go. Just have fun. Everyone, see you at the studio in half a month.
After Li Fan finished speaking, he left first because he was in a hurry to pick up Emoya.
After Li Fan left, everyone started chatting with each other. Why did the boss leave in such a hurry? Zhao Lan started the conversation first.
What else could it be? He must have gone to pick up his wife. We are all in this business, so we know some things faster than others. At that time, I was thinking that the boss's name has been very popular recently, and when I got closer, it turned out to be him.
Jiang Feng laughed. He is indeed very famous.
He chased a bitch across 10 streets for the wedding ring faced more than 40 thugs alone, and there was also the wedding a while ago.
Which one is not popular?
But the boss is very generous. He returned things worth hundreds of millions of dollars as soon as he said. But according to investigation, he is just an ordinary citizen.
Zhang Xiaoxiao exclaimed in amazement. Okay, everyone, where are we going to gather?
Chen Jiang interrupted the discussion and asked.
How much is the dinner?
Zhang Xiaoxiao asked, and the other three looked at Chen Jiang curiously. 5,000, the boss said it wasn't enough, so I told him.
Chen Jiang replied calmly. I'll go.
There are only 4 of us, and the boss is so generous.
Does he want each of us to spend 1,000? Everyone also found it quite magical.
After all, it was not a large-scale party. A few people just gathered together and generally a few hundred yuan would be enough, but Li Fan gave 5,000.
Go ahead, choose the place.
From a distance, I saw Emoya standing on the side of the road, looking down at her phone, her fingers moving, as if she was sending a message.
Beauty, you are so beautiful. Do you want to date me? I will take you to a nice dinner.
Li Fan lowered the car window and asked jokingly, winking at Emoya at the same time.
Oh my god, where did this bumpkin come from?
He dares to flirt with girls while driving a junky car.
That's right, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror?
I can't even get into this shabby car, let alone such a pretty girl.
How can a loser like him seduce her? What kind of feast is this? I think it's a few dollars worth of spicy hot pot, right?
Li Fan was speechless. He just wanted to play with Emoya, but he didn't expect to be despised by the people around him.
Emoya burst out laughing, walked to Li Fan's car and asked with a smile. What kind of feast? 2 yuan for spicy hot pot, wanna go?
Well, okay. Emoya got into Li Fan's car with a smile, and everyone was stunned. Li Fan rolled his eyes at those people, especially the one who asked for Malatang, and then walked away.
Chapter 32. The new employees are full of enthusiasm. Why don't you eat downstairs today? Emoya asked. She found it funny when she thought of Li Fan's frustrated look just now. I heard about a nice restaurant and I want to take you there to try it, honey. Can you please stop laughing? Wouldn't you like it if your wife was happy? Alright then. Just pretend I didn't say anything.
Li Fan arrived at the place soon. When Emoya got out of the car and saw him, she immediately frowned and quickly grabbed Li Fan's arm. Hubby, we are in a tight financial situation right now, so let's move to another place.
Wife, this is just a mutton restaurant.
Li Fan shook his head helplessly, took out his cell phone, and handed it to Emoya. Don't worry about the money, I've already taken care of it.
Emoya was stunned when she saw the transfer information.
Last time it was Longsheng Group's creative advertisement, this time it was Hummer International's creative advertisement, and both times the budget was 2 million. She suddenly felt that Li Fan's choice of the media industry might not be a bad thing.
Honey, what advertising idea did you come up with? Can you show it to me? It's not a good advertisement.
I'll show you a good one later. Li Fan replied awkwardly.
How could he know what the advertisement was?
This was actually the money he redeemed with his wife's points. But he knew that the system did not appear out of nowhere.
Chen Jiang's exchange is a good example. Anyway, the system will automatically handle some things.
The money will then be transferred to his account through regular channels.
Stingy. Emoya pinched Li Fan, then took his arm and walked into the mutton restaurant together.
After entering the mutton restaurant, the two found a seat by the side, and Emoya started joking as soon as they sat down. I've worked hard for several years, but I still don't earn as much as you do with a creative advertisement.
Husband, are you going to force me to go home and be a rich wife? So you're quitting? No, if I quit, you won't be able to rely on me anymore. Emoya joked and winked at Li Fan.
Li Fan smiled and touched her face. I must eat my wife's free food.
Hey, boss, what a coincidence. Ling Tianlin suddenly appeared in front of the table and greeted Li Fan.
Li Fan was stunned, then glanced at other places in the mutton restaurant and soon found Chen Jiang and his friends. When a few people saw him looking over, they immediately waved to him. I have to say it's really a coincidence that they happened to come together.
I didn't expect you were here too. Li Fan smiled, then pulled Emoya up and went over with Ling Tianlin. After a brief introduction, Emoya also knew the identities of several people. Look, boss, I asked you to go together but you didn't want to, but in the end we still met.
Zhang Xiaoxiao joked with a smile, then looked at Emoya and said, the boss lady is so beautiful.
Thank you. Emoya replied with a smile. Let's go together, boss.
Zhang Feng suggested, but Li Fan immediately shook his head.
No, I have to take my wife to work later. We don't have much time. You can eat slowly. Li Fan said this, waved to everyone, took Emoya's hand and returned to his seat.
When the mutton was served, the two started eating immediately.
After all, Emoya's lunch break was not long. How does it feel to be the boss?
On Chen Jiang's side, everyone clinked glasses from time to time.
Although they had just met, after a few drinks, all the unfamiliarity disappeared without a trace.
The conversation started and they talked about the past. Ling Tianlin, a photographer, editor and video producer, has worked in many companies but has never made it far.
Zhao Lan only worked in one company, where she was mainly responsible for operations promotion and attracting traffic.
However, she eventually resigned due to harassment from her immediate superior. Zhang Feng once worked in a gallery for a period of time. After leaving, he was responsible for producing and collecting materials in a self-media studio. Many cover background pictures on the internet come from him.
Zhang Xiaoxiao works as a planner in a self-media company.
She is mainly responsible for collecting and analyzing data and setting traffic directions. After working for a long time without much development, she finally chose to resign. After everyone finished introducing themselves, they all turned their attention to Chen Jiang. While eating, they found that Chen Jiang was not very happy, which made them feel confused.
Director Chen, what about you? Chen Jiang didn't say anything, but took a few gulps of wine. Director Chen, are you the boss's relative? Ling Tianlin suddenly asked. Relatives?
Chen Jiang was stunned and then laughed a few times.
I'm just like you all. I just met the boss today. How could I be his relative?
Where did you work before? Zhang Xiaoxiao asked curiously.
Star Media. Chen Jiang replied indifferently and took a few gulps of wine.
When everyone heard the word Star Media, they immediately exclaimed in surprise, because this company is not small and quite famous. Many people are trying their best to get in, but the threshold is very high.
Anyone who can enter is definitely not a simple lord.
At this moment, Li Fan stepped forward and said, "You guys take your time eating. I'm going to send my wife to work first."
Oh, okay, bye boss.
Take care, boss. Li Fan waved to several people and glanced at Chen Jiang a few times before leaving, because he could see that Chen Jiang was not very happy. However, Li Fan didn't know the reason and it was not easy for him to persuade him rashly. But he had some vague guesses in his mind, so he decided to ask System Xiaomo after sending Moya to work.
Li Fan took Moya's hand and left, and everyone continued to eat and drink.
After returning to the Golden Domain building, Moya kissed Li Fan and was about to get out of the car, but Li Fan pulled her back and kissed her a few more times.
So greedy. Moya rolled her eyes at Li Fan, got out of the car and walked into the company.
After Moya's figure disappeared, Li Fan smiled and talked to himself.
How can I not be greedy when I'm kissing my wife?
What's more, there are rewards for being greedy.
Brother Li Fan, I want you to kiss me too.
System Xiaomo's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. You don't have a physical body, and even if you did, I couldn't kiss you.
I have a wife. Xiao Mo is so sad. Isn't Xiao Mo your little lover? Stop being naughty, Xiao Mo. I want to ask you something about Chen Jiang.
In the mutton restaurant, under the curious questioning of several people, Chen Jiang also began to tell his story. He worked at Star Media for 8 years. Apart from a slight salary increase, his position never changed.
He was always just a small planner.
After being at the bottom for 8 years, he was unwilling to give up, so he chose to leave.
Director Chen, competition in big companies is very fierce. Don't let it get you down. Some people even stay in the same position their entire lives without any promotion.
Yes, they don't value you over there, but the boss values you, and you are the second in command of the company.
Didn't the boss say it all? If he doesn't give any instructions, you'll be in charge of everything. This shows his absolute trust in you.
Everyone tried to persuade him, but Chen Jiang took a few more gulps of wine and gradually became drunk. The suppressed frustration in my heart began to be revealed. Everyone listened quietly, offering advice from time to time. You may not believe this, but before I entered this studio, I had resigned less than half an hour ago. I was very happy that someone contacted me so quickly, because it showed that someone was paying attention to me and my talent. I had ambitions in my heart and did not want to remain unknown, so I decided to accept the offer. In order to test the other party's attitude towards me, I raised my salary requirement and asked for 10,000 yuan more than when I was at Star Media, but the other party agreed readily and gave me an extra 20,000 yuan. This surprised me greatly, but also made me very happy. It was undoubtedly a sign of absolute importance attached to me. But when I arrived at the location, I found that it was just a self-media studio, and it was not open for business.
Can you understand this huge sense of loss?
As he spoke, Chen Jiang took a few more gulps of wine, all his depression and unhappiness written all over his face. What Chen Jiang said also surprised everyone. The boss actually spent tens of thousands of dollars to bring in such a person.
Everyone was surprised and envious at the same time.
They were all recruited by Li Fan based on his recruitment information and had never received such treatment. Ling Tianlin patted Chen Jiang's shoulders hard several times, then began to persuade him.
Director Chen, I don't think you need to do this.
Think about it, you have been in such a big company like Star Media for so long, but there is no progress at all. This means that Star Media does not recognize you at all.
Is a company that does not recognize you worth your life?
The boss came to see you within half an hour of your leaving, which shows that he values you very much. The company is so confident in letting you take charge, which shows that he has absolute trust in you. If it were me, I would rather follow such a boss than go to Star Media. If you can't get over this hurdle, then you have failed your boss's trust and expectations of you.
He treats you like this because he believes you can achieve something. As soon as Ling Tianlin said this, he was immediately recognized by several people.
Yes, Director Chen, although the studio here is small, you can definitely give full play to your abilities. The boss values you so much, you should also believe in yourself.
Chen Jiang took a few deep breaths, took a few gulps of wine, and then gritted his teeth. Yes, you are right. I can perform however I want here. Since the boss values me so much, he will definitely support me with all his strength. Damn it, just because my boss appreciates me, I'm going to fight for it. In 2 years, I want our studio to become a formal cultural media company that can be ranked among the best in the country. We will fight with you. Although we have only met the boss once, I believe he will not treat us unfairly. Ling Tianlin folded his hands on Chen Jiang's. I also tried my best, for the boss and to prove our own value. Jiang Feng also folded his hands. Add me 1. Zhang Xiaoxiao +1. And me. Zhao Lan +1. Okay, even if we start from scratch, we must carve out a niche for ourselves. Chen Jiang was full of passion and everyone was very excited. If Li Fan were here and saw the scene, there would undoubtedly be several big question marks in his head. Then he asked softly, "What are you doing?" Chapter 33, the studio begins. Chen Jiang is too excited. In the coffee shop, Lin Xiaoxue listened to the report of the male hacker with glasses and showed a dissatisfied look, thinking that the male hacker with glasses was too slow. When she heard that Li Fan had started his own business, she showed disdain in her eyes. What a useless man, he actually runs his own media. There are so many such studios, his vision is really too small. Lin Xiaoxue looked down on Li Fan. These days, she was living a very prosperous life. Long Zixuan opened a company and she was the real boss lady, but she didn't want to be just a rich wife, so she kept thinking. During the day, he helped Long Zixuan with ideas on how to run a company, and at night, he used all his tricks to make Long Zixuan feel comfortable. A series of major operations finally allowed her to gain real power in shares. From now on, he will have a say in Long Zixuan's company. But she was unwilling to just let it go. She felt that Long Zixuan was a little weak, so she used the money in her hands to secretly open a small company. Then, using the convenience of her identity, she made it easy for the small company to make a profit. Now that she has money, she speaks more confidently, but in front of Long Zixuan, she is still as obedient as a cat. Because Long Zixuan also has a rich father. Keep a close eye on Li Fan here, destroy their things and make everything they have come to naught. And as for Emoya, hurry up. Lin Xiaoxue picked up the cup, her movements much more gracefully than before. Don't worry, Emoya has already made some moves. When the delivery and settlement are made, the matter will explode, and she may even lose everything she has. That would be the best. Lin Xiaoxue showed a cold smile. As for Li Fan, you should hurry up and get it done for me as well. Li Fan got detailed information about Chen Jiang from the system Xiaomo, and finally knew why he was so depressed. A person with great ambitions has been suppressed for 8 years. Once this momentum erupts, it will be unstoppable. Xiaomo, what height do you think Chen Jiang can reach? Brother Li Fan, this depends on how much you value him. Xiaomo can assure you that this person is definitely not a simple person. If I were you, I would definitely hand over the entire studio to him for full management, allowing him to play freely without letting him feel any constraints. Li Fan was very surprised by what system Xiaomo said. He actually had such a high opinion of Chen Jiang. Brother Li Fan, Chen Jiang's thinking is different from yours. You just want to run a studio to test the waters, but he doesn't. He really wants to show off on this platform. If you plan to leave everything to him, you must be prepared to bleed heavily. The funds required will definitely be more than 2 million. But with Xiaomo here, Brother Li Fan doesn't have to worry about money. Then I will test his ability first, let him test the waters, and see how far he can go with his own abilities in the short term. Soon, Chen Jiang began to test the waters according to Li Fan's instructions. The traffic generating effect was very good, and it gained 500,000 fans in just 3 days. He did not disappoint Li Fan, so Li Fan decided to let him do it and he could just be a hands-off boss. During this period, Li Fan discovered that all of his employees were very proactive. In addition to their respective jobs, they also try their best to express their creative ideas. In order to encourage these motivated new employees, Li Fan gave each of them a reward of 2,000 yuan and promised that if the number of fans exceeded 2 million, there would be a generous bonus at the end of the month. All of a sudden, all the employees cheered and worked even harder. This is definitely an unwise choice at the beginning of a business. But since he has chosen Chen Jiang, he will no longer ask about his affairs. Boss, in this era of traffic, everything has to be fast. If we want to become bigger and stronger, then the number of people we have now is definitely not enough. We must add more people to make the division of labor more detailed. If you have any ideas, just go for it. I fully support you. I'll leave the recruitment to you. Thanks.
Chen Jiang was very touched and once again felt Li Fan's importance to him. Then, he no longer had any hesitation.
Soon, the studio added more than 20 people, with a total of 33 people, and all relevant positions were recruited by Chen Jiang.
After the personnel were in place, Chen Jiang asked Li Fan for funds. With the increase in personnel, equipment and materials must also be increased accordingly. In order to facilitate fund management, he also hired 2 financial staff, 2 accountants and 2 cashiers. If this studio is also a self-media studio, it is definitely a super self-media group.
This scale is no weaker than some small enterprises. To start self-media at the level of a company is undoubtedly an overkill.
Li Fan saw that Chen Jiang had made such a big fuss that he almost transformed the studio, but he did not blame him and handed over all the existing 2 million.
Boss, we only have 2 million for now? What's wrong?
2 million is not a small amount, but he saw deep worry in Chen Jiang's eyes.
Why? Chen Jiang sighed and began to settle the accounts.
Employee salaries cost about 300,000 yuan per month, and various equipment and material expenses are essential. If the studio does things in a lukewarm manner, it will be difficult for it to make a profit, or even lose money. After all, it has so many employees, and the monthly salaries and materials and equipment are not a small amount.
I'm afraid that 2 million yuan of funds will be squandered in about 3 months. Therefore, the studio must find other ways.
In addition to its own traffic, it must also find channels for promotion.
And we must strike while the iron is hot to attract traffic.
It can even be said that in the early stages, advertising costs are the absolute bulk and are very expensive.
Chen Jiang estimated that at least 6 or 7 million yuan would have to be spent on advertising before turning a profit.
If the studio only has 2 million in funding, it must lay off employees, otherwise the studio will go bankrupt in a short time. That's why he was so worried. After listening to Chen Jiang's words, Li Fan was very sure that Chen Jiang did not regard the studio as a self-media, but as a media company. If it weren't for System Xiaomo's words, Li Fan would probably still hesitate, but now, he has decided to support it and will not back down.
Since I've asked you to give it a try, I will fully support you.
Don't worry, there will be no shortage of funds.
If there is not enough, just tell me immediately.
When Chen Jiang heard this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and the emotion in his heart rose to a new level.
He can squander the advertising fee of 6 or 7 million just as he pleases.
Even at Star Media, a plan of this magnitude must be reviewed at every level.
How much do you have to trust yourself to do this?
But he had no idea when Li Fan paid attention to him.
Boss. Chen Jiang's eyes were a little red.
He had never been valued like this before.
Are you going to cry in front of me? I don't have any tissues with me. Li Fan asked jokingly.
I really want to cry, and I also want to pledge my love to you.
Get lost.
Within 2 days, Chen Jiang handed Li Fan 10 documents. These were the initial creative ideas prepared by Chen Jiang, and he said that they would become popular all over the country at the first try. Li Fan read all the content and was immediately shocked. He had a feeling that if these things were released, they would be a huge hit.
Moreover, the 10 creative ideas are related.
If one becomes popular, the others will be immediately driven. Chen Jiang predicts that if all of them are promoted, plus advertising through various channels, the official account will probably gain hundreds of millions of fans. After seeing this, Li Fan felt that he had not trusted the wrong person.
Chen Jiang, I still say the same thing, just go for it. The things you have are enough to prove your ability. Star Media is really blind. Hearing this, Chen Jiang once again confirmed his guess.
It turned out that the boss had noticed him a long time ago.
When is the release scheduled? Li Fan looked up and asked. Boss, this is just a preliminary draft. It will take some time for the final draft to be released. Now everyone is working overtime to perfect it and not miss any flawed details. After all, this is our first battle and we want to become famous in one battle, so we must not only make it exquisite, but also perfect. Chen Jiang hadn't said anything else yet. This was the gift he prepared for Li Fan. Li Fan nodded and glanced around the studio. Everyone was working hard.
Every computer was filled with the contents of the 10 ideas.
Even the 6 people from the finance department got involved.
Li Fan was stunned. Chen Jiang was treating them like animals.
Sure enough, capable people are also crazy. Seeing the employees working so hard, Li Fan sighed, if they work so hard, their bodies won't be able to bear it. Boss. Chen Jian thought Li Fan was concerned about him and couldn't help but feel moved again. Thank you.
Chen Jiang held Li Fan's hand tightly, his body trembling slightly.
Chen Jiang, wait a minute. Did you misunderstand something? I'm talking about all employees, not just you. Boss, you don't have to say it, I understand. I never thought that someone would care about me so much. Li Fan. Boss, I've decided. For you, I'm going to give you my most precious thing.
Li Fan was speechless.
Why did this sound so strange? Is this too much?
In a room, a hacker with glasses was monitoring the status of Li Fan's studio.
Looking at the situation, they will probably be finished in a few days.
Hee, it would be interesting if all your stuff is cleared on the first day of the release. The man with glasses sneered and immediately checked the situation in another place.
Well, the Golden Domain building is almost there too. Chapter 34, The First Destruction, the studio has a big problem. He. Emoya lay on the bed, holding her cell phone and laughing.
At the same time, her other hand rubbed her belly from time to time. Seeing this, Li Fan immediately stepped forward to help her to prevent her from laughing so hard that she fainted. My little naughty boy, if you continue like this, you will become a stay-at-home girl.
Every day, except when you go to work and come home, you just hold my phone tightly. Then pull me in. Emoya looked at Li Fan with a smile.
If I drag you into this, you'll go crazy.
I'm afraid you won't even know who your husband is in the future. Stingy. Emoya pinched Li Fan, but Li Fan just didn't want to.
Li Fan shook his head. Seeing that she was still holding the phone and refused to let go, he simply hugged her in his arms and kissed her fiercely. Among the new employees there is a guy named Wasi, whose name sounds like a foreign one, but he is a native of Tianjin.
People from Tianjin are always optimistic and like to chat, which also leads to his funny personality.
The creative ideas that are created every time are mostly funny, which is why Emoya is very happy during this period. Li Fan was naturally happy to make his wife happy, but every time he laughed so hard that his stomach hurt, which made him speechless.
Looks like we need to talk to this Vass alone.
Li Fan thought so and decided that he couldn't let him harm his wife like this anymore. I always thought that your self-media was the kind that relied on headlines to attract people, but I didn't expect it to be so interesting.
Emoya said, and showed the content to Li Fan. Can your husband be like them? The sow in the east climbed up a tree, and the cow in the west gave birth to 8 legs. These clickbait headlines are boring after reading them once.
Li Fan patted Emoya's face gently. There was one more thing he didn't say, which was that Chen Jiang didn't play his cards according to the standards of self-media at all.
Wife, stop looking. Oh, go take a shower quickly.
Emoya took away Li Fan's hand that was rubbing her belly and pushed him at the same time.
Then you help me scrub my back. No, you just want me to see your body, go quickly. Emoya pushed Li Fan again.
Li Fan was helpless, his wife was really about to become a stay-at-home girl.
Entered the bathroom. Li Fan started to take a shower.
At this time, System Xiaomo's voice sounded again. Ever since all the systems were activated, Li Fan has been teased by Xiaomo from time to time. After taking a shower, she would come out and sob for a while, and the same thing happened when she went to the toilet.
Gradually, Li Fan got used to it. But sometimes, Xiaomo would act weird in his sleep.
Play some very ambiguous stuff, and occasionally there will be 1 or 2 alluring voices. Although it is very quiet, it stimulates the brain and the body will have a natural reaction.
Oh my, I can see brother Li Fan. I saw some body again. Oh, I saw something I shouldn't have seen. So embarrassing. I'm so happy that I can take a bath with brother Li Fan every day. Oh my, so embarrassing. At home, Li Fan didn't dare to speak carelessly and could only let Xiaomo do whatever he wanted. He was sure that in the future, he would be able to remain calm and unreactive even if he was surrounded by flowers. After all, being mentally stimulated by Xiaomo every day, it's impossible not to become stronger. Call.
Under Xiaomo's tea scene, Li Fan finally finished his bath. As soon as he came out, Li Fan saw Emoya still holding her cell phone and laughing. Her other hand never left her belly.
My aunt, why are you doing this again?
Li Fan sighed helplessly, and simply took the phone and threw it aside.
Stop looking at it.
After throwing away the phone, Li Fan rubbed her belly.
Although laughing is not a bad thing, laughing like this for a long time can easily make your muscles tense. Stingy. Emoya hit Li Fan again. But Li Fan didn't care about that and asked softly, "Does your stomach still hurt?" "Pain. Then you're still reluctant to let it go?" "Hey. Honey, if I wasn't here, you would definitely have stomach cramps." "Yeah, hubby, you've worked hard, here. Emoya took Li Fan's hand and changed places. Li Fan also cooperated very well. He rubbed wherever Emoya put her hand. After rubbing for a while, Li Fan felt that the flesh on her belly was not so tight anymore, so he held her face with both hands and helped her relax her facial muscles. "There's nothing wrong with your face. Instead of rubbing your face, rub your belly. You said it's okay. Your facial muscles are so tense. I'll help you rub your stomach later. My husband is so nice." Emoya smiled and kissed Li Fan on the face. Li Fan was not to be outdone. He held her face and kissed her back. Ding! Friendly reminder, the current husband-wife relationship value is 95%, and the husband-wife love value is 51%. Brother Li Fan, keep going. The love value has finally reached halfway. Li Fan was also very happy in his heart, as this meant that their relationship had progressed a lot. During this period of time, the two of them continued to get along, and Lin Xiaoshue's shadow had become increasingly faint, until there was even no trace of it. Therefore, Li Fan can call Emoya his wife without any burden. This is also the reason why he asked to change his words. Now, except for the last step, the two of them are already a normal couple. Chen Jiang seemed very excited that day. "Boss, everything has been revised, and the promotion channels have been almost contacted. It can be officially released the day after tomorrow. Then I'll wait for your good news." Li Fan smiled faintly. "Aren't you going to look at the manuscript again?" Chen Jiang was stunned. "No need, didn't I tell you? I believe you. Boss." Chen Jiang was moved again. Seeing this, Li Fan quickly ran away. Chen Jiang is a talented person, but he gets excited easily, which makes him a little unbearable. But after running a few steps, Chen Jiang's voice rang out from behind. "Boss, I know you are married, but I don't care. Don't worry, I will never let the boss's wife know. Get lost." The studio suddenly burst into laughter. Li Fan ran up to Vass and decided to have a good chat with him. After all, his wife had been badly harmed by her. After a conversation, Li Fan discovered that Wasi was extremely good at being funny. "If I didn't have a stutter, I would have become a crosstalk performer long ago." Li Fan had no intention of stopping him from expressing himself freely, but only warned him to post things in the workgroup and adjust them slightly. "After all, my wife likes it, so I have to let her continue to be happy, but I can't be so exaggerated and get stomachaches easily." Wasi readily agreed, "Hee, I didn't expect that I could have a little fangirl like the boss lady. Boss, you better be careful, I have a lot of personal charm. Get lost." Li Fan said something, then stood up and waved goodbye to everyone. Because he was going to pick up Moya from get off work. The boss wife is so lucky. The boss takes her to work and picks her up after get off work every day. He even eats lunch with her. As soon as she lay down on the bed, Emoya pulled Li Fan's hand over and placed it on her stomach, while the other hand still held the phone. Li Fan cooperated very well and rubbed her belly with gentle force. Puff. Puff. Emoya laughed out loud from time to time, but it was no longer the kind of laugh that made your stomach hurt. Seeing this, Li Fan finally felt relieved. Although being happy is good, one should not overdo it. There is a saying that he remembers very clearly: being happy can easily lead to sadness. And this sadness refers to the heart. Although I don't know whether it's true or not, it's definitely not good to be too happy. After looking for a while, Emoya put down her phone and lay in Li Fan's arms with a smile on her face. He raised his head and touched Li Fan's face, with a gleam in his eyes. "Have I become more handsome again?" Li Fan asked with a smile. "Yeah, honey, you look handsome again, go to sleep." As she spoke, Emoya took the initiative to turn on the headlights, leaving only a small lamp emitting a faint light. Li Fan's face was immediately filled with question marks. Why did he go to bed so early today? On weekdays, it takes at least an hour. Something a little unusual tonight. Could it be because I asked Gas to adjust the level of the joke? Hoo. While Li Fan was guessing, Emoya blew gently into his ear. The hot airflow made him feel a little itchy. Wife? Li Fan was puzzled. He said he was going to sleep, but why did she start playing around again? Hoo. Emoya continued to blow hot air into his ears.
Li Fan was surprised and immediately put his hand on her forehead.
I don't have a fever. Oh, so stupid. Emoya twisted Li Fan's arm. Why am I so stupid? Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo. Emoya didn't answer, but kept blowing hot air into his ears. Wife, shall I take you to the hospital tomorrow? Bang. Emoya angrily hit Li Fan, then quickly kissed him on the face. Li Fan?
Seeing Li Fan's face full of question marks, Emoya finally stopped blowing hot air and leaned over to his ear and whispered, "Hubby,
I'm ready."
After saying this, Emoya's face turned red instantly, and then she buried her head in Li Fan's chest.
What are you ready for?
Li Fan was stunned for a moment.
Oh, that's it, that's the one. I'm ready. Li Fan, Oh, idiot. I won't say anymore.
Emoya angrily hit Li Fan, then turned around and turned her back to Li Fan, ignoring him. Li Fan was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly reacted and exclaimed.
Ah. Is that what you mean? Shoo. Keep your voice down, idiot. Don't disturb your parents.
Emoya quickly turned over and covered his mouth, and only let go after she said this.
Li Fan stopped talking and hugged Emoya tightly. Honey, you are finally ready. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Then you are still so stupid. You don't understand the hint, and you still don't understand when it is spoken.
Emoya rolled her eyes at Li Fan.
I see you in Lin Xiao, woo-woo.
Li Fan didn't waste any words and directly covered her mouth with his.
Emoya whimpered a few times and then actively cooperated. The atmosphere gradually heated up.
Time seemed to slow down a lot, as if to allow the two of them to savor this beautiful moment. Li Fan knew that this was Emoya's first time, so he was not in a hurry and was preparing for the previous scenes very seriously. He stopped only when he felt it was about right, ready to enter into a deeper communication.
Sudden. The phone rang.
Both of them were startled by the sudden sound. The atmosphere that had just been created with great difficulty was destroyed in an instant. You look so beautiful when you smile, like a flower in spring.
Damn it. Who is this bastard? I just hung up without even looking at it. Wife, let's continue. Li Fan took the initiative and prepared to readjust the atmosphere. But at this moment, the phone rang again. You look so beautiful when you smile, like a flower in spring. You look so beautiful when you smile, like a flower in spring. Li Fan was speechless, staring at his phone. The phone kept ringing, ringing, ringing. Finally, he took the phone and found that it was Chen Jiang calling. This damn Chen Jiang. Emoya also saw the incoming call and couldn't help but frown. Honey, answer the phone first.
I'm afraid there's something urgent, otherwise I wouldn't call you so continuously. Li Fan picked up the phone reluctantly, and immediately heard Chen Jiang's anxious voice from the other end.
Boss, this is terrible. All computers cannot be started and all the data has been wiped out. Everything we have prepared for so long is gone. What? Chapter 35, lost 5 million before it even started. Li Fan was feeling angry. He had finally come to this point with Emoya, but suddenly such a bad thing happened. On the way here, Li Fan had some guesses in his mind. There is no doubt that someone is deliberately messing with me, otherwise it would be impossible for the entire studio's data to be lost. When he arrived at the studio, he found that everyone was there, and everyone had a very ugly look on their face. You all didn't go back? This was our first battle, and everyone took it very seriously. As it was about to be released, we wanted to check it again and correct any imperfections. Suddenly, all the computers froze and crashed. We restarted, but we couldn't get into the system. So we used a USB drive to log in, and found that the entire hard drive had been formatted, and everything was gone. Chen Jiang's eyes were bloodshot. This was the result of his hard work these days and also the hard work of the entire studio. He worked so hard for so long and prepared so much, but it all came to nothing in one day. How could he not be sad? Li Fan glanced at all the staff members and found that they were all like Chen Jiang. Some girls even cried out loud. Li Fan saw the efforts of everyone during this period. They stayed up late, worked overtime, and sometimes even worked until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. But now, all the efforts have come to nothing. Don't be sad, it's useless to be sad. But boss. Let me take a look first. Li Fan stopped talking and found a computer to sit down. As soon as he checked the information, Li Fan narrowed his eyes, and the voice of System Xiao Mo sounded in his mind.
Brother Li Fan, it's the same guy from last time, using the same old tricks, even the virus hasn't changed. It really didn't change, but it was very effective, making the entire studio data disappear in an instant.
But recovery is a very troublesome thing.
This time it's not the two small documents like Moyas that can be done in a few steps. The larger the data, the more troublesome it is to recover, and the data lost in the process is also very cumbersome to repair.
Boss, what should we do now?
If we start over, it will take at least another month, and we can't afford that.
Chen Jiang said in a crying voice. He really wanted to cry now. It's not just him, it's the same for everyone.
No one can bear it if all their efforts are turned to ashes. Chen Jiang, go look around right now to see if there are any computer stores or repair shops that are still open. Buy a batch of new hard drives and reply within half an hour.
Send it to the work group.
Zhao Lan, please pay attention to the messages in the group. If Xinjiang didn't buy it, then you should go to the computer mall to buy it tomorrow morning. Ling Tianlin, Zhang Feng, go buy a few temporary beds nearby immediately. If you can't find any, buy a few more quilts and sleep on the floor at night.
They should be thick and warm. Except for Xinjiang, Ling Tianlin, and Zhang Feng, all the others will go home, and I will give you a week off.
After Li Fan finished speaking, he stopped talking nonsense and immediately started typing on the computer.
Day.
Chen Jiang, Ling Tianlin and Zhang Feng took action immediately, while the others just stared at the scene in a daze.
What is this, boss? I don't know. I only know how to edit videos.
Many people were puzzled as they saw Li Fan typing out countless codes, which were scrolling rapidly.
They couldn't understand those things either.
Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief.
Fortunately, that guy used high-level formatting. If it was a low-level one, it would really be impossible to recover it.
What he needs to do now is to kill the virus. If it is not killed in time, it is likely to cause secondary damage and the data may be lost at any time.
So he dared not delay. Ah, that's the file I saved yesterday.
Someone exclaimed, and now everyone knew what Li Fan was doing.
He is recovering data.
Everyone seemed very excited, but Li Fan was not. Although it can be recovered, there will definitely be some missing parts.
As for the problem of repairing it, that will be even more difficult.
I didn't expect the boss to have such a skill, it's amazing. Boss, how long will it take to recover? Everyone looked at him excitedly. After all, this was the result of their hard work.
The larger the data, the slower the recovery, so I can't give you a clear answer. Jiang Ying, do you have a spare hard drive or an unused computer?
Jiang Ying is in charge of the materials, so she knows more about it.
There are 2 hard drives, but yours is the only computer that you don't use much. Bring them all here. Take out the hard drive of mine. Li Fan gave the order decisively.
If you restore data on the original hard disk, it is easy to cause the files to be erased, which may also cause data loss. So he didn't dare to take the risk and had to use a new hard drive to receive the data. Soon, the hard drive was taken away, and Li Fan immediately began to restore and transfer. The first machine has started to recover.
Li Fan then turned to look at everyone and said, "Go back. I will do my best to find everything that was lost." Everyone looked at each other and then left. Although they all study computers, there are too many categories of computer knowledge and technology. Designers cannot build websites, and artists cannot understand programming. It is useless for them to stay here.
The reason why Li Fan left a few people behind was because data recovery required monitoring.
If the recovery is complete, then he must also proceed to the next step.
After everyone left, Li Fan immediately called Emoya and told her that he couldn't go home tonight.
Honey, how's it going over there? It's okay. I need to restore the data. I'm afraid I won't be able to go home for a few days. Honey, go to bed early. Okay, I understand.
After hanging up the phone, Li Fan looked around and found that the studio had become empty.
Only then did he feel at ease to communicate with System Xiaomo. Xiaomo, what do you have?
Brother Li Fan, you have no problem recovering the data, but you are not good at repairing the missing data.
There are 3 computer experts in the System Mall who can help you. The computer experts in the System Mall are too expensive. My current wife only costs 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. Brother Li Fan, that is an employee recruitment.
If it is a temporary employment, 3,000 points will be enough, and it also includes commission.
Then let's change. Li Fan no longer hesitated.
He had to spend the 9,000 wife points.
Ding. The system is in operation. Please wait. Li Fan continued to the next one.
Now he could only restore 3 computers, and for the rest, he had to scan for viruses first.
Ding. The personnel have been hired successfully. They will arrive at the scene in about an hour and a half. Below is the information of the 3 people. Brother Li Fan, take a look. A panel appeared in my mind, with the photos, addresses, and current jobs of the 3 people on it. The scene that just happened in the studio was recorded by a passerby and then sent to the man with glasses. After receiving the message, the man with glasses immediately sent it to Lin Xiaoxue. When Lin Xiaoxue saw the video, she immediately laughed out loud. "Ha, Li Fan, you didn't expect that I would treat you like this, did you? This is just the beginning, the best is yet to come." Half an hour later, Chen Jiang called and learned that all the computer sales and repair shops were closed. Finally, he went to a few small shops that were still open and bought their computers at a high price, but he only got 4 hard drives. Zhang Feng and Ling Tianlin have also returned. Because it was too late, I didn't buy a bed, I only bought 12 quilts and a few pillows. Boss, what's the situation? Zhang Feng asked, and Ling Tianlin also came over. It's still early. Even if the data is restored, it will take a lot of effort to repair it. Otherwise, I wouldn't take a week off. And it may not be done in a week. Li Fan shook his head. You guys go to sleep first. I might need you to watch over me in the second half of the night. The 2 nodded and immediately started sleeping on the floor. At 1 a.m., Chen Jiang rushed back with 4 hard drives in his hands. Li Fan didn't say much and started to act immediately. With 7 hard drives, you can only temporarily restore data from 7 computers. Boss. Chen Jiang walked behind Li Fan with a frown on his face. What's wrong? Can the data be obtained in these few days? Li Fan shook his head. Since he had mentioned taking a week off, it meant that the time would be at least a week later. There is no way Chen Jiang didn't understand this. And since he is asking this now, there may be something else going on. The moment he shook his head, Chen Jiang's face became extremely ugly. This made Li Fan certain that Chen Jiang had something else to say. Any other questions? Chen Jiang nodded, his face was very ugly, but he had to speak. For the sake of effectiveness, I have developed a promotion plan for a week and have already paid for the advertising. If we cannot produce promotional content, even if we are the client, we will be in breach of contract and the advertising fee will not be refunded. How much did the advertising cost this time? 5 million. Chapter 36, Data Recovery, the crisis is not over. Hearing this, the corners of Li Fan's mouth twitched immediately. He returned something that was once worth more than 100 million without even blinking an eye. But now he is very sad. He didn't care about the money falling from the sky, but this money was exchanged by him with his wife's points, which represented the fruit of his love with Emoya. If it is not necessary, he will not exchange wife points at all. Even if the wife points are given by the system, he will not be willing to do so. Boss. I'm sorry. I arranged it too hastily. Chen Jiang choked up as he spoke, with a hint of bloodshot in his eyes. He was full of confidence, but this time he was really sad. He lost 5 million before he even started to earn money. He felt very sorry for Li Fan. Seeing Chen Jiang like this, Li Fan stopped scanning the viruses and patted him on the shoulder. It's not your fault, go to bed. Boss. No need to talk, go to bed. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Li Fan looked out and found that it was Emoya, so he hurried to open the door. Wife, you are not obedient. Li Fan looked at the big bag in her hand, which contained a quilt and a pillow. It's so cold in winter, we need these. Emoya stretched out her hand and handed over the bag. Okay, I'm very happy that my wife loves me so much. Li Fan smiled, took the bag in his hand, and gave her a hug. Wife, it's too late now. Don't go back. The road is not safe. Yeah, okay. Li Fan was really worried about her going back alone. If something happened on the way, he would regret it for the rest of his life. After entering the room, Emoya was immediately stunned and a little embarrassed. So you've already been bought. Li Fan smiled and patted her face, nodded slightly, then turned to look at Chen Jiang. Chen Jiang, go to sleep. You guys take turns watching over me in the second half of the night. Chen Jiang wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Li Fan. Don't say anything extra. This is not your fault and it has nothing to do with you.
Chen Jiang stopped talking and turned to sleep on the floor. Li Fan threw him 2 noise-reducing earplugs.
Without them, he would be easily woken up. I thought you were the only one here.
Emoya blushed and spoke softly, while Li Fan patted her face gently.
Wife, you go to sleep first. I'll make a bed on the floor for you.
Li Fan said as he pulled her into his office.
I'm not sleepy yet, how about I accompany you for a while? Oh well.
Li Fan nodded, took Emoya outside again, sat in front of the computer and started to get busy.
Emoya held her cheek and looked at Li Fan. Honey, you look so handsome when you're serious. So you mean, your husband is not handsome at other times? Li Fan joked. No way. You're just making up stories. Li Fan smiled and continued typing on the keyboard. Emoya just looked at him quietly.
Soon, the doorbell rang. Li Fan turned around and saw 3 more people at the door.
This is what I found to recover the data. Li Fan explained to Emoya first, and then went to open the door.
Li Fan noticed that they brought a spare hard drive.
This is better and can restore data faster.
After entering the house, Li Fan briefly explained the situation and the 3 of them immediately started to get busy. Antivirus, data recovery, and repair are performed all at the same time, and typing on the keyboard is so smooth and cool. Li Fan looked behind them and found that there was no comparison. After all, I am just a latecomer, while they are professionals. However, there is a lot of data, and most of them are large files, so the recovery speed is still very slow. Since the temporary recruits have all arrived, Li Fan no longer has to do it himself. After looking at it for a while, he handed the rest to them.
Afterwards, Li Fan woke up Jiang Feng. Fuck. Boss, you are so mean.
You made me work overtime for an emergency, and even brought the boss's wife to show off your love.
I despise you, I strongly despise you. Who told you not to find a wife earlier?
Li Fan rolled his eyes at Jiang Feng.
My young heart has been severely traumatized. Boss, you can handle it. You want more money, right? Li Fan smiled. Yeah, money is the panacea for everything. Boss, you really are the one who understands me the best. If you didn't have a boss lady, I would want to cut in line. By the way, boss, how much are you going to give me? Jiang Feng asked shamelessly. 100 yuan, do you want it? Li Fan blinked.
No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat.
Thank you, boss.
Li Fan shook his head. He had thoroughly understood Jiang Feng's character after a short contact.
Whether it was 50 yuan or 100 yuan, he would accept it.
Li Fan was too lazy to care about him and simply let him do what he wanted.
I'm sorry to trouble you guys these few days. Each person will receive 1,500 overtime pay. Oh my god. Boss, I love you so much. Madam Boss, I want to poach you.
When Emoya heard this, she immediately burst into smiles.
Li Fan rolled his eyes at Jiang Feng and pointed at the 3 computer experts. I hired these 3 people to recover the data.
You can take turns to help them with chores, serve them tea and water, and check the data after it is recovered.
Don't worry, boss. I promise to complete the task. Li Fan ignored him and took Emoya into the office. Sure enough, it is warmer to sleep with my wife in my arms. I thought you were going to fight till dawn. If it weren't for them, I would have to fight until dawn. Li Fan smiled. Are those 3 your friends? No, I asked them to come here because they are more professional and faster than me. Go to sleep, wife. Emoya hummed and lay in Li Fan's arms.
Li Fan also hugged her tightly and kissed her on the forehead.
Soon, Emoya fell into a deep sleep. After all, it was already very late. After Emoya fell asleep, Li Fan began to think about money.
5 million is not a small amount, and he exchanged it with his wife's points. He would feel bad if it was wasted.
Ah, husband, wake up, we have been kidnapped. Emoya shook Li Fan violently. Kidnapping?
Li Fan opened his eyes dazedly and found that he was still in his office.
He looked at Emoya again and her face was already blushing. Obviously, she has reacted. I'm sorry, husband, I was confused in my sleep. Emoya covered her face embarrassedly.
Seeing this, Li Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. When Emoya saw Li Fan making fun of her, she immediately waved her fists, but Li Fan continued to laugh.
Wife, you are so cute. Who would kidnap ordinary people like us? That's not necessarily true.
Emoya said this, then put her mouth close to his ear and her voice became softer.
Honey, let me tell you a secret. Your wife is super rich.
Emoya had already decided to reveal his true feelings, but he still decided to give her a shot of prevention.
Hey, my little rich girl, give me a kiss. Don't make a fuss, this is not home.
Li Fan didn't care about that, he just kissed her and rubbed her shoulders. Come on, honey, let's go have breakfast, and then I'll take you to work. Leaving the office, Li Fan saw that it was Chen Jiang who was guarding there, the bloodshot in his eyes still hadn't faded.
It was obvious that he didn't sleep last night. Boss. Chen Jiang, don't feel burdened.
I've already said that this matter has nothing to do with you.
But with so much advertising money.
Li Fan quickly stopped him from continuing, he didn't want to make Emoya worry. I'll take care of the rest. Li Fan patted his shoulder and said no more. By the way, don't forget to inform Xiaolan and ask her to buy fewer hard drives.
We still need spare ones. Okay. Chen Jiang was still depressed.
Li Fan simply ignored him, looked at the progress of data recovery, and left holding Emoya's hand.
After coming out, Emoya asked about the advertising fees.
Li Fan was afraid that he would worry, so he said 100,000 instead of 5 million.
100,000 yuan for advertising? No wonder he's so sad. Emoya muttered, and then she remembered the incident when her computer was infected.
It was Li Fan who helped her solve the problem that time. After breakfast, Li Fan sent Moya to work. After Ling Tianlin and Zhang Feng woke up, Chen Jiang immediately discussed the matter with them.
How do you think we can get back the 5 million? Director Chen, to be honest, it is impossible to get the advertising fee back. We can only find another way. Ling Tianlin shook his head. 5 million. We can't just let it go like this, we have to find a way. Chen Jiang gritted his teeth.
I think we should mobilize everyone immediately and contact the businesses that need advertising one by one, and we will transfer them at a low price. Zhang Feng shook his head, but he was not optimistic about this plan, because if the transfer was too hasty, the price would definitely be severely suppressed. Chen Jiang thought for a while and then nodded.
It's the only way we can do this.
We can salvage as much as we can. As Chen Jiang said this, he immediately began to contact the company staff, asking them to work overtime, contact various businesses, and transfer advertising promotions. If the transfer price was good, he would personally give them rewards. Elsewhere, Lin Xiaoxue had already received the report from the hacker man with glasses, and then a smile appeared on her face. Very good, continue to help me and let all the contact information come to me.
Boss Lin, what are you going to do? My company will not let go of such a good publicity opportunity. I understand.
The man with glasses hung up the phone, and Lin Xiaoxue sneered. Not only will I lower the price severely, but I will also personally go to your studio to show off. Li Fan, I want you to know the consequences of offending me. Chapter 37. Lin Jia wants to borrow his wife, the crisis of negotiation.
Honey, see you at noon. Well, see you at noon.
Emoya quickly kissed Li Fan on the face before getting out of the car, and quickly ran away under his gaze. After Emoya entered the company, Li Fan picked up the phone and dialed a number. Huai Bridal International can spend hundreds of millions on advertising, so a mere 5 million is definitely no problem, so Li Fan decided to find Lin Jia. If it weren't for the fact that the money was exchanged with his wife's points, he wouldn't have bothered Lin Jia at all.
Hey, Li Fan, what do you want from me? I'm here to have tea with you and ask you for a favor. How stingy. I'm very busy. Tell me what you want. As long as you don't want to give yourself to me, it's nothing.
Listening to Lin Jia's teasing, Li Fan only said, you wish.
Li Fan, what do you mean? Do you look down on me? Let me tell you, you are not worthy of my love right now. Nows? Why does this sound a bit weird? Putting aside these useless things, Li Fan went straight to the point. Is your company still doing publicity? Why are you asking this? Do you want to help me distribute flyers?
Okay, come over, 500 a day, food and accommodation included.
Li Fan was speechless.
Not only does Lin Jia ask and answer his own questions, his train of thought is also so bizarre. If this was the treatment for handing out flyers, even the uncle sweeping the floors would probably rush to grab them. Li Fan stopped talking nonsense and explained the situation directly.
I have set up a self-media studio.
I was going to officially release the content tomorrow, and I have also signed a 1-week promotion contract with various channels.
Hackers suddenly broke in last night and destroyed all our data. We are currently recovering it, but the channel will not refund the advertising fee, so I want to transfer the channel promotion. If Huawei wants it, the price is lower. TSK. It's only 5 million for promotion. I don't think it's a big deal. No problem. I'll help you with this. But Li Fan, this is not your character. Think about the more than 100 million in the past, and you returned it without even blinking an eye. You should not be the kind of person who cares about money. This money means something different to me. This was the only explanation Li Fan could give. After all, the system is too mysterious and no one will believe it. He didn't want to explain so much. Li Fan, let me discuss something with you. Lend me your wife for a while. Fuck. Lin Jia, you are a two-faced big shot? Last time you said you liked your boss. No, absolutely not. And your hobbies are too special, you can attract both men and women. Li Fan, you bastard, are you looking for a fight? I borrowed Moya to learn from her, what's in your head? Li Fan felt like his ears were almost deafened, but luckily he had already moved the phone away when Lin Jia got angry. Only after she finished her rage did Li Fan put the phone back to his ear. What can a young lady like you learn without anyone teaching you? And you have to learn from my wife. Are you trying to learn from her gentleness, kindness, and generosity? Li Fan asked jokingly, but Lin Jia actually said directly, yes, that's what I want to learn. How about that? I'll help you, so you should also help me. Li Fan was stunned. This Lin Jia was really not on the same wavelength as her. Except for the first meeting, which felt a bit formal, his true nature was exposed afterwards. Do you agree? If not, I will go directly to your house. Li Fan was speechless. Lin Jia was threatening him. But no matter what, the idea of borrowing a wife was too absurd and he could not agree to it, so he decisively refused. No. Okay, wait, I'll go straight to your house. My house is very small, there is no room for a big Buddha like you. That's easy. I'll buy your neighbor's house. Li Fan. Okay, that's a happy decision. Hurry up and send me the location of your crappy studio. I'll bring the contract over later. After saying that, Lin Jia hung up the phone. Li Fan didn't hesitate at all and directly sent her the location. He didn't believe that Lin Jiawei was really that crazy. Chen Jiang kept asking about the progress throughout the morning. However, the contact situation was not ideal, and many people even suspected that they were scammers. What he didn't know was that the people he contacted were transferred to Lin Xiaoxue by hackers. And all the replies came from Lin Xiaoxue's employees. Mr. Lin, I feel like their patience has almost run out. An employee reported to Lin Xiaoxue. Let's start. Try to lower the price as much as possible. Lin Xiaoxue smiled faintly, shook the glass a few times, and began to taste the red wine. Not long after, the employee reported again. Mr. Lin, they want to have a face-to-face meeting. Prepare 3 contracts, with prices set at 500,000, 700,000, and 1 million. Lin Xiaoxue's mouth curled up. He had already learned from the man with glasses that Li Fan was not in the studio, so he was not in a hurry. Judging from the situation monitored by the man with glasses, Chen Jiang was very anxious. The price was 1 million, and the other party wanted a face-to-face meeting, so she felt that the negotiation was meaningless. She also decided to put more pressure on the spot, so she asked someone to prepare 3 contracts. Originally she wanted to do it in front of Li Fan, but after thinking about it, it might be more interesting if she met Li Fan after signing the contract. So now, she is no longer in a hurry to see Li Fan. If Li Fan was there, she would let her subordinate sign the contract, and then go to the studio to wait for Li Fan after it was signed. She couldn't wait to see Li Fan's frustrated look. Ha, Li Fan, how many times can a small studio like yours withstand my torture? Director Chen, has the other party agreed to an interview? Jiang Feng asked. Chen Jiang nodded with a grim expression, but the other party's pressure is too harsh. But except for this company, no one else trusts us. We can only hope to increase it a little bit during the interview, but the fluctuation will probably not be too big. How much did the other party offer? 1 million. Chen Jiang choked a little. Fuck, so fucking cruel. Chen Jiang shook his head. There was nothing he could do. If they couldn't reach an agreement with this company, they would lose all their money. Soon, Lin Xiaoxue's people came to the studio.
After confirming that Li Fan was not there, Lin Xiaoxue took the stage herself. She really wanted to know what Li Fan's expression would be when he knew all this after the contract was signed. Chen Jiang, Zhang Feng, and Ling Tianlin tried to persuade her in every possible way, but Lin Xiaoxue refused to raise the price and still only offered 1 million.
Boss Lin, our channel promotion is worth 5 million. You are really putting too much pressure on us.
Please increase it a little, otherwise I won't be able to explain to the boss.
Stop talking nonsense. Before coming here, I asked someone to investigate. There was a problem with your studio. The data was completely cleared and nothing can be produced. If I don't take over, you will suffer a huge loss and not get a penny back.
Lin Xiaoxue smiled coldly.
But Chen Jiang wanted to talk more, but Lin Xiaoxue was not ready to play anymore. You're annoying. I've lost my patience. I'll give you one more chance. 1 million. Sign the contract. But Mr. Lin. Brush. Lin Xiaoxue directly tore up the 1 million contract, and this action stunned several people.
Just as everyone was stunned, Lin Xiaoxue raised the corner of her mouth and took out a new contract, but the number on it was a lot less.
700,000. Boss Lin, you. Chen Jiang was trembling all over.
The other party actually started to lower the price again. When Lin Xiaoxue saw this, she felt relaxed all over and even crossed her legs.
How is it? Can we sign it now? The corners of Lin Xiaoxue's mouth widened again.
She had never thought that tormenting people on the spot would be so enjoyable. Seeing the changes in expressions on Chen Jiang, Ling Tianlin, and Zhang Feng's faces, she felt like she was the queen standing at the top.
This feeling is very comfortable. Boss Lin, you are really bullying me. Brush.
Lin Xiaoxue tore up another 700,000 yuan contract. This time, Chen Jiang and the other two could no longer sit still. Lin Xiaoxue, on the other hand, took out another contract while they were looking restless.
The above prices have dropped another level. 500,000. Lin Xiaoxue sneered. Director Chen, this is the last contract I brought today. If you tear it up again, I will have no choice but to turn around and leave. Lin Xiaoxue sneered. Now she had forced these people into a desperate situation. This way of forcing people made her feel more refreshed than ever before. Director Chen, did you hear me clearly? This 500,000 contract is the last one. I understand.
Chen Jiang was trembling all over, and so were the two people around him.
They never thought it would be so frustrating.
The other party used this method because they were sure they had no other options.
500,000, if you sign, you will lose a lot. If you don't sign, you will lose even more. This is a dilemma.
If it were the Chen Jiang of the past, he would probably rather die than sign such an insulting contract. But now, he feels very sorry for Li Fan and wants to help him recover some of his losses.
500,000, you can sign it or not. I will only give you 10 minutes to consider it. Boss Lin, I'm going to the bathroom.
Go ahead, but remember, you only have the last 10 minutes.
Chen Jiang stood up and walked into the toilet.
He felt very tired and didn't want to talk anymore because the more he talked, the more he broke down. It is simply a fantasy to want to buy a channel worth 5 million with 500,000.
But what else can he do now?
All the merchants they contacted ignored them. Chen Jiang had never felt so frustrated before.
Come to the toilet.
He hesitated for a long time, and finally called Li Fan.
Boss, someone is here to discuss the transfer of advertising. Is your last name Lin? Right. That's what I called, sign it. Chapter 38. Lend me your wife. Boss, are you sure? Chen Jiang couldn't believe his ears.
The other party had lowered the price so much, but the boss still agreed.
Also, how did the boss know that the other party's last name was Lin? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Li Fan asked in confusion. Of course there is a problem, boss. The price is so low that we are losing a lot of money, and the other party is really insulting.
After just a few words, they tore up the 1 million contract and changed it to 700,000, and then tore it again.
The last one is only 500,000.
The other party saw that we were in a hurry to transfer, so they pressured us to death. Chen Jiang's voice was trembling when he spoke, and Li Fan also felt something was wrong.
Wait for me a moment, I'm on my way back and will be there soon.
Li Fan hung up the phone and immediately contacted Lin Jia, but she was still driving. The last name is Lin, but it's not Lin Jiao. Li Fan narrowed his eyes and had a guess in his mind. Chen Jiang came out of the bathroom with his head still down. Lin Xiaoxue wanted to laugh when she saw how dejected he looked.
How about it, Director Chen, have you thought it through?
Lin Xiaoxue was very proud. Because of the bespectacled hacker, she got the information, and if the other party doesn't agree, then everything will be in vain. That's why she dared to lower the price so unscrupulously. She was also very sure that Chen Jiang would agree, even if it was only 500,000, which was better than losing everything.
Sorry. Mr. Lin, your price is too low. I can't explain it to my boss. Chen Jiang shook his head. Ha ha. Lin Xiaoxue sneered, so you can confess even if you lose all your money?
Our boss is on his way back, so I decided to wait for him to come back and make a decision. When Lin Xiaoxue heard this, she immediately frowned and raised the price again, 700,000, no more.
Mr. Lin, you should talk to our boss. Chen Jiang shook his head. My time is precious. I don't have time to waste it with you. I'll only give you 2 minutes for 1 million. If it doesn't work, I'll turn around and leave. Chen Jiang felt something was wrong. Why did they start raising prices as soon as they heard that the boss was coming back? Shit. I remembered. Ling Tianlin exclaimed, scaring everyone.
Before Chen Jiang could react to what was happening, Ling Tianlin quickly whispered a few words in his ear.
Fuck. Chen Jiang also exclaimed. Ex-fiancé.
They are all in this business, so they are naturally aware of some of the hottest things. I just forgot about this matter because I was very busy recently.
If Ling Tianlin hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten about it.
When Lin Xiaoxue saw them like this, she knew that they had recognized her identity.
But what if I recognize it? Does it mean that the loss will disappear?
Lin Xiaoxue simply stopped acting, crossed her legs again, threw the 500,000 contract to the ground again, and a smile appeared on her lips again.
500,000, you can sign it if you want.
Lin Xiaoxue was very confident that even if Li Fan came back now, she would humiliate him severely.
Sorry, Mr. Lin, the boss has to come back and make the decision. Chen Jiang shook his head. So what if she comes back?
I'll wait for him.
Lin Xiaoxue sneered.
The scene immediately fell silent, with only the sound of keyboard tapping left, and nothing else. Soon, Li Fan rushed back to the studio.
Sure enough, just as he guessed, it was Lin Xiaoxue.
Now that she suddenly shows up, there's no need to talk about the hacker thing, and apart from her, Li Fan can't find anyone else who would target him like this.
Are you the one who wants to sign the contract?
Li Fan said coldly.
This attitude made Lin Xiaoxue very unhappy. That's right.
Lin Xiaoxue stood up and faced Li Fan. Li Fan, I have investigated your studio's situation thoroughly.
You spent 5 million on promotion but you don't have any content. The channel won't refund your advertising fee. Since we were once lovers, I will give you 500,000 so that you don't lose everything.
Hearing this, Li Fan immediately laughed out loud. Ha ha ha.
What are you laughing at? Lin Xiaoxue frowned and anger appeared on her face. Li Fan did not reply.
He walked around her twice and looked at her carefully.
TSK, being a rich wife is really different.
Not only has your temperament changed a lot, but your words have also become more assertive. But I tell you, Lin Xiaoxue, your arrogance is useless in front of me. If you want to give alms, go to the beggars on the street and don't be an eyesore in front of me.
You. Lin Xiaoxue was furious.
She grabbed the cup and threw it at Li Fan, but Li Fan dodged it by turning sideways.
You bastard, you borrowed money to open a crappy studio and started pretending. I wonder how long you can last. That's none of your business. Go away. I don't want to see you.
Lin Xiaoxue trembled all over and turned to leave, but when she was at the door, she suddenly turned around and smiled coldly.
Li Fan, just wait for me. This is just the beginning. It won't be long before your family is destroyed. Just wait for me.
After saying that, Lin Xiaoxue snorted and left, while Li Fan frowned.
Lin Xiaoxue couldn't have said this for no reason. Boss, I'm sorry, we didn't recognize her as your ex-fiancé. If Ling Tianlin hadn't reminded us, we would have been fooled.
However, we contacted countless companies this morning, but no one took over, and many of them suspected that we were scammers.
Even if we showed them all the information about the channel, they didn't believe it.
Chen Jiang apologized and quickly explained the situation. Li Fan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry about the advertising fee.
Someone will take over later." Really? Is the price low? This is the question that Chen Jiang is most concerned about. Not low, I'll take it at the original price.
Although Li Fan did not discuss the matter with Lin Jia in detail, he was sure that Lin Jia would not lower the price.
Li Fan, here I come.
When the voice sounded, Li Fan looked over and saw that Lin Jia was still the same, but the 6 bodyguards behind him seemed to have been replaced by a new group. What a crappy place, so crowded. Why not make the company bigger instead of being so stingy? Ms. Lin, first of all, this is not a company, but a self-media studio.
Second, not everyone has such a strong family background like you. You're so long-winded.
Here, take the contract.
I've already signed it. Li Fan stopped talking and picked up the pen to sign. As expected, Huai Bridal International took over the deal at the original price. Of course, this is also because of Lin Jia, otherwise Huai Bridal International would not even bother with him.
Suddenly, Li Fan stopped writing. Seeing this, Lin Jia quickly covered it up and said, "Li Fan, sign it quickly."
No, what is that contract behind you?
Li Fan immediately pulled her hand away, but Lin Jia held it tightly.
I invested in your studio's contract.
Bullshit, who are you trying to trick? Li Fan tried to move Lin Jia's hand again, but she still held on tightly.
This scene immediately made Chen Jiang and others anxious.
Could it be that there was a trap here? At this moment, Li Fan suddenly lifted her hand and pulled out the paper at the back. She was immediately furious when she saw it.
Wife rental contract. This Lin Jia actually meant it and even got a contract out. Lin Jia, what do you mean? Li Fan asked, holding up the contract. What else can it mean?
It means literally, rent your wife to me, 1 million per day. As soon as these words were spoken, several consecutive exclamations of fuck were heard. Even the 3 people who were typing code turned their heads. Lin Jia pointed at Li Fan angrily and raised her voice instantly.
Isn't it just borrowing your wife? It's not like I won't return it to you. You're so stingy.
Li Fan covered his face, feeling that he had nothing to say to her. Seeing that Li Fan was unmoved, Lin Jia was immediately furious. She waved her jade hand and 6 bodyguards came forward collectively, "Hold him down for me."
Fuck!
Li Fan cried out in surprise, but the 6 bodyguards reacted faster and pressed him to the ground. Then Lin Jia took out the ink pad with a smile, rubbed it hard on Li Fan's thumb, and then pressed it on the contract.
Okay, I'll go to your house tonight, let's go.
Lin Jia smiled, threw down a card and turned to leave.
The 6 bodyguards immediately let go of Li Fan.
Chen Jiang and others immediately grabbed the contract to check it out. When they saw it, they kept exclaiming, "Oh my god. Boss, the eldest lady of the Lin family has taken a fancy to you."
Yes, how can you lend your wife like this? She is clearly lent to you.
Not only does she have to live and eat at your house, but she also has to pay 1 million yuan in rent every day. When Li Fan heard this, he immediately became furious and cursed out only 2 words.
Get lost. Chapter 39, Occupy the Nest. Damn, what happened here? Li Fan exclaimed as soon as he arrived at Jinyu Building.
There were security guards lying on the ground. Lin Jia and her 6 bodyguards were standing at the door. In addition to Emoya and her company's people, even the 110 police were present. Li Fan stepped forward and heard the security captain on the ground pointing at Lin Jia, "Comrade JC, our company has a rule that no outsiders can enter unless they are specifically allowed." But this woman just wouldn't listen and insisted on forcing her way in.
When we refused, she asked her men to beat us up.
A male comrade looked at Lin Jia, put his hand on the notebook and prepared to take notes. "Tell me about the situation."
What?
Lin Jia shook her hair, very calm.
The gay man pointed at the 2 bodyguards who were still smoking and asked, "Who are those 2 to you?" Bodyguard. Why did you let them beat people up? Comrade, don't talk nonsense. I didn't give any orders, I didn't do anything, and they didn't beat anyone.
Lin Jia shook his head to deny. At this time, the female comrade who was checking the surveillance came out with helplessness on her face and shrugged at the male comrade.
What's that expression on your face? Just tell me the situation. The female comrade nodded and recounted the entire process that she saw on the surveillance camera.
Lin Jia was stopped and negotiated with the security guard for several minutes, but still could not enter. So she went out with 4 bodyguards. Then, the remaining 2 bodyguards started running at the door. Running?
The man wondered. Yes, running. The female comrade nodded seriously.
With 2 steps, she knocked a security guard away. After running back and forth for only 2 laps, all the security guards fell to the ground.
Then, the girl swaggered into the building. Everyone.
The gay man immediately frowned. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing, and he couldn't even find a crime to charge him with.
Comrade JC, you have to take charge of us.
The security guards on the ground wailed.
Comrade JC, now that everything is clear, I'll leave if everything is fine.
Lin Jia spoke, while taking Emoya's arm. The man pursed his lips.
In this situation, it didn't even count as hitting someone. It could only be treated as an accident at best. What could he do? The injured person needs to be sent to the hospital. You two will have to pay for the medical expenses, lost wages, etc. The man said helplessly. We accept the punishment. Don't worry, Uncle JC.
We will never default on our debt. The 2 bodyguards said as they threw away their cigarette butts. After the man finished speaking, he immediately led the team away, and the rest of the people also dispersed.
When he arrived in front of the car, Li Fan couldn't help but ask, Lin Jia, have you taken gunpowder? Do you want to be beaten?
Lin Jia rolled her eyes at Li Fan.
Don't hit people all the time. No one will want you with your temper. Get out of the way.
Lin Jia raised her foot to kick, but Li Fan dodged it easily.
Emoya, take my seat.
Lin Jia said as she was about to pull Emoya into the car.
That's me.
Before Li Fan could finish his words, he saw Emoya shaking her head at him, so he simply shut up. The car started and Li Fan followed behind.
Moya, am I really petty?
Even if the security guard makes things difficult for me, I will take revenge like this. From a simple conversation in the company, Emoya already knew that she was emotionally frustrated. Girls in this situation are generally prone to losing their temper, so Emoya simply found a way out for her. The company's rules are indeed a bit rigid, so please give me more compensation.
Lin Jia nodded and continued driving. Emoya, I will follow you during this period of time.
Whether it's going to work or going home, or eating or sleeping, I will be with you. Don't worry, I have already taken care of Li Fan.
Are you planning to possess me 24 hours a day? Emoya smiled and shook her head.
Li Fan had already called her to tell her about the contract.
If I want to learn from you, I naturally need to be in close contact.
Qingyun Temple is the most peaceful Taoist temple in the temporary capital. However, at this moment, a helicopter broke the tranquility.
The helicopter stopped, Lin Jingtian got off and walked straight towards the Taoist temple.
Pushing open the door, a man wearing a golden mask was sitting quietly in front of the 3 pure ones.
Lin Jingtian walked behind him and asked, I want to know if you still have emotions? Yes, in the past.
The man with the golden mask did not move, but just replied faintly. What's gone is the past, but you live in the present. I don't want to say much, but I only have this one daughter. After saying that, Lin Jingtian turned and left, while the man in the golden mask continued to sit quietly in front of the statue of the 3 pure ones. Lin Jia acted quickly and the 3 neighbors' houses were all changed owners. Li Fan lived in one of them and the rest were given to the bodyguards.
And she followed Emoya. Li Fan was very annoyed and wanted to see what Lin Jia was trying to do. When Emoya cooked, he cooked too. When Emoya washed the dishes, she washed the dishes too. No matter what Emoya did, she followed suit. Even when Emoya spoke, she imitated his tone and intonation. How can this be called learning from experience? It is clearly learning from people.
Li Fan was very puzzled.
What medicine did Lin Jia take wrong? Why did she want to learn from Emoya for no reason?
At night, Li Fan wanted to go back to his room to sleep, but Lin Jia had occupied his bed.
Fuck. Lin Jia, are you done yet? It's okay for other times, but you even want to interfere with our married life? It's clearly written in the contract. Do you want to default on your debt? You forced me to do that. It doesn't count. If you don't get out, don't blame me for being rude. Li Fan rolled up his sleeves, looking like he was ready for a fight. What? You still want to fight?
Lin Jia folded his hands, a smile on his face.
I'll count 10 times. If you don't get out, I'll take off my clothes. 10.
But when Lin Jia heard this, she immediately stood up and smiled coldly. Okay, let's see who can take off their clothes faster, you or me. As she spoke, Lin Jia quickly began to take off her clothes. Before Li Fan even had time to react, he had already seen things he shouldn't have seen.
Fuck, you're so cruel. Li Fan ran out of the room in shame. TSK. You want to fight me with this little ability?
Emoya shook her head helplessly and closed the door, while Li Fan ran outside in frustration.
A bodyguard was blowing smoke rings at the door.
When he saw Li Fan running out dejectedly, he immediately said with a smile, "You can't mess with our young lady."
Indeed. Li Fan nodded. You were pretty good at fighting last time I saw you, how about we have a fight? Not interested. Li Fan shook his head, turned around and went downstairs.
Last night, he and Emoya almost completed the last step between husband and wife, but were disrupted by company matters. Tonight, he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, but Lin Jia took his bet again. Feeling unhappy, I decided to go out for some fresh air and visit the studio to check on the data recovery situation. The distance was not far, so he did not drive. Although it was late at night, there were still many people coming and going.
Ding. System task released. There is a crossroad 500 meters ahead.
Help an 80-year-old grandmother to her feet.
You will be rewarded with 500 wife points.
Help her to the ground and send her to the hospital.
You will be rewarded with 1,000 wife points.
Li Fan was stunned when he heard the system prompt. To help an old lady, you really don't dare to do it these days without some courage. Chapter 40, Helping the Old Lady. Li Fan jumps into the pit.
Xiao Mo, are you trying to trick me again? Li Fan frowned. Oh. How could Xiao Mo cheat brother Li Fan? Xiao Mo has always been helping you. Oh, come on, brother Li Fan, earn more wives. You've cheated me more than once.
Li Fan rolled his eyes. According to the tasks during this period, the higher the reward, the greater the possibility of accidents during the task. For example, during that winter swimming trip, a dog made him famous. So he was very careful when performing tasks afterwards, but a lot of problems still occurred. Li Fan still remembered the last time the system said a task of picking up money. It turned out to be a scam. It was a scam where you pick up money and then share it, but Li Fan was very careful and didn't fall for it. But when the other party failed to succeed, they decided to force their way through. Suddenly, 8 people jumped out and surrounded him, refusing to let him leave unless he paid compensation.
If I wasn't in good health, I really wouldn't be able to get away.
When the ambulance arrived at the scene, all 8 people were lying on the ground wailing. Because that place was a blind spot for surveillance, they were framed and ended up paying 30,000 yuan each for medical treatment, lost wages, nutrition, etc. And the time before that, 2 ants were arguing, and the system asked for help.
If you helped anyone, you would be rewarded with 500 wife points. If you tried to stop the fight, you would be rewarded with 1,000 wife points.
Li Fan naturally chose to mediate the fight, and he didn't want to help either side. But the result was beyond his expectations. The more he tried to persuade the 2 sides, the more fierce the argument became, and it finally turned into a group fight between middle-aged women. It was just a team fight between the 2 sides and he was the only one there. There were scratches all over his body.
He couldn't fight back against these aunties and could only run away.
So this time he hesitated.
Ding.
Friendly reminder, brother Li Fan, you don't have many wife points left.
I know. Indeed, he doesn't have many wife points left.
I earned little to begin with, and because of studio matters, I had to exchange a lot of money.
As we were talking, we were only 500 meters away.
This is a night market and there are many people setting up stalls, so it is quite lively. Li Fan looked and saw that the area was already full of people, including adults and children shopping, and students who came out for a midnight snack. Looking through the gap, I saw an old lady lying on the ground wailing.
Ouch, my legs, can anyone help me? I can't stand up.
The old lady wailed, but the people around her remained indifferent. Even though some people were recording the scene with their mobile phones, no one dared to step forward.
I'll help record the video, who will help? Go ahead, we'll all record it for you. Yes. Who knows if you two are in the same group?
A few children in the crowd wanted to move forward, but were held back by the adults. Those students also wanted to step forward, but were afraid of being blackmailed afterwards.
This is a dilemma between moral conscience and money.
By helping others, your conscience will be at ease and your morals will not be bound, but the chances of being cheated are relatively high.
If I don't help, I will feel guilty. Humans are such contradictory animals. But even if you know this, no matter what you do, there will always be people who say it is right and people who say it is wrong. This is people, ordinary people. Because of too many right and wrong, truth and falsehood, this special era was created, and various titles gradually emerged. Being honest is called a fool, being infatuated is called a bootlicker. In this world, everyone begins to become ruthless. Amidst all the criticism and applause, only those who have experienced it firsthand can understand what it feels like. Ding! Friendly reminder, brotherly fan, you have already given up the mission twice. If you give up again, your wife points will be deducted, and the deduction will be double the reward. Hearing the system's reminder, Li Fan came back to his senses. He believes that he is not a bad person, but he is not a good person either. The system seems to be forcing him to make a choice in disguise. Although he really needs his wife's points, he will not be forced by the system. The only one who can make the real choice is himself. It was just that the system happened to issue this task, which put him in a dilemma. The system did not give any more prompts or urges, and Li Fan was also thinking about the final choice. At last, he squeezed into the crowd and squatted down. Fuck, a good guy is coming. Hurry up and record the video for him. You are really not afraid of death, young man. I have already called 120 for her. I advise you not to move. Li Fan was stunned, and turned to the man and said, if you didn't hit him, why did you call 120? The man was stunned, while Li Fan smiled faintly, no matter what you do, there are risks, so let me take all the risks. After saying that, Li Fan helped the old man up. The old man's legs were trembling slightly, and he couldn't help but cry out ouch several times when he stood up. Looking at this situation, Li Fan knew that the old man was indeed injured. Li Fan helped her to the stone bench and checked her injuries. It's a bit serious and I don't know when the ambulance will arrive. Ding! Brother Li Fan, there is a small clinic across the street. Hearing the prompt, Li Fan looked up and found that it was indeed very close, just a matter of crossing the road. Old man, I'll carry you to the clinic across the street to have a look first, and then I'll take you to the hospital after the ambulance arrives. Thank you, young man. Don't worry, the old woman, will never blackmail you. Well, I believe you. Li Fan nodded, carried the old man on his back and walked to the other side, and everyone followed immediately. No matter what time it is, there will always be people watching the fun. The doctor at the clinic also saw the scene on the street. While treating the old man's injury, he glanced at Li Fan and asked calmly, young man, do you have a mine at home? No. Doctor, do you think I, an old woman, am blackmailing this young man? As the old woman spoke, she tapped the doctor's head a few times with her hand. I didn't say that. Don't move, old man. I'm treating your injury. The doctor shook his head and continued to treat the old man's wound. You are a doctor, old woman. I fell on the ground for a long time and you could see it at a glance. Let me ask you, are you really a doctor? The old man knocked the doctor's head a few more times. The doctor's mouth trembled, and he quickly bandaged the foot, then stepped aside decisively, saying calmly, wait for 120. I'm afraid you'll need to stay in the hospital for a while. The people at the door still didn't leave. After all, they were very close and they also wanted to see the final result. At this moment, the ambulance arrived. Li Fan didn't hesitate and carried the old man on his back and went out. As soon as he got on the bus, a middle-aged woman rushed over and approached the old man. Mom, are you okay? My legs hurt. The old man held the handle of the bike. Who hit you? The middle-aged woman asked, scanning the crowd. People present hurriedly stepped back for fear of being affected. No one hit me. I fell down accidentally. It was this kind-hearted bearded man who called 120 for me. And this young man was also very nice. He carried me to the clinic across the street to treat my injuries. The old man pointed at Li Fan and the middle-aged man who dialed 120. The middle-aged woman immediately turned around and looked at the two men. Did you two hit my mother? My daughter, I fell by myself. It has nothing to do with them, the old man explained. Mom, don't talk nonsense if you're confused after falling. The middle-aged woman said and turned around again. You two come with me to the hospital. You are responsible for my mother's affairs. Chapter 41 The Price of Innocence. You are really a skilled person with great courage. Walking on the edge of a knife, something bad will happen sooner or later. Is he really in trouble now? You two idiots, even if that old woman didn't blackmail us, would his family let go of this opportunity to make a fortune? That's not true. These days, being a good person comes at a price. Without some wealth, who would dare to be a good person? This guy is not a good person at all, he is clearly an idiot. The most unfortunate thing is that the bearded man who called 120 was also infected. It seems that I won't be able to help him in this way in the future. Yes, I will never do such a stupid thing. The onlookers were all discussing this matter, cursing Li Fan and the middle-aged bearded man, but no one blamed the middle-aged woman for her shamelessness. Li Fan did not say anything to defend himself, but the bearded uncle's face had already become extremely ugly. Hey, are you two deaf? My mother has already gone to the hospital, why don't you two hurry up and pay the medical bills? The middle-aged woman cursed. Sister, I just called 120. You are not the kind of person who can blackmail people. Do you have any bottom line as a human being? The middle-aged man with a beard cried. Why did you call 120 if you didn't hit him? The middle-aged woman said viciously. The middle-aged man with a beard had a twitching face. Li Fan had just said this. He thought there were no such unreasonable people, but he didn't expect to really meet one. Are you two going to deny your guilt? The middle-aged woman immediately took out her phone and dialed 110. Go to the hospital quickly. The middle-aged woman dialed 110 and immediately hailed a taxi. Little brother, say something. We were not the ones who hit the person. And you, where is the video you just recorded? Show it to him. The middle-aged man with a beard was almost crying. Huh, what did the video record? The scene where you helped my mom up? Let me tell you, it's useless. It can only prove that you helped my mom up, but it can't prove that you didn't hit my mom. This time, the middle-aged man with a beard was about to cry. Let's go. Li Fan got into a taxi directly. Little brother? The middle-aged man with a beard looked at Li Fan in surprise. It's hard to explain now. Li Fan shook his head. The moment he chose to help the old man, he had already anticipated this situation, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. The middle-aged man with a bearded face gritted his teeth and got into a taxi. While in the car, the middle-aged woman kept chattering about medical expenses, nursing expenses, and nutritional expenses, and she didn't stop even after arriving at the hospital. She was still like this when she was with the old man. Finally, the old man couldn't stand it anymore and slapped the middle-aged woman hard, but the middle-aged woman still didn't stop. Soon the 110 police arrived at the hospital. After understanding the situation, they asked us to wait for more information as they still needed to collect evidence. After coming out, the middle-aged bearded man was full of regret. Little brother, you really can't be a good person. I just helped call 120 and was blackmailed. What kind of world is this? Just wait for the news. The police said there are surveillance cameras in that place. Li Fan patted his shoulder. Even if there are surveillance cameras, they're not reliable. I looked carefully at that place and it's easily obscured by trees. Brother, I'm afraid we're really in trouble. The middle-aged man with a beard was still very depressed, and said a lot of things like having old people above him and young children below him. Unless you are an orphan, who doesn't have a family member who cares about you? Everyone is like this. If anyone dares to say something like, don't you have a guilty conscience in the future, I'll let him help an old man. Damn Nanjing FG, I'll fuck all your ancestors for 8 generations. After saying that, the middle-aged man with a bearded face left indignantly. After buying a pack of cigarettes, Li Fan found a quiet corner to sit down. He tore open the pack, took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, but suddenly found that he had no lighter because he had never smoked before. But he wanted to try one tonight. A middle-aged man next to him handed Li Fan a lighter. He lit it, tried to take a puff, and immediately choked and coughed repeatedly. Young man, first time? Li Fan coughed for a long time before he stopped, then tried to take a second breath, and this time he finally didn't choke. Yeah. Li Fan nodded and responded to the middle-aged man. Did you lose your job, or did your lover run away? I just helped an old lady. Li Fan replied calmly and took another puff of harmful nicotine. Fuck, you're done. The middle-aged man threw away his cigarette but shook his head and left. He was the only one left here. He looked at the cigarette in his hand. Smoking is harmful to health, but there are still so many people who smoke. Xiao Mo, do you want to force me to be a good person, or a bad person? How could that be? Xiao Mo obviously wants brother Li Fan to earn a wife quickly.
In every mission, I collide with my past self. Now I can't tell how much I have changed. The system was silent, with no response. Li Fan also finished smoking his first cigarette in his life. On the second day, news came from PCS that the surveillance was blocked. The video footage shot at the scene can only prove that they helped the old man up with someone witnessing it. As for whether there was a collision or not, no one can tell for sure. Although the old woman kept saying that she fell down, her daughter insisted that the old woman was confused and would not remember even if someone gave her money. In this way, the middle-aged woman sued both Li Fan and the middle-aged Hu Zi. And on the internet, this matter spread quickly. The comments section had already exploded with insults, some scolding the middle-aged woman, and some scolding Li Fan and the middle-aged bearded man.
In the noisy comments section, apart from this kind of scolding, there is no other.
In order to clear his name, the middle-aged man with a bearded face posted a message online, asking those who saw the old man fall to come forward and testify. However, on the day of the trial, no one came forward. The middle-aged man with a beard looked very haggard, and the slap marks on his face had not yet faded. He said that he was beaten by his wife. The result was not surprising, both of them were sentenced to compensation.
However, not long after, a video quickly went viral on the internet.
I am an old woman, 80 years old this year.
I never thought that a fall would cause so much trouble.
My daughter, I never taught you to destroy others' innocence to fulfill your own greed.
Today I want to tell you something. I picked you up from a ditch. If I were as evil as you wouldn't be who you are today. You took the money and got the benefits, but it chilled my heart. I have done nothing wrong in my life, but I feel guilty towards those two kind-hearted people. Since my daughter has tarnished their innocence, I will pay them back with my life.
As soon as the news came out, there was an uproar on the internet.
This is a result that no one expected.
It's a pity for such an old man. Some people say that it is not the old people who become bad, but the bad people who become old, but they never think that bad people are just bad people.
There is bullying in schools and fraud in society, and there is no distinction between old and young.
In the beginning, someone chose this path to prove his own innocence, and now someone is taking the same path to prove the innocence of others. Li Fan had never thought that something like this would happen. The old man gave him the most shocking shock of his life.
If a person's innocence needs to be proven in this way, what is the point of innocence? From that day on, Li Fan spoke less. Chapter 42 Hacker Records, Moya's Crisis. Boss, hackers have appeared.
Hearing this, Li Fan immediately hung up the phone, turned on his computer, and started remote data analysis. And the system Xiaomo is also helping with guidance.
Finally, Li Fan locked down the hacker's address. Soon,
he hacked into the other person's computer, turned on the camera, and collected data on his computer while recording the video. After setting the trap for so long, we finally managed to pull this guy out.
He looks a bit creepy.
Li Fan commented on the hacker's appearance.
Ding! System mission released.
Save the drowning person in the pond 2,600 meters ahead.
The reward is 2,000 wife points.
The system task was suddenly released, but Li Fan simply uttered two words.
No.
Brother Li Fan, your wife's points are almost deducted.
That's not going to happen. Just help me contact 119. Really not doing it? No.
Li Fan replied firmly. Ever since the old man's incident, he no longer meddled in other people's business. Instead of wasting money, time, and trouble by being a good person, it would be better to live a good life with his family.
As long as his family is happy, what does it have to do with him what happens to people and things in the outside world?
The most he could do was ask the system to help him call the police. The middle-aged man with a beard called 120 and was extorted for more than 300,000 yuan.
He has not forgotten this incident.
The system will help contact the police and there will be no record, so he doesn't have to worry about any trivial matters. He felt heartbroken when he thought about the old man. Such a good old man lost his life just because of the word innocence. And all the people, apart from discussing good and evil on the internet, have remained unchanged.
Blackmail continues and bullying continues. If that's the case, why should he bother with these trivial matters? Ding! The system has notified 119. Ding! My wife ordered 4,000.
Another 4,000 was deducted, but he didn't regret it.
Xiaomo, how many wife points do I have left?
Li Fan asked. He had spent a lot before, and recently, when he encountered unsuitable system tasks, he directly rejected them, and the deductions were also relatively large.
There are 589 wife points left.
Hearing this, Li Fan frowned.
He was unexpectedly detained like this. Are there any missions with high rewards? Don't mention the ones with traps. I won't do them even if you tell me.
Yes, the rewards for those more than 10 long-term tasks are very high.
If you don't want the task items, you can exchange them for wife points. Oh my god, if you had told me earlier, I wouldn't want the star diamond ring. I've had it for so long but never found a chance to give it to Emoya. But the studio has been profitable recently, so there won't be any problem if I give it to Emoya. I'll find a suitable opportunity to give it to her after Lin Jia leaves. When mentioning Lin Jia, Li Fan shook his head. I thought she would leave in a few days.
After all, a young lady like her couldn't stand the suffering of ordinary people. But he underestimated Lin Jia. He had been here for almost a month and there was no sign of him leaving. Eat, sleep, do things, and even work together. With her background, it is very easy for her to get into a company. If he could handle those bodyguards, he really wanted to take her out by force. Brother Li Fan, you and sister Emoya haven't even had your first time yet.
Li Fan's face suddenly turned dark. Could you please not mention this? I'll help Brother Li Fan when the time comes.
Xiao Mo's help is nothing more than those tempting sounds and images.
But sometimes I just can't stand it in my mind. Sudden. Li Fan frowned.
Inside the hacker's computer, he saw an intrusion record with a familiar contract name on it. And that contract was exactly what he had retrieved from Moya's computer. Li Fan immediately looked through it carefully, and was immediately shocked when he saw it. The order was originally worth 180 million, but now it is only worth 90 million. Li Fan didn't know how the other party operated in reality, but if this was true, then Emoya's company would directly lose 90 million. Emoya was the initial project leader, so he must be responsible for the incident afterwards.
In addition, Li Fan also saw a lot of forged evidence, each of which pointed to Emoya. Embezzlement, misappropriation of company funds. Li Fan immediately flipped through it and became angrier and angrier the more he read. Not only that one order, there are many more to come.
There are 4 orders worth more than 50 million.
Once these things break out, the consequences will be unimaginable.
And there has been no abnormality on Moya's part recently, apparently her company hasn't noticed it yet.
But the outbreak is only a matter of time.
The more Li Fan thought about it, the angrier he became, and he roared in the car. Lin Xiaoxue, you bitch, you want my family to be destroyed, so I will destroy your family first. Xiao Mo, urgent help, I need to settle these things, it doesn't matter how much wife points it costs, I'll owe it first.
Brother Li Fan, are you stupid? We have all the evidence, just call the police.
Li Fan slapped his head. It is true that those who are involved are often confused, while those who are not involved can see things more clearly.
So he continued to collect evidence, preparing to take down the hacker in one fell swoop.
The only regret is that there is no evidence against Lin Xiaoxue, but Li Fan knows that she definitely did it. Looking at the time, Moya was about to get off work, so he immediately began to think of a reason. But he had to deal with such an urgent matter first.
Just as he was thinking about the reason, the phone rang.
You look so beautiful when you smile, like a flower in spring. The caller was Emoya, and Li Fan picked up the phone immediately.
Honey, I have something to do here. I have to work overtime. You don't have to come to pick me up.
The bodyguard will take Lin Jia and I back when the time comes.
Okay, see you tonight, honey. This time, Li Fan no longer needs to find excuses.
Deal with the hacker glasses man's matter with peace of mind. In Jinyu Building, after Emoya finished calling Li Fan, she frowned and walked into an office where all the company's top executives were sitting.
2 small companies paid today, but the amounts were wrong. Both parties immediately took out the contract for comparison.
The original price was cut in half, which meant the company would lose money.
Both of these orders were handled by Emoya.
The company immediately began to verify information with other companies, and this verification shocked everyone. All orders were sold at half the price, and the total loss reached 200 million. As a result, the company's top management immediately called her to the conference room for questioning.
Moreover, during the investigation, they even found evidence of her embezzlement, fraud, and misappropriation of company funds. Emoya knew very well whether she did it or not. It was obvious that someone was targeting her deliberately.
But it would be impossible for her to find evidence in a short period of time. She had to get to the bottom of this.
But the premise is that the matter cannot be made worse, otherwise Li Fan will be worried to death if he knows about it.
In the conference room, everyone had a stern face and stared at her.
Emoya was not at all flustered. She walked to the solitary position and then looked at the top executives of the company opposite. Emoya, we just discussed it.
As long as you pay back all the debts, the company will try to reduce your sentence.
Chapter 43. The company belongs to her. Leaders, you have already convicted me of a crime before the matter has been further investigated? Emoya asked calmly, without any fluctuation in expression.
The facts are before us, and you can't argue.
Zhao Yanting, who spoke, is also the vice president of a subsidiary of Jinyu's service industry.
In the absence of the branch manager, she is the person with the most power. If it was just a minor issue, she would not get involved at all given her status. But now hundreds of millions of dollars are involved, so she has to show up in person. When she heard the news, her legs went weak with fear. All she could do now was to make Emoya, the culprit, confess everything. For this reason, she said she would try to help Emoya reduce her sentence. In her heart, she had already hated Emoya to the core, and even wished she could tear out Emoya's tendons and skin him alive. If the head office knew about such a huge loss, she would face a lot of problems.
She didn't even dare to think about it. Mr. Zhao, do you think that with my current position, I can accomplish such a big thing without being discovered?
Emoya had a faint smile on her face, but to Zhao Yanting it seemed like a mockery. Zhao Yanting snorted coldly, then began to flip through the documents in front of her, throwing them towards Emoya as she spoke.
This is evidence that you embezzled 200,000 yuan of the company's funds. This is the 180,000 you accepted from Sky Blue Clothing. This is you. After Zhao Yanting threw it, she looked up at Emoya. With so much evidence before you, you can still remain calm. Do you not understand the law, or do you think you are great just because you have a backer?
I tell you, once a case is filed, no matter how powerful your background is, you will be locked up immediately.
Zhao Yanting spoke coldly and glanced at the door of the conference room, where Lin Jia's two bodyguards were standing.
If she had not seen how powerful Lin Jia's bodyguards were, she would have attacked Emoya long ago. If you return all the stolen money, the company can strive for a reduced sentence for you. Also, how did you avoid the company and secretly sign the half-price order? How much benefit did you receive from the other party? As long as you confess one by one, the company will strive for a reduced sentence for you. Zhao Yanting snorted coldly. Since you have decided not to investigate further and put the blame on me, there is no need for us to talk anymore.
As he spoke, Emoya took out his phone and made a call. Emoya, it's useless no matter who you call.
With all the charges of corruption, and embezzlement of public funds added up, the rest of your life is completely over. Hearing this, Emoya rolled her eyes at Zhao Yanting and continued to make the call. The phone rang, but it was outside the meeting room.
Emoya was stunned and then hung up the phone.
The door to the conference room opened and a man in his 50s appeared, followed by several bodyguards.
The man's name is Jiang Mingdu, and he is also the chief executive of Jinyu's service industry. Boss Jiang, why are you here?
Zhao Yanting stood up immediately, her face turned pale instantly. She didn't expect that the head office would come so quickly, and the person who came was the chairman. The other company executives also immediately stood up and saluted, greeting Jiang Mingdu. I just happened to pass by the subsidiary and heard that something happened here, so I came up to see what the situation is here.
Jiang Mingdu glanced around and finally his eyes stopped for a while at Emoyana.
Zhao Yanting's face looked very ugly, and all the senior executives fell silent and lowered their heads. The scene was dead silent. Jiang Mingdu snorted coldly upon seeing this, and the senior executives shuddered immediately.
If you don't say it, someone will.
Having said that, Jiang Mingdu immediately asked the bodyguard to go out and inquire. Soon, the returning bodyguard whispered something quickly in his ear. Jiang Mingdu's face immediately darkened. He glanced coldly at the senior executives opposite him, and finally walked up to Emoya.
Miss, they ganged up on you? Miss? Everyone was shocked. The CEO of their head office is actually called Miss Emoya. Zhao Yanting was trembling all over, she didn't understand what was happening.
Emoya shook her head and quickly explained the situation.
Uncle Jiang, all the orders I was responsible for were inexplicably reduced by half, resulting in a loss of more than 200 million yuan. In addition, they found various evidences of my embezzlement, fraud, and misappropriation of company funds.
Jiang Mingdu immediately looked at everyone opposite him with cold eyes.
Are you interrogating the young lady? Mr. Jiang, all the evidence points to Emoya. We have to conduct an internal investigation on her. Zhao Yanting cried out in injustice.
When Jiang Mingdu heard this, he immediately sneered.
Embezzlement, and misappropriation of company funds? Do you know who the real boss of Jinyu Service is?
When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned.
RNTU, Jiang Mingdu, the boss of Jinyu Service Industry? But this statement obviously means something else. In other words, there is another person behind Jiang Mingdu, and that person is the real boss. Could it be Emoya in front of me?
As soon as this idea came out, they immediately shook their heads, thinking it was simply a fantasy. At this time, Jiang Mingdu raised his hand and pointed at Emoya, and spoke lightly.
It's her father, and I'm just an old housekeeper. Everyone was shocked. Although Jinyu Service Industry is not ranked internationally, it is also a very strong company in China. Jiang Mingdu is also one of the richest people in the country.
But now, he said he was just a butler.
The entire company belongs to Miss, and you actually suspect Miss. No one dared to speak, including Zhao Yanting.
At this moment, an investigator came to the company. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Mingdu's face immediately darkened and he slammed the table. The loud noise scared everyone.
Who reported the case?
Mr. Jiang, we are still conducting an internal investigation and have not reported the case yet.
Zhao Yanting explained quickly. No one has reported the crime, so what are the people outside doing here?
Zhao Yanting had no way to explain and could only remain silent.
Uncle Jiang, they really didn't report the case. Let's go out and take a look first.
Emoya spoke, Jiang Mingdu nodded, and turned around to go out with Emoya. When they came outside, they quickly understood the situation. Because someone reported the case and submitted detailed materials, most of which involved Jinyu Service Industry, people were sent over to investigate the situation. When they heard about the hacker invasion, everyone was stunned.
Hacking is just one part of the story.
Offline signing may very likely involve a high-level contract gang, and the most common method is contract substitution. While both parties were reading the real contract and about to sign it, they deliberately disrupted the scene and swapped the contracts.
After the contracts were signed, they replaced them with the prepared fake contract. This operation is very sophisticated and involves several steps.
The real and fake contracts have to be swapped back and forth several times.
It is difficult to be discovered unless it comes to settlement. Ha, old man, I've lived for so long, but this is the first time I've heard of this kind of operation. It's really something you'll see once in a lifetime. Jiang Mingdu couldn't help but be curious.
The investigators simply mentioned a few things and began their investigation without going into detail. As for coming here to investigate, it is because this kind of scam will inevitably involve collusion with one of the parties. So I came here to ask about the details of the people who were present at the signing. The person who asked the most questions was naturally Emoya, and they also brought a lot of hacking records.
Every piece of evidence of fraud points to Emoya.
Now, there is no need to explain anything, everyone knows the reason.
Someone is deliberately targeting Emoya.
Li Fan smiled as he saw the investigators leave.
Finally, the questioning is over.
I'm sure my wife must be thirsty from all the questioning.
He looked at the time and it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, so he took out his phone and called Emoya. Wife, I'll wait for you downstairs in the company. Chapter 44, Extreme Joy Leads to Sorrow. Miss, is it your son-in-law? Jiang Mingdu asked curiously. Yes. Emoya nodded. Uncle Jiang, I plan to switch to Nanyang clothing.
Please help me arrange a manager position. After everything that happened today, her identity has been known to everyone.
If she is still in this company, it will be very inconvenient.
When Jiang Mingdu heard this, he immediately shook his head and said, Miss, you have been working at the bottom of the company for 2 years. You have already learned everything you need to learn.
The master is still waiting for you to take over. Let's wait another year. There are still some things I haven't fully understood. Emoya shook her head.
Jiang Mingdu wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Emoya. Uncle Jiang, you are a well-known figure, don't go with me later, I'm afraid it will arouse his suspicion.
Well, I can never change the name of old man. Jiang Mingdu shook his head.
Originally, Emoya planned to stay in Golden Domain Service for a longer period of time, but her identity was already known to everyone.
Soon Emoya and Lin Jia came downstairs.
Li Fan immediately opened the car door and gave Emoya a hug. After the two got in the car, each of them was given a cup of milk tea. After Lin Jia took a sip, she immediately felt something was wrong and quickly touched Emoya's cup.
Li Fan, you are so mean. You gave me an ice drink in the middle of winter. Because I want to get rid of you. By the way, I haven't asked you today, when are you leaving, Miss Lin? If you don't leave, you'll be pissed to death.
If it was the Lin Jia from the past, she would never say that and would definitely kick over. I have to say he has changed a lot. This also made Li Fan curious about how charming the CEO of Huai Bridal International was that he could make a rich girl like her take the initiative to change.
Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you're away for too long, there will definitely be more small animals around him. What little animal?
For example, a vixen or something. There's no guarantee that the third, fourth, or fifth mistresses will come out. Lin Jia said with disdain, if there is a woman who can handle him, then so can I.
Oh my god, the guy you like isn't a homosexual, is he? Otherwise, how could there be a man that a woman can't handle? Not for women, and even less for men. Hearing this, he immediately grinned. Could it be that the one you like is a monk? Ahmet Ba. Master, please don't bother me. Poochie. Emoya laughed out loud.
These days, she has become accustomed to their bickering.
You want a beating?
Lin Jia rolled her eyes at Li Fan.
Li Fan, let me ask you something. You are a self-media person and you have to collect all kinds of information. Have you ever seen a situation like this?
Both parties were present and the contract was promising, but after it was signed, it was swapped. As soon as Lin Jia said this, Emoya quickly touched her, fearing that she would let the cat out of the bag. When Li Fan heard this, he immediately knew that Lin Jia wanted to know how those people framed Emoya. With a faint smile, he spoke.
It happened once 8 years ago, and it made quite a stir.
It was a powerful fraud gang, with all kinds of talents in it, including security guards, cleaners, waiters, thieves.
Ha, what talented people they are. Lin Jia sneered.
Li Fan shook his head.
Don't underestimate these people. If they cooperate, it is very likely that they will be perfect.
For example, if the security guard sits in the control room, he will control all the surveillance. The cleaner can use his position to deliberately block the surveillance without being suspected. When the two cooperate to block the surveillance, the thief will take the opportunity to enter. Afterwards, there is no need to delete the surveillance. The fingerprints at the scene can be cleaned up by the cleaner openly. Hearing this, Lin Jiatsai nodded, feeling that he had underestimated the coordination of these positions.
Hurry up and get to the point.
Lin Jia urged. Li Fan smiled and began to tell what happened 8 years ago. 8 years ago, a shop customized 300,000 yuan of low-priced clothing for a clothing factory. The money was small, but because of the low price, the quantity was large. 3 days later, the store took the clothing factory to court, and the court eventually ordered the clothing factory to pay 30 million yuan in compensation. Afterwards, 2 similar cases occurred, which immediately attracted great attention. After careful investigation, they found out the modus operandi of this shop. Security and cleaning are the focus in the early stages. After selecting the target of fraud, they will infiltrate the target and find out the various habits of the other party when signing the contract. Then the thief will take action to steal the official seal and the contract, doing both real and fake things at the same time.
A magician may also tamper with a real contract by changing the price, time, or compensation for breach of contract.
However, a fake contract will have the same content as the original one, while also having the official seal, signature, and handprint forged. Because they are all done according to the habits of the contractor, it is difficult to be discovered.
Once everything is ready, the contract will be formally signed.
The shop owner was also a magician. When signing the contract, he asked the waiter to make some trouble to attract attention, and then immediately changed the contract. After the signatures were made, he replaced the forged contract again.
After taking it back to the garment factory, no one asked any questions.
The security guard, cleaner and thief cooperated again and replaced the signed real contract. By the time they were discovered, they had already been prosecuted. It is written in black and white, very clear, you have to compensate me as much as you should. After hearing the modus operandi, Lin Jia was amazed, and Emoya also began to carefully think about the various scenarios when signing the contract, as well as the suspicious objects. But after thinking for a long time, she still couldn't come up with any clues.
What if the company's staff has not been replaced for a long time? How do you think the other party will commit a crime?
Lin Jia asked, because Emoya was in this situation, and the security and cleaning staff of Jinyu's service industry had basically not been replaced. If thieves, magicians, and hackers work together, they can do it. Especially hackers, they can control the company's surveillance status at any time, but the number of times the contract is changed back and forth will be more than before. When Li Fan turned himself in, because his studio was also implicated and he took the initiative to turn himself in, the investigators told him more. Only then did Li Fan know the entire process of the crime. Li Fan remembered that he had discussed this case with Lin Xiaoxue before. He didn't expect that the first thing Lin Xiaoxue did after she became rich was to find these people. If I hadn't discovered it in advance, Missouriya would probably have been locked up. Get off the car, honey, I'll carry you. Li Fan got off the car and squatted down immediately, but Emoya didn't hesitate and rode on directly. I was a little shy at first, but now it has become a habit. Seeing this, Lin Jia immediately pointed at a bodyguard and said, "Come here, I want to experience it today too."
What do you want to experience? A middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the distance, followed by several bodyguards.
And this person is Lin Jia's father, Lin Zhengtian.
Dad, why are you here? Lin Jia frowned.
After making so much noise for so long, it's time to go home. Lin Zhengtian said seriously.
I won't go back. I haven't learned to be gentle yet.
Lin Jia shook her head. But Lin Zhengtian just waved his hand lightly, and the 6 bodyguards around Lin Jia immediately took action. 2 raised their hands, 2 raised their feet, 1 raised his head, and 1 raised his body. The scene was almost like a sedan chair carried by 8 people. No matter how much Lin Jia made a fuss, it was useless. She was directly carried into the car, and 2 bodyguards guarded her on both sides.
Sorry to bother you.
Lin Zhengtian nodded, turned around and got into the car. The car slowly drove away, and more than 10 cars started at the same time and soon disappeared from sight.
Finally they left. Ah ha 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 ha.
Li Fan laughed out loud with joy. He estimated that Lin Jia would probably be locked up for a long time after returning. Even when eating, Li Fan was humming songs. This was undoubtedly his happiest day. He was shaking his head while he was scrubbing his body.
Ding.
Friendly reminder, it's easiest to get frustrated when you're most proud.
Xiao Mo reminds brother Li Fan not to be too happy. Nonsense, Lin Jia is gone, how can I not be happy? Xiao Mo, you are allowed to assist me tonight, I want to be in the best condition.
Okay. Xiao Mo will definitely play the most exciting things to make brother Li Fan full of passion.
Oh, so embarrassing.
Xiao Mo is a girl, how can she say such things?
Oh, so embarrassing.
After taking a shower, Li Fan couldn't wait to jump onto the bed.
Finally, no one is making trouble.
Li Fan picked up Emoya and kissed her fiercely, then the atmosphere began to change and the temperature in the room gradually increased. System Xiao Mo also put something stimulating to Li Fan's nerves in his mind. After some tenderness, Li Fan was ready to get to the point.
Hubby, wait. What's wrong? Aren't you scared again and want to prepare again? Li Fan asked.
This was the first time for them after their marriage.
No. Emoya blushed and bit her lips tightly. Then what's wrong with you?
My relatives are here. Chapter 45, It has changed, another way can work.
I'll go.
We had already walked to the lake and were about to enjoy the most beautiful scenery, but it started raining at this moment.
Emoya's face was flushed with shame.
Because of Lin Jia, she hadn't been affectionate with Li Fan for a long time. During this affectionate time, she forgot the most important point. It was not until Li Fan was about to start that she suddenly woke up. Li Fan felt uncomfortable all over at this time, but the system Xiao Mo was very unkind and did not stop putting things in. And he repeated the sentence in his mind, when you are most proud, you are also most likely to be frustrated. Li Fan slapped his head in frustration, signaling the system Xiao Mo to stop assisting, but Xiao Mo just laughed out loud.
Ha 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 ha, Xiao Mo is so happy, ha ha ha. System Xiao Mo responded in this way and continued to play unhealthy content with synchronized sound and picture.
The corner of Li Fan's mouth twitched, but it was not convenient to talk to System Xiao Mo at this time.
Finally, she stroked Emoya's hair helplessly. Little Mo, you are not kind.
Emoya thought he was talking about her, and her face turned even redder. I'm sorry, husband.
I'm not talking about you. Emoya?
Li Fan quickly shut up, turned over, and hugged Emoya in his arms.
Sleep.
Li Fan turned off the lights, and Emoya buried her head in his chest.
Is it very uncomfortable? What do you think? Then did you have any bad habits like that when you were single? I'll allow you to go to the bathroom for a moment. Li Fan's mind was full of question marks, but suddenly he reacted. I'm going to. No, never.
After Lin Jia left, everything finally returned to normal, but when he was about to send Moya to work, Moya suddenly said that she had quit her job there. Li Fan immediately understood that although he handed over all the hackers' intrusion records to Party J, the losses suffered by Jinyu's service industry were real.
Naturally, Moya lost her job. It's okay.
Just stay at home and go shopping or get a beauty treatment.
Are you going to support me? Moya asked jokingly. Yes. Li Fan also winked at her. That won't do. You haven't eaten my free rice yet. Moya smiled and then talked about the new job. I'm going to Nanyang Clothing to start work this afternoon. Oh my god.
Li Fan exclaimed, it's not possible to find a job so quickly.
What position?
If you find a job too quickly, it's usually not a good job, but he was immediately slapped in the face.
General manager. Moya responded with a smile. It's unreal. You just resigned yesterday.
Li Fan shook his head.
Then come with me to take a look.
I submitted my resume there a long time ago, but it took a little longer because the handover here was not completed. Li Fan was skeptical, but he still sent Moya to Nanyang Clothing. To his shock, Moya successfully got the job, not only with great power but also with high salary.
Wife, go back and make me a bowl of porridge. Cook it for a long time and make it very soft. Poochie. Moya laughed out loud. Okay, as long as you like it, I'll make it for you every day. I can't help it. My teeth are bad, so I can only eat soft food.
After getting familiar with Moya's working environment, Li Fan said goodbye to Moya and prepared to pick her up at noon. But when passing by the front desk, Li Fan suddenly stopped. Two men were discussing, one was kind of handsome and the other was wearing glasses. Although the voice was very low, he still heard it.
The new general manager is so beautiful. I'm afraid you, a master of flirting, can't help yourself again, right? Hey, which girl in the company is not dazzled by my flirting?
No matter whether they are married or not, they can't escape from my palm.
Brother, teach me a few tricks.
I want to know how you make those girls willingly have sex with you without any responsibility.
You don't know this, right?
Women nowadays all like sweet talk.
As long as you are willing to coax them, they will be done in a few strokes. The more philandering and scumbag you are, the more they like you.
Why is that? They can manipulate the lickers at will, while the scumbags are irresponsible and just do what makes them happy.
They say goodbye and won't bother them. I won't tell you anymore.
I want to find out what the new general manager likes and get her as soon as possible.
TSK, that figure, those beautiful legs, I'm drooling just thinking about it. I can already imagine her under me. Bang. Ah.
The man who claimed to be a scumbag was kicked more than 10 meters away by Li Fan before he could finish his words. The man with glasses was so frightened that before he could come to his senses, Li Fan picked him up and threw him out fiercely.
Ouch. Ouch. The two of them screamed in agony and piled up on top of each other like a human pyramid. Because the noise was so loud, it immediately attracted the attention of the entire floor, and soon the area was filled with people. Li Fan came up to the two men and slapped each of them twice. If I hear you again, I'll kill you. After Li Fan finished speaking, he slapped another person twice. The two were so scared that they collapsed and dared not even breathe. Honey, what's going on? Moya also came out of the office. It's okay, just deal with two guys who have bad intentions towards you. Li Fan turned around and smiled.
When Moya heard this, she immediately understood the reason, and her expression showed no emotion.
Let these two go to the finance office to settle the bill. After giving the order, Moya took Li Fan's hand and said, Honey, I'll take you down.
In the elevator, Moya looked at Li Fan and said, Husband, you have changed. In the past, when you encountered such a thing, you basically would not do it. I am still me, a different firework. Moya immediately twisted his arm and said, You're so naughty. Wife, don't worry. No matter how things change, my love for you will never change. Li Fan stroked her hair.
I know. Moya smiled and said nothing more.
After saying goodbye to Moya, Li Fan did not rush to the studio, but turned on the computer and started typing code on it. He is now considered a pretty good hacker. Lin Xiaoshui's mobile phone has been hacked by him, hoping to collect some information. But he soon frowned. Lin Xiaoshui is really careful. It might be the hacker's business that aroused her vigilance and destroyed a lot of things. After the invasion, he also knew that Lin Xiaoshui had now opened a company and became the boss's wife. Moreover, Long Zixuan really doted on her and got a lot of money from his father for Lin Xiaoshui. Brother Li Fan, don't worry. As long as she wants to do something bad, there will always be traces left.
System Xiao Mo comforted.
I know, so I will keep an eye on her and prevent her from threatening my family again.
Let's not talk about this anymore. Xiao Mo, come on and do some tasks. I want to earn some money. Ding. System mission released.
700 meters ahead, help the bandaged middle-aged woman lying on the sidewalk to her feet.
The reward is 5,000 wife points.
Li Fan raised his eyes and found that there was indeed a person lying on the sidewalk in front of him, covered in bandages and holding a crutch in his hand.
Passers-by in cars all avoided it.
Seeing this, Li Fan curled his lips.
Xiao Mo, you are not kind enough. You are setting a trap for me to fall into. I have already said that I will not do this kind of mission. That person is obviously trying to scam me. Anyway, the mission has been issued. It's up to you to do it or not. If you don't do it, you will be deducted double the money.
Li Fan was speechless.
I was so affectionate with Emoya last night, and I saved up some money with great difficulty, so how could I let Xiao Mo squander it like this? Okay. Help her up, right?
Li Fan raised the corner of his mouth, and without driving, he went straight to the sidewalk.
Oh my, why are people nowadays so cold and heartless?
The bandaged woman spoke immediately when she saw Li Fan stop. Young man, I fell down just after coming out of the hospital. Please help me to the hospital.
I am in so much pain. Ouch. Ouch. We have been watching you for a long time. Get up and come with me.
When the woman heard this, she rolled and crawled, got up and started running. Li Fan's words sound like a plainclothes police officer.
Ding. System task completed, wife points plus 5,000.
Hearing the hint, Li Fan grinned and suddenly chased after the bandaged woman.
Chapter 46. There are things the system cannot do.
10 minutes later, Li Fan escorted the bandaged middle-aged woman into PCS. The bandages all over his body immediately attracted the attention of many comrades.
What is this for? Why is there a mummy here? A comrade asked curiously. Go over there and tell the truth, then you can get lenient treatment.
Li Fan pointed at a comrade.
Here, he couldn't talk too much, otherwise he would be exposed. The bandaged woman thought Li Fan was a real plainclothes officer. She wiped her tears, sat down in front of a comrade and began to confess, I confess, I shouldn't blackmail people. Comrades also immediately began to take notes. Soon, the bandaged girl confessed everything.
She had cheated many people and the amount of money was not small, so she could not escape going to jail.
Be a good person after you go in.
This time, considering that you turned yourself in and confessed everything, your sentence will be lighter.
Be a good person after you get out, and don't let your son down. What son?
The bandaged girl was stunned, then immediately reacted, her face turned ugly, and she pointed at Li Fan and asked.
He's not one of yours? No.
When he arrived at the studio, Li Fan walked carefully so as not to disturb the employees who were working. Chen Jiang also followed Li Fan to the office, looked at the crowded corridor, and shook his head slightly.
It's still too crowded. You're just trying hard to recruit people. Li Fan rolled his eyes at Chen Jiang. Due to operational needs, more than 10 people were added. In order to deal with his boss, he had to be cautious even when entering the office. However, the house next door has been rented. Once the renovation is completed, we can move part of it there so it won't be so crowded. Boss, this is the latest situation, this is the media whose data we surpass. Shen Jiang chattered on and on about the operation of the studio. After the report, he began to talk to Li Fan about the future development prospects. The studio is operating very well. In the internet age, traffic is money, and the higher the traffic, the faster you make money. With the current scale of the studio, it is completely possible to transform, but Li Fan feels that the timing is not right. So, Shen Jiang began to talk about his next plan. Many of the ideas were very good, but of course not as good as the original ones. After all, they were something he had been holding back on for several years.
It is amazing that such a talent would be buried in a big company like Star Media. Perhaps the competition within large companies is too fierce, and the people above you will not give you the opportunity to climb up if they find that you are capable of surpassing them.
Since I have handed the studio over to you, just go ahead and do whatever you want. Now we don't need to worry about funding, and you don't have to report everything to me. Boss.
Seeing him like this, Li Fan quickly stopped talking. He was not used to hearing him say touching words every time. Seeing Li Fan like this, Chen Jiang simply stopped talking nonsense. Back in the car, Li Fan continued to check on Lin Xiaoshua's situation, but all the information collected in his mobile phone was useless. The hacker has been dealt with, and he has also taken security measures, including installing them on employees' computers. But he has not yet solved the big problem of Lin Xiaoshue.
Lin Xiaoshue said that if it would destroy her family, she would definitely do it. Therefore, he must always pay attention to Lin Xiaoshue's movements. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoshue's surveillance was interrupted. This made Li Fan very confused. This situation will not occur unless you leave the signal coverage area. After all, this is the internet age, and there will be signals even in the mountains or underground garages. Could it be that she used electronic shielding equipment?
Li Fan felt that this was the biggest possibility and the only explanation. The place where Lin Xiaoshue was going was actually blocking information, which meant that at the moment, she was engaging in shameful hookups.
Thinking of this, Li Fan's mouth curled up. As long as we get hold of Lin Xiaoshue's handle, we can completely eliminate this threat.
So he decisively asked the system for help.
Xiao Mo, I want to check what Lin Xiaoshue is doing now.
But the system didn't respond at all, which made Li Fan feel strange.
Normally he would respond when I called him, but how come he suddenly seemed to have disappeared? Xiao Mo? Li Fan called again. Bite. Bite. Bite.
There was nothing but the ding-ding-ding sound.
Xiao Mo, what are you doing? Li Fan asked, and this time Xiao Mo finally responded.
I'm sorry, brother Li Fan, Xiao Mo was trying just now, but a mysterious force prevented Xiao Mo from investigating.
I'll go.
Li Fan exclaimed that Xiao Mo actually said that he was blocked by a mysterious force.
What force could stop the system? Could it be another system? It seems that this is the only explanation that makes sense. Could it be that Lin Xiaoshue went to meet someone who also had a system? If it's true, then it's a serious matter.
If the other party is a ruthless guy, he may do anything. Li Fan immediately sensed the crisis.
Xiao Mo, is there any other way? I have to find out what she is doing now.
Xiao Mo, try your best.
Ding. The system is processing. Ding. System processing completed. Brother Li Fan, Xiao Mo can only do this much.
Then, a picture appeared in Li Fan's mind, which looked like it was captured by a surveillance camera. In the picture, Lin Xiaoshue stopped the car and entered a bar. The scene changed and switched to the bar lobby. Then, Lin Xiaoshue entered and the picture disappeared. Li Fan looked at the time and found that it was the time when Lin Xiaoshue's cell phone signal disappeared.
There's something wrong with that room, or there's something wrong with the person inside.
Li Fan guessed, but his mind was leaning towards the first case. If there was a problem with the person, it would probably be the worst case scenario he expected, that someone on the other side had the system. Xiao Mo, monitor all the places that can be monitored.
I want to know who came out of them. Okay, Xiao Mo will keep an eye on it.
Once he finds anything, he will tell brother Li Fan immediately. Li Fan looked at the time and drove directly to Nanyang Clothing. Although Amoya moved to a new place, he still picked her up and dropped her off every day and had lunch with her. On the way to Nanyang Clothing, Xiao Mo informed Lin Xiaoshue that something had happened. The scene of the bar lobby appeared in his mind. Lin Xiaoshue left first, and about half an hour later, a man and a woman came out. After that came the waiters and cleaners. Apart from these people, no one else has ever walked out.
Xiao Mo, can we check the situation in that room now?
Able.
Xiao Mo answered with certainty, and Li Fan immediately narrowed his eyes. Since it's not a problem with the room, it can only be a problem with the people. There is someone around Lin Xiaoshue who has a system. Chapter 47 Fire.
While eating, Li Fan asked about Amoya's situation. Although she has a lot of power now, she will probably encounter many troublesome problems on her first day on the job.
Husband, do you really not trust your wife's ability? Amoya asked with a smile. How is that possible?
My wife is so smart, nothing can stump you, but you have just taken over, so it is inevitable that you will encounter many problems.
Don't worry, there are assistants to help you. Is it a man or a woman? If it's a woman, it's fine. If it's a man, I'll kick him a few times.
As soon as these words came out, Emoya laughed out loud and rolled her eyes at Li Fan.
You're not the type to be jealous. You beat up 2 people at the company this morning, and you're ready to do it again this afternoon. Are you trying to make everyone think that I married a domestic violence man? Then I'll warn him. Okay, it's the female assistant. In a high-end manner, Lin Jia looked out the window gloomily. He wanted to go out, but there were several bodyguards watching him. When she was depressed, 2 figures were walking slowly in the distance. One of them was wearing a golden mask and was followed by a golden dog. He came to see me. Having said that, Lin Jia trotted downstairs, then quickly threw herself into the arms of the man in the golden mask and hugged him tightly. The man with the golden mask stood quietly with his hands vertically at his sides. I miss you. Lin Jia hugged him tighter and tighter, as if she was afraid that the man with the golden mask would turn around and disappear. However, the man with the golden mask remained unmoved. The mask concealed his expression, and all that could be seen through his eyes was calmness, without a single ripple. Daughter! Lin Jingtian shouted, but Lin Jia didn't care and still hugged the man with the golden mask tightly. Be yourself, there's no need to learn from anyone. The man with the golden mask finally spoke, but his voice was so cold. Daughter, we have something important to discuss. It's urgent. Lin Jia then reluctantly let go of her hand and said, I'll find you later. After saying that, Lin Jia squatted down and touched the dog's head. Yaya, let's go play. Woof woof. Yaya called out twice and then ran to Lin Jia. If Li Fan were here, he would definitely exclaim. This was the same dog he had chased across 10 blocks. For several consecutive days, Li Fan was monitoring Lin Xiaoshue's every move. During this period, Lin Xiaoshue's cell phone signal was interrupted twice, and the people she contacted were also different. This made Li Fan very confused. Could it be that Lin Xiaoshue had a system? The more I thought about him, the more something seemed wrong. Finally, he decided to go and check out the situation himself. If during this period, Lin Xiaoshue discussed things to deal with me again, it would be difficult to guard against. Fortunately, there is the help of System Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo has been monitoring anyone who has come into contact with Lin Xiaoshue. As long as there are any unusual movements among these people, he can immediately take corresponding measures. Wife, I have some things to deal with in the next few days, so I can't pick you up for the time being. Li Fan rubbed her shoulders. It's okay, just go and do what you need. Emoya smiled at Li Fan. Thank you, my wife. Li Fan immediately kissed her on the face. Honey, go take a shower early. Emoya said as she put 2 fingers together, kissed them, and then put them on Li Fan's mouth. This is an indirect kiss. Li Fan raised his eyebrows and looked down at her. Your relatives are gone? Yeah. Emoya nodded with a red face. When Li Fan heard this, he immediately became excited. He kissed Emoya on the face and ran to the bathroom. After being married for so long, neither of them has really taken the last step. The first time he was disturbed by things happening in the studio, and then Lin Jia shamelessly stayed in his house and occupied his bed every day. The second time was going on hotly, but we were told it was inconvenient. Brother Li Fan, Xiao Mo will assist you tonight and make you full of passion. No, just stay here quietly. Li Fan shook his head and muttered softly. He did not forget the last time Xiao Mo messed with the system, which made him uncomfortable for most of the night. This time, he would never let the system release those things. Even without these, he is full of passion. Just when he was happy, System Xiao Mo played a nursery rhyme for him. Pull out the radishes, hey 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 pull out the radishes. An ordinary children's song sounds so strange tonight. Xiao Mo, don't make trouble. Humph, since Brother Li Fan won't let me help, I'll make trouble. As he spoke, Xiao Mo immediately changed the song. Little rabbit, open the door. If you don't open it, I won't open it. Xiao Mo, you are not kind. The corners of Li Fan's mouth twitched, and he let the water splash on his body. Okay, I'll allow you to assist. Stop it now, don't play the song, you're cursing me so that I can't succeed tonight. He, oh. Xiao Mo is a girl, how can she always think about these things? Oh, so embarrassing. You still know you're a girl.
Li Fan rolled his eyes, quickly took a shower, and rushed into the house excitedly.
It's like seeing a beautiful scenery.
The mountains are quiet and elegant, with occasional bird calls.
A pair of mandarin ducks flew over the jungle.
Below them was a stream with slow-flowing water.
The ducks continued to move down.
Going down, the stream began to become faster as the slope became steeper. In the jungle, the birds' calls also became cheerful. Further down is a deep pool with water splashing up bursts of white mist, as if you have arrived in a fairyland and are about to ascend to heaven.
Wife, please bear with it for a while. Emoya blushed and hummed shyly.
Li Fan gently stroked her face to ease her fear, and then prepared to start the next step.
Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise and the room shook.
There was a sudden red light outside the window and smoke rose instantly.
Oh no, there's a fire downstairs, run.
Li Fan pulled Emoya up, and they both dressed quickly. Seeing that she was slow to dress, Li Fan quickly grabbed the quilt and wrapped it around her, then pulled her up and ran out.
Take the stairwell, don't take the elevator. I'll go call my parents. I know, go quickly, don't delay.
Li Fan rushed into the house immediately. His parents had been awakened and had opened the door when Li Fan entered.
What are you doing back here? Get downstairs quickly.
Li Fan's father yelled, then he pulled Li Fan's mother and quickly went out. Li Fan did not delay any longer and followed immediately, while whispering to the system Xiao Mo to call 119. The best time to escape from a fire is the first few minutes.
It's not too late for those who wake up now. Soon, the four of them went downstairs smoothly.
The fire had already spread, even though the property management quickly prepared water guns. However, the smoke on the first floor was already very thick and there was no way to stop the fire from spreading. The fire floor was only 2 floors away from Li Fan's house. When he went downstairs, he didn't have time to close the windows, so he was definitely affected. We can only hope that 119 arrives sooner. But there were clothes on the balcony and curtains on the windows, and the flames quickly spread upwards. Seeing this, Li Fan's mother burst into tears, and Li Fan and Emoya hurried forward to comfort her.
Mom, woo woo woo. Mom!
Suddenly, a child's cry was heard from above. There are children still up there.
Everyone exclaimed, and Li Fan also looked up.
The property management quickly shone a flashlight and saw a pair of small hands at a security fence, tightly grasping the security net.
Whoa whoa, Mom, cough cough, Mom.
The child was coughing, crying, and calling for his mother.
His small figure looked very helpless on the security net. Everyone was watching anxiously.
Although the child's room had not caught fire yet, thick smoke had been drifting towards that direction, pouring in from time to time. The fire continued to spread and the smoke continued to fill the corridor. The corridor was already filled with smoke and no one dared to go up to rescue people in this situation. While everyone was discussing, a woman rushed over, grabbed a man and cried for help, "Please save my child." The fire was so big, and the building was full of smoke. I would be burned to death or suffocated to death. I dare not go. The man shook his head vigorously, quickly broke free from the woman, and went to the other side.
Please save my child, please.
The woman grabbed another man. My house is not on fire yet, please.
Sister, please get up quickly. We have called 119 and they are on the way.
Even if your house is not burned down, the thick smoke will make it impossible for people to return.
You ask me to go and save him. Aren't you asking me to die? Your child's life is life, but mine is not life?
The man shook off the woman's hand.
Everyone sighed.
In this situation, no one dared to take the risk to rescue except waiting for 119. My child can't wait any longer.
It will be over if it's any later. Please, save my child.
The woman cried and begged, but it was still useless. But the woman did not give up and started grabbing people for help. However, everyone she grabbed immediately shook her off and walked away. When everyone saw this, they moved away to avoid her coming over and talking to them again. No one wanted to pay attention to the woman, and she cried in despair. Suddenly, the woman looked at Li Fan and saw him standing there stupidly with a conflicted expression on his face. She immediately felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw and hurried over to grab Li Fan's hand.
Please save my child, please.
The woman begged Li Fan.
Li Fan did not hide.
His expression became more distorted.
He was struggling inside. Husband.
Just as he was struggling, Emoya grabbed his hand and Li Fan immediately came to his senses. He still has a wife, parents, and will have lovely children in the future. So he took a deep breath and kept repeating in his heart, "What do the people and things of the outside world have to do with me?" The people of the outside world. Ever since the 80-year-old grandmother sacrificed her life to prove his innocence, he has often repeated this sentence in his heart, and he has been doing so in recent times.
What do the people and things in the outside world have to do with me?
But the more he silently repeated, the more distorted the expression on his face became. The woman also began to kowtow to him, hoping to impress him. After all, he was the only person at the scene who was still struggling with whether to save him or not, and she could only hold on to this straw and not let go. "Please, save my child, please save my child, please." The woman kowtowed and begged Li Fan, while the crying of the child upstairs was getting weaker. He took another deep breath, turned to look at Emoya, his eyes full of apology, and finally uttered only a few words.
"I'm sorry, wife."
Li Fan let go of Emoya's hand.
"Hubby." Emoya held his hand tightly again.
"I still haven't changed much." Li Fan broke free from Emoya's hand. After saying this, he suddenly dived into the nearby ornamental pool and soaked his whole body.
"Ems."
He roared and began to rush back, covering his mouth and nose with his wet sleeves. He wanted to go upstairs to save the child. The people around also exclaimed,
"Fuck, there really are people who are not afraid of death."
Just when Li Fan was about to rush into the corridor, Emoya grabbed him tightly again.
"Honey, 119 is here, 119 is here." Emoya shouted anxiously and repeatedly, finally making Li Fan stop. The crowd immediately quieted down and listened carefully.
It was the sound of a fire truck.
Li Fan immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
The firefighting lasted for more than an hour. When the smoke had almost dissipated, the crowd began to go home to check the situation. Li Fan's house was also half burned, so he definitely couldn't live at home anymore and had to move into a hotel. He had been planning to buy a new house, but now he had to do it tomorrow, and he could only buy one that had already been renovated.
"I'm sorry, honey."
Li Fan apologized, but Emoya turned her back and did not lie in Li Fan's arms. This was the first time after their marriage that they slept in the same bed but did not snuggle together. When apologizing, Li Fan stretched out his hand, but it ended up stopping in mid-air and he didn't let go. He knew what Emoya felt at that moment, and he couldn't say anything except the 3 words, "I'm sorry." "You said that downstairs." Emoya did not blame or accuse anyone, because there was no right or wrong in this matter. But Li Fan chose to save people, which meant that he abandoned himself and his family, and Emoya could only be sad. If 119 hadn't arrived in time, he would have rushed up and his life or death would have been in danger.
For a long time.
Emoya turned her head, her eyes were red, and her pillow was wet. This was the first time Li Fan saw her cry. Looking at Emoya's tears rolling down, he could feel how sad she was, so he made up his mind and raised his hand to swear.
"There won't be a next time."
As he said this, he hugged Emoya in his arms. At this time, the system's voice also rang. It was the punishment that had not been reminded for a long time. The system had warned him not to make Emoya sad, otherwise it would deduct wife points. But this time, he really hurt her heart.
Ding!
If you make Sister Emoya sad, your wife will get 500,000 points.
Brother Li Fan, don't do stupid things again. Remember what you said, there will be no next time.
In a villa, a man in a golden mask slowly exhaled a smoke ring and uttered a few words lightly. "You've been through so much, but you still haven't changed.
I hope you can really do what you say this time."
"What do you mean by not changed?"
"Are you talking about me?"
Lin Jia suddenly appeared and hugged the man with the golden mask from behind, but he just shook his head. Lin Jia stopped asking questions, then she clenched her arms and hugged the man with the golden mask even tighter.
"I can give you 2 more years at most.
If you still don't agree to me, I will take revenge on you in the most cruel way possible." As Lin Jia spoke, she opened her mouth and bit the golden masked man on the back. Soon red marks appeared on his clothes, but the golden masked man didn't even make a sound.
"Eat me bite by bite? No, I'll just let you give birth to me and call me mom."
"You are really cruel. I learned it from you."
Chapter 48, Meeting Old Friends.
On the second day, Li Fan went to look at a second-hand house. The house was destroyed, so he decided to buy a ready-made house, otherwise it would be inconvenient to stay in a hotel. At the door, Li Fan met his good friend Yang Hua.
"Do you want to change rooms?" Li Fan asked.
"Yeah." Yang Hua nodded, with no joy on his face.
"You want to change rooms too?"
"Yeah."
Li Fan nodded. My house burned down last night. I have to move. Otherwise, I will have nowhere to live. Fuck. Yang Hua exclaimed, it's your house. Is your family okay? I only heard that there was a fire, but I didn't expect you to be so unlucky. Is the result out? What's the reason? Li Fan nodded. Except for the firefighters, no one was injured. The result has been revealed. The person downstairs was stewing soup and left the fire unturned when he went out. The soup extinguished the flame, and the natural gas escaped. It short-circuited and ignited instantly, causing an explosion. Let's go and have a couple of drinks first. Yang Hua pulled Li Fan and left, not caring whether Li Fan exclaimed whether it was early or not. It was strange that the two of them started drinking so early in the morning, but Li Fan could see that he was a little unhappy and couldn't help feeling confused. What's wrong with you? You're not happy about having to change rooms. Can you be happy? The motorcycle turns into a bicycle. It turned out that he was replaced by a big one. No wonder he was so unhappy, but he was replaced by a small one for no reason. Maybe he encountered something urgent, so Li Fan quickly asked the reason. What's going on? Yang Hua took a sip of wine. My mother-in-law is ill and it's incurable. I have to spend more than 300,000 yuan every year to take care of her. I have no choice but to sell the house to prepare for 2 years of medical expenses. For the rest, I plan to start a business. Otherwise, I won't be able to make ends meet with this salary. Upon hearing this, Li Fan immediately took out his mobile phone and transferred 5 million yuan to him. Yang Hua was immediately surprised when he saw this. Fuck, you robbed a bank? What are you robbing for? I made the money by setting up a self-media studio. Is this how we media makes money? If you are interested, come to my studio and I will have an expert guide you. Okay. Yang Hua agreed immediately, took a sip of wine and shook his head. I thought you were like me, exchanging the big for the small. Everything will be fine, don't worry. Yang Hua nodded, and the two clinked glasses again. How is your married life? I think Moya is a really good girl. Li Fan nodded, very good, but I made her cry last night. She cried for most of the night, and her eyes were still red this morning. Don't bully such a good girl. There was a big fire last night and there was a child on top of it. The child's mother asked for help from everyone, but everyone refused. Finally he came to me and kowtowed to me continuously. I hesitated for a long time, but finally made up my mind. I got my whole body wet and was ready to rush over to save people. Fortunately, 119 arrived in time, otherwise. Li Fan shook his head. With the fire so big, he felt that he had little chance of survival. Yang Hua shook his head. Are you stupid? And the last time you helped the old lady, it also caused a lot of uproar. In the end, it was a pity for the old lady. This method clears your name. You can't be more stupid. Isn't it the same for you? If someone else had your situation, they would have had to pay 300,000 yuan a year and would have said goodbye to their parents long ago. Divorce would be normal. Only fools like us can come together, but Li Fan, have you ever thought about it? Going to rescue them may not succeed, and you may even get yourself into trouble. Is it worth exchanging one person for the pain of 3 people? Li Fan took a deep breath and took a gulp of wine. After seeing her crying so sadly last night, I decided not to do such stupid things again. Li Fan was silent for a while and shook his head. Forget it, let's talk about something happier. There are some who are happy. Last time you ran and chased a dog across 10 blocks, we were so happy. We didn't want to upset you, so we all discussed in private messages, what it feels like to run. Li Fan's face suddenly turned black. This was his most embarrassing incident and it caused quite a stir on the internet. I thought it happened a long time ago and not many people would remember it. But he would run into 1 or 2 of them on the street from time to time, and every time he heard, hey, isn't that the guy who chased the bitch for 10 blocks, he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. I didn't expect Yang Hua to bring up this here. Also, that time you were. Stop. Li Fan quickly stopped talking and simply pulled him to pay the bill and leave. They had almost finished eating anyway, and if he stayed at the table any longer, his secrets would be exposed. After coming out, I took him to the studio first and introduced Xinjiang to him. After all, he is an amateur and will need to be trained for a long time. When Yang Hua arrived at the studio, he immediately exclaimed, fuck, is this a self-media studio? Li Fan nodded, and not only him, but anyone would exclaim in surprise.
With this scale, no one would doubt it even if you directly say it is a media. If self-media are divided into levels, then this has already surpassed the top self-media and is beyond the celestial level.
Hello, boss. You look so handsome today. Jiang Feng immediately ran over.
After sniffing it, he continued to flatter him. Boss, you are such a man, drinking so early in the morning, boss is awesome.
Is this the new employee? He's a very handsome guy. Jiang Feng looked at Yang Hua. This is his best friend. He came here to study.
I plan to let Xinjiang teach him.
Li Fan explained. Hello, big brother. Please take good care of me in the future. If you have any questions, just let me know.
Jiang Feng immediately started to flatter Yang Hua. He was just a young man just now, but in the blink of an eye he has become a big brother. This change immediately left Yang Hua speechless. He didn't expect that there was such a flatterer in this self-media studio.
Don't worry, the boss can handle anything I can't handle.
The boss is so powerful and generous.
The boss is awesome.
When Li Fan heard Jiang Feng mention the word generous, he immediately knew that he was going to do something next, and it was most likely to trick Li Fan into giving him a raise.
Sure enough, let us get straight to the point.
Li Fan quickly plugged his ears with earphones and started playing some music, not caring about Jiang Feng's insistence.
Fuck. Boss, you're not kind. Jiang Feng's mouth twitched. You are the one who is dishonest. You always try to trick your boss into giving you more money. This is a good trick of yours. It will stop you from thinking of giving up. Ha ha ha, the studio burst into laughter.
Afterwards, Li Fan and Yang Hua left the studio. Yang Hua went back to deal with her mother-in-law's affairs, while Li Fan went to buy a well-decorated second-hand house. When they parted, Yang Hua only said 2 words, thank you.
True friends don't need too many words.
After Li Fan bought a second-hand house, he took his parents there first. They were the only ones who had time to wait for the new furniture to be delivered to their door. After doing all this, he continued to monitor Lin Xiaoshua's movements.
Xiaomo, why didn't you remind me?
Li Fan checked the computer data and found out that Lin Xiaoshua's signal had been disconnected again.
Since you were too busy, I didn't bother you. Send me the location immediately.
I have to find out her situation as soon as possible.
Chapter 49 System, something is wrong with you.
In a private manner, Lin Xiaoshua sat opposite a middle-aged man in his 40s, with 2 cups of tea on the table.
Ms. Lin, please.
The middle-aged man made a gesture of invitation, then held up the teacup with both hands, with his little finger and ring finger naturally spread out like petals. He turned the teacup with 6 fingers, opened his lips slightly, and blew gently on the rim of the cup. Then he put it to his mouth and smelled it, then put it to his mouth again, took a small sip, and then gently put it back on the table. This action clearly shows that he is a tea lover. Lin Xiaoshua didn't know how to make tea, so she smiled and nodded, then imitated the middle-aged man's actions and took a sip. After putting down the teacup, Lin Xiaoshua looked up at the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man also looked at her.
Ms. Lin, have you made up your mind? It's decided, but I want double the money. Lin Xiaoshua nodded. Ms. Lin has a good appetite. Money is not a problem, but I want all the information of the first generation. The middle-aged man spoke lightly and took another sip of tea.
Lin Xiaoshua's eyebrows immediately rose. Mr. Feng is really generous.
He didn't even blink when 500 million became 1 billion. This makes me even more curious. Is a small chip really worth so much money? Not only is he the oldest of the first generation, but he also asked an outsider like me to help. Wouldn't it be better to ask someone from Longqing Group directly?
No, Miss Lin is not an outsider.
You are the daughter-in-law of the Long family. It is naturally easier for you to get these things than an outsider.
As for why we want the first generation, it is no secret. It is just because we need it urgently. The oldest generation is easy to modify and can be easily made our own, which not only saves or defunds, but also shortens the time. Lin Xiaoshua narrowed her eyes, thought about it briefly, and then agreed to it.
Yes, she was selling the Long family's trade secrets.
But she also considered for a long time before making the decision. The oldest generation of chips has long been eliminated, so there shouldn't be too many problems.
1 billion.
This was a number she had never thought of, and it was more real than the compensation she had defrauded and extorted from various companies. With these 1 billion yuan, she is a real wealthy person and no longer needs to think of these crooked ways to make money.
After agreeing on a time, Lin Xiaoxue turned and left.
But as soon as she left, the middle-aged man sneered.
This woman is extremely greedy and cautious. Do you really think there is such a good thing in the world that offers high interest and no risk?
Once you fall into the trap, you will either go to jail, be kicked out by the Long family, or become my puppet. After Lin Xiaoxue came out, she drove away directly. Not long after she left, another car slowly followed, and the person sitting in the back seat of the car was Li Fan. In order to avoid being discovered by Lin Xiaoxue, he rented the car and himself for a day. Soon, Lin Xiaoxue arrived at a big hotel and walked straight in after getting off the car. Li Fan also paid the driver directly. Just when I was about to get off the bus, the driver kindly reminded me. Brother, if you want to catch an adulterer, it's too early to go in now. Besides, you don't even have any disguise, so it's easy to lose all your efforts. I happen to have a hat here, you can press it down to cover your face. As he spoke, the driver handed over a hat. Li Fan glanced at the driver and rolled his eyes. Keep it for yourself. After saying this, Li Fan quickly got out of the car. What's wrong with green? I think it looks pretty good. The driver muttered to himself, put the green hat on his head, and drove away. In a corner of the square, Li Fan quickly turned on his computer and hacked into the hotel's surveillance system. He wanted to know which room Lin Xiaoxue went to. Soon, Li Fan found out, and he immediately closed his computer and went into the hotel. Is 804 vacant? It's empty. Hearing the answer, Li Fan nodded and paid the money immediately. The reason why we need 804 is because Lin Xiaoxue went to 704. And now, her cell phone signal has not been interrupted. After entering the room, he began to tinker with the computer, put on headphones, and used Lin Xiaoxue's mobile phone to eavesdrop on everything. Come on, Zixuan. Wife, come here. Oh, you're so annoying. Oh my god. Li Fan was speechless. He felt very upset. He didn't expect that it was a couple who came here to have fun, and the fight was quite intense. So he just threw the headset aside. When the couple talk, they either talk about trivial matters in life or things happening in the room. Therefore, he felt that there might be no game today. But he still continued to monitor here. He didn't want to keep following Lin Xiaoxue like this, so he had to find out the truth as soon as possible. Xiao Mo, come so close, do you feel that mysterious power? No. System Xiao Mo answered straightforwardly. Li Fan frowned. Could it be Lin Xiaoxue? However, every time she appeared, she would meet someone else, and it was not the same person. The problem shouldn't be with other people. Li Fan could only continue to wait. From 3 p.m. to 8 p.m., he put on headphones from time to time, but he still heard the same sound. Fuck. Have these two not seen each other for a long time? They are playing so hard. As he said this, he threw the headset aside again. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Li Fan put on the headset and then threw it aside. Two beasts. He was feeling very bored here, and then Moya called. Honey, aren't you done with your work yet? It's not certain yet, honey, don't wait for me at night. Then I'll bring you 2 quilts later. The ones in the studio have been there for a long time. Honey, I'm not in the studio. Where are you then? Li Fan fell silent. It was hard to talk in this place and it was easy to be misunderstood. But he didn't want to lie to Moya either. So, he took a deep breath and said, I told you not to think too much. I'm in a hotel. Okay then, you're busy, I'm hanging up now. Honey, don't get me wrong. Well, I believe you. After saying that, Moya hung up the phone. After looking at the computer, he hesitated whether to continue monitoring. At this moment, the computer suddenly flashed, and then Lin Xiaoxue's cell phone signal was suddenly interrupted. Li Fan raised his lips, we will know the result soon. As he spoke, Li Fan took out a few things from his bag. A wireless micro camera, a wired micro camera, plus some signal detection equipment. In order to find out whether Lin Xiaoxue was using a signal blocker or had a system, he was fully prepared. When everything was ready, he immediately lowered it through the window. Wireless, the signal is intermittent, wired, no problem at all. Then, he picked up the special inspection tool, put it in his pocket, and quickly went to the 7th floor. When passing 704, the detection tool flashed red. Now Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief. The other party didn't use any system. They just used a signal jammer, and the range of the signal jammer was not wide enough to be carried with you. After figuring out everything, Li Fan quickly returned to room 804. Sitting in front of the window, he frowned.
Xiao Mo, isn't this an omnipotent system? How come it can't even handle the signal jammer?
The more he thought about it, the more strange it seemed.
Xiao Mo, something's wrong with you. Chapter 50, Use money to shut your mouth. In room 704, Long Zixuan patted Lin Xiaoshue's body and asked with a smile, "Wife, do you have any toys in your bag?"
Lin Xiaoxue shook her head.
"No, I just checked my phone." "Do you want more?"
"I want to make up for the half-month gap,"
Long Zixuan said, rubbing her shoulders.
"Even cows are not as hardworking as you." Lin Xiaoxue rolled her eyes at Long Zixuan. "Take a break, let's have a good chat." Having said that, Lin Xiaoxue began to get to the point. Although he had investigated for a long time and had basically figured out the situation, he still decided to get some information from Long Zixuan. "Zixuan, both of our companies are cooperating with Longxing International, but I have always been curious about Longxing International.
Did they start out as a chip manufacturer? I don't know about that either."
"If you're curious, go ask Dad and see if he tells you."
"Honey, then tell me about Lungxin." Lungxin is indeed a legend. Room 804.
When Li Fan heard Lin Xiaoxue mention this, he immediately narrowed his eyes.
Lin Xiaoxue used a signal jammer. I'm afraid this is it.
Lungxin is the pride of China and are also two of the most well-known words in the world. For a long time, the domestic chip industry was strangled by foreign countries, until the emergence of Lungxin broke this embarrassing situation. Some time ago, Li Fan happened to see the detailed information of Lungxin when he was collecting information. Lungxin is positioned in various industries, and the Southwest branch produces chips for smart TVs. It is also because of this that Y City has become one of the most prosperous cities in China, along with Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and other places.
Li Fan didn't know why Lin Xiaoxue suddenly asked about Long Xian.
But considering her use of signal shielding, what she is about to do is definitely not a good thing. So he listened very carefully, fearing that he would miss any information. If he could get hold of this evidence, Lin Xiaoxue would no longer be a threat to him.
Soon, Li Fan discovered that Lin Xiaoxue was very concerned about the first generation of smart TV chips.
Outsiders have no way of knowing these things, and only people like the Long family who are close to the core know them. Listening to the conversation below, Li Fan was certain that Lin Xiaoxue's goal was the first generation of chips for smart TVs. This made him very confused. The TV chip had been upgraded to the first generation.
Why was she so keen on the first generation? This is very abnormal. Is there some secret contained in the first generation of chips? Wife, I've talked until my mouth is dry, and I don't know the rest. Give me the reward quickly. Okay, I'll moisten your mouth.
Soon, inappropriate sounds for children were heard from below, and Li Fan simply packed up his things. He already knew the situation tonight and decided to wait for Lin Xiaoxue's next move.
Is brother Li Fan going home?
Li Fan looked at the time and found that it was already 11 o'clock. It was a bit late to go back now, but he still decided to go back.
Xiao Mo, let's talk about your problem later. What are you talking about? Xiao Mo knows nothing. System Xiao Mo started to make cute sounds again. You are a system, an omnipotent system, but you can't even block the signal. I suspect you are a fake system. Oh.
I ignored Brother Li Fan and actually suspected Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo was very angry and decided to use money to shut Brother Li Fan up. As it spoke, the system began a series of cool operations. And the voice of the system kept appearing in my mind.
Ding! The system is about to send money to your account. Please select the payment method, WeChat, Alipay, or bank card. Ding! Selection timed out. System randomly selected payment method, WeChat. Ding dong! The WeChat voice rang and Li Fan turned on his phone.
Li Fan transferred 1 million yuan via WeChat and checked the source of the money, which was Genie's shoes.
And the system's voice has not stopped yet. Ding! The system is about to send money to your account. Please select the payment method, WeChat, Alipay, or bank card. Ding! Selection timed out. System randomly selected payment method, Alipay. Then, the payment receipt notification sounded. Alipay 1 million yuan received.
Li Fan checked the source, which turned out to be Kisseleng Company, Limited, a company that makes belts. The one Li Fan was wearing around his waist was exactly that.
Ding! The system is about to send money to your account. Please choose the payment method, WeChat, Alipay, or bank card. Ding. Selection timed out. The system randomly selected payment method, bank card.
The system randomly selected a card you own.
Ding. The bank card has been selected, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Ding. Card number selected, 62.
Li Fan flipped through his phone again and found that a transfer message of 1 million had arrived.
The source of the transfer was Taiyuan Hongye. 3 transfers, 3 different sources. Li Fan wanted to confirm, and Xiao Mo seemed to be showing off his abilities. Brother Li Fan, why don't you speak? Aren't you going to use money to shut me up?
Li Fan raised the corners of his mouth.
Oh.
This method is not good.
Xiao Mo is at a disadvantage. Xiao Mo needs to make some changes.
Let people all over the country transfer money to you, 1 cent per person, every second, and the system will remind you 24 hours a day.
Oh. Xiao Mo is really a genius. He made the decision so happily. Let's start executing it. Ding. Li XX transferred 1 cent to you, please go to Alipay to check. Ding. Yang XX transferred 1 cent to you, please go to WeChat to check. Stop. Xiao Mo, stop making trouble. Li Fan stopped talking immediately. Although it was satisfying to receive the money, he couldn't handle the reminders 1 cent at a time. Money that comes too quickly can easily go bad. Humph, who made Brother Li Fan doubt Xiao Mo? Are you trying to drive me crazy? Humph, do you still doubt Xiao Mo? Humph. The system kept sounding Xiao Mo's humming voice, waiting for Li Fan's answer.
Li Fan was of course suspicious, but he didn't want Xiao Mo to torture him like this. What if Xiao Mo suddenly changed his approach and decided to use physical items, such as takeout or toilet paper, and sent you one in a minute? That would be unbearable.
Okay, no more doubts. No, Brother Li Fan's expression is wrong.
Then Brother Li Fan, don't even think about sleeping tonight. I will transfer money to you until dawn, and I will make you look like a panda.
Ding. Zhao XX transfers 1 cent to you, please. Ding. Mix.
Li Fan felt a headache and hurried to negotiate with Xiao Mo, but Xiao Mo was determined to torture Li Fan in this way for a whole night. The negotiations failed, and Li Fan could only endure the constant echoing in his mind. It was already midnight in the morning when I got home, and Emoya had already fallen asleep.
Li Fan didn't turn on the light.
He kissed her on the forehead and then took the initiative to hold her in his arms.
Emoya, who was sleeping, seemed to feel Li Fan coming back.
She hummed, turned over to face him, and put one hand on him. Li Fan wanted to sleep, but Xiao Mo kept transferring the money 1 cent at a time.
Ding. Jiang XX transfers 1 cent to you. Bite. Chapter 51 Golden Mask. Why didn't you take off your clothes last night?
Li Fan woke up and found that it was already 11 o'clock in the morning, and Emoya seemed to have been looking at him for a while. It's not that he didn't want to, but he couldn't take it off. When he came back, he just hugged Emoya and kissed her, and then she turned over and hugged him. In order not to wake her up, he could only stay in the same position with his feet hanging outside all night. System Xiao Mo tortured him for most of the night, and he fell asleep just before dawn. He didn't expect that it was already 11 o'clock when he woke up. Because Emoya was in his arms, she didn't go to the company.
Come and smell it, is there any scent of a vixen? Li Fan joked. Emoya chuckled and then hit Li Fan hard. Hurry up and get up. Mom and Dad are still decorating the new house. Didn't I find some workers to do it? They really can't sit still.
Li Fan said this, kissed Emoya, then stood up, stretched and opened the door. The new house is much larger than the previous one, and since it is a duplex, the usable area has increased several times. Li Fan's parents are working together to arrange some small things, such as wallflowers, photos, and the like.
Breakfast is still warm. You can eat something first. Your mom and I will make lunch after we finish this. Li Fan's father spoke, holding a hammer in his hand and continuing to nail the pictures on the wall. Dad, stop it. I'll get a few more workers up here later and you can arrange it however you want. Your mother and I are busy, so just leave it alone. Li Fan shook his head and simply ignored the two of them. After washing up, the two started to eat breakfast. Wife, do you still remember the phoenix coronet and bridal robe we wore when we got married? It's been very popular on the internet recently. Li Fan mentioned this because he wanted to find out some information from the side. Because of what happened yesterday, he has begun to doubt System Xiao, wondering if someone has implanted an artificial intelligence chip in his brain. If this is true, then everything about me is being monitored. Li Fan also felt that there was something fishy about the lucky draw at the wedding. Yeah, I saw it too. What a coincidence. I have thought countless times about what kind of bridal attire I would wear if I got married, and the phoenix coronet and bridal gown are exactly what I thought. Emoya took a sip of milk and spoke lightly. When Li Fan heard this, he became even more suspicious. At this moment, an alarm sounded in Li Fan's earphone, indicating that Lin Xiaoxue had started to move again and the surveillance signal was interrupted. However, it was inconvenient for him to be at home at this time. Honey, I'm going out for a while, take your time eating. You're really anxious. Mom and Dad are still thinking about making lunch right away. No, things are indeed urgent. Li Fan said, pointing to the headset on his ear. Well, be careful on the road. After Li Fan left, Emoya quickly finished her meal and started packing up. Xiaoya, you just finished eating, take a moment and let Mom clean up. Li Fan's mother immediately stepped forward and stopped Emoya from cleaning up, but Emoya still helped to clean up the table. After entering the kitchen, Li Fan's mother touched Xiaoya and asked in a low voice, Xiaoya, have you felt like vomiting or eating something sour recently? Mom, do you want to have a grandson? Emoya understood what Li Fan's mother wanted to say as soon as she heard it. Why not? You don't plan to have children for the time being, do you? After coming out, Li Fan drove the car for a distance and then stopped at a random place. He turned on the computer and started to investigate the situation. At this time, Lin Xiaoxue's cell phone signal had appeared, and Li Fan immediately put on the headset and began to monitor. Hubby, aren't you going to take me to visit the TV chip production base? When have I ever lied to you? Don't worry, I'll take you there later. Hearing this, Li Fan knew that Lin Xiaoxue wanted to take action in the afternoon. And that kind of place is generally difficult for outsiders to enter. Thinking of this, Li Fan immediately frowned. If he couldn't follow Lin Xiaoxue all the time, he wouldn't be able to know everything about her. Xiao Mo, is there any expert in tracking in the system mall? Huh, doesn't brother Li Fan distrust Xiao Mo? If you don't help, I'll find it myself. Having said that, Li Fan immediately started typing on the computer. Since he started working in the self-media field, he really knew some things that ordinary people didn't know. He has found ways to find hackers, SSXQ, PUA, but these people are all parasites of society and he doesn't want to get involved with them. So I decided to find a more formal private detective. Just as Li Fan was looking for the data, Xiao Mo's voice sounded in his mind. There are such experts in the system mall. They are not only good at disguise, but also good at tracking. However, Xiao Mo reminds brother Li Fan that your wife's points are now negative. Li Fan nodded. He did not forget that night when he wanted to go to the fire to save the children, which made Emoya sad and upset. His wife directly deducted 500,000 yuan from him. Just pay it off for now. It's more important to deal with things. Ding. The system is processing. Ding. My wife ordered 30,000. Ding. System processing completed. Then, a panel appeared in his mind, with personal information and resume clearly displayed on it. Li Fan simply scanned it and knew that this person would definitely not be bad. Following the message, the two soon met in a park. Li Fan showed him Lin Xiaoxue's information directly. This is the person I want you to track. I have implanted something in her phone, so I can monitor it at any time. But she has a mini signal blocker on her body, so my requirement is that her phone signal cannot be cut off. I didn't expect the mission to be so simple. I don't need to get too close. The signal shielding I carry with me is not very powerful and can be easily broken. I can even break large signal shielding. But sir, is this really all you ask for? Anyone who carries this kind of thing with her must be doing something shameful. Not only will she be on guard against it, but people who work with her will also be on guard against it. At that time, mobile phones and electronic devices will most likely be required to be placed in other places. Since you are dealing with bad guys, there will inevitably be considerable risks. Add 5 million, and I will mobilize the power of my team. Even if they talk in a secret room, I can find a way to get the content of their conversation for you, and you don't have to monitor it yourself. During this time, even if she goes to the toilet or pees, I can tell you everything clearly.
Hearing this, Li Fan immediately narrowed his eyes, then nodded, okay, deal.
It's a pleasure to work with you. When I arrived at the studio, Yang Hua was already learning things from Chen Jiang.
Chen Jiang did not keep any of it for himself and taught very seriously. Li Fan patted his shoulder and asked with a smile.
How is it going? Have you dealt with the matter with your mother-in-law?
It has been treated well, and the treatment drugs have also been upgraded. Although the price is a bit higher, it costs more than 1 million yuan a year, but there is a slight chance of cure. It seems that you want to do business at this level.
Yang Hua nodded and did not deny it.
Since there was hope, even if it was very slim, he wanted to give it a try.
Li Fan didn't dwell on this issue.
He stared at his computer screen. There was nothing on it except a golden mask.
What are you doing? Director Chen assigned me my first task, asking me to choose a subject and plan it. I want to choose this. Which tomb was this dug out from? It looks a bit like the one in Sangsingdui.
Yang Hua smiled, then shook his head and showed him a message.
Li Fan quickly obtained key information from it.
The financial crisis, Buffett was defeated, Wall Street was in financial turmoil, and the US finance regressed 50 years.
Every piece of text is a legendary story, and in every story there is the same person.
The man with the golden mask.
Chapter 52 Kidnapping. In the afternoon, Long Zixuan took Lin Xiaoxue into the chip production base.
During the whole process, Lin Xiaoxue was intentionally or unintentionally inquiring about the first generation of chips. While speaking, she was extremely careful, behaving like a curious baby. On this day, apart from touring the base, nothing much happened between the two of them. On the private team side, Li Fan also handed over to them several suspicious places where Lin Xiaoxue had been before, as well as those suspicious people.
Pay special attention to the places I mentioned. If she appears here, report to me immediately. The same goes for those people.
As soon as they come into contact with her, report to me as well.
Don't worry, boss.
We have already made various preparations and will be able to monitor her situation throughout tomorrow.
If there is a temporary signal interruption, we will resolve it as quickly as possible. Then I'll leave it to you.
After hanging up the phone, Li Fan looked at the time and found that it was already late at night. I haven't spent enough time with Emoya these past 2 days. However, after today he will be able to relax a little. In addition, there is the issue of System Xiaomo, he also needs to find time to confirm it. After returning home, Li Fan opened the door quietly, washed up, and then quietly returned to the room. Looking at the sleeping Emoya, she looks so cute. Li Fan kissed her lightly on the face. Emoya seemed to feel Li Fan coming back, and then she turned over again, but her hands hit nothing because Li Fan had not yet entered the bed. Emoya mumbled in her sleep, touched around with her hand, didn't feel anything, and immediately turned to the side. Seeing this, Li Fan immediately smiled, then changed into pajamas and went to bed. But he still moved very carefully, for fear of waking her up.
Just after hugging Emoya, her body turned over again.
This time she felt someone, so she stopped moving and a smile appeared on her face. What a cutie, I'll be able to spend some time with you tomorrow. Li Fan kissed her on the face and then closed his eyes. Without any system interference, Li Fan slept soundly last night and woke up very early that day. Seeing that Emoya was still sleeping, he didn't disturb her. There was movement outside the door, obviously my parents had gotten up. Over the years, the two elders have always gone to bed early and gotten up early, and have never changed their habit.
I'm afraid they are preparing breakfast again at this time.
It's time to hire a nanny, Li Fan thought. Now that conditions have improved and the studio is running well, we can't let the two elders work so hard anymore. Practicing Tai Chi, taking a walk, and playing with children when they have nothing to do is the life they should have now. Thinking of the child, Li Fan looked at Emoya in his arms again. The two have been married until now, but they haven't really taken the last step. The two of them have basically gotten used to each other by now. At this time, Emoya opened her eyes and saw Li Fan with a mysterious smile on his face, and asked immediately.
Are there flowers on my face? No. Then what are you laughing at? With such a lovely wife like you, how can I cry if I don't laugh? You're so talkative.
Emoya smiled, kissed him on the face, and then prepared to get up.
Wife, it's still early. Mom gets up early every day, so I get up to help her. I want to hold you for a while longer. You can hold me for 10 minutes at most.
Emoya said as she returned to his arms. Li Fan stroked her hair and whispered in her ear, I'm fine tonight. Hearing this, Emoya blushed immediately, then nodded and said him in a low voice.
Honey, your face is so red. Damn it, wake up. It was agreed to be 10 minutes, and it's been less than a minute. After dinner, Li Fan sent Emoya to the company and then went to the studio.
Chen Jiang reported his work progress to him as usual.
The studio is still running well and everyone is very enthusiastic. After all, the studio has good profits, so their bonuses will not be small.
At this time, an employee came over with a document. When Xin Jiang checked it, Li Fan also saw the content on it.
Deaf terminal, darkness, goodbye, children. Seeing this, Li Fan frowned and immediately asked, "What is this?"
A company asked us to use these movies as material to come up with a sensational idea and promote it, with the goal of publicizing the harm that war has brought to the world.
Cancel this order.
Li Fan said coldly. Boss, the other party has offered 20 million for this idea, and we have already signed the contract.
If we don't do it, you will have to pay 1/3 of the penalty. The muscles on the employee's face were trembling. I won't do that either.
Li Fan said firmly, and then he looked at Xinjiang. From now on, I will not accept anything related to these people, no matter what the content is, no matter how high the price is.
Xinjiang frowned, but nodded.
Li Fan also left the studio directly.
Director Chen, why is this happening? Isn't the purpose of our studio to make money? The employee asked in confusion.
I was hesitant about this order at first, but the price they offered was very high, so I took it. Now that my boss disagrees, I should review it carefully.
Why? The employee was still puzzled. Do you know why massage parlors, bars, bath centers, and other places are often inspected? Things that appear on the surface may not necessarily be what they seem. Just like this list, they are openly promoting anti-war, but there are so many movies, why only these were selected? Shen Jiang shook his head and didn't explain anything more.
Not long after leaving the studio, Li Fan received a call from his private team.
Boss, your name is Li Fan, right? Ha, you guys are really efficient.
The other party checked me before they found out. Li Fan snorted coldly, somewhat dissatisfied with what the private detective team did, and the person on the other end of the phone immediately started to explain.
Boss, we didn't check you. It's our rule not to check everything about our employers.
I'll send something over and you'll understand. Having said that, the person on the other end hung up the phone, and Li Fan immediately turned on his cell phone.
This is a video with several people in it.
Li Fan recognized them at a glance as the people Lin Xiaoxue had seen several times when the signal was interrupted. We have figured out their tactics during this period of time, so we can take action now. Sister Lin said that she will give us 10 million regardless of whether we succeed or not.
So should we kidnap his parents or his wife? Let's kidnap him together. I've seen his wife.
She's very pretty and a rare treasure. I'm going to have some fun with her after I kidnap her.
After we get the money, we'll just run away. Let's go, split up.
You're responsible for calling that kid Li Fan. Seeing this, Li Fan immediately exploded and quickly took out his cell phone.
Dad, what are you and Mom doing? What's wrong?
Your mother and I were at the market, and your mother went to the bathroom. Dad, take Mom to the nearest police station and wait until I come to pick you up.
Don't ask why, just hurry up. Xiao Fan. Li Fan didn't dare to explain too much.
After hanging up the phone, he immediately called Emoya again. He thought that Lin Xiaoxue was being so cautious during this period only because she was going to sell out business secrets, but he didn't expect that she was actually in contact with gangsters.
Hey, wife, are you still in the company? Yeah, what's wrong? You stay here and don't move.
Call all the company staff to the conference room for a meeting.
No one can leave you alone. Do you understand? Honey, what happened? Someone wants to kidnap you and my parents. Then go find your parents quickly. There are many people in my company right now, so leave me alone.
After saying that, Emoya hung up the phone. Li Fan also immediately drove to the vegetable market. At this time, the phone rang again. Li Fan saw that it was his father calling, so he quickly picked up the phone.
Dad, have you arrived at the police station?
No, Xiaofan, your mother is missing.
Chapter 53 Blackmail.
Your mother is missing. Hearing this, Li Fan's head suddenly buzzed and his heart felt cold. The other party acted so quickly. Li Fan quickly compared the video time and found that it was only about 20 minutes. This shows that the other party is very close to the vegetable market. Then his father is also in danger and may be kidnapped at any time.
Dad, where are you now? I was still in the market.
When you called me, I immediately went to the bathroom and called her, but no one responded.
I asked a woman to go in and check, but there was no one inside.
Dad, then don't move around, go to where there are more people, and then send the location and wait for me.
Xiao Fan, did you offend someone?
Li Fan's father has always been an honest man, and this was the first thing he thought of.
Dad, your son is not causing any trouble.
Most likely someone saw that your son has made a lot of money recently, so they had evil intentions.
Dad, don't worry. No matter how much money the other party wants, I will agree. Mom will definitely be fine.
Li Fan didn't dare to say anything more, for fear that his father would worry, so he could only calm him down first. Judging from the video, the other party is a gang of 6 people. Li Fan is not afraid of their large number and he cannot split himself to protect them.
Xiao Mo, aren't you an omnipotent system? Tell me, where are those people?
I'm sorry, brother Li Fan, Xiao Mo is just a good wife helper system and can only retrieve the surveillance area.
You are indeed a fake system. The mysterious power is just your excuse.
At this time, his car passed by a public toilet and he suddenly thought of the more than 10 long-term tasks. Xiao Mo, regardless of whether you are real or fake, I will do the long-term mission.
How long will it take for the world-class bodyguard to arrive? In 10 minutes.
Li Fan said okay, got out of the car immediately and rushed into the public toilet.
Nanyang clothing.
Emoya had received Li Fan's message and knew that Li Fan's mother had been kidnapped.
So she immediately took out her phone. Uncle Jiang, my mother has been kidnapped.
Send out the 18 heavenly dragon guards immediately.
Miss, what nonsense are you talking about?
It's Li Fan's mother.
Understood, I'll do it right away.
After hanging up the phone, Emoya walked out of the office and immediately announced, "Let's have a meeting."
Everyone come in.
In a private manner, a man in a golden mask stood by an artificial lake. Xiao Mo, send out the nearest people to catch those people, dead or alive.
Xiao Mo understands.
A woman's voice came from the man with the golden mask.
If Li Fan were here, he would definitely be surprised. Because this voice belonged to the familiar system Xiao Mo.
A few minutes later, Li Fan came out of the toilet with a cold face. After driving for a few minutes, he stopped by the roadside. A grim man came up from the roadside. These are the world-class bodyguards that Li Fan received as a reward for his mission, 1 man and 1 woman.
The man's name is Ouyang Chun and the woman's name is Xue Bailing. The woman has been arranged by Li Fan to go to Emoya. He had asked the system Xiao Mo to send the protected person's information to the other party.
After receiving the bodyguard's call, Li Fan immediately asked Ouyang Chun to drive the car, while he started the computer in the back, ready to hack into the phones of those people.
Brother Li Fan, all 6 gangsters have been confirmed. Here is their information.
Li Fan immediately selected the mobile phone number of one of them, located it, and hacked into it at the same time. But soon, he discovered that the other party's phone had no signal. In this case, the other party has either turned off their phone or blocked their phone signal.
But Li Fan didn't think the second situation would happen.
If there was a liaison between the kidnappers, they must keep the communication open at all times. In addition, they also had to call the kidnapper's family, otherwise they would not be able to extort money. So, Li Fan could only wait quietly for the other party to call and then track the location.
Inside a private house, the leader of the gang was yelling, "Who the hell told you to do it now? The Nanyang clothing store hasn't even closed yet."
As he said this, the leader kicked the man who captured Li Fan's mother twice. "Boss, there are people everywhere on their way home.
The toilet is the best place to catch them."
"Damn it, I told you not to do it on your own, I told you not to do it on your own." The old man kicked the person on the ground hard. The man cried out in pain, but no one paid any attention. Because he ruined the plan. News came from Loach that the old man has been standing in the crowd, and Feiyu said that Nanyang Clothing was holding a temporary meeting.
Lanny asked.
The eldest brother narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Fan's mother who was tied up and gagged not far away. I'm afraid the other party has already noticed it and immediately contacted that guy to ask him to pay 5 million for the ransom.
Boss, you're going to fight in person? Didn't you say it's easy to track? Nonsense, how can the other party believe it if he just hits us like this? If the other party wants to confirm whether the hostage is in our hands, what can he use to confirm it?
Soon, Li Fan arrived at the vegetable market and picked up his father. Then he asked his bodyguard to take him to pick up Moya. And he had to wait around here. In order to avoid being noticed, he temporarily chose a small hotel and booked a room. Then, turn on the computer again and start searching for information. At this moment, the phone rang, and it was an unfamiliar number. Li Fan picked up the phone and heard the other party's voice was very low, obviously using a voice changer. "Hey, your mother is in our hands. If you want her to be safe, give us 5 million in cash immediately. If you dare to call the police, we will kill her." When he heard about cash, Li Fan felt relieved. "While locking the location on the computer, you are talking to the other party. I can give you the money, but I have to make sure my mother is safe. It's easy, peel off the tape and let her talk." Soon, Li Fan's mother cried out from the other end of the phone, "Son, I've been kidnapped. Mom, don't worry, I will rescue you." Li Fan hurriedly comforted her. She had never experienced such a thing and must be very panicked. "Then hurry up, Mom is scared. By the way, son, they want 5 million. Do you have that much money?" Yes, don't worry, Mom. I will definitely rescue you." "Then hurry up, Mom, woo woo woo." Hearing the humming sound, Li Fan frowned, knowing that his mother's mouth was sealed again. "You have already confirmed the person. Let me tell you where to pay. Etc. What do you want to say?" "Let me tell you, we won't give you much time. The voice has been confirmed, but I want to see if my mother is safe. Please connect me to the video and I want to confirm my mother's condition. If you hit her, the money will be calculated separately." What a long-winded guy. "Give us 5 million and we'll release him. If you don't, we'll kill him." Li Fan fell silent. This was definitely not the first time this kidnapper had done this, and he was definitely a ruthless person. If you are not careful when dealing with this kind of person, your mother might really be killed. Tell me the location. Chapter 54, Paying the Ransom. After hanging up the phone, Li Fan immediately asked Chen Jiang to prepare 5 million in cash. "Boss, why are you so anxious to get 5 million? My mother was kidnapped." "Shit. I'll get ready right away." Chen Jiang exclaimed and quickly hung up the phone. At this time, the voice of System Xiao Mo also sounded in his mind. "Brother Li Fan, Xiao Mo can overdraw his wife's points to exchange for cash and 10 bodyguards for you. It will definitely be faster than Chen Jiang. Okay, help me change it." Regardless of whether System Xiao Mo is real or fake, she is obviously on her side now. Ding. The system is processing. Ding. The system has completed the processing. The 20 million in cash will be personally escorted by 10 bodyguards and will arrive at the scene within 10 minutes. 20 million? Xiao Mo immediately gave an explanation. Brother Li Fan, if the other party is very greedy, he might raise the price. Li Fan nodded and stopped talking nonsense with Xiao Mo. He had already hacked into the kidnapper's cell phone and had to keep track of the kidnapper's movements at all times. The location was confirmed, but now he had to wait for the cash to arrive. Nanyang Clothing. Xue Bailing broke into the building directly. The security guards wanted to stop her, but Xue Bailing threw one of them away with one hand without even stopping. No one could stop her. Emergency call, a woman broke into the building, she is very strong, please provide support immediately. The security guard called out quickly and the security alarm in the building sounded immediately. Then all the security guards were mobilized. Although those who worked in this field had low positions, many of them were retired military personnel. The woman got into the elevator and she pressed the 29th floor button. All security guards were dispatched to quickly provide support to the 29th floor. In the conference room, everyone heard the alarm from the security system and immediately asked what was going on. Moya also narrowed her eyes immediately. This is a company building with numerous staff and security guards. It is impossible for criminals to break in. Just as everyone was puzzled, a security guard rushed into the meeting room. Oh no, there's a very powerful woman coming up, more than 30 people haven't been able to beat her. Wow. Everyone was shocked. More than 30 security guards couldn't beat a woman. Who was that woman? Did she have 3 heads and 6 arms? If they knew that Xue Bailing never stopped along the way, but just walked leisurely the whole time, throwing one with each hand, I wonder what they would think. At this time, The elevator door on the 29th floor opened and a cold and beautiful woman appeared. With long black hair, high heels, leather jacket and leather shorts, she looks like a fashionable and cool woman. But as this woman walked, the security guards flew out. Tick-tock. Xue Bailing walked in a straight catwalk, as if she was walking on a catwalk. Anyone who stood in her way had to step away. Bang. The conference room was pushed open and everyone was startled, not daring to breathe. They had seen clearly through the glass what had just happened outside the meeting room. Tick-tock. Every step Xue Bailing took made people tremble. But she ignored everyone and walked straight to Amoya, then stopped moving like a piece of wood. The meeting is adjourned. The alarm is lifted. Amoya spoke calmly, and everyone scrambled out of the meeting room. Amoya turned to look at Xue Bailing. Who sent you? Your husband. Heh, my husband is just an ordinary man. Your skills are not something that ordinary people can afford. Xue Bailing did not reply. Just standing quietly beside her. Amoya stood up and no longer stayed in the meeting room. Because she received a WeChat message from Li Fan's father, saying that he had arrived downstairs. She stood up and Xue Bailing followed immediately. Amoya was not too worried. Regardless of whether what the woman said was true or not, she did not look like an enemy. 5 of her 18 Tianlong guards had also arrived downstairs. In a car of Nanyang clothing, Lanny suddenly received a message. His face suddenly changed and he immediately prepared to make a phone call. But at this moment, the car door was opened and a fist as big as a sandbag rushed straight to his face. Bang! The mud was hit so hard that he passed out. Then 2 men got in the car, both looking very cold. The car was driven into a warehouse. And here, there are 2 other kidnappers here. The cold water was poured on them, and the 3 of them woke up at the same time. They were all shocked when they saw everything around them. What are you doing? At this time, a man stepped forward, squatted down and looked at the 3 people coldly, then slapped them, and 5 finger marks appeared on the faces of the 3 people at the same time. Interrogate them separately. If there is any discrepancy, feed them to the fish directly. As he spoke, the man threw a piece of meat into the water tank. Immediately, there was a loud splash and the piece of meat was eaten clean by the fish in a few bites. The 3 of them couldn't help but shudder when they saw it. The sharp teeth and ugly appearance are exactly the same as the piranhas in the movies. Small hotel. 10 bodyguards appeared with several large suitcases, one of which contained 5 million in cash. This is what the other party requested. 5 million yuan in 100 yuan notes weighs 115 kilograms and is 0.5 cubic meters. Use a suitcase, it is convenient to carry. After glancing at the 10 people, Li Fan opened the suitcase. The full of cash gave people a great visual impact. Li Fan gave orders quickly. The location of the community has been locked, but it is not clear which room the kidnapper is in. Your task is to keep an eye on everyone who comes in and out. This is what the kidnapper looks like. Li Fan said as he played the video for a few people. Do you remember? Everyone nodded, and Li Fan said no more. Dragging the suitcase out the door. The others immediately took action. When going downstairs, Li Fan met Chen Jiang, who also appeared dragging a box. Boss? Chen Jiang was puzzled, and Li Fan shook his head. I have already got the cash, you can deposit it back here. Wait a minute. If the other party suddenly asks for more money, it will be difficult to handle. Then you book a room and wait for my news. Chen Jiang didn't say much, just nodded and went into the hotel to book a room. Li Fan dragged his suitcase to the designated location and called the other party. I've already got the money. I need to make sure my mother is safe. We have to video chat with her, otherwise I won't put down the money. You're so annoying. Wait. The call was hung up, but the other party soon made a video call. In the picture, Li Fan's mother was tied to the table with tape on her mouth. The person has been identified. Leave the money there and wait for our news. When will my mother be released? I asked you to wait for the news. Li Fan frowned. What he feared most was that the other party would take the money and kill him, so he asked all the bodyguards to keep an eye on him. When the other party saw that Li Fan did not move, he immediately slapped Li Fan's mother. Li Fan's mother immediately cried out, but her mouth was covered and she could not say anything. If you dare to touch my mom again, you won't get a penny. After saying that, Li Fan threw the box down angrily. That depends on whether you cooperate or not. Li Fan turned around, and the other party immediately hung up the video upon seeing this. Li Fan did not stay where he was, because he knew that the other party had someone watching him here, and if he did not leave, the other party would not come out. He had already tampered with the box, and these people did not take any other protective measures except being cautious. As long as he determines the location and room, he will take action. He returned to the car and immediately relayed what he saw to the bodyguards. They are having dinner, no one is watching my mother, blue curtains, all windows are closed, no security nets.
Receive. Found it. It's on the 7th floor. Hurry and save her. My mother is in the inner room. Go in through the window and close the door. Receive.
After hanging up the phone, Li Fan did not delay any longer. The computer was still monitoring the situation, and he would glance at it from time to time.
Not long after he left,
a man appeared at the box, looked around vigilantly, and opened the box when he found that there was no one there. Through the micro camera, Li Fan saw the greed in his eyes. As if afraid of being discovered, he quickly closed the door and immediately called his accomplice.
Boss, there's a big box full of it. It's definitely enough for 5 million.
We can start tearing up the hostages.
Chapter 55 Successful Rescue.
When Li Fan heard this, his heart immediately sank. This was what he least wanted to hear.
Fuck you.
That guy was able to prepare the money so quickly, which means he has money.
We are trying to extort money from him.
Now, Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time he was also very nervous.
Now everything is confirmed.
The box has been tampered with, the other party's mobile phone is also being monitored by himself, and the bodyguards are ready.
Now we are just waiting to rescue people.
Judging from the other party's situation, he had already planned to take the money and kill the person. If the person could not be rescued in time, his mother would be in danger at any time. So, time is now of the essence. Even if the other party asks for additional money temporarily, he will drag his feet and will not give it to the other party easily like he did this time. On the way, Yang Chun rushed back.
How's your driving skill? Good. Then you come and open it. My mother's side is urgent. Yang Chun nodded, and Li Fan also gave up his seat and moved to the side.
Inside the house, the old man sat at the table and clinked glasses. When the scalper comes back and gets the money, we will immediately move to another location and extort more money from that guy.
Then we can run away with the money and live freely abroad. Boss, why haven't Lanny and the others come back yet? Did something happen?
When the boss heard this, he immediately frowned, picked up the phone and made a call.
Mud, what are you guys doing? Why haven't you come back yet?
Hurry up, we should move to another place.
Boss, it's so fast. We want to try to tie it over here. Kidnap your mother and come back here quickly.
After the boss yelled this, he hung up the phone. But he had no idea that Lanny and his men had been completely controlled. Those words were said under duress. When he arrived at the location, Li Fan saw two people lying on the window from a distance. They were the bodyguards who were ready to take action.
Obviously, the situation inside was not very optimistic. They were not completely sure and did not dare to move forward rashly. Boss, show me that video.
Li Fan showed him the video without hesitation. Yang Chun looked at him for a few seconds, then said, I'll go save him.
Having said that, Yang Chun went straight to the corridor. Li Fan was stunned and quickly grabbed him. Why are you going through the front door? The door is locked. Just follow me and watch.
Li Fan's mouth twitched, and he hurried to drag him, but he couldn't hold him up at all, and was dragged away by Yang Chun instead. Seeing Li Fan like this, he stopped immediately. Boss, Yang Chun, never do anything that I'm not sure of.
Are you so sure?
But she's my mother, I don't dare to gamble. If she is hurt in any way during the rescue, my life will be at your disposal. Li Fan stared at Yang Chun, wondering where his confidence came from. But what you can see in his eyes is calmness and composure.
Final.
Li Fan gritted his teeth and nodded, at the same time sending a message to his bodyguards, asking them to wait for an opportunity to act. Li Fan walked very lightly all the way up the stairs.
Yang Chun started doing this from the 5th floor. Soon, they arrived at the 7th floor. It's an old-style building with no elevator, and there are only two families living opposite each other on each floor.
The doors on both sides were closed, and Li Fan didn't know how Yang Chun was going to rescue him. At this moment, Yang Chun put his ear to the door, listened for a while, and then took 2 steps back.
This action looks like kicking the door. Damn. This is a burglar-proof door. Wouldn't the people inside know it if you kick it?
Li Fan hurried forward and grabbed him, but he was still a step too late.
Ouyang Chun's foot had already kicked out. Bang.
The security door did not fall to the ground, but flew directly in, and two screams rang out at the same time. Before Li Fan could react, Ouyang Chun rushed forward and almost pulled him to the ground. Then, Li Fan saw Ouyang Chun picking up his mother and rushing out.
Together with the table. Bang. The table was broken into pieces when it came out. Li Fan's mouth twitched continuously. Is this person really a human being? He kicked the security door away. Could this be a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex?
The bodyguard who was lying outside the window also immediately climbed into the house. There was no doubt that the two gangsters were completely subdued before they could even come to their senses.
Boss, it's under control.
The bodyguard's voice came from inside. Li Fan quickly untied his mother and tore off the tape on his mouth.
Son, I'm so scared, wha? It's okay, it's okay.
Li Fan quickly hugged his mother and patted her back gently. Mom, get in the car with him and wait for me.
I'll contact Dad right away. Mom is scared, please send me home.
Okay, I'll take you back. Li Fan ran into the house and gave a few instructions, then came out and carried his mother downstairs.
How could he let the gang leader who dared to beat his mother go? Hey yo! It's so damn heavy.
The robbers who came to withdraw the money were dragging their suitcases and climbing the stairs. Although they were very tired, the money was enough for them to squander for a long time. Thinking of this, he immediately felt full of strength again.
Hey yo!
There are still 4 floors. The gangster climbed to the 3rd floor and suddenly felt someone in front of him. He looked up and saw Li Fan carrying his mother. Behind him, his 2 accomplices were already bleeding from their heads and were being held by several people. Another person looked at him coldly.
Oh my god.
The robber quickly dropped the box and ran downstairs.
Bang.
Ouyang Chun jumped and knocked him against the wall, and he fainted immediately. Then, Ouyang Chun picked up the suitcase in one hand and the bandit in the other, as if he were holding 2 toys.
It's simply a humanoid Tyrannosaurus.
Li Fan commented that the 10 bodyguards above were just children compared to Ouyang Chun.
Is this the horror of a world-class bodyguard?
After going downstairs, Li Fan saw a group of people rushing out.
Who are you?
Li Fan frowned, his eyes were cold.
Don't panic, young man. Now that you have rescued the hostages, hand the criminals over to us. Are you plainclothes officers? How did you know my mom was kidnapped? Who reported the case?
Li Fan frowned, narrowed his eyes, and asked 3 questions in a row.
The most taboo thing about kidnapping is to report it to the police. If you anger the criminals, you may be killed.
A kind-hearted citizen saw the kidnapping at the vegetable market. Don't worry, the other 3 bandits have been caught by us.
As he spoke, one of them took out a video.
Li Fan took a look and saw that it was the other 3 people, each wearing a silver bracelet, sitting dejectedly in a room. All your actions are under our control. We know the taboos of kidnapping cases, so we did not act rashly and did not disturb you.
Now, Li Fan no longer had any doubts.
Hand over the kidnappers to us, and we will make them get the punishment they deserve. Li Fan's eyes were full of anger. He put his mother down, then walked up to the gang leader and kicked him hard. The gang leader immediately screamed and tried to cover his body with his hands, but his hands were handcuffed.
Leave it to them.
Li Fan waved his hand and the bodyguards immediately released him.
Ouyang Chun was very direct.
He flicked his hand and the unconscious bandit flew out immediately. I fell to the ground with a thud and woke up with the pain.
Where is this? He had just asked this question when someone brought it up again.
The gang leader covered his middle with his hands, wailing all the way, and shouted that he had to go to the hospital, otherwise he would have no descendants.
Miss, the uncle found some bodyguards from somewhere, so we can only wait and see. The people have been rescued.
That's good. The 3 gangsters were handed over to some people who claimed to be plainclothes officers. I suspect they were not plainclothes officers, but they were probably not part of the gang either.
Follow and see. Yes.
After hanging up the phone, Emolia returned to the house, and Li Fan's father also received a call from Li Fan.
Xiaoya, your mother has been rescued.
That's good, Dad.
You should comfort mom later. She must be scared. Yes, I know. Hiss. Comrade, please send me to the hospital. Hiss. My body has been broken, I don't want to be without descendants. In the car, the gang leader wailed continuously.
When the people next to him heard this, the corners of their mouths immediately rose and a sneer appeared on their faces.
Ha, send you to the hospital? Be a good person in your next life. The gang leader changed color, you are not plainclothes. Good.
The gang leader tried to push the door and jump out of the car, but a big hand suddenly held down his head.
Bang.
His head made close contact with the car door.
Shit. The gang leader fainted after saying this. Chapter 56 Emoya Showdown.
After Li Fan's mother returned home, she hugged Li Fan's father and cried loudly. This was the first time he had experienced such a thing in all these years.
How could an ordinary person like her imagine that one day she would be kidnapped?
The whole family was comforting me, and it was not until about 2 in the morning that I finally felt less scared.
Son, how much money did you make? They miss you so much.
I made over 100 million last month, so this month I should only make 60 to 70 million. The two elders immediately gasped. Although they knew that their son had earned a lot of money in the past 2 months, they did not expect him to earn so much.
Even Emoya was stunned.
She never thought that Li Fan, a small self-media person, could earn so much.
Of course, today's achievements are entirely due to Chen Jiang.
Chen Jiang's creative ideas, which he had been pent up for 8 years, brought considerable popularity to his initial studio, and with the addition of advertising promotion, it reached its peak. Another point is that the studio operates entirely in accordance with media standards.
If it were run as it was in the initial stage, I'm afraid the monthly income would be tens of thousands, which would be very good. That's a lot of money, old man. We should not go out carelessly in the future. It's too scary. Those people beat me so hard.
Upon hearing this, Li Fan immediately gritted his teeth. If the plainclothes officers had not appeared and taken them away, he would have made those gangsters remember this for the rest of their lives. But it is not a solution if the two elders are frightened and dare not go out.
Mom, don't worry when you go out. These two are the bodyguards I hired. One will be responsible for your safety, and the other will be responsible for Emoya's safety.
Li Fan pointed at Ouyang Chun and Xue Bailing, and Li Fan's mother nodded repeatedly when she saw Ouyang Chun.
This guy is very powerful. She kicked the security door away with one kick. Let him protect Xiaoya. Your father and I should go out less.
Li Fan had seen how powerful Ouyang Chun was.
He was definitely a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex.
As for Xue Bailing, although I have never seen her methods, I think they are not bad.
After all, she and Ouyang Chun are both world-class. How could an ordinary person like him imagine such a height? Mom, don't worry. It's settled from now on.
Ouyang Chun will be responsible for your safety, but don't go too far apart when you go out.
Xue Bailing will be responsible for Emoya's safety.
Li Fan's mother was still clamoring to refuse, but was stopped by Li Fan's father. Old woman, go to bed early.
It's very late.
You will forget everything after a good night's sleep. Then he turned to look at Li Fan and Emoya. You two should go to bed early too. After the two elders fell asleep, Li Fan arranged rooms for Ouyang Chun and Xue Bailing, and then went into his own room with Emoya.
After lying on the bed, Li Fan hugged Emoya tightly. You weren't scared today, were you? Emoya shook her head and looked up to ask Li Fan, where did you find those two people? I'm afraid even Lin Jia's bodyguards can't compare to them. I work in the self-media industry. I usually collect data from all aspects. If I think it is useful, I will keep it. Once something happens, I will contact you immediately. Why did Xue Bailing take action on your side? Yeah. Emoya nodded, and then recounted what happened today.
The corner of Li Fan's mouth twitched. As expected, those who are designated as world-class bodyguards are definitely not good people. If he had known that these two people were so powerful, he would not have cared about whether his face was important or not and would have run to the toilet long ago. However, Li Fan still needs to figure out the system problem. And there is Lin Xiaoxue. This time it was all because of what she did.
He offered 10 million yuan in order to destroy his family.
This woman must be dealt with. But this woman was very cautious in her actions. He could only wait for progress from the private group and then think of a strategy. He had to make sure this woman had nothing and would never be able to cause any trouble again.
Hubby, I have something to tell you. Actually, my parents are not abroad. They are in Udu.
Hearing this, Li Fan was stunned.
Why didn't you tell me earlier?
We have been married for so long, and I haven't been to your house yet.
Are you afraid that your parents will know that you secretly married me? Emoya shook her head. I was afraid of scaring you. Is your house a haunted house?
Hearing this, Emoya immediately pinched Li Fan and said, now that your assets are already over 100 million, I think it's time to tell you that Nanyang Clothing and Jinyu Clothing are both my family's businesses.
When Li Fan heard this, he was stunned. Both of these companies are large domestic companies. Although they are not ranked well internationally, they are well-known brands in China. Each company has assets worth billions. These are all on the surface, so how much assets does the modest school have behind the scenes? Wife, it turns out you really are a rich woman, and so rich. I was afraid of scaring you before, but you won't now. I went to Jinyu clothing industry because I wanted to learn. Emoya explained. This was a complete showdown with Li Fan.
Li Fan rubbed her shoulders and said, wife, I also have something to confess to you.
What? Are you also a hidden super-rich second generation? Emoya joked. No, there's something in my head.
Li Fan pointed to his head.
Water?
Li Fan was speechless. He was just confessing his crime, but why did people suddenly start teasing him?
Tofu? Emoya blinked and suddenly became naughty. Forget it, I won't say anymore.
Li Fan simply shut up.
Just say it, I won't tease you anymore.
Emoya suddenly started to act coquettishly, shaking Li Fan's arm like a curious baby. This was the first time Li Fan saw her acting coquettishly, and he couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation in his heart. Tell me, husband, I want to know what your secret is.
Emoya continued to shake Li Fan's arm. No more talking, let's go to sleep. There are still some things I'm not sure about.
It was mainly about the authenticity of the system. Li Fan still suspected that the thing in his brain was artificial intelligence.
If this is true, then I might be a test subject of some mysterious organization. Maybe if I tell them, it will put my family in danger. It's better to wait until you have figured out everything before talking about it.
Emoya continued to act coquettishly for a while, but Li Fan still didn't say anything, so she pretended to be angry and turned away.
Shit. I almost forgot.
Li Fan slapped his head.
What's wrong, husband? Chen Jiang.
Having said that, Li Fan immediately picked up the phone. In the small hotel, Chen Jiang was restless and did not dare to sleep, for fear that Li Fan would be anxious for cash. He didn't dare to make any random phone calls, in case Li Fan was negotiating with the kidnappers, they would think that Li Fan had called the police. So, he could only wait and wait for Li Fan to contact him.
Kidnapping never transfers money because they are afraid of record checks. Could the boss be kidnapped as well? No, who will pay the ransom if he's kidnapped? I'm so sleepy. Lulolululul.
Chen Jiang shook his head violently and rushed to the bathroom to wash his face.
I can't sleep.
If they need cash urgently, I can deliver it immediately.
Chen Jiang looked at his phone and it was already 5 a.m.
At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Chen Jiang saw that it was Li Fan calling, so he quickly picked up the phone.
Boss, what's going on over there?
Chen Jiang, the people have been rescued, you can sleep peacefully. Hearing this, Chen Jiang immediately let out a long breath, huh? After Li Fan hung up the phone, Chen Jiang immediately fell on the bed and prepared to sleep. Suddenly, he got up again, carefully checked whether all the windows and doors were locked, then put the suitcase containing the money under the bed and found a thin rope to tie around his feet. After doing all this, he lay down on the bed with peace of mind.
In a warehouse, the gang leader was already scared to death.
Looking at his companions falling one by one, he knew that he would not be able to see tomorrow's sunrise. He didn't understand why he had offended these people when he had just kidnapped an ordinary citizen.
You, who are you? I want to die knowing full well.
A stern man sat down on his head. The gang leader screamed in pain, but the man showed no emotion and just lit a cigarette.
You shouldn't have given that slap. The gang leader's mouth twitched. She is obviously an ordinary citizen. This slap has doomed you. You can't die peacefully like your companions. Chapter 57 Traitor.
The next day, the whole family slept until noon. As soon as he came out, Li Fan saw Xue Bailing sitting on the sofa, flipping through her cell phone from time to time, while Ouyang Chun was smoking on the balcony.
These two people were rewarded.
Xiao Mo told him that the rewarded bodyguards do not need to be paid extra, and the system will pay them corresponding remuneration every month. As for the 10 ordinary bodyguards, they were just one-time deals. After sending them back last night, Li Fan let them go their separate ways. Li Fan's mother was counting money in the living room, looking at Ouyang Chun warily while counting. Perhaps it was because of this that Ouyang Chun ran to the balcony with his back to her. Li Fan couldn't help but smile when he saw this situation. Son, you should deposit this much money in the bank. It's not safe to keep it at home. Mom, stop counting. It's 20 million in total. Isn't it 5 million? She naturally remembered the kidnapping she experienced very clearly. The kidnappers wanted a ransom of 5 million. 5 million is just one box. I prepared some extra because I was afraid he would ask for more. Li Fan's mother nodded and continued to count the money. Li Fan was speechless. Even after he told her that it was 20 million, she still wanted to count it. Son, don't save it all later. Leave some for me. I like to count money. I'm not going to save it. I'm going to give it to you and Dad as pocket money. Li Fan said with a smile. How can you use so much money as pocket money? Save it quickly. It's not safe to keep it at home. Upon hearing this, Li Fan's mother quickly shook her head. Mom, Emoya and I discussed it last night and decided to move to a bigger villa. We'll hire someone to manage it, and you two old people don't have to work anymore. Just enjoy your life. Li Fan's mother said oh twice, but her hands never stopped. I guess she didn't hear what was said afterwards. At this time, Li Fan's father came back from outside and pushed lunch into the house in a small cart. Seeing this, Li Fan hurried forward to help. After putting the food on the table, they asked people to eat, but Xue Bailing and Ouyang Chun remained unmoved. Why don't you two come over? Li Fan turned around and asked. We'll sort it out ourselves later. Come here, it's not that complicated. Xue Bailing and Ouyang Chun looked at each other, paused for a few seconds, and then walked to the table and sat down together. Emoya turned around and found Li Fan's mother still counting money on the ground, and couldn't help but smile. Mom, let's count after dinner. Honey, let's go look at houses later. Emoya took Li Fan's hand. Okay. Li Fan nodded with a smile and planned to go out with Emoya to look at houses. At this time, the phone rang and Li Fan picked it up immediately. Boss, that woman stole it. Hearing this, Li Fan's eyes immediately flashed red. This kidnapping was all because of Lin Xiaoshui. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. Therefore, he must deal with Lin Xiaoshui's matter first, otherwise his family will not have peace. What's wrong, husband? Seeing that Li Fan looked unhappy, Emoya took the initiative to ask. Wife, go and choose. I have something urgent to deal with here. Then go ahead. There's no need to rush this day. We can choose a house together. Li Fan nodded, gently embraced her in his arms, kissed her on the forehead, and then walked out. During this period, there was no peace at home, and he didn't spend enough time with her and his parents. But these issues must be dealt with as soon as possible. Li Fan drove for a distance, then stopped at a random place, turned on his computer and started fiddling with it, while contacting the private group at the same time. Tell me the details. The woman got the information this morning and is now heading to the manor you mentioned. Okay, I'll connect right away to check if you've done everything right. Can you record the whole process? Don't worry, boss. We are professionals. There won't be any problems with the sound or the picture. Hearing this, Li Fan felt relieved. Although I don't know how the other party did it, as long as the goal can be achieved, it's fine. Lin Xiaoshui is finished this time for selling out business secrets. If the Long family finds out, she will definitely be kicked out. Without the support of the Long family, she would not be able to cause any trouble. Soon, Li Fan connected the video. The recording altitude was very high, perhaps like a dynamic drone. This made Li Fan a little puzzled. If it was a drone, there was no way Lin Xiaoshui would not have noticed it. In addition, the sound is not like the sound produced by a flying drone. Perhaps some other method was used. Lin Xiaoshui stopped the car, and two people followed behind her, obviously the bodyguards she hired. After all, she is not a fool and it is impossible for her to go without protection. After Lin Xiaoshui entered the manor, the scene immediately switched from outside the manor to inside the manor. Although the distance seemed to be far, the sound was clearer. Ms. Lin, please.
The middle-aged man had already prepared the tea.
Lin Xiaoxue took a sip just like she did last time. Then she waved her hand gently and two bodyguards took out the equipment and started testing. At this moment, the video was interrupted. Li Fan frowned and immediately called to inquire about the situation.
What's going on? You said you were professionals. Boss, just wait a few seconds. Sure enough, the scene soon appeared again, and the two bodyguards were still checking. Ms. Lin, you are really careful. I tell you clearly that there are cameras in my hall, and I will not turn them off. I must always know the situation in my manner.
I have prepared a separate secret room.
Let's go there to talk.
Hearing that they were going to the secret room, Lin Xiaoxue immediately frowned. No, I won't go to the secret room. We can go to a quiet place outside to trade and keep people away from us.
Ha, Miss Lin is so careful, aren't you afraid that someone in the distance is using a long-distance tracking device?
Lin Xiaoxue was silent, but finally nodded. Okay, I'll bring bodyguards with me in the secret room, and your bodyguards can't go in.
Ha, absolutely. Please go in, Miss Lin. The middle-aged man smiled and invited. Wait, how are you going to give me that 1 billion? Ms. Lin, how do you want to give it?
The middle-aged man smiled.
Give it to me in the form of share transfer.
I want real power shares.
Lin Xiaoxue raised her eyebrows.
Haha, Miss Lin is indeed greedy, but this deal is also a good deal.
Deal, please. The middle-aged man invited again.
Lin Xiaoxue then stepped forward, and the two bodyguards behind her immediately followed.
1 billion.
Li Fan narrowed his eyes.
Lin Xiaoxue really had a big appetite.
No wonder even with the support of the Long family, they would take the risk of selling out business secrets.
This number will make anyone excited.
And shares with real power are more attractive than 1 billion in cash. But that middle-aged man always made Li Fan feel familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere.
Fuck!
Li Fan suddenly slapped his head and cried out in surprise. Fang Tianmiao, the agent of MK Electronics Huaxia, is a foreign-funded enterprise, owned by M. Doesn't the traitor Lin Xiaoxue know the importance of Lunsen to Huaxia? Although Li Fan's thoughts have changed after experiencing several incidents, he only wants to protect his family and let them live a peaceful life. But if home is a small family, then the country is a big family, and he must also protect this home.
This is the duty of every citizen. Damn it, this bitch is desperate for money. Xiao Mo, contact the relevant personnel immediately. China's technology cannot be leaked outside.
Brother Li Fan, don't worry.
I'll contact you right away. Chapter 58 Lin Xiaoxue was tricked. Ding. The system is processing. Ding. The system has completed the processing.
Brother Li Fan, I have already notified the relevant personnel, but the manor is quite far away, so I'm afraid it will take more than half an hour.
Half an hour is enough. Who did you notify? Longsheng International Southwest Branch President Chao Yuanming and Vice President Long Yuming. Why just these two? Li Fan frowned.
Brother Li Fan, I know how you feel, but this is a war between companies, and things have to be solved step by step. Besides, these two people are enough to solve the problem.
Li Fan thought about it and felt that it was true.
It was impossible for him not to be nervous when his core technology was stolen, even if it was the initial one. Thinking of this, he felt relieved. Core technology is top secret everywhere and is the foundation of a company's survival. Especially in the technological age, technological strength represents everything, and no core technology secrets can be leaked. Since the relevant personnel have been notified, Li Fan is not so worried and continues to pay attention to the surveillance. These surveillances are definitely not ordinary, otherwise it would be impossible to track them like this. The scene switched from time to time, as if the entire manor was under their control.
Not long.
Lin Xiaoxue followed him to a door, but as soon as she opened it, she felt something was wrong. This is not a secret room at all, it is clearly a room, especially the big bed, which is in the shape of a heart.
No, let's go.
Lin Xiaoxue turned around, but at this moment, a bodyguard suddenly took out a dagger and put it against her neck.
Lin Xiaoxue dared not move at all.
Otherwise, the dagger could pierce her neck at any time.
What are you doing? You are my bodyguard. Lin Xiaoxue shouted.
Ha, Miss Lin, I had already hired them before you spent money to hire them.
Didn't expect that? Fang Tianmiao chuckled a few times.
Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxue's face immediately changed. He had never expected this situation to happen.
Fang Tianmiao, what are you going to do? She asked in a loud voice. What do you think I should do?
I, old Fang, am still young.
Bring her in. Fang Tianmiao raised the corners of his mouth and put on an evil smile. Fang Tianmiao, you bastard, you shall not die well. Lin Xiaoxue yelled angrily, but did not dare to move.
The dagger was right in front of her neck, so she could only let the two bodyguards drag her into the house and throw her onto the bed. This scene made Li Fan dumbfounded.
I didn't expect that Lin Xiaoxue would be treated like this for selling out business secrets. Fang Tianmiao and two bodyguards all got involved.
And it was also recorded.
You bastard, Fang Tianmiao, you will die a horrible death.
Lin Xiaoxue had no tears because she asked for it.
With Fang Tianmiao's loud shout, everything returned to calm. I just like you rich ladies, you taste good. Fang Tianmiao smiled evilly, patted Lin Xiaoxue, and returned the clothes to her.
Lin Xiaoxue, even though you are very careful, you still fell into my trap. From today on, you must steal the core secrets of the 18th generation ship.
You're dreaming. Lin Xiaoxue roared.
She thought the first generation could be exchanged for 1 billion, but she didn't expect this result. You must listen to me, otherwise I will send the video to the Long family.
It's up to you to decide. Fang Tianmiao laughed and began to look through Lin Xiaoxue's bag. The first generation of core secrets is mine. With these, we can also spy on Lungsen's technology, ha 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 ha. But he soon stopped laughing, and turned to look at Lin Xiaoxue. Bitch, why is it not complete? Do you think I will give it to you so easily?
I was going to make the transaction in 3 installments, but I haven't received a cent of the money yet, and you even slept with me, Fang Tianmiao, you bastard, you will not live happily ever after.
Pa pa pa. Fang Tianmiao slapped him repeatedly, yelling as he did so, bitch, tell me, where are the rest? Otherwise, I will send the video to the Long family right away. Send it, send it. Lin Xiaoxue roared madly. At worst, both sides will die. If I can't get it, you can't get it either.
Blood was flowing from the corners of Lin Xiaoxue's mouth, and her wound was swollen a lot due to Fang Tianmiao's beating.
You want to get everything without paying anything. You can dream about it. If you want it, just bring 1 billion. Fang Tianmiao narrowed his eyes and his face was gloomy.
He felt that he had underestimated this woman.
Most rich ladies would definitely comply if they were threatened in this way. But Lin Xiaoxue didn't buy it.
Have her dressed and take her to the hall.
After saying that, Fang Tianmiao turned and walked out. More than 10 minutes later, the two bodyguards took Lin Xiaoxue downstairs.
Why so slow?
I couldn't help it, and it happened again. A bodyguard replied. Fang Tianmiao snorted coldly, but didn't say much.
Lin Xiaoxue sat opposite Fang Tianmiao as if nothing had happened, her face still very swollen.
Give me the memory card.
This is the first condition. Lin Xiaoxue stretched out her hand and asked for the memory card containing the video.
Give it to her.
Fang Tianmiao waved his hand, and the bodyguard immediately pulled out the card and handed it to Lin Xiaoxue.
Fang Tianmiao snorted coldly, I still have surveillance video. The video must also be deleted.
Lin Xiaoxue said coldly.
Dream on, unless you bring all the remaining information. Next time I can only bring 1/3, and the 1 billion must be given next time. Lin Xiaoxue said in a firm tone, not even wiping the blood off her face. That's wishful thinking. This is the last time I'll give it to you. The video won't be deleted unless you bring all the remaining information. Do you think I can still trust you? Lin Xiaoxue snorted coldly. Fang Tianmiao was silent.
After what had just happened, it was impossible for Lin Xiaoxue to trust him again.
100 million. Fang Tianmiao narrowed his eyes. 1 billion is not less.
In the end, the two reached a deal at a price of 500 million, and will give it to you next time.
However, Lin Xiaoxue asked for an extra 30 million because Fang Tianmiao and two bodyguards slept with her. There are also videos in the room, which will be deleted next time.
I'll choose the place for our next meeting.
Lin Xiaoxue snorted coldly.
She didn't want to suffer such a big loss again.
Okay. But I won't delete the transaction video. Whatever you say. Lin Xiaoxue snorted coldly. She knew that Fang Tianmiao couldn't delete everything, otherwise he wouldn't be able to threaten her.
Lin Xiaoxue, you are qualified to be a superior.
Lin Xiaoxue snorted coldly. Today she suffered the biggest loss in her history. Boss phone, this is bad. Chao Yuanming and Long Yaming are rushing in with more than 200 people. Fuck, there are so many, destroy them quickly. Fong Tianmiao roared, and everyone took action immediately. He looked around for a place to hide the information, and finally he wrapped the information in a bag and put it in the toilet tank. Lin Xiaoxue saw a rope in the hall and immediately started to tie herself up. Fong Tianmiao rushed downstairs and saw that Lin Xiaoxue had tied him up. He said the word cruel enough and quickly ran out. In the car. Li Fan narrowed his eyes. Lin Xiaoxue was definitely not the one he knew. Chapter 59. Lin Xiaoxue was kicked out of the Long family. Fong Tianmiao escaped and his manor was turned upside down. But they found nothing, but Chao Yuanming and Long Yaming still did not give up. After all, this involves the core secrets of Lungsun and cannot be leaked. After searching 4 or 5 times, they still found nothing. Even the surveillance video hard drive had been smashed to pieces. Obviously, before they came in, Fong Tianmiao had already started to have people destroy the evidence. Mr. Chao, could it be that Fong Tianmiao is carrying it with him? Long Yaming narrowed his eyes. No, if we catch him while he's escaping, he'll be completely finished. Could that be fake news? Long Yaming pointed at Lin Xiaoxue. Chao Yuanming also narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Xiaoxue. If it was a transaction between the two parties, Lin Xiaoxue could not be so embarrassed. Her face was slapped into a pig's head, the slap marks were clearly visible, and blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth. Moreover, when she came, Lin Xiaoxue was tied with ropes. This is clearly kidnapping. Originally, Long Yaming was burning with anger, but after seeing Lin Xiaoxue's miserable condition, he began to doubt the news. In addition, he also hoped in his heart that Lin Xiaoxue was kidnapped and the core secrets were not leaked, so that his Long family would be safe. Mr. Chao, I really can't find it. One bodyguard replied, and the rest of the bodyguards followed suit. Walk. Chao Yuanming waved his hand and prepared to take his men away. But at this moment, his cell phone rang. After answering the phone, Chao Yuanming narrowed his eyes immediately. 3rd floor, 3rd room, toilet tank. The bodyguard rushed over and quickly found the information of the first-generation chip in the toilet tank. Mr. Chao. The bodyguard handed the information to Chao Yuanming. Chao Yuanming opened it and his face immediately turned pale after reading it. The same thing happened to Long Yaming. He originally thought it was a misunderstanding or a kidnapping, but the evidence was there and he couldn't say anything. Since your things have been recovered, I will not pursue the matter for now. I will not ask about your family affairs. After saying that, Chao Yuanming led his men away. Long Yaming's face turned pale and he stared at Lin Xiaoxue. Lin Xiaoxue was also extremely frightened. When she heard that the surveillance hard drive was smashed to pieces, she began to secretly rejoice in her heart. As long as Long Yaming didn't see the video of herself being QB'd by Fong Tianmiao and 2 bodyguards, she would be safe in the Long family. Before this, she even showed off her acting skills, crying and begging Long Yaming to avenge her. But the data was found, and she was unable to explain whether it was lost or not. Without these, Fong Tianmiao could no longer threaten her. Snap. Bitch. Long Yaming slapped Lin Xiaoxue hard, and his tone became extremely cold. Take her back. It was Li Fan who called Chao Yuanming, and he called back when Chao Yuanming was on his way out. Friend, although I don't know who you are, you have saved the foundation of my Southwest branch. What do you want in return? Mr. Chao, you're too polite. I don't need any reward. This is what every Chinese should do. The core technology of a high-end technology company is not just a connection between companies. Li Fan replied calmly. He is a wise man. Lungsun is indeed very important to China. Although it has been upgraded to the 18th generation, the first generation is our source. If the source is leaked, how much impact it will have, no one can tell. My friend, if it is convenient, I would like to meet with you alone to express my gratitude in person. Mr. Chao, there is no need to meet. Foreign-funded enterprises are not at peace. MKTV may be just one of them. You are a wise man. You don't need me to remind you. If we are destined, we will meet. After saying that, Li Fan hung up the phone. Chao Yuanming could sit in this position, so he naturally saw more profound things than him, but he still couldn't help but want to remind him a thing or two. And he will continue to monitor Lin Xiaoxue. Long family. When Long Zishuan heard the news, he rushed back and saw Lin Xiaoxue kneeling on the ground as soon as he entered the door.
When he saw that her bloated face was covered with slap marks, he was shocked and quickly hugged her.
Xiaoxue, what's going on? Long Zishuan asked anxiously, while helping her wipe the blood from her mouth. Zishuan. Whoa! I'd been kidnapped, whoa!
When Lin Xiaoxue saw Long Zishuan coming back, she immediately began to wipe her tears and threw herself into his arms and cried. Long Zishuan hurriedly comforted him and turned to look at Long Yuming. Dad, why did you let Xiaoxue kneel on the ground? Humph, she knows what she did, just ask her. Long Yuming snorted coldly and slapped the table, scaring both of them.
When Long Zishuan heard this, he immediately lowered his head and asked Lin Xiaoxue in his arms, Xiaoxue, what's going on?
Lin Xiaoxue wiped her tears and cried. Zishuan, Dad said I stole the core technical information of the first generation of Lunsen TV chips and wanted to kick me out of the house.
Woohoo! Dad, you must believe me. I was kidnapped and I didn't sell out the core secrets of the chip.
When Long Zishuan heard this, he quickly turned around and said, Dad, I gave Xiaoxue the first generation of core technology information, she didn't steal it. Long Yuming was furious when he heard this, and slammed the table, you bastard.
Do you know what these things mean?
This is not only the foundation of our company's survival, but high-end technology is also closely related to China's interests, you bastard.
Long Zishuan was scolded and had to keep his head down and keep silent. The Lunsen TV chip has been upgraded to the 18th generation.
He thought that this obsolete thing was no longer useful, but he did not expect it to be so important in his father's eyes. Long Yuming continued to curse, you useless thing, tell me what you have done to give such a thing to her.
You are simply harming our Long family. Fortunately, the things were recovered today, otherwise my Long family will be removed from Longsheng Group, do you know that? Dad, I was wrong. Long Zishuan quickly admitted. You know you're wrong, so get out of here. Yes, Dad. Long Zishuan quickly pulled Lin Xiaoxue out of the room.
But he didn't run more than 2 steps before he was stopped by Long Yuming. I told you to get out, not that woman.
Dad, Xiaoxue was beaten like this, I have to send her to the hospital immediately. Long Zishuan seemed a little anxious.
When Long Yuming saw that Long Zishuan had been bewitched to this extent, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and finally he uttered 2 words fiercely.
Divorce. Dad. I won't leave. Xiaoxue is my favorite and I can't live without her. Long Zishuan said anxiously, and Lin Xiaoxue also kowtowed to admit her mistake. Dad, please, I know I was wrong.
I shouldn't have run around outside with things and attracted the attention of outsiders.
Dad, I was wrong. Please, I can't live without Zishuan. I can't live without her.
Long Yuming's face was cold, without a trace of mercy in his eyes. Seeing this, despair immediately appeared in Long Zishuan's eyes, because he knew his father very well.
Dad, are you really so heartless? Xiaoxue is my favorite. Long Zishuan begged. However, this did not get anything in return.
Long Yuming slowly stood up and left only one sentence. Send this woman back tonight and never let her set foot in my Long family again.
Chapter 60 Crazy Lin Xiaoxue.
Lin Xiaoxue was kicked out of the Long family. Without the big tree of the Long family, it was at least much easier to deal with her. But Li Fan did not let down his guard, because he had already seen that Long Zishuan was indeed deeply in love with this woman. Even though Lin Xiaoxue was kicked out of the Long family, their relationship would not end like this. However, he did not take immediate action against Lin Xiaoxue because he knew that Lin Xiaoxue still had the information of the first generation. At the beginning, Long Zishuan secretly took the information back and gave 1/3 of it to Lin Xiaoxue, but Lin Xiaoxue secretly took photos of all of it.
This is also the reason why Long Zishuan pleaded for Lin Xiaoxue.
Of course, another reason was that he loved that woman deeply.
On the second day, under Long Yuming's pressure, the two went through the divorce procedures.
In addition, the company founded by Lin Xiaoxue and the actual shares obtained from Long Zishuan were also returned.
Of course, Long Yuming did not treat Lin Xiaoxue unfairly and gave her 80 million as compensation.
After the divorce, the first thing Long Zishuan did was to buy a large existing house and bring Zhang Min and Lin Xiaoming over so that the whole family could be taken care of. With the help of Long Zishuan, Zhang Min actually only stayed in the cell for more than a month. But after coming out, Zhang Min was still as arrogant and domineering as ever, even more so than before.
Zishuan, I don't want to leave you. I love you so much. I can't live without you. Lin Xiaoxue choked with sobs and hugged Long Zishuan tightly. Don't be afraid.
Even if you are not at the Long family, I will not leave you. From now on, this will be our exclusive love nest.
Long Zishuan was powerless to change the outcome and could only make such arrangements. Xiao Xue, you can live here peacefully for now. Tell me if you need anything.
Mother-in-law, Xiaoming, take good care of Xiao Xue.
If anything happens, let me know immediately. Zishuan, can I go back after Dad calms down?
Lin Xiaoxue wiped her tears, looking pitiful.
However, Long Zishuan shook his head and said, I know Dad's temper best. Once he makes a decision, it cannot be reversed.
Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxue cried very sadly, and Long Zishuan could only comfort her. Seeing that he could not comfort her anymore, he could only shake his head and sigh.
Xiao Xue, don't worry.
Even if we don't have that piece of paper, I will treat you wholeheartedly.
I still have things to do at the company. I will come to see you when I have time. After saying that, Long Zishuan kissed Lin Xiaoxue on the face before leaving. Just after Long Zishuan went out,
the tears on Lin Xiaoxue's face disappeared immediately, and she snorted coldly.
Waste. Sister?
Lin Xiaoming looked at Lin Xiaoxue in surprise.
Ignoring Lin Xiaoming's surprise, Lin Xiaoxue turned around and went into her room. Zhang Min immediately followed up and kept asking questions. Xiao Xue, are you and Long Zishuan really divorced? How much money did they pay in compensation? Do you have any shares in their company? You have a share of such a large estate, right? Mom, are you done yet? I've already paid 80 million, okay? Stop bothering me.
Lin Xiaoxue fell on the bed and covered her head with a pillow.
80 million, I'm going to make a fortune.
Zhang Min trotted around the room for several times, looking very excited, almost like a madman. Lin Xiaoxue got divorced, but she didn't feel unhappy at all. Seeing all this, Lin Xiaoming couldn't help but shake his head. Originally, he wanted to comfort Lin Xiaoxue, but from the word waste, he knew that Lin Xiaoxue did not need comfort. After having fun, Zhang Min sat down on the edge of the bed and continued to ask Lin Xiaoxue.
Xiao Xue, what happened?
You got divorced suddenly.
Tell me in detail. Mom, are you annoyed?
Lin Xiaoxue shook her body a few times angrily, just like an angry child.
Don't you care about me? Tell me quickly, can we sue you and get more property?
Lin Xiaoxue was furious. She turned over and sat up, then threw out another card. There's 7 million in this card, and the password is my birthday. Xiaoming, take Mom to buy a new house and don't bother me.
Give him what he wants, give it to me.
Zhang Min snatched the bank card and smiled widely.
Xiao Xue, don't worry. Long Zishuan treats you so well. You still have a chance.
When that old man dies one day, you will be the real wife of the Long family.
Get out, get out. Lin Xiaoxue couldn't stand it anymore and started to drive people away. Mom is concerned about you.
Lin Xiaoxue pushed Zhang Min out directly, and Lin Xiaoming was naturally driven out as well.
Then the door was slammed shut. 7 million. I've never seen so much money in my life.
Zhang Min held the card and ran out happily. After the room was quiet, Lin Xiaoxue took out her phone with a cold face and made a call.
Fong Tianmiao, is the money ready? Ha, I heard that you were kicked out of the Long family last night. Do you still have any information? Stop talking nonsense. If you have money, you will get something.
The transaction will be divided into 3 times, 500 million each time.
The location will be decided by me. Bitch, you raised the price again. Fong Tianmiao roared, but Lin Xiaoxue did not dare to show weakness.
Nonsense, because of you, I lost a great backer.
Adding 500 million is already a bargain for you. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you can't do it, I'll sell it to someone else.
After saying that, Lin Xiaoxue began to count, while Fong Tianmiao on the other end of the phone was silent for a while.
When he counted to 5, Fong Tianmiao agreed. As long as he gets the goods, he will get back the 1.5 billion loss from launching International.
Lin Xiaoxue, you've been kicked out of the Long family.
Why don't you just let it go with me?
I really miss the feeling of being in your upper and lower 3 places.
Go to hell, you bastard. Let me know when the money is ready.
Lin Xiaoxue hung up the phone and started smashing things around the room. After venting her anger, she took out the memory card, which contained the video of the 3-person QB, and completely deleted it. However, before deleting it, she took a screenshot of the 2 bodyguards. She has never suffered such a loss since she was a child.
But she had to get the money first. You bastard, wait for me, once you get the money, none of you can escape.
After she got angry, she suddenly remembered what her mother said, as long as that old man dies, you will still be the wife of the Long family. Then, she raised the corners of her mouth, Mom is right, if Long Yumming dies, I will still be the wife of the Long family. In this case, there is no need to keep that bastard Fong Tian Miao. Hey, miss, those gangsters are all dead, especially the gang leader, who died in a very tragic way.
Emoya couldn't help but frown when she heard the report from the 18 Tianlong guards. Although they seemed to be on Li Fan's side, she still felt vaguely uneasy.
Send 2 of you over here, don't send the 4th one, he has a lot of bad ideas and I don't want to hear nagging. On that day, there was a burst of laughter among the 18 guards of Tianlong, and it was obvious that they were laughing at the 4th guy. After hanging up the phone, Emoya turned to look at Xue Bailing. Xue Bailing, when my bodyguards arrive, you can go to my husband's place. Chapter 61 Invitation, Settlement of Grudges. Just when Lin Xiaoxue was feeling proud, Li Fan called her. Seeing the incoming call, Lin Xiaoxue frowned. After hanging up Li Fan, she immediately contacted the gangster. But she couldn't get through after trying several different numbers, so she immediately started searching for kidnapping cases, but there wasn't any recent one.
Could it be that they were caught accidentally?
Lin Xiaoxue narrowed her eyes.
At this time,
her phone rang again, and it was still Li Fan's number. She snorted coldly and hung up decisively. Then Li Fan called again and she hung up again.
Li Fan continued to fight. Finally, Lin Xiaoxue got angry, picked up the phone and yelled at Li Fan, "Are you sick? Lin Xiaoxue, it's a pity that you don't become an actor. You have a really good talent." "What do you mean?" Lin Xiaoxue frowned. "It's nothing, I'll give you something good." "Bitch, open your mouth, hiss, oh. Kneel down. Papa lifted higher, oh it feels so good."
When Lin Xiaoxue heard the voice, her face turned pale and she yelled madly, "You bastard, where did you get it?" However, Li Fan ignored her, "Don't worry, there's another one. Next time I can only bring 1-3, and the 1 billion must be given next time."
"That's wishful thinking. This is the last time I'll give it to you. The video won't be deleted unless you bring all the remaining information. Do you think I can still trust you? 100 million. 1 billion cannot be less than 1 cent. 500 million, this is my final bottom line. Add 30 million. You 3 bastards QB me. You must pay the price."
Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxue could no longer sit still and quickly begged in a low voice, "Li Fan, I beg you, for the sake of our 5 years together, give the things to me and I will give you 20 million.
"Oh, I see you want to buy my life with 20 million, right?
Last time you spent 10 million to kidnap my family, you knew they would kill us. You want to destroy my family, so I will destroy your family first."
"Li Fan, I didn't know they would do this.
I just asked them to kidnap your family and make you lose all your money.
I want to trample you under my feet because I still have you in my heart. Li Fan, I beg you, give me the things."
Lin Xiaoxue begged desperately, her voice sounded so pitiful. If Li Fan hadn't been monitoring her every move, how would he have known that this woman was such a good actress?
"Li Fan, where are you? I'll go over to accompany you tonight. Don't you like me to use my mouth on you the most? No matter what you ask for, I will satisfy you. Please, just give it to me. If you want something, come and get it in person. I've already sent you the location."
Lin Xiaoxue quickly opened her phone, but when she saw the location, her face instantly turned ugly. "This is the suburbs, with few people, and there is a small hill there." Li Fan asked her to go to that kind of place, and she knew what Li Fan wanted to do without even thinking about it. He wanted to settle the grudge with her.
"Li Fan, why don't we go to the hotel? The hotel is convenient. I've said that I will agree to whatever you ask for tonight. I've already told you the location.
If you don't come, I'll send 1 copy to Long Zishuan, and the other to Longqing International or the relevant department." After saying that, Li Fan hung up the phone.
Lin Xiaoxue immediately lay down on the bed and burst into tears.
She turned over, pulled the quilt to cover herself, curled up in it, and sobbed continuously. Li Fan ignored her and drove to the location he mentioned. Long Zishuan loved her deeply, but she only treated him as a tool, and she even wanted to kill Long Zishuan's father so that she could marry Long Zishuan again. While driving, he was also keeping an eye on Lin Xiaoxue's situation and saw that she was still curled up in the quilt and crying loudly. Such a woman will not despair until she is at the end of her rope. Li Fan gave her two options. One option is to give up everything, ruin his reputation, and go to jail. The other option is to go to the suburbs with him and settle their grudge face to face. After a long time, Lin Xiaoxue sat up from the bed and picked up the phone.
Li Fan, I beg you, don't do this to me.
For the sake of our 5 years of relationship, let me go this time.
I swear I will never go against you again. Do you think I will believe you? Li Fan snorted coldly.
Lin Xiaoxue was silent, and finally gritted her teeth. Okay, I'll go.
I don't believe you will kill me again. Li Fan snorted coldly and hung up the phone. Soon,
Li Fan saw her starting to walk out the door with her bag. This woman values what she has in her hands more than her life, and she is reluctant to give up everything she has now.
Brother Li Fan, could this woman be up to something?
I always feel that it's a little wrong for her to agree to you so quickly.
System Xiao Mo reminded. I have given him a final ultimatum: either go to jail or follow me to the wild. There are only two options. There shouldn't be any problem.
Li Fan shook his head.
Not necessarily. This woman is too cunning. Even under full surveillance, I still don't think she's reliable.
Brother Li Fan, you'd better be careful when you come into contact with her.
Don't let her get too close.
If she has a weapon hidden on her, she can stab you at any time.
Well, it's possible. After all, this woman can do anything. I won't let her get too close.
Li Fan nodded. In the video, Li Fan saw Lin Xiaoxue driving over, with determination in his eyes. What Li Fan didn't know was that just now, when Lin Xiaoxue was curled up in the quilt, she was using another mobile phone to send a message to Long Zixuan. From Li Fan's words, she could feel that her every move was under Li Fan's surveillance.
So, she pretended to hide under the quilt and cry.
With the quilt as a cover, she could ask for help from the outside world without being discovered.
Zixuan, do you know?
Actually, I'm pregnant with your child, but I was beaten and kicked by those bastards and I couldn't keep the baby.
I'm sorry, Zixuan. I'm afraid to tell you and make you sad. But now I have to tell you the truth, because I may never see you again. Just now, my ex-boyfriend Li Fan called me. My every move is under his surveillance. Now I can only hide under the quilt and ask you for help. Zixuan, Li Fan sent me 2 videos. One of them was the video of Fang Tianmiao and his gang beating me. This proves that it was him who colluded with Fang Tianmiao to kidnap me. The child is gone, I'm sorry.
There was another video, which was an obscene video he secretly recorded when we were together. He asked me to meet him on a hill in the suburbs, and if I didn't go, he would spread these things all over the internet. I suspected that he wanted to kill me in revenge.
Zixuan, I must get those videos back, otherwise I will not be able to see you, and you will also be implicated because you were married to me. Zixuan, don't call me because he is watching me. I have sent you my location. I hope I can see you again. Zixuan, I love you. If I am gone, I hope I can see you again in the next life. I'm leaving. I have to get those videos back.
I can't leave a stain on myself, and I can't let you be discredited. Soon, Lin Xiaoxue received a reply, and there was only one sentence: drive slower, I will bring people over immediately.
Lin Xiaoxue then called Li Fan and went out. Chapter 62 Miscalculation.
On a small hill in the suburbs, Lin Xiaoxue was panting heavily with exhaustion, and finally climbed to the agreed location. From a distance, Li Fan was sitting on a rock, looking at her with cold eyes.
Li Fan, are we going to settle this here? I didn't expect you like this kind of outdoor atmosphere.
Lin Xiaoxue threw coquettish glances at Li Fan while taking off her clothes and moving closer to him.
Lin Xiaoxue, don't try to trick me.
Your tricks won't work on me. Li Fan snorted coldly, and just when Lin Xiaoxue pounced on him, he quickly moved away, and Lin Xiaoxue's pounce was also empty.
Li Fan, please don't be so heartless.
After all, we have been together for 5 years. I have already said that no matter what you want to do to me today, I will agree to it as long as you return the things to me.
The thing is right there, go get it yourself if you want.
Li Fan pointed to the cliff. There was a large, crooked tree, leaning diagonally over the cliff, and in the canopy of the tree, a laptop was hanging by a rope.
The wind blew, and the notebook and branches swayed gently.
Lin Xiaoxue's face changed color.
She didn't expect Li Fan to put things in that kind of place. She looked towards the cliff.
Although it was not a deep abyss, it was enough for her to fall to pieces. Li Fan naturally took risks when doing all this, but she didn't dare to climb a tree, as she would fall if she was not careful. By now, she already knew that Li Fan didn't want to have blood on his hands, but he wanted to force her to die in this way. Lin Xiaoxue bit her lips tightly. What she needed most now was time.
Because Long Zixuan is on the way.
Although they had not been together for long, she had already figured out Long Zixuan's character. Especially the lies made up about the child were enough to drive him crazy and desperate. So, she had to delay time and wait for Long Zixuan to arrive. Li Fan, are you really so heartless? After all, we have been together for 5 years, don't you have any nostalgia for us? Oh. Lin Xiaoxue, you can still say such things.
I miss you, but what have you done to me?
You bewitched Long Zixuan to make me lose my job, hired hackers to break into Amoya's computer, and wanted us to lose everything. In addition, all the data in my studio was destroyed. I hired someone to repair it for a whole week. The worst thing is that you paid 10 million to hire gangsters to kidnap my family because you knew they would kill them afterwards.
My mother almost died. Now, you tell me you're nostalgic? Are you worthy of that? Li Fan roared. I'm sorry, I didn't know they would do this. I just wanted them to teach you a lesson. I still love you in my heart. I want you to come back to me. I have money and I am willing to support you.
Bah! Li Fan said, stop acting like that to me, it's fucking disgusting.
So what do you want? Do I need to say it clearly?
You have tried to force my family into a dead end time and time again. You can use any tricks on me, but you should never touch my family. The things are there, if you have the guts, go and take them yourself.
Lin Xiaoxue, I will only give you 10 minutes. If you don't dare in 10 minutes, I will send all the videos out.
After saying that, Li Fan started counting the time and stopped talking nonsense with Lin Xiaoxue. Lin Xiaoxue bit her lips tightly and frowned. She didn't know when Long Zixuan would arrive, but Li Fan no longer gave her time.
If you want me to die, why don't you just push me down? Do you know how scared my mother was when she heard the word killing? I want you to feel the fear of death. There are still 7 minutes left.
Li Fan, please, I'm begging you to be your secret lover, please don't hurt me.
6 minutes left. Li Fan reminded coldly. Lin Xiaoxue didn't dare, she was afraid of death, but she had to delay time.
So he started to use various words to seduce Li Fan, but Li Fan remained unmoved. Time passed, but Long Zixuan still did not show up.
The last minute. Li Fan reminded coldly.
Okay, I'll go.
Lin Xiaoxue gritted her teeth.
Then he started to move towards the edge of the cliff, and Li Fan also stopped the timing. Lin Xiaoxue took a deep breath, her body trembling continuously, and began to climb the tree carefully. She was terrified with every step she took.
This is the fear of death. Are the roots of big trees stable? Can the trunk bear her weight?
Her heart was tormented by the fear of death. In the end, she only crawled a little bit and dared not go any further.
Then she stepped back. Li Fan, I was wrong. Please, don't do this. Please let me go. Lin Xiaoxue knelt on the ground. Li Fan started counting again, 58 seconds.
Li Fan held up the phone, his finger ready to press it at any time.
Bang.
Suddenly there was a gunshot and Li Fan's cell phone was pierced.
Bang. Another gunshot, Li Fan was shot.
Li Fan reacted and quickly hid behind a rock.
Bang 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 bang.
There were continuous gunshots and the sound of rocks hitting each other. But Lin Xiaoxue had already run back to the woods.
Li Fan, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. Charge up and kill him. Long Zixuan roared.
More than 30 people rushed out, all with guns in their hands. I don't know where Long Zixuan found this group of desperate criminals.
Long Zixuan, you're a fool.
You were deceived by Lin Xiaoxue.
She cheated on you. Fuck, kill him. Bang, bang, bang.
The gunshots were getting closer and closer. If he continued like this, he would definitely be dead. Looking at the cliff behind him, he didn't hesitate at all, endured the pain and jumped down. The chance of death is very high, but there are trees under the cliff, so he can only give it this one chance. Just as he was falling, he saw a graceful figure running quickly below. In a few steps, she climbed up the cliff 7 or 8 meters and then made a strong effort to fly straight towards him.
It's Xue Bailing. Xue Bailing calculated very accurately and grabbed him in one go.
Using the force of inertia, the two of them rushed diagonally towards a big tree. Xue Bailing grabbed Li Fan with one hand and a branch with the other, and lifted him up with all her strength. Li Fan flew up, and then Xue Bailing fell down. When Li Fan fell down, she had caught him again. Bang 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 bang. On the cliff, Long Zixuan continued to order shooting, and bullets flew everywhere. Xue Bailing carried Li Fan on her back and ran as fast as she could. Soon he disappeared.
MD, chase him and kill Li Fan.
I want revenge for my child.
Lin Xiaoxue rushed out and threw herself into Long Zixuan's arms and burst into tears. Zixuan, you're finally here, whoa. I almost couldn't see you.
I'm sorry, Xiaoxue. I didn't know you were pregnant with my child.
It's my fault for not protecting you. Let's go and register for marriage again. I won't care about Dad's objection anymore. But Li Fan is not dead yet. Don't worry, I'm looking for desperate criminals. Li Fan can't get away. Did you get the things? On that tree. Lin Xiaoxue pointed at the big tree on the cliff. She wasn't worried that Long Zixuan would see it.
Because he is angry now, he will just smash things to pieces. Things turned out just as she expected. After Long Zixuan asked a desperado to take the computer back, he started smashing it wildly, smashing the laptop into pieces. Finally, he ordered his men to fire several shots at the hard drive.
Chapter 63 Hiding and Treating Wounds.
After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Xiaoxue and Long Zixuan became a legal couple again. This was beyond Lin Xiaoxue's expectations. Originally, she thought that because she made up a lie about a child, Long Zixuan would definitely be angry and kill Li Fan, but she didn't expect to get an unexpected gain. Now, she has become the wife of the Long family again, so she can rely on the Long family for the rest of her life. Xiaoxue, no matter how much Dad objects, I will never separate from you again.
Don't be sad about the child. We are still young and will have one soon. Long Zixuan hugged Lin Xiaoxue tightly. Yeah. Lin Xiaoxue nodded and snuggled tightly in Long Zixuan's arms. Zixuan, there is one more thing I want to tell you.
Lin Xiaoxue looked up, her eyes full of worry.
Her expression immediately made Long Zixuan frown.
You say? The news that I was kicked out of the Long family was known by that bastard Fong Tianmiao.
I don't know where he got my phone number from.
He threatened me that if I didn't get him the information about the Lungsan smart TV chip, he would destroy my family. When Long Zixuan heard this, he gritted his teeth and said, "This bastard, I haven't even settled accounts with him yet, and he dares to threaten you."
Fine, fine, fine. Long Zixuan said 3 good words in a row, with a sneer on his face. You want information, right? I'll give it to him. Then, Long Zixuan looked at Lin Xiaoxue and said, contact him immediately and ask him to trade at the abandoned factory outside West City.
Today I will avenge my unborn child. Soon, Lin Xiaoxue and Long Zixuan arrived at the abandoned factory.
Long Zixuan began to make arrangements, and soon everything was ready, waiting for Fong Tianmiao to fall into the trap. Xiaoxue, you can contact him now. Yes. Lin Xiaoxue nodded, and then continued, Zixuan, I'm afraid he will ask for a video call to check the situation here. Don't come out, I will contact him outside. Okay.
Long Zixuan nodded, and Lin Xiaoxue immediately walked out of the abandoned factory. She was not afraid that Fong Tianmiao would come to check on the situation, but she was afraid that he would speak dirty words again and be heard by Long Zixuan. When she got outside, she immediately made a phone call.
Fong Tianmiao, come to the abandoned factory outside West City tonight to trade. Remember, I want 500 million.
Don't worry, I will definitely not default on my debt this time, but I have to bring some people with me.
Okay, I'll add some people to my side as well.
Also, you must bring me the heads of the 2 bodyguards, otherwise our deal will be cancelled.
Okay. Fong Tianmiao agreed without hesitation. Fong Tianmiao hung up the phone with a smile on his face.
I'm afraid this woman wants to kill more than just the 2 bodyguards, she also wants to kill me.
But she needs money now.
I can rest assured about the first 2 deals, but I have to prepare for the last deal. I can give her a desperate counterattack and get back the 1 billion.
Fong Tianmiao thought so and then laughed out loud. However, he didn't know that Lin Xiaoxue was preparing to attack him the first time.
Xue Bailing carried Li Fan on her back and fled all the way, walking amidst the hail of bullets. If she were alone, she would not be afraid of any enemy, but Li Fan was shot several times, so she had to ensure Li Fan's safety first. Li Fan had lost too much blood and had fainted, with blood dripping all over the place.
The bloodstains on the ground will make the criminals catch up faster.
Seeing a small river in front of her, she did not hesitate, but stepped into the water and went upstream.
As long as the bloodstain disappears, the bandit will lose his direction.
But according to the general thinking of people, they will definitely go with the flow. The reason for this is that Li Fan was seriously injured and the single head must be removed as soon as possible to stop the bleeding. Soon, she found a hidden cave behind a small waterfall.
Even if the bandits found it, it would not be easy to find it.
As soon as she entered the cave, her phone vibrated a few times. Seeing the incoming call, she picked up the call without any hesitation.
What's the situation?
A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. He was shot and passed out. I just found the hiding place and didn't have time to check his injuries. Having said that, Xue Bailing put Li Fan down and used a small flashlight to check his bullet wound. After checking, she replied to the phone. He was shot 5 times, none of which were fatal.
And you?
I was hit by 2 bullets, not a big deal. I'll go out and deal with those guys after I bandage them.
Take him to hide. The backup will arrive soon. Let them deal with the people outside.
Yes. After hanging up the phone, Xue Bailing carried Li Fan to the deepest part of the cave and checked it carefully. After finding no wild animals or poisonous snakes, she put Li Fan down.
Then he took out a mini temporary lighting lamp.
Although the light was not strong, it was enough for temporary lighting. After doing this, Xue Bailing undressed Li Fan and then took off her softer underwear.
Brush. Brush. Brush.
After several hits, they were all torn into long strips. There was no bandage, so she can only use strips of cloth. Then, she took out another piece of tape, cut off a section, and sealed Li Fan's mouth. The process of removing the bullet was very painful, and he was afraid that Li Fan would scream and attract the bandits.
She lit the lighter and heated the knife for a while, then she raised the knife and slashed it quickly and accurately, picking out the bullet in one swoop. Woo!
Li Fan was awakened by the pain, but fortunately his mouth was sealed, so he didn't scream. I don't know where Xue Bailing took out a bottle of medicine powder from, but she sprinkled it on the wound. Li Fan's muscles suddenly tensed up, and he was obviously in terrible pain. But there was nothing except the sound of woo. Hold on, don't move, this is top-notch medicine for wounds.
Li Fan nodded.
Xue Bailing quickly tore off a small piece of gauze, folded it to seal his wound, and then wrapped the wound tightly with the cloth strip. After performing the same operation several times in a row, Li Fan's injuries were all healed. But he was in so much pain that he almost fainted, and his head was covered in sweat. Only then did Xue Bailing tear off the tape on his mouth.
Don't speak too loudly.
The desperados outside are still searching.
Shine the light for me.
Li Fan nodded and began to illuminate her.
The position where you were shot is really embarrassing.
Li Fan glanced at Xue Bailing, trying his best not to look at her chest.
The embarrassment is still to come. Xue Bailing muttered, holding a piece of cloth in her mouth.
He aimed his sword and with a flick of the wrist, the bullet was picked out. The technique was fast and accurate, and blood splattered all over Li Fan's face.
It's a pity that you don't become a doctor. Even the surgeons don't dare to operate like you.
As the powder fell, she just frowned and didn't make a sound. After saying that, she ignored Li Fan and quickly took out a bottle of medicine powder and sprinkled it on the wound.
Then bandage the wound quickly. There is one more place. You come and pick the warhead for me.
Okay.
Shit.
As soon as Li Fan nodded, Xue Bailing took off her K-shirt, spread her legs, and stuck her big butt out in front of him.
He couldn't say anything except fuck. Ems. This position is really awkward. Which sharpshooter shot this? He saw everything that he should and shouldn't see.
Even though he felt that he had great concentration, he couldn't help but have some random thoughts.
Does it look good?
If you can't help it, I can help you relieve your sexual desire first.
Chapter 64 changes. What time is it? You're still joking like this.
Li Fan rolled his eyes at Xue Bailing.
I never joke.
Li Fan was speechless and started to check the wound. If it was off to the side, you would probably cry out in pain when you go to the toilet. After saying that, Li Fan put the mini light in his mouth. Only in this way could he free his hands, otherwise he would not be able to pick out the warhead. After silently chanting a few mantras to clear his mind, he began to carefully extend the tip of the knife. Although he was very careful, he still cut her wound a little.
Xue Bailing didn't say a word, and even Li Fan couldn't help but admire her.
After spreading the powder, he frowned again.
You can't bandage here.
Xue Bailing handed him a piece of tape, which was the one used to seal his mouth before.
Li Fan did not hesitate.
He tore off a small piece of cloth, folded it, and then quickly taped her in a plum blossom shape with tape.
After finishing, Xue Bailing didn't react much, but Li Fan was sweating profusely.
After putting on her K-shirt, Xue Bailing hugged Li Fan from behind.
Hey, Xue Bailing, what are you doing? Cold. Then I'll take off my clothes for you to wear. I'm afraid you'll be cold. Li Fan. I only let my wife hold me. You're so nagging. You've lost too much blood. You can't keep freezing.
Li Fan curled his lips and said, "Give me your phone." Xue Bailing still hugged him and handed him her cell phone.
Li Fan took it and immediately logged into the backup website.
Then he sent the video of Lin Xiaoxue and Fang Tianmiao's transaction, as well as the video of Lin Xiaoxue being QB, to Long Zixuan.
He wanted to see if Long Zixuan would still help Lin Xiaoxue after seeing these things.
At this time, gunshots were heard outside. In the abandoned factory, everything is ready, just waiting for Fang Tianmiao to fall into the trap.
Xiaoxue, don't be afraid.
I will make Fang Tianmiao regret coming into this world.
There was a vicious look in Long Zixuan's eyes.
Lin Xiaoxue hugged Long Zixuan from behind. "Zixuan, as long as I have you, I am not afraid of anything. Once all these messes are dealt with, we will try again and give birth to a lovely child."
Lin Xiaoxue nodded. Do you want a boy or a girl? It's all right. At worst we can have more children.
Long Zixuan had a smile on his face, as if he was thinking about what it would be like when he becomes a father in the future. Suddenly, his cell phone vibrated.
Long Zixuan took out his cell phone and found a video sent by a stranger.
He usually wouldn't click on such unfamiliar videos, but the thumbnail of the video made him frown. As soon as he turned it on, he couldn't help but tremble all over.
In the video, Lin Xiaoxue, Fang Tianmiao and two strangers were doing unspeakable things.
At this moment, his heart sank to the bottom.
Xiaoxue, you. Sizzle. Sizzle. Sizzle.
3 consecutive slashes, each one fatal. Before Long Zixuan could finish his words, his heart was stabbed into a sieve by Lin Xiaoxue.
I am so blind. Bang.
Before Long Zixuan could finish his words, he fell from the second floor to the first floor. Before he died, he took one last look at the woman he had blindly fallen in love with.
What are you doing? The desperado leader was furious and raised his gun. Lin Xiaoxue quickly spoke. I'll give you double the money.
The desperado narrowed his eyes and coldly said a number, 40 million.
Lin Xiaoxue wiped the blood off her face without showing any emotion.
I'll give you another 20 million to help me kill one more person.
The outlaw boss raised his lips. Deal.
Lin Xiaoxue glanced coldly at Long Zixuan, who fell to the ground, without any expression on her face.
Since you have seen all this, I must take the initiative.
Then a smile appeared on her lips. As long as Long Yuming dies, everything in the Long family will be mine. As she spoke, she took out the marriage certificate, which was still stained with Long Zixuan's blood. Fang Tianmiao brought 4 people to the abandoned factory and saw several people standing in the yard from a distance, led by Lin Xiaoxue.
Did you bring the heads of those 2 bastards?
Lin Xiaoxue asked coldly.
Fang Tianmiao asked someone to open the box, and the 2 bodyguards were already dead. Where is what I want? Fang Tianmiao asked back.
Lin Xiaoxue waved her hand, and a desperado immediately handed the information to Fang Tianmiao for inspection.
Fang Tianmiao checked it carefully, nodded, took out his phone and made a call. The first part has been received, transfer the money. After finishing the call, Fang Tianmiao looked up at Lin Xiaoxue with an evil smile on his lips.
Lin Xiaoxue, my previous proposal is still valid.
You can come to me anytime. I like young and beautiful women like you the most.
Ah, Fang Tianmiao, you really are a stubborn person. Lin Xiaoxue also had a smile on her face.
When is the next transaction? I hope to get all the information as soon as possible. Don't worry, it will be quick.
Lin Xiaoxue smiled. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxue's cell phone vibrated and she immediately took it out to check. In order to do business with MK, she had set up a shell company.
Now, 500 million has been credited. If the money arrives, I'll leave. I'll trade earlier next time. Okay, good morning. Goodbye.
Lin Xiaoxue still had a smile on her face.
Seeing her smiling so happily, Fang Tianmiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart, thinking, what a money-grubbing woman. However, before Fang Tianmiao and others had taken 2 steps, the smile on Lin Xiaoxue's face instantly disappeared, replaced by coldness. She waved her hand and uttered 2 words coldly. Get started. In an instant, gunshots rang out continuously.
The people on Fang Tianmiao's side were unable to react in time, and none of them escaped. After the screams, everyone fell to the ground. Lin Xiaoxue walked forward slowly, and seeing that Fang Tianmiao was still breathing, she immediately kicked him hard in the lower body with her high heels.
Damn it, you bastard, you didn't expect retribution to come so soon, did you? You son of a bitch, you bastard, go to hell. After kicking for a while, she immediately took the gun from the desperado and fired several shots at Fang Tianmiao's head. Then she pointed at Fang Tianmiao and the 2 heads in the box. Feed these 3 guys to the dogs.
In the cave, Xue Bailing still held Li Fan tightly until the gunfire outside stopped for a while. Then she stood up, carried Li Fan on her back and walked out.
Xue Bailing, it's still very dangerous outside. Li Fan reminded. Don't worry, the danger is over. I've called someone. Are you so confident that the person you call can handle them? Xue Bailing rolled her eyes at Li Fan and said, if you weren't there, I wouldn't need anyone else.
I can handle it all by myself. Li Fan was speechless. It turned out that he was just a burden in her eyes. After coming out, I walked all the way down and didn't see anyone except the blood on the ground. Not even a dead body was found.
Xue Bailing, I was shot and cannot go to the hospital. Wash and change. Let's find a place to stay first.
If he went to the hospital in this state, he would be arrested and interrogated, but Xue Bailing spoke calmly.
Don't worry, there is a place for you to be treated. Chapter 65 Decision.
Li Fan woke up in a private house, with a middle-aged woman treating his wounds.
How long have I been unconscious? Li Fan asked. 2 days. Xue Bailing replied indifferently.
Li Fan panicked as soon as he heard this. He hadn't contacted his family for several days and didn't know how worried they would be. Xue Bailing seemed to know Li Fan's worries and said calmly, Boss, I have already told her not to worry.
What did you say? Just tell the truth. You.
Li Fan was excited, but as soon as he moved, the wound almost split open again.
Don't get excited.
I said you had a fight with a hacker. The 2 sides fought for several days and nights. Hearing this, Li Fan rolled his eyes at Xue Bailing and said, Don't make such jokes. They said they don't joke in the cave.
I'm not kidding, but lying doesn't count. Li Fan.
He simply stopped dwelling on the matter, looked at Xue Bailing and said, Get me a laptop.
It's not convenient to operate on a mobile phone. Xue Bailing nodded, turned around and walked out the door, while Li Fan asked about his injuries. Not long after, Xue Bailing bought a new computer and Li Fan immediately went online to check it. This sight gave him a fright.
His family was being monitored by people sent by Lin Xiaoxue because none of the people who were in the suburbs returned. Lin Xiaoxue naturally suspected that he was still alive. As long as he was alive, he would be a threat to her, so she had to get rid of him. Fortunately, she thought the videos in her hands had been destroyed and only wanted to get rid of me. That's why she sent people to monitor her family's every move. However, Amalia transferred the 18 Tianlong guards over there and kept guarding them closely. Even buying things is done by these people, and nothing has happened for the time being. But as long as Lin Xiaoxue is around, his family will always be in danger.
In addition,
Long Zixuan died, Fang Tianmiao died, and the 2 brothers Long Yuming also died.
So many people died in just a few days.
Instead, Lin Xiaoxue called the police and reported that her husband and father-in-law had been kidnapped. If it wasn't for her own private group monitoring her every move, who would have thought that she was the one who did all this? The last scene was a joint performance between her and the gangsters.
Lin Xiaoxue recruited more than 300 bodyguards to guard the Long family day and night.
Also, MK did not get the Lungsun Smart TV chip, but Lin Xiaoxue contacted a larger buyer.
This time, it's not the 1st generation, but the 18th generation.
Things have gone beyond his expectations.
This is no longer something Li Fan can handle on his own.
So he made a decisive decision.
Contact Chao Yuanming.
Because of the first report, Chao Yuanming trusted him very much and found Li Fan without hesitation, and even did not let the bodyguards in. When they met for the first time, Chow Yuanming was not in a hurry to check the video, but instead asked Li Fan a question.
Young man, does this woman have a grudge against you?
Li Fan expected Chow Yuanming to ask this question. After all, who would follow someone for no reason? Unless you are a bad person who wants to kill for money, otherwise it must be a case of hatred.
Li Fan nodded.
She paid a group of gangsters to kidnap my family. Although I reacted quickly and took protective measures, my mother was still kidnapped and almost killed.
After listening, Chow Yuanming nodded, then asked Li Fan with a smile, young man, is there blood on your hands?
Li Fan shook his head. If there had to be someone who was stained with blood, it must have been from the old lady.
So what do you want to do? This woman is too cruel. I can't keep her. Otherwise, my family will never have peace. Do you think I'm a devil who kills people without blinking an eye? Chow Yuanming looked at him with a smile. Li Fan frowned, unable to answer for a moment.
Lin Xiaoshue's deeds were enough to get him shot, but he still only contacted Chow Yuanming.
Let me see what she does first. Li Fan nodded and showed him the relevant video. Chow Yuanming couldn't help but shake his head after watching it.
I never thought that Long Yuming would fall into the hands of this woman. After saying this, he turned and looked at Li Fan. Young man, since your hands are not stained with blood, don't ask about this matter anymore. Don't worry, this woman not only killed people, but also colluded with gangsters and sold core secrets to foreign capital. This has already endangered the interests of China. All this is enough for her to die several times. Don't be blinded by revenge, you have to believe in China.
Li Fan was silent. For a long time. He then nodded.
When Chow Yuanming saw him nod, a smile appeared on his face and he started talking about other things. Young man, you have saved Longsheng Southwest Foundation twice and prevented the outflow of technology.
Come to Longsheng.
Li Fan shook his head, forget it, I still like being my own boss.
Oh? What industry is it? Chow Yuanming became interested. Someone actually refused the invitation from Longsheng International. Self-media. Li Fan replied indifferently. This business. Chow Yuanming shook his head. How much is the monthly profit?
It fluctuates between 50 million and 150 million.
Li Fan replied calmly. That's not bad.
We earn more than many brick and mortar companies. But a country's prosperity and people's strength still depend on the physical world.
The internet is like a highway. It's just a road. Some people sell goods on the roadside.
They occupy the geographical location and can make money, but the physical world is the foundation. Li Fan agreed with the entity, but he still disagreed with comparing the internet to a road.
Okay, young man, I will report these things immediately and hand them over to the relevant departments. If you are not sure, you can also report them in person. I believe you have backups. You keep doing it, and I'll just focus on recuperating.
Li Fan shook his head.
Then wait for good news. Chow Yuanming patted Li Fan on the shoulder, then turned around and said something else before leaving. The private team you found is good. I think China will be interested.
Li Fan raised his eyebrows.
This is recommended by the system, how could it be bad?
Chen Jiang, the only person recommended by the system at the beginning, has taken his self-media career into outer space.
However, the system problems have yet to be verified.
He decided that after his injury healed, he would go to the hospital to have a head scan to see if there was an AI chip in his brain. This is his only guess at the moment, and those so-called exchanges are probably done by a mysterious organization. Lin Xiaoshue's matter was already a done deal, so he didn't need to worry about it anymore. Looking at the wounds left by several bullets on his body, he frowned again.
How should I explain my injury to my wife? Don't worry, it won't leave scars. As long as you can bear the pain, use my medicine. Xue Bailing entered the room and spoke softly. Sister, this is a gunshot wound, who are you trying to fool? Brush.
Xue Bailing simply lifted up her clothes, revealing 2 glass balls, the marks on which had become very faint.
What the hell? What kind of medicine is this, so magical? Top-grade wound medicine. Li Fan.
But looking at the faint marks, he couldn't help but reach out to check.
It is true. Is it soft? Xue Bailing raised the corners of her mouth. Fuck. Li Fan finally realized that he was only thinking about his injury and didn't pay attention to the specific location of the injury. Shui Bailing, are you a woman? How dare you be so bold? Why don't you try it? Shui Bailing, you are so wild. I can't believe that you are my bodyguard. I'm sorry, but I'm your bodyguard. Quick, give me the medicine, I want to get better soon.
As he said that, Li Fan fell down directly, revealing his wound, while Shui Bailing's mouth corners curled up.
It hurts, you have to bear it.
At the same time, after Chao Yuanming left, he immediately handed over the information to the relevant departments.
For a time, a crackdown on underground evil forces was officially launched. Chapter 66, Surrounding the Village. Ah!
Inside the house, Li Fan screamed miserably. The sour taste of this golden wound medicine was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. After finally finishing it, he was already sweating profusely from the pain.
Shui Bailing, did you do this on purpose?
This medicine needs to be used on new wounds, but you didn't give it to me earlier.
Now I'm in so much pain. The reason why Li Fan was suspicious was that his wounds had already healed over the past 2 days, but in order to use medicine, he would have to cut the wounds again and apply the medicine. This is undoubtedly a huge torture to the body.
You lost too much blood and can't stand the torment of this medicine.
I gave it to you in the cave, but there is no medicine available. Now that you have the conditions to recover after you come out, I will let you stay for 2 more days. Shui Bailing explained without any change in expression on her face. Damn it, I've wasted these 2 days. You've opened all the scarred wounds. Li Fan couldn't help but feel a headache when he looked at the cut wounds.
When Shui Bailing heard this, the corners of her mouth curled up and she looked at Li Fan with a smile.
You don't think that it's all just one time, do you? Let me tell you, this medicine heals very quickly. The wound will heal in 2 hours. Unless you want to leave scars, you have to use it 3 times a day. All scars will disappear in 3 days.
Of course, if you use the medicine 3 times a day, that means you have to cut the wound 3 times a day.
Fuck! Li Fan couldn't help but exclaim. This is the most heartless medicine I have ever seen.
Turning his head to look at Shui Bailing, this woman faced the cut wound in the cave but didn't say a word.
She is definitely a manly woman.
Compared with himself, there is a huge gap between them.
Li Fan feels that he is not even as good as a woman.
If I wasn't afraid of my wife asking, I wouldn't care whether there is a scar or not. Li Fan shook his head and looked at Shui Bailing, his mouth slightly cracked. You are a bodyguard, often walking in the hail of bullets, but you are so concerned about these scars. It seems that loving beauty is really a woman's nature, regardless of profession. Suddenly, Shui Bailing jumped onto his bed and started to take off her underwear in front of him.
This action scared Li Fan. Shui Bailing, what are you doing? What are you doing? You want to? Li Fan asked several questions in a row. What are you doing?
But Shui Bailing ignored him completely. After taking off her panties, she stuck out her big butt and swayed it in front of him, just like she did in the cave.
Shui Bailing leaned over and handed over a knife. Give me medication for the scratch. I don't want a scar on PG. Shui Bailing, you are sick. Wasn't it a woman who treated me these past 2 days? Go, ask her to help you. I'm a grown man, why are you always wandering around naked in front of me like this? My knife can only be handed over to someone I trust. That won't work either. Last time was a special case. There won't be a second time. Hurry and put on your K-pants. Will you row? No. Do you want to row or not? Shui Bailing stepped back. Li Fan was unmoved and simply turned his head away. Do you want to row or not? Do you want to row or not? Shui Bailing continued to retreat, getting closer and closer, with her big butt almost touching Li Fan's face. Long family.
Lin Xiaoxue stood on the balcony, drinking red wine, looking at the huge manor, the corners of her mouth raised several times in a row. She never thought that one day she would control everything in the Long family. All this is due to her ruthlessness and decisiveness. If she was still the same Lin Xiaoxue, then all this would have nothing to do with her. Even after Li Fan sent the video to Long Zixuan, she would be severely tortured by Long Zixuan. On the cliff, Li Fan forced her to experience death, but it also caused her to transform all of a sudden. From then on, she was no longer the Lin Xiaoxue of the past. Li Fan, maybe I should thank you, but I won't keep you. As she spoke, she took a sip of red wine. Everything was settled except Li Fan. She even spent a huge price to recruit those bandits. Since they have to pay money anyway, the bandits might as well run around looking for business to survive. It would be better for them to cooperate with Lin Xiaoxue. And now that she has this kind of power, it will be much easier for her to do things in the future. Lin Xiaoxue began to imagine whether she would be able to build a superpower one day and become the mysterious boss behind the scenes. Perhaps, he would also become a legend in the world of bigwigs. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile.
Sister Lin, something's wrong, something's wrong.
One of her men hurried over to report.
Why are you so panicking? What's the matter with you yelling?
There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Lin Xiaoxue's eyes.
Sister Lin, we are surrounded. What? Lin Xiaoxue was shocked and asked quickly, what happened? Have no idea. Who is the other party? JC. Lin Xiaoxue immediately felt something was wrong.
She was just thinking about the boss dream, but in the blink of an eye, this place was surrounded.
Sister Lin, what should we do now?
Lin Xiaoxue narrowed her eyes. Now all the members she recruited were gathered here.
The plan is to wipe them out in one fell swoop.
Since there is no way out, we can only fight to the death. Thinking of this, she gave the order decisively.
Kill them. Chapter 67. Lin Xiaoxue was arrested.
Inside the house, Li Fan carefully checked his injuries. After 2 days of painful drug treatment, the originally sunken areas have become smooth.
What kind of medicine is this? It's so magical.
Li Fan murmured to himself. He had never heard of such a magical medicine. It had such a powerful healing effect. Shui Bailing said it was a golden medicine, which made him think of ancient martial arts TV dramas, where golden medicine often appeared.
Perhaps this is the secret of traditional Chinese medicine. But now most of them are based on Western medicine.
Although it's magical, the sour taste is really unforgettable.
Fortunately, it only takes one more day. At this time, Shui Bailing walked in.
The corners of Li Fan's mouth twitched immediately, but it was not because he was afraid of changing the medicine. But Shui Bailing insisted that she cut her wound and apply medicine powder. If you don't agree, that big white but will be stuck directly on his face.
It's time to change the medicine. As she spoke, Shui Bailing stepped forward and directly lifted up Li Fan's clothes. Li Fan didn't say much. He wrung out a towel and held it in his mouth to avoid shouting every time he changed the dressing. If someone else heard it, they would probably think something happened to him. After some operations, Li Fan took out the towel from his mouth. The wound has been getting smaller and smaller, but the pain from the medication has not been reduced at all. It's my turn. Having said that, Shui Bailing acted as usual. Li Fan rolled his eyes at her, but finally picked up the knife to cut her and applied medicine. Shui Bailing, when you go back, don't say anything nonsense in front of my wife. I'm not that boring, I just don't want to get a scar. At this time, the phone rang. It was a call from the private group. Boss, we lost the person. Lost? Li Fan quickly turned on the computer and checked, and found that the picture had indeed disappeared. He was well aware of the methods used by the private group. Although I don't know what they used, they can easily detect the secret room, so it is obvious that the equipment they used is very secretive. But now, the picture disappeared, which means that the other party has discovered the clues. So Li Fan quickly replayed the previous scenes. The Long family was surrounded and all exits were blocked. However, Lin Xiaoxue drove her car into the wall, creating a gap in the wall, and then escaped through the gap. The scene at this time is still continuing. When passing the river, Lin Xiaoxue suddenly jumped out of the car rushed straight into the river, and Lin Xiaoxue quickly dived into the dense forest. Shortly after Lin Xiaoxue entered the dense forest, an arc of light spread like water waves. Then, all the images disappeared. Seeing this, Li Fan frowned. What is that arc light? I'm afraid it's an electronic pulse, boss. No matter how small our tracking equipment is, electronic pulses are the nemesis of all electronic products. We can't track it anymore. The computer that Chao Yuanming took away was also connected to these devices. If the things hadn't been destroyed, no matter where Lin Xiaoxue escaped to, she would have been caught quickly. But now, he can only wait and see the official actions. He also believes that as long as Lin Xiaoxue does not escape from China, she will eventually be caught. Thinking of this, Li Fan spoke. Your tracking mission is over. I will transfer the money to you immediately. Thank you, boss. I hope we can still work together after I get off the bus. After hanging up the phone, Li Fan started transferring money and gave the other party an extra 3 million. If this private group used the technology in their hands to do evil, they would probably earn more. But they didn't, so Li Fan gave them 3 million more. After the transfer was completed, Li Fan began to wonder who would save Lin Xiaoxue. MKTV is no longer possible, but Amy technology is possible. After all, Lin Xiaoxue still has the chip technology information they want. And this is the only possibility at the moment. Somewhere in Yunnan, Lin Xiaoxue was preparing to escape. She would soon reach Myanmar by water, and then she would go to other places from Myanmar. She sold the 18th generation core technology of Lungsan smart chips to AMY Technology for $300 million. She believed that with this money, she could live a very free and easy life even if she went abroad, and even build a powerful force of her own. Her dream of becoming a big boss has just begun. The world is so big, everywhere is a stage. She has transformed and she wants to be a superior person. How long will it take to get to Myanmar? Is it safe to go this way? Lin Xiaoxue asked the boatman. Don't worry, it will be quick and you don't have to worry about your safety. With me leading you, there is nothing you can't get through. I'm a dragon on the water. The captain spoke confidently, and looking at Lin Xiaoxue's body, he couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Sail. Okay. However, at this moment, a group of men in black suddenly rushed out. Upon seeing this, the captain immediately abandoned the ship and fled, soon disappearing from sight. Lin Xiaoxue wanted to escape, but was caught after only a few steps. Then a man in a golden mask slowly walked over. When Lin Xiaoxue saw the man in the golden mask, she was stunned, because she knew this man and they had had a brief interaction before. Why is it you? Chapter 68 Recovery. Years ago, Lin Xiaoxue had just been admitted to university, but her family had no money to send her to school. Seeing that school would start in a few days, she felt unwilling. In order to seize this opportunity to change her destiny, she made a decision. Use your body to make money. But a single transaction would not allow her to raise enough tuition in such a short time. So, she decided to be someone's secret lover. The original partner was a greasy uncle, and he agreed to pay for all expenses during college. But before it even started, a man with a golden mask suddenly showed up. The golden masked man's condition was simple: he would give her 100,000 yuan in 1 month. And just like that, Lin Xiaoxue followed this man. Every night, the man in the golden mask humiliated her in various ways and demanded various sex positions. After playing each time, he would not stay, as if he just wanted to vent on her. Lin Xiaoxue knew that she had met a pervert. But for the money, she had to accept it. She even hoped that the man with the golden mask would become addicted to torturing her so that she could get more money. To this end, she also continues to learn tricks from various short videos. Because she knew that the man with the golden mask was rich. The golden mask alone is not something that ordinary people can afford. But after a few days, she was disappointed. Before she could learn much, the man with the golden mask seemed to have gotten tired of her and left her with nothing except money. He never showed up again after that. Soon after, she got together with the freshman Li Fan. In order to be able to use her skills to hook better men in the future, she practiced on Li Fan. She had long forgotten about the matter of the man with the golden mask, until this moment when her memories came flooding back. What do you want to do to me? There was a hint of fear in Lin Xiaoxue's eyes. Although she didn't know the identity of the man with the golden mask, she knew that he had no good intentions. Is Amy's $300 million too hot to handle? How did you know? The fear in Lin Xiaoxue's eyes grew even stronger. She now had only one guess: this man was related to Longqing International, otherwise he would not have known it so clearly. He. The man with the golden mask chuckled twice. Although he could only see a little bit of his mouth because of the mask, she could clearly feel the corners of his mouth turned up. Longqing International was founded by me. Do you think I know it? Hearing this answer, Lin Xiaoxue's face turned pale instantly. Send her to the other side. She doesn't deserve to be buried in China. Yes. The man in the golden mask spoke lightly, and 2 men in black immediately carried Lin Xiaoxue onto the boat. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. For the sake of the few days I've served you, please spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Please. Lin Xiaoxue begged for mercy, but the man in the golden mask turned around and left without even looking back.
Inside the house, Li Fan carefully checked everywhere and found that all the scars had disappeared without a trace.
This medicine is really powerful. It actually doesn't leave any scars at all. I don't have to worry about it now. Help me check PG. Shui Bailing said this without hesitation, once again showing Li Fan the place that shouldn't be seen. Alright.
Li Fan glanced at her impatiently, and only after Shui Bailing put on her K-shirt did the corners of his mouth twitch.
Shui Bailing, do you know the words that men and women should not touch each other?
You showed it to me without reservation.
I really don't know what you were thinking. Aren't you afraid that I will lose control and do you?
As long as you dare, I don't care.
You don't care, but I do. I have a wife. Okay, your wounds are healed, let's go home. Having said that, Li Fan walked out first.
On the way, he called Chao Yuanming and asked about the situation.
But Chao Yuanming brought bad news. The core technology of the 18th generation of Lungsan smart TV chips had been sold to AMY Technology by Lin Xiaoxue, and he didn't know where Lin Xiaoxue had escaped to. However, all the younger brothers recruited by Lin Xiaoxue were arrested, and none of them escaped.
At this point, Li Fan felt temporarily relieved, but Lin Xiaoxue was still on the run and was still a threat to him. From now on, he can only let bodyguards stay with his family.
Shui Bailing, I warn you once again, don't tell my wife anything when you go back. Apart from applying medicine to you, we have nothing to do. Do you think I have nothing to do after eating? Just as Li Fan was on his way home, a Burmese fisherman fished out a female corpse.
After reporting the case, no one claimed it. In the end, the Myanmar authorities treated the female corpse as an unidentified body with no relatives and took it to the medical school.
No matter which country you are in, the number of bodies in medical schools is very limited.
And this corpse was Lin Xiaoxue. Perhaps she never expected that after her death, she would become a teaching prop in anatomy class. Chapter 69: The Last Step After Marriage.
Wife, do you miss me?
Li Fan hugged Imoya tightly and asked with a smile.
I don't want to.
Imoya shook her head with a faint smile on her face. Li Fan scratched her nose and said, "You are so heartless.
I miss you every day." Then why don't you come back earlier? Imoya said coquettishly, her fair face slightly flushed. Seeing this, Li Fan couldn't help but give her a kiss. Imoya kissed him back. Is the house free tomorrow? Let's go by the house early. Yeah. Li Fan nodded.
This matter had indeed been delayed for some time. After the house was ready, he went to Imoya's house. It had been a while since he got married, but he had never even entered his father-in-law's house.
Li Fan lowered his head and looked at Imoya, whose face was slightly red. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Wife, you didn't have your period, did you?
Imoya shook her head, then pushed Li Fan and said, "Go take a shower."
Okay.
Li Fan quickly jumped off the bed, kissed her on the face, and ran into the bathroom.
I almost fell because I ran too fast.
Slow down, don't be in a hurry, it's still early.
Seeing this, Imoya couldn't help but shook her head. Okay, no hurry, my wife, wait for me.
Li Fan stood up and began to walk slowly towards the bathroom. He seemed to be walking normally in the front part, but when he reached the door, he disappeared in a flash.
Poochie. Imoya laughed out loud upon seeing this. You know how to say there's no rush. After laughing, Imoya's face turned red again.
Perhaps because she was thinking about something that had just happened, she suddenly retracted her head into the quilt. Soon, Li Fan finished his shower, and when he returned to the room, he found that Imoya had only left on a small light and was curled up in the quilt.
Wife, we have been married for so long, why are you still so shy? Oh, that's disgusting.
Hearing this coquettish voice, Li Fan immediately chuckled twice and crawled into bed. Imoya was shy and snuggled into his arms like a little lamb, burying her head in his chest. Li Fan could clearly hear her heartbeat, which was very fast, and her body was trembling slightly.
Looking at the situation, it's very tense.
No, I have to divert my attention first.
See you tomorrow, honey. Imoya?
Wave.
Good night.
Li Fan kissed her, then closed his eyes and began to snore almost instantly.
Bang, bang, bang.
Imoya realized that Li Fan did it on purpose, so she punched him several times with her little fist.
If you continue like this, I will ignore you from now on. Imoya turned her back to him, looking a little angry. Come on, I'm just teasing you.
Li Fan said this and turned her around again.
Humph. I'm angry and I want you to make me happy like those little girls. I don't know how to coax her, what should I do? Li Fan blinked. I don't care. You have to make me happy and laugh tonight, otherwise I will ignore you. Emoya hit her a few more times.
Li Fan immediately took the phone and started talking in the work group.
Call gas, call gas. Boss, what's the matter? Soon, Wasi responded in the group. You have 5 minutes to come up with 20 jokes. If you do, you'll get a bonus this month. Oh my god, boss, are you crazy? Was responded immediately. Nonsense, do you still want a raise? I'd like to think about it. Of course I would like to. How much? 2,000. I'll go and make sure I complete the task. What level do you want? Just bring a few of the same kind. At this moment, the group immediately exploded, and everyone said that they could also make jokes.
Then a bunch of jokes came out crazily, and Was was not to be outdone, posting one whenever he thought of one.
The group immediately exploded.
At this time, Li Fan picked up his phone and shouted to the work group, by the way, I haven't told you who the reward is from.
I'm afraid you might misunderstand me. Let me clarify, it's 2,000 points.
The group exploded again, and everyone blamed the boss.
Fuck, boss, you are playing tricks on us. Boss, you are not kind. Emoya chuckled, then hit Li Fan twice. I asked you to make me happy, not to tease them. It's so easy to make you happy, but I'm afraid you can't stand it.
As he said that, Li Fan extended his claws to Emoya's armpits. Emoya laughed immediately and giggled a few times before finally breaking free from Li Fan's claws. Then she began to fight back and extended her hands to Li Fan's armpits.
Let you tickle me, let you tickle me.
Li Fan also let her tickle him and laughed non-stop. After a long time, the two got tired of playing and hugged each other again. The cell phone kept ringing. Emoya took the phone and saw that the group was discussing how to deal with Li Fan, the black-hearted and untrustworthy boss, and she was immediately delighted.
You're asking for trouble.
Maybe tomorrow when you go to the studio, there'll be a basin of cold water or flour waiting for you on the door.
It's okay. We're going to buy a house tomorrow instead of going to the studio. Black-hearted boss.
Emoya had a faint smile on her face and started to scroll up. Although Li Fan later stated that the score was 2,000, there were still many jokes at the beginning. Emoya had already pulled Li Fan's hand over in advance and naturally placed his hand on her belly. Li Fan also cooperated by rubbing her belly.
But Li Fan's 2,000 points were said very timely, and there were not many jokes.
Even so, Emoya laughed for a long time. When she stopped laughing, Li Fan spoke again. Kittens not only like to have their bellies rubbed, they also like to have their heads rubbed.
Honey, what do you think it feels like?
As he said that, Li Fan put his hand on her head, just like touching a child's head.
How annoying. Emoya immediately grabbed his hand away.
Li Fan smiled, hugged her and kissed her, and stopped after a long while. At this time, Li Fan could clearly feel that her nervousness had disappeared without a trace. So he no longer hesitated. The two of them quickly intertwined with each other. Finally, the two completed the last step after marriage.
Chapter 70, The Annoying Sales Department.
While the two were cuddling, the man in the golden mask was smoking in front of the window.
I put the hat on myself. How can outsiders understand how it feels?
As he spoke, he slowly exhaled a smoke ring. At this time, Xiaomo's cute voice sounded again.
Xiaomo knows that Xiaomo will always be with you. You should find a chance to meet him. I don't need to look for him.
He has already become suspicious of the system and will go to the hospital for a checkup. Early in the morning, Li Fan noticed Emoya doing something mysterious. When he got closer, he found that she was cutting bed sheets. She cut off the red color in the middle of the bed sheet and put it carefully into a box. After doing this, she closed the box and held it in her hands, just like a treasure. As soon as he turned around, he was frightened by Li Fan and screamed.
Ah!
Li Fan quickly hugged her to prevent her from falling.
You're a ghost. You walked without making any sound. You scared me to death.
Li Fan patted her back repeatedly to ease her fear.
Hey, you cut a big hole in the good bed sheet. Honey, you are such a spendthrift. Oh, you're so annoying. Emoya hit him lightly twice. This is very important to me. Yeah, I know, keep it, and after dinner we'll go buy a house. Yeah. Emoya nodded.
Then, the two of them left the house. Shui Bailing was still sitting on the sofa, flipping through her phone from time to time, while Ouyang Chun was still smoking on the balcony. The moment he saw Shui Bailing, Li Fan couldn't help but think of what happened before. But apart from applying the medicine, there was nothing else for the two of them. Looking at Ouyang Chun again, he felt that these two should perhaps become a couple. The moment he turned around and saw his mother, Li Fan was speechless. I saw her holding a stack of banknotes and counting them happily. It's been so long, why am I still not over the urge to count money? After that, when we moved to a new villa, we simply set aside a room to keep the money separately so that she could count it slowly. Hey! Old woman, stop counting and come over and serve the food to the table. Li Fan's father shook his head and shouted. Li Fan and Emoya were about to step forward, but Shui Bailing and Ouyang Chun had already taken action first. Seeing this situation, Li Fan couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the two of them had become accustomed to this kind of life. Xiao Fan, you haven't been home for a long time. Why don't you spend some time with Xiaoya today? Li Fan's father suggested. Dad, my wife and I will go to see the villa later, do you want to go? Forget it, you two just make your choice. I still have to count the money with your mother. I don't think she will stop until she finishes counting the 20 million. Hearing this, Li Fan and Emoya couldn't help but shook their heads. Sales office. The two held hands and looked at the high-end villas. When they were looking at the small house, someone introduced it to them, but when they went to look at the private villa, no one paid any attention to them. Is that Volkswagen at the door yours? At this time, a sales staff came over and asked. Li Fan nodded, and the salesperson immediately snorted, "Move out of the way quickly, you're blocking Mr. Jin's car." Shui Bailing, move aside. Li Fan ordered, and Shui Bailing immediately turned around and walked out the door. You two should go over there and take a look. These are all private villas, and each one is priced at over 30 million. The sales staff said calmly. Not only did you not introduce us, but you also sent us there. Are you selling a house? Ha, why are you pretending when you're driving a shabby Volkswagen? The salesperson said this, turned around and walked away, not paying any attention to the two people. At this time, Shui Bailing had also returned and said calmly, it's not blocking the way, it's not moving. Li Fan knew that Shui Bailing wouldn't say this for no reason, so he simply continued looking for houses. Wife, are you happy? Li Fan asked Emoya, who nodded and pointed to a villa surrounded by water, with a small bridge, a courtyard, a small building, a garden, and a swimming pool. We really have the same thoughts. Li Fan said with a smile. Emoya blushed immediately and rolled her eyes at Li Fan, but her blushing and eye-rolling was almost like flirting. Since you've decided on it, why don't you tell me earlier? Li Fan smiled and said nothing. He had taken a fancy to this place before, but it still depends on whether Emoya likes it. Now that he had made his choice, Li Fan no longer hesitated and shouted to the salesperson, buy a house, someone come. But everyone kept silent and ignored the two of them, some even continued to discuss. I drove a shabby Volkswagen to see the villa. That's right, it's hilarious. Don't pay attention to this idiot, just walk away. Yes, Mr. Jin is here. Let's go outside to pick him up. This was not the first time that Li Fan bought a house, but this was the first time that he looked down on others so much. The main reason is that he had only bought low-priced houses before. Most people don't think highly of him. I encountered such a terrible thing just by buying a house. I thought it was all fiction in novels and movies, but I didn't expect it to be so real in reality. Honey, why don't we go somewhere else? The sales office here is too annoying. Emoya frowned, and also felt that these salesmen were too irritating, and turned to look at the style of the house, looking a little reluctant. I've seen a lot of places, and this style of design is rare. Okay then, my wife likes it, so let's piss off these snobbish guys today. Then, Li Fan shouted to the hall again, are all the people dead? Someone come, the house has been selected. But still no one paid any attention to Li Fan. At this time, a little girl came in and saw that no one responded to Li Fan's call several times, so she looked around in confusion. Seeing that no one paid attention to her, she trotted forward. Brother, which one do you want? I'll introduce it to you. Girl, are you new here? Yeah, I've only been working for a few days. Which one do you want? I'll introduce it to you. How much is that set? The girl immediately looked through the information and answered simply, 130 million, brother, are you sure you want this one? Well, go prepare the contract and introduce it to my wife. I'll pay in cash later.
Brother, you want to use cash? The little girl opened her mouth wide. Is it not possible?
Sure, sure. The little girl nodded repeatedly, but with so much cash.
Don't worry, I won't let you count. Just take my wife over there.
Li Fan pointed to a room inside. The reason for this was that he saw the scene at the door. A fat man with a few people around him, and a pretty girl holding his arm. He was getting angry with the sales staff, and the sales staff kept pointing at him from time to time. Looking at the situation, Li Fan knew that the fat man was likely to take action. After Emoya and the little girl entered, Li Fan immediately whispered to the system, "Xiao Mo, exchange the money in my account for 130 million in cash, some in small bills, and call Xinjiang over."
Okay. System Xiao Mo answered straightforwardly.
Although Li Fan hasn't figured out the system yet, its efficiency is very high.
Ding. The system is processing. Ding. Xinjiang has notified. Ding. Cash exchange in progress. Ding.
The cash has been exchanged and will be delivered to the site within 10 minutes. At this time, the fat man had already brought people in, and the people behind him and the people from the sales department followed closely.
Fuck, kid, can you stop your car?
If you block my way, I'll kill you.
Come on.
As they spoke, a group of people rushed up aggressively.
Chapter 71, Counting Money Until My Hands Cramped. The battle is about to begin.
The fat man named Jean didn't even say a word and just started to attack.
Li Fan didn't want to say anything more to such a person.
He waved his hand and Xue Bailing immediately walked to the front. He also wanted to see with his own eyes how powerful Xue Bailing was.
With bodyguards, he naturally doesn't need to do it himself.
Ha, what a useless man, actually letting a woman stand in front of him.
That's not.
Before the word yes came out, a man flew out. Xue Bailing just lifted and threw the person lightly, and the person weighing over 100 pounds seemed like a light ball in her hands.
Fuck, go ahead, that woman has practiced this. Fatty Jean exclaimed and gave the order decisively. Those people immediately rushed towards Xue Bailing.
Xue Bailing just stood there and punched out with her pink fists, and a man fell to the ground with blood flowing from his nose. The hand slashed downwards, and one man screamed, his right hand was dislocated.
Then Xue Bailing picked up one and threw it one by one. Bang, bang, bang.
Several people were sent flying backwards, and the sand table model of the sales building was smashed to pieces. In less than a minute, all the people were dealt with and fell to the ground wailing.
Fatty Jin's big gold chain was even knocked to the ground in shock.
At this time, Xue Bailing strode towards Fatty Jean with a cat-like step.
Fatty Jean was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly. Don't mess around, do you know who I am? Xue Bailing ignored him completely.
She lifted the 200-pound fat man with one hand and threw him accurately at Li Fan's feet. Fatty Jean screamed in pain. Li Fan squatted down. Fatty Jean thought Li Fan was going to hit him, so he begged for mercy.
Don't hit me, I'm the boss of Fengyun Shoes.
Fengyun Shoes is not ranked high in China, but it is quite famous in Chongqing. It is not a very big company, with assets of about 150 million.
However, Fatty Jean, the boss, likes to have a mistress. He would go to the sales office from time to time and buy a house for his mistress. So far, Li Fan knows of 8 such cases. Although each time he buys a house worth around 1 million yuan, he comes so often that it's no wonder that the people in the sales department like to curry favor with him. Naturally, outsiders are not very clear about these secrets. But Li Fan works in the self-media industry and collects all kinds of gossip, so he naturally knows a lot about it. I'm not interested in your identity. I just want you to be less arrogant. Yes. Go away. When Fatty Jean heard this, he rolled and crawled onto a sofa, covering his face with one hand and crying out in pain with the other. The woman from the sales office quickly ran over to him and checked his injuries. Boss Jean, this guy dared to hit you. Tell someone to teach him a lesson later. Yes. Show him how powerful you are. That's right. How dare you not take our President Jean seriously? This dog is so blind. Fatty Jin's face suddenly turned green. Damn, that scary woman is still here. Are these people in the sales department all idiots? Just at this moment. Suddenly a group of people came into the hall, each dragging a heavy box, more than 100 boxes in total. This scene scared everyone. After those people came in, they didn't say a word and piled all the boxes in the hall. What's going on? Everyone was confused and didn't know what was going on.
Brother Li Fan, your money has arrived. Hearing the voice, Li Fan immediately revealed an evil smile and asked inside.
Little sister, is the contract ready? Brother, I'm ready. Then ask your manager to come and count the money.
Li Fan waved his hand and said, pour out all the money.
All the escorting personnel nodded and carried out the order immediately.
There are 100, 50, 20, 10, 5, all available. The money was piled up into a small mountain.
The whole house is full of money. Everyone was shocked by this scene.
Not to mention them, even Li Fan had never seen such a scene.
5 million yuan in 100 yuan notes weigh more than 100 kilograms.
If all the 130 million yuan were in 100 yuan notes, there would be more than 1 ton. Add the small change, there would be more than 10 tons. At this moment, everyone's face turned green. The sales manager immediately ran to Li Fan with a very ugly look on his face.
Sir, I'm sorry for what happened before.
No need to apologize, I bought the house, paid in cash.
Li Fan pointed to the mountain of banknotes.
The manager's face looked extremely ugly, but looking at the situation in the hall, he felt that he could not afford to offend someone like Li Fan.
Everyone come here and count the money. The manager ordered immediately. Etc.
Li Fan pointed at the girl who handled the paperwork for him and said, don't count her. The sales manager gritted his teeth and nodded, then immediately called the headquarters to request support.
When Fatty Jean, who was not far away, saw the scene, the corners of his mouth twitched continuously.
He felt that he really shouldn't be so impulsive.
More than 300 people, more than 80 money counting machines.
The key thing is that all the cash was dumped together, and notes ranging from 5 yuan to 100 yuan were all in a mess, and they had to separate the notes of the same denomination. The little girl didn't participate, but her mouth was wide open.
Brother, you scared me. The little girl swallowed. Li Fan smiled and said, you should get a lot of commission from this order, right? Yeah. The little girl nodded, thank you, brother. You don't need to thank me, just thank yourself. Don't learn bad habits in the future. The people counting money are an example of how they look down on others. Everyone was angry but dared not say anything. They could only sort the banknotes and count the money silently.
The fat man named Jean had not left yet. He was sitting in the hall, watching this scene. The emotions from being beaten before were all washed away, and his eyes were filled with admiration.
Soon, Chen Jiang also arrived at the scene and was stunned when he saw the room full of cash. Boss, what big thing happened here? It's okay. I'm just buying a house with cash.
I thought they were slow at counting money, so I asked you to come over and watch.
Seeing how many people they have, it probably won't take long. Let's go sit over there and have some tea.
There were more than 300 people and more than 80 money counting machines, 12 of which burned out.
It took more than an hour to finally count all the money.
The main problem is that it is very slow when dividing money of the same denomination. At this time, the sales manager came to Li Fan. Although the muscles on his face were still trembling, his words had become very polite. Mr. Li, we have checked and counted the money and confirmed that there is only 129 million yuan, which is 1 million yuan short.
Do I need your 1 million?
Li Fan glanced at the sales manager.
Brother, that's not what I meant.
You can easily take out more than 100 million, so 1 million is definitely no problem.
But we have really confirmed that there is a shortage of 1 million.
The manager smiled wryly. Brother Li Fan, there is indeed a shortage of 1 million.
The denomination is even smaller in the car outside. Also, I asked the escort officers not to ask for anything. System Xiao Mo suddenly reminded.
Li Fan was stunned.
The 5 yuan ones were already small enough, so were there also 1 yuan and 50 cents ones?
Then the corners of his mouth turned up.
Bring in the 1 million as well.
Li Fan spoke in a very generous manner, and the person in charge of escorting went out immediately, and soon another large pile of boxes was carried in.
Everyone present was stunned. The 1 million is all here. Li Fan said, opening a box. Crash. Coins rolled down one by one, and the tinkling sound echoed in the hall. Fuck, a $1 coin. Fatty Jean exclaimed.
All the staff present had green faces.
Chapter 72 Going to my father-in-law's house.
The previous 129 million coins could be counted by machines, but these 1 million coins can only be counted manually.
Mr. Li, this.
The sales manager had a very grim look on his face, and so did the people in the hall.
What's this? Just count it. My contract has been signed.
After you finish counting, just hand the contract to him. Li Fan pointed at Chen Jiang.
Then he left with Emoya. The lesson has been taught.
As for these guys who look down on others, Li Fan can't do anything about it. When Fatty Jean saw Li Fan and the others leaving, he immediately followed them out. Because he was watching the fun, he had forgotten one thing: he had surrounded Li Fan's car and he couldn't get out at all. Seeing Li Fan frowning, he immediately started shouting,
I'll move right away. Bang.
Before Fatty Jean could finish his words, his car was overturned by Xue Bailing. The corner of Fatty Jin's mouth twitched.
Li Fan's mouth twitched.
Although he knew Xue Bailing was powerful, he didn't expect that she was a humanoid tyrannosaurus like Ouyang Chun. Looking at the slim, fashionable, and sexy Xue Bailing, who would have thought that she would have such great power? Fatty, I'll compensate you for the car fare. Li Fan smiled at the fat man.
No. The fat man waved his hand quickly.
Seeing Xue Bailing looking at him coldly, he quickly ran back to the sales hall. Because of what Li Fan did, the sales department handled all the procedures very quickly, even going to the relevant departments was done very quickly. Within a few days, the family officially moved in.
There is a special safe in the villa. Li Fan put a lot of money in it for his mother to count.
Looking at the room full of money, this time, his mother finally didn't want to count them anymore. Li Fan was originally planning to laugh at her, but before he could open his mouth, his mother spoke. Son, don't tell me how much is in here this time.
I want to count it myself. Li Fan. Mom, how about I get you some money counting machines? Yeah, okay.
Now Li Fan no longer cares about his mother.
With a money counting machine, the process is very fast.
It probably won't be long before she loses interest in counting money.
Housekeepers, gardeners, repairmen, nannies, etc. have all been recruited.
This is also what Li Fan has been busy with these days, some of which are recommended by the system.
In addition, Li Fan also recruited 10 bodyguards.
Although he is just an ordinary level bodyguard, he can still have a good deterrent effect.
Ouyang Chun and Xue Bailing continue to protect one side each.
With these two super bodyguards around, nothing will happen here.
After finishing the chores, Li Fan prepared to formally visit the Mo family and pay a visit to his mother's family.
The first time he visited the house, Li Fan didn't feel nervous at all, but instead felt a lot of pressure. After all, the gap between the two companies is too big. Although Li Fan now has assets of 200 or 300 million, he still feels a little blocked when facing a behemoth like the Mahist school.
Honey, don't be nervous. My dad doesn't eat people.
Emoya smiled and patted his hands gently to ease his emotions.
Wife, I'm not nervous, I just feel very stressed. Will your father want me to marry into his family?
Li Fan joked with a wink.
When Emoya heard this, she burst out laughing.
Yeah, my dad said that those with assets less than 1 billion are poor boys and must marry into the wife's family.
Well, I can now live off my wife openly.
As he spoke, Li Fan leaned into Emoya's arms like a child. This made Emoya laugh directly.
Oh, good baby, good baby. Wife, do you want a baby? Let's continue to try to have one tonight.
Oh, hateful. Emoya gently hit Li Fan. Mom was pushing me a lot a while ago, but recently she's become addicted to counting money, so she hasn't pushed me much.
Don't worry about whether mom urges you or not. The key is whether you want to have a child earlier?
Li Fan looked at her with a smile. However, Emoya nodded with a red face. It's actually good to have a child sooner.
Then it's settled. We'll try to have a baby soon.
At this moment, Lao Chi, who was driving, said we're here and then stopped the car. The two got out of the car, Xue Bailing opened the door, and Lao Chi suddenly winked at Xue Bailing.
Hey, pretty, I heard you're really good, how about we have a sparring match? Xue Bailing raised the corner of her mouth and hooked her finger at Lao Chi.
Then the two of them got out of the car. Li Fan and Emoya had just taken a few steps when they heard the sound of fighting coming from behind. When I turned around, I saw Lao Chi and Xue Bailing fighting.
Fuck! Fuck! Lao Chi exclaimed and stepped back.
The other 18 Tianlong guards also kept exclaiming, oh my god. Xue Bailing dodged all of Lao Chi's attacks perfectly.
But he couldn't stop Xue Bailing's counterattack and was forced to retreat again and again.
In less than a minute, Lao Chi was completely defeated by Xue Bailing and pinned to the ground, unable to move. The other 18 Tianlong guards also exclaimed upon seeing this.
This beauty is mine, I want to pursue her.
Old Six, you farted, it's obviously mine, it's so strong, I like it. When Xue Bailing heard a few people behind her saying that they wanted to pursue her, she turned around and hooked her finger at them.
Come on, fight me first, and then we'll talk. If you can't win, forget it.
At this moment, the 18 guards of Tianlong became furious.
Damn it, you actually look down on us.
Even if it's your wife, you can't pamper her like this.
Come on, brothers.
As they spoke, several of the 18 Tianlong guards all rushed forward.
8 people besieged Xue Bailing. Xue Bailing was seen swaying back and forth in the crowd, dodging attacks one after another, and never failing to counterattack.
Even if the 8 of the 18 Tianlong guards joined forces, they were unable to do anything to her.
More than 10 minutes later, all 8 people lay on the ground, wailing.
Fuck, there are such fierce women in this world.
Wife, can't you be a little gentler to your future husband?
Xue Bailing raised the corner of her mouth and started beating up Lao Lu, who had spoken. You've already lost your chance.
I'll only beat him this time. If you dare to yell again next time, I'll beat you all together.
After saying that, he followed Li Fan and Emoya without looking back. The brothers of the 18 guards of Tianlong were all lying on the ground, crying and groaning. This situation also surprised Li Fan very much. He had already seen that the 18 guards of Tianlong were no simple men, but he did not expect that even 8 of them combined could not defeat Xue Bailing. This made him once again feel the horror of world-class bodyguards.
At that time, Ouyang Chun kicked the security door and the door frame away.
Li Fan still remembers the scene vividly.
Ouyang Chun and Xue Bailing were both recommended by System Xiao Mo.
Li Fan narrowed his eyes, thinking if there really was an AI smart chip in his brain.
So, just how powerful is this mysterious organization?
But no matter how powerful they are, Li Fan must figure out what they want to do.
Husband? Emoya suddenly screamed and pulled Li Fan.
Li Fan looked up and realized that he almost hit the pillar.
Don't be nervous. Emoya patted his hands again and looked up.
On the balcony, a middle-aged man was standing there.
Emoya waved happily and called out Dad. Chapter 73 Father-in-law's Meaning. Moism. Emoya took Li Fan's hand and walked into the hall, and Emo Xiaodong immediately jumped up from the sofa.
Sister, I miss you so much. Emo Xiaodong shouted and was about to pounce on her, but just as he got close, Emoya twisted his ear.
Hey, sister, be gentle.
Emoya rolled her eyes at Emo Xiaodong, then let go of his ear.
I heard that you have been disobedient recently. Sister, what you said is wrong. Why didn't I obey? Didn't you see that Dad has handed watching over to me to manage?
At this time, father-in-law Mo Jiansheng came down from upstairs. When he heard what Mo Xiaodong said, he immediately glared at him.
It's such a mess, and you're still embarrassed.
Mo Xiaodong quickly shut up, and Emoya pulled Li Fan to Mo Jiansheng.
Dad, I brought Li Fan back. Yeah. Mo Jiansheng looked at Li Fan and nodded. Dad. Li Fan also followed Emoya and called Dad. Please sit down. We are all family.
Don't be so reserved. Mo Jiansheng smiled and pointed to the sofa next to him. Emoya was afraid that Li Fan would be shy, so she took his arm and sat on the sofa with him.
Xiao Fan, I have been secretly observing you for a while.
You love her more than an old man like me. I feel relieved to leave my daughter in your hands.
Thank you, Dad. I will always treat her well.
Li Fan said this and patted Emoya's hand.
Emoya also looked at him with a smile.
The two looked very sweet. Li Fan felt relieved immediately when he got the approval of his father-in-law. He had thought about a lot before coming here, but now, everything is different from what he expected.
Mo Xiaodong took out the yin-yang fish pendant and handed it to Li Fan. I'm sorry, brother-in-law. I'm giving this back to you.
When my sister got married suddenly, I was worried about her, so I thought of testing you.
Li Fan smiled and took the pendant. He and Emoya did get married too suddenly.
If he were Emoya's family member, he would definitely not be able to help but test it out.
Xiao Fan, did Xiaoya tell you everything about our family situation?
I said a little.
Li Fan nodded. He only knew 2 clothing companies, Jinyu and Nanyang. In addition to Nanyang and Jinyu, there are also Huachun, Fenghuang, and Dongsheng.
Wow, this time, more than a dozen clothing companies came forward, including some well-known old brands. But Li Fan is in the self-media industry, so some of the data is relatively clear.
Except for Nanyang and Jinyu, the rest are all on the decline. Both high-end and low-end products are not selling very well.
When talking about clothing, Mo Jiancheng began to talk about it and also mentioned his original intention.
At that time, China was in a state of disrepair.
The problem of food was initially solved, but the clothing situation was a mess.
Many people wear and mend their clothes again and again.
Therefore, he wanted people all over the country to wear cheap, good-looking and good-quality clothes.
Thanks to his efforts, this idea was finally realized.
But as China has undergone tremendous changes and new companies have continued to emerge, his company has been constantly squeezed out. If it were not for the reputation he had accumulated in his early years, it would probably have gone bankrupt years ago. Even so, his clothing career is still shrinking.
I have also tried to make some high-end clothing. Whether in terms of materials or design, we pursue perfection, but they don't sell well.
It is still the low-priced clothing that keeps the company running.
Mo Jiancheng shook his head.
When mentioning this, Moya frowned tightly, and it was obvious that she had also been troubled by this problem. After hearing this, Li Fan blurted out without any hesitation. "Dad, it's normal that high-end clothing doesn't sell well in your place."
When Mo Jiancheng heard Li Fan say this, a smile immediately appeared on his lips. "Tell me about it."
"You have more than 10 brands, and although they are all well-known old brands, they give people the impression of low-priced products. Even if you make high-end clothing, no matter how good the materials and designs are, the rich pay attention to taste and feeling. To put it bluntly, your brand will make people lose value and affect their status when they wear it."
It's really cheap to wear this Mo Jiancheng laughed happily, but Li Fan didn't know what he was laughing at.
If an ordinary person faced the question from his father-in-law, he would probably flatter him, but Li Fan did not do that. He directly pointed out the fundamental reason. After laughing for a while, Mo Jiancheng turned his head to Mo Xiaodong and snorted at him coldly.
"See? I've been asking you to analyze this for half a year, but you still can't come up with anything. Your brother-in-law hits the nail on the head right away. I don't understand these." Mo Xiaodong muttered. "Don't you know how to learn?" Mo Xiaodong lowered his head and said nothing, while Mo Jiancheng turned to look at Li Fan.
"Xiaoya once suggested that I merge my companies and create a bigger brand, which would not only create momentum but also make the new brand look stronger. But I couldn't bear to give up the brands I created myself, which were all my hard work. So, she asked me to re-establish 2 companies. Jinyu and Nanyang were established under her suggestion, and now these 2 clothing companies are developing well."
Li Fan turned around and looked at Moya.
It turned out that she had already seen the problem. Li Fan had already known the routes to Jinyu and Nanyang. Jinyu still pursues low-end mass-market clothing, while Nanyang pursues a high-end route, presenting 2 extreme business differentiations.
Despite the differentiation, sales volume is steadily increasing.
However, the old brands are still in a lukewarm decline. Jinyu and Nanyang are not as famous as the old brands, but it is only a matter of time before they catch up.
Xiao Fan, have you ever thought about going the clothing route?
I know you're in the media business, but China's strength is mainly due to its physical entities.
Even light industry is subtly changing people's lives.
When Li Fan heard this, the corners of his mouth trembled. It's obvious what the old man said. The plan was to have him join Mahist business and go into the clothing business. But in Li Fan's impression, the better the family, the greater the internal competition.
Although he married Moya, he was still an outsider in the eyes of the Mo family.
Moreover, his father-in-law had a son, and Mo Xiaodong was his heir. With Moya's personality, she would not argue with Mo Xiaodong, and as her husband, he should naturally stand on her side and maintain family harmony. Thinking of this, Li Fan smiled and said, "Dad, you are right. Light industry affects every aspect of people's lives, but I have no plans to change my career for the time being." When Mo Jiancheng heard this, he immediately smiled and shook his head, then turned to look at Mo Xiaodong. "This kid is not ambitious. If we give the family business to him, he will definitely not be able to keep it. Only Xiaoya can manage this huge family business. In this way, he can be at ease and be a cynical second-generation rich man. Although the Mahist school is declining, it still has a lot of assets. Can you bear to let my daughter work alone?" Hearing this, Li Fan was stunned. Chapter 74 Recommendations. Li Fan turned to look at Mo Xiaodong, then at Moya, and found that neither of the siblings had any expression of surprise on their faces. Obviously, they already knew the old man's decision. Li Fan even saw a hint of relief on Mo Xiaodong's face, as if the rise and fall of the family business had nothing to do with him.
Obviously, this is impossible. In this case, there is only one possibility: he doesn't like the clothing industry and wants to do something else. Dad, you are still young.
You have been walking this path for more than 20 years. With you watching over it, our family business will be stable.
Hearing Li Fan's words, Mo Jiansheng shook his head and said, "Forget it, I won't rush you."
Afterwards, the family talked about other things, all of which were family related, which was quite relaxing. However, from beginning to end, Li Fan did not see Moya's mother, which made him very confused.
Moya never told him the situation, and he didn't dare to ask.
Only after the conversation did Moya take her to see her mother, who was sitting in a wheelchair with her eyes open and no expression on her face. Only then did Moya tell him about her mother-in-law's situation. She has been like this ever since the car accident. She is no different from a vegetative state. All these years of treatment have had no effect. Moya leaned in her mother-in-law's arms and said softly, "Mom, my daughter is getting married." Li Fan didn't know about this situation, so he could only go up to her and pat her on the back gently, then stay with her and talk a lot to her mother.
"Hey, you bastards, are you looking for a fight?
According to the ranking order, I'm the boss, so you naturally have to give way to me."
"Bullshit. Whoever catches it owns it."
Old 13 was not willing to be outdone, and so were the others. The presence of Xue Bailing immediately made these guys restless, but Xue Bailing stood at the door without any ripples. "If you don't agree, come and fight me.
Whoever wins will own it. I don't believe you can beat me with fists." The eldest brother made a suggestion.
He was very confident with his explosive fighting power.
"Hey, boss, this is what you said, you defeated us with your fists."
Old 15 said as he took out a stick with a smile on his face.
"Damn it, we agreed on fists. If you use a stick, then I'm going to use one too," the boss said and took a stick from the weapon rack.
However, before the 15th brother finished his fight, the 14th brother immediately stepped forward with a stick. "I'm sorry, boss, my stick is quite big, you have to bear with it."
"Hey, what a coincidence, mine is not small either." Old 17 also took a root and joined in. "Don't fight over it, I have one too." The fourth brother also joined in.
And those who came later all stood together, obviously trying to force the boss to back down.
"Fuck, you guys want to rebel? Do you have any martial ethics? You want to bully me? No way."
Having said that, the boss threw down his stick and ran directly towards Xue Bailing, ready to take direct action.
But before he could run to Xue Bailing, he saw Xue Bailing kicking him. The boss screamed, "Oh shit!" and quickly dodged. "All 18 of you, come at me together." Xue Bailing hooked her finger at the 18 Tianlong guards. This time, they exploded again.
It was 1 against 8 before, alright, but now it's 1 against 18.
Do you really not take them seriously?
So, a group of people rushed forward directly. However, Xue Bailing was still able to handle it with ease despite the siege of 18 people. On the balcony, Mo Jianqing saw all this and immediately narrowed his eyes. This woman is not simple. Then, he thought of Li Fan. With his status, how could he get such a powerful bodyguard?
Moreover, from what the 18 Tianlong guards mentioned, there is another person named Ouyang Chun, who is also very extraordinary.
This made him even more confused. It is impossible for Li Fan, with his status, to recruit such bodyguards. Even with his status, it is very difficult to recruit one, let alone two. It seems that my son-in-law also has some secrets. After Mo Jiancheng finished speaking, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After staying at the Mo family for 2 days, Li Fan discovered that Mo Xiaodong was very attached to his sister. Perhaps this has something to do with the fact that he lost his mother's love when he was young.
The eldest brother is like a father, and the eldest sister is like a mother. There is some truth in this.
When Li Fan asked him what he liked to do, Mo Xiaodong immediately answered what young people like nowadays.
Internet, games, electronic technology. Li Fan thinks that giving in to one's love might be the best way. With Mo's assets, it is not a problem for him to engage in this industry, but Mo Jiancheng has a different philosophy. Physical enterprises are the foundation of China's development. In his opinion, things like the internet and games are bad products that will destroy the next generation. Therefore, he never let Mo Xiaodong get what he wanted, and even threw watching to Mo Xiaodong without caring about the profit and loss. Li Fan and Moya returned on the third day. Halfway through the journey, Li Fan mentioned Imo Xiaodong. Wife, Xiaodong is not interested in the clothing industry. Why not let him try it on his own? Perhaps he can also make a career in the field he likes. I have thought about this, but my father won't let me. He always says that these things harm the next generation. What Xiaodong wants to do is electronic technology, right? Then let him make electronic products, which are also physical. Besides, this is the era of science and technology. The strength of science and technology also determines the strength of a country. This is in line with your father's dream of a strong country, and it will make Xiaodong's wish come true. Emoya thought about it, then nodded. Then I'll tell my father about your idea. No, just say it's your idea, otherwise your dad will definitely think that I have figured it out and wants to get me into the clothing industry. My father has long said that there is no succession dispute in the Imo family. Then I won't participate. Stingy. Emoya rolled her eyes at Li Fan and started talking to her father on the phone. Mo Jianqing thought about it for a while and finally agreed. However, he also made a request to Mo Xiaodong that he could only make electronic products and was not allowed to work on the internet or games. In addition, he could only be given 100 million in startup capital. When Mo Xiaodong heard the news, he was immediately overjoyed and quickly called Emoya, saying "Moa Moa" to her. Emoya told him that it was Li Fan's idea, so he asked Emoya to turn on the speakerphone so that he could thank her in person. Thank you, brother-in-law. Do your best. I hope you can carve out a niche for yourself in this industry. It's not a hope, but a certainty. Sister, brother-in-law, just wait and see. Mo Xiaodong hung up the phone happily. Emoya frowned slightly and brought up the issues of more than a dozen old clothing companies. Hubby, if they don't merge with the old brands, do you think they can still stand firm? Emoya's face was full of worry. After all, these are his father's hard work. Wife, don't worry about this. There will always be a way. Emoya sighed, but could only nod. Li Fan narrowed his eyes as he passed the hospital. He should also verify the system's issues. Chapter 75 Meeting. After returning home, Li Fan immediately contacted Chen Jiang, listed more than a dozen companies, and asked him to think of a plan. Unexpectedly, Chen Jiang blurted out without even thinking, "Boss, you are stupid, of course it is to sell feelings. In my opinion, sell the feelings first, and then launch clothes in several price ranges at designated locations, which are cheap, affordable, and good-looking. By the way, also publicize the original intention of Mo Lao's clothing industry to the Chinese people. Mr. Mo's wish has come true, bringing cheap and affordable clothes to ordinary people across the country, but now his business is shrinking. Should such a conscientious enterprise be allowed to go bankrupt?" Li Fan frowned. It's certainly possible to sell feelings, but it's probably just a one-off. Price is not a problem. Except for Nanyang, all of Mahist businesses are low-priced. As for the original intention of promoting Mr. Mo, he thought it was a good idea, but he was afraid that Mr. Mo would not show up. In addition to this, you need to come up with some other plans. You can't just rely on these. Don't worry, boss. I will definitely do my best. Li Fan hung up the phone and went back to the house. It just so happens that he runs his own media business and can really help out. In the room, the two of them snuggled up to each other. Wife, I suddenly had an idea. Since Dad doesn't want to merge, how about letting these dozen brands jointly create a new brand? This will also create momentum. This idea is worth a try. Emoya nodded, and Li Fan was thinking that if this was used, then Mr. Mo's original intention would no longer be used. But it would be a pity if such a good selling point was not used. So he threw this question to Qin Jiang and asked him to think about it. Looking down at Emoya in his arms, Li Fan's lips curled up. Wife, let's make a baby now. Oh, that's annoying. Thinking about this in broad daylight. Emoya lightly hit Li Fan and her face immediately turned red. It should be built during the day so that children can feel the light earlier. Wrong logic, you, woo-woo. Li Fan didn't care whether it was right or wrong and kissed her directly. The next day, after sending Emoya to the company, Li Fan leaned back in the car seat. He now needs to have a good talk with System Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo. Brother Li Fan, you go ahead. Are you a real system? No. Xiao Mo answered very straightforwardly, which made Li Fan stunned. So you are an artificial intelligence? Yeah, that's right. Heh. I didn't expect you to answer me so straightforwardly. I thought you were going to make some excuses. Hasn't Brother Li Fan wanted to go to the hospital for a brain scan a long time ago? If that's the case, then Xiaomo no longer has to hide it. Hearing this answer, Li Fan couldn't help but laugh at himself. Sure enough, everything was under surveillance. Even what he was thinking was known? What do you want from me? Or rather, I am just a test subject. Neither. If Brother Li Fan wants to know the answer, just follow this diagram. You will soon know who implanted me into your brain. After saying that, a navigation map immediately appeared in Li Fan's mind. All this made Li Fan a little confused. Talking with Xiaomo was so smooth. In the end, he decided to drive there. Even if it was a dangerous place, he had to find out everything. Brother Li Fan, drive carefully and don't be distracted. Li Fan nodded and then withdrew his thoughts. Following the guidance of System Xiaomo, he soon arrived at a private manor. The door had been opened for him in advance, and he had a smooth journey. The manor is very large, much larger than the Mo families, and more imposing. After driving for a while, he arrived in front of the main house, where the door had also been opened for him. After getting off the bus, he walked straight inside and no one stopped him. Brother Li Fan, he's waiting for you in the third room on the second floor. Xiaomo continued to give instructions, and Li Fan did not hesitate and went straight upstairs. He pushed the door open and saw a man with his back to him, about the same size as him. Who are you? Li Fan asked, narrowing his eyes. The man turned around, but Li Fan just stood there in a daze, feeling extremely shocked. At the beginning, Shen Jiang asked Yang Hua to come up with an idea, and then he chose the theme of the golden mask. It's not because of the golden mask itself, but because of the person wearing the mask. The financial crisis, Buffett was defeated, Wall Street was in financial turmoil, and the US finance regressed 50 years. Every event is a legend, and the protagonist of the legend is the man with the golden mask. The reason why Li Fan was surprised was that the person standing in front of him was this person. Sit. The man in the golden mask pointed at the sofa calmly, then sat down first. Xiaomo, serve the tea. Okay. Li Fan narrowed his eyes. He heard a familiar voice, the same as the System Xiaomo in his mind, but here, he heard a real voice. Soon, a person walked in. Li Fan looked up and was stunned again. This person is so similar to Moya. Brother Li Fan, have some tea. The cute lowly voice brought Li Fan back to reality. Curious, huh? The man with the golden mask smiled faintly. Under the cover of the golden mask, he looked even more mysterious. Xiaomo, show him your true form. Okay. The lowly immediately stretched out her arm, and a gap suddenly appeared on her smooth skin. Li Fan was even more surprised, because this turned out to be a robot. After the demonstration, the robot Xiaomo returned to its original state. The System Xiaomo in your mind is exactly her first generation. The man with the golden mask pointed at the robot Xiaomo, still with a faint smile on his face. He also couldn't understand why such a mysterious man would implant a chip in his brain for no reason. Is it for Moya? But 5 years ago, when he suffered a brain injury, he didn't even recognize Moya. But this robot Xiaomo made him doubt the motives of the man with the golden mask. So, he looked at the man with the golden mask and asked, "What do you want from me?" "I don't want anything." The man with the golden mask shook his head slowly. "I just want you to change as soon as possible." "Whether I change or not, what does it have to do with you? I just don't want you to follow my old path." This made Li Fan even more confused. He didn't want to listen to these empty words, so he just got straight to the point. "Who are you? I hope you won't be scared." The man in the golden mask had a mysterious smile on his face, and then he slowly took off the mask. When Li Fan saw his true face, he was stunned where he was, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. When he spoke again, his voice was trembling. Who are you?" Chapter 76 The Man with the Golden Mask, My Future Self. Under the mask is a face of a man in his 40s, which, in addition to the traces of time, also reveals a sense of vicissitudes and coldness. The reason why Li Fan was shocked was that the face was exactly the same as his. At this moment, Li Fan's mind was extremely complicated, with all kinds of speculations emerging in his mind. The most daring guess is that I am not my parents' biological child, and the person in front of me is my biological father. Only this is in line with the logic of reality. However, the man with the golden mask gave him an unexpected answer. "I am you, your future self."
At this moment, Li Fan was even more confused.
This answer was too far-fetched and unbelievable.
Then, the man with the golden mask revealed a birthmark. After seeing this birthmark, Li Fan was completely shocked, because he also had this birthmark, and the location and shape were exactly the same. At this moment, he began to doubt the world and wonder if he was in a dream. I pinched myself hard, it hurt so much.
This is not a dream. The word travel is enough to explain everything. This is impossible.
Li Fan shook his head. He just couldn't believe such a ridiculous explanation.
Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. Why do you want to implant a chip in my brain and monitor everything about me? What do you want to do? What do you want from me?
Li Fan was angry and looked at his future self. He had the same face, but his personality was completely different from the person in front of him.
What do you think I can get from you?
The man with the golden mask grinned. The smile on the corner of his mouth seemed evil, but it made people feel a little chilly.
Do you want to snatch my parents away and go back to them? Li Fan roared. Or, do you want to take Emoya away from me?
Li Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at the robot Xiaomo, who was so similar to Emoya. Combined with the guidance of the chip, it was teaching him how to be nice to his wife. In the end, he felt that Emoya was the focus of the man with the golden mask. The man in the golden mask shook his head. They are not only your parents, but also my parents.
Emoya was also my wife. How can you say she was taken away? You.
At this moment, Li Fan was speechless and had nothing to say.
I won't let you do what you want unless you kill me. He.
The man with the golden mask grinned and spoke again, but there was no mockery in his tone, instead there was a sadness.
Look at me now. I am almost the same age as my parents. Do you think I can still do these things?
After hearing this, Li Fan felt a little calmer. Indeed, even if the man with the golden mask wanted to return, there was nothing he could do.
Age is his biggest obstacle.
The man with the golden mask came to the window, lit a cigarette, and slowly blew out a smoke ring.
From the day I traveled through time, I knew that I could no longer have all of this.
My family, my wife, my children, none of them belong to me.
So what do you want to do?
I want you to calm down, stop caring about things that you shouldn't be caring about, stop doing things that you shouldn't be doing, live a good life with your family, and spend the rest of your life with them peacefully.
Why should I let you control my life?
You forgot the most important thing.
I am your future self.
If I don't stop you, you will walk the same path I walked before. There is nothing wrong with being kind, but you don't know that kindness comes at a price, because what you do affects not only you, but the entire family. Perhaps you have never thought that because of your kindness, your whole family has to bear a heavy burden, and even the only house has to be sold at a low price to pay off the debt. Your parents are exhausted, your wife leaves you, and your children do not get the care they deserve.
This is the path I have taken, and this is the path you will take. So, I want to change you. Foolish kindness will only harm you and your family.
Li Fan was silent. He didn't know what the man with the golden mask had been through, but now when he thought back on everything that had happened before, he felt really stupid. Just like the 80-year-old grandmother who eventually lost her life in order to prove his and the bearded man's innocence.
But what was changed in the end?
Looking back over the past few years, the system has challenged his bottom line every time. It seems to ask him to be a good person and do good things, but in fact it tells him not to care about the outside world. After all, he is just one person, and no matter how hard you try, you can't control him. And after the fire, he did this. But when he thought about how he had been led by the man in front of him all his life, he still felt unhappy. You're right, but I don't like being led by the nose by you. I never wanted to lead you by the nose, but I didn't want your family to be disturbed because of your process. To put it bluntly, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Even if you die, I may not exist, but I still don't like you.
I don't like you either.
Li Fan narrowed his eyes. The man with the golden mask grinned with the corners of his mouth raised, but this smile did not reveal his happiness, anger, sorrow, or joy.
Do you want to know about your ex-girlfriend's past? What do you want to say?
Because of my mistake, you fell in love with her by mistake.
What do you mean?
Li Fan frowned and had a bad guess in his mind. You tested the fetus's DNA several years ago.
You bastard, you did it.
Li Fan gritted his teeth. As soon as he entered university, Li Fan was attracted to Lin Xiaoxue, and Lin Xiaoxue quickly agreed to date him. However, not long after they were together, Lin Xiaoxue had a child. This was difficult for Li Fan to accept because he had never done anything shameful with Lin Xiaoxue. But Lin Xiaoxue gritted her teeth and said that the child was his, and one day when they were drunk, they did that thing.
Even if that were true, the timing wouldn't match.
Later, Lin Xiaoxue went to have a baby, and when Li Fan rushed over, it was too late. Lin Xiaoxue's words were still on his mind, so he did a DNA test on the fetus, but the results shocked him.
The results showed that the child was his.
It was also because of this that, from then on, Li Fan tried his best to be nice to Lin Xiaoxue to make up for his debt to her. But now, when he heard the words of the man with the golden mask, his mind exploded. My future self, greening myself.
Chapter 77, Talking with My Future Self. It was indeed me who did it.
The man with the golden mask did not deny it and nodded immediately.
Damn, bastard.
At this moment, Li Fan was extremely angry. Without hesitation, he rushed directly towards the man with the golden mask.
Although he is my future self, outsiders cannot understand this feeling at all.
It is even more painful than being cheated on by someone else.
Damn it.
At this moment, Li Fan exploded like an angry lion. He wanted to beat the man with the golden mask severely to vent his anger. However, the person who knows himself best is himself, and the man with the golden mask is his future self. With just one move, he grabbed his neck and lifted him up.
The two are not in the same league at all. You are me and I am you. No matter how you curse us, we are the same person.
As he said that, the man with the golden mask swung Li Fan hard, and he was thrown directly into the corner. But Li Fan was speechless.
The man with the golden mask was right. The two people are actually the same person, and scolding him is scolding yourself. But he clearly didn't do that, yet he made Lin Xiaoxue pregnant. At this moment, his mind was a little confused. Several movies about time and space cycles emerged in his mind. As long as time and space were involved, there was no way to explain things. There was nothing but chaos. At this time, the man in the golden mask walked up to him and extended his right hand to him. Finally, Li Fan also reached out his hand. My future self pulled myself up.
Then, the man with the golden mask pointed at the chair, and it seemed that he wanted to have a good talk with him.
Li Fan didn't say anything, but walked straight to his seat and sat down.
He also decided to have a calm conversation with his future self. Li Fan, although I cannot be close to my family, I can be with them all the time through you.
This is the main reason why I implanted the artificial intelligence chip into your brain. The second reason is that I don't want you to make the same mistake I did. You have completely changed now, and I don't have to worry about you doing stupid things anymore.
Remember, your responsibility is your family, and I will be somewhere else, silently protecting their safety.
If you want to remove the artificial intelligence in your brain, I can arrange it immediately. Remember not to go to any hospital, otherwise it will cause unnecessary sensation.
Currently, this technology is China's top secret technology, a combination of top chip technology and biotechnology.
Even the United States cannot touch it.
Li Fan narrowed his eyes. I will take good care of my parents and wife. What about you? The golden masked man raised his lips. You protect your small family, and I protect our big family.
If you have any financial difficulties, you can ask for them.
Anything that can be solved with money is a small matter. Afterwards, the man with the golden mask began to tell his story, both before and after the time travel.
Before crossing.
He is no different from Li Fan and caught up with Lin Xiaoxue in his freshman year. However, 2 years later, he discovered the secret of this woman. Not only was she an underground lover of a greasy middle-aged man, but she was also dating several men at the same time while in school, using these men as long-term meal tickets.
So the two broke up.
If he had not traveled through time to this era, he would not have done too much research on Lin Xiaoxue's background. Lin Xiaoxue comes from a poor family. Although she was admitted to university, her family was unable to afford her tuition. In order to change her fate, she chose to sell her body and become an underground lover of a middle-aged greasy uncle. This time, the man with the golden mask intercepted the greasy uncle and solved her university tuition problem with 100,000 yuan. The conditions were simpler than those of the greasy uncle, and he only asked her to serve him for 1 month. Because he knew this woman very well, the man with the golden mask was not polite to Lin Xiaoxue at all. He used her as a tool to vent his dissatisfaction with Lin Xiaoxue before he traveled through time. Every time he finished playing with her, he would not stay and would be very rough with her.
Ironically, he actually bought Lin Xiaoxue's virginity.
After a few days, he no longer had any desire for revenge against the woman, so he left after leaving the money.
What he didn't expect was that Lin Xiaoxue was actually pregnant. Because of this misunderstanding, Li Fan fell head over heels in love with this woman and almost married her. These words are very hurtful. But now that the two are enemies, what else can he say about these things? It all stems from hatred and revenge. The man in the golden mask only wants revenge. If I hadn't been involved, you and Lin Xiaoxue would have broken up after 2 years, and you would have fallen in love with another woman and got married after graduation. Everything is no different from the original me. Then, you will do some things that you think are good deeds, but the family will pay the price for those stupidities, the family will fall apart, the home will no longer exist, and the parents will be exhausted because of it. She was a good woman, but there is no need for you to know that now, because you have skipped the twists and turns and now have the most gentle and virtuous wife. Li Fan, be nice to Amoya and don't let her be sad. Li Fan nodded. Even if the man with the golden mask didn't say these things, he would still treat Amoya well. The man with the golden mask smiled and continued speaking. This is where my interaction with Lin Xiaoxue ends. But this woman was not simple. After graduation, she took away everything from the greasy uncle and then continued to move around in the upper-class society. Having an affair with this rich businessman today, and having an affair with that rich second generation tomorrow. But without exception, these people paid a heavy price for their contact with her. Many people lost their families because of this. Although the two no longer had any contact, the man with the golden mask knew the news and knew that Lin Xiaoxue was not a woman who could not stay at peace. So, he asked System Xiaomo to try his best to stop it, but the two of them almost got together. And the reason for this is that Lin Xiaoming has made a great contribution. To outsiders, Lin Xiaoming is a troublemaker who is constantly causing trouble, but after investigation by the man with the golden mask, he finds that these are just appearances. Everything Lin Xiaoming did was just to win his sister back. Because he had discovered what Lin Xiaoxue had done. During college, she was dating Li Fan and serving as Li Fan's long-term meal ticket, but she was secretly having affairs with other men. But even so, Lin Xiaoming only brought his sister back temporarily. The appearance of Long Zixuan made Lin Xiaoxue's restless heart fluctuate again, and she started to do all kinds of weird things after marriage. This time, Lin Xiaoxue's actions were more violent and even more terrifying than the man with the golden mask knew. In her previous life, Lin Xiaoxue was only involved in plundering wealth, but in this life, she was involved in things that she shouldn't have been involved in. Hearing this, Li Fan also frowned. Lin Xiaoxue stole the core technology of the Lungsan smart TV chip, and now no one knows where she has fled to. He sold the information to AMY Technology. As for her, she drowned in the river. As soon as these words came out, Li Fan's eyes widened immediately. What? Chapter 78: The Legendary Life of the Man with the Golden Mask. The man in the golden mask said this and played a video for him. In the dark night, a woman was struggling in the icy river, constantly shouting for mercy. But the people on the boat ignored her and soon the woman sank. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, Li Fan recognized the voice. It was Lin Xiaoxue. Then, there was another video. That was an unidentified body fished out by the Myanmar side. Because no one claimed it, it was eventually sent to a medical school. This time, Li Fan saw clearly that it was Lin Xiaoxue herself. This result surprised him. He didn't expect that Lin Xiaoxue, who suddenly went crazy, would end up like this. Li Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at the man in the golden mask. You did it? Right. The man with the golden mask did not hide anything and nodded directly. Don't worry about getting you into trouble. As he spoke, the man in the golden mask took out a special document and handed it to Li Fan. After seeing this, Li Fan was so shocked that he was speechless. This was licensed murder. Not many people can get this thing. Of course, you can't use it on innocent people, only bad guys. I tell you this so that you don't have any burden. After all, our DNA, fingerprints, etc. are the same. But the difference is that I have this power, and you don't. This honor has nothing to do with you. Ha! I didn't expect you to have this honor. Li Fan sneered. The man with the golden mask was his future self, but he said it had nothing to do with him, but this was also the truth. The man with the golden mask didn't say anything more about this. Since you have this thing, you will be more clear about some things in China. How should the technology of the Lungsan smart chip be solved? This will inevitably bring a considerable impact to the chip industry in the Southwest. You don't need to worry about this. What Lin Xiaoxue sold to AMY Technology was only something I tampered with.
If they dare to use it, they will be doomed, and AMY technology will collapse as a result. Hearing this, Li Fan narrowed his eyes.
Then he thought of the man's legendary story.
Since the beginning of the economic storm, this man has appeared again and again, and every time he appears, he brings infinite shock to people.
The two talked about everything.
The man with the golden mask continued to tell Li Fan his story, before and after the time travel, without hiding anything.
Li Fan is also very interested in these things. Finally, Li Fan asked a question that concerned him. When did you travel through time? And how did you travel through time?
Because this issue not only involves the man with the golden mask, but also concerns his future. What if one day, he suddenly traveled back to the past like the man with the golden mask?
What should he do then? He doesn't want to give up everything he has now. Especially his family, he couldn't bear to leave.
In 2019, I was traveling in Mount Tai, and suddenly I traveled back to 1996. Hearing this, Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief.
2019 has passed, and he has not been to Mount Tai.
Then he wouldn't have to worry about being suddenly pulled back into the past. Li Fan suddenly remembered what happened that year. At that time, he really wanted to travel to Mount Tai, but the dog system kept messing around.
Eventually he gave up the idea.
Thinking of this, Li Fan raised his head, looked at the man in the golden mask in front of him, and said thank you. The man with the golden mask smiled slightly, said nothing, and continued to tell his story. Now he is like an old man, telling his past. In 2019, he suddenly traveled back to 1996. He had no power, no influence, no money, and even in that era, he didn't have a household registration. Because of the 20 years of knowledge difference, we hold a lot of information about the future.
He then used this information to increase his wealth.
At that time, China was in a state of disrepair and foreign capital continued to pour in, and foreigners also enjoyed extremely high treatment here. He mentioned the story of a foreign technician.
That skilled worker is just an ordinary citizen abroad, no different from many other workers.
But when he got here, he enjoyed all kinds of high-level treatment because he was a foreigner.
Almost anything you want is available.
At that time, the man with the golden mask was managing a factory, and the foreign technician was responsible for providing technical guidance on equipment maintenance in the factory.
The people in the factory could be described as licking the boots of this foreigner.
He is often surrounded by 7 or 8 beauties, and most of them are with him voluntarily, and they don't even mind knowing that he is hugging them. The other management in the factory were also very fawning towards this foreigner. The foreigner's attitude became more and more arrogant, and he did almost whatever he wanted in the factory. Sometimes, if the factory manager took a fancy to a girl, he would use all means to send that girl to the bed of the foreigner. The technology is in his hands, so he has to bow down to the fact that all the equipment in the factory cannot have any problems. The worship of foreign things during this period was not only reflected in his factory, but everywhere. Once, the foreigner set his eyes on a very beautiful girl. She was originally planning to marry a young man from the factory.
But because of this foreigner, the girl was forcibly raped by him. It was still broad daylight when the little girl was forcibly dragged into the toilet by the foreigner.
In the end, the little girl was so heartbroken that she hanged herself at the factory gate. The foreigner did not receive the punishment he deserved, and even kicked the girl's lover out of the factory. When the man with the golden mask saw this situation, he was extremely worried. In the end, he gave up the factory and took his few 100,000 yuan of funds to travel to Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Japan, South Korea, and other places. He wanted to accumulate wealth quickly before the economic storm hit, and then return to China to engage in real industry.
And his legendary life also began with this economic storm.
With information about the future, he knew when to accumulate wealth, and his wealth increased rapidly at an astonishing rate. When the storm swept into China, he already had hundreds of billions of US dollars in his hands. It also controls 30% of the shares of Samsung, SK, LG, Hyundai, and other companies in SMECTA. SLS suffered a crushing defeat in that storm, and he had more abundant funds in his hands. So, he began to invest heavily in real enterprises all over China, especially in the field of technology. And outside, he continued to fight against financial giants around the world. A few years ago, BFT was defeated by him, and SLS was completely crushed by him, and they could never make any waves again. Wall Street collapsed because of him, and the economy of the beautiful country regressed by several decades because of him. In China, with the rise of Longshan, a large number of cutting-edge technologies have emerged, including Lungsan, quantum technology, Galaxy Enterprise, etc. In the field of medicine, the revival of traditional Chinese medicine has completely suppressed Western medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine's three-dimensional diagnosis and treatment methods, combined with AI, have completely taken over the high ground. If you are sick, you can scan for free to find out whether you are healthy or not. If you are worried, you can go to a free checkup point and get checked using the machine on site. If you are worried, you can check the Western medical equipment again.
And it's all free. Not only that, the emergence of Pango system has completely suppressed Windows. From then on, Windows became history.
Pango system only needed to install a small plugin to fully analyze and apply all Windows software.
China's rise makes the world tremble. While the rest of the world is still in the 3G era, China has already entered the 8G era.
When Li Fan heard this, he was so shocked that he was speechless.
Did you found Long Sheng?
Chapter 79 Lin Jia's Sweetheart, the self who traveled through time. The man in the golden mask nodded, and Li Fan was undoubtedly shocked by this information.
How much wealth do you have? It's no problem to buy a few countries.
Hearing this, Li Fan's mouth twitched. This man is really rich, but there is no one like him on the list of the world's richest people. The legend of the man with the golden mask has also been questioned by many people, because no one even knows his specific identity.
By the way, these riches will not be left to you in the future.
Even if you were me, you would not be able to manage such wealth in your current state.
You are simply too weak now. Just live your life in peace. Damn, future, you're so crazy.
Li Fan slammed the table, but the man with the golden mask raised his lips. I am arrogant because I have the qualifications, but you don't. These words left Li Fan speechless. Whether in terms of military strength or economy, the two are not in the same league.
Woof woof woof.
At this moment, a dog suddenly rushed in, and when Li Fan saw the dog, all the muscles in his body were trembling. For a moment, various titles flashed through my mind quickly.
Shocked.
Wild dog turns into a spirit and plays tricks on a man swimming in winter. A strange story in the world, a winter swimmer ran 10 blocks without clothes to chase a bitch.
In winter, you can swim on the water and chase dogs and cats on the road.
Tears, for the wedding ring, the man chased for 10 blocks.
Moral degradation, walking naked on the street despite the biting winter wind.
110 was dispatched and a man running in a L position was arrested.
Shock.
The thief turned out to be a dog. It was because of this dog that he brought shame upon the whole of China. His reputation was trampled to pieces by this dog.
This dead dog, is it you who raised it?
Woof woof woof. The female dog kept barking at Li Fan, expressing her dissatisfaction with his barking.
What is the point of caring too much about face?
The man with the golden mask touched the dog, and the dog stopped barking immediately.
Although this was true, Li Fan still felt very unhappy.
The more I looked at the dog, the more unhappy I became. Finally, he couldn't help it and chased the bitch around the room.
Woof woof woof. Stop, damn dog. Woof woof woof.
The bitch was circling in the room, and Li Fan followed her. After running a few steps, he would turn around and call out to Li Fan, just like when he first teased him.
This is simply a silent mockery. Stop, you dead dog. Woof woof woof. Li Fan, you are really outstanding. You actually bothered with a dog.
Lin Jia walked in at some point and ruthlessly mocked Li Fan's behavior. When the bitch saw Lin Jia, she ran directly behind him.
Why are you here? Why can't I be here?
Lin Jia asked back, which immediately made Li Fan narrow his eyes and look at his future self, and he suddenly realized something in his heart. Considering that she insisted on staying at home and learning Emoya during that period, Li Fan was sure of everything. Lin Jia likes the man with the golden mask in front of her, that is, her future self. She wanted to replace Emoya's position in his heart, so she tried to imitate her completely.
This feeling is very strange.
Obviously that is my future self, but it is not my real self.
Woof woof woof. I want to eat dog meat tonight.
Li Fan narrowed his eyes. Woof woof woof. The bitch barked at Li Fan a few more times.
Boring.
Lin Jia rolled her eyes at Li Fan, then walked straight to the man with the golden mask and sat on him, not caring at all whether Li Fan was there or not. This action also reminded Li Fan of what Lin Jia said at the beginning, "You are not worthy of my love right now." Lin Jia sat on the golden masked man, trying to catch him off guard, but just as she got her mouth close to him, the golden masked man turned his head away. Lin Jia was not angry. Instead, she moved around on his body, put her mouth close to his ear and started blowing hot air.
This situation reminded Li Fan of Moya.
She was embarrassed to say it clearly at the beginning, so she chose this method. But at the moment, the two of them are obviously not on the same channel, and Lin Jia's purpose is mainly to tease the man with the golden mask. Lin Jia's appearance here means that Huai Bridal International is also the property of the man with the golden mask.
That phoenix coronet and bridal robe.
She designed it herself. The man in the golden mask answered the question before Li Fan finished asking, and then continued speaking.
That was her favorite wedding dress, how could her wedding be without it?
Li Fan nodded, and he understood the whole story.
The reason why Huai was doing publicity and holding lucky draws was entirely because of Moya. If it were someone else, even if they wanted to participate, they probably wouldn't be able to. No wonder the proprietress, after seeing the two, tried every means to prevent them from leaving and force them to participate in the lottery.
Everything was arranged by the man with the golden mask. Lin Jia blew hot air on him for a long time but failed to attract his attention, so she simply bit his ear.
Haven't you had enough tofu yet?
No, I just like to take advantage of you.
I've spoiled you. I shouldn't have let you crawl on me since you were little.
There's no point in regretting, unless you can travel through time again.
Okay, stop making trouble.
The golden masked man's voice became more serious, and Lin Jia finally calmed down. Then she leaned in his arms like a kitten.
Seeing this scene, Li Fan's mouth twitched. Lin Jia, he can be your father. What is it to you?
Lin Jia rolled her eyes at Li Fan and continued to bite his ear.
You're adjusting the X to my future self.
From the moment he traveled through time, he and you have been two different individuals.
Don't flatter yourself.
What happened between him and me has nothing to do with you. Oh, it has nothing to do with me.
He and I have the same DNA. If you really marry him and have a child in the future, then do you think the child will be his or mine?
Lin Jia rolled her eyes at Li Fan, but then the corners of her mouth turned up. Your words remind me.
What reminder?
Li Fan was puzzled.
If I can't have sex with him, then you better be careful.
Fuck.
Goodbye.
Li Fan turned around and decided not to stay here any longer, but the man with the golden mask called him.
You can always come to me if you have any difficulties.
I have already arranged for people to protect your parents and Moya.
You can ask Xiao Mo to give you the information about them.
Li Fan nodded. Take care in the future. The man with the golden mask smiled, picked up the golden mask and put it back on his face.
Is brother Li Fan leaving? The robot Xiao Mo stepped forward and gave Li Fan a hug with a smile.
Li Fan was at a loss, but thinking that this was a robot, he no longer had any worries and hugged her back. The touch is really no different from a real person, even the temperature is the same as a normal person's body temperature.
Ah, I finally got to hug the young you, I'm so happy, hee. It seems that no matter whether you are the first generation or the second generation, you are still so naughty. The robot Xiao Mo giggled twice, then quickly kissed Li Fan on the face. Yeah, kiss goodbye, brother Li Fan, remember to think of Xiao Mo. Chapter 80 Tied Underwater.
After leaving the manor, Li Fan drove directly home. He felt relieved because Xinjiang was at the self-media side. On the way, he was also communicating with AI Xiao Mo mainly because he was very curious about artificial intelligence of this level. At present, there are many AI products on the market, including AI robots, but none of them is as magical as Xiao Mo.
Xiao Mo did not hide anything. She told Li Fan whatever he wanted to know.
After all, Li Fan already knew everything, so there was no need to hide anything. In 2010, Pango operating system was officially launched, directly overthrowing the existing operating system. Whether it is Windows, Linux or Apple iOS, they have all been left behind. From old computers to today's large supercomputers, perfect compatibility is achieved without any hardware conflicts.
The key is the running speed.
Even if you use a computer with Win95, you can run the Pango system perfectly and smoothly. Not only that, with just a small plug-in, the original three systems can be used interactively perfectly.
There has never been a system that can reach this level and bring together all existing system ecosystems. This is also the main reason why Pango system quickly dominated the software world.
This year, AI technology also began to take off. However, this technology is top secret and will not be passed on to outsiders. This has led to the uneven quality of AI products outside, which are still stuck in the world before the man with the golden mask traveled through time.
Xiao Mo, will my future self have a new name?
No, his name is still Li Fan. I once asked him how you two should address each other when you meet, but he just smiled and said you can address me whatever you want.
Then I'll just call in future. Brother Li Fan, let Xiao Mo handle the chores in the future. Xiao Mo will help you wholeheartedly. You just need to enjoy life and love Sister Moya.
Li Fan raised his eyebrows.
Does this mean he can win without any effort? Although it is not a real system, this is the information age, and there are many things that an intelligent AI can handle. Sure enough, people who have a system feel great, even if it is fake, it can make them soar to the sky.
Sudden. A car appeared in front of him, and Li Fan failed to brake in time and crashed into it directly. In an instant, Li Fan's head was bleeding due to the collision between the two cars, and his body was thrown out. Then, several masked men got out of the car, carried Li Fan up, stuffed him into the car, and immediately drove away. Li Fan woke up, his body covered in bandages, like a mummy, and the most important thing was that there were no windows here at all.
Xiao Mo, how long have I been unconscious? It's been 3 days. The group of people kept giving you anesthetics. You've been like this for the past few days. According to the location, we are now at sea and have already left the high seas.
Hearing this, Li Fan was surprised. He was just an ordinary citizen, but he didn't expect to be kidnapped abroad. The only possibility is because of my future self. No matter how Li Fan protects himself in the future, it is inevitable that his hair will be collected by others, and once the DNA is tested, the finger will be pointed directly at him. Brother Li Fan, don't worry, I have already notified Uncle Li Fan.
Brother Li Fan, Uncle Li Fan?
My brother is undoubtedly myself, and my uncle is undoubtedly my future self.
Although this name is awkward, it is easier to distinguish. Do you know the other party's background?
Through sound analysis, I have temporarily locked onto 2 people, both of whom are mercenaries.
As for the others, I need you to see them so that I can do further analysis. After all, I exist in your mind and cannot see the situation outside unless you open your eyes.
Li Fan nodded.
If they could lock onto 2 people, they could also find out some clues. Those people didn't kill me, they must have wanted to get some secrets from me.
Hey! I suddenly disappeared for a few days. I wonder how worried my parents and Moya will be.
Brother Li Fan, have you forgotten about Uncle Li Fan?
Although he is older, your voices are the same, so they won't notice anything unusual. Uncle Li Fan has already called home and told them that he has to go away on a business trip for a few days because of an emergency. Hearing this, Li Fan immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
These people were very quick. After kidnapping you, they didn't hesitate at all and quickly took you to Myanmar, and then went out to sea through the waterways here.
Li Fan nodded. If it was on land, the rescue would be much easier, but now they were on the sea. If the other party discovered that there were ships or planes approaching, they would probably immediately pull him out and use him as a shield to threaten him. Creak! The door was opened and 2 masked guys came in. When they saw Li Fan woke up, they immediately carried him outside and threw him onto the hospital bed. Then a Western doctor began to examine him. Seeing the scanning equipment next to him, Li Fan immediately became worried, and Xiao Mo's voice also sounded in his mind.
Brother Li Fan, don't worry. Xiao Mo is not an ordinary smart chip. Even if we use equipment to detect it, it is difficult to detect it.
Hearing this, Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief again. During the entire process, the doctor and the 2 foreigners did not say a word, but through facial recognition, Xiao Mo had already locked on the doctor's identity.
Castor Chopper is a romantic Chinese and a well-known Western doctor.
He has worked as a doctor in 3 countries, beautiful country, romantic country and casual country, and disappeared from the public eye in 2008. It goes without saying that Custer went from being in the open to being underground and became a full-time doctor for a mysterious organization.
Brother Li Fan, there is one more piece of news I haven't told you.
We have been searching for several days, but there are no ships on the sea. This means that the place where you are is probably a submarine. Hearing this, Li Fan suddenly felt overwhelmed. Rescue in the sea was already difficult, and it was even more difficult underwater.
Moreover, a force that can own submarines is definitely not a simple force.
After the examination, Custer immediately removed the bandages from Li Fan and threw him a prison uniform. He was then taken outside by 2 masked men. The huge space was extremely vast, filled with rotating guards, each of whom had their face masked so their faces could not be seen. What he saw when he looked up were countless separate glass cells, each containing a person wearing the same prison uniform as him. Whether you are blonde, yellow-skinned, or completely black African, you can find them all here.
This place is like a gathering place for all races in the world.
After passing through Area B5, Li Fan was taken to a glass house on the third floor. When I looked up, I saw guards patrolling back and forth, and everywhere were cameras. At this moment, the name of a classic movie suddenly appeared in Li Fan's mind.
Escape Plan.
He is now in such an environment, which is very similar to the layout of the prison on the ship in the movie.
I'm afraid the only difference is that one is on the water surface and the other is underwater. Chapter 81 Storm.
In addition to the rotating guards, each glass room has a camera on the top, bottom, left and right, facing the inside of the glass cell.
The only hole is a vent for breathing. This kind of surveillance has no blind spots at all. Bite. Just like the school bell, it keeps ringing. At this time, all the glass cells were opened, the crowd swayed, and people of all races from all over the world began to walk out of the glass cells. Glass walls divide the area, and the area where Li Fan is located is area D6. Xiao Mo kept analyzing all the people present. Different people came from different places.
Some were business elites with considerable wealth, some were important officials with a say in certain areas, and some were even important members of the KB organization. When Xiao Mo revealed the identities of these people, Li Fan knew that this was a place full of dangers. Someone paid to lock these people up here, and their purpose was either wealth or important top-secret information.
Brother Li Fan, you have to be careful in a place like this. No one here is easy to mess with. Li Fan nodded and walked out. Because he saw some people shouting and refusing to go out, and then being beaten up by masked guards, which meant that everyone had to go out. Glass walls separate all people into several areas.
When he arrived at the hall, everyone looked at him unfriendly.
Because he is a new face and doesn't look that strong.
Of course, there are people who don't want to cause trouble, but it would be a miracle if there could be peace when all kinds of people are mixed together.
Here, English is naturally the most commonly used language for communication. You. Come here.
A white muscular man saw Li Fan and hooked his finger at him, motioning him to come over.
That look was full of arrogance.
Two girls of different skin colors were held in his arms and kneaded.
Brother Li Fan, this guy is called Kuril. He is not very strong. He used to be a fitness coach in the United States.
I don't know who he offended and was imprisoned here.
Fitness trainer?
Hearing this voice, Li Fan's face immediately showed a look of contempt. A guy like this dares to provoke me, he is simply looking for death. However, he did not take immediate action, but observed the situation in other areas. Someone has already taken action, and screams and wails can be heard from time to time. In some places, some women were pressed to the ground in unspeakable situations. Some people around were cheering, some were whistling, and they had no sense of being imprisoned at all.
This is simply a gathering place for evil.
The ones who suffer the most are naturally the women. Li Fan discovered that the people imprisoned here were of mixed race, regardless of skin color and gender, which also led to the women being bullied.
Damn it! Are you deaf? Come here and kneel down.
Kuril yelled at Li Fan again, but Li Fan still ignored him. This action naturally angered Kuril, who waved his hands and cursed, then let a group of his younger brothers rush over. Although these guys look strong, the fact that they can be beaten by a fitness coach like Kuril is just a superficial show.
Damn it! Beat the shit out of him.
Seeing more than 10 strong men rushing towards him, Li Fan's mouth curved up, and without any hesitation, he also attacked.
Bang 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 bang.
He threw punches and kicks continuously, and he was not afraid at all even when facing more than 10 muscular men at the same time. When he caught one, he would beat him hard, dodging as he went along, like a nimble monkey, moving through the crowd.
Aha! Screams rang out one after another.
The fight didn't last long, and all the dozen or so muscular men were knocked to the ground by Li Fan, and each of them was screaming on the ground.
This scene made everyone's jaw drop. No one expected that a skinny Asian man could be so fierce. Kuril is in trouble.
Oh, not only that, his position as the boss will also be taken away by this yellow-skinned guy.
Hee, I didn't expect there would be a more powerful character here. Look, he's missing Kuril.
I can already imagine Kuril peeing his pants. Amidst the mixed discussions, Li Fan walked directly towards Kuril. Since he had provoked him, he had to establish his authority. What he didn't expect was that Kuril was actually the boss of District D6.
Are all the people here such cowards?
In that case, he will take over this area to prevent these guys from causing trouble for him in the future.
So, he couldn't help but beat Kuril, and he beat him hard. I surrender. I surrender.
Kuril knelt on the ground to show his submission, but Li Fan did not let him go. The fist punches out and the feet fly up.
Bang! Kuril was kicked directly by Li Fan and hit the glass wall not far away. Oh! Oh! Kill him! There were cheers all around, as if people were eager to see the world in chaos. These people also made Li Fan speechless. It's also weird that they are locked up in the same place, and instead of thinking about uniting and getting out, they are fighting among themselves. But when he thought that many of them were scum, he felt relieved. I can only say that no one can beat the D6 area. Pooh! Li Fan spat on Kuril and then mocked him in English. A piece of trash like you dares to be the boss of a district? This is what Li Fan said truly. Through the glass wall, he also saw the situation in other areas. Among them, the people in areas A2 and B3 fought the most brutally, and their strength was definitely not bad. There was chaos below. The masked guards were watching the show from above, and didn't seem to be trying to stop it at all. Brother Li Fan, this place is so chaotic, I'm afraid people often lose their lives. Since you want to shock this place, just beat Kuril into submission and make him never dare to resist again. Li Fan agreed with this. Only in this way will these guys not dare to mess with him in the future. So he walked slowly towards Kuril and grabbed his collar. How dare a rubbish like you tell me what to do? Li Fan looked at him coldly. Please, don't hit me, I was wrong. From today on, you are the boss of District D6. I admit defeat, I surrender, and all the girls are yours to enjoy. Kuril begged. He was really scared. It's too late to say you're wrong now. You've already provoked me, so you should pay the price. Li Fan said, and started punching and kicking again. Ah, ah, ah. Despite the screams, no one came to help. Even the younger brothers who were subdued by Kuril did not dare to step forward. Because they had already seen how powerful Li Fan was, even if they all rushed up, it would be useless and they could only watch Kuril get beaten. At this moment, they were extremely grateful that they were not the boss of this district. Otherwise, it would be the same as Kuril's situation. Even if he knelt down and begged for mercy, it would be useless. Don't hit me, I was wrong. Kuril continued to beg for mercy, without any will to resist. The fact that Li Fan was fighting more than a dozen people alone was enough to scare him silly. At this point, Li Fan's goal has been achieved. He just wanted peace and didn't want these guys to harass him. Bang! Li Fan threw Kuril out directly and smashed him against the glass wall again. People in other areas shouted loudly to cheer for Li Fan, as if they hoped that Li Fan would hit harder. But what Li Fan cared about was the glass, which was so strong. Is it made in China? Chapter 82 Rules on Submarine. Kill him. Kill him. Roar, roar, roar. Countless people cheered and applauded. Seeing these people from all over the world, Li Fan narrowed his eyes. These people were locked up by a mysterious organization, and had no other entertainment except sex and fighting. Li Fan could even judge how long these people had been locked up based on their level of excitement. Bang 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 bang. Aha! Kuril wailed continuously and was beaten to death by Li Fan. Finally, he was thrown into the corner. Having already established his authority, Li Fan no longer needed to beat up Kuril. If you do it again, I'll kill you. Li Fan warned in English. Kuril nodded repeatedly, huddled in the corner, and hugged his head tightly. Bite. There rang the bell for the end of get out of class again. Li Fan didn't know what it meant, but seeing that no one left, he didn't move. All the people who were fighting in other areas stopped. Those who were playing with women continued to play, and those who finished the fight, the winners immediately started pulling the women around them and went to a passage, while the rest of the people started pulling the women around them. Some even threw them to the ground and did indescribable things on the spot. Seeing this, Li Fan finally understood that this sound meant to stop the fight, and the winner could choose a woman and take her to an exclusive room. The other women who are not selected will be divided up by other men. This is such a sinful place. There are such weird rules. The women imprisoned here can be said to be extremely miserable, but they have no choice but to do so in order to survive. Perhaps, they face this situation every day. Once the ding-ding-ding sound was heard, the fight was over, and it was time for them to be tortured and squeezed. Some of the guards above were holding guns and aiming at the areas they were responsible for, as if trying to prevent the fight from continuing. Another group of guards came down from above and dragged away the person who fell to the ground. If this kind of thing happens every day, then there is really no way to describe it.
While Li Fan was thinking, all the women in District D6 came up to him and took off everything without reservation.
Just standing there quietly, waiting for her choice.
Li Fan narrowed his eyes, turned to look at the others, and found that each of them was as fierce as a wolf or a tiger. But when they saw Li Fan's eyes sweeping towards them, they shuddered all over and quickly stepped back.
Li Fan frowned. What was going on? Do you suspect you're gay?
Li Fan raised his eyebrows and waved at the woman in front of him, which meant everything. The others couldn't help but twitch their lips when they saw this. Li Fan walked towards the passage, and the women immediately followed him away, not caring about the clothes on the ground.
Damn, this guy took all the girls away. You're so good, go ahead. Damn it, this Asian guy knows kung fu, I won't do it. Brother Li Fan, you are not allowed to mess around, otherwise Xiao Mo will be very angry with you.
Xiao Mo reminded Li Fan, but Li Fan did not speak because he found that these passages were all equipped with cameras with no blind spots, so it was difficult for him to communicate with Xiao Mo.
Soon, Li Fan came to a room with a big bed. The moment he entered, the countdown in the room began, showing 1 hour.
Seeing this, Li Fan understood the situation. The winner has 1 hour to indulge himself here. Similarly, the room is still full of cameras. Apart from the criminals covered in blood, the rest who were imprisoned here were the most important people, the business elites and the wealthy. Being under such surveillance, video recording is definitely necessary. Apart from the bad guys, if the rest are caught on video, their scandals will inevitably be exposed when they get out. Unless they pay a hefty sum to keep their mouths shut. As Li Fan was looking around the room, some of the women behind him were already lying on the bed and began to sway, while others surrounded him and began to seduce him.
Brother Li Fan. Xiao Mo reminded again. Everyone stop and sit in a row. Everyone did as they were told.
Li Fan planned to step forward to ask questions, but as soon as he stepped forward, the woman in front of him raised her hand and reached out to a place on him that shouldn't be touched.
Fuck, stop.
The woman stopped and looked up at Li Fan in confusion.
I don't need you to do this. Now, tell me the situation here in detail. Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know.
Li Fan curled his lips.
Didn't he understand what he meant?
Pointing at one of the women, the woman immediately stepped forward and knelt down in front of Li Fan, ready to take action.
Stop.
Li Fan shouted to stop, but the woman didn't stop at all. She didn't stop until one of the women said something else.
Obviously, this woman doesn't understand English.
Thinking that Li Fan wanted her to come and serve. King of D6 District, we don't know where this place is, let alone the specific situation here.
After being captured, we have been living like prostitutes every day. If we don't cooperate, we can only lose our lives.
Our lives are worth less than those men outside. Even if we are beaten to death, the guards will not ask, and will not even punish those men. Li Fan frowned, not understanding the specific situation, and at this moment, Xiao Mo's voice sounded in his mind. Brother Li Fan, I searched these women and found that they are all ordinary people from all over the world.
They don't even have a bad record.
I'm afraid these women were just captured here to entertain the prisoners outside. Hearing this, Li Fan felt that this should be the case.
But the prisoners should not be only men.
Perhaps, the solitary female prisoners were imprisoned in another place.
Li Fan pointed at another woman and said, You, just tell me what you know. My name is Riley. I'm an overtime cashier at a romantic country store. I've been here for 3 years and have been transferred to 8 districts.
From Riley's story, Li Fan understood some things. This prison is very large, divided into 10 areas for each letter of the alphabet from A Z, and the prisoners in each area are kept in separate classrooms.
Each zone will be staffed with 10 members of the opposite sex.
The letters X, Z, and V are places where female prisoners are held. In addition to meals, there will be 3 activity times every day, during which the bell will ring 3 times. The first time the bell rings, you go to your own area and engage in random fights to vie for the position of king of the area. The king can choose the opposite sex to enter the exclusive room and indulge himself to his heart's content. In some areas, the strength of the prisoners varies greatly, and the position of the king is basically fixed. The king can also formulate the rules for the distribution of the opposite sex in this area, and of course he can occupy it independently. The second ring of the bell means the fight stops. After the king selects a member of the opposite sex, the remaining members of the opposite sex will be immediately divided up and fought in the hall. When the bell rings for the 3rd time, everyone will go back to their cells. When Li Fan heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched.
This is really a damn sinful place. Hasn't anyone been questioned? Yes, people are taken away for questioning every day.
Some never come back, probably because they lost their lives, and those who come back are covered in wounds.
If this person is a king, then he will be transferred to a more powerful district. We are currently in D6, and our strength is not that strong.
Hearing this, Li Fan raised his eyebrows. The rules of this prison are different from those in Escape Plan. King of Area D6, now that we have finished asking questions, please allow us to serve you.
As he said that, Riley took the initiative to step forward and kneel in front of Li Fan, but Li Fan stopped him again.
I said, I don't need you to serve me. When Riley heard this, a pleading look immediately appeared on her face, and the others who could understand English also knelt down with her. King of D6, please allow us to serve you, otherwise we may lose our lives.
Chapter 83 Interrogation. Brother Li Fan, don't mess around, don't mess around, don't mess around.
Xiao Mo kept reminding him, but Li Fan just spit out, I won't mess around.
This was an answer to Xiao Mo, and also an answer to these poor people in front of him. King of Area D6, please. Even if you just pick one at random, it will be fine.
Everyone begged on their knees, but Li Fan remained unmoved.
Is it too late for you to go outside now?
Riley looked at the time and saw that there were still more than 40 minutes left, so she rushed outside and the others immediately followed suit. After everyone left, Li Fan simply lay down on the big round bed.
There were still 40 minutes left, and he didn't want to go out now and see that disgusting scene.
Since there are interrogations every day, he will probably be there soon. After time stopped, Li Fan walked out and came to Area D6. The people in the hall had already returned to their cells.
There were traces of blood and some white mucus on the ground. Back in the glass room, the door was locked.
From here, you can see quite a few rooms.
Everyone was lying there in boredom.
Although the view is wide, staying in such a closed room for a long time will inevitably cause mental problems.
No wonder the manager of this submarine would use such a weird trick to divert everyone's attention.
I get excited several times a day, and I'm afraid some people will get addicted to life here.
Ding dong.
The glass door was opened and two masked guards came in from outside. Without saying a word, they put a silver bracelet on Li Fan and then escorted him outside. Li Fan knew that the time had come to interrogate himself.
Brother Li Fan, you must hold on. The people sent by Uncle Li Fan are on their way.
Li Fan narrowed his eyes. This was under the sea, not on the surface of the water.
Even if they sent people, how could they rescue him? Are we going to blow up this submarine? Obviously, this is impossible.
Even if the people inside were to escape, it would be difficult for them to do so. After all, this is a vast ocean. Along the way, Xiao Mo kept reminding him of some of the things in it, telling him what each one was and what its use was.
If Li Fan could speak here, he would definitely tell Xiao Mo, I am under the deep sea, unless I rush into the control room and control the people inside. But Xiao Mo didn't know what he was thinking and kept telling him what those facilities were.
After walking for a long time, Li Fan was brought to a room where a foreigner in his 30s was sitting with a file in his hand.
When he saw Li Fan come in, he stepped forward and looked up at him. Li Fan, Chinese, born in 1997.
Li Fan narrowed his eyes, and Xiao Mo had already retrieved the information of the person in front of him.
Bars Firat is the son of the American business tycoon Sarl. However, he has no interest in business.
Instead, he likes to build various private prisons and has held important positions. He once threatened to build the world's top prison, from which even the world's top escape masters would not be able to escape. In 2014, he appeared in the public eye for the last time, announcing that his most powerful prison had been completed. After Bals revealed all the information about Li Fan, he started asking questions.
What's your relationship with the man with the golden mask?
Sure enough, all of this stems from my future self. Because the DNA tests were consistent, the contradiction must point to him.
I don't know what you are talking about. Before arresting you, we have been monitoring your every move.
You entered the manor of the golden masked man, so you must be related to him.
A lot of evidence points to you as the man. If the age difference was not there, we would have taken action against you a long time ago. I don't know. I don't know him. Li Fan still answered in the same way.
When Bals heard this answer, he did not show any displeasure on his face. He waved his hand, and the two guards began to punch and kick him.
Bang 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 bang.
Li Fan gritted his teeth. Damn, this guy must be a mercenary, otherwise the blow wouldn't have hurt so much. Even when those people in the cell attacked him, He didn't feel much pain. After beating him severely, Bals continued to question Li Fan.
Have no idea. Li Fan still answered in the same way. Bang 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 bang. After another beating, Bals asked again, but Li Fan still said he didn't know.
This time, Bals did not let the guards take action, but instead raised the corners of his mouth. No matter how tough a person is, he will eventually give in here.
Take him to the water dungeon. 2 guards immediately took Li Fan away and then locked him in a room.
After the door was sealed, water began to seep in through a hole and the temperature in the room began to rise. When the water temperature reached his knees, Li Fan already felt he couldn't stand it anymore. He could only sink into the water to relieve himself, then pop his head out again. But the water level is constantly rising, and the water temperature is also rising. Soon, the water level reached his stomach. The room was already steaming hot and Li Fan felt like he was in a steamer.
This is more tiring than a steam room.
As the temperature rose, Li Fan's whole body was burning. Although he was in the water, he felt that he was about to faint. He could only continue to drink the water in the room to relieve everything. He felt chest tightness and shortness of breath, and his consciousness began to become blurred. Brother Li Fan, hold on, hold on. Xiao Mo could only cheer him up, his voice filled with anxiety.
Li Fan didn't know what the water temperature was. He only knew that it was very hot.
His skin had already turned very red, just like a cooked pig's trotter. The water level also rose to his neck, and his chest tightness and shortness of breath became more severe. He wanted to sink into the water, but the water was too hot for him to breathe. However, if he didn't sink into the water, the steam would make it difficult for him to breathe.
Brother Li Fan. Xiao Mo shouted anxiously, but Li Fan couldn't respond, not to mention that there were still cameras inside. Finally, he couldn't bear the pain anymore and fainted. Brush.
A basin of cold water was poured on him, which sobered him up. After the torture, he was completely exhausted and even getting up was very difficult for him. After trying several times, he finally gave up the idea of getting up. He didn't expect that he would be tortured to the point of losing his fighting ability after only 1 day here.
Brother Li Fan, they gave you some medicine. Xiao Mo reminded that he didn't want Li Fan to think that he was so weak. But even if he knew the truth, what could he do?
Li Fan, I'll give you another chance to tell me your relationship with the man with the golden mask.
Bal squatted beside Li Fan and looked at him coldly. I don't know. Li Fan still answered in the same way. Ha, this is just the beginning. Let him take it easy first and take him to Zone Z. Chapter 84 Return to the Water Prison.
Because of Riley's previous introduction, Li Fan knew that areas Z, X, and V were places where women were detained. If you throw a man into a place where women are imprisoned, if he is an ordinary person, he will probably think it is a welfare for a while.
But since Bals gave such an order, the situation in the women's area is definitely not what he thought.
At this time, it was the time for the activity, and all the women in the women's area gathered in the activity area.
Because Li Fan had just been brought back and was very weak, he was temporarily locked in a glass cell.
In order to find out the situation in Area Z, he lay down and looked at the situation below.
Really?
A group of women were fighting, a group of women were having fun, and another group of women were riding on several men, making them crawl on the ground like dogs, whipping them and shouting oh 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 non-stop. Not only are their styles of doing things different, their ways of fighting are also different, and women fight more fiercely than men. There was a woman sitting on the bench, with 2 women beside her massaging her shoulders. They were obviously the boss.
Brother Li Fan, I have retrieved this person's information. Her name is Valerie.
She is ruthless and a female leader of the KB. Because there were cameras everywhere, Li Fan did not reply to Xiao Mo, and his attention was mainly focused on those men. They were covered in wounds, some were even missing arms and legs. This point is far beyond the men's area. At least, although the men's area was also fighting fiercely, at least those people did not lose any limbs. Li Fan could imagine that if he continued in this state, he would probably not be able to escape this fate. The most important thing is that he has no physical strength now.
Bite. The sound rang out, and the time for the activity had come again.
Although still weak, Li Fan had recovered a lot of strength. Seeing him like this, the guards directly drove him out. While lying in the cell, Li Fan had already figured out the situations of these 3 areas.
Zone V is weakest, Zone X is second, and Zone Z is the strongest.
When Li Fan walked into the hall, everyone looked at him unfriendly.
Come here. Kneel down.
Valerie sat on the bench and pointed at Li Fan. Before Li Fan could respond, 4 women came over and tried to force him to kneel down. The guards had guns, and Li Fan had no choice, but in these areas, he had to resist. Just as a woman reached out to push Li Fan threw the woman over his shoulder and slammed her to the ground. This scene stunned everyone, but Li Fan did not stop. He turned around and grabbed another woman, lifted her up and smashed her hard at Valerie. Valerie didn't expect Li Fan to attack her directly.
Fortunately, she dodged quickly and was not hit. The woman who was thrown out was hit hard by the glass. Ah! Bang, bang, bang.
Li Fan attacked continuously, and the remaining 2 women fell directly to the ground.
This situation immediately shocked everyone, including the W men's area next to it.
When he was up there before, Li Fan had already noticed that there were fewer fights among the men around the women's area, and during activity time, they basically all kept their eyes on the women in the women's area.
Kill him. Knock that man down.
The men in the men's section roared, and Valerie's face turned livid.
Go ahead. Beat him.
Valerie roared, giving orders while she herself rushed forward.
Bang, bang, bang.
The attacks continued, and more women gathered around. Damn it, he dared to do that in our women's area.
He's simply courting death. Beat him up.
After a fight, Li Fan was forced into a corner, surrounded by dozens of women. If he had not been tortured in the water dungeon before, he would not have been exhausted. But even if he didn't have enough physical strength, he had to resist, because he had seen the fate of those men, and he couldn't fall into the hands of these crazy women.
Superior.
Valerie gave the order again and everyone rushed forward. Li Fan gritted his teeth, and with the last bit of his strength, he pushed hard, using the force of the glass to move upwards, stepped on a woman's head, and pushed again, instantly flipping over the glass wall.
Bang. With a gunshot, Li Fan was shot and fell to Area W, then fainted. When he woke up again, Li Fan was lying on the hospital bed and the doctor was removing the bullet from him. There were still armed guards at the door. 2 of them were staring at the doctor and Li Fan, while the others were all looking outside the door. Brother Li Fan, you finally woke up. Hold on a little longer. The people sent by Uncle Li Fan will be here soon. Xiao Mo reminded him, but Li Fan was thinking, even if they came, how could they save people? There seems to be no other way except to blow up the submarine. If a submarine is blown up, the possibility of survival is very small. Although the stay was short, he couldn't go on like this. The wealth held by the man with the golden mask is enough to make people all over the world covet it. He will definitely not be treated the same as the prisoners below, so his life will only become more and more miserable in the days to come. He had no other choice but to take the initiative. Li Fan began to actively observe these guards. Xiao Mo sensed Li Fan's gaze and immediately knew his intention, so he started to ask. Brother Li Fan, if you plan to take the initiative to attack, then I advise you to hold back. The people sent by Uncle Li Fan will arrive soon. Don't worry, even if it is underwater, there is a way to force the submarine to the surface, so don't act rashly. Hearing this, Li Fan temporarily gave up this plan, and Xiao Mo continued to communicate with Li Fan. Brother Li Fan, I have analyzed all the areas. Only the water dungeon where you were imprisoned is relatively safe. When rescuing you, you have to go inside first so that they can do their best to save you. Li Fan couldn't reply and could only nod slightly. But it's not easy to go back to that place. After removing the bullet, the doctor simply treated Li Fan's wound, then waved to the guard and took him away. But before they had gone far, the 2 guards suddenly changed direction, as if they had received an order. There is no doubt that they wear communication headsets at all times. Soon, Li Fan was brought to Bals. Mr. Li Fan, have you thought it through? If you don't cooperate with me, you will be sent to the special prisoner area A1, where you could lose your life at any time. In your weak state, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on this time. Pooh. Li Fan broke into a mouthful and spat on Balz's face. Bars was angry. He tore off the gauze on Li Fan's body and then put his fingers directly into his wound. The severe pain almost made Li Fan faint, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted without even a groan. Balz knocked hard for a while, and finally stopped. Looking at the bleeding wound, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Mr. Li Fan, what do you think it would be like to go back to the dungeon with injuries? I'm really looking forward to it. After all, I've never tried it before. As he spoke, Bars waved his hand and gave orders to the guards. Take him to the water dungeon and continue steaming him for me. Chapter 85, Forcing the Submarine to Come Up.
Li Fan was taken to the water dungeon again, and this time, his wounds were still bleeding. He didn't know if there were other people like him who were locked up here for a short period of time.
This steaming feeling is definitely unforgettable.
The moment the door was closed, water immediately rushed in and the temperature in the room began to rise.
Brother Li Fan, you must hold on.
In 10 minutes at most, your rescuers will arrive.
You just need to hold on for a few more minutes. Does Xiao Mo mean that he can be rescued within a few minutes?
Li Fan felt like it was a fairy tale.
After all, this is a submarine. Even if people arrive, can they directly blow up the submarine?
If that happens, everyone on the submarine will be doomed, including him.
Brother Li Fan, you must trust Xiao Mo. He will definitely rescue you within a few minutes. The water level is constantly rising and the water temperature is increasing.
Soon, the water level reached his stomach. The room was already steaming hot, and Li Fan once again felt like he was in a steamer. As the temperature rose, Li Fan's whole body was burning, and the feeling of exhaustion came again.
But this time, he suffered unprecedented pain.
After all, the pain brought by the wound under such circumstances was indescribable.
I just felt like my body was pierced by cigarette butts.
He felt chest tightness and shortness of breath, and his consciousness began to become blurred.
Brother Li Fan, hold on, hold on.
Xiao Mo could only cheer him up, his voice full of anxiety, and he kept encouraging him, even using soul noise, but he couldn't stop his physical strength from rapidly declining.
It wasn't long before he felt half dead. Bang! Li Fan finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell into the water. Brother Li Fan, the people have arrived.
This was the last sentence Li Fan heard. At the same time, more than 10 speedboats appeared above the submarine. The humming sound echoed on the sea, and the speed reached an extreme speed. In the submarine's operating room, everyone was monitoring the dozen or so speedboats above. But the speedboats did not stay for long and left quickly over their heads.
Suddenly someone yelled, "Look!" Everyone looked closely and then breathed a sigh of relief. What's the fuss? It's just fish. Hundreds and thousands of small fish swam rapidly into the sea once they entered it.
Although it was very strange, no one paid any attention to it. Soon, the group of small fish reached the location of their submarine and all stopped above the submarine, forming a large circle.
There is something wrong with these fish. It's just a group of fish, what's wrong with that? Just as everyone was laughing at the man's fussing, they were suddenly shocked.
Suddenly, something like a drill extended from the mouths of the small fishes, and then it began to rotate towards the top of the submarine.
Robot fish? Quick, report to the warden. In the operation room, reporting began immediately.
Bals, who was watching the interrogation screen, suddenly received a message saying that a group of mechanical fish were drilling the top of the submarine.
If it was penetrated, a large amount of water would immediately flood into the submarine.
In this way, the submarine can no longer stay in the water. Bals immediately opened the relevant footage and was shocked when he saw it. I saw that the top of the submarine was about to be drilled through and the situation was extremely critical. So he decisively ordered, "Surface. Pay attention to the speedboat above, it must be the enemy, send all the elite troops to me."
Goo, 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 goo. For the first time, the submarine sounded a different alarm.
The sound stunned everyone, and the guards all rushed to one place quickly.
What happened? Was there a prison break? What kind of alarm is this? Is it a fire?
Everyone was puzzled, but no one could tell them what was going on. Besides, it was not the activity time, and they couldn't find anyone to communicate with. They could only stay quietly in the glass house.
Bals stared at the screen intently.
The submarine had started to rise, but when it was halfway up, the top was drilled through. A huge round iron block fell down, and then a large amount of sea water poured in.
Hurry, 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 hurry up and get me up.
Bals roared, and the operator in the operating room also increased the power of the submarine to maximum and ascended with all his strength. They must reach the surface quickly before the submarine is filled with seawater, otherwise the entire submarine will be filled with seawater.
The submarine is divided into 6 floors, and there is an exclusive passage between each floor.
The seawater poured in from the top layer and quickly flowed into the bottom layer along the passage.
Because of the influx of seawater, many equipments have been burned and become useless.
After seeing this scene, Bals yelled crazily, "Damn it, hurry up and get up there." "Warden, this is already the greatest motivation."
Bals's face was distorted.
This submarine was his brainchild, and it held people from all over the world. After operating for so many years, no one has ever escaped. He didn't understand how his submarine was discovered. Not only is it under the sea, its location also moves frequently. But according to the footage he replayed, the more than 10 speedboats that passed by before had very clear targets. Finally, his submarine successfully reached the surface. The 2 lower floors were filled with seawater, and many equipment were destroyed due to water ingress. Just as the submarine appeared on the sea surface, more than 10 speedboats appeared again, and countless drones flew over the sea. Each one came towards the submarine, and when passing through the drilled holes, they quickly drilled in, followed by a series of loud explosions.
Fight back immediately. Yes. After receiving the order, the operation room immediately began to counterattack. Torpedoes were launched, aimed directly at the speedboat. Goo! 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 The torpedo had just flown out, but was suddenly intercepted and exploded before it hit the target. Because it was underwater, no sound of the explosion was heard. Apart from the gurgling sound, there were waves of impact spreading under the sea. What's going on?
Bowles was furious and quickly asked about the situation. Everyone in the operating room was already in a state of panic, and after a check, everyone was shocked. 6 submarines appeared around the submarine at some point, in front, behind, left, right and below. Not only that, more than a dozen ships appeared around the sea, and they were obviously not civilian ships. If these ships and submarines opened fire on them at the same time, their ships would be blown to pieces in an instant.
This scene shocked everyone.
"Warden, we are finished."
Bowles' eyes were bloodshot, full of anger.
His teeth were clenched with a clicking sound, and finally he spat out a few words harshly.
Keep firing. Warden. This is an order, keep firing. Bowles roared madly. Does the warden want us to perish together with the other side?
The operator shook his head, but still followed Barza's order and pressed the torpedo launch button again.
Chapter 86: Turning the submarine over.
The reason why Bowles was so crazy was that he knew that the people in the submarine prison were all the world's top elites. No matter if the other party comes to rescue someone alone, or multiple parties join forces to rescue everyone, as long as the prisoner is on the boat, the other party will definitely not dare to act recklessly. He was sure that the other party would not dare to directly bomb the submarine, so he was so unscrupulous.
How could he not see such a favorable situation? Goo!
At the moment the torpedo was launched, other submarines also took action and several torpedoes were launched. The prison submarine's torpedo was intercepted and exploded in the water, not hitting any target at all. The other torpedoes slammed into the prison submarine.
Goo! Several holes were immediately blown into the submarine.
Bowles was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the other party to actually open fire.
Aren't these guys here to rescue people?
Bowles' eyes were bloodshot and his mind was working rapidly.
Warden, the enemy didn't bomb an important location.
That place is just a protective layer. The submarine will not flood with seawater again. When Bowles heard the report from the operation room, the madness in his eyes surged again. Take all the prisoners to the top floor and threaten the people outside.
Warden, isn't this too risky? The operator asked. No matter how powerful we are, we have no way out. In this case, we might as well give it a try. No matter who they want to save, it will be impossible.
Only with these hostages in our hands can we ask them to give us a ship. There was a flash of madness in Bowles' eyes.
I understand. The operator nodded.
And Bowles continued to look at the surveillance images with a sneer on his face.
Send someone out to tell them to send us a ship.
Just as Bowles ordered his men to take action, the small fish that had drilled through the submarine decomposed again, becoming countless ant robots, which then quickly spread in all directions. These ant robots are so tiny that they are almost impossible to detect. They have only one mission, which is to determine Lifan's location and explore the internal structure of the submarine.
What happened? Why did the ground shake a few times? Were you attacked? Maybe it's an earthquake. Prisoners in all areas were being driven away.
They were so naive that they thought this was some secret base on the ground. They never imagined that this was the sea and on a submarine. While everyone was being driven away, the water dungeon had long been forgotten, and people forgot that there was still a person inside. When an ant robot arrives outside the water dungeon, all submarines and ships receive the news. And the ant robots are still spreading, exploring the internal structure of the submarine.
Although the ant robot is tiny, it is extremely fast.
In less than 5 minutes, it has explored the entire structure of the submarine clearly. On Ship A, a middle-aged man saw the message and sneered.
This man's name is Luo Chuan. He is the captain of Ship A and the person in charge of this operation. The adjutant asked, Captain, shall we attack now? No hurry. Wait until they gather the prisoners together. Isn't our goal to rescue Mr. Li? The location has been determined.
As long as we bomb the front and back sections, we can pull up the middle section with a steel chain and rescue him quickly.
You don't understand. The people on the ship are all upper-class people from all over the world.
They are very valuable, and they also have a lot of secrets.
I understand, but the boss's instructions to us are only to rescue Mr. Li.
If we go through all this trouble, Mr. Li will probably suffer even more in there. The adjutant spoke, a look of worry on his face.
It's just a little more suffering.
I'll take care of it if anything goes wrong.
If we take down this submarine, we'll get to know a lot of secrets.
It's worth it for Mr. Li to suffer a little more.
Crash. Steel chains suddenly fell from the ship.
After entering the water, they were pulled by huge robot fish and swam towards the prison submarine. On the prison submarine.
When Bao saw this scene, he immediately frowned.
He had already come to the operation room and was with many operators.
Warden, what do these guys want to do? Are they trying to use steel chains to tie up our submarine? It's possible.
Bao frowned, and a bold idea came to his mind. He guessed that these people wanted to tie up his submarine and drag it ashore, and then the naval battle would turn into a land battle.
As long as we are on land, it will be much easier to deal with them. Crash.
The steel chain continued to be released, and the big mechanical fish pulled the steel chain and really began to entangle his submarine. Seeing this scene, Bao's teeth began to chatter.
Keep firing torpedoes. Fire continuously. Shoot down every ship you destroy. Goo. 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 Torpedoes were launched continuously. The remaining submarines also immediately launched torpedoes. The speed is much faster than that of the prison submarine. Similarly, this time all of Bao's torpedoes were intercepted and exploded halfway. What the hell? What kind of torpedoes are these guys using? They're going so fast, our torpedoes won't have any effect at all. Bao felt very depressed. I thought that if I built a submarine prison underwater, it would be impeccable. But they didn't expect that the other party would force them to float to the surface. Now, he couldn't even attack. At this time, a man came out of the prison submarine and spoke through a loudspeaker. Send us a ship immediately, or we will kill all the prisoners. Send us a ship immediately. The soldier repeated his words, and he also felt that he had a sure win. However, not long after he shouted, a bullet hit the guy directly in the head. So damn long-winded. Luo Chuan curled his lips in disdain and patted his body, even though there was no dust there. Soon, another voice appeared, repeating what had just been said. Send us a ship immediately, or we'll kill you. Bang. The person shouting was shot in the head again. This time, no one dared to speak out. What the hell? What are these people going to do? Bao roared, if the other party wanted to save people, why not accept negotiation? But if the other party was not trying to save people, why didn't he just blow up his submarine? He knew that the other party had this ability. This wave of operations completely confused him. Warden, what do you think the other party is going to do? How the hell should I know? Bao roared, and suddenly, he slapped his head. These people don't want to save people, they want our data. Apart from this, he really couldn't think of any reason. So he ordered again, send someone out to make the announcement. Soon another person appeared shouting, but he lowered his head very low, leaving only the loudspeaker outside. Obviously, he was worried about being shot in the head by the other party. Listen, people on the other side, if you dare to shoot again, we will destroy all your data. This time, the other party did not shoot. The corners of Bao's mouth rose, thinking that he had guessed the result correctly, and the person who shouted also breathed a sigh of relief. So he stood up boldly. Listen, people on the other side. Bang. The announcer was shot in the head. In the operating room, Bao almost went crazy and pounded the operating table. What the hell? What are these guys going to do? We don't care about the hostages, we don't want the information, and threats are useless. Is it just for the fun of being around them? Checking the monitor again, Bars saw that his submarine had been completely entangled.
At this time, these ships moved, but they did not tow the submarine, but pulled it in all directions.
Soon, the entire submarine was pulled and suspended in the air.
The submarine was shaking and everyone on board was unable to stand steadily. Just as Bells was puzzled, his submarine was pulled over and the floor suddenly became the ceiling.
The sea water poured down from the bottom and quickly poured out from the round hole. Many people were rushed out. Chapter 87 Rescue.
The submarine was shaken violently, and the people on the top floor, whether guards or prisoners, fell into the sea as the seawater surged out. Inside the operating room, Bells and many operators were constantly colliding with each other.
They were not as lucky as those people outside.
The closed door kept the seawater out and it bypassed them directly. As the submarine was shaking, all the equipment in the operating room were moved away from their original positions and fell from above with a bang. All the connections were torn off, the wires were damaged, and they were placed on the iron plate, flashing sparks.
Pa. Soon, the entire control room became dark.
The power supply on the submarine was destroyed due to a short circuit, and the interior of the submarine was shrouded in darkness. At the same time, countless life buoys were thrown from the ship. In addition, there were constant sounds of gunfire, and the targets were all the masked guards.
Now that they have been exposed, how could they let go of the accomplices on the submarines?
For a moment, screams, wailing, cries for help and gunshots were all mixed together, and the scene looked extremely chaotic. The submarine guards gave them no chance to survive. Life buoys and ropes were only available to those wearing prisoner clothing. On Ship A, everyone gave Luo Chuan a thumbs up.
Captain, this is a really powerful move.
You first use seawater to force the submarine up, and then use the water inside to flush the people out.
Most people can't think of such a dirty trick.
Yes. I'm afraid that by now, Bars's mind is still buzzing and he doesn't understand our true intentions at all. Now the power system in the submarine has been completely paralyzed.
It can only be a useless submarine. Captain, you are really an expert. Listening to everyone's praise, Luo Chuan shook his head. That's because we are so strong that the enemy is completely helpless. If we can't intercept the enemy's torpedoes, these tricks won't work. Luo Chuan's words were recognized by everyone.
Indeed, this situation is also based on absolute suppression. If they cannot suppress it, they must immediately bomb after finding out the situation inside to ensure that the area where Li Fan is located is not affected. On the submarine, Li Fan woke up amidst the violent shaking.
There was nothing but darkness.
His head was hit several times, but he couldn't do anything about it. He was so weak now that he didn't even have the strength to crawl.
What happened? Li Fan asked weakly. Brother Li Fan, your rescuers are here. Please wait a little longer. Once the matters on the ship are settled, they will rescue you immediately.
At this moment, Li Fan felt the world spinning and his body moved from one side to the other.
Bang, bang, bang.
Li Fan felt that the submarine had turned 180 degrees, but fortunately the violent shaking had stopped. This damn Luo Chuan, when he gets back, let Uncle Li Fan give him a good beating.
Little Mo Mingming's voice was filled with cold snorts. Who is Luo Chuan? The person who is responsible for saving you this time.
Hearing this, Li Fan hummed weakly, and then fainted again. The submarine flipped over again, and Luo Chuan immediately ordered a rescue. The seawater had already turned blood red, and in less than 10 minutes, all the submarine guards were killed. And all the prisoners were rescued and put on the ship. There were so many people, and Luo Chuan used absolute force to intimidate them. After all, there are quite a few KB elements among them. If these people cause chaos, it will be more trouble than gain. Therefore, force is the best deterrent.
Everyone's identity is scanned. Women are detained separately, KB members are detained separately, business tycoons are detained separately, elites from all walks of life are detained separately, and ordinary people are detained separately.
A series of orders were issued and the personnel on each ship immediately executed them.
And everyone was still in shock. Damn it, we are actually in a submarine. No wonder so many people who try fail. Even if we're not on a submarine, there's no way we can escape, right?
Indeed, even the place where we go to the toilet is monitored, so there is no chance for us to escape. The prison submarine was put back into the sea, but it was pulled by many ships, otherwise it would have sunk. After a group of fully armed people boarded the submarine, they immediately split into two directions, one going to the operation room and the other going to the water dungeon where Li Fan was. Soon, Li Fan was rescued and sent to Ship A. In the operation room, because the power was out, Bals and a group of operators were unable to open the door and were all trapped inside. When the door was opened, they decisively put their heads on top to show surrender. Otherwise, they would definitely be greeted by a barrage of gunfire. But except for Bars, all the others were shot dead. Bals was brought to Ship A, and Luo Chuan immediately had someone conduct a full body scan on him. Ha, there is a positioning device on him. Luo Chuan showed an evil smile, stabbed his knife into his flesh, and then picked out a mini signal device. Something from the beautiful country. Luo Chuan sneered, then threw the signal device directly into the water. Bals was unwilling to give up. When he passed by the sea, he saw that all his men had been killed. The smell of blood attracted many sharks, and the place became their feasting ground.
I want to know, which faction do you belong to?
What is your purpose? Bars asked. He really wanted to know the answer.
Save people.
Luo Chuan uttered 2 words lightly.
That's impossible. If you're here to save people, why don't you accept our negotiation? Why should we accept the negotiation? Luo Chuan asked back.
Bals was speechless, with an incredible look on his face.
Don't you care about the safety of the hostages? What if we knew he was safe? This left Bals speechless.
Put him in solitary confinement.
Luo Chuan gave the order and Bals was taken away immediately.
Then he asked about the situation of each ship. After learning that all the prisoners had been dealt with, he gave decisive orders.
Get into the water and return.
The ship's appearance began to change, and then it became a fully enclosed submarine and sank into the sea.
Chapter 88 Luo Chuan.
Li Fan woke up and found himself on a spacious hospital bed, with ointment all over his body, also turned into a mummy.
Brother Li Fan, how do you feel? Xiao Mo asked immediately after sensing that Li Fan had woken up. I feel much better.
Where is this place? You have been unconscious for almost a day on Ship A of the submarine fleet. Then, Xiao Mo began to talk about the submarine fleet, which was an underwater team he would build in the future. Ships can sail on the sea surface, but once they are closed, they become submarines. When Li Fan heard this, he couldn't help but show surprise. He couldn't figure out what his future self would do by building such an underwater team.
Moreover, it can be used as both a submarine and a ship. The cost is absolutely astronomical. Even some small countries are simply unable to build it. How's the situation at home?
Brother Li Fan, don't worry.
Everything is fine. Since you got into trouble, Uncle Li Fan has already sent many top bodyguards. The same thing will never happen again. Uncle Li Fan knows that you are awake and wants to talk to you. I will transfer you now. There is such a function? Xiao Mo had never used this before, perhaps because it was inconvenient before.
Now that his identity has been revealed, he doesn't have so many concerns.
Soon, a picture appeared in Li Fan's mind.
Inside the manor, the man with the golden mask was standing next to an artificial lake, with the big yellow dog beside him, and the robot Xiao Mo was also beside him.
Li Fan, it seems I shouldn't have met you.
The man in the golden mask paused and continued, if we hadn't met, they wouldn't have done anything to you.
This is my negligence. I originally wanted you to live a peaceful life, but now it seems that's not possible. Future, aren't you being too serious?
Even though I was arrested, you're still here.
This will make them think that I'm just someone you're targeting on purpose.
The man with the golden mask shook his head.
If I didn't save you, maybe everything would be fine.
But if I used the naval forces to save you, they would definitely attack you a second time.
This time it was just a test, but I'm not sure about the next time. Hearing this, Li Fan frowned. You want me to take over from you? Yes. And you are the most suitable person.
Of course, you can also choose to refuse.
In this way, you can live with your family in peace.
I will hand over everything to Huaxia. Although you will still face various dangers, it will not be worse than it is now. And Huaxia will also protect the safety of you and your family.
Hearing this, Li Fan immediately fell silent. Although I and the future are the same person, they are two different individuals.
Just as Lin Jia said, since he traveled through time, although everything about their bodies was the same, they were already different people. Li Fan didn't know how powerful the man with the golden mask was, but he knew that what he knew was just the tip of the iceberg. The wealth alone, enough to buy several countries, is shocking enough, and he also has many unknown forces.
For example, this submarine fleet. This kind of power can be fully utilized on the battlefield. I'll think about it.
After thinking for a long time, Li Fan only gave this answer.
I'll give you 10 years. Once you agree, your current life will be disrupted.
Learning is a must, otherwise you won't be able to control such a huge force. Li Fan nodded, and the man with the golden mask also cut off the communication.
Soon,
Luo Chuan entered Li Fan's ward and saw that Li Fan had woken up with a half smile on his face.
It's hard to believe.
When he told me this himself, I didn't believe it until you grew up and looked exactly like him.
Brother Li Fan, this man is called Luo Chuan. He is the commander-in-chief of the submarine fleet and the captain of Ship A.
He is the main person in charge of rescuing you this time. He is also one of the people who has followed Uncle Li Fan the longest, from 1996 until now.
Xiao Mo gave a hint and Li Fan understood immediately.
The person who has followed the man with the golden mask for such a long time must be the person he trusts the most. And what Luo Chuan was referring to was probably the relationship between him and the man with the golden mask.
Thanks. Hee, I never thought that one day I would hear your thank you. It's really rare. I am me and he is him. Li Fan didn't want to say anything more. Luo Chuan nodded in agreement. How long will it take to reach land? Li Fan continued to ask.
Don't worry, you should recover first.
Besides, I still have a task underwater to complete. Saving you took up a lot of time.
Li Fan raised his eyebrows.
Was he saying that he had delayed his work?
Luo Chuan smiled, pulled out a stool, sat on it and smoked, and handed over a cigarette. Li Fan shook his head. He would smoke occasionally, but very rarely.
He might not light up a cigarette for 10 days or half a month.
Although this rescue operation delayed my mission, it was a great achievement. Of course, it also caused you some suffering, but it was worth it for those things.
Li Fan raised his eyebrows and asked, what is it? Of course it's people. There are more than 20,000 people on the entire submarine. Isn't it worth it?
Li Fan immediately realized that, except for KB members and innocent ordinary people, the rest of the people in the submarine prison were all elite high-level people from all over the world, and any one of them was a powerful figure.
Controlling these people is equivalent to controlling considerable wealth. You caught so many? Puff. Luo Chuan laughed out loud. What are you talking about? If I don't kill them, I can capture everyone on the submarine alive.
Li Fan felt that he was bragging, and Xiao Mo's voice sounded in his mind.
Brother Li Fan, it's true.
He first used a robot fish to cut a big hole in the prison submarine, forcing the submarine to surface, and then used more than 10 ships to flip the submarine with chains. It can be said that he didn't spend a single soldier.
For the specific situation, I'll just show you the footage at that time.
As Xiao Mo spoke, the scene at that time appeared in Li Fan's mind. The whole process was presented one by one, and Li Fan was dumbfounded. 6 submarines, and more than a dozen ships that can be converted into submarines at any time.
This lineup is enough to rival a powerful navy. Really?
He had only seen the tip of the iceberg regarding the man with the golden mask. He was originally thinking that the prison was a submarine, how would they rescue it, but he didn't expect it would be such a barbaric method. He filled the entire submarine with water, turned it over, and dumped the people out.
Luo Chuan is really a talented person. Those people include not only local elites but also KB elements. Li Fan reminded that if there is any mistake, these fleets may be in chaos. Don't worry, I know my limits. Take good care of your injuries. I'll send you back when my mission is complete. After saying that, Luo Chuan patted Li Fan on the shoulder and then left the ward. Chapter 89: The reason why Luo Chuan was cruel. The next day,
Li Fan started to get out of bed and walk, and everyone on the boat was curious about him. After all, this was the person their boss personally ordered to be rescued. The relationship between the man with the golden mask and Li Fan is probably only known by those who are very close to him.
It is definitely impossible for these low-level employees.
Li Fan was very casual and no one on the road dared to stop him, so he had a smooth journey.
When passing by a room, I happened to see Luo Chuan coming out. I got a bargain. The daughter of the American business tycoon Sr.
Li Fan narrowed his eyes and frowned tightly. Glancing inside, I saw a woman around 20 years old, with wounds all over her body and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth.
Seeing Li Fan's expression, Luo Chuan immediately asked someone to close the door. Come on, I'll show you the ship.
Luo Chuan patted Li Fan on the shoulder and showed him around, while also giving him various introductions. A lot of people were rescued at the moment, and many of them had secrets, so interrogation was the most important thing at the moment.
However, having the information on the prison submarine saves a lot of trouble. At least we know basically who was arrested and why. The most core secret direction, as long as they can pry it open. Of course, there are also many people who simply offended people they shouldn't have offended. Come on, let's go to the interrogation room. Soon.
The two men came to an interrogation room where a foreigner was being interrogated.
Xiao Mo gave the identity of that person.
He was a colonel in kangaroo country named Heath. Such a person must know a lot of secrets, so the review of him was extremely strict.
How is it? Luo Chuan asked.
It's been 2 days, and this guy has refused to say anything.
He's a stubborn person. We checked the information on the prison submarine and found that he also didn't confess anything. He was tortured in many ways, such as water dungeon, needles, and electric shocks.
Even under such torture, he didn't utter a single word. The interrogator shook his head and replied to Luo Chuan, and Li Fan was also surprised.
He had a deep understanding of the feeling of water dungeon.
Although he had no chance to experience other punishments, he thought they would not be any easier.
Anyone who can endure such torture must be a tough guy. Let me see how tough he can be. Bring me 2 eggs and a sausage. Luo Chuan sneered. Captain, what are you doing? Stop talking nonsense and just watch.
Soon, a crew member brought something, and Luo Chuan came to Heath with the egg, with a sneer on his face.
You don't want to say it, right? Bang.
With a sneer, Luo Chuan crushed the egg in his hand.
Heath immediately put his legs together, obviously frightened by this action.
When Luo Chuan saw this, the corners of his mouth rose again. Next, he took out the long ham and cut it into 2 pieces with one knife.
At this moment, Heath's face turned ugly. Luo Chuan sneered, picked up the knife and went down to him.
I'll tell you. He shouted anxiously and immediately confessed a lot of things, all of which were top secret and related to the interests of a country. Li Fan was also terrified as he listened to this. He suddenly felt that he had thought the world was too simple.
In particular, one of the plans, the Kangaroo Plan, targets 2 small countries bordering the Kangaroo Country.
If the plan succeeds, the 2 small countries will directly become their puppets, and the entire country will be controlled by them. The Kangaroo Country, just a jumping clown, actually has such big ambitions.
The implementation process of the plan is quite disgusting.
The people of the small countries bordering the border will be in dire straits, but they can gain huge wealth and resources from this crisis.
Is there any more?
Luo Chuan slammed the table suddenly, picked up the broken ham and continued cutting.
That's all I know.
Heath shook his head quickly, his face already pale with fright. Pull out his teeth, one by one, until he continues to say something useful.
Luo Chuan ordered. The interrogator answered yes and did as he was told.
Screams were immediately heard from the interrogation room. Soon, Nahil explained a lot of things, but compared with the Kangaroo Country plan mentioned at the beginning, they were not of much value.
After the interrogation, Luo Chuan showed an evil smile and waved at the interrogators. Did you see the demonstration I just gave? I see.
The interrogator answered and Luo Chuan's mouth corners immediately raised. He seemed to understand something and exclaimed quickly.
No. I already told you, why are you still doing this? Luo Chuan sneered, did I promise you anything? Ah, you bastard, I curse you to hell.
He screamed miserably.
Well, it seems he doesn't want his tongue anymore.
Take him away, deal with him, and throw him back to the cell.
Luo Chuan gave the order again.
Afterwards, Hill was taken away, and then a blonde girl was taken to the interrogation room. Luo Chuan raised the corner of his mouth, patted the interrogator, and then patted the guard crew member.
I'm going out for a smoke.
As he said that, he pulled Li Fan out. Different sounds were soon heard in the interrogation room. After returning to the room, Li Fan lay directly on the bed. He decided not to go to the interrogation room anymore. Besides, he didn't want to have any contact with Luo Chuan anymore. He thought this person was very shady. At this time, Xiao Mo's voice sounded in my mind.
Brother Li Fan, you don't like Luo Chuan, right?
Yeah.
I really don't like him.
Although there are all kinds of people in the submarine prison, I don't like people like him who bully the weak.
Then do you know why he became like this? I don't know him, how would I know?
Li Fan rolled his eyes, and Xiao Mo began to explain why he became like this. Luo Chuan was a team leader in Uncle Li Fan's factory. He has a beautiful girlfriend and they plan to get married at the end of the year. In 1996, most of the people who came to Huaxia to invest were foreigners.
In addition to investment, management and technical personnel were also basically foreigners.
In that era, foreigners held the initiative, and technology and wealth were in their hands. Even a small maintenance worker was paid 1,000 times better than Uncle Li Fan, the factory director. He had everything he wanted and was always surrounded by 7 or 8 girls. One of the repairmen named Ryan was in this situation, and Ryan really enjoyed this kind of treatment. If he liked a girl in the factory, that girl would definitely stay at his place at night, otherwise she would not be able to stay in the factory any longer.
Unfortunately, Luo Chuan's girlfriend was targeted by Ryan.
Managers at all levels came to persuade her that day, but the girl refused. Ryan failed to get what he wanted that night, and the next day he rushed into the assembly line and beat the girl violently. Luo Chuan wanted to rescue her, but was stopped by his fellow workers in the factory because they did not want Luo Chuan to offend foreigners. Ryan became even more arrogant when he saw this, and he raped the girl on the spot. The girl refused to be humiliated and hanged herself at the factory gate. Luo Chuan asked for an explanation but was beaten all over his body, so Luo Chuan found Uncle Li Fan. After all, he was the factory director.
Although Uncle Li Fan is the factory director, the factory is not his. He went to find Lin Jingtian, but Lin Jingtian chose the investor side for commercial interests. In the end, the matter of Luo Chuan's girlfriend was left unresolved, and the repairman Ryan continued to live happily in the factory. After hearing this, Li Fan finally understood the reason. Luo Chuan did it out of hatred. Chapter 90, Something Dug Up from the Seabed. Hatred can completely change a person, let alone this kind of hatred. Li Fan felt that he had no right to blame anyone. In order not to upset himself, he could only choose not to look at it. Out of sight, out of mind. Xiao Mo, how did Wei Lai become the factory director? And didn't Lin Jingtian stand on the side of the investors? Did Wei Lai want to disgust him and bring him under his command? But I don't think Lin Jiao looks like that. When Uncle Li Fan traveled through time, he wanted to make a career in Shenzhen, but his wallet was stolen right after he got off the train. The only 300 yuan he had was gone, so he watched the station for 3 days and chased after the thief whenever he saw him. The thief wanted to lead him to a remote place where he had his people, but Uncle Li Fan was a good fighter and his little brothers were beaten so badly that they couldn't get up. The thief had to continue running away, but unexpectedly he accidentally entered the kidnappers' territory. The kidnappers were Lin Jingtian's family. Because of Uncle Li Fan, her family was spared. In order to express their gratitude, they let Uncle Li Fan work as the director of a small factory. Regarding Luo Chuan's girlfriend, although Lin Jingtian chose the investor, he also gave Uncle Li Fan 500,000 yuan, and this 500,000 yuan was the capital for him to make a fortune. Uncle Li Fan wanted China to become stronger and no longer be bullied by outsiders, and Luo Chuan was his first follower. As for Lin Jingtian, it was because his wife later died at the hands of those people for some reason. After Uncle Li Fan learned about his situation, he invited him to work with him again, and this time he did not hesitate, threw away his original business, and started from scratch. After hearing this, Li Fan finally understood the reason. No wonder Lin Jingtian can have a place in Longsheng International, but Longsheng is only the source, he should have many industries of his own. Xiao Mo, what is Luo Chuan's mission this time, and how long will he stay underwater? The time cannot be determined for now. The original mission was to detect seabed mineral veins, but later a special fluctuation was detected, so the mission has changed. Let's first figure out what this special fluctuation is. Hearing the word special fluctuations, Li Fan raised his eyebrows, and a mysterious feeling suddenly arose. Could it be an alien base? It's hard to say, maybe it's true. Xiao Mo also joked. But no matter what, Li Fan was very curious. He also wanted to know what kind of fluctuations could make the entire fleet abandon the mission of mineral exploration. 2 days later, when the fleet arrived at its destination, Xiao Mo told Li Fan that this was already a deep sea area, and except for China, no one else in the world could reach such a depth. At the command desk, Luo Chuan patted Li Fan on the shoulder. We are now at a depth of 8,000 meters. Hearing this number, Li Fan was immediately shocked. Currently, the depth that humans can detect is 11,000 kilometers. In order for the equipment to work underwater for a long time, it must have super strong pressure resistance. The submarine won't explode, will it? Li Fan asked with some concern. When the people on the ship heard this, they all burst into laughter. Li Fan, do you know how deep the ocean bottom is? 11,000 kilometers. It's on Baidu. Li Fan answered with certainty. But Luo Chuan shook his head. No, I tell you, the deepest sea is 30,000 meters, which is the limit of human exploration. Do you know how deep our submarines have reached? Li Fan shook his head. I don't know.
19,000 kilometers, this is the limit of our submarine, and the seabed at this depth is very turbulent. Li Fan raised his eyebrows.
What does this mean? Is there a sea monster or something? Sea monster? You can also think of it this way.
A creature that can survive under such horrific pressure can already be called a monster.
Its body is as hard as iron and it is very difficult to deal with.
If one of them appears in our group, I dare say that without special means, none of us will survive for more than 2 hours.
Hiss. Li Fan took a deep breath.
He had never imagined that deep sea creatures could be so terrifying.
Captain, look, something is coming. A crew member pointed and saw a black shadow approaching the fleet at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it approached the fleet, and its huge figure gave people a strong sense of oppression. Launch the super torpedo. Luo Chuan ordered. Yes.
Then the crew immediately pressed the launch button. I saw a huge tentacle coming and wrapping around the torpedo.
Goo.
The torpedo exploded and the tentacle was directly cut off.
The huge figure seemed to feel threatened and immediately chose to flee.
At this moment, Li Fan was completely shocked. He had once wondered what was in the deep sea, and now he had seen it with his own eyes.
The seabed is really not calm. Now you know why the seabed is calm, right? It's only 8,000 meters. We must use super torpedoes. Dive down, the signal source is below.
Luo Chuan gave the order, and then his ship began to dive, and the other submarines followed suit. However, their submarines formed a circle to protect Luo Chuan's submarine. Obviously, this was not the first time they did this. In this way, they could also counterattack the unknown creatures from any angle at any time. Deep-sea drills, probes, and super torpedoes are ready. The deep-sea drill is ready.
Detector ready. Super torpedo is ready. Put.
Luo Chuan stared at the screen and gave the order again. At one time, a large number of detectors were released, and the drill bits were also lowered down, using a combination of sections. The machine starts to operate and the deep-sea drill begins to drill a hole downwards. The water there was muddy from the agitation of the drill.
This is a very long process.
On the first day, I used 1,000 meters of bricks but didn't drill anything. But by the next day, the detector detected something different. The drilling speed of the drill bit has obviously dropped a lot.
Stop right now.
Luo Chuan roared madly, and waves could still be heard from below, which meant that the things inside were still usable.
If they were damaged, it would be a waste of time and effort. Captain, we are at 8,700 meters.
Starting from the mud layer on the seabed, the drill head is 1,700 meters, a total of 10,400 meters.
There is a lot of stuff down there. If we clean it up, it will probably take a long time. That has to be cleaned up too.
I'm sure there's something incredible down there.
If it's not something left behind by aliens, it must be ancient human civilization. We have to get it up.
When Li Fan heard their conversation, he suddenly felt a headache.
How long would it take to clean up something 1,700 meters deep? And this is deep sea, I'm afraid it will be even slower to clean up.
Although he also wanted to know what was down there, he also wanted to go home very much. So, he patted Luo Chuan on the shoulder.
Luo Chuan, I want to go home early. No one can leave. This is a moment that will change human history. Chapter 91. No one can leave.
Hearing this, Li Fan's mouth twitched suddenly. After all, he and the man with the golden mask have the same blood. But his words were of no use at all. Luo Chuan actually refused to buy it. Luo Chuan seemed very excited at this moment.
Li Fan could even see his blood vessels bulging with excitement.
Fortunately, the crew members were relatively rational and tried to persuade him. Captain, this is deep sea, more than 8,000 meters deep, but the thing is 14,000 meters deep.
We have to dig at least 1,700 meters deep. I don't know how big and thick the thing is. This is a huge project.
Yes, Captain. Even if we get all the machinery down, it will probably take more than 2 years.
If we keep everyone underwater for so long, I'm afraid everyone will go crazy.
However, Luo Chuan ignored all this and spoke excitedly.
Do you know what it means if this thing is dug out?
Luo Chuan slammed the table hard, and everyone was startled. What's down there will be the greatest discovery of this century.
Every one of us here will go down in history.
Luo Chuan became more and more excited as he spoke, and his eyes were filled with fanaticism.
Captain, this matter cannot be delayed, take action now and clean it up immediately.
Having said that, Luo Chuan turned around and walked to the other side, no longer paying attention to the advice of the crowd.
Everyone looked at each other, but they could only do as they were told. Standing next to Li Fan was the adjutant of Ship A, Zhang Yutao.
Although he was also excited, he was not as excited as Luo Chuan. This will truly be the greatest discovery in the world.
Zhang Yutao raised his lips and asked everyone at the scene, have you ever thought that the things below can actually emit waves? It is very likely to be a high-tech product?
Zhang Yutao's speculation was immediately recognized, and they all nodded in agreement.
We thought so too, but Deputy Captain, don't you think the captain is a little too excited?
Yes.
I also think that the captain is a bit too excited. No matter what high-tech product is underneath, we must dig it out.
But it is unrealistic for the captain to be so anxious.
Deputy Captain, I think you should report the situation to your boss.
We need submarine mechanical excavation equipment, and not just a little bit. Otherwise, if we have more than a dozen submarines operating at the same time, it may not be completed in 2 years.
Zhang Yutao nodded, you are right, I will discuss this with the captain immediately.
At this time, the excavation equipment below has started. Before Zhang Yutao left, Luo Chuan had already returned here.
Zhang Yutao, I've heard what you said, but this matter is top secret. No one is allowed to leave without permission. Unless something is dug up, no one can move.
Luo Chuan looked at everyone, a smile appeared on his lips, and then he continued speaking.
You think I'm crazy, but have you ever thought that we are now at a depth of 8,000 meters and can no longer communicate with the outside world? In this case, this secret can definitely be kept.
But don't forget, there are not only our own people on the submarine now. There are more than 20,000 people who have been captured, and there are such people on every submarine.
If anything unexpected happens to the submarine that left halfway and it is occupied by those people, can we still keep our secret?
That's why I ask you to start digging now, and no one can leave.
After Luo Chuan said this, everyone realized that he was worried that the secret would be leaked. Luo Chuan opened the communication and gave an important order to all ships.
From now on, no matter which ship, including mine, if there is any unusual movement, attack immediately.
Do not hesitate. Everyone was shocked.
Zhang Yutao stepped forward, stood beside Luo Chuan, and added, Captain, in order to reduce the risk to our submarine, we will now conduct an extreme audit of those prisoners and try to squeeze out all their information in the shortest possible time.
There is no need to keep useless people.
Luo Chuan nodded and said, a small group of people will operate the mechanical excavation, and the rest of the people will conduct an extreme review of all the prisoners. Anyone who is related to KB will be eliminated directly, regardless of gender. For businesses, important people, and elites, a value assessment will be conducted. If the value does not reach the billion level, there is no need to keep them. If they are women, a more rigorous verification must be carried out.
Everyone must undergo a combat capability assessment. The presence of combat capability means there is danger. What we need to do now is to eliminate all hidden dangers. All ships, immediately begin to execute and eliminate all possible hidden dangers. Ship B received. Submarine A received. Ship D receives. A massive extreme audit begins.
Li Fan knew that he had made up his mind. If the things under 1,700 meters cannot be dug up, the ship will definitely not be able to leave. Because they discovered a super big secret.
It may involve alien civilizations or ancient civilizations.
But no matter which one it is, it will be a major discovery.
No wonder he didn't give himself face.
He valued the things below more than anything else. Each ship had 10 temporary interrogation rooms specifically for interrogating the prisoners.
Countless crew members took turns to conduct the review. During the interrogation, all kinds of voices can be heard.
Sometimes, if the person being interrogated is not a man, they will relax themselves first before conducting the investigation. Stop hitting me, please stop hitting me, I'll tell you. You bastards, I am God's people, you can't threaten me with these means, you will get nothing. 10 Tell the truth, otherwise you won't be able to walk out of the interrogation room alive.
Whoa, snap. Keep giving me the electric shock.
We don't have the stuff on the prison submarine, but we have plenty of ways to torture you.
If you want to live, confess quickly. Bitch, raise it higher.
In the interrogation room, there are all kinds of sounds.
In addition to screams, wails, and that kind of noise, blood often flows out. The methods used in interrogation are absolutely unbearable for ordinary prisoners.
But Li Fan knew that Luo Chuan and the others had to do this.
After this extreme interrogation, I'm afraid that the number of prisoners left will not exceed 10,000.
Li Fan didn't want to hear these upsetting voices, but to go to the cafeteria, he had to pass through here. When I passed by a room, the door happened to be open.
Luo Chuan and Zhang Yutao walked out together, arm in arm.
Seeing Li Fan, they both greeted him.
Li Fan just nodded lightly and didn't say much. Li Fan, do you want to go in? Luo Chuan grinned and asked. Li Fan looked inside and saw 4 women.
None of them had any injuries on their bodies and they were obviously cooperative.
We are now 8,000 meters underwater, and we will be staying there for a long time. It is not good to hold it in all the time. Zhang Yutao's mouth corners also rose. No, I don't have that hobby.
Li Fan shook his head and turned to leave. Luo Chuan and others were used to these things, but he didn't want to get involved in such bad things. But before he took 2 steps, Luo Chuan called him. Li Fan, let's go to the secret room and talk. Li Fan frowned, but nodded, turned around and followed Luo Chuan to the secret room. Chapter 92: The Glorious History of the Man with the Golden Mask.
When he arrived at the secret room, Luo Chuan first scanned it with the equipment.
He felt relieved only after checking it. Then he took out a cigarette and handed one to Li Fan.
This time, Li Fan took it and Luo Chuan took the initiative to light it for him.
If he hadn't been unable to go home, he would have been very upset.
Li Fan, I know you miss home, but I have to do this. I can't let a single submarine go up there. If it's controlled by those prisoners, our secret will be exposed. Aren't you already eliminating the threat? If you're so scared, why don't you gather all the prisoners on one ship and put them under heavy guard? That way, there won't be any threat. I will do that later. After this extreme review, it is estimated that only 1/10 of the people will be able to stay, and most of them are women. After all, there are too many brothers on my ship. I can't treat them unfairly. I have to give them some benefits.
When Li Fan heard the number 110, he narrowed his eyes. Originally, he estimated that it would be less than half, but Luo Chuan was even more ruthless.
Maybe later, he would be even more ruthless for safety.
It all depends on the value of what is dug out below. After all, in his eyes the entire fleet was not as important as the secret below. He wanted to persuade Luo Chuan to kill less, but Luo Chuan would definitely not listen to him. Besides, this was public waters, and no one would care even if someone was killed. Although he and the man with the golden mask belong together, for Luo Chuan, he and Lin Jia have the same idea, and he is not him after all.
Once you gather the prisoners together, does that mean I can leave? Li Fan asked. This was the issue he was most concerned about. But Luo Chuan shook his head.
I must eliminate all hidden dangers now, even electronic information transmission. I don't have absolute trust in my own crew.
There may always be a traitor among us. So, I can't take this risk.
Once the things below are dug out, I will immediately bring them back to China.
Only when I get there can I feel at ease.
Hearing this, Li Fan frowned, and the muscles on his face trembled.
Oh shit.
It's more than 2 years, and it may not be completed yet.
When I go back, how will I explain it to my family? Li Fan, don't blame me for being ruthless to you, but there can't be any mistakes in this matter. Luo Chuan said firmly. Let's not talk about the distant past. Let's take Sang Xingui as an example. How many surprises has it given us? It has even washed away our cultural history. The ancient times are becoming more and more like a mystery. Li Fan nodded. This was indeed true.
The objects unearthed from Sang Xingui have indeed cleansed the Chinese people's understanding of history, and at the same time, have also supplemented the deficiencies in our understanding of history.
Moreover, the excavation there is still underway, and perhaps even more surprising secrets will emerge in the future.
Seeing Li Fan nod, Luo Chuan smiled and continued speaking.
But what else has been excavated from Sang Xingui, besides archaeological research and enriching our understanding of history? Before Li Fan could answer, Luo Chuan had already given the answer. That's all. These are all that Sang Singui has given us. Li Fan nodded, it was indeed the case. Luo Chuan, I know what you want to say. The things below are sending out special signals, which means that there may be high-tech products below. Whether it is an ancient relic or an alien spaceship, once we dig it out, our technology will leap forward. Yes. This is inevitable. The sea is more than 10,000 meters deep. Except for China, few people in the world can reach this level. As for how long the thing below has been lying there, no one can tell for sure. If it can lie quietly for countless years under such strong pressure, the intensity must be unimaginable. You are a top student, and you will understand many things clearly without me having to explain them in detail. Ha! From what you said, I can see that you are quite knowledgeable. Li Fan shook his head. Luo Chuan laughed, I look extraordinary because of my experience. Another reason is that I learned a lot from him, but I only have a junior high school education. When he heard that he only had a junior high school education, Li Fan was stunned. Luo Chuan smiled and continued, you heard me right. I only have a junior high school education, but in our era, very few people could go to junior high school, so I was considered a top student in that era, but compared to him, there is still a world of difference. Li Fan knew that Luo Chuan was talking about the man with the golden mask, who was his future self who had traveled through time. The power of knowledge is truly terrifying. Luo Chuan sighed and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. I'm sure you are very familiar with his story. With your current thinking, you can also think clearly about it, but at that time I was confused by his dazzling operations. When he went to Thailand, he only had 500,000 in capital, but he used this 500,000 to borrow hundreds of billions of Thai baht from Thai banks. At that time, I thought he was crazy, and Thailand was also crazy at that time. Lending had become so loose. He started a company with 500,000 in capital, and then took out a mortgage to borrow money. He used the money to continue running the company, and then continued to borrow. Every time, the Thai bank was very happy. In just a few months, his company sprang up all over Thailand, and most of them were shell companies, with the number reaching a terrifying 200 plus. Bonds, shares, etc. are purchased between companies. And these things can be mortgaged again. This operation method is simply unimaginable. In just a few short months, he borrowed hundreds of billions of baht directly from Thai banks with 500,000 in cash. This was not the end. He went to Malaysia, Singapore, and other places and continued to take out loans using his Thai assets as collateral. That's the craziest thing I've ever seen. As a result, SLS, a financial giant, was able to make such huge profits when it reaped the benefits of Thailand. Later I heard him say that the original profit from SLS was only over 4 billion, and he couldn't break this rule. But because of his participation, SLS's profits far exceeded that of others, so he used the resources in his hands to deal a fatal blow to SLS, allowing him to maintain this number. When Luo Chuan said this, his face was full of admiration. Information is very developed nowadays, and the principles behind many things can be understood after careful consideration by many people. For example, Mr. Ma in a certain place did this. He used more than 3 billion yuan of funds to carry out a series of leverage operations and lent trillions of yuan to the Chinese people. This method is incredible, and it was even more shocking in the 1990s. The advantage of the man with the golden mask is that he is a man of the future and has mastered some unknown methods to achieve this level. I had never seen anything so crazy, and from that moment on, I admired him to the extreme. That time, SLS won more than $4 billion, while he quietly made hundreds of billions. After that time, we returned to China, and he started a new operation. Chapter 93, Luo Chuan persuaded me to calm down. When he left China, he said that he would make China rise rapidly, so he had to make a lot of money. He did it, and when he returned to China, he began to implement it step by step. The real economy is the foundation, and technology is the top priority, but China at that time had nothing. With strong capital, he invested in factories, companies, and scientific research in various places. What puzzled me the most was that he paid generous compensation to a bunch of kids to learn Yin-Yang theory and basic electronic theory. It was not until the emergence of the Pango system, which completely defeated all major operating systems in the existing world, that I learned his true purpose. These kids had never touched a mobile phone or any of the 3 major operating systems, but they created the Pango system that surpassed all systems. Windows, Linux, iOS, these can only be plug-ins now. Li Fancheng lived in the present time, so he naturally knew these things. You know, before he traveled through time, the world was still dominated by the 3 major systems because everyone was used to it. And that era was the era when the Chinese internet was rising. He got ahead of it and stopped everything. When Luo Chuan mentioned these, the admiration on his face never stopped. Can you imagine Western medicine dominating the world? Luo Chuan asked a question, but Li Fan shook his head. In today's world, traditional Chinese medicine is dominant. You can get a rough idea of whether you are healthy or not by just scanning. The biggest meme of this century is a video. A man scans it with his phone. Mobile phone, congratulations, you're feeling a little weak, buy some more wolfberries to replenish your body. The video is short, but it reflects the current reality. Mobile phones have been integrated with traditional Chinese medicine equipment to check your health status, and there is no need to queue up in hospitals anymore. Western medical equipment mainly uses X-ray scanning, but any scan will produce a certain amount of radiation to the body, which can cause great harm to the body. But Chinese medicine is different. It emphasizes look, listen, ask, and feel. Among Longsheng's Lunsen chips, one chip incorporates knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Use the words look, listen, ask, and feel to the extreme. Facial scanning and body examination have become basic functions. If you are still worried, you can go to the free medical treatment equipment to undergo 3 other accurate examinations. Today's medical care is so cheap, all thanks to Longsheng's Lunsen. He once mentioned that in his time, Western medicine was dominant, Western medical equipment was extremely expensive, and Western medicine became mainstream, but it brought great harm to the people. Many people could not afford to get sick, and once they got sick, they would face the possibility of losing everything. But what about now? People can scan their physical condition anytime and anywhere, and master their health status. With early prevention and guidance on how to regulate health, people's life expectancy has been improved. Health preservation is the biggest topic of this century, and Chinese medicine is knowledge that is being studied all over the world. His brilliance has changed the entire China and benefited the entire world. There was a golden light flashing in Luo Chuan's eyes, and Li Fan knew that his admiration for the man with the golden mask came from the bottom of his heart. There are many more. You can find out for yourself. Let's get back to the topic of the deep sea. Luo Chuan took a deep breath, and the admiration on his face gradually faded. This excavation will have a profound impact on the entire human race. If it is an alien spacecraft, once it is thoroughly studied, we will break through the constraints of the universe and develop towards interstellar civilization, and we Chinese will be the leader of the entire world. Finding a new home or transforming the solar system and other planets will no longer be a dream. I am really looking forward to this day. If what's below is the remains of an ancient civilization, then perhaps we can see what the ancient gods look like. With archaeological excavations around the world, humans have also learned that ancient civilizations were not what we imagined. The Egyptian pyramids, Mayan civilization, and many ruins all prove that mankind once had a glorious history. Why did human civilization suddenly degenerate and start over? If what we unearth is an ancient civilization, then these mysteries will be solved. I am really looking forward to it, and I am eager to see whether what is below is the relic of ancient civilization or the product of alien technology. As Luo Chuan said this, the excitement on his face never stopped. It was precisely because of these that he was so excited. In Li Fan's opinion, Luo Chuan was like this because he was greatly influenced by the man with the golden mask, that is, his future self. The man with the golden mask changed China and the whole world, and he also wanted to change. If this excavation is successful, his achievement will be on par with that of his idol. Li Fan, I'm telling you this so you should understand why I issued this series of orders. How could I not be cautious about something that could change the entire human civilization? We are the descendants of Yan and Huang. We were born in China and our hearts must be in China. So when it comes to these things, I must give priority to our own country. Looking at the world today, only we Chinese have such virtues and talents to lead the world. We had meat and they had soup. Look at how much suffering those who believe in God have brought to the world. They don't deserve it. Although I am extremely strict with my crew members, there are bound to be traitors, so I have to be careful. We cannot allow any accidents to happen during this excavation. The reason I want to talk to you is that I hope you can accept everything calmly and wait for the excavation to be over with peace of mind. Li Fan sighed, took a deep breath, and nodded. Seeing this, Luo Chuan immediately patted him on the shoulder. If you were not the him of the past, I would not tell you this. Although you are not him yet, I know that your heart is the same as his, and you are in our China. Okay, I know my limits, so I'll stay with you under the sea for 2 years without any worries. I just hope that during these 2 years, my wife won't be angry because I left. Hey, why are you worrying about this? Have you forgotten that there is a future you? Don't worry, he will take care of your family. You don't have to worry about your wife, because she was once his wife. How can he not take care of her? Oh shit. Li Fan couldn't help but swear. Although what Luo Chuan said was right, he just wanted to beat him up. Click, click. Li Fan's fists were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. Seeing this, Luo Chuan immediately found an excuse to slip away. Ah! I remembered that the daughter of that business tycoon is still lost. I have to go and save her. Having said that, Luo Chuan quickly ran out of the secret room. Chapter 94 Food Problem. In the isolation room, a large group of women gathered together. They were still wearing tattered prison uniforms, and many parts of them had been cut off to make it easier for the men on the submarine to act. The next room was where the men were held, but their number was pitifully small. Bang! The door opened and all the women were startled. These days, they have been subjected to all kinds of torture, and all the valuable things in their bodies have been squeezed out. And these days, they are also frightened. There were originally 2,000 prisoners on Ship A, but now there are only more than 300, of which more than 200 are women. Someone passing by saw that there were only dozens of men in the next room. You. And you. You, and you. The two crew members called out more than 10 people in succession. Those who were called out immediately followed them out, and then the door was closed again. Damn, these scumbags treat us like slaves. A woman said indignantly. When we were in the prison submarine, we could still enjoy the carnival every day, but when we came here, we completely lost our freedom. That's right. Only when they need our services will some of us be able to go out. Those who refuse to obey have been beaten into submission. It's because we have been prisoners all this time. If we don't provide good service, we will be beaten. They will also show us videos of the Sun Country and ask us to follow their example. All the women were indignant and vented their anger. All the secrets in them have been squeezed out, and the remaining value is to serve as a bus for these crew members. This is the meaning of their existence now. Okay, shut up. Haven't you seen how many people have died in the past few days? Yes, not only men, but also many of us women have died. I'm afraid more people will die later. At the foot of the wall sat a woman named Anna, the daughter of business tycoon Lurga and Colonel Mia. She stared at the cameras on the four corners and wanted to destroy them, but she was unable to do so because the cameras were behind special glass and could not be reached at all. More than 2,000 people have died in these days, and she doesn't know when it will be her turn. Because she has a big secret that involves the United States. Anna observed the survivors, those who were related to terror, both men and women were dead. Those who had some fighting power were either injected with drugs or eliminated directly. She didn't want to die, and she had no choice but to keep her secrets and her body. Now she only hopes that her beauty can attract these Oriental people. But she didn't want to sit there and wait for death. She wanted to find a flaw and lead this mob to capture a ship, so that they could escape. In addition, she was also keeping an eye on the women in the room, looking for suitable teammates. Luo Chuan, you have decided to stay underwater for more than 2 years, but are there enough oxygen and food in the submarine for that long? Li Fan has calmed down and no longer misses home, but since he is on the submarine, he also has to care about everything on the submarine. Luo Chuan issued a special order, and Li Fan had special privileges. Except for not being able to leave, all other orders had to be obeyed by all fleets. Luo Chuan also gave him a fleet position, commander. Hearing Li Fan's question, Luo Chuan laughed twice. You actually worry about this? Don't worry, we will never lack oxygen, even if we stay in this deep sea for a lifetime. Have you forgotten that water is a combination of hydrogen and oxygen? This technology is already quite mature in our China. As for food, it is a problem. It was originally enough for 3 years, but with the addition of prisoners, I don't know if it can last until the end of the excavation. Thinking of this, Luo Chuan's face was filled with worry. Although they were in the sea, they were in the deep sea of 8,000 meters. There was nothing else here except some powerful sea monsters. He also couldn't send submarines up there to catch fish. At that depth, the information could already be transmitted to the outside world, and he didn't want to take the risk. Aren't there some problems with the excavation? I don't think it will be completed in more than 2 years. Li Fan reminded that in addition to the place where the drill bit drilled, a lot of hard minerals were found when cleaning the surrounding area, which would increase the difficulty of excavation. Damn it, I should have set up a recycling planting area in the submarine and brought some botanists over.
Hearing Luo Chuan's complaint, Li Fan rarely smiled.
I didn't expect that this would stump a commander like you. Are all the food inside the submarine ready-made? Not really.
Fruits and vegetables are all frozen, as are grains and meat.
Luo Chuan nodded in reply. Fruits have seeds inside, and we can try to cultivate vegetables again. We can also use grains as seeds for experiments. As long as one succeeds, there won't be any big problems. Hearing Li Fan's suggestion, Luo Chuan shook his head and said, we lack the materials for training.
We don't do scientific research, and basically no one on the crew knows how to do this.
Have you forgotten there are another group of prisoners?
You don't understand, but some of these guys are experts.
Hearing this, Luo Chuan's eyes immediately lit up and he gave the order immediately.
Sort out the information on the surviving prisoners, and list those related to botany separately for me.
No problem, Captain, we'll do it right away.
Soon, Luo Chuan selected 15 people. Looking at the list, Luo Chuan slapped his head hard.
Damn it, it's a good thing we didn't get rid of all these men.
11 out of the 15 were men, and they were all elites. Now that we have found them, let's gather them all here and conduct experiments on our ship first. From today on, excrement can no longer be discharged into the sea, Li Fan reminded.
Of course. When the people come over, you stay and watch over them.
I'll go discuss the excavation plan with everyone else.
Li Fan nodded, and Luo Chuan immediately turned and left.
Leaning back in his chair, Li Fan sighed.
It seems like it won't be completed in more than 2 years, Moya. I'm sorry. Brother Li Fan, don't be sad. Xiao Mo is always with you. Xiao Mo can imitate Sister Moya's voice. Do you want to listen? And Xiao Mo has recorded the embarrassing things you did before. They are all from your perspective. If Brother Li Fan misses her, I can show it to you. Hearing Xiao Mo's voice, Li Fan's mouth corners raised. Besides our embarrassing things, can't we watch other things? Yes, Brother Li Fan, do you want to see it now? Well, just play whatever you want. I really miss her. You don't have to imitate her voice. Just play the original voice for me. Okay, no problem. Xiao Mo replied, and then a series of images appeared in his mind. These are all the little moments I spent with Moya.
Seeing this, Li Fan's mouth curled up unconsciously.
Chapter 95, Cultivating Food, Anna seeks an assistant. John. Exist. Gavara. Arrive. Morse. Arrive. In the room, Li Fan called out everyone's names one by one.
They didn't know why they were suddenly gathered together. This time, they did not experience torture.
Anna. Arrive.
Anna was among them, and she really wanted to know why these dozen people were suddenly gathered together.
Judging from the situation, it seems that they are going to be assigned tasks.
In this case, she will have a chance to figure out the situation on the ship. Maybe before long she'd be able to team up with someone and seize a ship. At this moment, she kept looking around. Although there was a camera, there was only one in the room and it had a blind spot. This was great news for her. Li Fan stood in front, looking at the people standing in 2 rows. They had all kinds of skin colors and several different hair colors, which was quite strange. Everyone was looking at Li Fan, but most of them had worry on their faces because there were 8 men with guns standing behind Li Fan. From today on, you will live in a separate area. You cannot go anywhere except the designated places. You are all experts in botany. Now I ask you to grow these things into seeds and then plant them. As he spoke, Li Fan pointed to the grains, vegetables, and fruits beside him. As for the things needed to make the culture medium, they had already been prepared for them. Anyway, they are all minerals, and a lot of unused things have been replaced inside the submarine. These waste materials can be used as raw materials for culture medium. Everyone suddenly understood, and Anna's eyes were shining as she looked at the materials. Because there is iron in it. If used well, it can become a deadly weapon. I just mentioned all the names. You can familiarize yourself with them. Now you can start working. Divide the work among yourselves according to your own specialties. Those 3 rooms are for you to rest. Why do we want to grow seeds? Rolf asked. This is the task assigned to you. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Li Fan snorted coldly. Then we want welfare. We used to be able to party several times a day in the submarine prison, but here we are completely prisoners. We want fine wine and food,
we want women, and we want to party. Ha ha. Li Fan raised his lips and pointed at Anna and the others. Aren't they women? It depends on your own ability. Fighting is prohibited. If anyone disobeys, you have already experienced the consequences before.
Hearing this, everyone changed color. They had all been interrogated and naturally knew the situation. Rolf looked at Anna and the others, then turned to Li Fan and made a new request.
We have 11 men, but they only have 4.
I demand that we be given assistance, and they must be women. Li Fan had also considered the issue of assistance. When letting these foreigners farm the land in the future, manpower would certainly be needed, but it was not needed at the current stage.
Wait until you grow the seeds first.
After saying that, Li Fan turned around and walked out the door. The crew members followed him out and closed the door. There are surveillance cameras inside, so Li Fan is not afraid of them doing something wrong. Now, he is in charge of food, which is relatively easy. Back in the room, he had already moved in surveillance equipment, with a total of 4 screens, 1 for the training hall and 3 for the rooms where they lived. It's nice to be able to work while lying down. Li Fan stretched his body, but in the blink of an eye, he was dumbfounded.
Damn it, these guys are now fighting over women.
Li Fan shook his head. This kind of thing was inevitable, but he didn't expect that they would fight about this first. But it has been stipulated that they cannot fight and can only resolve the issue in a civilized manner. After a struggle, the 4 men succeeded and then went into their respective rooms. Before, they had been partying every day in the submarine prison, and now that they have the chance, they will definitely go for a high-speed drive first. Looking at the surveillance footage, Li Fan immediately notified the crew in charge of the area. For those who have girlfriends, give them an hour, and for the rest, let them start working immediately. In the cultivation room, those who failed in their courtship immediately ran to observe the situation inside the room. Although they could not get it, they also wanted to take a look. After all, when I was in the submarine prison, I could watch it at any time in the hall. But unfortunately, just as they ran to the door of the culture room was opened.
The 7 of you, start working immediately. Everyone in the room, listen up. You only have 1 hour, and you must come out to work in 1 hour.
The 7 people immediately began to prepare the culture medium unwillingly. They felt very unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. Anna chose Rolf because he could make requests directly to the manager, which showed that he was bold, and he was exactly the kind of person she needed. When Rolf made the request, she had already chosen this person in her mind. While the 2 of them were going crazy, Anna stared at the camera, looking for her blind spot.
I'll do it.
Anna shouted, changing from passive to active, but when she turned around, she successfully avoided the blind spot of the surveillance.
Rolf, from today on, we are officially partners. We cannot become slaves of these Orientals. We have to find a way to escape. Anna was very proactive, but she whispered in Rolf's ear. Impossible, we can't escape. Rolf also replied in a low voice. The 2 of them were moving very intimately and were whispering in each other's ears. They were confident that the surveillance cameras could not record their voices at all. Why? Anna, do you know what we just saw? We are in the ocean, and we are from 10 different submarines. How is this possible? Weren't we rescued by a ship? It's true that they were rescued by the ship, but it's obvious that these ships can be transformed into submarines, a total of 19. This is definitely a mysterious organization with deep pockets. Even China can't spend huge sums of money to build such a mysterious underwater team. Moreover, when I came here, I found that there was no light or any living creatures below, which means we are in the deep sea. There is no way we can escape from this situation. Hearing this news, Anna was so shocked that she couldn't speak, but she was unwilling to become a slave. My dear, you can't think like that. As long as there is a chance, we must find a way. If we can seize a submarine, we will have a chance to escape. From today on, we must concentrate our strength. My dear, we are a free nation. We must fight for freedom. We should not compromise. Rolf's face turned red, his head tilted back, and his breathing became much heavier, but this situation did not disturb his thoughts. Anna, you're right, we must fight for our freedom and cannot be enslaved by them. When Anna heard this, a victorious smile immediately appeared on her face. Oh, baby, darling. Seeing him like this, Anna cooperated and sped up. Chapter 96 Internal Disharmony. With Anna and Rolf as the leaders, they were secretly making weapons while making the culture medium.
Of course, they also put their heart and soul into cultivating seeds.
If they are not serious, they will not be able to have enough food. Luo Chuan's strategy is that if you don't want to starve, work hard. And it turns out that this approach is very effective. In just half a month, a lot of seeds of fruits, vegetables, and grains had been cultivated. The next step is to transform the internal areas of the submarine and use some of the original areas as food production areas. Of course, the internal space of a submarine is limited, so the amount of food that can be produced is definitely limited.
But Luo Chuan's goal is not to achieve self-sufficiency, but to be able to sustain it for a longer period of time. By accelerating means, plants grow faster. A month later, all submarines were able to eat fresh vegetables. The cycle of grains and fruits is longer, and even if they are transformed, it will take several months.
Well, don't say that I don't take care of you. These are the 5 cleanest people I picked out. They are in good health.
Although they are in the submarine prison, they are in a unique area. They are protected. Luo Chuan brought 5 women to Li Fan, all of whom were around 20 years old.
Xiao Mo scanned it and immediately gave the identity information of 5 people. Emisa is the only daughter of Lita, a financial tycoon in the United States. Yuna is the daughter of Phil, a U.S. technology giant. Eve is the daughter of Brian, the diplomatic ambassador of Kangaroo Country.
Shirley is the daughter of Kino, the fruit king of Kangaroo Country.
Maria is the daughter of David, a financial tycoon from the romantic country.
The similarities between the 5 people, besides being young and beautiful, is that they have a powerful father.
Who could have imagined that such a group of princess-level figures would be imprisoned in a submarine prison?
Now that they have been intercepted by Luo Chuan, he doesn't care how valuable these people are.
Li Fan could imagine that in order to keep the secret, these people would stay under the ocean forever and would never be able to return home. I don't need these.
Li Fan said coldly.
That's your business. By the way, I would like to remind you that there are many brothers on the ship. If you don't want them, no one wants them. You don't have to touch them, but you can be their maids. I have assigned them tasks.
From now on, bathing, back scrubbing, massage, etc. will all be theirs.
If they can't do it, they will have a different fate.
Hearing this, Li Fan narrowed his eyes and stared at Luo Chuan. It is undeniable that Luo Chuan is very ruthless, especially when dealing with outsiders, he is ruthless to them.
Li Fan, don't talk about human nature. I have seen more evil in Southeast Asia.
Not to mention their father, even ordinary people, when they go to Southeast Asia, they show up in a different posture. They have unhappy lives in their own countries, but when they come here, they can enjoy a life with beauties everywhere, and just by spending a little money, they call themselves saviors. It's called saving fallen women in Southeast Asia.
I don't deny this kind of thing.
I work in South media, so of course I know about this kind of thing, but I think you are very extreme.
Ha ha. I'm extreme? You didn't live in that era, so what do you know? How much humiliation did our compatriots suffer in that era?
My girlfriend and I were about to get married, but she lost her life because of a skilled worker, and she didn't get any punishment afterwards.
Is it because he is from the United States?
That technician was just a lowly person in his native place, but when he came to us, he showed off his power and enjoyed the treatment like an emperor.
Why? Is he born noble? This is just my personal example, and there are countless similar examples. Since they don't treat us as human beings, why should I treat them as human beings? Today, our China can lead the whole world and stand at the top of the world. It is because of his hard work. It is he who made China so powerful. How could you, who were born later, know that we have enjoyed the peace brought by life for too long and have forgotten our past of being oppressed? After hearing this, Li Fan said nothing more. He has different ideas from Luo Chuan, so no matter how much he says, it will be useless. After Luo Chuan left, the 5 young girls stood there at a loss. One of them took the lead and lay down on the bed, and the others followed. But Li Fan ignored them and just watched the people busy in the breeding room. Seeing this, the 5 people sat up and looked at the surveillance on the screen. The monitoring area has been increased from 4 to 8, and 4 of the areas are cultivation rooms. Master, are they growing crops?
Shirley asked, but she called Li Fan master. Li Fan glanced at Shirley and just said him as a response.
It looks like we'll be staying under the sea for a long time. Shirley was quite smart and thought of this right away. Why do we have to stay under the sea for so long? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask.
Li Fan's tone turned cold, although he did not agree with torturing these prisoners and using them as slaves. But the secrets of the seabed must not be known to them. This is true for every crew member on the ship.
It is forbidden to discuss underwater secrets in front of these prisoners.
The scope of activities of these people is also very limited. Even many people on the ship didn't know that they were at the bottom of the sea, just like they didn't know that the prison where they were held was a submarine. At the same time, Jiang Yutel looked at the person in front of him with a grim face. That was a crew member of Ship A.
Soon, Luo Chuan entered the interrogation room and looked at him with a cold expression. Wu Ming, you disappoint me. I'm sorry, Captain, but I really like Natasha. Her tragic experience has deeply touched me.
I want to help her and help her get out of her suffering.
Oh. Luo Chuan sneered, then slapped the table hard.
UF King sympathize with her, but who can sympathize with us in the past? Everything we have today is the result of our own hard work. The blood of our ancestors brought us the peace we have today. I'll give you a chance. As he said that, Luo Chuan shouted, "Bring her in." And the woman named Natasha was brought in. Wu Ming raised his eyes and found that she had more wounds on her body, and it was obvious that she had just been tortured. At this moment, the fire in Wu Ming's eyes rose instantly, but was suppressed in the blink of an eye.
However, this instant change in expression was seen by Luo Chuan and Jiang Yutel. When
a sharp knife was stuck on the table, and Luo Chuan spoke coldly to Wu Ming. Wu Ming, this is your chance to reflect on yourself.
If you kill her, you will still be one of us.
Wu Ming picked up the knife, walked up to Natasha, and the expression on his face changed continuously. Anger, struggle, and unwillingness were constantly intertwined, making his face look somewhat hideous and distorted. After struggling for a long time, he finally dropped the knife.
Seeing this, Luo Chuan looked unhappy.
Put Wu Ming in prison clothes, confiscate all his belongings, and lock him up with this woman.
Yes. Wu Ming and Natasha were taken away. Damn it, it's only been over a month and something like this has happened to me. It's just an isolated case, don't worry.
Jiang Yutao patted Luo Chuan on the shoulder and comforted him.
What do you mean by not worried?
Wu Ming is one of our crew members.
If he doesn't keep his mouth shut, everything we do will be known to these people. We can't be careless at all. Jiang Yutao nodded and Luo Chuan narrowed his eyes. Keep a close eye on Wu Ming and this woman.
If you find them talking about something they shouldn't be talking about, kill them on the spot.
Including Wu Ming? Yes. Any hidden dangers must be eliminated for me. Chapter 97 Pursuer. Emisa, Yuna, Eve, Shirley, Maria. The five of them used to be little princesses, pampered in the palm of their hands, but now they have become maids, serving Li Fan's eating, drinking, defecating and urinating, and even have to wipe PG for him when he goes to the toilet. The submarine prison has smoothed over their arrogance, and now they are all as docile as lambs. Originally, Li Fan didn't want to be served, but Luo Chuan used some tricks. No matter who it is, if they fail to serve Li Fan properly, they will be beaten severely. In this way, they will serve more diligently. After seeing them being beaten several times, Li Fan stopped refusing, so as to prevent them from suffering such unnecessary pain. Li Fan estimated that if he refused these people's service again, he might not even be able to keep the last innocence of the five people. Someone feeds him when he eats and someone massages his legs when he is tired. Li Fanka has never enjoyed such treatment before. But the sound of his master calling him really made him feel uncomfortable. But if they didn't shout like that, they would also be beaten. In the end, Li Fan stopped caring about these trivial matters. At this moment, he was lying on the bed, and the five little princesses were massaging his legs, kneading his back, and pressing his shoulders. After spending a long time together, they got to know Li Fan's personality thoroughly. Judging from everyone's attitude towards Li Fan, his status on this submarine is very high. In order to escape in the future, they are particularly attentive to Li Fan's service. From time to time, she would tease Li Fan and use her elastic little white rabbit to stimulate his sensitive nerves. Xiao Mo would remind Li Fan from time to time not to mess around. Even if Xiao Mo didn't remind him, he wouldn't do anything rash. Master, next time you come back, can you bring us some fresh fruits? Maria pressed Li Fan's shoulders, put her mouth close to his ear, and asked softly, breathing out hot air. Yes, but only apples, pears, and citrus at the moment. It didn't take long. Through the accelerated cultivation of those botanists, fruits were produced in just 3 months. With the current cultivation speed, even staying on the seabed for 5 years is not a problem. Originally, I could only stay there for 2 years, but because of this planting plan, the time was doubled. Thank you, master. Maria immediately clapped her hands happily. Thank you, master.
Several others also immediately expressed their gratitude.
This is really like a slave existence.
Li Fan knew that whenever Luo Chuan chose his playmates, his most basic requirement was that they call him master. In his heart, he completely treated those people as slaves and had them kneel down to serve him every time. Luo Chuan transferred all his hatred to these outsiders. No matter where they came from, as long as they were not Chinese, he treated them equally. Li Fan got up and went to the bathroom, and Shirley rushed to follow him in, but she failed to do so because Li Fan resisted her charm.
Brotherly, the captain invites you to the conference room. A sweet voice sounded. Good. Li Fan responded and went out.
A beautiful girl was standing at the door. When she saw Li Fan coming out, a smile immediately appeared on her face.
It was a very sweet smile.
This lovely girl is called Wang Yu, and she is a crew member of Ship A.
Brotherly, have you broken through your defense today? Wang Yu asked. Is this the only issue you care about?
Li Fan rolled his eyes at Wang Yu and went straight towards the meeting room.
Of course I care.
These foreign girls think you are their savior and will definitely do everything they can to seduce you. Brotherly, promise me that if you can't hold it back one day, just come to me.
My room is always open for you.
Hearing this, Li Fan shook his head and looked at Wang Yu.
Xiao Yu, don't set your sights on me.
Although most of the men on the ship are lecherous and go looking for female prisoners every day, there are also many who don't mess around. You two are colleagues and work together, so it's very convenient.
No matter what, I just like you.
Wang Yu said, quickly catching up with Li Fan and then taking his arm.
Xiao Yu, I've already told you that I have a wife, and when I return to land in the future, I will never go to the sea again.
I won't destroy your family, because I love my current job very much, and I want to spend my whole life exploring the underwater world, so I won't go ashore.
Brotherly, promise me that you will stay there until this excavation is over.
Wang Yu looked at Li Fan, his eyes full of earnestness.
But Li Fan still shook his head.
He did not expect that there would be pursuers in this sea.
Hey, sister, are you confessing to our brotherly again?
At the door of the conference room, a woman stood there, looking at the two of them with a smile. This was another suitor of Li Fan, named Wang Yu, who was Wang Yu's biological sister. It is also rare that two sisters not only like the same job, but also like the same person.
But the relationship between the two was not very harmonious.
After the two men came forward, Wang Yu took Li Fan's other arm and used the soft little white rabbit to massage Li Fan's arm.
Wang Yu, what are you doing?
Wang Yu shouted.
Can't you see what I'm doing?
Wang Yu smiled and continued with the previous movements, making comfortable sounds from time to time.
Wang Yu, you are shameless. From childhood to adulthood, you have always wanted to snatch everything from me. Now that I finally like someone, you also want to snatch it from me. You are too much.
Wang Yu's face was full of anger, but Wang Yu didn't care.
Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Li Fan hurriedly stopped them and turned to look at Wang Yu. Have you had enough tofu? No, I want to eat more.
Wang Yu's face was full of smiles. Li Fan shook his head, pulled his hands out, and pushed open the door of the conference room.
Wang Yu, can you please be a good person and stop snatching everything from me? Did I offend you in my previous life? That's why I have a sister like you. You like it, and I like it too. What am I stealing from you? Besides, brotherly already has a wife. If you say I stole her, aren't you the same? Wang Yu blushed immediately.
She didn't expect that she would like a married man. Xiao Yu, we've been in contact with Brotherly for a few months, and we all know his personality very well. This way of pursuing him will definitely not work.
How about we work together and win him over directly?
I'm sure that even if you stay by his side every day and keep confessing your feelings, you won't get what you want. I thought Wang Yu would refuse, but unexpectedly, after frowning and thinking for a while, she actually nodded.
Okay.
In the conference room, the captain and deputy captain of the submarine AF and the ship gathered together. When Li Fan entered, they immediately turned their eyes to him. After all, Li Fan is the only one in the fleet who has privileges.
Sit.
Luo Chuan pointed to the seat opposite, and Li Fan sat down without hesitation.
With so many people gathered together, there must be something important to discuss.
The excavation work has been going on for several months, but the seabed mud is too thick and it is located in the mineral vein, so the progress is slow. At this stage, we have only cleared more than 300 meters.
We gathered everyone together today in the hope that everyone can come up with a better excavation plan. Chapter 98, Uncovering New Solutions, Unexpected.
The excavation progress was very slow, so Luo Chuan was naturally anxious, and others also actively participated in the discussion. After all, no one wanted to stay so deep under the sea for so long.
The discussion was lively and everyone expressed their own opinions.
But the ore veins were very hard, which undoubtedly made excavation extremely difficult.
Moreover, seabed ores are extremely precious.
They are the main material used to build various high-strength equipment.
They cannot be abandoned and must be mined.
Many people have analyzed that the age of the mineral formation is very long ago, so long ago that it is beyond human records.
Li Fan listened to everyone's data reports and kept thinking in his mind. Li Fan, you've been depressed for a while. Tell me what you think.
I believe you want to dig out the things as soon as possible more than anyone else.
Luo Chuan's words successfully drew everyone's attention to him. Li Fan glanced at everyone and his brows relaxed.
Just now when you guys were releasing all kinds of data, I was wondering, how wide is this mine? It's beyond our detection range.
If it's any further, the submarines will have to separate. Captain N replied, and Li Fan immediately understood that because of Luo Chuan's order, the submarines dared not make any unusual movements. Did you bring out some of the things down there?
Everyone shook their heads, and the captain of Submarine C gave a data. The drill bit did drill some holes, but it was severely damaged and was washed away by sea water when it came up.
I do have an idea.
The existence of this thing is not at the same time as the formation of the mine.
Perhaps the formation of the mine is older than the things below.
Li Fan smiled faintly.
How is this possible?
The thing below must have existed first, and then the mineral vein was formed.
Nothing is impossible.
I even suspect that the thing below just found a cave temporarily, and then for some reason, it remained here, and then was gradually covered by the mud on the seabed.
Your idea is very bold.
Luo Chuan raised the corner of his mouth, and the others nodded in agreement.
Very bold indeed.
Li Fan smiled slightly. If my guess is correct, there is a natural cave under the mineral vein. Even if the seabed mud settles, it will not be as hard as the mineral layer.
We just need to get a pipe down,
then stir up the seawater below, pump it to a far place, and then the bottom will gradually become empty. If my guess is correct, there should be an exit below, so we don't need to spend so much time here.
We just need to find that exit and drag the things below out of it.
Li Fan's proposal immediately made everyone fall into deep thought, and then they began to calculate one by one.
After a heated discussion, everyone decided to give it a try.
Because if Li Fan's guess is true, it will only take a few days to verify it, which is nothing compared to 2 or 3 years. However, the meeting did not end there, because if Li Fan's guess was incorrect, then the matter still had to be cleaned up from top to bottom. Everyone also put forward their own plans. Finally, it was decided to drill downward in a circular motion and in a linear motion, just like drilling a hole in brick or wood. As the circle goes down, a large solid piece will appear in the middle. At that time, the entire center will be dragged away, and the mining progress will be improved.
Plus, this is in water, so with the buoyancy, it will be much easier.
So, everyone started to implement 2 plans at the same time. On one side, Li Fan was muddying the seawater and pumping the sea mud to other places. Although it was a mineral vein, sea mud was washed here every moment. Therefore, the extraction of sea mud is not only carried out below, but also above at the same time. After the meeting, Li Fan came to the planting base. After all, he had promised the little princesses to bring them some fruits back. After the seeds were successfully cultivated, a lot of people were transferred in due to the need for planting, and the number of people directly increased from 15 to more than 80. There are a total of 19 submarines, and each one is underway, so there is basically no idle people on the ship. These elites from all over the world never imagined that they would become farmers one day. And they were still peasants without any freedom.
Carnivals are secretly held in the planting areas every day.
But it is not as brutal as the prison submarine. Moreover, there are more women than men now, and some people have to change several times a day.
The door opened and everyone looked over. Li Fan ignored these people, took a box and directly ordered people to pick fruits. Anna and Rolf are also helping.
But the 2 of them communicated with eye contact while picking fruits. Because they didn't want to be discovered by the people on the ship, they decided to use the primitive Morse code, which was done by blinking.
As long as you turn your back to the camera, no one will notice you. Anna, I have already found out about this Li.
He was originally one of us, but now he has a very high status. This means that this mysterious force is here to save him.
Rolf, I think so too.
If we can subdue him and threaten the people on the ship, then we have a chance to escape.
Anna, we have the weapon with us now, why don't we take action now?
Rolf, this opportunity is rare, it has to be now, but it requires the cooperation of others.
Anna, send the message to everyone now. So Anna and Rolf kept winking at everyone. After spending some time together, everyone has mastered this way of communication.
After receiving orders from Rolf and Anna, everyone was passing messages to each other, but there was only one piece of information.
Capture the Oriental man named Li. Capture the Oriental man named Li. Capture the Oriental man named Li. Soon, the box was full.
Li Fan waved his hand, and a crew member climbed up the wall to hold the box, while the others remained on guard.
Mr. Li, let me help you. Anna ran over first. Let me help you too. A few more people came over. Li Fan had already seen everyone's initiative.
After all, they all wanted to leave here, so they often took the initiative to help. Of course, when helping, they will also show off their graceful figures.
If they want to leave, if they can get close to someone, that is the most direct way. Although no one has succeeded in this way yet. No thanks. Li Fan refused and turned to leave.
At this time, a group of women came close to him and began to show off their figures. Not only him, but several crew members were also surrounded by them.
Suddenly, Anna took out a steel needle and inserted it directly into Li Fan's neck. The others immediately helped and prepared to tie up his hands and feet. Bang!
Li Fan reacted quickly, threw Anna to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw and snatched her steel needle.
The crew members reacted and immediately opened fire.
If you want to launch a sneak attack, you need to practice more.
Li Fan raised the corner of his mouth and held Anna tightly. Yeah? A steel needle was placed on the neck. It was Rolf.
Immediately, Li Fan was pulled up, and Rolf controlled Li Fan to move backwards while shouting angrily.
Stop it, or I'll kill him. Chapter 99 Gentle Trap. What are you going to do?
The crew members raised their guns but did not dare to move. Put down the gun, or I'll kill him. Rolf roared, his body leaning against the wall. The rest of the people immediately moved toward the wall and stood with Rolf and Anna. The crew members looked at each other, but no one put down their guns.
We can talk it out, as long as you let Mr. Li go.
The crew members negotiated because they knew Li Fan's position on the ship. You despicable Orientals treat us as slaves and play with us at will.
We want freedom and we want to go home.
A woman shouted for freedom, and the rest of the people immediately followed suit.
We want freedom. We want to go home. Rolf controlled Li Fan, while Anna began to negotiate with the crew. Gather your crew and leave this submarine now, or we will kill him. Impossible.
To tell you the truth, any submarine that dares to move will be bombarded by other ships, even our own, unless you want to die. One crew member explained, but Anna and the others couldn't believe it.
Do you think we are fools? I say it again, right now. Immediately.
Put down your guns and take your men away from this submarine. But all the crew members remained motionless and still held their guns. Anna saw this, her eyes burning with anger. Rolf, make him see blood. Rolf immediately raised his hand and was about to stab Li Fan in the shoulder, but when he raised his hand, Li Fan moved, and another over-the-shoulder throw was thrown into his hand, and another steel needle fell into his hand. Seeing this, Anna immediately ran over to grab it, but it was too late. Li Fan has been careless once, so he can't be careless a second time. He will knock down anyone who comes his way. When the crew saw this, they showed no mercy and immediately opened fire.
Day. Many people fell to the ground.
The situation was hopeless, and in order to survive, the remaining people all lay on the ground and surrendered. More than 30 people died in a burst of gunfire.
Although Li Fan felt reluctant, these crew members were not under his control.
Although he had the authority as commander, he ordered them not to move. Li Fan stepped on Rolf's head, glanced at the people lying on the ground, and shook his head, saying, "They are right.
Your threats are useless. If any submarine shows any abnormality, it will be bombarded by the other submarines. You can't escape."
After saying that, Li Fan let go of Rolf, picked up the fruit on the ground and went out. As for what kind of punishment they will face in the future, Li Fan no longer has the heart to ask. He has seen so much blood during this period that he has become numb. After returning to their room, Maria, Shirley and others immediately stepped forward to inquire about the situation. After all, they had seen everything that had just happened from the surveillance camera.
Li Fan just shook his head and put the fruit on the table. Master, are you telling the truth? Shirley asked. Li Fan nodded. Yes, until the mission is completed, no one can leave. No matter which submarine it is, if there is any abnormal movement, it will be collectively attacked by the other submarines. Hearing this, the 5 people's faces turned pale instantly. If this order is given, even if someone resists and seizes a submarine, it will be useless. 5 people were responsible for serving him, and Li Fan never let his guard down against them. Even the weakest sheep could hurt a lion. Although the little princesses were protected, the people in the planting area were not protected. It's better to talk about it now, so they don't have to worry about it anymore. At the same time, Rolf, Anna and others were all taken to the interrogation room. The interrogation naturally involves torture. Pa.
Anna was slapped in the face repeatedly. Her face had been shaped like a pig's head, with blood flowing from the corners of her mouth.
Anna didn't say anything, but her subordinates confessed everything. While making plant culture fluid, they secretly made steel needles with the intention of resisting and hijacking the submarine. But they knew they were weak, so they thought of kidnapping important people and using them as bargaining chips to threaten them. Thus, a large-scale manhunt for prisoners was launched. After this time, Luo Chuan ordered the execution of hundreds of people again. He never treated these prisoners as human beings. After a wave of operations, there were only more than 800 people left out of the 19 submarines. This wave of shock made everyone dare not make any unusual movements. In addition, the order for ships to monitor each other was also notified to all prisoners to put an end to their thoughts. As the plan was implemented, everyone felt that Li Fan's guess was correct. Under the hard ore layer, there was a lot of seabed mud. After stirring it up and pulling it out, an empty area indeed appeared. However, the 2 plans are still being implemented simultaneously. After all, it's not the real bottom yet. If your guess is correct, we may be able to speed it up several times. I also hope that my guess is correct. Li Fan narrowed his eyes. If his speed increased, he could leave and return home earlier. Didn't I match you with 5 clean girls? And the 2 sisters Wang Yu and Wang Yu also have their eyes on you. They couldn't help but just pick one to sleep with. Fuck. Luo Chuan, is there nothing else in your mind besides this? Yes. I want more girls. Li Fan was speechless and simply stopped talking about this with him. There have been fewer sea monsters recently, and I really want to see the full picture and what species it is, but I've never seen it clearly before. Nonsense, we are making such a big noise here that even if there are sea monsters, they would have been scared away long ago. And we will bomb them every time they come. Do they want to die here for no reason? Li Fan nodded, thinking that this was true. Have you ever caught one alive? Not yet. These deep-sea creatures are very powerful and not easy to capture. After the mission here, perhaps we will organize a special capture operation later. So many tentacles were broken, but you didn't even get them up. Hearing this, Luo Chuan immediately shook his head. I won't act rashly without absolute isolation. These deep-sea creatures are so strong. If they carry a virus, it is definitely not an ordinary virus. I can't just blindly bring them up before I'm ready. Li Fan nodded, thinking that this made sense. Mining is progressing, the food problem has been solved, and the most important thing now is supervision. Li Fan stopped chatting with Luo Chuan and turned around and left. In the corridor, I ran into the 2 sisters Wang Yu and Wang Yu. Unexpectedly, they were already fighting with each other with blood all over their heads. They were wrestling and arguing, and he was still the center of the argument. Li Fan quickly stepped forward and pulled the 2 apart. I think you guys have nothing better to do than to fight. Disband, no more fighting. Wang Yu snorted coldly, turned and left. Wang Yu lay in Li Fan's arms and cried, complaining at the same time. The more she cried, the sadder she became. Li Fan wanted to leave, but Wang Yu just kept crying in her arms. Don't cry, I'll take you back. Wang Yu continued to wipe her tears, holding Li Fan's arm and talking non-stop. She moved her other hand behind her back and made an okay gesture. On the other side, Wang Yu saw Wang Yu's gesture through the gap, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Chapter 100 Brother Li Fan, you are not clean anymore. Fuck. When Li Fan woke up, he couldn't help but swear. His hands and feet were tied, with 2 sisters, Wang Yu and Wang Yu, lying on top of him. He remembered last night very clearly.
After sending Wang Yu back, she kept hugging him and crying. After drinking the tea she handed him, his consciousness gradually became blurred. He knew that he had been set up by Wang Yu, and now seeing Wang Yu also lying on him, he naturally knew that the two sisters had joined forces to stage a drama for him.
Brother Li Fan, you are not clean anymore. Xiao Anmo snorted coldly, but Li Fan had nothing to say. I've been telling you to pay attention, but you just wouldn't listen. Now you're in trouble. Let's see how you're going to explain to Sister Amoya when you get back. Humph. Looking at the two sisters lying on him, Li Fan really wanted to slap each of them, but his hands and feet were locked with silver bracelets, so he was powerless and could only struggle left and right. The shaking woke Wang Yu up immediately. After the two woke up in a daze, they saw Li Fan struggling and smiled. Brother Li, stop struggling. From today on, you are our exclusive husband. As she said that, Wang Yu kissed Li Fan on the face. Sister, we are not married yet, you are just my boyfriend. Wang Yu reminded, looking at Li Fan who was unable to move, with a smile on her face. All the same. You two are so shameless. Li Fan shouted angrily. It's shameless, but we two sisters have finally fallen in love with someone, how can we let you slip away like this? Brother Li, we will study hard. As Wang Yu spoke, she took out her cell phone, which contained a short video of the Sun Country. Okay, you've succeeded, let me go. Li Fan said with a cold face. It's impossible to let you go. Once we let you go, we won't be able to get along with you anymore. Wang Yu's face was full of smiles, and Wang Yu nodded in agreement. Yeah, sister is right, Brother Li, you are ours until the mission is completed. Fuck. Li Fan was speechless. If this was true, he couldn't imagine what kind of devastation he would face in the days ahead. I need to go to the bathroom. Li Fan could only find other reasons, but he believed that the two must be prepared. Okay. Wang Yu kissed Li Fan, then immediately jumped off the bed and brought a tube and a bottle. Seeing this scene, Li Fan's mouth twitched suddenly. I want a large size. Li Fan frowned and thought, even if you are well prepared, you can't solve this big problem like this, right? If I just loosen one hand, he will have room to resist. However, just as he said this, the two sisters stood on either side, squatted down, pushed and pulled, and a space was created in the middle. When Li Fan saw this situation, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. They even thought of the problem of the large stool. These two sisters are really amazing. Ouch, forgot about the sheets, fold them in half next time. Well, sister is right, I will change it later. Then the two of them pulled out the sheets and cushions, leaving the middle space empty. To make it more convenient for Li Fan, the head and foot of the bed were raised to form a 45-degree angle. Li Fan bent his body like this, and now he was a half-folded Chinese character, with a bucket placed underneath. Spicy next door. This posture is indescribably awkward and uncomfortable. Brother Li, pull it. Don't be embarrassed, we'll pour it for you later. Li Fan was speechless. Who the hell can I go to for justice? On this submarine, he would not expect anyone to come and rescue him, especially Luo Chuan. If he knew about this, he would definitely applaud. Jiang Yutao could try, but he probably wouldn't be able to withstand Luo Chuan's pressure. Seeing that Li Fan remained unmoved for a long time, the two immediately knew that Li Fan wanted to use this method to make them open the silver bracelet. Brother Li, don't have any illusions. We know you are powerful, but this bed and handcuffs are made of special materials. You can't break free. As he spoke, Wang Yu had already cut 2 pieces of the bed sheet and handed one to Wang Yu. The red color on it was very eye-catching. Are you sure? How could this be wrong? Keep it. Wang Yu nodded and waved it in front of Li Fan, smiling. Brother Li, we sisters have never treated you unfairly, see? Don't worry, it is not repaired, it is guaranteed to be original from the factory. Li Fan really didn't expect this. As far as he knew, the two of them had quite a few suitors. I didn't expect it to be in factory fresh condition. But no matter whether it was original or not, he couldn't stand being imprisoned by the two of them. But there was no one of his on the ship. Sister, let's go ask the captain for a room change later. One with a wider toilet door. I remember there are a few rooms like this. It will be more convenient to push a bed in. Yeah, I thought so too. Let's go find the captain. As they were talking, the two sisters were about to go out, and Li Fan shouted hurriedly. Hey, you guys are just going to leave me like this? Brother Li, please bear with it for a while. If we leave and you need to go to the bathroom, no one will help you. Brotherly, we will find a way to make you more comfortable later. Bye, see you later, ah.
The two sisters said this and blew him a kiss at the same time. Then the door was closed.
This is so fucked up. How am I going to explain this to Moya when I get back? He, it's your fault for being careless.
I warned you a long time ago that those two women were not easy to deal with, but you just didn't believe it. Xiao Mo said to Li Fan with some dissatisfaction.
Xiao Mo, please help me think of a solution.
Li Fan had no choice but to ask Xiao Mo for help. He didn't want to be tied up by the two of them and played with by them for the rest of his days.
I can't help it. Luo Chuan would like you to be like this. Alas, one misstep will lead to eternal regret. Li Fan sighed. Brother Li Fan, accept your fate.
These two have devoted their lives to ocean exploration and will not entangle you. Li Fan shook his head.
That's not certain. If we continue like this, what if we have a child? Anyway, it's their own decision. It has nothing to do with you. When you leave the ocean, that's when you make your final decision with them.
Not long after, the door was pushed open. When Luo Chuan saw Li Fan like this, he burst into laughter.
Li Fan, you are so lucky.
The two beauties in my team actually took the initiative to use such a cruel trick.
Ha 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 ha.
Luo Chuan became more and more arrogant, and Li Fan wanted to slap him twice, and his teeth were chattering. Sisters Wang Yu and Wang Yu ran to Li Fan and asked him if he still wanted to go to the toilet. Luo Chuan, if you don't want to have a conflict with me, get me down right away, or I'll never let you go.
It's none of my business. I didn't tie you up.
Click, click.
Li Fan's teeth were chattering. With the support of that bitch Luo Chuan, wouldn't the two sisters be able to ascend to heaven?
Wang Yu, from today on, you two will take turns to attend the same class, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Hearing this, the two sisters were immediately delighted and quickly expressed their gratitude to Luo Chuan. Li Fan could only curse a few more times, my pie.
Chapter 101. The Earth is round and the Earth is square.
Ever since the two sisters Wang Yu took turns working, there was always someone staying by his side. The two girls would drive his car when they had nothing to do, and they would compete to see who drove it more often.
Li Fan struggled, but couldn't resist.
All four limbs were tied up, and the more he struggled, the more he seemed to be cooperating.
So, he just lay down and let the two of them do whatever they wanted.
Wolfberry, red dates, ginseng, deer antler, and other tonic foods are taken every day.
But the situation is that the more you supplement, the more empty you become. What's the point of feeding me these every day? Can you two sisters behave properly? Brotherly, don't blame us. The time we have together is limited. We can only make up for the regrets of this life here on the bottom of the sea. Don't worry, we sisters said we won't bother you, and you don't have to be responsible.
Even if we have children, we will take care of them ourselves.
After leaving the seabed, we are all over the world. We must seize this rare opportunity. Li Fan could only sigh helplessly.
Now he just hoped that the excavation could be finished soon. Although Luo Chuan would tease him every now and then, he would still tell Li Fan about the progress of the excavation.
Li Fan's guess was correct. The bottom was indeed hollow.
With the current mud pumping operation, it would take about 4 or 5 months before we could completely see what was on the seabed.
This is undoubtedly the best news for Li Fan.
Finally, I am going to escape the clutches of these two sisters.
Brotherly, I want to kiss you on the mouth. No. You've already done it down there, why would you still care about the up there? No means no.
Wang Yu curled her lips and moved closer, but Li Fan's mouth remained tightly closed. In the current situation, he was completely forced, but if he opened his mouth, it would be a complete betrayal.
How stingy.
Wang Yu hit him lightly and then wrote on him.
Spicy next door. There are still many months of days like this.
When Li Fan thought of this, he felt a pain in his balls. With such a crazy pace in creating two sisters, he was afraid that by the time he would be left with only a skeleton.
After 3 months of pumping mud, we are almost reaching the depth below.
At this time, the two sisters told him a very bad news at the same time. Both sisters were pregnant.
Spicy next door.
Li Fan was having a headache because he and Moya didn't have any children yet, but he had one with another woman first. A feeling of powerlessness welled up in his heart. Every day he would shout a few words, "I'm sorry, honey, I was forced." The actions of these two sisters cast a shadow on his life. Looking at the two sisters crying with joy, Li Fan couldn't help but twitching the corners of his mouth.
Hey, you two, now that I'm pregnant, you should let me go now, right?
Hearing Li Fan's words, the two sisters looked at him at the same time. Wan Yu blinked her eyes, pondered for a while, and said, logically, we just got pregnant, so we can't bother you anymore, but we also know that if we let you go, you won't care about us anymore.
Sister is right.
In order to keep you with us, I'm sorry, brotherly, we can't let you go for the time being. Wang Yu agreed with Wang Yu's words very much. When Li Fan heard this, he suddenly felt that the world was dark.
Even if we can't do that, we are still very happy to have kisses and hugs every day.
As Wang Yu said this, she lay on top of Li Fan and kissed him hard.
Wang Yu didn't want to be outdone and kissed him on the face.
Half a year later, the sea mud below had basically been drained out.
Much deeper than originally intended.
However, it took a lot of time for the seabed mud to settle.
The things below are about to come out.
Luo Chuan immediately deployed a large number of detection machines. Everyone was looking forward to this scene, and in order to fulfill Li Fan's wish, Luo Chuan also placed an electronic screen in the two sisters' room. At this moment, Li Fan stared at the screen without blinking. He was very excited and wanted to see the whole picture after spending such a long time. Beside him, Wang Yu and Wang Yu were leaning on his left and right. Although it was not voluntary, the two of them already had his child, and they leaned on him, and he did not dare to move for fear of affecting the fetus. Luo Chuan allowed the two of them to focus on taking care of their pregnancies without having to continue working.
This is an unprecedented treatment. Finally, something appeared on the screen. The lights of countless detectors finally illuminated that area. It was a round object that looked like a pot cover. Seeing this, Li Fan's eyes suddenly showed a hint of disappointment. It must be an alien spaceship. Aren't all UFOs round in shape? Wang Yu said. I think so too. I wonder what material this UFO is made of. It can stay on the seabed for such a long time. Moreover, the pressure in the sea is very strong. Wang Yu agreed. The detectors continued to spread, and the light gradually covered a wider area. The further down you go, the bigger things get. The wider the circular coverage, if this is an alien spaceship, it will undoubtedly be a giant alien spaceship. When Luo Chuan saw this scene in the control room, a look of disappointment appeared in his eyes. I thought it was a product of an ancient civilization. I also wanted to see what the ancient gods look like, but it seems that this is no longer possible. Luo Chuan shook his head and sighed. Captain, are you too pessimistic? Who says that the products of ancient civilizations can't be in the shape of flying saucers? Is this exclusive to aliens? Zhang Yutao asked with a smile. Yeah, who the hell said that ancient civilizations couldn't be this kind of flying saucer? Luo Chuan slapped his head suddenly and continued to watch the detector spread. In Wang Yu and Wang Yu's room, the three of them also watched this scene quietly. As the detector spread, the end of the circle was finally seen. Then the probe began to move downward. But the bottom is square, the top is round, and the bottom is square. Li Fan constructed a model in his mind, but it looked weird no matter how he looked at it. Soon, the entire area of the square was revealed, which was a semicircle covering a cube. There is nothing else except this. As the screen switched, everyone saw a picture on one side, and the moment they saw the picture, everyone was stunned. There was a dragon carved on the picture. When Luo Chuan saw all this, his face was immediately filled with ecstasy. Although that dragon is different from the various dragons we draw now, since it is a dragon, it means that it is not an alien spaceship, but an ancient civilization, and this civilization is even closely related to China. The dragon is the best proof. The top is round and the bottom is square, which seems to be related to the words the sky is round and the earth is square. Captain, after measuring, it is 800 meters long and 800 meters wide. The incision we dug at the beginning is still a little short. If we make corrections, it will only take a month at most. Should we continue to look for the exit below? Luo Chuan shook his head. Since it won't take long to expand the cave entrance, let's expand the cave entrance directly and pull the things back to China first. Then we can come back and continue mining. Then we can find the exit and maybe we can find something else. Everyone nodded, expanding the hole while wrapping the entire object with steel chains. In a month, they will pull the stuff back. The person who was most happy to hear the news was Li Fan. Finally, we are going to get rid of these two female demons. But when he saw their bulging bellies, his brows immediately furrowed again. Chapter 102 The Future is Playing Tricks. Luo Chuan, what are you going to do with those prisoners? Li Fan looked at Luo Chuan and asked. In fact, he already had the answer in his mind before asking. What do you think? Luo Chuan raised the corners of his mouth, smiling like a devil. Are you going to kill them all? Li Fan narrowed his eyes. This is of course the best way, but I don't plan to do this. Remember that submarine prison we captured? We can use it again after some modification. Although the excavation was kept absolutely confidential from them, there was no guarantee that no one among them had heard it, so these people would never be able to leave, no matter how powerful their family background was. What's more, there is a dragon totem on the round sky and square earth, which is related to our ancient Chinese civilization, and it is also high-tech. After hearing this, Li Fan said nothing more, and he had no control over these things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been tied to the bed by two women for several months. Wang Yu and Wang Yu are about to give birth. Are you waiting for the baby to be born? Luo Chuan's mouth corners raised again, directly hitting Li Fan's sore spot. Fuck you. Luo Chuan, you son of a bitch, if you had helped me, this wouldn't have happened. Just wait, once I'm released, the first person I'll beat up is you son of a bitch. He. I'm really looking forward to it. But seeing that you've started to feel weak again recently, I'm afraid you won't be able to survive a single move from me. I'll have to have someone send you some more supplements. Luo Chuan still had a smile on his face, and the more Li Fan looked at him, the more he wanted to beat him up. You son of a bitch, it's all because you're helping the evil. I'm warning you, if you give them bad advice again, I'll have to punish you in the future. Li Fan was furious and was about to leave. This guy actually gave the two sisters a bad idea of cloning. I'm looking forward to it. Spicy next door. Luo Chuan walked out with an evil smile, while Li Fan struggled hard on the bed. If there was a beer bottle and his hands and feet were not tied, he would definitely throw it at him without hesitation. Wang Yu, if you cross my bottom line again, I will fight you to the death. Li Fan had never been so serious before. Even if the two of them locked him up for a few months, he would consider himself unlucky. But he absolutely would not allow cloning. The two women looked at each other and then looked at Li Fan at the same time. Brother Li, we won't do that. After all, we like you, not your replica. Wang Yu spoke, and seeing that Li Fan still didn't believe it, the two women raised their hands and swore to Li Fan. Brother Li, although we won't copy you, we don't want to have only this one child with you, you know. As she spoke, Wang Yu fiddled with Li Fan's body, while Wang Yu took out a test tube as usual. Fuck. Do you two have any bottom line? How many times a day do you want to build an empire? Who knows? Wang Yu raised her head and said with a smile, if there is a war in the future, the two babies in our belly will be the leaders of the army of children. After saying that, he buried his head again. Wang Yu also nodded, Brother Li, it's not a bad thing for us to stay a little longer. Besides, aren't you feeling better? The corners of Li Fan's mouth twitched. He couldn't imagine how he would deal with it if a bunch of children called him dad one day. A month later, Li Fan finally returned to land. The familiar sunlight from the past was particularly dazzling now. He knew that it was because he had stayed at the bottom of the sea for too long and it would recover after some time. After getting ashore, he did not go home immediately, but found an open space to sit down and smoke there. One cigarette after another, smoke rings one after another. Seeing him like this, Xiao Mo immediately comforted him. Brother Li Fan, if it's hard to explain, then don't explain it. You didn't do it voluntarily anyway. Forget about it as soon as possible and return to your normal life. Facing Xiao Mo's persuasion, Li Fan sighed and shook his head. Can I forget about this? What's more, we have a child now. The more I think about it, the more I don't know how to face Imoya. Why do you care about that? Anyway, the two of them have already said that they don't want you to be responsible. They will take care of the child themselves. How can they force you to take responsibility? Brother Li Fan, just listen to Xiao Mo and forget about what happened at the bottom of the sea. They are just passers-by in your life and will never have anything to do with you in the future. Spicy next door. Li Fan gritted his teeth and threw the cigarette butt to the ground. I stayed at the bottom of the sea for more than a year, and was locked in a room by two female demons for more than 9 months. He had never been treated like this before. When he left, he really wanted to punish Wang Yu and Wang Yu, but when he saw their big bellies, he held back. Especially in the last month, the two women have been learning from him and squeezing out what they have left.
And this bad idea was also proposed by Luo Chuan. After being released, the first thing Li Fan did was to look for the things the two women had taken out, but after searching all over the ship, he couldn't find where they were kept. In the end, he had no choice but to fight with that bastard Luo Chuan. But unfortunately, he failed to beat Luo Chuan and was instead severely taught a lesson by that guy.
Xiao Mo, contact the future for me. Okay. Xiao Mo will contact you right away.
Xiao Mo started contacting immediately, and soon the man with the golden mask appeared in his mind.
Li Fan, long time no see. Future, you know everything your good brother Luo Chuan did to me, right? No. So how are you going to deal with this? Nothing to do with it.
Hearing this, Li Fan immediately yelled in anger, "Fuck you, in the future, you and Luo Chuan will be the same, damn, you are both bastards, and if a bunch of children pop up inexplicably in the future, I won't care. I didn't ask you to be in charge, and there's no need for you to be angry about this kind of thing.
In the end, you took advantage of it. If you really want to punish Luo Chuan, it's not impossible. You can take my place."
Hearing this, Li Fan narrowed his eyes immediately, and the coldness in his eyes instantly increased.
Did you instruct Luo Chuan to do this? He once suggested that after all, he and I will grow old together. I thought about it for a long time and finally nodded.
10 years is too long, and it is inevitable that something unexpected will happen to us. If you don't take over, then these children will be the focus of training. They will all be my successors.
Spicy next door. If you want a successor, why don't you do it yourself? What are you doing to me? In the future, you will be nothing.
Li Fan thought it was Luo Chuan's idea, but he didn't expect it was the man with the golden mask. It was really uncomfortable to feel being plotted against, and it was his future self who was plotting against him.
Okay, I know you're angry, so I'll tell you the good news. You're going to be a father. Fuck your uncle. Future, can you please not mention this shit? Li Fan was furious. Future challenged his bottom line again and again. Calm down, the child's mother is Moya.
Hearing this, Li Fan was stunned. He quickly ran to the side of the road, stopped a car, and hurried back.
Chapter 103 Dad's Fury. Boss. Boss. Boss.
As soon as he entered the manor, the workers along the way greeted him, but Li Fan didn't respond to any of them and rushed straight inside. After entering the house, Li Fan glanced at the hall.
Moya was not there. Only the two elders were playing with the children in the hall. Dad, Mom. Hearing the sound, the two elders turned around.
Li Fan's mother immediately showed joy on her face.
Son, you're back, come and see your child. Aha!
Li Fan was so excited that he was about to step forward, but at this moment a loud shout was heard. It was his father's voice.
Kneel down. This roar startled everyone.
Li Fan looked up, only to see his father had a cold and ugly face.
Old man, why are you crazy? Your son just came back and you're yelling at him.
Li Fan's mother asked, but Li Fan's father still had a cold face, and the anger on his face increased instead of decreased.
Kneel down. Dad? I told you to kneel down.
Li Fan's father was about to look for a weapon, but there was nothing useful in the huge room.
So he pulled out his belt and went to Li Fan angrily. Papa papa pa.
Seeing this, Li Fan's mother rushed over and pulled Li Fan's father hard.
Old man, what are you doing? Your son finally comes back, why are you hitting her? Old woman, please get out of my way. I'm going to beat this bastard to death today. No, why did you hit him for no reason? Is it because he hasn't come back for so long?
Li Fan's mother tried to stop them, but was dragged upstairs by Li Fan's father and then locked in a room.
Bang, bang, bang. Old man, what's wrong with you? Let me out now. Bang, bang, bang.
But Li Fan's father ignored him and went downstairs again with his belt in hand. He walked up to Li Fan and started whipping him with the belt, each time with great force. Li Fan did not dare to fight back and could only passively take the beating. After fighting for a while, he finally stopped. Li Fan thought it was over, but he didn't know that this was just the beginning.
Come up here.
Li Fan followed his father upstairs. Li Fan's mother continued to bang on the door, but his father ignored her. When they arrived at Li Fan's room, his father closed the door and then slapped Li Fan twice.
Kneel down.
This time, Li Fan did not stand there in a daze, but immediately knelt on his knees. And his father started beating him again.
Papa papa pa.
While beating, he cursed Li Fan. Xiaoya was pregnant, and you were not here. She needed someone to accompany her with her big belly, but you were not here either. The baby has been born for almost half a year, and you are still not here. I don't have a son as irresponsible as you. What a bastard. Pa. Li Fan's father scolded him more and more fiercely and beat him harder and harder, but Li Fan didn't dare to say a word. In the other room, Li Fan's mother heard the noise and kept knocking on the door. At this time, the sound of a child crying was heard in the hall, and Li Fan's father stopped. Old man, open the door. Why are you so angry? You scared the child and made him cry. Open the door for me. Kneel down. Li Fan's father had a stern face, turned around and went downstairs. Soon, the child stopped crying, and Li Fan's father returned to the room with the child in his arms. He rocked the child gently with one hand and fed the child with a bottle with the other. Dad, let me take care of the child first. I can vent my anger later. Li Fan's father snorted coldly, but still sent the child to Li Fan. Li Fan's hands were shaking as he held the child carefully. His father held the bottle until the child's little hand took the bottle in his own hand. This is his child. The pink little face was very cute. While drinking milk, she looked at Li Fan curiously, and her black eyes moved from time to time. At this moment, Li Fan's heart melted. The pain from being beaten just now was completely forgotten. Tell me what you've been doing for the past year or so. Don't tell me about business or anything like that. Li Fan's mouth twitched. Looking at his furious father, he didn't know how to explain. Dad, it's not that I don't miss home, but I really can't leave. Bullshit. Li Fan's father spanked Li Fan again. From the moment you walked in, I could tell something was wrong with you. You looked haggard and out of breath. It was obvious that you had overindulged yourself in sexual activities. Did you think you could hide this from me? Hearing this, Li Fan's mouth twitched again. He had forgotten that his father had studied with an old Chinese doctor for some time. Oh shit. How do you explain this? You don't care about Xiaoya, such a good wife, but you mess around outside. I'll beat you to death. Pa. At this moment, Li Fan finally understood why his father was so angry. This was a complete misunderstanding, but he had no way of explaining it to him. Even if he did, he wouldn't believe it. He had no choice but to endure the beating. In order to ease the pain of being beaten, he could only focus his attention on the child. The pink little face is so cute. This is his child. At this moment, there was only one voice echoing in his heart. I'm a dad. After a long time, Li Fan's father was finally tired of beating him, but Li Fan still refused to speak, which made him even more angry. You bastard, I'm telling you, if you dare to bring those messy mistresses home, I'll break your legs. Dad, I didn't. Bullshit, you're already so weak, and you still dare to say you don't have it? Li Fan didn't know how to explain it anymore and could only change the subject. Dad, let's not talk about this, okay? Where's Moya? Humph, you still ask your wife. She's been busy from morning till night recently and is almost exhausted. What's going on? Is there something wrong with her company? That's not the case, but the number of orders has increased a lot recently, and she has to take care of many things. Hearing this, Li Fan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Li Fan, it was Uncle Li Fan's idea. Sister Moya has been missing you very much recently, so he used this method to divert her attention. Xiao Mo reminded Li Fan in his mind, and Li Fan just felt uncomfortable. Moya missed him, but didn't he miss Moya too? But in the underwater world, he can do nothing. Kneel down, you bastard. You are not allowed to get up until your wife comes home. No. Li Fan's father snorted coldly and walked downstairs with the child in his arms. Dad, I want to hold the baby for a while longer. Kneel down, the child is still young and needs to have his diaper changed all the time. I'll carry him up after he falls asleep. Seeing this, Li Fan could only sigh helplessly. Not long after, Li Fan heard a noise outside. It was the two elders arguing. Li Fan's mother didn't stop until her father told her the reason why he beat Li Fan. But she just couldn't believe that Li Fan would do such a thing. It was past 11 o'clock in the evening when Moya returned home. Dad, you're still awake so late, is the child making a fuss again? No, the child is already asleep. Xiaoya, have you eaten? I've already eaten, Dad. You should go to bed early.
Li Fan's father nodded, then turned and went upstairs. Emoya first took a shower downstairs and then tiptoed back to the room.
She did this because she was afraid of waking up the child.
Ah! The moment the light was turned on, Emoya was startled and leaned against the wall.
When she saw the situation in the room clearly, she was stunned where she was. In the room, Li Fan knelt on the ground, holding the child in his arms and rocking him gently. At this moment, her eyes were wet.
Chapter 104 Confession. Wife. Li Fan called softly and then put the child in the crib.
Emoya, with tears in her eyes, threw herself into his arms, and Li Fan was thrown directly to the ground, hugging him tightly, as if she was afraid that she would disappear in the blink of an eye. And Li Fan also hugged her tightly. Then, the two of them hugged and kissed each other madly, and the longing that had been suppressed for more than a year burst out at this moment.
For a long time. The two then separated. Emoya wiped the tears from her face and stood up.
Li Fan wanted to get up, but just as he stood up, he fell down. His legs had long been numb from kneeling.
Wife, help me.
Emoya wiped away her tears, quickly helped him sit on the bed, then threw herself into his arms and kissed him madly again. After a long time, the two separated again.
Emoya just lay quietly in his arms without asking any questions.
If it were an ordinary couple, they would have been angry because of the husband's behavior, but Emoya didn't. She believed that Li Fan would not do such a thing for no reason. Lying in Li Fan's arms, Emoya gently stroked his face.
There was no blame or questioning, only concern. Honey, you've lost a lot of weight.
Hearing this, Li Fan felt extremely uncomfortable. In the past few months, he has been feeling extremely weak, but there is nothing he can do.
Go take a shower early. Your feet are still numb, let's rest for a while.
Li Fan shook his head and kissed her on the forehead.
How long did Dad make you kneel? I have been kneeling since 11 a.m.
Hearing that Li Fan had been kneeling for a full 12 hours, Emoya shook her head slightly. The reason why she was so sure was because she knew the temperaments of the two elders. Li Fan's mother had always loved Li Fan very much and would definitely not punish him by kneeling. She knew Li Fan's temper very well. Even if he was wrong, he would not kneel on the ground and wait for her to come back. Emoya didn't ask him why he disappeared for more than a year, because she knew that if Li Fan wanted to tell her, he would definitely tell her.
Honey, I'm sorry.
Li Fan patted her back and apologized, but Emoya shook her head and then stroked his face.
Hubby, there's no need to apologize between us.
I believe you wouldn't leave for so long for no reason. Li Fan sighed that such a wife was truly a gift from God to him. I tried to get up, but my legs and feet were still numb.
Seeing him like this, Emoya simply helped him into the bathroom. This was the first time she helped Li Fan take a bath.
Looking at the belt marks on her back, Emoya felt distressed.
Why did Dad hit you so hard? He had a misunderstanding with me, and I couldn't explain it.
Emoya nodded, without asking any more questions, and gently helped him wipe his body.
Wife, let's take a shower together. Emoya blushed immediately, but still said then took off everything and soaked in the bathtub with Li Fan.
This was the first time they took a bath together after being married for so long. After washing, Li Fan's feet were still a little unsteady.
So Emoya took the initiative to help him into the room.
As soon as they reached the bedside, they saw those small dark eyes looking at them.
The little baby is so good. He doesn't cry or make a fuss.
He knows not to disturb Mom and Dad.
What nonsense are you talking about?
Emoya blushed, picked up the child and checked him. Hubby, get the diaper.
Li Fan nodded.
During the day, he had already become familiar with all the new things in the room. The diapers were right under the crib and he could get them by bending down. Emoya changed the child's diaper with a slight smile on her face. If you come back later, the child might start to feel shy.
Li Fan nodded.
He did not deny this. Even later, the child would be able to walk and call Mom and Dad.
Have you chosen a name?
I did. I wanted to wait for you to come back, but my dad wouldn't let me. He said he wouldn't care about a heartless man like you. Li Fan was speechless. He didn't expect that the word heartless man would be used to describe him. But thinking about everything in the sea, he felt that these words were truly worthy of his name. Seeing Li Fan frowning, Emoya gently kissed him on the face and continued speaking.
It's simple, just your last name plus my first name. Li Moya? Her grandfather is lazy.
Li Fan complained in his heart, but Emoya smiled and shook her head.
That's a good name, actually.
As they were talking, the diaper had been changed, and then Emoya picked up the child and lay down in Li Fan's arms. Li Fan hugged Emoya with one hand and teased the child's face with the other. "Baby, go to sleep, my dear baby."
This was the first time Li Fan heard Emoya sing.
Although it was a lullaby, her voice was so gentle. Perhaps this is the specialty of every mother, as long as they face their children, they are infinitely gentle. Soon, little Moya closed her eyes. Moya put her back into the crib and then leaned into Li Fan's arms again.
"Honey, I miss you so much."
As she said that, Emoya leaned a little closer into Li Fan's arms.
"I miss you too, but I can't leave." Emoya said and didn't say anything else.
She wanted to know why Li Fan had disappeared for more than a year, but she didn't ask.
Li Fan patted her back gently and sighed. Emoya could clearly feel the struggle in his heart. After a long time, Li Fan finally decided to confess. However, he decided not to tell anyone about Wanyu for the time being. After all, they had just reunited, and he didn't want to make Emoya even more sad. "Wife, I have something to tell you. It's a little weird, but you will definitely believe it." "You say." 7 years ago, Li Fan started with brain surgery. It was also because of that time that he had the fake system. And Emoya listened quietly. The story was indeed bizarre, but Emoya did not show any expression and just listened quietly. Li Fan naturally knew why she was so calm. Because the man with the golden mask, her future self, has been talking to her all the time. But the two of them have different personalities after all, and Emoya must have noticed the difference a long time ago. When you are suspicious, you will naturally ask for a video call. Before, the man with the golden mask had been suppressing the matter, but recently, he couldn't resist Emoya's request and talked to him. When they were talking on the phone, he was still wearing the golden mask, but at Emoya's strong request, he took it off. The face was exactly the same as Li Fan's, and the voice was exactly the same, except for the traces of time. It was because of this phone call that Emoya missed Li Fan so much. And now, after hearing the man with the golden mask in his story, she could be so calm. Chapter 105, Helping Emoya. This night, Li Fan said a lot. From having a fake AI system to the fake system setting all kinds of traps for him. Li Fan also did not hide the matter of Lin Xiaoxue. When Emoya heard that Lin Xiaoxue died in Vietnam, a trace of emotion appeared on her face. Then he sighed. "I didn't expect that she would cause so many problems. When I heard about the changes in the Long family, I felt that it had something to do with her." Li Fan continued to tell the story and Emoya continued to listen. That night, the two of them were destined to stay awake and talked a lot. The child woke up several times during this period. It was not until late at night that Li Fan told the story of what happened on the seabed. When Emoya heard that Li Fan was kidnapped, a ripple finally appeared on her face. Li Fan explained the reason and was only interrogated twice. But the process was filtered by him. The matter has passed, and she doesn't want to cause trouble for Emoya. Although he didn't say it, Emoya could imagine that kind of abnormal interrogation method. When she heard that Li Fan was rescued, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was rescued by Luo Chuan later. But because of the mission, Luo Chuan did not send him back first. And after detecting something under the deep sea, Luo Chuan kept it strictly confidential. And this wait lasted for more than a year. If I hadn't proposed the plan to pump out the sea mud, I'm afraid the plan would have taken much longer. He didn't know what kind of impact the earth is round and the sky is square would have on human civilization, but it was inevitable. If an ancient civilization could build such a huge thing, it must have had a glorious past. High-tech civilization is not just something that this era possesses. But as history progressed, they all disappeared without a trace. Once the round sky and square earth is revealed, human technology will inevitably enter another level. It was for this reason that Luo Chuan did not allow anyone to maintain contact with the outside world. After hearing everything, Emoya reached out and gently stroked Li Fan's face, then took out her cell phone and clicked on a video. That was her video call with the man in the golden mask. Although this person talks to me every day and constantly comforts me, I can always sense that he is different from you. Although he tried his best to blur the situation on his side, I can still see that he is much older than you. You don't know that because of him. I almost asked Dad about it. Fortunately, I held back, otherwise my parents' relationship might have been broken because of my stupidity. Hearing this, Li Fan's mouth twitched. You suspect he's my father? Emoya nodded and did not deny it. You really guessed. Sometimes I am confused too. He looks older than you, but he knows everything about me, even some of my little secrets. So, when you say he is your future self, I have no doubt about it. Although you are the same person, you are already different individuals. I hope he can move on from the past and walk his own path. Go out of his own way. Li Fan also wanted to tell him this. Sighing, Li Fan patted Emoya gently. Honey, let's take a break. As he said that, Li Fan turned over and pressed her under him. The next day, after breakfast, Li Fan wanted to send Emoya to the company, but Li Fan's father slapped him in the face. After dinner, go back to your room and kneel down in front of me. Li Fan's father snorted coldly. Dad. Before Li Fan opened his mouth, Emoya took the initiative to plead for Li Fan. Xiaoya, don't worry about this. Otherwise, why don't you punish this kid? He must be punished. Dad, he couldn't walk for a long time last night, otherwise. Xiaoya, don't beg for mercy. This kid deserves to be punished. Find a cushion to put down and kneel for 3 days. Otherwise, don't expect me to let him go. Emoya was speechless for a moment. She looked at Li Fan and found that Li Fan was shaking his head at her. Obviously, Li Fan had already accepted it. After breakfast, Emoya patted Li Fan and kissed him on the face. Hubby, come back and I'll rub your feet. Good. Emoya waved goodbye and left the manor, while Li Fan went back to the house to continue his kneeling punishment. You bastard, why don't you tell me? Li Fan's father had a stern face again, holding a belt in his hand. Dad, what do you want me to say? I really don't have a mistress. Li Fan explained helplessly. Oof. I don't have a mistress. Maybe it's because there are not only mistresses, but also 4th, 5th, and 6th mistresses, right? Li Fan. If Wang Yu and Wang Yu are included, this is true. At this time, Li Fan's mother asked Li Fan. Son, after what your dad said yesterday, I also feel that you are a lot weaker. Did you really have a mistress outside? Tell Mom the truth. Mom! Li Fan called out loudly. His mouth was dry and his tongue was parched, but the 2 elders just didn't believe him. Then why do you feel so weak? Li Fan's father threw another belt at Li Fan. Li Fan was speechless. Could he say that he was tied up by 2 female demons and exploited every day? Especially in the last month, the 2 women were still thinking about keeping more fire. Okay, you don't want to tell me, right? Then forget about eating. You can eat when you tell me. After saying that, the 2 elders turned around and walked out. After lunch, the 2 elders came again to interrogate. But Li Fan still said the same old thing. Okay, if you don't admit it, then continue to starve. Night. Li Fan's parents interrogated him again, but Li Fan still denied it. You bastard, forget about having dinner. If you dare to complain to Xiaoya later, I will break your legs. After saying that, the 2 elders slammed the door. Li Fan had all his communication tools taken away, and he was not even allowed to see his children. It can be said that he was hungry and bored, and this was exactly the effect his father wanted, to make him reflect. But the 2 elders didn't expect that there was an artificial intelligence in Li Fan's mind. During the kneeling punishment, Li Fan had learned from Xiao Mo about various things that had happened over the past year. In addition, he also wanted to help Emoya reduce his burden, so he asked Xiao Mo to search for relevant talents. Then Xiao Mo listed several people for him. Brother Li Fan, these people are very capable, but their character is not very good. I don't recommend them. If necessary, you can transfer people from Longsheng. After the help is done, let them go back. Seeing that Li Fan was unmoved, Xiao Mo began to persuade him again. Brother Li Fan, after all, Longsheng is our man. We know him well and feel at ease using him. Although the underwater incident caused a grudge between you and Uncle Li Fan, you 2 are on the same page when it comes to dealing with Sister Emoya. He will not harm Sister Emoya. Li Fan narrowed his eyes. Xiao Mo was right, but he really didn't want to have any further involvement with the man with the golden mask. That's why he asked Xiao Mo to search for other relevant talents. Although Xiao Mo is a chip implanted in the brain of the man with the golden mask, it is artificial intelligence after all, so there is no problem in helping to retrieve information. Brother Li Fan, do you want Sister Emoya to continue to be so tired? Li Fan frowned, and finally nodded. Okay. Let's transfer people from Longsheng. Chapter 106, Bandits Invade the Manor. Longsheng is not only a technology giant,
but also a giant in light and heavy industries, with countless talents within the company. As long as you have the ability, Longsheng can definitely give you a salary that satisfies you. Of course, character also plays an important role in Longsheng. Longsheng also disdains to employ some self-righteous talents. Xiao Mo said this undoubtedly to reassure Li Fan, but after what happened under the sea, a rift had already formed between Li Fan and the man with the golden mask. When Xiao Mo was calling for personnel, the face of the man with the golden mask suddenly appeared in Li Fan's mind.
Li Fan, I have urgently sent a group of additional personnel to your manor. You can bring your parents over later. I have also sent people to pick up Moya and the Mo family.
The golden masked man said this without any reason, which immediately made Li Fan feel something was wrong.
What happened?
We just received news that a group of international gangsters have infiltrated and are targeting everyone related to us.
Fuck.
Hearing this, Li Fan immediately cursed, in the future, you will cause trouble for me.
Okay, stop talking nonsense.
When I received the message, they had already sneaked in for half an hour.
I don't know if they have deployed anything in Yudu yet. Hearing this, Li Fan immediately got up and went downstairs. The two elders were playing with the children in the hall.
Dad, Mom, come with me quickly,
Li Fan said as he picked up the child. What happened? Li Fan's father narrowed his eyes. It was an emergency.
There was no time to explain.
The people who came to pick us up were here soon. You bastard, did you get into any big trouble outside? Li Fan's father immediately shouted.
Dad, I didn't cause any trouble, but it has something to do with me.
You two elders will know when we get there.
Li Fan's mother looked confused, while Li Fan's father stared at Li Fan.
Boom.
Suddenly, an explosion was heard outside the manor. That's where the bodyguards, gardeners, and nannies live.
A rocket launcher directly blew up most of it.
On the other side, more than 20 fully armed men rushed in at a very fast speed.
Boom.
There was another loud bang, and the place where the bodyguards rushed out was immediately blown up. Seeing the situation, Li Fan's face suddenly changed. Although his manor had recruited many bodyguards, none of them had equipment. Li Fan's parents were already frightened silly, and when Li Fan saw Ouyang Chun rushing in, he immediately started shouting.
Ouyang Chun, take my parents away quickly. It's too late. Go to the basement and wait for support. As Ouyang Chun spoke, he carried the two elders and started running, quickly heading to the basement.
Li Fan did not dare to hesitate at all. He picked up the child and hurried to the basement. After buying the manor, he built a basement, but these people were carrying rocket launchers. Even if the basement was built with thick steel plates, how long could it last? The situation was very grim. Li Fan didn't expect these people to come so quickly. It was so quick, it was definitely not someone who had just sneaked in. He must have made arrangements nearby a long time ago. Moreover, his home was probably bugged, otherwise it would be impossible for the gang of criminals to suddenly attack him just as he said he was leaving. Thinking of this, Li Fan immediately frowned.
Protection is still inadequate. I was still careless.
The basement was built with 2 levels of steel plates. After locking the first floor, the group quickly went to the second floor and locked the second door again. After doing all this, Ouyang Chun quickly looked for something useful in the room.
You bastard, what disaster have you gotten yourself into? Li Fan's father was furious and kicked Li Fan hard.
He had never seen such a battle before, but even rocket launchers were used, so he naturally thought of the worst-case scenario.
Dad, I didn't cause any trouble, and I can't explain it to you now. At this time, Ouyang Chun's phone rang. He picked it up immediately and looked at Li Fan. The backup will arrive in about 5 minutes.
The people who stayed around have already faced off against the gang of criminals. Let's stay here and wait for the situation outside to stabilize. Give me your phone, connect it to the surveillance camera and take a look at the situation.
Ouyang Chun nodded and immediately handed over the phone.
Soon, Li Fan connected to the surveillance cameras. Many of them had been destroyed, but some could still show the situation.
More than 20 people and 4 rocket launchers.
The bodyguards that Li Fan hired were basically finished. Only the bodyguard left nearby by the man with the golden mask was still useful and was fighting against that group of people. But without weapons like the opponent, he seemed very passive. Watching the surveillance video, Li Fan took his father's mobile phone and contacted Moya. Fortunately, she was fine for the time being. When Xue Bailing received the news, she immediately took her away from the company and is now heading to a safe area. The 4 men with rocket launchers were outside, firing one from time to time, while 10 of them were confronting the bodyguards sent by the man with the golden mask. The other 10 or so had already rushed to the main house, looking for Li Fan and others. Soon, they found the entrance to the basement and started hammering. Fortunately, the steel plate was thick enough to withstand such an attack.
Boom, boom, boom.
Although there was a layer of separation, the sound of someone knocking on the door could still be heard clearly.
Li Fan's mother was so scared that she hugged Li Fan's father tightly. Li Fan's father frowned but didn't say anything more.
Seeing this situation, Li Fan wiped the sweat off his forehead.
Luckily those guys with bazookas didn't come over. Don't be happy too soon. Ouyang Chun rolled his eyes at Li Fan, and then the corners of Li Fan's mouth twitched. The group of people above saw that they couldn't smash it, so they took out a bomb.
Fuck.
Boom.
There was a huge noise, making my ears ring. After the smoke cleared, Li Fan looked at the door outside. Although it was deformed, it was not blown open.
Boom.
There was another loud bang, and Li Fan heard the sound of steel colliding. It was obvious that the first floor had been blown open.
Get back to the corner.
Ouyang Chun narrowed his eyes, roared, and held the steel pipe tightly in his hand.
Li Fan immediately pulled the 2 elders to the corner and squatted down.
At the same time, he crumpled up a few balls of tissue paper and handed them to the 2 elders to temporarily block their hearing. Li Fan then made 2 more balls of tissue paper and stuffed them into little Moya's ears. When the smoke cleared, Li Fan saw from the surveillance video that the door on the first floor had been completely blown up and more than 10 people had rushed in.
Boom, boom, boom. There was another sound of banging on the door. Li Fan's mother was extremely nervous and hugged Li Fan's father tightly.
After a while of smashing outside, there was no movement, and this situation made Li Fan frown. If these guys fail to break down the door, they will definitely use bombs to blow it up.
Boom.
Soon there was a loud noise and the whole basement was shaking. After the loud noise, although the door was not blown open, it was severely deformed. Judging from what happened just now, if it happens again, the door will definitely be blown open. Just as he was thinking this, another loud noise was heard.
Boom.
After the sound, the steel door flew in directly.
Chapter 107. I'll take you to see someone.
The steel door flew up and exposed itself to the corner where Li Fan and his companions were.
Ouyang Chun kicked it away and turned it in another direction. Boom.
The steel door slammed heavily against the wall and then fell to the ground.
Seeing this scene, Li Fan couldn't help but tremble on his face. Ouyang Chun is indeed worthy of being a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, his strength is simply unparalleled.
That steel plate weighed at least several hundred kilograms, but he kicked it away.
This power is simply terrifying.
At this time, Li Fan was even glad to have such a person by his side.
If you were hit by his punch, even an Iron Man would probably be beaten into a discus, right?
Li Fan was secretly surprised, but at the same time he was secretly glad that he had such a powerful person in front of him. Although he was confident that he could deal with the people outside, after all, he was holding his child and had his parents around him, so it was impossible for him to be distracted and fight with those people.
Kill!
There were shouts and screams outside, and a large group of people started rushing in.
Be careful and don't come out. Ouyang Chun said this and rushed out alone. Bang, bang, bang. Ah. Ah.
The air was filled with smoke, and the sound of constant collisions could be heard, along with screams. Listening to the extremely miserable voice, Li Fan could feel the pain of those people. But those people were gangsters, and he would not sympathize with them at all. When he heard the noise outside, Li Fan knew that the crisis was temporarily resolved. As long as the person with the rocket launcher outside didn't come in, there would be no big problem. Suddenly, Ouyang Chun jumped in and shouted, "Get down!" Seeing this, Li Fan immediately pressed his parents to the ground and also lay on the ground himself, but with the child in his arms, he could only hunch his body. Woo! Little Moya was only half a year old and knew nothing. Her pair of black eyes kept moving around. At this moment, a loud explosion sounded. The basement shook violently several times. If I hadn't stuffed paper balls in my ears in advance, I would have been deafened. But even so, his ears were buzzing.
Dad, Mom, are you okay?
After the explosion, Li Fan hurried to check on the 2 elders.
Fine. Son, Mom is fine.
Hearing the answers from the 2 elders, Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the child in his arms again.
Ouch.
The child's eyes rolled around, but he didn't cry out loud.
Okay.
Hearing Ouyang Chun shout,
Li Fan turned around and saw that he was no longer inside. It was still smoky outside. Li Fan and his companions went out immediately, but found that those people were already lying on the ground, dead. Li Fan's father was afraid that Li Fan's mother would be scared, so he covered her eyes on the way.
"Oh Yang Chun, you are amazing."
Li Fan gave a thumbs up directly.
"Ha!
You want to die with me, you are just dreaming."
Yang Chun snorted coldly and walked straight out.
Seeing this, Li Fan immediately took the two elders out.
"You bastard, you still won't tell the truth now? Who did you offend?"
They even used bombs and bazookas.
After coming out, Li Fan's father kicked Li Fan again and scolded him harshly.
"Dad, I really didn't do anything, but their coming here does have something to do with me." Li Fan explained, but his father would definitely not believe it. "Support has arrived."
"What?"
"Support has arrived."
Yang Chun repeated, and Li Fan quickly picked up his phone to check the surveillance. Indeed, support personnel have arrived at the scene.
There are about 100 people, the two sides are confronting each other, and a fierce battle has already begun.
Day. Boom boom boom. Various sounds intertwined together, and the earth trembled from time to time.
However, the firepower of the supporters was not small, and after a short while, there was no movement.
Finally done.
Li Fan saw everything from the surveillance video and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Dad, Mom, let's go, our pickup people are here." Having said that, Li Fan carried the child and walked out. "You bastard, if you dare to commit a crime, I will be the first one to not let you go." Li Fan's father was still cursing, but when he looked at the people outside, he just stood there in a daze. Hundreds of people were walking towards this side, many of them were wearing military uniforms. At this moment, Li Fan's father finally believed that Li Fan had done nothing wrong. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a person in military uniform to appear and stand on their side.
Li Fan's mother was a little scared and held Li Fan's father's arm tightly.
Li Fan's father had to pat her hand to comfort her. "Don't be afraid, old woman, it's okay."
"Sorry, Mr. Li, we are late. Let's go. I will take you to a safe area."
"Okay, thank you."
"You're welcome."
The officer replied, then waved his hand, and armored vehicles and tanks appeared one after another. Even Li Fan had never seen such a protective display. It seemed that his understanding of the man with the golden mask was still somewhat one-sided.
At the same time, Li Fan was secretly glad that nothing happened, otherwise he would be a sinner.
It doesn't matter whether he lives or dies, what matters is that he has implicated the two elders.
Tanks and armored vehicles escorted Li Fan and others to a safe area.
On the way, Li Fan's mother kept asking what happened, but Li Fan didn't know how to explain. Instead, his father had calmed down at this time.
As long as Li Fan didn't do anything illegal or criminal, he wouldn't think too much about it. The safe zone is in a certain military district.
Even if those bandits were given 10 times the courage, they would not dare to come here. As soon as he got off the car, Li Fan saw that Emoya and the Emo family had already arrived. Seeing Li Fan, Emoya immediately trotted over and hugged Li Fan tightly.
"Husband, Dad, Mom, are you all okay?"
"It's okay." Li Fan shook his head and patted her back gently.
"Xiaoya, why are you here too?" Li Fan's father asked in confusion.
"Dad, someone is here to pick us up."
"Not only me, but my parents and brother are here too."
After hearing this, Li Fan's father stopped asking questions.
"Although I don't know what happened, the situation seems to be serious. Is the baby not scared?"
Emoya asked, reaching out to hold little Emoya in her arms. Li Fan shook his head. "I wasn't scared at all, I didn't even cry."
"This is really strange. Normally, I would cry for a while if I couldn't see my grandparents. Sometimes I would cry loudly, but today I didn't cry."
Li Fan smiled and reached out to touch the child's face. At this time, the officer spoke. "Mr. Li, Mr. Huang Jin is waiting for you inside." When he heard the words Mr. Gold, Li Fan immediately knew that it was the man with the golden mask. At this point, he felt there was no need to hide anything anymore. The man with the golden mask must want to see his parents when he comes here. So he took a deep breath and turned to look at the two elders. "Dad, Mom, I'm going to take you to meet someone who will definitely scare you."
Chapter 108. The son is older than his parents.
At this time, Mo Jianchang and Mo Xiaodong both felt very confused. They had no idea what was going on and were brought here inexplicably.
Moreover, this place is a military area. But given the situation at the time, they had no choice but to follow. On the way, Mo Jiancheng kept asking Mo Xiaodong if he had gotten into any trouble, and Mo Xiaodong kept shaking his head to deny it. Fortunately, nothing major has happened so far, and the 18 Tianlong guards are with them. Otherwise, he would really not be used to such a place.
Mr. Mo, a group of international gangsters have infiltrated. You are one of the targets.
We will be responsible for your safety until the threat is resolved. An officer explained, and Mo Jiancheng immediately narrowed his eyes. I am just a businessman, and I have always kept a low profile. For decades, even in China, there have been no kidnappings.
But I never expected to be targeted by international gangsters. As Mo Jiancheng spoke, the corner of his mouth curled up, obviously not believing what the officer said.
Although you don't show off your wealth, your assets have exceeded 100 billion. The officer said this, obviously he had no intention of telling Mo Jiancheng the truth, but assets worth hundreds of billions could indeed make any force excited. On the other side, Li Fan led his family into a house where there were 3 people and a dog. Lin Jingtian, Lin Jia, and the man with the golden mask.
Lin Jia, why are you here like this?
Li Fan's mother asked. Lin Jia immediately smiled and greeted the 2 elders, hello, uncle and aunt.
I haven't seen you for a long time.
Li Fan's mother said with a smile.
Aha!
Li Fan's father looked around and his eyes fell on Lin Jingtian, but Lin Jingtian just glanced at him indifferently. So he turned his attention to the man wearing the golden mask.
Obviously, this was the person Li Fan wanted them to meet.
The man with the golden mask looked at the 2 elders, then looked at Li Fan and Moya, and his gaze fell on the child again. Li Fan snorted coldly upon seeing this.
Mom and Dad are here, why are you still wearing that crappy mask? Take it off.
Li Fan was not polite at all, and there was obvious resentment in his words. But the man in the golden mask remained unmoved. Although he was wearing a mask, Li Fan could clearly see the word confusion in his eyes. Lin Jingtian didn't say anything, and Lin Jia didn't say anything either, they just held his hand. After all, this is his own business.
Why?
The man with the golden mask sighed and finally took off the mask.
Dad. Mom.
The man with the golden mask called out to the 2 elders.
This moment.
The 2 elders just stood there in a daze, looking at Li Fan and then at the man with the golden mask. Apart from being older, his voice and appearance are exactly the same as Li Fan's.
And the words Dad and Mom completely confused the 2 elders.
The 2 elders didn't understand what was going on, so they turned to look at Li Fan. After all, it was he who brought them here just to see the person in front of them.
Son, what's going on?
Li Fan's mother looked at Li Fan, then at the man with the golden mask, and finally at Li Fan's father. She was really afraid that Li Fan's father would suspect that she was cheating on her. Dad, Mom, let him speak for himself. Li Fan shook his head and then looked at the man in the golden mask.
Explain it yourself, huh? Li Fan snorted coldly, then pulled Moya and prepared to go out. Huan, let's go.
Lin Jia waved her hand, and the dog named Huan immediately followed her, wagging its tail. Of course, Lin Jingtian also came out with them.
Woof woof woof. Huan ran to Moya, wagging his tail and calling out to her non-stop. Moya, Huan wants to see little Moya.
Lin Jia explained, Moya was stunned, then squatted down.
Huan immediately came over and stopped barking, but whined instead.
Then, Huan scratched the thing on its neck with its claws, and a piece of jade was scraped off by it. Then it picked it up with its mouth and put it in Moya's hand. Even Moya was confused by this action, and then she smiled and touched its head.
I didn't expect you to be so smart and even know how to give gifts. Huan is the smartest dog in the world.
Lin Jia smiled, squatted down, and started scratching the dog.
Dead dog. Li Fan snorted coldly. He had not forgotten the trick that the dead dog had played on him. And it was winter, and she ran away with his clothes in her mouth. For the wedding ring, he ran naked through 10 blocks. It became a hot topic afterwards. It was very popular for a while. Even later, some people used his experiences as material to make various funny videos. When Huan heard Li Fan call it a dead dog, it immediately barked at him a few times. Ha, you're still not convinced. Let me show you how I can deal with you. Having said that, Li Fan was about to take action immediately, but Huan ran away first. Woof woof woof. Huan turned around and called out to Li Fan. Li Fan chased after her and Huan Huan immediately ran away. Stop right there, you damn dog. Woof woof woof. Emoya was puzzled when she saw this scene, then suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked at Lin Jia. Lin Jia, the one who took Li Fan's clothes was Huan Huan, right? That's right, it was Huan Huan who did it. Emoya was speechless.
No wonder Li Fan had such a strong grudge against Huan Huan.
Stop right there, you damn dog. Woof woof woof.
In the room, the man with the golden mask explained the whole story, but the two elders were still skeptical.
After all, such a thing was too fantastic. Dad, Mom, if you don't believe me, we can go and do a personal appraisal. Li Fan's mother turned to look at Li Fan's father. Old man, he can't really be our son, right? Li Fan's father's expression was also uncertain.
He found it hard to believe that his son from the future had traveled through time to the present. But he does look exactly like Li Fan, even his voice is the same.
Why?
The man with the golden mask sighed, then picked up his clothes. There was a small birthmark on his stomach. When Li Fan's mother saw the birthmark, she immediately opened her mouth wide.
Because this birthmark only exists on Li Fan. Old man, it's really a son.
Only sons have this birthmark. Li Fan's mother shouted excitedly.
Li Fan's father also narrowed his eyes, but time travel was too fantastic.
What's more, their son Li Fan is just outside, and they have been watching him grow up since he was a child.
For a long time. Li Fan's father took a deep breath and asked, "How old are you this year?" 47.
The man with the golden mask replied with a smile, but as soon as he said this, the two elders showed strange expressions on their faces.
It's so messy. Li Fan's father shook his head and the man with the golden mask smiled. It must be a mess. Dad, you are 46 this year, Mom is 44 this year, and your son is older than both of you. Chapter 109 Lin Jia's wish comes true, the golden masked man Li Yifeng.
It was not until the evening that the three men came out and the man in the golden mask put on his mask again. Lin Jia immediately ran to him and took his arm. Seeing this, Li Fan's father looked at Emoya, then at Li Fan, then at Lin Jia and the man with the golden mask, and finally shook his head.
Can I hold the baby?
The man with the golden mask looked at Emoya and asked. He had always wanted to hug the child since the moment he was born. But his status does not allow it. In his previous life, his first child with Emoya was also a daughter, and was also named Li Emoya. The time is also different, and he doesn't know whether this child is the same as that child.
Emoya nodded and handed the child to him.
The man with the golden mask took the child carefully with his hands trembling slightly and held him in his arms. At this moment, his mind was full of thoughts.
Gently spread out little Moya's palm, and a small plum blossom suddenly appeared in the palm.
At this moment, he was trembling with excitement. Before he traveled through time, the first child he had with Emoya had a plum blossom on his palm. At this moment, he was certain that even if he had changed some things, their child would not have changed. This child is his and Emoya's child. Unconsciously, the corners of his mouth began to rise. Although he was wearing a mask, everyone could still feel the changes in the corners of his mouth. Seeing how excited he was, Lin Jia gently took his arm and smiled.
Let's have one, too.
As soon as these words were spoken, the man with the golden mask stiffened noticeably. Although he was wearing a mask, the changes in the corners of his mouth were still very clear. This scene made Emoya stunned, and then a strange expression appeared on her face. Although she had some guesses in her mind when she saw Lin Jia appear here, Lin Jia's words at this time had already explained everything. The one Lin Jia likes is the man with the golden mask, who is the future Li Fan. No wonder Lin Jia had always stayed by her side, learning everything from her, not only her movements and sounds, but even her way of speaking.
At this moment, Emoya understood everything completely.
Although the man with the golden mask traveled through time, his heart is still with her. Even though he and Li Fan belong to the same person, they are already different individuals, and Emoya cannot possibly accept him. You are still young, don't waste your time on me. The man with the golden mask spoke in a cold voice, without any emotion at all.
Lin Zhengtian shook his head inside.
He had advised Lin Jia more than once, but Lin Jia had set her sights on him and ignored other men.
In the future, don't always think about my wife. Li Fan snorted coldly.
Li Fan, I don't want to argue with you, but I am your future self, so what you said is wrong.
Emoya is your wife, but she was also my wife. That was in the past. From the moment you traveled through time, you were destined to have no chance to meet again.
The man with the golden mask remained silent and said no more, while Li Fan looked at Lin Jia. Lin Jia, since I met you, you have been working hard to pursue your own happiness. Although this guy is different from me, some things cannot be changed.
I just want to say that you are going in the wrong direction. It is meaningless for you to continue like this. Li Fan, do you want to persuade me to give up? Lin Jia narrowed his eyes and an unhappy look appeared on his face.
Li Fan shook his head. I didn't tell you to give up, but you went in the wrong direction. You have good helpers, but you don't use them and waste your time on a tangled person.
As he spoke, Li Fan pointed at the two elders, and his meaning couldn't be clearer.
Lin Jia's eyes suddenly lit up, and then she immediately ran to Li Fan's mother, took her hand, shook it left and right, looking like a spoiled child.
Auntie, I have liked him for many years, can you help me?
Child, this.
Li Fan's mother suddenly felt a headache.
She looked at Emoya and Li Fan, then at the man with the golden mask.
This kind of thing would be a headache for anyone.
One son suddenly became two, and there were two girls who wouldn't let go. At this time, Li Fan's father stepped forward, took a deep breath, and looked at Lin Jia.
How old are you, kid?
29. He's already 47 this year, don't you regret it?
I don't regret it.
He saved my life.
From that moment on, I had made up my mind.
Then, Lin Jia started talking about her childhood. Li Fan also knew about this matter, he heard it from Xiao Mo. At the beginning, Lin Jingtian's wife, sister and daughter were kidnapped by 3 kidnappers, who demanded a ransom of 2 million yuan. The money was given, but the 3 kidnappers wanted to kill the hostage. At the critical moment, it was the man with the golden mask who saved the 3 people. To express his gratitude, Lin Jingtian asked Li Fan to be the director of a small factory. But later, for Luo Chuan, the man with the golden mask broke up with Lin Jingtian, and it was not until after the financial crisis that he returned to China from abroad.
It just so happened that Lin Jingtian's family encountered misfortune, and his wife and sister were killed by those foreigners.
That's why he decided to follow Li Fan. Naturally, Lin Jia spent more time with Li Fan.
After hearing everything, Li Fan's father looked at Emoya and then at the man with the golden mask. Child, although I know you still can't let go of Xiaoya in your heart, Xiaofan is right. From the moment you travel through time, you and Xiaofan are different individuals. There is no possibility for you and Xiaoya to be together anymore. Xiaoya's heart will never be on your side, no matter how unwilling you are, it's useless.
Lin Jia is so infatuated with you, I think you should just give in to her.
It is a blessing for you to have a girl who loves you so much. The meaning of this sentence is very clear, which is to tell him not to think about Emoya and to let go.
When Lin Jia heard that Li Fan's father would help her, an expectant look immediately appeared on her face. The man with the golden mask stood there and didn't speak for a long time. Lin Jia was also extremely nervous. Finally, the man in the golden mask sighed and nodded. At this moment, Lin Jia jumped up happily, hugged Li Fan's parents and kissed them each.
Thank you, Dad, thank you, Mom.
Lin Jia was quick and changed his words immediately. Then he ran to the man with the golden mask, took his arm, and had a smile on his face. The matter between the two of them has come to an end. Lin Jingtian shook his head helplessly, just patted Lin Jia on the head, turned around and left.
You two are now different individuals. Have you changed your names?
The man with the golden mask shook his head, and Li Fan's father said, You are a different person now, but you still can't give up your old name.
This won't do. From today on, add it in the middle of your name.
Li Fan, Li Yifan, it is indeed easy to distinguish them this way.
Li Fan naturally had no objection.
It was better than always calling him the man with the golden mask or the future. The man in the golden mask also nodded.
This was the second time his parents gave him a name.
From today on, he was Li Yifan.
Chapter 110 Family Dinner.
There was a large group of people at the dinner table, with Li Fan's family at the center and relatives on both sides. Li Fan's parents did not expect that one son would have 2 daughters-in-law and 2 in-laws.
This was absolutely unprecedented. However, Mo Jiancheng and Mo Xiaodong were the only ones who didn't know about this.
Li Yifan chose to wear a mask because he didn't want Mo Jiancheng to know, even though he had been involved. I never thought that one day, we businessmen would be targeted by these evil forces. Mo Jiancheng sighed and shook his head, then he looked at Lin Zhengtian and the man in the golden mask. He naturally knew Lin Zhengtian, but he was not very familiar with the man with the golden mask. However, he was very clear about the legend about this man. I didn't expect to meet Mr. Lin here.
It's a blessing. Brother Lin, I respect you. As he spoke, Mo Jiancheng raised his glass to toast Lin Zhengtian. Lin Zhengtian also quickly raised his glass and toasted Mo Jiancheng in return. Brother Mo, you are joking. Compared to you, I am nothing. You made a great wish to let the people of the country wear cheap, affordable, and high-quality clothes. You did it, but I have been obsessed with money for so many years. In terms of broad-mindedness, I can't compare with Brother Mo. Lin Jingtian's call of Brother Mo brought the two closer together, and Mo Jiancheng also smiled. Longsheng International is now very important in the world. Brother Lin is too modest. Moreover, Longsheng is the origin of Longsheng. Longsheng has made a great contribution to China's prosperity today. The two clinked their glasses again, and after drinking, Mo Jiancheng turned his gaze to the man in the golden mask. Who is this, Brother Lin? Brother Mo, he is the founder of Longsheng. Without him, there would be no Longsheng today. Lin Zhengtian introduced. Mo Jiancheng immediately showed surprise. He originally thought that such a man was a legend in the financial world, but he didn't expect that Longsheng was founded by him. Excuse me? Mo Jiancheng asked, raising his glass. What's your name, brother? Mr. Mo, you are too polite. My name is Li Yifan. You can call me Xiaofan or Xiaoli, Li Yifan said as he also raised his glass. Li Yifan? Mo Jiancheng was stunned, then a smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect we'd be so predestined. My son-in-law's name is Li Fan, and you and him are only one character apart. It is indeed fate. Li Yifan also responded with a smile. It's more than just fate. The two of them are actually one person, just one is the present and the other is the future. Brother Li, I toast to you. No, Mr. Mo, just call me Xiao Li or Xiao Fan, but don't call me Brother Li, I can't bear it. Li Yifan spoke quickly. Just kidding, although he traveled through time, Mo Jiancheng was indeed his former father-in-law. Although there is not much difference in age, the generations cannot be messed up. How can that be? With Brother Li's achievements, it's not an exaggeration to call you Big Brother. Your contribution to the motherland is beyond anyone's reach. Brother Li, I toast to you with this glass. Mr. Mo, please don't call me that. Just call me Xiao Li or Xiao Fan. Otherwise, I won't dare drink this wine. When Emoya heard the two of them talking like this, she couldn't help but burst out laughing, and so did Lin Jia. At this time, Lin Jingtian spoke up to smooth things over. Brother Mo, just call him Xiao Li or Xiao Fan. He is my son-in-law, and you and I are of the same generation. If you call him Brother Li, then wouldn't we be of different generations? Oh. Mo Jiancheng's eyes turned, looked at Lin Jia, then at Li Yifan, and the corners of his mouth also rose. I didn't expect that you two have such a relationship. So I won't be polite. Xiaofan, let's have a drink. I admire you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mo. Li Yifan rushed forward and drank it all in one gulp. At this time, Lin Jia came to Li Fan's parents with a teapot, knelt on the ground, and poured a cup for Li Fan's father first. Dad, have some tea. Dad, thank you for today. Li Fan's father smiled slightly and immediately took the tea. After Li Fan's father finished drinking, Lin Jia poured another glass and handed it to Li Fan's mother. Mom, have some tea. Okay. Li Fan's mother took the tea with a smile. After Lin Jia stood up, Li Fan's mother took off a necklace and put it in Lin Jia's hand. Jia, this is one of the tokens of love Xiao Fan's father gave me. I gave the bracelet to Xiaoya, and this necklace is for you. Thank you, Mom. Lin Jia was extremely happy. She returned to her seat and put the thing in Li Yifan's hand. Hubby, put it on me. Li Yifan did not refuse. Since he had already agreed to the marriage, he would naturally not regret it. Lin Jia touched the necklace around her neck and laughed. After many years of wishing, it has finally come true. Lin Jingtian raised his glass, my dear-in-laws, my mother-in-law. Li Fan's parents also raised their glasses and smiled, in-laws. Having said that, the three of them drank it all in one gulp. This scene completely stunned Mo Jiancheng. Just as he was about to ask, he saw Li Fan's father raising his glass and turning to him. In-laws, let's have a drink. My dear, what's going on? Why does Brother Lin also call you my dear? Li Yifan is also my son. Li Fan's father said with a smile without further explanation. After all, a son coming from the future is really too mysterious. Mo Jianchang was even more confused.
He turned to look at Li Yifan and asked, Shaoli, I remember there were legends about you around 2000.
How old are you?
47, Li Yifan replied, but Mo Jianchang was stunned. Then he showed a strange expression and turned to look at Li Fan's father.
My dear, I remember you are 46, right? My mother-in-law seems to be 44. Yes, who said that you can't have a son older than you? Li Fan's father asked with a smile. Mo Jianchang. The son is older than his parents? This is a weird way to adopt a godson.
He also couldn't understand why the legendary man with the golden mask would suddenly look for two young people to be his parents.
If this gets out, I don't know how many people will talk about it. Wow wow wow.
Little Moya suddenly burped, drawing everyone's attention. Mo Jianchang simply ignored the doubts in his heart and said, Come on, Xiaoya, give me the child.
Moya nodded and handed little Moya to him. Mo Jianchang then smiled and began to tease his granddaughter.
Mo Xiaodong also likes this little guy very much and reaches out to tease him from time to time. Seeing him like this, Mo Jianchang slapped him on the head.
Your sister already has a child, and you're still hanging around. Find me a daughter-in-law as soon as possible. Dad, don't rush me. If I find someone I like, I will definitely bring him home to you right away. Ha, by the time you bring it home, I'm afraid I'll have buried it in the ground. After dinner, Li Fan and Li Yifan went to the rooftop.
Under the starry sky, the two sat together with their feet dangling outside and smoked.
Li Fan, have you ever considered taking over my position? Chapter 111 The Tip of the Iceberg. Li Fan, have you ever considered taking over my position? Hearing Li Yifan's question, Li Fan shook his head, no. Since you were kidnapped, you were destined to be unable to escape and never be as free as before. Li Fan took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. The future.
Li Fan was about to speak when he was interrupted by Li Yifan.
Dad has given me a new name, so you should just call me Li Yifan. Li Fan nodded, then took a deep breath. I've thought about this. Every legend you create can shock people.
But I have no qualifications, no experience, and I don't have the ambitions you have.
I just want to live a quiet life with my family. So, I can only say sorry.
Hearing this answer, Li Yifan shook his head, but you have been involved.
How are you going to protect your family in the future? Hire bodyguards? You have seen the result of this incident.
The bodyguards you hired have no ability to resist these bandits. If the people and troops I sent had not arrived in time, I am afraid you and your parents would have been kidnapped. Hearing this, Li Fan frowned immediately. What Li Yifan said was not without reason, but the empire he conquered was too vast, and Li Fan knew that what he saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Take Luo Chuan for example, such a mysterious deep-sea team is enough to shock the whole world. Longsheng is at the forefront of the financial empire, heavy industrial empire, light industrial empire, and even the medical, aerospace, and biological industries.
What else does he know besides a self-media studio?
Perhaps, what he could take over was nothing more than the internet empire.
I have too many ties in my heart, and I can't do it like you. Don't I have any constraints?
Li Yifan laughed, looked up at the starry sky, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Yes, you and I are from different eras, but I was once a member of this family.
My parents gave me life.
Even though I traveled to 1996, I still can't let go of them.
Now I can't let go of everyone around you either. You should find a successor. My ability is limited. I advise you not to think about raising a child.
It will take at least 20 years, and you may not live to that time.
If not, I think it is best to hand over the things you have to the motherland. This way you can also unload the burden.
I can feel that Lin Jia loves you very much, but you don't have much time to spend with her. After all, you are nearly 20 years older than her. Listen to me, hand over what you have to the motherland, let go of all this, live a good life with Lin Jia, and live the rest of your life in peace.
He.
Li Yifan laughed twice and shook his head at the same time. Li Fan, what you see is just the tip of the iceberg.
The reason I ask you this is because I know you very well, but you don't know me because you haven't experienced everything I have. But I can be sure that if I give you time, you will be able to take over all of this.
I can certainly hand over what I can to the motherland, but there are many things I cannot hand over to the motherland. These things involve gray areas, and these people are unlikely to accept the control of the motherland. Hearing this, Li Fan narrowed his eyes immediately. He thought of Luo Chuan. This man was very cruel to outsiders and never took other people's lives seriously, but he still cared about the motherland and put the interests of the motherland first. After all, they have been together in the underwater world for more than a year, and from that series of confidentiality, it can be seen that he is a patriotic person. But since Li Yifan said so, there must be other forces under his command.
And it's not just an ordinary force. Li Yifan's words made Li Fan fall into silence. The two people belong to the same person, but they are themselves in different time and space. The time travel has created a different personality for him.
But Li Fan also hopes that he can have a home and warmth like himself. Perhaps, the reason why he didn't accept Lin Jia for so many years was because he had too much pressure on him. Li Fan didn't know what he had been through, and he didn't think he was qualified to judge, but he also hoped that Li Yifan could have a good ending.
Li Yifan, now you have a family again. Li Fan only said this. No matter who you are, once you have a family, you will have concerns. But Li Yifan shook his head and asked other questions instead. Do you know what the most powerful forces in the world are?
Lin Jia is waiting for you, Li Yifan, go back early. After saying that, Li Fan turned around and left. He didn't want to know more about those things. Li Yifan did not try to stop him, but just stood on the top floor silently. He didn't throw the fireworks in his hand until they were at their limit, then he turned and went downstairs.
Late at night,
Lin Jia took a shower early and got into bed. She had gotten into Li Yifan's bed more than once, but nothing had ever happened between the two of them.
Now that she had gotten consent, she was extremely happy. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night.
But Li Yifan and Li Fan went to the rooftop, and he didn't want to disturb them, so he could only wait for him in bed. She was very excited as her long-cherished wish was about to come true.
Creak.
When the door opened, Lin Jia immediately sat up and watched Li Yifan enter the room, her face full of anticipation.
Husband.
Li Yifan nodded, then went to the bathroom to take a shower and took off the mask.
He was Li Yifan.
And when he puts it on, he is the leader of the world's most terrorist organization, Dark Knight.
Li Yifan asked while taking a shower. Xiao Mo, have you found out the situation? We have already found out that they are members of the Mammon organization.
All the personnel have been confirmed, and we are currently verifying the personnel who infiltrated earlier.
Xiao Mo's voice rang in Li Yifan's mind.
That's right, he also has an artificial intelligence chip implanted in his brain, but it's several generations more advanced than Li Fan's.
Combat Capability Assessment. Mazhair, Mercenary, Combat Power Rating B.
Landok, Mercenary, Combat Power Rating B. Fila, an internal member of Mammon, has a Combat Power Rating of A.
Covagos.
Looking at a series of numbers, the highest level is only A, but most people carry modern weapons. If it was a close combat, these people could be taken down in minutes, but with weapons in hand, that might not be the case.
Continue surveillance and find out where Mammon's headquarters is as soon as possible. Yes.
Then, Li Fan stopped talking. After taking a shower, he put the golden mask on his face again. When Lin Jia saw that he came out still wearing a mask, she didn't say much until he lay on the bed, then she took off his mask.
Uncle, you are mine tonight.
As Lin Jia spoke, she turned into a little wildcat and kissed Li Yifan madly, groping him as she kissed him. The clothes on the two were thrown to the ground one by one.
Chapter 112 Floating Island Project. On the second day, many more people came from the military district.
They were all reputable businessmen.
Of course, most of them were from Longsheng.
Even a vice president of Longsheng has much more assets than those business tycoons outside. Since they are all businessmen, most of them have common topics.
Hey! Mr. Jiang, hello, hello? Mr. Tao, hello, hello? Mr. Yang. Countless people greeted each other, and some greeted Moya.
After all, he is now the head of Nanyang Clothing, and the development of Nanyang Clothing is already known to everyone.
In just 1 year, Nanyang Clothing became famous around the world.
Of course, this was helped by Li Yifan's personnel and also by the publicity provided by Li Fan's own media. Hey, Mr. Li, you've almost disappeared for more than a year.
I didn't expect to meet you here today. A man greeted Li Fan.
Brother Li Fan, this is the president of Bell Technology. His name is Mi. Tuesday. Xiao Mo knew that Li Fan didn't know him, so he immediately reminded him in his mind.
Mr. Mi, hello? I'm just a self-media studio, so please don't call me Mr. Li. I'm ashamed. Li Fan responded with a faint smile. Ha, Mr. Li, you are joking. Yours is not an ordinary self-media studio.
Yafan's studio has almost defeated all domestic media.
This feat is really jaw-dropping. It can be said that Mr. Li is now able to do things with ease in the media field. No one can compare to him.
Li Fan raised his eyebrows. He did learn a lot of information from Xiao Mo, but it was still not very specific. Your studio is now making hundreds of millions of dollars in profit every month.
Even many giants are envious of it.
Li Fan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, but did not say much about it.
Mr. Li, I'm going to go find my friend and we'll talk later.
Okay, I'll go say hello to other friends too. Having said that, the two of them parted ways.
Most people were talking to each other happily, and especially many were talking to Longsheng.
This is true no matter which giant it is. After all, in recent years, most businessmen have made their fortunes by relying on Longsheng, from light industry to heavy industry. Even making a small packaging bag for Longsheng can make a fortune. It can be said that these entrepreneurs live such a comfortable life almost entirely thanks to Longsheng. Li Fan didn't have much to talk about with these business tycoons, he just looked for familiar people among them. But only Lin Zhengtian, Lin Jia, Mo Jiancheng and Mo Xiaodong were seen.
Where did Li Yifan go?
Li Fan was puzzled. While he was thinking, an officer found him. Li Fan followed him to a fully enclosed meeting room, and the man with the golden mask was there.
After the officer brought Li Fan in, he left by himself. In addition to Li Yifan, there are several heavyweight figures here.
Li Fan did not expect to meet several of them here.
These people are the real decision makers. Li Fan never dreamed that he would meet them one day.
Of course, Li Fan knew that he was able to meet these people because of the man with the golden mask. His position is enough to shake the interests of a country.
Mr. Li, please take a seat.
The number 3 leader pointed to the seat, which made Li Fan flattered. He nodded and sat down quickly. After Li Fan sat down, leader number 3 turned his gaze to Li Yifan, and he also took off his golden mask. Leader number 3 looked at him and then at Li Fan.
You two are really cut from the same cloth.
In fact, we have also done a private NDA comparison and have already confirmed your relationship. Leader number 3 looked at the two of them with a smile, then turned his gaze to Li Yifan.
Mr. Li, you said you had an important decision to make. Can you explain it now? Li Yifan nodded. I decided to establish a new country.
Hearing this, Li Fan's mouth twitched.
Li Yifan really dared to say that he wanted to establish a new country.
When Chief Number 3 heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. Li Yifan continued, I have no choice but to make this decision. Now that I am still alive, I can still control some things, but if I am gone one day, these people will have a huge impact on the world, and I will not be able to find a suitable successor. So, I made a decision to gather all the chaos in one place and let the power of the whole world destroy it.
This way it will be much simpler. Your idea is bold, but if you do so, it will bring chaos to the world. Chief Number 3 narrowed his eyes.
I know, but the power of the Dark Knight has exceeded my expectations. If it continues to develop, no one will be able to control it. It just so happens that the United States and the Kangaroo Country are carrying out a top-secret plan. If we don't stop it, it will bring greater chaos to the world, so I have to do it. As he spoke, Li Yifan revealed the secret plans of the Kangaroo Country and the beautiful country.
Everyone present was shocked.
On the surface, this is an economic colonization plan, but if it is really realized, the Kangaroo Country and the United States will usher in new glory, but the rest of the world will inevitably suffer.
Moreover, the success rate of this economic colonization plan is very high. After listening to Li Yifan's story, everyone fell into deep thought, and the number 3 leader looked at Li Yifan. Where did you get this information?
My naval fleet has captured a prison submarine that holds celebrities, upper-class elites, and important figures from around the world.
The prison submarine has been repaired and is now back in use.
If you leaders want to verify it, you can send someone there at any time.
This matter is of great importance. I will report it immediately for verification. Tell me what you plan to do first. Li Yifan nodded and expressed his thoughts.
He planned to build a fake island, put it on the high seas, and then declare the establishment of a kingdom. The place doesn't have to be too big, but it can definitely attract the attention of the world. In order to expand their sea areas, countries will try to seize fake islands to expand their sea areas. This will divert attention and disrupt the plans of the United States and the Kangaroo Country. Li Yifan has already decided on the location of the fake island, which is in the high seas outside the Hawaiian Islands. Regardless of location or geography, it is close to the United States, and the United States will never give up such a piece of fat sheep.
Your plan is very bold. The United States is currently ranked 5th in comprehensive national strength. Its strength should not be underestimated. You want to confront the rest of the world with just a fake island. You are simply dreaming. Li Yifan shook his head. I don't want to fight against anyone. I just want to use them to consume the power in my hands until one day, this power completely loses its value. When he was at the bottom of the sea, Li Fan also heard the plan and was shocked. At this moment, he looked at Li Yifan again, with an indescribable feeling. Is this really my future self? How can the idea be so bold? With the money and technology in his hands, resources are naturally not a problem. The floating island technology can naturally be brought to the extreme, making people mistakenly think it is a real island. I will report your plan, but no matter how you do it, we will not make any comments, support you, oppose you, or even support you. Li Yifan nodded, and then told a piece of important news. I am going to hand Longsheng over to you. Hearing this, everyone except Li Fan showed excitement. Chapter 113 Hand in All. Longsheng is a legend in today's world, and the rapid rise of China is inseparable from the rapid development of Longsheng. Take last year's GDP for example, Longsheng accounted for 1/3 of China's GDP. Such a behemoth undoubtedly holds the economic lifeline of a country, which is not a good thing for any country. Therefore, Longsheng has a great influence on China. Longsheng's influence is far-reaching not only in China but also in the whole world. It can be said that if there is any company in the world that is the most mysterious, it is undoubtedly China's Longsheng. Anyone who has a little connection with Longsheng can almost become rich, and the man with the golden mask holds 51% of Longsheng's shares and has absolute say. Now that he is willing to hand over all of Longsheng, how can the people present not be excited? Mr. Li Yifan, we are really surprised that you can make such a decision. Li Yifan shook his head and chuckled. At the beginning, I named it Longsheng, which represents the path I want to take. Long is our China, and Sheng represents my determination. I want to become the pioneer of China and pave the way for the dragon to take off. After more than 20 years, I have achieved this goal. Longsheng has grown from a small company into a giant and has formed a monopoly. Once a monopoly is formed in any industry, it will hinder the development of the country. Longsheng, it is time to retire. Hearing Li Yifan's words, everyone nodded, because it was the truth. Starting out as a single enterprise, Longsheng gradually expanded its market, getting involved in both heavy and light industries, and occupying half of the market in both sectors. From medical care and daily necessities to aerospace technology, Longsheng has absolute say. It can be said that if Longsheng collapses, more than half of the people in China will be unemployed. Such a behemoth has such a profound impact on a country that even ordinary people can't help but exclaim when they mention Longsheng. How terrible it is that half of the people in a country will be affected by a single company. Li Yifan knew that he couldn't continue to develop in this way, so he gradually withdrew from some industries. 10 years ago, Longsheng basically withdrew from the clothing business and only retained the original clothing company. 8 years ago, Longsheng withdrew from the food industry and only retained infant formula. 7 years ago, Longsheng withdrew from steel manufacturing. 6 years ago, Longsheng withdrew from the furniture industry. 5 years ago, Longsheng withdrew from the lighting market. Every time Longsheng withdraws, countless emerging companies will emerge and the market will become more active. But even if he only retained one company in the industry, this company would be the leader in the industry, and no one could shake its position. For example, the preserved Longsheng clothing is still a huge thing. It even became the exclusive clothing for international elites because of a strategy of Longsheng clothing. We do not manufacture the same style, and we do not sell a second piece of the same style. In other words, you cannot find a second piece of clothing that is identical to Longsheng's. From this perspective, Longsheng Clothing has changed from a clothing company to a clothing design company, and its prospects are not broad. However, because of this strategy, the world's richest people line up to customize it. And some people have already waited until 10 years later. Although Longsheng gave up most of the market, its reputation reached its peak and it became the exclusive clothing company for the upper class. Each piece of clothing is priced sky high, and once it is exposed, it will attract countless trends to follow. It can be said that Longsheng has become the fashion standard in the clothing industry. Whatever kind of clothing Longsheng designs, it will be the fashion trend. Longsheng is also generous. It is okay to follow the trend, but you cannot copy it completely. At most 50% of the original appearance can be retained. Therefore, Longsheng's influence is still far-reaching.
His standards are the standards of the industry, and this momentum can be said to be extremely terrifying. It is not a monopoly, but it is better than a monopoly.
The same is true for the other companies that have survived. None of them have declined, but instead have become the leaders of the industry. I have already prepared the agreement. I own 51% of the shares and have the absolute say in Longsheng. I will give all of this 51% to the motherland. Hearing this, everyone was moved again. No one expected that he would not keep a single bit and give it all to the motherland.
No one can match this kind of courage.
51% of the shares, how much is this valuation? This has been estimated before, and the conservative estimate is 62 trillion. Sky. Upon hearing this number, everyone present gasped.
Because Longsheng is not only the leader of China, but also the leader of the world. Indeed, just the words world leader are enough to show the importance of Longsheng.
Captain number 3S stood up and simply held Li Yifan's hand. Mr. Li Yifan, thank you for your great contribution to the motherland. However, Li Yifan's performance was very calm, because in his opinion, all this was what should be done. Leader, Longsheng plays a vital role in both economy and technology. China is strong enough now, but the quality of soldiers also determines the strength of the army. So, in addition to Longsheng, I will also hand over Yanhuang Pharmaceutical to you. When they heard about Yanhuang Pharmaceutical, the people present became even more excited.
Li Fan showed a puzzled look, and Xiao Mo immediately explained in Li Fan's mind. Brother Li Fan, Yanhuang Pharmaceutical develops drugs that strengthen the body.
Xue Bailing and Ouyang Chun are the ones who took such drugs.
The medicines sold by Yanhuang Pharmaceutical have been diluted countless times, but even so, they have produced a large number of people with amazing power. Once this drug is used by soldiers, their physical fitness will be greatly improved.
Hearing Xiao Mo's explanation, Li Fan couldn't help but tremble. Oh shit. So that's how those two humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex came about.
The first time he saw Ouyang Chun kick the security door away, he was extremely surprised. The last time he saw him kick away a steel door weighing hundreds of pounds, he even doubted whether Ouyang Chun was a human being. If all the people of China used this medicine, wouldn't everyone be a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Then every Chinese citizen will be a super soldier. Thinking of this, Li Fan became excited all over. He didn't expect that Li Yifan had made such great achievements in not only technology, but also in strengthening human physique.
Mr. Li Yifan, thank you for your selfless dedication to the motherland. You're welcome. I'm also a descendant of the Chinese nation, so it's my duty to do this.
Although the medicine is powerful, the materials are hard to come by.
Even if I devote all my resources to cultivating it, I can't produce it in large quantities. Li Yifan shook his head. What is your appeal? I have no demands.
If anything, I just hope my family can live a peaceful life without being disturbed by anyone.
We will do our best to protect your family. Thank you.
As for my personal property, I will hand it over after the floating island project is completed.
Chapter 114 Return Home.
Li Fan was only a participant in this meeting, but he was shocked to the extreme. Li Fan was not surprised that he had to hand over everything. Although Li Yifan was already an independent individual, he was one with him after all.
He naturally knew what Li Yifan wanted.
In his heart, he yearns for the prosperity and strength of his motherland.
Li Yifan is his future self, so is he? I yearn for a peaceful life, and so does he.
So, Li Fan was not surprised that he would make such a choice. But the floating island plan still shocked him to the extreme. Using one's own strength, he attracted the firepower of the whole world.
I have to say it's very bold.
After the meeting, Li Yifan put on the golden mask again and walked out the door with Li Fan. I wish you and Lin Jia happiness and happiness.
Ha, you think things are too simple.
The world's 5 major gray organizations, Dark Knight, 6 Points, Starry Night, Mammon, and Solomon, each organization has considerable power.
Do you know which force is infiltrating this time? What is its ranking? I don't know.
Li Fan shook his head.
How can you protect your family if you don't even know where the enemy is coming from?
Hearing this, Li Fan was speechless. He was also shocked by this horrific attack. If it weren't for the people sent by Li Yifan and the timely arrival of the military, he, his parents, and his daughter who was less than 1 year old would probably have died. Li Yifan also said that now that he had been targeted, it would be difficult for him to escape. It won't work if you don't know the enemy clearly. Thinking of this, Li Fan felt that he couldn't go on like this and he had to do something. But he didn't want to touch upon the gray area, as he still remembered what Mr. Chow said last time. That time, it was because of Lin Xiaoshue's matter that made him impulsive and wanted to get rid of Lin Xiaoshue completely, but Mr. Chow stopped him. After that, he never thought about similar things again. After hesitating for a long time, he suddenly looked at Li Yifan. Do you have any potions to strengthen the body? Hearing this, Li Yifan immediately shook his head. Do you want to use it yourself, or do you want to build your own power? I can give it to you if you want to use it yourself, but if you want to build your own power, then I can only say sorry, you don't have the ability to control everything now, whether it's financial resources or other aspects, you can't meet the requirements. Once a person has great power, his desires will be infinitely magnified. You cannot control such a person. Li Fan was silent again, and Li Yifan pointed to the distance, where Ouyang Chun and Xue Bailing were accompanying Imoya and her parents. Ouyang Chun and Xue Bailing were orphans I rescued. If it weren't for me, they would have died under the swords. They have been with me since they were young and have absolute trust in me, and I am also very confident in them. If you can find such people to follow you, then I can give you the potion. Hearing this, Li Fan narrowed his eyes again, and he thought of the situation in the cave. Xue Bailing said that she would never hand a knife to someone she didn't trust, but she handed the knife to herself and showed him her most secret place. This is because of her trust in Li Yifan. Because she and Li Yifan belong to the same person, she is completely defenseless. At this time, Li Yifan directly changed the subject. Of course, you can also directly inherit my position, and I will help you until you have complete control of this power. After Li Yifan finished speaking, he continued to wait for Li Fan's answer, but Li Fan immediately denied it. Sorry, I have no interest in your gray forces. After saying that, Li Fan turned around and left. What Li Yifan handed over was enough to shake the whole world. Li Fan didn't want to know or understand what else he had under his command. However, he still had worries in his heart. Just as Li Yifan said, now that he had been dragged into this, could he still get out? But he still believes in his motherland, and his motherland will not allow such dark forces to enter China. Moreover, Captain S No. 3 also said that he would ensure the safety of their family. As time goes by, Li Yifan disappears from everyone's sight and the matter will be forgotten by everyone. Watching Li Fan leave, Li Yifan frowned. The course of time has been changed, but some things cannot be changed. Little Moya is still the same little Moya, so will you one day suddenly travel to the past like me? Having said that, Li Yifan also shook his head and left. Lin Jia was playing with Huan Huan in the house. When she saw Li Yifan coming back, she immediately hugged him happily. Uncle! You didn't go outside? No, I'm waiting for you. Having said that, Lin Jia threw him onto the bed with a smile on her face. Seeing her like this, Li Yifan immediately shook his head and patted her on the back. I was tormented all night last night, and now you want to torment me again? Yeah, I still have to work on it. Little Moya is so cute. So, I also want to have a baby with you soon. Hearing this, Li Yifan immediately shook his head. This kind of thing can't be rushed. You are not anxious, but I am, so I just took the medicine. Hearing this, Li Yifan put his hand on his head and asked, why are you taking medicine for no reason? It's easier to get pregnant this way, and after taking the medicine, the chance of having multiple babies is very high. If 2 or 3 babies come out at once, I won't have any more in the future. Li Yifan was speechless. What was this little girl thinking? After thinking for a moment, Li Yifan felt that Lin Jia might be attracted by his age. After all, he was 47 years old and would soon be half a century old. Therefore, Lin Jiatsai thought of having more children at one time, and then the two of them could live a normal life. Thinking of this, Li Yifan reached out and touched the top of her head. Lin Jia, since I promised you, I will always be with you, don't think too much. I didn't think much about it. I just wanted to have a baby sooner. As he spoke, Lin Jia took off his golden mask and kissed him on the face. Uncle, lie down. I just learned a new trick. Let me try it on you. After saying that, Lin Jia reached out to pull off his clothes. Where did you learn that? Where else can I learn? The little videos of Sun Country. I originally wanted to ask Imoya, but she blushed when I asked her and ignored me, so I had to find a teacher myself. Li Yifan patted her head again, and Lin Jia slid down her body. Uncle, lie down. As he said that, Lin Jia threw his golden mask aside. 2 days later, the intruders and the gangsters who had hidden early on were all captured. All the protected people also left. Li Fan's parents were temporarily taken away by Li Yifan, and Li Fan bought a new manor and rehired all the security guards and servants. 3 days later, everything finally returned to normal.
Chapter 115 Studio Transformation.
Before the transaction, Li Yifan transferred several capable assistants from Longxing to Nanyang to assist Amoya in managing everything. With the help of these people, Amoya immediately became free. She rarely went to the company and spent most of her time at home taking care of the children.
Li Fan also took some time to go to the studio.
When he saw the situation on the scene, he was shocked. Before he left, there were quite a few employees, but when he came back this time, the office layout had completely changed, and there were a lot fewer people.
Obviously, it has been renovated. When everyone saw Li Fan appear, they immediately became extremely excited. Wow, boss, you finally showed up.
1 day without seeing you feels like 3 years, 1 year without seeing you feels like a lifetime.
Boss, you are really amazing.
You disappeared for more than a year.
Boss, where have you been for the past year?
Everyone asked him questions one after another, and Li Fan didn't know where to start, so he just made up an excuse to get away with it.
Where's Chen Jiang?
In there, he's looking forward to your return every day. Li Fan nodded and walked straight into the office, but Chen Jiang had already rushed out when he heard the noise.
Boss, you finally showed up, whoa.
Chen Jiang burst into tears. I have waited so long for you to come back. Chen Jiang hugged Li Fan tightly, making Li Fan feel uncomfortable all over, as if he was a lover who had not seen each other for a long time.
What happened to the studio? Did it collapse? Aha! Chen Jiang just stood there in a daze.
The employees around also showed surprised expressions.
Boss, didn't the boss lady tell you?
Now we have over 1,000 people, and we rented a new office building.
Look, it's the whole building next door. As for the storefront here, the boss lady bought it.
We started from here, so we regard this place as our headquarters. Hearing Chen Jiang say this, Li Fan immediately realized that a building with more than 30 floors and more than 1,000 people working there seemed a bit extravagant. But he didn't care much about these things. It seemed that the self-media was developing well.
Boss, I've been waiting for you to come back. Now that the scale is so large, it's time for transformation.
Speaking of this, Chen Jiang burst into tears again. More than a year ago, he suggested that Li Fan make a transformation, but this time he had to wait for another year.
Li Fan nodded, okay.
We'll discuss it later. No need to discuss. I have been planning for more than a year.
I have many plans, including the one you came up with. I will give it to you right away.
As he said that, Chen Jiang ran into the office and soon came out with a pile of information.
Li Fan's mouth twitched suddenly. This Chen Jiang must be crazy about wanting to transform.
Li Fan sat on the sofa and browsed quickly. At this time, the old receptionist Rosa came over and said, Director Chen, Star Media is looking for you. No, just reply directly, I'm not interested.
Okay. Rosa nodded, turned around and went back to the front desk. When Li Fan heard the words Star Media, he immediately looked up and smiled. Why? They want to recruit you back? Chen Jiang nodded, yes. How much is your salary? 500,000 per month. Hearing this number, Li Fan immediately smiled and asked, Did my wife give you a raise? Chen Jiang shook his head.
The boss lady didn't raise my salary, but at the end of the year, she gave me a bonus of 2 million, and each of the old employees received 500,000. I didn't expect that my salary would keep you going until now.
You must be kidding.
I have been stuck in Star Media for 8 years.
No matter how hard I try, it is useless. I am better off being at your place.
Besides, you trust me so much and leave everything to me.
How could I possibly let you down?
Hearing Chen Jiang say this, Li Fan immediately patted him on the shoulder.
Everyone should get a raise. Please compile a list for me later.
I'm not very familiar with the new recruits, but they must be contributors to the company. When everyone present heard Li Fan say that he wanted a salary increase, they all cheered. Li Fan took a look at Chen Jiang's plan and had already made a decision in his mind. He planned to integrate it into a media that integrates culture, film and television, music, information, and games. When Chen Jiangding made these plans, he had already found suitable candidates for him. However, Li Fan still decided to go back and ask Xiao Mo. In terms of information, the talents she provided were definitely much better than those provided by Chen Jiang.
Li Fan looked around and asked, Where's Yang Hua?
After completing his apprenticeship, he decided to go out and try to work on his own to see if he could achieve such legendary results as ours. I sent a few old employees to assist him. If he fails, they will all come back. If he succeeds, then we will have a cooperative relationship in the future.
Legend?
Shen Jiang nodded, and then explained, "You don't know, we are almost being criticized in the self-media industry now."
If our scale is still considered self-media, then what are they?
Hearing this, Li Fan was stunned, and Shen Jiang continued, "Although we haven't transformed yet, everyone has evaluated our strength. Although we are not first, if we say we are third, no one will dare to say we are second.
Second is second, why bother with all those fancy words?"
Having said that, Li Fan said goodbye to everyone. As soon as he got home, Li Fan received the information sent by Qin Jiang, which was the list of heroes that Li Fan had requested. In addition to this, there is also the company's current specific situation. Today, the company's monthly revenue is stably over 1 billion, making it a giant even in the media industry. There were 68 heroes in total, including Qin Jiang. These have made a lot of contributions to the company. Some of the old employees that Li Fan is familiar with are not on this list.
For example, Rosa at the front desk, the cleaning lady, the hard-working document clerk.
Although these people are not the main force, they have been working there since the early days of the company.
Li Fan feels that they should not be treated unfairly.
So Li Fan added the missed old employees, but in a separate column. Li Fan decided to give these people a raise directly. As for the data clerk and the front desk clerk, Li Fan decided to transfer him to another department so that they could practice doing other things. Li Fan also believed that they had been in the studio for so long that they would have accumulated a lot of experience. As for the 68 heroes, in addition to a salary increase, Li Fan decided to give them some shares. Without them, self-media would never have developed to its current scale.
Giving them shares is the best way to recognize them.
A few days later, the company's transformation was completed, and Li Fan also posted the news of salary increase to the oldest work group. As soon as the news came out, it immediately caused cheers.
Of course, there were also some who were unhappy and immediately yelled at Li Fan for being unfair.
That group of people were naturally the ones who were arranged to work alone with Yang Hua, and Zhang Feng was the most excited among them. When Li Fan was here, this guy was very shameless. He added a lot of 50 or 100 yuan, which gradually accumulated to almost twice the salary of other people.
"Boss, you are so unfair.
You started to raise our wages while we were out.
I despise you. I despise you very much."
Zhang Feng made a series of expressions.
"Since you despise me, then don't take the shares. I will cross your name out later." "No. Boss, I was wrong."
Zhang Feng apologized immediately and sent an emoji to pretend to be pitiful. Li Fan rarely cared about him, and sent the salary increase form and the share issuance form to the group, and the group was boiling again. The work group was unusually active, and everyone began to recall the time when they worked hard together. They treat the studio as their home, so Li Fan naturally treats them as family.
Chapter 116 Floating Island Plan Implementation. After the company's transformation, Li Fan screened Chen Zhang's people again through Xiaomo.
Of course, many people were still at their posts, so Li Fan handed it over to Xiaomo to negotiate, and everything was done in no time.
Xiaomo is also in charge of all the arrangements regarding positions. In addition, Li Fan changed Chen Zhang's position and made him the vice president of Yafan Media.
He still manages everything, and Li Fan is still a hands-off boss. After everything was done, he stayed at home, accompanying his wife and children every day. There is no need to worry about security issues. The general has sent a lot of people to guard the surroundings, who are many times more powerful than the bodyguards he originally hired.
However, Li Fan still recruited a group of bodyguards.
Even though they are not that powerful, they can still play a significant role in security. As for Li Yifan, Li Fan ignored him for the time being. Li Yifan was naturally also worried about the safety of his family, so he dispatched a lot of manpower near his manor.
"Baby, call daddy, dad daddy, dad daddy. Mom. It's dad, dad dad. Dad dad. Mom. Dad. Mom." Li Fan is teaching little Moya to speak, but the little guy can't say anything except the word mama.
Emoya on the side was already smiling charmingly.
Li Fan did not give up.
He picked up little Emoya and continued to teach her the word dad.
Dad dad.
Li Fan dragged out the sound longer, hoping that the little guy would remember it, but the little guy kicked his feet for a while and then called out the word mama again.
Li Fan was completely defeated.
Alas, they say that a daughter is her father's little cotton padded jacket, but it was the mother who learned it first.
Put.
Emoya laughed out loud when she heard this. You're jealous of me.
I dare not, I dare not.
Li Fan smiled, held little Emoya in one hand, then hugged Emoya over and kissed her on the mouth.
Mom.
Little Moya opened her little arms, wanting Moya to hug her. Moya took her in with a gentle look on her face and kissed her on the little face.
Num. Num. Little darling, you have to grow up quickly.
Emoya held the little one in her arms and rocked him for a few times, with a smile on her face. If you ask her when a woman is most gentle, it is undoubtedly when she is a mother. At this time, the nanny reported that someone was visiting. Before Li Fan could go out, the person had already arrived at his room. The visitor was Lin Jia. Lin Jia and Emoya hugged each other as soon as they met. After the two greeted each other, Lin Jia began to tease little Moya.
Lin Jia, why are you here alone? Li Fan asked with narrowed eyes.
My uncle and my dad are both abroad and can't come back in the short term, so I'll be staying at your house during this time. Hearing Lin Jia's words, Li Fan frowned.
It seemed that Li Yifan was planning to build a floating island.
Once this plan is implemented, there will inevitably be war, but he has no right to interfere with Li Yifan's decision. However, Li Fan didn't know whether Lin Jia knew about this, so he didn't continue on this topic. After saying a few words, Lin Jia turned around, found a trash can and started vomiting very violently.
Lin Jia, are you pregnant? Emoya asked in surprise. Well, quadruplets, isn't that amazing?
After spitting, Lin Jia wiped his mouth and a proud smile appeared on his face.
Li Fan. Emoya.
Li Fan thought Li Yifan was really amazing, as he could deal with 4 people at once.
However, Emoya frowned. Lin Jia, did you take any medicine? Lin Jia nodded immediately.
Emoya sighed and shook her head, saying, it's easy for the child to have problems if you do this.
I will always pay attention.
I have hired 2 full-time doctors, several nurses, and medical equipment, which will be delivered to you soon.
Li Fan had no objection to this.
After all, the manor was very large, so having a few more people wouldn't be a big problem. Li Fan carried little Emoya to the garden outside so as not to disturb the conversation between Lin Jia and Emoya. The 2 elders had nothing to do now, so they set up a vegetable plot in the manor to grow crops. Li Fan didn't care much about them, as long as the 2 elders were happy. Li Fan once suggested that they go out for a trip, but after 2 incidents with bandits, the 2 elders decided not to travel around.
Life is just like that anyway, eating, drinking and having fun.
Since there were always people serving in the manor, they simply found something else to do.
Xiao Mo, how is Li Yifan doing?
The floating island project has already begun. It will probably take more than a month to complete the construction of the floating island.
Then tell me about the 5 major organizations. Okay.
Xiao Mo agreed immediately and began to talk about the 5 major organizations. Originally, there were only 4 gray area organizations in the world: Hexagram, Starry Night, Mammon, and Solomon. The 3 major organizations, Hexagram, Starry Night, and Solomon, have different beliefs and a high degree of cohesion, but Mammon is an organization formed purely by business leaders. Mammon does not have the wealth of Liumong, nor does it have the cohesion of the 3 major organizations. Most of their subordinates are mercenaries, commonly known as bandits. Because of the support of money in the countless bandits, he was ranked 4th.
Dark Knight is an organization founded by Li Yifan.
It is somewhat similar to Mammon, but it has become the best in the world.
The reason is that Mammon is a multi-headed organization. You want to pursue your interests and I want to pursue my interests.
But in the Dark Knight, this problem does not exist.
Li Yifan has the final say on everything. Unified scheduling is undoubtedly the reason for its rapid growth and strength, but another reason is money. Li Yifan has unimaginable amount of money in his hands.
If the 3 major organizations of Liumong, Xingye and Solomon rely on faith to unite people's hearts, then the faith of Dark Knight is money. The reason why Mammon has not achieved the same success as Dark Knight is because there are too many business giants. If they can also unite together, Mammon will undoubtedly become the 2nd largest gray organization in the world.
In terms of combat power, Dark Knight is 1st and Mammon is 2nd.
Li Yifan had 2 purposes for this trip abroad. The first was to eradicate Mammon, because it was these guys who sneaked in and blew up Li Fan's manor.
Moreover, as fellow businessmen, these guys had always been obsessed with Li Yifan and wanted to get everything he had. The second goal is to carry out the floating island plan and use the power of the whole world to disintegrate the Dark Knight.
Hearing this, Li Fan could imagine the bloody situation abroad.
And this day will come soon. Chapter 117, the 5 major organizations in the world are completely destroyed. A month and a half later, shocking news spread around the world.
An unnamed island was discovered in the Pacific Ocean, and various countries began to scramble for it. Among them, the United States is the most active because the island is located between the Hawaiian Islands and the United States. If it is included in the territory of the United States, then the waters of the United States will undoubtedly expand significantly.
Even the United States directly declared that the unnamed island belongs to it.
Other countries were not to be outdone and also began to fight for the nameless island, with some even engaging in violent combat. While countries were fighting each other to the death, a man wearing a golden mask informed everyone in the world through the internet, and his meaning was concise and to the point. The Kingdom of Eternal Dark Knight was established on the Nameless Island, and the Nameless Island belongs only to the Eternal Dark Knight. When the news came out, naturally no one admitted it, so some countries, led by the United States, took the initiative to launch an attack. But in this battle, the United States suffered a crushing defeat and was beaten so badly that it lost its way. The superpower that once regarded itself as the beacon of the Earth is now leading a group of younger brothers to attack, but it cannot even take down a small island. Everyone feels that the United States has become increasingly decadent. The United States was unwilling to give up and launched a new round of attacks, but still failed to capture it. Instead, the Eternal Dark Knight reached its homeland, and Seattle was directly captured. Then the Eternal Dark Knight announced that Seattle would be incorporated into the Eternal Dark Knight from now on. Not only that, the younger brothers who attacked the floating island were counterattacked by the Eternal Dark Knight and retreated into the country. The younger brothers lost a lot of territory, while the territory of Eternal Dark Knight became larger and larger and was no longer limited to the small island. But the island remains an important location of eternal darkness. But suddenly, many countries simultaneously aimed their artillery fire at the floating island. Then, the floating island was blown up directly. This scene shocked everyone in the world, and no one knew what was going on. Why would so many countries suddenly launch an attack on the floating island at the same time? Such a unified attack is really unbelievable. Li Yifan is dead? The moment Li Fan heard that the floating island was blown up, he was shocked to the extreme. Brother Li Fan, don't think too much. Uncle is fine. Hearing this, Li Fan immediately felt relieved and quickly asked, "What's going on?" Here's what happened. Originally, Li Yifan just wanted to get rid of Mammon and bring Dark Knight into the abyss. But he never expected that the counterattack against the United States would make some people blinded by greed and take the initiative to find him. The leaders and high-level officials of the 4 major organizations, Liumang, Xingye, Mammon, and Solomon, all came to the floating island to seek cooperation with him. Among them, Mammon is the most active because they are also very rich. After seeing Dark Knight's strength, they felt that it was only a matter of time before Dark Knight was recognized by countries around the world. So, they started to have evil thoughts and decided to provide help to Dark Knight. When the world recognizes the status of the Kingdom of Eternal Dark Knight, they will get benefits from Dark Knight. The 5 major organizations that originally disliked each other suddenly came together to discuss benefits. After hearing this, Li Fan understood everything. How could Li Yifan not make good use of such a good opportunity? So, Li Yifan took the opportunity to promise them various high positions, generous salaries and privileges, secretly recorded the video, and then sent it to leaders of various countries? That's right, my uncle commented on the important internal members of each organization on the spot. This one can be a colonel, and that one can be a diplomat. He also commented on the core leaders of the organizations present. But they didn't know that their uncle's comment directly pushed them into the abyss, but they were completely unaware of it and kept nodding in agreement, thinking that they were completely capable of doing these positions. But once these things are spread back to other countries, it will be a devastating disaster for them. Even if they can escape, they cannot get off their uncle's pirate ship. Many of them are business tycoons and upper-class elites from various countries. People of such status are naturally regarded as traitors. Afterwards, the uncle arranged for them to stay temporarily and continue discussions. While they were commenting on the floating island, the uncle had already sent the video to various countries and hid under the sea. Less than an hour after the information was transmitted, various countries launched a ruthless and fierce bombing on the island. But they never expected that it was a fake island and could not withstand such a bombardment. It was destroyed directly by the explosion. But compared to the threat posed to the world by the 5 major organizations, they did not feel sorry for the disappearance of the island. Hearing this, Li Fan's mouth twitched. All the important people are gathered here. How can they miss this opportunity? They might as well just launch a full-scale bombing and eliminate the threat once and for all. Yes, Uncle thought of this and did this. Without these core leaders, it is inevitable that these organizations will decline in the future. Moreover, they will also face encirclement and suppression from various countries. So cruel. Li Fan said these 2 words and didn't say anything else. At the same time, a black charcoal in Seattle spoke to the world. The first president of the Kingdom of Eternal Dark Night, the King of Dark Night, unfortunately died in the bombing, and the people of the Kingdom of Eternal Dark Night will avenge him. Because of that video, countries quickly united together to launch an operation to eliminate the world's 5 major organizations. A few months later, several countries announced that the remaining forces of the world's 5 major gray organizations had been completely eliminated. At this time, Li Yifan also returned to China and changed his mask. It is no longer gold, but a disguised mask. Seeing him like this, Li Fan curled his lips and said, "Why don't you just go get plastic surgery?" After plastic surgery, am I still myself? Li Yifan raised the corners of his mouth. Now he no longer needed to wear the golden mask. Although it is a mask, the true expression can be seen on his face. Have you handed over your personal property? Well. Li Yifan nodded. I paid 300 trillion, leaving about 2 trillion in my hands. Hearing this number, Li Fan's whole body was shaking. Li Yifan is indeed not comparable to ordinary people. Even after paying so much, he still has the same amount of change in his hand. Even with this much money, it may take several generations to spend it all. At this time, not far away, Lin Jia was pushed out to bask in the sun, with a twisted expression on her face. Seeing this, Li Yifan immediately stepped forward and took her hand. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Jia's face was full of regret. It's really hard. I didn't expect that I wouldn't be able to even get out of bed and walk. Now I can only do it with the help of machines, and I dare not move. Who told you to take that medicine in the first place? Emoya rolled her eyes at Lin Jia. With quadruplets, even if the economy wasn't a concern, people couldn't handle it. Just bear with it a little longer, the baby will be out soon. Lin Jia could only nod. Her due date was approaching, but when she thought of 4 children popping out all of a sudden, she couldn't help but smile. Chapter 118 Taking Over. Another month passed, and Lin Jia's child was born without a cesarean section. The original plan was to give her some relief, but she refused. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. 2 boys and 2 girls, quite evenly distributed. Lin Jia had a happy smile on her face because of the birth of quadruplets. Li Yifan stepped forward and held Lin Jia's hand tightly. She was a little weak now because she had just given birth. Wife, thank you for your hard work. Li Yifan said softly. He naturally knew why Lin Jia worked so hard, because of his age. Li Yifan is 47 years old this year and will definitely die before her, so Lin Jia wants to have more children as soon as possible. Lin Jia shook her head and chuckled, reaching out to gently stroke the 4 children around her. Her eldest daughter's temper had disappeared, replaced by infinite tenderness, but the next sentence made everyone present stunned. The children are so ugly. Everyone. Li Yifan. Shaking his head, Li Yifan explained with a smile, all newborn babies are like this. Maybe they will be prettier than you in the future. Lin Zhengtian also smiled and said, Yifan is right, Jia, you looked the same when you were born. After all, you were soaked in amniotic fluid before, so your skin is a little wrinkled, but it will get better slowly. Look how cute little Moya is now. As he spoke, Lin Jingtian directly picked up little Emoya from the ground. Today, little Moya can already speak and likes to play by herself most of the time. She seldom clings to people, but adults cling to her instead, and they all like to hold her and play with her. After little Moya was picked up, she looked at the 4 newborn babies with her dark eyes. Mother Lin gave birth to so many children. Is it a brother or a sister? 2 younger brothers and 2 younger sisters. Do you like them? Lin Jia reached out and teased little Moya's face. I like it. Little Moya nodded, then looked at her own Moya and stretched out her little hand. Emoya smiled and hugged her, kissing her on the face. However, what little Emoya said next made Emoya stunned. Mom, I want a brother too. Why does it have to be a younger brother? Can't a younger sister do that? Sister, too. Li Fan stepped forward, hugged little Moya, and kissed her on the face. Baby, Daddy and Mommy will work hard tonight to give you a brother or sister as soon as possible.
Hearing this, Moya blushed immediately. Most of them aren't here. What are you talking about? However, Lin Zhengtian and Mo Jiancheng, who were present, said they didn't hear it.
They patted Li Fan's father on the shoulder and walked out together. In-laws, let's go out and talk. Li Fan's mother took little Moya over.
When she left, little Moya was still asking about her younger siblings.
My little darling, Mom and Dad are still young, and you will definitely have younger brothers and sisters in the future. Li Fan's mother said with a smile and reached out to touch little Moya's head.
Oh. The happiest people are undoubtedly Li Fan's parents.
Not only did I have a son, but I also had 2 grandsons and 2 granddaughters.
Once elderly people get older, what they like to talk about most is their children and grandchildren.
Now that he has 5 grandchildren around him, he is naturally very happy. Several people chatted in the room for a while, and then Li Yifan patted Li Fan on the shoulder, motioning him to go out and talk.
Li Fan didn't think much about it and just followed him out the door. Soon, the two came to the artificial lake. Li Yifan lit a cigarette and handed one to Li Fan, but Li Fan shook his head to refuse. Looking into the distance, Li Fan turned to look at Li Yifan. Now that the 5 major organizations have been eliminated, there is no longer any threat to my family. Why don't you move in with me? My parents miss you all the time. That's what I was planning to do.
Now that everything has been said and done, being able to stay with them is my greatest wish.
I've already thrown away the things that should be thrown away.
Now I still have some things in my hands, and I hope you can take them over.
Submarine fleet? Li Yifan shook his head. It's a scientific research department that brings together top scientists. The first generation of Longsun was created by them.
Hearing this, Li Fan was immediately surprised. He thought that the Longsun ship was all due to Longshang, but he didn't expect it was another group of people. In addition, the round sky and square earth have been opened, and there is indeed ancient high technology inside.
Perhaps it won't be long before mankind will usher in another technological revolution. Besides the technological leap, is there anything else?
Li Fan was looking forward to it very much. In the past, he had participated in the excavation of the round earth and square earth in the underwater world. Even now, he was still very curious about what was inside. But Li Yifan shook his head.
The high-tech products in ancient times are different from those of today.
It will take a lot of time to decipher them.
Hearing this, Li Fan's face immediately showed disappointment. But that kind of disappointment was only fleeting.
After all, for something created by an ancient civilization to be able to survive for countless years at a depth of more than 10,000 meters in the sea, that technology must have developed to an unimaginable level. There is almost no need to make a comparison. Li Fan knows that the ancient civilization is superior. Li Fan was also very much looking forward to it.
How is it? Is this department willing to take over?
Li Yifan asked again, and this time Li Fan did not refuse. He also wanted to know what was inside the round sky and square earth. Although it has not yet been fully deciphered, the little that has been deciphered is enough to shock the world.
What is it?
Li Fan thought of ancient myths and legends, and wondered whether gods really existed in ancient times.
And considering the technology of making the earth round and the sky square, isn't what they have mastered a miracle in the eyes of uncivilized people? If there is no problem diving into the sea, then there must be no problem going into the sky.
After a long time, Li Yifan uttered a few words lightly.
The origin of mankind.
Hearing these words from Li Yifan, Li Fan was stunned for a moment, his eyes widened, and he looked at Li Yifan in disbelief. You said, is it the origin of mankind? Li Yifan nodded calmly, and then continued, perhaps you would not have thought that those ancient gods really existed.
The story of Nuwa creating humans is true.
This is the only story that has been deciphered so far, but how they created humans still needs to be deciphered in the future.
Hearing this, Li Fan's eyes widened even more. The happiest person Li Fan could think of must be Luo Chuan.
At the beginning, he had been thinking about the ancient gods and wanted to see what they look like.
As science emerged, the theory of human evolution also dominated mainstream thought. But Li Yifan learned such shocking news from the deciphering of ancient civilization.
Perhaps all the myths and legends in the world come from the same creators, who possess more advanced science and technology. As for why such a high-tech civilization suddenly disappeared, we can only look forward to subsequent deciphering work. The more Li Fan thought about it, the more he wanted to go to the secret base as soon as possible to check the situation.
Chapter 119 Dragon Soul Base. After Lin Jia's children were 1 month old, Li Yifan took Li Fan to the secret base underground. Just by seeing the gate of the secret base, Li Fan was completely shocked. Is this a gate built for giants? Li Fan didn't know how thick the door was, but when facing it, he felt insignificant. Look at my operating steps carefully. When you enter and exit, you need to follow the steps. If you don't remember, you can ask Xiao Mo and let Xiao Mo show you. As Li Yifan spoke, he came to the gate, took out a special key, inserted it into a hole, and then a sweet voice sounded. Welcome to the Dragon Soul Base, scanning. Brush. Before Li Fan could react to what was happening, a glass wall suddenly emerged from the ground, directly separating him and Li Yifan. We have detected multiple people. If this is an invasion by foreign enemies, they are all in a safe state now. Please verify your identity first. Then, beams of light scanned over the two of them. Body scan passed, please continue with other verifications. Then a platform rose from the ground. Li Yifan pressed his thumb at a place and then entered the password on the projected virtual keyboard. This is not the end. After doing all this, he pierced his finger with a steel needle, dripped blood into it, and then squeezed out a drop of blood into a groove. Then he made some strange hand prints. After finishing all this, Li Yifan said, 1996. Test passed in Room 1, Identity, Mr. Li Fan, founder of Dragon Soul. It was detected that the person in Room 2 did not undergo any test. Please ask Mr. Li Fan in Room 1 to explain the situation. 1997, the people I brought are safe, Dragon Soul, open the door. Boom boom boom. The door slowly opened, and 2 rows of robot guards at the door pointed their guns at the 2 men. Seeing this situation, Li Fan's mouth twitched suddenly. Not to mention foreign invasion, it would be very difficult to even get in, right? Just verifying the identity took a lot of work. DNA, facial recognition, voice, password, hand shape, and secret language. There is no way for ordinary people to sneak in. The glass wall fell down, and Li Yifan took Li Fan in, then verified the iris on one of the robot's hands, and the robot then made a sound. Alert lifted. Then the guard robot immediately turned its gun around and pointed it outside again. Welcome to the Dragon Soul Base. The sweet voice sounded again. After entering, Li Fan was also shocked by the huge passage. This is not a passage, it is simply a world of robots. Countless robots are busy, some are scanning, some are transporting things. Not only was the robot doing it, but the surrounding walls were also scanning the 2 people all the time. When they arrived at a place, Li Yifan took Li Fan into a car. 2019, go to the research department. The car started automatically, and then Li Yifan began to explain to him. Although the verification is a bit cumbersome, this is China's most advanced scientific research center and must be protected. You saw the steel door just now, it is 15 meters thick. Li Fan's mouth twitched. This kind of protection would be difficult to open even under the most violent bombardment, right? In addition to external verification, there are so many layers of protection once you come in. After driving for about half an hour, Li Fan finally saw countless people. This place was like a small isolated world, incompatible with everything in the outside world. Moreover, there are many categories of research. From biology to aerospace technology, as well as cosmic models and so on. Do you believe that any one of these people who walks out of here can change the world? Letter. Li Fan nodded, he didn't even have the slightest doubt. Li Fan even felt that the Dark Knight he mentioned before was nothing, this was the world's top organization. Not to mention anything else, the buildings and equipment here alone are very avant-garde. Li Fan even had a feeling that he had come to the future several hundred years later, rather than in the present. Things that have appeared in science fiction movies in the past are common here. Electro-optical gates, virtual computers, and even transformers? The first place Li Yifan took Li Fan into was a virtual VR room. As soon as he entered, Li Fan was shocked. It seemed as if he had come to a large shopping mall, but all the people were facing each other. Li Fan explained with a smile, this is not a simulation, but a real scene happening in reality. This is real VR. You can go around the entire mall without leaving your home. This was originally built to make it easier for people living here to experience the feeling of shopping in a mall, and I'm sure you are very familiar with this mall. Li Fan nodded and blurted out, Longdu Mall. Good. Li Yifan nodded and began to explain, currently, the only real-time connection is in Longdu Mall, and that's only Longdu Mall in Yudu. It's already full of our equipment, and it's a one-way connection.
Except for Longdu Mall, if you want to visit other places, you can only watch the video broadcast. At that time, in order to collect information from various areas, a large number of people were sent, and they ran for 4 consecutive years before every corner of the earth was recorded. Here, you can go to every corner of the world without leaving your home. Of course, some hidden areas are naturally impossible. Li Fan nodded, but his heart was already shocked to the extreme. He could even guess what the situation would be like many years later, when every home would have such a virtual experience room or virtual equipment, allowing people to reach the whole world without leaving home. If it is made into a virtual shopping mall, it will probably kill all online shopping malls in seconds. At this time, a man came in, and when he saw Li Yifan, a smile immediately appeared on his face.
Li Fan, long time no see.
The man stepped forward and shook hands with Li Yifan, and Li Yifan responded with a smile.
Don't call me Li Fan anymore. My parents gave me a new name. Now I'm Li Yifan. From now on, he's the only one called Li Fan. As Li Yifan spoke, he pointed at Li Fan.
The man immediately turned his gaze to Li Fan and circled around Li Fan twice.
TSK TSK. TSK TSK.
The man circled around Li Fan, making a clicking sound. It's a miracle among miracles.
I've been talking about it all the time, but I just didn't have the time.
I didn't expect that the two of you would stand in front of me together. I was originally wondering whether you, a time traveler, would fight with your current body, but it seems that this is impossible.
If the age difference between us was not too big, maybe it would be possible. Li Yifan smiled and shook his head.
Li Fan also nodded, and at the same time, he thought of many movies that were playing in an endless loop.
Many people are fighting with themselves just for a loved one.
Li Yifan naturally loved Moya, but the age difference was too big, so he gave up the idea.
At this moment, the man's mouth corners suddenly raised, revealing an evil smile. Li Yifan, if I kill Li Fan, will you disappear?
Hearing this, Li Fan and Li Yifan said the same word almost in unison.
Ems. Chapter 120, Digging Your Own Pit. After Li Yifan's introduction, Li Fan finally knew who this man was. Fang Tianyu, a top plant scientist, is an important member of Huaxia.
Not only him, there are more than 20 people like him, they are official figures. All of them are top scientists who have reached the pinnacle in one area, and some have even reached the top level in 2 or 3 categories. Li Yifan founded Dragon Soul with the intention of making China stronger, and the gathering of such a group of top scientists will have a far-reaching impact on the entire China. Therefore, after he founded Dragon Soul, he took the initiative to report it and asked for supervision. At the same time, he also invited all top scientists working there to join. If you need funds, you have the funds. If you need equipment, you have the equipment. If you need raw materials, you have the raw materials. Li Yifan's initiative was immediately recognized by his superiors, who then sent in personnel with outstanding abilities in various fields. Afterwards, Li Yifan spent a huge amount of money to build such a secret underground base. Members who enter here are subject to stricter control. No matter whether they are official members or not, as long as they enter here, they will sign a confidentiality agreement.
Some of them will never go to the ground again in their entire lives and will only work hard for the prosperity of China. Some of them brought their families with them.
Once they arrived here, their families were treated the same way and were unable to live on the ground for the rest of their lives.
Of course, children are an exception.
Parents must make a choice before they become sensible.
To stay underground or to live outside.
If they stay underground, they will receive a top-notch education, but at the same time, their children's future will be like theirs, always living in a secret base. Therefore, everyone who stays in the secret base is a great person.
They gave up everything in the outside world and worked only for the prosperity of China.
Perhaps one day, when China becomes unimaginably powerful, they will return to live on the ground.
And everyone also believes that this day will not be too far away.
Because they have also witnessed how China has grown from where it is today. What Li Yifan could do was to invest huge amounts of money and build multiple VR experience rooms in this secret base.
The reason why such a realistic scene is still called VR is because it has not yet established a connection with reality.
And their jobs are destined to allow them to see the world in this one-sided way. Longsheng has been thoroughly reformed.
Fang Tianyu said with a smile on his face and his eyes looking at Li Yifan.
Li Fan was naturally aware of Longsheng's reforms, and this was inevitable because many things involved this secret base.
And very few people know this.
Every new technology of Dragon Soul will be considered in 3 aspects: civilian, military, and commercial.
If it can only be used for civilian purposes, then put it directly on the market.
Longsheng International has a rich foundation, so civilian technology products will be invested and produced by Longsheng. If it can be commercialized, we will conduct careful internal considerations and only invest and produce after all measures have been carefully taken.
The implementer is still Longsheng International.
If it can meet military standards, it will be directly handed over to the motherland.
Of course, Longsheng International will still be involved.
Some of the things that are not easy to be discovered are the result of Longsheng's investment and output.
Those special parts are produced by the government in another secret base.
Therefore, whether it is for civilian, military, or commercial use, Longsheng's participation will not be small. These things are masterpieces of top scientists, and once they are put into use, they will receive huge responses.
Therefore, in this development process, Longsheng made huge profits.
This also made those who followed him at the beginning all become top wealthy people.
It should have been done a long time ago.
I cultivated all the original shareholders.
What makes me feel relieved is that no one came to me.
After all, when they established Longsheng, I told them that if I handed Longsheng over one day and asked them to cooperate, I would be very relieved if they listened to me.
He.
Fang Tianyu chuckled, all the people who fought with you in the past are now top tycoons, with more money than they can spend, enough for several generations to squander.
How could they not be satisfied?
It's the younger generations who have been making a fuss about this for a long time, not knowing the seriousness of the matter at all. If it weren't for the fact that these older generations are still alive, I'm afraid they would turn the tables.
Li Fan nodded. They knew a lot about the younger generations.
They spent money like water, were typical hedonists, and had very flamboyant personalities.
The passing of Mr. Yang really makes me sad.
He was a very thoughtful person, but his son and daughter did not inherit any of his virtues. Fortunately, you made adequate preparations at the time, otherwise the Yang family would have been in turmoil. Yang Hui, a veteran who followed Li Fan, was in charge of medical equipment. He invested a lot of effort in the early stages and recruited veteran Chinese medicine practitioners from all over the place. It can be said that if there had been no Yang Hui, it would have taken many years for Chinese medicine to dominate the world.
Moreover, in the process of working with the old Chinese medicine practitioners, people kept passing away.
It can be said that Yang Hui seized the important time. Li Fan had no idea about all this and could only listen awkwardly from the side. At this time, Li Yifan turned to look at him and explained to him. Only then did Li Fan know who the Mr. Yang he was talking about was. Yang Hui is a respectable figure. Some people support him as the leader of the revival of traditional Chinese medicine. He really deserves this honor.
Li Yifan nodded. Of course, Yang Hui was able to achieve this success thanks to Li Yifan's huge investment and Li Fan's theoretical guidance.
At the beginning, Yang Hui wanted to make traditional Chinese medicine powerful, and Li Fan gave him this opportunity and told him how to defeat Western medicine.
That is to combine traditional Chinese medicine with science. If Western medicine can do it through equipment, why can't Chinese medicine?
Especially after the development of the Pango system, the research and development of traditional Chinese medicine equipment has made a leap forward. The traditional methods of looking, smelling, asking, and palpating no longer require human intervention as machines can do it.
It is also very convenient to learn Chinese medicine nowadays.
Being able to learn directly through the materials, coupled with the guidance of the equipment, is many times faster than before. But Chinese medicine has not yet reached the level of ancient times and is still on the road to revival. The two chatted for a while, then Fang Tianyu patted Li Yifan on the shoulder and spoke with a smile.
After chatting with me for so long, I decided to take you to see everything here by yourself.
It will take more than 10 days just to tour the base.
Yeah, okay. Li Yifan nodded, said goodbye to Fang Tianyu, and then left with Li Fan. Just after the two left, Fang Tianyu shook his head.
You are the first one to dig your own grave.
Inheriting this place means you become a shield.
At the same time, the same thing is being investigated around the world.
The man with the golden mask is dead, so who inherited everything from him? Endless wealth, endless technology.
These things are very tempting.
Chapter 121. Familiar with the Dragon Soul Base.
Li Fan stayed in the Dragon Soul Base for a full half-month before he got a general understanding of the situation here, but he still didn't understand the details. We can only continue to understand through future contacts. Here, Li Fan saw fruits and vegetables weighing dozens of kilograms, and also saw plants that can eat living things.
This is the field of plant scientists.
Here, Li Fan saw huge insects and giant mantis shrimps that could smash a steel cup with one punch.
This is the field of biological scientists. Here, Li Fan saw a mini Earth and a mini starry sky. This is a simulated universe where vacuum and weightlessness are common. This is the field of space scientists. Here, Li Fan saw countless miracles. In just half a month, he even began to doubt whether he was living on Earth. But reason told him that everything here was real. As for the simulated universe, the goal of these guys is to migrate to outer space. But a simulation is always a simulation, and people are still just guessing what the structure of the Earth's interior is like. If we haven't even explored the ocean, how can we know what the real Earth is like? Li Fan believes that one day, humans will figure all of this out. All it takes is time. After a half-month-long visit, Li Yifan took Li Fan to another place. In the empty hall, countless people were coming in and out, doing various research, and various instruments were helping to record the data. The object of study is the roundness of the Earth and the squareness of the sky. Seeing this, Li Fan was immediately shocked. How did you transport it here? Li Fan still remembers the data measured at the time, 800 meters long, 800 meters wide, and 800 meters high. It is impossible for such a huge object to be transported in through the door, so there is only one possibility. There are other ways in here. There is also a super huge exit where submarines enter, and it is connected to the underground sea below. Hearing this, Li Fan immediately began to guess how big the exit was. As he entered Tianyuandifang, Li Fan immediately heard several biological experts discussing the origin of mankind. If Darwin knew the secret here, what would he think? What else can I think? Although the theory of evolution he proposed is not completely correct, it is partially correct. If we humans were created by a group of ancient creators, then who created these creators? I really look forward to fully deciphering the data here. Even if I completely crack it, I don't think I can get the answer. The creator can't tell us their origins. Not necessarily. If the creators fought among themselves during a war, it is entirely possible that they left behind such an ancient high-tech artifact. At this time, everyone turned around and saw Li Yifan coming forward, and immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Of course, everyone looked at Li Fan curiously. From the looks in their eyes, Li Fan knew that these people knew of his existence and the relationship between the two. Li Yifan seemed to see Li Fan's confusion, so he started to explain. When I led them to build the Dragon Soul base, I was honest with them. I did not hide the fact that I traveled through time from them. Moreover, those who live down here will never leave, nor will they maintain contact with the outside world for the rest of their lives. Hearing this, Li Fan nodded immediately, and Li Yifan smiled slightly and began to introduce Li Fan. This is biotechnologist Zhao Liang, this is biological scientist Ma Boi, this is plant scientist Jian Yusheng, and this is? There are so many people, and it is impossible for Li Fan to get to know everyone so quickly. Except for biologists, everyone present was a botanist. This made Li Fan very confused. Are these guys so idle? Soon he learned the reason from everyone's conversation. The appearance of the round Earth and square sky attracted the attention of all the top scientists, and all of them, regardless of whether they could help or not, came here, and their original work and research were temporarily handed over to their assistants. Experts in ancient Chinese characters are busy deciphering characters, experts in physics are busy studying the structure, power and operation of the round Earth and square sky, and experts in quantum information are busy deciphering how to use these high technologies. Even archaeological experts are busy estimating how many years this ancient high-tech product has existed, but the more they calculate, the more incredible it seems to them. There are also material experts who are busy studying what materials can be used to make the round Earth and square square. There are also chemical experts and experts in the space field who are busy because they have discovered something related in it. The only regret is that the experts in the field of natural sciences can't help even if they are busy, but they are still very itchy in their hearts. I wish I could collect ancient fingerprints, insects, ants, or seeds from here. But they can only wait for the deciphering to continue. Once they find out how the Creator created humans, they will immediately start experiments. Mr. Li, did you have any information about this ancient submarine before you traveled through time? Please provide some information. As soon as Zhao Liang spoke, everyone immediately turned their attention to Li Yifan. However, Li Yifan shook his head and said, I'm really sorry, I really don't know this. Besides, before I traveled through time, China didn't have the current level of technology, and I couldn't get access to those high-tech things. Zhao Liang shook his head. My heart is itching,
Even if I can find a nail or hair of an ancient creature, I will jump for joy. Jiang Yusheng rolled his eyes at Zhao Liang and said, "Don't even mention you. Even if I could find a blade of grass, I would be extremely excited. Even a fossil would make me very happy. There's nothing we can do about it. Time has long since worn away all the traces of corruption inside. But we have to say that the material used in the round earth is absolutely top-notch. We estimate that this thing has been on the seabed for hundreds of millions of years, but after such a long time, there is no sign of damage at all. We can only wait for the decoding work to be carried out. I am really looking forward to seeing how they create it." Seeing everyone talking endlessly, Li Yifan immediately smiled. "Since you are so anxious, why don't you go and help other gods by serving them tea or water? Maybe you know something they don't know?" As soon as these words were spoken, some people immediately objected, not because of identity issues, but because they felt that this was unnecessary. After all, there are top scientists here. Even if it was a pig, it would have become an expert long ago. Everyone, although you are not experts in related fields, there is an old Chinese saying that different paths lead to the same destination. Anyway, you are just anxious here. You have more contacts in your daily life. Although you are not experts in related fields, you can also put forward your own ideas in related fields, right? After hearing this, everyone began to think, and then said goodbye to Li Fan and Li Yifan and went inside. At this time, Li Yifan turned his head to Li Fan again and asked with a smile, "Would you like to go in and take a look?" Chapter 122 Worry. After visiting the round earth and square sky, Li Fan and Li Yifan returned to the ground. After this trip, Li Fan felt that he had too much to learn and he felt that he was unable to handle it all with his own abilities. Fortunately, there is official supervision, but even so, he couldn't help but sigh at his own shortcomings. Li Yifan smiled and patted his shoulder. "Don't be so depressed. Just remember 2 points. First, there must be enough money to support this huge base. Second, gather such a group of top scientists together. The rest of the problems can be solved easily. In fact, it is much easier to manage top scientists than ordinary people. Most of them have their own dreams and work hard all their lives to achieve a certain goal. For example, Gu Yuqing, a top programming expert, hopes most to combine virtual and reality. Most of the current virtual products come from her hands. Nowadays, virtual and reality can achieve perfect interaction, but she still feels it is imperfect and is writing various programs every day. There is also the archaeological expert Mo Daisher, who has spent his whole life exploring ancient civilizations. He was the most excited when the Earth was discovered. For him, every item inside has its extraordinary value and is also a product of high technology. There is also the cosmologist Fermi Yang, who has spent his life trying to simulate the real universe, even if it is a miniature one. Hearing Li Yifan say this, Li Fan also felt that it was right. Scientists are better managed simply because they are more focused. At this point, Li Yifan's mouth curled up. Of course, they also have quarrels, especially when scientists of the same type have different ways of thinking about the same problem, and they will have different approaches. Sometimes, they will argue over such things until their faces turn red. Of course, most of the time, neither side gave in, and in the end each of them did the experiment according to their own ideas. Sometimes there are cross-category quarrels, especially among quantum mechanics scientists, who have quarreled with almost all scientists. For example, the process of human thought transmission, whether plants have thoughts or not. Hearing these questions, Li Fan suddenly felt annoyed, but it was natural that scientists had different understandings and opinions. Li Fan could imagine that if this group of people were gathered together to discuss the question of whether the chicken or the egg came first, they would probably argue until their faces turned red. Therefore, scientists' minds are simpler, sometimes just like those of little children. I'm very curious, how did you find such a large group of people? The base is so huge, and there are countless scientists inside. It's really hard to imagine. Hearing this question, Li Yifan laughed twice. I just told you that all you need is enough money. As for bringing them together, that's even easier. For example, if you spend money to host a debate competition, the participants must be people with good eloquence, right? If you are reporting a literary competition, the participants must be people with good writing skills. Similarly, if you hold an invention contest, people with all kinds of creative ideas will come to the contest. Hearing this, Li Fan suddenly realized. Indeed, this is the most convenient way. Of course, not all participants are powerful characters. It is possible that they have a powerful teacher or guide, so you should not only investigate these people, but also their backgrounds to find out if there are more powerful people behind them.
In addition, there must be a huge amount of information.
In the internet age, all kinds of information are spreading around the world at an astonishing rate, and there are many genius ideas and theories among them.
You have to be good at discovering these.
Of course, you can cooperate with these people, but you must not let them know the most core Dragon Soul secrets, let alone let them participate. If you want to cooperate, it is most appropriate to cooperate in the form of business on the ground, and you must also let the scientists in the Dragon Soul base know what they convey in a timely manner. In addition to these, the most crucial point is the cultivation of talents. This time when you entered the base, you may have discovered that many of the people inside are actually not very old. This is because they are all trained, and they live in places where talented people gather. Even if they study harder, they are still much better than those outside.
Hearing this, Li Fan nodded immediately. The cultivation of the next generation is very important.
Education is also a key factor in China's rapid development and growth today. In the 1980s, junior high school students were considered to have a high level of education, while in the 1990s, high school students were required, and after 2000, college students have become the mainstream. As the times develop and society changes, education is also a strong foundation. Education in China has always been ranked first, which is completely different from places outside of China, especially the West. Of course, over the years, Li Fan has collected a lot of information through his own media work.
Western education is not a joke, but they actively kick out those who don't like to study.
Among the elite schools, some have even stricter education than China. At the beginning, I gathered a group of children to learn basic electronic theory, as well as yin and yang, the 8 diagrams, and ancient thought. I never let them touch the computer, I only showed them.
Many people thought I was crazy. But what about now?
The Pango system directly defeated all systems. I can tell you clearly that before I traveled through time, Windows, Linux, and ISO were still the dominant technologies.
Which Chinese citizen does not want to have his or her own system? However, due to ecological problems, it is strangled. In addition, most people are accustomed to it.
Even if they have some ideas of their own, they still cannot jump out of the framework of the original operating system.
Even if some are made, there is very little support.
Speaking of this, Li Yifan seemed to be lost in memories. Li Fan patted him on the shoulder and they went home together. When they returned to the room, Lin Jia was sleeping. Li Yifan went up to her and kissed her, waking her up. Then Lin Jia hugged Li Yifan and kissed him fiercely. After a long time, the two separated.
Li Yifan began to tease the 4 children next to him. "Uncle, Moya is pregnant again. I've done a test and it's a boy."
Hearing this, Li Yifan immediately narrowed his eyes and then frowned.
"Are you unhappy that Moya is pregnant?"
Li Yifan nodded seriously and then said 2 things.
"I had 2 children. The first was a daughter with a plum blossom birthmark on her palm.
The second was a son with a 7-star mark on his foot. Not long after the second child was born, I inexplicably traveled back to 1996.
Hearing this, Lin Jia's eyes widened immediately. "Didn't you say the time of crossing is past?"
I used to think so, but when I saw that their first child was a daughter and that the plum blossom mark was still on her palm, I knew that although some things had changed because of me, some things would probably not change because of my change.
"Are you worried that he might suddenly travel back in time?" Li Yifan took a deep breath.
After all, it hadn't happened yet and he didn't know. While the two were talking, many foreigners arrived at Yudu International Airport.
Chapter 123 External Investigation.
Lin Jia and Moya chat for a long time every day. As mothers, most of their topics are about their children. And now Moya is pregnant again, and there is always a gentle smile on her face. When she gave birth to her first child, she felt happy but also a little scared, especially since Li Fan was not around. But she knew she couldn't be anxious, and she kept trying hard to change her mood. Now that she is pregnant with her second child, she is no longer as scared as the first time, especially since Li Fan is no longer busy and can stay with her.
"Congratulations, Moya, you're going to be a mother again,"
Lin Jia said with a smile.
"No one is as good as you.
You gave birth to quadruplets at once.
You don't have to think about having children anymore." Moya looked at Lin Jia's 4 children, each of them was so cute. Looking at the 4 cute children, Moya suddenly burst out laughing. "Moya, what are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at you for thinking the child is ugly." Hearing this, Lin Jia blushed immediately.
At that time, she didn't know that all newborn babies were like this and needed to recover slowly. But in the face of Emoya's teasing, she immediately shook her head to deny it.
No way.
You still say no, the babies have just come out and you say they are ugly. I just said they were ugly, I didn't dislike them. It was not easy for me to be pregnant for 10 months.
I even have trouble walking, okay? That's fine, for at a time, and you won't have to work so hard for the kids anymore.
Emoya said this and touched her belly again, her face full of motherly tenderness. However, Lin Jia shook her head and said, that's not necessarily true, if he and I get pregnant again, I will still give birth to the baby. Emoya was about to make fun of Lin Jia again, but at this time Li Fan came into the room, talked with Lin Jia for a while, and then took Emoya out.
Li Fan.
Hearing Lin Jia's shout, Li Fan and Emoya both turned their heads.
What's the matter? Li Fan asked. No. I just asked you to take good care of Emoya. You have to be careful about everything when you are pregnant, and you don't have any experience. Don't worry, Miss Lin.
I have been studying hard during this period and know how to take care of my pregnant wife. After Li Fan finished speaking, he helped Emoya out the door.
Where do you want to go, honey? Just take a walk in the garden.
Looking at the two people leaving, Lin Jia felt a little unhappy. If Li Yifan's guess is true, then shortly after the child is born, Li Fan will probably travel back to 1996.
This situation was undoubtedly a huge blow to Emoya. But she couldn't say it, not just because she had promised Li Yifan.
In a hotel in Yudu, Yang Ziyu, a famous local businesswoman, was reporting the situation to a foreigner.
But when the foreigners heard the news, they immediately frowned, obviously very dissatisfied with the results of Yang Ziyu's investigation. How is it possible that nothing was found? What do I need a piece of trash like you for? Mr. Thomas, please don't be angry.
Longsheng Group has suddenly encountered such a big change.
It is not easy for me to find out everything in a short time. Moreover, Longsheng International is so huge that it is difficult for outsiders to intervene. It is really difficult to find out the news.
When Thomas heard this, he snorted coldly and his eyes turned cold.
You're useless. I didn't ask you to investigate the entire Longsheng International.
I just asked you to investigate the person who took over Yudu, but you can't find anything. Besides, the person here is not from here and has never shown up in the business world before. It's really hard to investigate. Nowadays, everyone in China uses Phoenix mobile phones, which use the Pango system. The information is also very confidential. I have searched many underground companies, but I can't find any useful information.
What a waste. Thomas snorted coldly, wishing he could slap Yang Ziyu twice.
And Yang Ziyu could only smile awkwardly. The reason why Huaxia Mobile keeps personal privacy so strictly confidential is also because of official control.
It is impossible to tamper with unscrupulous applications even if they want to.
When each citizen registers for an application software, the information is specially encrypted and directly verified by the official, regardless of whether it is for permissions such as videos, photos, or call records.
Especially for call records, software application vendors are explicitly prohibited from obtaining them. If you need to obtain them, you must have relevant communication qualifications. The official has clearly blocked the unscrupulous software vendors. Of course, there are exceptions, such as applications that are not from China.
But now every citizen knows that China has the strictest application control and rarely uses overseas applications.
Those who resell personal information will be given 20 years of free meals once they are caught. After being scolded, Yang Ziyu still had a smile on his face. Mr. Thomas, what do you think we should do about this matter? What to do?
Thomas pondered for a moment, his brows furrowed deeply.
You must find out as soon as possible.
Even those who have had contact with Longsheng must be investigated carefully.
Hearing this, Yang Ziyu could only nod helplessly.
This information is really hard to find nowadays, and it seems we can only look for some shady organizations.
That's right.
Thomas seemed to suddenly remember something and his eyes narrowed immediately. Lin Zhengtian has been staying in Yuda most of the time.
He is one of the oldest core members of Longsheng. Where is he now?
At Yulong Manor, Mr. Thomas, when you mentioned this, I remembered a strange thing.
Don't beat around the bush, just say it directly. Thomas spoke impatiently. Yang Ziyu nodded and immediately expressed his doubts. Lin Jingtian's daughter finally got married, and his son-in-law's background is unknown.
Lin Jingtian originally had his own manor, but now he has moved into Yulong Manor, which was bought by a man named Li Fan. Hearing this, Thomas immediately narrowed his eyes.
It seems that this Li Fan has some secrets. Check this person out for me. Chapter 124 First Meeting with Yang Ziyu. Boss, why don't you come over here? I'm almost scared of him. On the phone, Chen Jiang looked helpless. During this period of time, he was constantly harassed by Yang Ziyu. If he was just harassing him, it wouldn't matter, but Yang Ziyu wanted to meet Li Fan. If it were an ordinary person, Chen Jiang would have kicked him out long ago, but Yang Ziyu had this cooperation with Yafan Media, and the amount of cooperation was not small, reaching 300 million yuan. So Chen Jiang was in a difficult situation and could only ask Li Fan for help. When Li Fan heard Chen Jiang calling again about the same thing, his brows immediately frowned. Why does Yang Ziyu have to see me for no reason? I noticed her eyes sparkled when she mentioned you. I guess she's your admirer? Admirers? I haven't done anything remarkable, why would you admire me? Ah. Chen Jiang sighed and continued, Boss, we have information from other places, how come you don't even know your own information? Of course, your fame is spread by your self-media studio. In the early days, the company had only a few people, and then expanded to more than 50 people. We officially entered the market and immediately became popular, with profits exceeding 100 million in the first month, and then remained stable at more than 50 million in the following months. It then slowly increased and it took us only 2 years to achieve the transformation. With such a huge achievement, your situation is naturally known to many people. Transforming from self-media to media, directly becoming the second, this is absolutely unprecedented. It is normal for some people to worship you as an idol. Hearing this, Li Fan frowned. A blind admirer, if he really did a careful investigation, he would know that most of the credit is yours. I just recruited you. Boss, please don't say that. I can achieve what I have today thanks to your insight. If you hadn't let me do everything, I wouldn't be sure I could have achieved what I have now. Boss. I'm really scared of this girl, why don't you go meet her? Okay, ask her when she's free and arrange a meeting. Thank you, boss. Chen Jiang immediately felt relieved, and even Li Fan heard him let out a long breath. The two of them talked for only about half an hour when Chen Jiang called again. Yang Ziyu wanted to meet today, and they made an appointment to meet in a coffee shop at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Fan didn't expect the other party to be so anxious. This situation made him frown. After hanging up the phone, Li Fan immediately decided to check through Xiao Mo to find out who Yang Ziyu was. Xiao Mo, do you have any information about this person? Yes. This is Yang Huoyi's daughter. After Mr. Yang passed away, Longxing took back the shares according to the contract and paid 3 times the compensation. Then Yang Xin and Yang Ziyu had a conflict over the division of the family property. In the end, they only got 200 million. Then she went to the United States and made a lot of money there. After returning to China, she founded Euler Software, which is now relatively well known, but her style of doing things is a bit Western, which is not very popular among Chinese people. When Li Fan heard that it was Yang Huoyi's daughter, he immediately showed a look of surprise. Because Yang Huoyi was once a member of Longsheng, but his shareholding ratio was not high, only 3%. But even so, Longsheng's threefold recovery would still be a considerable amount of money. If he only got 200 million, he would probably be full of resentment. Yang Huoyi had made many contributions to Longsheng, but Li Fan still remembered what Li Yifan said, that his children did not have any of old Yang's style. Did she use the money she earned abroad for anything unexpected? Based on the information we have so far, there is a little bit, but the details have yet to be verified. After all, it is difficult to say what is going on in business cooperation. Some things may seem normal, but in fact there are some tricks. Hearing this, Li Fan immediately frowned. I suddenly became wary of the meeting with Yang Ziyu. Now that he has taken over the Dragon Soul, he dare not be careless at all. Although from what Li Yifan said, outsiders had no idea of the existence of the Dragon Soul base, he still decided to proceed with caution. In the afternoon, Li Fan came to the designated coffee shop, looked around the lobby, and found Yang Ziyu smiling and waving at him. Before coming, Li Fan had seen her photo, so he recognized her at once. Mr. Li, I'm finally honored to meet you in person. Yang Ziyu looked a little excited, her beautiful big eyes filled with joy. No, you're too polite, Miss Yang. Li Fan looked Yang Ziyu up and down. She was quite pretty and dressed very fashionably. Her whole body was in typical European and American style. After ordering, Yang Ziyu looked up at Li Fan with a smile on his face. Mr. Li, I admire you very much.
It is said that you only had a few million in startup capital to establish your own media studio, but you have achieved such success in just 2 years.
It is simply like a legend.
It can be said that you are definitely the most dazzling star among the young talents in China today. I have always wanted to meet you, but no one knew you until I recently cooperated with your company and met Mr. Chen.
I kept pestering him and finally met you in person. Mr. Li, you won't laugh at me, will you?
Yang Ziyu's beautiful eyes sparkled and a blush appeared on her face, as if she was having a secret meeting with her lover.
Ms. Yang, you are too kind. The success of Yathan Media today is all thanks to Chen Zhang. I am not that great. I am just a hands-off manager. Mr. Li is really too modest. My company has not made any progress no matter what I do. It makes me cry just talking about it. Throughout the afternoon, Yang Ziyu discussed various issues with Li Fan, ranging from operations to management.
Although Li Fan has become a hands-off boss, he still has a lot of ideas in this regard.
Out of respect for Yang Hui, Li Fan did not hide anything. In addition, Li Fan gave her crucial advice.
Since we are developing software in the country, we have to consider the latest needs and develop the software based on the habits of Chinese people. Yang Ziyu frowned and thought for a while, then finally nodded.
Thank you for your suggestion. I will think about the improvement plan when I return.
As long as Chinese people are used to and convenient to use, then there will be no problem in the application market.
It's such a pleasure to talk to you. I'll learn from your experiences for a long time.
Li Fan smiled but didn't say much.
After checking the time, Li Fan looked up at Yang Ziyu. Ms. Yang, I have to go home to be with my wife and children. We can talk later.
Hearing this, Yang Ziyu's face immediately showed a trace of sadness, but he didn't say much. Li Fan thought he was overthinking it, and then the two said goodbye and left.
However, shortly after Li Fan left, Yang Ziyu snorted coldly. Heh, what the hell? You want to teach me a lesson?
If I didn't have a mission, I wouldn't have any contact with a self-righteous guy like you.
Chapter 125 Yang Ziyu arrives at the manor.
Since the first day they met, Yang Ziyu kept finding various excuses to ask Li Fan out, but Li Fan refused many times. But every time Li Fan refused, she would immediately pester Chen Jiang, making Chen Jiang very annoyed, and finally he came to Li Fan for help again. When the old employees found out about this, they all started making fun of Li Fan, especially Jiang Feng, who danced the most happily until Li Fan said he would reduce his salary, and then he restrained himself a little.
The others didn't care at all, even that guy Was, used him as a joke.
Li Fan felt that this was not a solution. So they met again, and this time, Yang Ziyu simply changed the way he addressed him. He no longer called him Mr. Li, but Brother Li.
This name sounds weird.
But Yang Ziyu insisted on calling him that, and Li Fan had no choice. This was only the second time they had met, and Yang Ziyu was like this, which made Li Fan have to be more vigilant.
If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely jump for joy.
This girl is simply delivered to your doorstep for free, and she is so beautiful. But Li Fan would not think about these things. Now that he is the leader of the Dragon Soul base, he has to consider the consequences of everything.
Once there is a second time, there will be a third time.
And this third time, Yang Ziyu went directly to Li Fan's manor.
This made Li Fan even more alert, because even ordinary people couldn't be so quick. Hoof. That bitch is here. Xiao Mo snorted in dissatisfaction. Ever since the second time he changed his name, Xiao Mo became somewhat dissatisfied with Yang Ziyu.
Li Fan shook his head.
Emoya looked at him in confusion. Did Xiao Mo lose his temper with you again? Not really.
I was just complaining that Yang Ziyu was a bitch.
Li Fan explained, shaking his head. Bring the upgraded version of Xiao Mo some other day. I've always been curious about it. Okay, I'll tell Li Yifan later. Li Fan nodded, then hugged Emoya's shoulders and asked, Wife, why aren't you worried at all? Emoya smiled slightly, don't I know you? What is there to worry about?
Hearing this, Li Fan's mouth twitched. Other people's husbands will be pulled by the ears if they look at beautiful women for a second longer, but you are different, you are not jealous at all.
How about I try to twist you? Emoya blinked at him. Then forget it.
Li Fan quickly shook his head. He was not idle and was looking for trouble.
Dad.
Little Moya ran to Li Fan and pulled his trouser leg.
Li Fan directly picked up little Moya and kissed her on the face twice.
At this time, Yang Ziyu had already gotten out of the car and took off his sunglasses.
This is my sister-in-law, right? She's so beautiful.
Yang Ziyu looked at Imoya with a smile, then walked to Li Fan and called him brotherly again. After shouting, he reached out and teased little Moya in Li Fan's arms. Little Moya immediately turned around and lay on Li Fan's shoulder.
Ha, the little guy is so shy. Miss Yang, please come in.
Li Fan said this, and then took her to the house.
Yang Ziyu followed and looked around the environment.
Brotherly, your manor is really big, comparable to my old home, and it has so many people, the monthly expenses alone must be several million, right? What Yang Ziyu was talking about was naturally the home when Yang Hui was still alive. Now the two siblings have parted ways and basically have no contact with each other. If you add the supplies together, the monthly expenditure is about 5 million, just to buy comfort. Hearing this, Yang Ziyu nodded, then turned to Imoya. Miss Mo's Nanyang clothing is also a legend. Especially in the past year, it has developed so fast that it is hard to imagine.
A year ago, few people in the country knew about it.
I didn't expect that it has already rushed to the international level in such a short time.
Miss Yang, you are too kind. Imoya smiled slightly.
Yang Ziyu smiled slightly, and seeing Imoya holding Li Fan's right hand, she took the initiative to reach out and hold Li Fan's left hand. The corner of Li Fan's mouth twitched instantly, but Imoya ignored it completely, as if she didn't see it at all. Yang Ziyu narrowed his eyes slightly, but still did not let go of Li Fan's arm. Li Fan instantly felt that Imoya's ignoring him was even smarter than speaking.
This is the true meaning of silence being better than words, just ignore it.
If an ordinary person was ignored like this, he would definitely be furious, but Yang Ziyu did not, and continued to do as he pleased. But as a husband, he couldn't let her do this. If his parents saw it, he would definitely give him a good beating.
Miss Yang, I'm still holding the baby.
Hearing this, Yang Ziyu let go of Li Fan's hand, but she did not give up because she still had a mission. If you want to get closer to Li Fan, you have to start by destroying his family.
Oh, I'm sorry, brotherly. Yang Ziyu quickly apologized. I am sorry for offending you. But I really envy your family.
Seeing that your sister-in-law is pregnant with her second child, I believe you two must be very loving.
My wife is the only one in my heart.
Li Fan replied calmly, which was quite straightforward. No matter what her purpose was, Li Fan would never let her get what she wanted.
Brotherly, are you from a hidden wealthy family? What do your uncle and aunt do? Ms. Yang, you are wrong. My parents don't have any background. They are just ordinary farmers.
Li Fan shook his head and explained.
A peasant?
Yang Ziyu said in surprise. Brotherly is really a joker.
Just the several million in startup capital alone shows that you are a rich second generation. I'm not some second generation rich kid. My parents are real farmers.
They worked in a small factory. After I was born, they opened a small shop in the city. As for the startup capital, I earned it myself.
This is of course a lie, but if I say that it was given to me by my future self, no one would believe it. Brotherly is also very impressive. Let alone millions, even hundreds of thousands would take an ordinary person a long time to earn.
Hearing this, Li Fan immediately laughed.
That was not an ordinary long time. After entering the hall, Yang Ziyu was stunned.
There were 4 people in the hall: Lin Jingtian, Lin Jia, and Li Fan's parents, each holding a child in their arms.
And they don't look very big.
The reason why Yang Ziyu was stunned was that he thought those children were all Li Fan's. But this thought was fleeting, and then he quickly greeted Lin Jingtian.
Uncle Lin. It's Xiaoyu, why are you here? I came to see Brotherly. By the way, Uncle Lin, why are you here too?
Lin Jingtian smiled faintly, pointed at the child in his arms, and then pointed at several other children. Take care of the grandchildren.
Yang Ziyu.
He turned and walked towards Lin Jia, long time no see.
Long time no see.
Lin Jia replied with a smile, then continued to tease the child in her arms.
Are these 4 children yours? Yes. Lin Jia nodded, then winked at Yang Ziyu. I'm awesome, right?
I gave birth to 4 babies at once.
Yang Ziyu. You are really amazing.
In the hall, Yang Ziyu, Lin Jingtian, and Lin Jia started chatting. After Li Fan helped Imoya sit on the sofa, he looked up at Yang Ziyu. Perhaps
he has found the answer.
The reason why Yang Ziyu came to him was only because Lin Jingtian and Lin Jia stayed at his place.
Chapter 126, Clothing Industry Leaders Gather at the Manor. Uncle Lin, I'm very curious, why did Longxing suddenly reform? And all the shareholders transferred their shares. What happened?
Yang Ziyu asked, and this was also one of the main purposes of his coming here, to meet Lin Jingtian and find out the real reason for Longxing's reform.
Xiaoyu, don't worry about Longxing's affairs. Lin Jingtian laughed. Uncle Lin, how can you think like that? My father and you are both heroes of Longxing International, but after my father left, what did Longxing do? They wanted to kick us out directly. If it wasn't for this, the subsequent changes in my family wouldn't have happened. You are all heroes, and you must seek justice from Longxing.
Yang Ziyu said this with a cold face, and it was obvious that she had nothing but hatred towards Longxing.
Xiaoyu, I know about the changes in your family, but you can't blame Longxing International for this. When we joined Longxing to work hard together, we had already signed a relevant contract. If a person dies, the shares will not be inherited, and the company will buy them back at double the price. After your father died, Longxing did not treat your young family unfairly, and even gave you twice the original contract. It has already been very fair to old Yang. But Yang Ziyu didn't care about all this and still had anger on his face.
Uncle Lin, Longxing has such a huge development prospect.
If our Yang family is still in Longxing, how much more money will we have?
Hearing this, Lin Jingtian immediately narrowed his eyes. He could feel Yang Ziyu's unwillingness from his words. Uncle Lin, just tell me, why were all of you heroes kicked out of Longxing? Longxing's behavior is really too much.
I think you should unite and ask Longxing for an explanation. Treating heroes like this will make other members of Longxing feel disheartened, right? Xiaoyu, your idea is too extreme. In addition to the rule that the company will double the price when someone dies, the same is true when someone gets old. We are already at the age to retire.
Besides, Longxing has not treated anyone unfairly and will still triple the price to buy back our shares.
Yang Ziyu frowned, looking very unwilling.
Longxing doesn't allow his son to inherit his father's business, so what about the largest shareholder, the man with the golden mask?
Where is he now? Who inherited his shares? He has been wearing the golden mask all the time, so who knows if the heir is his relative?
In the hall, Yang Ziyu kept asking about Longxing, as if he was determined to get to the bottom of it. At this point, Li Fan was already very sure that she was coming for Lin Jingtian.
Thinking of this, he felt relieved. As long as it's not directed at him, it doesn't matter.
Longxing is still a behemoth, but the authorities have their own arrangements.
Li Fan certainly knows everyone's information, but not many people outside know it.
In terms of confidentiality, we have to say that the authorities have done a very good job.
And Li Fan even understood why Li Yifan asked them to do so.
The Longxing tree is so big that it attracts the wind, so it will receive special care wherever it goes in the world. Now that the older generation of heroes have retired, they have nothing to do with Longxing anymore. The new batch of successors have nothing to do with the old batch of heroes. This is equivalent to allowing everyone to retire safely without being the focus of attention. Seeing that Yang Ziyu was still talking about Longxing, Li Fan simply said goodbye to her for the time being and returned to his room to be with his wife and children. Of course, before entering, Li Fan specially sent 2 people to act as Yang Ziyu's guides, and they would take her wherever she wanted to go. After returning to the room, Li Fan immediately helped Emoya lie down on the bed, and took the initiative to sit beside her to serve as her cushion.
Hubby, do you think she really came to see you? What do you think?
Then the couple smiled at each other, obviously they both knew each other's thoughts. No matter what her purpose is, she will definitely not give up. I am just guessing her real purpose.
Is she here to gather information, or is she looking for help to avenge the Young family? It's all possible. Oh, by the way, my dad will also be here today. Not only him, but all the elders of the Mo family will also be here.
Hearing this, Li Fan suddenly felt pain in his balls. After Li Fan helped to revitalize all of Mo's industries, Mr. Mo felt that Li Fan was a genius in the clothing industry and often said that he would help hand over the management of Mo's industries to him. Judging from Moya's attitude, he is undoubtedly going to bring the heroes of the Mo family to meet him, the new helmsman.
But how could Li Fan have such talent?
All he did was use his own media to help promote the product. Of course, he did come up with a few plans, but that was Qin Zhang's credit and had nothing to do with him. In addition to these, there was also Li Yifan's secret help.
But Mr. Mo didn't know these things and he just believed that he was a genius in the clothing industry. Seeing Li Fan's embarrassed expression, Moya immediately burst out laughing.
Your son-in-law is more precious to him than my own daughter.
That's not the case. Are you jealous? I won't eat it. Emoya smiled and kissed Li Fan on the face. But husband,
Dad and Uncle Jiang are really old, it's time for them to enjoy a peaceful life.
Li Fan sighed. Wasn't Emoya's words hinting at him to take over?
Li Fan now appears to be very idle, but he is actually not idle at all.
Xiao Mo transmits knowledge to him every day.
Although Li Yifan only said that money is the key to solving everything, a lot of scientific classification knowledge is also forcing him to learn. After all, he is the leader of Dragon Soul. It would not work if he did not understand this knowledge at all. So now he really doesn't have the extra energy to do these things.
Brother Li Fan, don't worry too much.
The old men of the Mo family have trained only 1 or 2 unmotivated children, but they are not completely unmotivated, just like Mo Xiaodong, who doesn't like the clothing industry and only likes other things.
One likes the automotive industry, and the other likes animation in film and television.
Xiao Mo said in Li Fan's mind, and it seemed that she was also ready to let Li Fan take over.
As soon as night fell, Mr. Mo entered the manor with dozens of people.
When Yang Ziyu saw these people, a look of shock immediately appeared on her face. Except for Mr. Mo, whom she didn't know, the rest were all well-known figures in the clothing industry. At this moment, Yang Ziyu felt that this manor was not that simple, otherwise how could it gather so many well-known bigwigs?
Yang Ziyu was extremely excited. She must find some clues from everyone's conversation tonight. Chapter 127 Family Gathering.
This is the first time that so many people have appeared in Li Fan's place since he bought the manor. Seeing his father-in-law appear, Li Fan naturally stepped forward to greet him.
Lin Jingtian and Li Fan's parents also stepped forward to greet each other. After a series of introductions, everyone finally entered the hall. When everyone arrived, the banquet officially began. The group of people were talking and laughing, chatting with each other. Halfway through the drink, Mo Jiancheng got straight to the point.
Xiao Fan, you have such a talent in the clothing industry, so I plan to officially hand over the Mo family's business to you and Xiaoya to manage. Today I have brought all the key people to you, and let you get to know each other first.
It's time for us old guys to retire.
Mo Jiancheng started talking, and the others immediately followed suit. Jiang Mingdu spoke first and pointed at a young woman next to him.
Uncle, this is my daughter Jiang Lulu.
She has been studying with me for some time. Now she has officially taken over Jinyu Clothing. Please take care of her in the future.
Brother Li, I'm toasting to you.
Jiang Lulu raised her glass and spoke to Li Fan. Li Fan heard from Moya that Jiang Mingdu had a son and a daughter, and was extremely strict in educating his children. After a comparison, he asked Mo Jiancheng to let his daughter take over the business. Although the industry belongs to the Mahist family, as the managers of Golden Realm, they also have a considerable share. It can be said that if the Mo family does not intervene at all, then Jinyu Clothing will completely belong to the Jiang family.
It's not just the Jiang family that's like this.
Companies like Nanyang, Huacheng, Phoenix, Dongsheng, and Sunhong all have the same management model. It is completely reasonable to hand over your own property to your children. After a whole afternoon of ideological struggle, Li Fan stopped worrying about it and decided to agree.
Lulu, don't say that.
You are a professional in this field, but I really don't know much about the clothing industry.
I will rely on your support in the future. Brother Li, you are too polite.
Except for Jinyu and Nanyang, our clothing industry is half dead, but you have directly revitalized all the companies. I don't think I can compare with your ability. Jiang Lulu replied with a smile, and then they both drank the wine in their glasses. Son-in-law, we are all family, this is not a reception for the public, drink less.
The person who spoke was Jin Changjiang, the president of Nanyang Clothing.
Since Moya spent most of his time in Nanyang, Li Fan was quite familiar with him.
Li Fan smiled and nodded.
Son-in-law, you have already met my son, so I won't introduce him to you. Jin Changjiang touched his son Jin Yuhua, and Jin Yuhua immediately raised his glass.
Brother Li, I respect you. Brother Yuhua, Uncle Jin, I toast to you too.
Li Fan responded with a smile and raised his glass to toast the two of them. After Jin Changjiang, Zhang Huiming, president of Mingyue Clothing, also began to introduce himself. Son-in-law, this is my son Zhang Long, please take care of him in the future.
Uncle Zhang, you are too polite. We are all family. Brother Zhang, please.
After one round, Li Fan had drunk a lot, and everyone present had introduced themselves. People also began to talk about the development prospects of the clothing industry. If we talk about the company with the worst prospects, it would probably be Dong Clothing, because this clothing company only makes work clothes and its sales volume cannot be compared with others. At the beginning, Wang Fei once suggested that Mr. Mo give up this business, but Mr. Mo shook his head, and Wang Fei had no choice but to continue to persevere. And his son Wang Jianlin is exactly the unmotivated child that Xiao Mo mentioned. After all, he was making labor protection clothing and he felt there was little prospect for development. At the same time, he had always wanted to develop the animation industry.
Seeing Li Fan looking at him, Wang Jianlin immediately raised his glass and said, "Brother Li, isn't your Yafan Media also involved in the animation business? Why don't I go over there? I'm really not interested in labor protection clothing." "Okay, come over. The animation business just so happens to be in need of a vice president. I'll give you the shares of Dong Clothing in exchange for the equivalent value. What do you think?" "Thank you very much." Wang Jianlin immediately toasted Li Fan.
Wang Fei was stunned when he heard this, and Mo Jiancheng also shook his head slightly.
"Xiao Fan, are you also planning to give up the workwear business?" "Dad, I don't plan to give up. I'm even planning to expand it. But the prospects for this business aren't very good, so I want to make some changes." "Oh? Tell me about it." Mo Jiancheng became interested immediately after hearing it.
"Dad, these businesses are the result of the hard work of you and your uncles. You will definitely feel sad if you give up, but the current model is different from your era.
If you want to seek development, you can only take other paths.
There are basically no major requirements for work protection clothing, and many companies even change them frequently, so the quality can be reduced a little, but not too much. In addition, I plan to disband the original staff. The factory and the design department will remain unchanged.
The rest will be dispersed across the country to set up distribution agencies.
The original treatment will remain unchanged, and they will be given commissions. Let them take the initiative to contact outside companies, whether they are large factories or small companies. In this way, the original sales model is broken. We no longer connect with various factories and enterprises, and the sales targets we face can also be expanded. The design department should design more templates, mainly to make them convenient and simple, and not to affect the work."
After hearing Li Fan's words, Mo Jiancheng thought for a moment.
It is also possible for the factory to correspond to sales points across the country.
Moreover, the distribution model is not impossible. The cost is not high and it can also promote Dong. As for advertising, you don't have to worry about it. All the publicity will be handled by my media company.
As for the issue of popularity, I will definitely quickly increase it in the corresponding industry.
After hearing Li Fan's words, everyone stopped talking about it. As long as Li Fan doesn't give up this business, they have no objection. "Xiaoya, have you checked the pregnancy? Is it a boy or a girl?" "Yes, Sister Emoya, we are also curious about this. Tell us about it."
Facing everyone's questions, Emoya smiled slightly, touched her belly, and replied softly, "I have checked, it's a boy."
"Ha, that's great, having both a son and a daughter, very good. Xiaoya, this is my gift to the baby. This is for Xiao Moya, and this is for the baby in your belly." Wang Fei took out the gift first.
The others also took out their gifts and prepared two, one for Xiao Moya and one for the unborn child.
The topic of the crowd shifted from Li Fan to Emoya. Emoya was like a little princess, held in the palm of everyone's hand. Not far away, young Ziyu saw this scene and was filled with jealousy. If it weren't for the internal competition in the Young family, she wouldn't have been eliminated and left the Young family with a mere 200 million. She will be like Emoya, being held in the palm of everyone's hand. What she didn't expect was that these old established companies were actually all owned by the Mahist family. This was really beyond her imagination. No wonder Nanyang Clothing has become internationally successful so quickly, as it has more than a dozen established brands backing it up. If the Young family could support her, she believed that she could achieve this with her own abilities. But unfortunately, the Young family would not support her because they were the ones who drove her out. In order to take revenge on the Young family, she must seek help. Therefore, we must continue to investigate Long Sheng's affairs. Chapter 128, Finding the Way. After the banquet, everyone sat together and chatted. Some were teasing little Emoya, and some were teasing Lin Jia's children. Everyone knew Lin Jingtian's identity, but no one asked too many questions. A group of young people went outside to talk about other things, from clothing to finance, and from finance to electronic technology. Their thoughts are different from those of the older generation, so they cannot communicate with them. But most of them followed the wishes of the older generation. Yang Ziyu also got along well with this group of young people. After all, she still had a mission. Ms. Yang. Brother Xiao, you should just call me Xiaoyu. Yang Ziyu smiled faintly.
The person she was talking to was Xiao Tianyao from Longfeng Clothing. At the banquet, Yang Ziyu noticed that he looked at her from time to time, which showed that Xiao Tianyao had a good impression of her.
How could she not make good use of such an opportunity?
So, as soon as she arrived, she quickly brought the two of them closer. As for Li Fan, she also had to think of other ways. The test she made today had made her realize that Li Fan was not interested in her at all, but she still had to continue going in and out of Li's house.
Xiaoyu, are you brother Li's friend or sister Moya's friend? Xiao Tianyao asked. Neither. Yang Ziyu shook his head and continued to explain. I am just an admirer of brother Li.
I admire that he can achieve such success with only a few million yuan in funding for a self-media studio, and almost defeat all the media in the country.
I see. Brother Li is indeed a legend in this industry.
He has also revived more than a dozen of our half-dead clothing industries.
I admire him very much.
Xiao Tianyao took a deep breath, with a gleam in his eyes, as if he also wanted to be like Li Fan and become a legend in the business world.
Brother Xiao, I believe that as long as you are given time, you can become a legend in the business world. Hearing this, Xiao Tianyao immediately smiled. He really wanted to achieve this. Xiaoyu, I saw your news in the newspaper. Are you a software developer?
Yang Ziyu nodded. Yes, I made my first fortune in the United States, so I wanted to return to China to develop, but I have been struggling. If my family could support me, I would not have fallen to this point today. Hearing this, Xiao Tianyao narrowed his eyes, because there was obviously a story behind this.
Xiaoyu, can you tell me about it? Yang Ziyu nodded.
She was looking for a reason to bring the topic to Longxing International. Originally my family was a member of Longxing International, but
Yang Ziyu told everything.
His father Yang Hui was also a well-known figure in those days, but after his death, Longxing forcibly took back all the shares in accordance with the contract. This was also the beginning of the conflicts within her family. After a fierce competition within the family, she was kicked out of the Yang family and only received a mere 200 million. She was unwilling to give in, so she decided to strike out on her own and make a name for herself to let the Yang family see how wrong their original choice was. After a heart-to-heart conversation, Xiao Tianyao's affection for Yang Ziyu soared rapidly. He really wanted to help such a stubborn and strong woman. Li Fan stood by the window, looking at the people talking outside, especially Yang Ziyu, who was his main focus.
Brother Li Fan, if you are really worried, why not just hack into her phone and get everything about her?
This way you can quickly understand her purpose. After hearing Xiao Mo's suggestion, Li Fan thought it was an okay idea. Xiao Mo, just help me with the intrusion surveillance. If there are any problems, just tell me directly.
Okay. Xiao Mo agreed immediately and started the operation. Husband, do you suspect that there is something wrong with Yang Ziyu? Moya heard Li Fan talking to himself and immediately knew that he was talking to Xiao Mo. Moreover, the intrusion surveillance was obviously aimed at Yang Ziyu. Yes.
I suspect there is something wrong with her, otherwise she wouldn't be so attentive to me. Today, the world's 5 major organizations no longer exist, but they cannot stop other people who are blinded by profit. Of course, these people can't be like the 5 major organizations and take abnormal actions at every turn, but if the benefits are big enough, they will definitely use some abnormal means.
Especially since his current identity is so sensitive.
But Li Fan was sure that Yang Ziyu didn't know his identity at all, and his purpose must be to come for Longsheng, otherwise he wouldn't be so diligent in holding on to Lin Zhengtian.
Lin Zhengtian didn't tell her any news, so she naturally wouldn't be willing to accept it. Brother Li Fan, we have already invaded. Do you want to listen to her conversation?
Li Fan looked at Xiao Tianyao, who was chatting with her enthusiastically, and then nodded. Turn around, I want to see if Xiao Tianyao is interested in her.
Okay.
As Xiao Mo spoke, he immediately connected to Yang Ziyu's phone, and the voice was transmitted to his mind at the same time.
Yang Ziyu excitedly held Xiao Tianyao's hand. Brother Xiao, do you really want to help me? Yes. I will definitely help you make your Euler software stronger and bigger. Xiao Tianyao promised. Thank you. I must let the Yang family see how powerful I am. Xiao Tianyao smiled and held Yang Ziyu's hand tightly.
Yang Ziyu did not refuse, and the two of them just held hands. Xiao Tianyao felt that there was something going on between the two of them, and Yang Ziyu redirected the topic back to Longsheng International.
Brother Xiao, do you know Longsheng? Xiao Tianyao shook his head. I'm not from Longsheng.
Hearing this, a hint of disappointment immediately appeared in Yang Ziyu's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. If Longsheng hadn't forcibly taken back the Yang family as shares, I wouldn't have fallen to this point.
I didn't expect to meet Uncle Lin here.
Longsheng suddenly reformed and the shares held by the original heroes had been recovered.
This made me very strange.
But no matter how I asked Uncle Lin, he didn't answer and told me not to get involved in Longsheng's affairs.
I just don't understand why Longsheng is so overbearing and doesn't even let these heroes go.
When my father passed away suddenly and Longsheng forced the property to be reclaimed, I was extremely dissatisfied. I originally wanted to discuss with Uncle Lin and unite everyone to ask Longsheng for an explanation, but Uncle Lin was unwilling to do so. Hearing this, Xiao Tianyao looked surprised.
Since the Yang family was once a member of Longsheng, how could they keep it secret from her?
What she didn't expect was that Yang Ziyu was very dissatisfied with Longsheng and his words, and it seemed that he wanted revenge. Not to mention the size of Longsheng, just based on the fact that it is a pillar industry of China, he felt that he should not stand in opposition to Longsheng.
He was hesitating in his heart whether he should persuade Yang Ziyu. If I try to persuade him, the goodwill that has just been established will probably disappear in an instant.
In the room, when Li Fan heard Yang Ziyu's words, a smile appeared on his face.
Chapter 129 Countermeasures. Regal Hotel, Room 604.
A large group of people gathered here, including Asians, Europeans, Americans, and African blacks, and the leader was Thomas.
Of course, Yang Ziyu is also among them.
Everyone gathered here mainly to discuss one thing, which was how to get news about the new leader of Longsheng's Southwest branch. The person who took over the Southwest branch was named Su Bei, an orphan who had joined the army in his early years. After retiring, he worked as a security guard in a property company. It was not until the recent sudden changes in Longsheng International that his identity suddenly became extraordinary.
This is also what puzzles everyone.
If such a person were placed in a crowd, no one would even look at him twice because he is too ordinary. But an ordinary person suddenly became extraordinary, without any background at all, which is really unbelievable. The more this happened, the more suspicious people felt.
But no matter how we investigate, this is the only information we have. You are a bunch of useless people. After all your investigation, you only got this little information.
You are such a waste.
Thomas looked at the investigation results in his hand, his face full of anger. Mr. Thomas, please don't be angry.
No matter how we investigate, Su Bei's identity is just like this. So we guessed two possibilities.
The first one is that someone tampered with his identity. The second one is that this is his real information and he was originally an ordinary person.
A white man guessed this, and everyone nodded in agreement.
They investigated for a long time and came to the same answer. Ha ha!
Such an ordinary person suddenly became the helmsman of Longsheng International Southwest.
Do you think it's possible? Everyone lowered their heads. Although they didn't want to admit it, what Thomas said made sense. Seeing everyone like this, Thomas became extremely angry.
Okay, I don't want to hold you responsible for the failure of the investigation.
Now, I'm going to give you another task. Tie up Su Bei for me. No matter what means you use, you must bring him to me.
Thomas said to the crowd.
Mr. Thomas, I'm afraid this is not easy to solve, a black man said, and was immediately despised by Thomas. Waste. Thomas snorted again. Mr. Thomas, Su Bei is surrounded by many bodyguards, so it's not easy to tie him up. Moreover, he is an orphan. Once a man like this is willing to risk his life, it will be difficult for us to threaten him, right? Said a black man. Just bring him here to me. As for the interrogation, I will do it myself. Everyone said nothing more. Thomas asked everyone to go down, but left Yang Ziyu alone. You, how are things over there? Thomas asked, but Yang Ziyu shook his head.
There is no progress. Lin Zhengtian is indeed in Li Fan's manner, but no matter what I ask him, he won't tell me. He only talks about Longsheng's affairs and asks me not to get involved. Hearing this, Thomas showed a look of disappointment on his face again. He put his hands on Yang Ziyu's shoulders and said softly, if you want my help to take back everything that belongs to you from the Yang family, then you must use all your means to get what we want. Do you understand? Yang Ziyu frowned, but still nodded. Thomas asked again, have you figured out their relationship? From the names, it seems that Lin Jingtian and Li Yunlong are relatives, which means that Lin Jingtian married his daughter to the Li family. But no matter how we investigate, Li Yunlong only has one son, Li Fan, and we haven't seen Lin Jia's man in the Li family. So, I suspect that Lin Jia and Emoya are both Li Fan's women. But with Li Fan's humble status, it is impossible for him to own the daughters of two families at the same time. This time when I went to the Li family, I unexpectedly learned that old-fashioned clothing companies like Phoenix, Dongsheng, and Jinyu are all owned by the Mo family.
This is really hard to imagine. Oh?
Hearing this, Thomas's face immediately showed a hint of interest. I never thought these companies would have the same boss behind the scenes. No wonder they all adhere to the principle of not raising funds or going public. Mr. Thomas, when I went to the Li family manor this time, I unexpectedly got another piece of news.
The Mo family has handed over its industry to Li Fan to manage. Hearing this, Thomas's mouth curled up immediately.
No wonder today, more than a dozen old companies collectively let their children take over their businesses as if they had discussed it beforehand.
So that's how it is. Mr. Thomas, can you help me take over everything in the Young family first?
Hearing this, Thomas's mouth corners rose directly. You have to know that if you want to make a move on such a large industry of the Young family, it will take a lot of effort. As long as you can clarify the matter in Longxing for me, I will help you get back everything that belongs to you.
Yang Ziyu frowned, and then said nothing more. After they separated, Yang Ziyu also began to think in the car about how to deal with Lin Zhengtian and Su Bei. Then she made a phone call. Bai Yu, how is the matter I asked you to investigate going? Sister Yang, there is still no progress.
Apart from the 3 girlfriends Su Bei had during work, no one else has had a deep interaction with him.
Okay, I get it.
Tomorrow, bring me a few eavesdropping devices with long battery life.
I want the smallest ones. I understand, Sister Yang.
After hanging up the phone, Yang Ziyu sulked in the car. They have clearly already taken control of most of the Young family's shares, but they have yet to launch an attack.
Brother Li Fan, Yang Ziyu bought a bug and I'm afraid he wants to place it in your manor. Xiao Mo reminded Li Fan.
Of course it's my place, but we don't need to worry about her for now and let her do whatever she wants. Li Fan raised the corner of his mouth. Since he knew what the other party was going to do, he was not in a hurry. Now he clearly understood Yang Ziyu's purpose. What he didn't expect was that most of the Young family's shares were acquired by a man named Thomas.
Xiao Mo, what's the situation with the Yang family? Do you have any relevant information? The information I received from the media is all positive.
Yes, the Yang family invested in medical equipment, which is also a well-developed industry. The helmsman is Yang Hui's wife, but she is old and has no energy, so she lets her 2 sons manage it together. The eldest son is okay, but the youngest son often goes to Macau, so he often secretly sells his shares.
Today, the Yang family holds less than 30% of the shares.
It can be said that they have lost their voice. If Thomas manipulates the stock market again, the Yang family will not be able to withstand it and will find it difficult to keep their 30% stake.
So, we also have a chance to take over the Yang family's company?
Indeed, if Thomas wants to take action against the Yang family, he will definitely sell all his stocks, causing the Yang family's stocks to plummet.
With just this wave, the Yang family will have difficulty withstanding the current funds. In this case, let's take over this company. Chinese companies cannot fall into the hands of outsiders.
As for Su Bei, Li Fan chose to report the matter directly to the authorities, letting them handle the matter, and also catch a group of gangsters.
Brother Li Fan, since they want to know about Longsheng so much, why not make one up for them?
Hearing this, Li Fan laughed out loud.
Hey, Xiao Mo, this is a good idea. Let's do it. I will go discuss it with Uncle Lin right away. Chapter 130, Game Within a Game. On the second day, Yang Ziyu came to Li Fan's manor again.
Of course, no one stopped her because Li Fan had greeted them in advance. As soon as he got off the car, Yang Ziyu looked around but didn't see Lin Zhengtian.
Brother Li, where is Uncle Lin? Maybe he's playing with the kids upstairs. Li Fan replied indifferently. Brother Li, I have a question I really want to ask you, but... Yang Ziyu deliberately looked embarrassed, while Li Fan smiled and said, ask. Is Lin Jia's child also yours? Well, yes, they are indeed my children. Although Li Yifan and he are different individuals, they are still the same person. Their DNA, fingerprints, and voice are the same. So Li Yifan's child is indeed his child from a biological point of view, and his child with Emoya is also Li Yifan's child.
Although Li Fan had never had sex with Lin Jia, this is an ironclad fact that cannot be changed. So, what he said was not a lie.
When Yang Ziyu heard this, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face.
He really couldn't understand why a man like Li Fan, who looked so ordinary, could be favored by two little princesses at the same time. According to the results of her investigation, Li Fan was just a man who was abandoned by the bride, and it was on that day that Imoya took the initiative to pursue him, and it was also on that day that Lin Jia came into contact with Li Fan. Then for a period of time, Lin Jia lived in Li Fan's house. After all, with Lin Jia's high-profile personality, it is difficult for him to do things without leaving traces.
But this matter also made Yang Ziyu very confused.
Logically speaking, a young lady of Imoya's status would never tolerate her husband having a second wife, and living under the same roof. But it was really happening right in front of her, and she had to believe it.
Yang Ziyu narrowed his eyes and decided to investigate. Just do a DNA comparison and you will know the truth. Brother Li, you are so lucky. Ha ha. How can I not be happy if I spend every day with my wife and children and live a leisurely life? Brother Li, since Imoya doesn't mind Lin Jia, then she certainly won't mind having me, right? Yang Ziyu raised the corner of his mouth. He thought he had a good appearance.
Although the Euler software was not very successful, she was still a real young lady. Therefore, he was very confident that Li Fan would not reject her. But Li Fan simply shook his head and refused. I don't know if my wife minds, but I mind a lot. Hearing this, Yang Ziyu's anger instantly rose and the corners of his mouth twitched, but the expression on his face only showed sadness.
Brother Li, you are so cruel.
She is a girl, but you don't even give her face. There is no room for falsehood in emotional matters.
Li Fan replied indifferently.
They went upstairs, but Lin Jingtian and Li Fan's parents were not there. Only Imoya and Lin Jia were playing with the children. Little Moya kept running around in the house and seemed very happy. Seeing Li Fan enter the room, he immediately ran to him and called Dad happily.
Little Moya, come and give Daddy a kiss.
Yeah. Little Moya kissed Li Fan directly on the face.
Dad, when will my brothers and sisters grow up?
Soon, very soon, they will be able to play with you.
Oh, then when will the little brother in Mom's belly come out?
And soon, when his brothers and sisters can walk, he will come out. Little Moya struggled to get off the ground, so Li Fan put her back on the ground. Little Moya immediately ran to the four children. Yang Ziyu greeted Imoya and Lin Jia, and also went forward to look at the children. The four children are exactly the same, and there is indeed a trace of Li Fan in their eyebrows. Now, she is somewhat convinced that these children are related to Li Fan, but she still needs to do a DNA test.
These little guys are so cute. Oh, I'm drooling.
As Yang Ziyu spoke, he took out a few tissues and wiped the saliva of each child. However, she did not throw away the tissue she had used, and immediately used other topics to divert everyone's attention.
Lin Jia, where is Uncle Lin? Yang Ziyu asked. He should be in the study.
Lin Jia replied indifferently, with little expression on her face, because she was not interested in Yang Ziyu.
Brother Li, can you take me to Uncle Lin's study? I have something to discuss with him. After collecting the children's saliva, Yang Ziyu immediately changed the subject. Come with me.
Li Fan nodded, turned around and took her downstairs, then took her to Lin Jingtian's study, but Lin Jingtian was not there.
Maybe he went out with my parents.
Then I'll wait for him here.
Brother Li, don't you have any feelings for me at all? No.
Li Fan answered straightforwardly. Yang Ziyu was very angry, but his face still showed a sad expression. When she heard Li Fan say no, she sighed and took the initiative to hug Li Fan.
Whether you like me or not, I will stick with you.
Ms. Yang, you and I just met, so let's not do this.
As he said that, Li Fan pushed Yang Ziyu away, and Yang Ziyu took the opportunity to pull a strand of Li Fan's hair. Brother Li, I will wait for you. That's not necessary.
If you want to wait for Uncle Lin, then wait. After saying that, Li Fan turned around and walked out, no longer paying attention to Yang Ziyu.
After Li Fan left, the expression on Yang Ziyu's face instantly turned cold, but she didn't say anything. After wrapping up Li Fan's hair and the children's saliva, she immediately put them into the bag.
With these two things, she can determine the relationship between several people. To be cautious, she collected a sample of saliva from each child. If all four children are Li Fan's father, then it means that Li Fan really did not lie. After a while, there was no movement outside, so Yang Ziyu began to scan the house.
Then she found a place that was not easily discovered and installed the eavesdropping device.
In the afternoon, Lin Jingtian came back and Yang Ziyu talked with him in the study for a while, but still got no information and had to leave unwillingly. When she was leaving, she wanted to hug Li Fan again, but was stopped by Li Fan in advance.
Brother Li, I will wait for you. Don't wait for me.
Waiting will not produce any results. Yang Ziyu pursed his lips, said nothing more, turned around, got into the car, and drove away. Not long after she left, Li Fan asked someone to start checking the house. In the end, the bug was only found in Lin Jingtian's study.
Yang Ziyu's only goal is Longsheng, and Li Fan is very clear about it.
Of course, he was well aware of her private actions, such as pulling his hair and taking the saliva of several children. But if she wants to check, let her do it.
That's what happened anyway.
In room 604 of Regal Hotel, Yang Ziyu found Thomas and told him that he had installed a bug in Lin Jingtian's study.
This is not the eavesdropping device from decades ago.
It is not only small but also has a long battery life. And the transmission distance is also very far.
Rain, you did a great job.
Thomas started tinkering with the computer, and soon the two of them were connected to the bug. As soon as the connection was established, the two immediately fell silent, because Lin Jingtian and Li Fan were talking at the moment, and the topic they were talking about was related to Longsheng.
Uncle Lin, Yang Ziyu has come to the manor again and again. I think he is here for you. She really came for me.
She wanted to take back everything that belonged to her and asked me to help her, but this is simply impossible.
Whether it's her or the other children, they are all Lao Yang's children. How can I get involved in their internal affairs?
Besides this, I see that she is also very concerned about Longsheng's affairs.
Could it be that she has other thoughts about Longsheng?
I'm not sure about that, but it looks like she has some resentment towards Longsheng International. Back then, Longsheng bought back their shares 3 times as much as they had in the contract, but it led to internal conflicts within their family. It's natural for her to feel resentful towards Longsheng.
I even have a feeling that if she takes back everything from the Yang family, she will probably start targeting Longsheng. But Longsheng is so huge, how can a little girl like her move it?
Indeed, if she really thinks so, it is purely a futile attempt. There was silence on the other end of the eavesdropping device, and when Yang Ziyu heard Li Fan belittling her to the point of being worthless, she felt so angry that her teeth were itching, but she could do nothing about it. Thomas listened to everything, afraid of missing any useful information. But the two people over there no longer talked about Longsheng, so he could only worry.
Uncle Lin, I'm going back to my room first.
You should also take care of yourself and get some rest early.
Well, you should go back and rest first.
I'll stay here for a while. Then, the two heard the sound of a door opening and closing, and then there was silence in the room for a while, with no other sound except the sound of turning pages. Just when both of them were getting impatient, Lin Jingtian started talking to himself on the other end.
Sube, a man without any background, who would have thought that he was the successor of Longsheng?
No one would have thought that he was the biological son of the man with the golden mask. After hearing this, Thomas and Yang Ziyu were so shocked that they were speechless. They just wanted to find out the information about the successor of the Southwest branch, but they didn't expect to get unexpected gains. Thomas was shaking with excitement. I must report this shocking news to my superiors immediately. After saying that, Thomas turned his gaze to Yang Ziyu. You did a great job this time. If you had installed the bug at another time, you might not have heard this shocking news.
Mr. Thomas, can we start the Yang family's affairs?
Sure, don't worry, I will help you get everything from the Yang family back as soon as possible.
Thank you. Yang Ziyu was very excited.
Then the two chatted for a while in the room. After Yang Ziyu left, Thomas snorted coldly.
Ha, what a stupid woman. Why should I help you get back everything of the Yang family?
Not only the Yang families, but everything in your hands belongs to us.
Chapter 131 Yang Family Storm. Chuanzhen Medical Technology is a leading medical equipment company in China.
This is the company founded by Yang Huoyi's wife after his death.
At this time, the Yang family was holding a family gathering because this day was Mrs. Yang's 50th birthday. Old Madame Yang now has many children and grandchildren.
She sat in the main seat looking at these young generations and couldn't stop smiling. On the left is Yang Huoyi's eldest son, Yang Zayan, and on the right is Yang Huoyi's third son, Yang Zefeng. After that, it was the wives and children of each of them as well as other relatives and friends of the Yang family.
Mom, I wish you good fortune and a long life.
Yang Zine raised his glass and toasted to old Madame Yang.
Okay, okay. Old Madam Yang smiled. Then, his youngest son Yang Zifling raised his glass. Mom, I wish you good health, longevity, and eternal youth. Old Madam Yang nodded, but she was not as happy as when her eldest son toasted her. Xiaofeng, I heard that you've been going to Macau a lot recently. Today is Mom's birthday, and I don't want to say anything to you, but if you continue like this, the Yang family's foundation will be ruined in your hands. It's very hard for your eldest brother to support it alone. Hearing the rebuke from old Madam Yang, Yang Zifling immediately lowered his head in shame. Recently he has been unable to resist temptation, and he has secretly sold almost all of his shares. Selling the shares was not enough, he also secretly used a lot of the company's money. What he didn't know yet was that the shares he sold and the money he embezzled would bring devastating disaster to the Yang family. Mom! Don't worry, I won't do this again. I will follow your arrangements now. Yang Zifling replied quickly. But in fact, he no longer has any extra money to squander. Hearing her son's words, Madame Yang nodded and turned to look at the photo of Mr. Yang. Old man, I didn't teach Xiaofeng well. I hope you can take care of him. Don't let him continue to make trouble, otherwise the foundation of the Yang family will be ruined in his hands. Oh. There's a birthday party going on, hee hee. At this time, a discordant voice sounded. It was Yang Ziyu. Seeing her suddenly appear at the door, everyone's faces froze, and then their expressions changed. Old Madame Yang looked very unhappy. Yang Ziyu is not her biological daughter, so she treats Yang Ziyu like this. What are you doing here? Old Madame Yang snorted coldly. Hee hee. Auntie, what you said is wrong. What do you mean by staying here? This is my home. Is there anything wrong with me going back to my own home? Yang Ziyu smiled with a forced smile, and his face showed obvious sarcasm. Get out. This is no longer your home. Yang Zine shouted. Ha, the third brother's temper hasn't changed at all. But I want to see how long you can keep laughing. I just came here today to wish Auntie a happy birthday. As he spoke, Yang Ziyu clapped his hands. Then, two people carried up a box. Yang Ziyu asked someone to open it, and it was full of rotten cabbages. When everyone saw this scene, they were immediately furious. Yang Zifling was about to take action, but at this time, more than 20 people appeared beside Yang Ziyu, and Yang Zifling immediately stopped. Auntie, I hope you can rest in peace like these rotten cabbages and be used as nutrients. Otherwise, you are of no use. Bang! Old Madame Yang was so angry that her face turned blue, and Yang Zine slapped the table. Xiaoyu, today is Mom's birthday after all, don't you think it's too much to do this? Too much? Yang Ziyu immediately laughed out loud. Brother, you are the only one who understands in the family. Don't you know how they treated me in the beginning? The Yang family is so big, but they kicked me out for only 200 million. Who is more excessive? Yang Zine was speechless, and Yang Zifeng slammed the table and yelled, Get out! Ha! Yang Zifeng, Macau is fun, right? None of your business. Hee hee. I just came here to tell you that I will definitely take back everything that belongs to me. Just wait, that day will come very soon. After saying that, Yang Ziyu turned and left. Yang Zine frowned, turned to look at Yang Zifeng, a cold look in his eyes. Xiaoen, this little bitch came back so ostentatiously, I'm afraid she's going to cause some trouble, you better pay more attention to her. I know, Mom. Yang Zayan nodded, but his eyes glanced at Yang Zifeng from time to time. Obviously, he knew something. But he would never have imagined to what extent Yang Zifeng had squandered the family fortune. On the second day, Yang Zine suddenly received news that someone was making a big move against the Yang family, and the stock price suddenly plummeted. Yang Zayan frowned immediately and thought of Yang Ziyu. After all, she had just come home yesterday and said something harsh, and the stock price suddenly plummeted today. Humph. With the little money you have, you want to fight the entire Yang family? Yang Zine snorted coldly, and then gave an order, no matter how much the other party threw, he would catch it. Soon, the stock price stabilized its downward trend. However, just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the stock price fell again. When Yang Zayan received the news, he collapsed to the ground, shouting that he was finished. What's wrong, husband? Why do you look like that? It's over. The Yang family is over. The stock price just fell, why did you bring it up like the Yang family is doomed? All the shares I have in hand have been pledged for cash.
Hearing this, Yang Zifeng's wife suddenly collapsed to the ground.
After a silent battle, Yang Xin collapsed to the ground.
When Yang Zifeng's wife called him to tell him about the situation, he knew that the Yang family might be doomed. Feeling unwilling to give in, he made a final resistance. But in the end, he couldn't withstand the impact of this torrent. He didn't know where Yang Ziyu got so much money to launch the attack. But at this time, the Yang family stock had already fallen to the bottom line. The relevant investors also quickly withdrew their investments, which undoubtedly made the situation worse. Soon, Yang Ziyu appeared at the company gate and looked at him coldly. "Brother, the Yang family is finished. From now on, I will be the head of the Yang family." Yang Ziyu spoke arrogantly, with a smug look on his face. Yang Xin raised his head and looked at Yang Ziyu. "Xiaoyu, I just hope you don't tell mom about this." "Do you think it's possible?" Yang Ziyu sneered. She had waited for this day for too long. She wanted to show off her power in front of old Madame Yang to avenge her. At this moment, Thomas called. Yang Ziyu answered the phone with a sneer, but her expression changed immediately as she answered the phone. Then he rushed out the door. Yang Xin narrowed his eyes, feeling that things might change. But no matter how things change, the decline of his Yang family will not change. Everything has nothing to do with him. Chapter 132, Cutting Off. The sudden change of the Yang family also caused quite a stir in the country. Everyone knows that things have changed in the Yang family and the person at the helm is about to be replaced. There were rumors that Yang Ziyu came back for revenge, but no one knew where she got such a huge amount of funds. But everyone guessed wrong. It only brought the Yang family to its lowest point, but an accident occurred during the repurchase. What is even more surprising is that Yang Xin is still at the helm. In the Li family manor, Li Yifan and Li Fan were fishing by the lake. Li Yifan seemed very relaxed. He just put the fishing rod there and ignored it, making smoke rings one after another. It would be a wise choice for you to continue to let Yang Xin take the helm. Nonsense, I'm completely unfamiliar with this business, so I can't really control it. This time Thomas has been our vanguard for nothing, and he will definitely investigate the matter vigorously afterwards. Are you afraid? Li Yifan laughed twice. What's there to be afraid of? He wants to defeat the Yang family and reap the benefits. How can I let him do that? Besides, Yang Xin is indeed suitable for this line of work. Letting him continue to be in charge of the Yang family is also a respect for Mr. Yang. Without him, Chinese medicine technology will be postponed for many years. Kicking out the useless Yang Zifeng and leaving behind the useful Yang Xin is not bad. Li Fan's fishing rod moved and he immediately retracted it, but the fish did not take the bait. The Yang family is just an exception. As long as financing is carried out and a company goes public, this kind of problem is bound to occur. If the internal holders are not cautious and let the money flow into the stock market, a shock will happen sooner or later. That's why Longsheng has never thought about going public for financing. Even if I want to go public, I must definitely grasp the most important proportion. Li Fan smiled and did not reply to Li Yifan. Li Yifan's fishing float also moved a few times, but Li Yifan ignored it and continued to chat with Li Fan. The Yang family's affairs have been exposed. Next, they are going to kidnap Su Bei. Moreover, such things are not only happening in Yudu. Several related people have been targeted by external forces. Now that you have handed it in, the authorities must be keeping a close eye on these developments. What do you want to say by mentioning this? Li Fan narrowed his eyes. Li Yifan chuckled, then put away his fishing rod and threw a fish directly up. Only after putting it into the bucket did he look at Li Fan. I just want to tell you that although the world is peaceful, the business world is still not peaceful. The business war without the smoke of gunpowder is the most terrifying. No matter how prosperous it seems on the surface, we must not take it lightly. Li Fan nodded without saying anything. At this time, Lin Jia and Emoya came forward and they immediately stopped fishing. Li Fan was very happy looking at Emoya's growing belly, but Li Yifan frowned from time to time when he saw this. Ah, time. I really hope there won't be such a day. What did you say? Li Fan looked back in confusion, but Li Yifan just shook his head and said nothing more. Thomas, who had been furious for a long time, gradually suppressed his anger in the play, because the kidnapping of Su Bei was already prepared. After a long period of observation and tracking, they finally found an opportunity. At this time, a group of people were discussing how to act in room 604. Yang Ziyu looked very unhappy. Because she failed to take back the Yang family. After the meeting, those who wanted to take action went ahead, while Yang Ziyu stayed in the room.
Mr. Thomas, what are you going to do about the Young family's affairs? What should I do? Can't you see that I've been used? We've become someone else's vanguard. Although the Young family was defeated, we didn't get anything. What else do you want me to do?
Hearing this, Yang Ziyu frowned. She knew that Thomas was no longer going to help her. In that case, there is no need for him to continue cooperating with this guy.
Goodbye, Mr. Thomas. After saying this, Yang Ziyu turned around and walked out. After she left, Thomas snorted immediately.
Stupid woman, you caused me so much loss this time.
I will deal with you after I catch Subei.
Damn it, you didn't even take down a company with such great development potential as the Yang family. After Yang Ziyu left, she thought in the car that she still wanted to seek revenge on the Yang family.
But the help she had now was gone. How could she take revenge on the Yang family with her humble strength?
After thinking it over, she decided to go find Lin Jingtian.
If Lin Jingtian doesn't work out, then she will look for Li Fan. After all, Li Fan also has considerable assets now.
But given Li Fan's attitude towards her, she felt there was little hope. Although Xiao Tianyao had a good impression of her, it was impossible to use him to deal with the Yang family. After taking a deep breath, she drove to Li Fan Manor.
At this time, Li Fan was accompanying Imoya.
Imoya was lying on a rattan chair, and Li Fan was pushing it gently, making the rattan chair sway like a swing. Seeing this scene, there was a hint of envy in her eyes. But no one felt sorry for her.
Brother Li. Sister Imoya. Ha. Miss Yang, please stop calling me that. I can't stand it. Brother, what do you mean? He, what do I mean? Then what do you mean by this?
Li Fan said this and threw the bug directly to her. When Yang Ziyu saw the bug on the ground, his expression changed immediately.
And in another place,
a group of people were lurking around a corner, with a pile of stones in front of them.
These people were Thomas's men.
They planned to ambush Subei here.
Here I come.
With a call, everyone was ready.
Finally, Subei's car approached. Put. Boom, boom, boom. Countless stones rolled down from above. There are enemies.
The driver in Subei's car shouted, but when he looked back he saw that the road had been blocked by rolling stones.
So he didn't care about anything else and accelerated immediately. Mr. Su, please sit down. Goo.
The car made a rumbling sound and reached its maximum speed. At the same time, several cars suddenly appeared in front and blocked the way ahead. Driver Subei saw this and wanted to turn, but it was too late. Finally, he gritted his teeth and rushed directly into the wilderness, and the vehicle in front immediately followed.
Mr. Su, please bear with it for a moment.
The driver shouted with all his might. I tried hard to control the direction so that the car behind me would not catch up. But unfortunately, they soon arrived at the river, and there were cars on three sides except the front.
Mr. Su, please get out of the car quickly. Now we can only swim into the river.
The driver shouted and was about to rush down, but was held down by Subei.
They are already chasing us. We can't escape. Their target is me. You stay in the car and don't get out. I will go with them. Mr. Su.
But Subei ignored the driver, got out of the car directly, and walked towards the other cars.
Chapter 133, Crossing the Center of the Sea End. Subei was kidnapped like this.
Soon, he was taken to an abandoned warehouse, where Thomas was already waiting.
Because Subei is an orphan and has no family, any means used can only target him.
But no matter how he interrogated her, it was useless. Subei just wouldn't say anything. Looking at Subei, who had been beaten beyond recognition, Thomas became angry.
Mr. Su, I will give you two choices now.
One is to hand over the core secrets of Longxing, and the other is to hand over the control of Longsheng.
Is there a third option?
Subei's face was covered in blood, but he took it calmly, which angered Thomas even more.
Mr. Su, no matter what position you hold, if you lose your life, you lose everything. What is the purpose of living? And you are still so young, you haven't even married or had children yet, are you willing to leave like this? He.
Subei smiled coldly, from the moment my parents abandoned me, I have already died once.
If you think I am afraid of death, then you can just do it directly. Hearing this, Thomas was at a loss.
As a man who was not afraid of death, he could do nothing about it.
I'll give you one last chance.
If you still don't cooperate, don't blame us for being ruthless.
Ha, use whatever tricks you have.
In that case, don't blame me for being rude to you.
Thomas waved his hand and his younger brother came up with torture tools. It was an electric chair.
Everything was ready, and Thomas immediately gave the order to take action, but at this moment, a group of people suddenly rushed in, all holding guns in their hands.
Don't move, you are surrounded.
Everyone was stunned, and then the sound of d continued.
The people who came showed no mercy and immediately fought back.
Seeing that the situation was not good, Thomas immediately rushed towards Subei, wanting to use him as a hostage. But after running 2 steps, his feet ate 2 peanuts and he fell to the ground wailing.
After a fierce battle, Subei was rescued. Thomas and his gang were all arrested.
The accompanying medical staff immediately treated Subei and quickly stabilized his condition.
At the same time, arrest operations also began across the country.
Anyone who committed any improper act against Longsheng was arrested one by one. At this point, this group of infiltrating personnel has been completely dealt with. After a period of time, various actions began to take place all over the world, demanding the release of Thomas and others. Then related videos were sent to all parts of the world and spread quickly on the internet. That was a video of Thomas and others kidnapping important members of Longsheng.
At this point, everyone was speechless.
Afterwards, Longsheng held a press conference and announced that Subei would be the new person in charge of Longsheng. This fake play turned into reality, which made Li Fan stunned.
Li Yifan gave an explanation.
Longsheng still needs a leader, even if this leader is fake.
Just to attract outside firepower? Yes. Li Yifan nodded.
Faced with such an answer, Li Fan's mouth twitched. Such outrageous operations are certainly acceptable, but they will push the new management into the fire pit. Using important figures as bait, I don't think this is a long-term solution.
It's only a temporary solution and not a permanent one.
I think it would be better to just announce that Longsheng is officially owned.
Ha, you think too simply. No matter who is the leader, there will be people watching covetously. In this case, let them act. We will arrest as many as come. The more important the people, the better.
Hearing this, Li Fan was speechless. He then thought deeply about it, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't come up with a good solution. So he simply didn't dwell on it. Longsheng had already been handed over anyway, so he just let the authorities handle these matters. Now, all firepower has been transferred to the outside. He just needs to live a good life with his family. Lin Jia's 4 children are now able to walk, and Emoya is also due to give birth. Inside the manor, the whole family seemed to be at peace. Only Li Yifan was always worried, because he was still worried that Li Fan would suddenly travel back in time.
So these days, he asked Xiao Mo to increase the amount of study for Li Fan.
Once he returns, he will be able to rise rapidly through the existing knowledge and accelerate the path of China's revival.
Finally, when Emoya gave birth, the whole family seemed very happy.
Li Yifan looked at the soles of the child's feet and his face suddenly turned ugly. The child has 7 moles on the soles of his feet, arranged in the shape of 7 stars.
At this point, science can no longer explain it. If there is anything else that can explain it, it is only the word metaphysics.
On this day, Li Yifan and Li Fan were fishing by the lake again. After thinking for a long time, he decided to tell him his concerns.
Li Fan, do you believe in fate? What's the meaning? Li Yifan shook his head, took a deep breath, and continued speaking. Before crossing over, Emoya and I had 2 children.
The first was a daughter with a plum blossom mark on her palm, and the second was a son with 7 moles arranged in the shape of 7 stars on the sole of his foot. Hearing this, Li Fan frowned immediately.
He already knew what Li Yifan wanted to say. After a long while, he looked up at Li Yifan and said, "In the future, I beg you to make me a realistic robot." Li Yifan was silent for a long time, and finally nodded, and Li Fan also showed a knowing smile. "In the future, you must live well and don't go ahead of others. If I am really gone one day, you will have to take care of my family."
"I'll try my best." Li Fan said nothing more and threw the fishing hook down. 1 month later, Li Fan went to Yafan Media and signed a 1.5 billion yuan contract for a 3-year cooperation with an annual advertising fee of 500 million yuan. When passing the Yangtze River Bridge, a car suddenly turned and crashed into his car at high speed. A huge gap was knocked out in the railing and 2 cars rushed off the bridge at the same time. Just as the car was flipping over, Li Fan saw a familiar person standing on the bridge. Soon, his car fell into the water, and at this moment, his phone rang. It was Lin Xiaoming who was standing on the bridge. It goes without saying that Lin Xiaoming is seeking revenge for his sister Lin Xiaoxue. The river water rushed in and quickly sank the car to the bottom of the river. Li Fan didn't have time to think, he unbuckled his seatbelt and was about to escape through the car window. However, at this moment, a whirlpool suddenly appeared in the car, and all the river water was immediately sucked into the whirlpool, along with Li Fan.
Bang!
Li Fan fell on a rock and his whole body was soaked by the river water. When he looked up, he found that there was sea water all around him, a vast expanse with no end in sight, and where he was there was only a lonely stone, which Xiaomo measured and found to be only 1 square in size. It is 0.5 meters long and 2 meters wide. What is strange is that there is a small sapling on top of the stone, firmly rooted in the stone.
Xiaomo, locate where this place is. Brother Li Fan, something is wrong.
Hearing this, Li Fan frowned immediately. He had just fallen into the Yangtze River, but because of a whirlpool, he inexplicably came here.
He thought of a possibility and traveled through time.
During this period, Li Yifan mentioned it from time to time. So, this was the only thing he could think of. Just as he was about to speak again, a voice suddenly rang in his mind, but it was not Xiaomo's voice.
Ding! The system is starting up. Ding! The system started successfully. Ding! System activated successfully. Hearing this series of prompts, Li Fan frowned and spoke quickly. Xiaomo, what are you doing? Brother Li Fan, it's not me.
At the same time, while Xiaomo was speaking, the sound continued.
Ding! Successfully signed in at the foundation stone, and a spear as a reward.
Then, a spear suddenly appeared in Li Fan's hand. Seeing this scene, Li Fan was stunned.
Even Xiaomo was dumbfounded. Xiaomo is just an AI.
Although she has installed the system for a period of time, it is impossible for her to create such a spear out of thin air. At this moment, the corner of Li Fan's mouth twitched, and Xiaomo's voice rang out.
Brother Li Fan, this is a real system.